story begins inside a company where an employee named Leon works. Unfortunately, he is extremely unhappy with his situation. One day, he approaches his manager, Lily, and expresses his frustration. He tells her that everyone in the workplace is getting on his nerves, and that the environment has become unbearable for him. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, Lily suddenly throws a box at him, shocking Leon. Without hesitation, she tells him to leave the company immediately. She makes it clear that she does not want him working there anymore, and that he is free to go wherever he wants. Leon feels deeply wronged. He has always taken his work seriously, and put his full effort into everything he did. Yet, despite his dedication, he feels as if he is being punished simply because he never gave his boss any gifts or tried to flatter her. Feeling upset, Leon pulls out his phone. He believes that talking to his girlfriend, Laura, might help him feel better. He plans to tell her that he has just been fired, but that he is actually relieved to leave such a toxic workplace. However, before he can finish explaining, Laura interrupts him. To his shock, she suddenly tells him that they should break up. Leon is stunned and cannot understand what is happening. Laura continues coldly, telling him not to come to her birthday party and not to contact her again. When he nervously asks whether she has found someone else, Laura replies that she has been with him for a long time, yet he has remained the same useless loser. She says she no longer wants to waste her time on someone like him. Completely crushed, Leon walks into an elevator. As the doors close, he reflects on how terrible the day has been. In just a few hours, he has lost both his job and the woman he loved the most. Suddenly, something unbelievable happens. A mysterious girl appears in front of him. She calmly introduces herself as Lena and explains that she is part of something called the profession system. According to her, she will now serve as his assistant. Leon is completely confused. He has never heard of such a system before. Lena then explains that from now on, every week he will be randomly assigned a new profession. By completing tasks related to that profession, he will have the chance to earn enormous rewards. She confidently assures him that she will help him become famous all over the world. Hearing this, Leon becomes excited. It feels as if his luck has suddenly turned around. He begins to believe that he has encountered one of those legendary systems people talk about in stories. The system immediately presents him with his first profession, driver-daughter. As a reward for accepting the job, he will receive $100,000 and full ownership of the Bandao Hotel. Leon is completely stunned. The reward sounds unbelievable. In fact, he thinks that even if he had to remain a driver for the rest of his life, it would still be worth it. Without hesitation, he agrees. Lena quickly clarifies that each profession only lasts for 1 week, not for life. This makes Leon even happier. It means he will be able to earn money through many different professions in the future. She then informs him that the Bandao Hotel requires his presence because he must complete a task assigned by the system. She also tells him that a Pagani Zonda is waiting for him in the corporation's parking lot, and that he can collect the keys there. Leon takes out his phone and sees a message confirming that he is now the official owner of the car. Feeling as if he is living inside a dream, he heads down to the second floor of the underground parking lot. Soon he realizes that this area is reserved for extremely influential people, a place he has never entered before. At that moment, a woman named Elizabeth is also there. She is the CEO of a company, and she is struggling with her car, which has suddenly broken down. Leon approaches her politely and asks if she is having trouble with the vehicle. Elizabeth confirms that she has tried everything, but the car simply will not start. Noticing that she seems to be in a hurry, Leon offers to give her a ride. He points out that she appears to be late for a meeting at a construction company. Elizabeth gratefully accepts the offer. However, just then, another man named Louis approaches them. He begins mocking Leon, suggesting that a man like him could never possibly own a decent car. Louis proudly offers Elizabeth a ride in his own luxury vehicle instead. Elizabeth immediately tells Louis not to interfere. Louis pretends to step back, but continues bragging about his $20 million car Daiar. Leon calmly tells him not to worry, and repeats that he will drive Elizabeth. He casually mentions that his car is parked in spot number 22. Louis bursts out laughing, assuming that Leon must be driving some old, cheap vehicle that would be embarrassing for someone like Elizabeth. Elizabeth, however, says that the age of a car does not matter as long as it works. But as she says this, she suddenly freezes in shock. She has just realized what car is parked in spot 22. It is a Pagani Zonda. an extremely rare and prestigious vehicle worth around $30 million. Leon calmly confirms that the car is indeed his. He wonders why everyone seems to doubt that he could possibly own such a vehicle. Louis refuses to believe it and demands to know how someone like Leon could afford such an expensive car. Without saying another word, Leon takes out the keys and unlocks the Pagani. The car responds instantly, proving that it truly belongs to him. He then politely invites Elizabeth to get inside. At the same time, he remarks that it is foolish to judge a person's worth based on the appearance of their car. Louis immediately apologizes and even begs Leon to let him drive the Pagani for a moment. Leon coldly refuses, saying that Louis is not worthy of sitting in such a car and should remain on the sidelines feeling jealous. With that, Leon quickly drives away with Elizabeth, leaving the annoying man behind. During the ride, Elizabeth asks whether the Pagani really belongs to him, and whether he truly works as an ordinary sales employee. Leon then makes up a story. He tells her that he actually comes from a wealthy family but chose to live a modest life, which is why she never heard about his background. He explains that he has recently decided to experience different professions, and that his current role is driver. Elizabeth happens to be his very first passenger. Elizabeth finds the story fascinating and says that she feels honored to be his first client. Leon opens the navigation app on his phone. The system has already placed the order and instructs him to follow a specific route. Within a few minutes, they arrive at the construction company. After stepping out of the car, Elizabeth shows him her phone and confirms that she has completed the payment. She thanks him sincerely for helping her and says goodbye, adding that she hopes they will meet again to discuss interesting things. Just then, Lena appears once again. She congratulates Leon on successfully completing his first order. She informs him that he has earned 50,000 skill points. However, she also explains that he has only completed 5% of his career. If he finishes the entire career path, the final reward will be $50 million. Leon is overjoyed. The idea that he could earn $50 million simply by completing professional tasks fills him with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Bandau Hotel, Leon's ex-girlfriend Laura is talking with her new boyfriend. Laura excitedly tells him that the Bandau is a 5-star hotel and one of the best hotels in Shanghai. She suggests that they celebrate her birthday there. Monahan agrees and casually mentions that a private room costs only $70,000 or $80,000, which he considers perfectly affordable. Laura hugs him and says that she regrets not meeting him earlier because he is such a wonderful man. Suddenly, Monahan notices someone nearby and asks Laura if that person is her ex-boyfriend Leon. Laura immediately confronts Leon. She insults him and calls him a beggar, accusing him of coming to the hotel to win her back. Leon calmly replies that she should not flatter herself. He says that he simply came to spend money in what he considers a very ordinary hotel. Monahan begins mocking him as well. He asks whether Leon truly thinks the Bandau Hotel is ordinary and reminds him that it is a top luxury hotel, not a place for someone of his status. Angry and embarrassed, Laura orders the security guards to throw Leon out. She even accuses him of interfering with business and possibly trying to harm her. The guards quickly approach. Laura confidently expects them to drag him out. However, to everyone's shock, the guards suddenly bow respectfully to Leon and warmly welcome him to the hotel. Laura and Monahan stand there completely confused. They cannot understand why the guards are treating Leon with such respect. Laura cannot believe that someone she thought was just a poor office worker could possibly have such authority in a prestigious hotel. The security guard then politely invites Leon to the conference room to discuss important business matters. Leon calmly agrees and tells them to proceed as planned with reviewing the latest updates. Laura is left speechless. For the first time, she begins to wonder if she has just lost someone who is actually extremely wealthy and powerful. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, an employee hands Leon a stack of documents and asks him to review the financial statements of the Bandau Hotel. Leon looked at the stack of documents placed in front of him, but instead of reviewing them, he calmly told the employee that it was unnecessary. He instructed everyone to continue working as usual and assured them that he trusted their abilities. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Leon told them to come in. A woman hurried into the room and urgently informed the manager that a client wanted to file a complaint. According to her, the staff had tried to calm the client down, but nothing seemed to work. One of the employees immediately asked what had caused the complaint. The woman explained that the client had originally requested to rent a Mercedes. However, the car had already been taken by another guest who specifically insisted on using that vehicle. After hearing the situation, Leon stood up. He handed the documents back to his team and said he would personally handle the issue to reassure the client. Without wasting time, he went upstairs to the floor where the client was staying. He located the correct room and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Leon politely introduced himself as the hotel manager. He apologized for the inconvenience and assured the guest, a woman named Gabrielle, that the hotel would take every possible measure to ensure her comfort. Gabrielle was slightly surprised by Leon's polite attitude and pleasant appearance. However, she calmly explained that the car situation was not a serious problem. She said she would be perfectly fine if the hotel arranged another vehicle. Leon smiled and told her that there was no need to worry about that. Instead, he offered her his own car, a Pagani, saying that he would gladly lend it to her. Gabrielle was stunned. She admitted that she had never imagined she would have the opportunity to use such an elite car. Leon reassured her with a friendly smile. He even offered to personally drive her wherever she needed to go. His generosity made Gabrielle very happy. Feeling a little embarrassed, she asked him to wait for a moment while she quickly changed her clothes. As Gabrielle prepared inside the room, Leon quietly reflected on how fortunate the hotel was to have such polite and attractive clients. A few minutes later, Gabrielle returned. She was now dressed elegantly and wearing stylish shoes, clearly ready for an important meeting. At the same time, somewhere else in the hotel, Laura was talking with her boyfriend Manhwa. She told him that it would be better for him to leave soon because Leon might come out at any moment. She did not want Manhwa to misunderstand the situation. Manhwa laughed and mocked her. He doubted that Leon would ever forgive her after everything that had happened, and said her plan sounded completely unrealistic. Laura's friend also questioned her. She asked whether Laura truly believed Leon would take her back after she had dumped him so cruelly. Laura admitted that she had spent many years with Leon. Because of their long relationship, she believed that their shared memories and emotions might eventually soften his heart and make him forgive her. Her friend sighed with envy and said that she herself would never be able to find someone like Leon. She even said that Laura had been extremely lucky. Laura brushed off the compliment. With confidence, she joked that if she managed to reconcile with Leon, she would even allow her friend to take the Pagani for a drive. However, just then Laura turned around and froze. She saw Leon standing nearby with another woman. Shocked, she rushed toward them and asked whether the woman was his secretary. She even offered to help him if he needed anything. Leon looked at her calmly and asked what she was talking about. He acted as if he did not even recognize her. Laura felt deeply hurt by his reaction. She asked him if he truly did not love her anymore after all the years they had spent together. She continued emotionally, asking whether he had already forgotten their past love. Then she looked at Gabrielle and made a sarcastic remark, implying that even if Gabrielle had a better body, her abilities were probably inferior. Gabrielle looked confused by the strange comparison. She calmly asked Laura how she could judge her abilities when they had never even met. She pointed out that Laura was simply making assumptions. Gabrielle then added that Leon had already complimented her earlier by saying that she was better than his ex-girlfriend. At that moment, Leon placed his arm around Gabrielle's waist and confirmed that everything she said was true. He openly agreed with her words. He even added that Gabrielle was not only talented but also gentle and pleasant to be around. Laura stood there in shock, completely speechless. Leon then told her that if she had nothing else to say, he and Gabrielle would leave. Desperate, Laura begged him not to go. She reminded him of their long relationship and insisted that he still loved her. Leon looked at her coldly and asked why he should love her. He bluntly criticized her vanity, dishonesty, unattractive appearance, and average figure. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Before leaving, he told Laura that she would never be his again and demanded that she stay out of his sight. Soon after, Leon and Gabrielle got into the car. Leon asked where she needed to go. Gabrielle explained that she was heading to the Qingsu Hotel, where her classmate's wedding celebration was taking place. She apologized for causing him trouble, but Leon reassured her. He reminded her that she had helped him earlier, so there was no need to feel embarrassed. They soon arrived at the Qingsu Hotel. Many wedding guests had already gathered outside, including several friends of the bride and groom. Among them were Gabrielle's friends. Some of the women began discussing her absence. They remembered that Gabrielle had once bragged about having a rich boyfriend who gave her a luxury car. One friend recalled that Gabrielle had recently mentioned receiving a Mercedes from her boyfriend, and wondered what the mysterious man looked like. Most of them were skeptical. They doubted that Gabrielle could really have connections with wealthy people, especially since she had usually been excluded from their social circles, where many of them had rich boyfriends. Just then, a luxury car slowly drove up and stopped in front of them. The girls looked at the car with curiosity. Their curiosity quickly turned into shock when Gabrielle stepped out of the vehicle. They were completely stunned. One of the girls exclaimed that it was unbelievable, and assumed that Gabrielle's boyfriend must be the owner of the car. Standing proudly in front of her friends, Gabrielle quietly asked Leon for a small favor. She reminded him that she had helped him earlier with a relationship problem, and now hoped he could support her in this situation. Leon remained seated in the car. He smiled, and told her to enjoy the wedding celebration. He also promised that he would wait for her until she finished. Meanwhile, in Leon's rented apartment, the landlady Winona was chatting with her daughter, Jean. Jean tried to calm her worried mother. She told her to be patient for a few more days, and assured her that Leon would eventually solve their problems. Winona, however, remained skeptical. She warned her daughter that Leon might be unreliable and could deceive them. She doubted that he had the ability to fix anything. She even complained that John had once been on track to become a civil servant, but had somehow ended up involved with someone like Leon. Just then, the front door opened. Jean happily announced that Leon had returned. Leon entered and calmly told Winona that he was moving out. He had come to collect his belongings and say goodbye. Winona immediately accused him of planning to leave without paying the rent. She suggested that he was trying to escape his responsibilities. Leon gently explained that she had misunderstood. He had always intended to pay the rent, and only wanted to inform them about his plans to move. At that moment, Winona checked her phone and suddenly saw a bank notification. A transfer of 40,000 yuan had just arrived. Surprised, she asked why he had sent so much money when the rent was only 20,000. Leon apologized politely. He explained that he had often paid the rent late in the past, so he decided to send extra as compensation. Curious, Winona then asked whether he had found a new job since he had suddenly decided to move out. Leon simply replied that nothing serious had happened, and that everything would be fine. Jean kindly offered to help him carry his belongings. Winona, however, remained suspicious. She decided to follow them outside to make sure Leon had not taken anything from the apartment. When they stepped outside, she suddenly noticed a luxury car parked nearby. Shocked, she asked whose car it was. She then asked Leon about his old car, a modest Chinese model he used to drive. Leon casually explained that his old car had broken down, so he bought a new one. He asked Jean to place his belongings in the trunk. Winona was completely shocked. She could not understand how someone who had been an ordinary office employee had suddenly become so wealthy. Leon smiled and admitted that since the truth was already obvious, he might as well say it. He claimed that he actually came from a wealthy family and had been quite successful all along. After Leon left, Jean turned to her mother and asked an uncomfortable question. She wondered why Winona had disliked Leon when he was poor, but now seemed impressed after discovering he was rich. Winona became irritated and told her daughter to stop talking nonsense. She insisted that Leon was not good enough for her before, and still was not good enough now. She quickly ended the conversation by reminding Jean to finish her homework. Later, Leon returned to the Bandau Hotel. An employee greeted him and informed him that the presidential suite had been fully prepared for his stay, along with all the luxury services available at the hotel. Leon asked his assistant to take his luggage to the room and prepare something for him to eat, because it had been a long and exhausting day. He soon sat down and enjoyed a delicious meal. While eating, he commented with satisfaction that the cuisine at the five-star hotel was truly excellent. A little later, Elizabeth contacted him and said that she would soon be free. She asked him to meet her at the main entrance of the construction company. Leon agreed and told her he would arrive in 30 minutes. He quickly drove to the company where Elizabeth was already waiting. After arriving, Leon asked her to place an order because the driver had arrived and was waiting for the appointment. Elizabeth looked confused and asked what order he was talking about. Leon smiled and jokingly explained that he meant ordering his personal driver. He added that if she refused, he might die of hunger while waiting. Elizabeth, amused but slightly confused, agreed to help him and place the order so that he would not feel offended. As she did so, she quietly thought about the strange situation. A man who owned a $30 million car and had once been considered the best salesman had somehow been fired from his job. She could not understand how such a capable and serious person could suddenly lose his position. Deep down, Elizabeth suspected that something unusual must have happened. Soon afterward, she informed Leon that the order had been successfully placed. Suddenly, Lena appeared in front of Leon, startling him. She glanced at Elizabeth and calmly evaluated her, giving her a B rating. Lena remarked that Elizabeth was quite impressive, and could even deserve a higher score. She added that someone like Elizabeth would be a good match for the protagonist. Lena then congratulated Leon on receiving his second task. According to the system, he had successfully completed the mission of transporting 2 beautiful women. For this achievement, he had earned 10,000 skill points, bringing the progress of the task to 50%. Leon was curious. He asked Lena which women she had rated with a B, and what criteria she used for judging people. Lena replied that women like Elizabeth were exceptionally rare and naturally deserved high evaluations. At that moment, Elizabeth turned to Leon and asked when they were going to leave for their destination. She noticed that he seemed distracted and assumed he had more serious problems than she did. Leon asked her what kind of problems she was referring to, and whether they were related to work or something personal. Elizabeth explained that her company urgently needed a venue for an important presentation. Unfortunately, she had been unable to find any available hotel space, which was causing serious trouble for the company. Leon casually suggested that she could hold the presentation at the Bandau Hotel since it had all the facilities required for such an event. Elizabeth immediately shook her head and told him not to joke. She explained that the Bandau Hotel was the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city. Money was not the problem, but booking a venue there was nearly impossible because it was almost always fully reserved. Leon simply smiled and said that life was unpredictable. He hinted that since they had met by chance, another surprise might be waiting for them. Elizabeth was intrigued by his confidence. Eventually, she agreed to change their route and head toward the Bandau Hotel. Leon enthusiastically supported the idea and promised that she would soon witness something surprising. He turned the car around and drove directly toward the Bandau Hotel, suggesting that their meeting had not been a coincidence. Elizabeth then made a careful statement. She warned him that if the hotel truly had no available rooms, she would not pay for the ride and did not want him to feel offended later. She also asked what reward he would want if he managed to win this bet. Leon thought for a moment, and then jokingly said that if he succeeded, she would have to perform 10 deep squats to make him happy. Elizabeth stared at him in disbelief and asked what kind of condition that was. She clearly felt uncomfortable with the strange request. Leon simply told her to search for the exercise online if she was confused. Elizabeth still felt that the request was unusual. However, she remembered calling the hotel earlier and being told that there were no available rooms. Feeling confident that she would win, she agreed to the condition and promised to fulfill it if they actually managed to book a venue. A few minutes later they arrived at the Bandau Hotel. Elizabeth approached the reception desk and introduced herself. She explained that she wanted to speak directly with the hotel manager. The secretary politely asked her to wait in the lobby while she informed Manager Wang. The secretary quietly assumed that Elizabeth might be Leon's new romantic partner. Soon, Manager Wang arrived. He greeted Elizabeth respectfully and apologized for not welcoming such an important guest earlier. Elizabeth returned the greeting and introduced herself as a representative of the Ayan company. She explained that her company wanted to hold a presentation at the hotel. She then cautiously asked whether the Bandau ballroom was available, though she admitted she doubted she was important enough to reserve such a popular venue. Manager Wang immediately reassured her. He told her that he could reserve the hall for any date she preferred. Elizabeth was completely surprised. She asked if he was truly serious. After receiving confirmation, she thanked him and scheduled the presentation for 10 days later. Manager Wang agreed without hesitation and promised to provide full support to her company. Elizabeth then turned to Leon and admitted that he seemed to have brought her good luck. Thanks to his suggestion, she had solved one of her biggest problems. Leon reminded her that he had predicted something unexpected would happen. Then he calmly told her that it was time to fulfill her promise. Elizabeth looked slightly embarrassed and asked why he was still bringing up that bet. As the president of the Xiaoyang company, she assured him that she always kept her word. However, she pointed out that they were still sitting in the car. She promised that she would fulfill the agreement later in private. Leon jokingly suggested that she could complete the task in the car if she wanted. Elizabeth immediately refused, saying that it was too public, and that she preferred to keep her promise somewhere more private. Soon afterward they arrived at Leon's cottage. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment and asked whether he truly wanted her to complete the task immediately. She wondered if he had perhaps changed his mind. Leon told her to finish it quickly since he still had other things to do. Elizabeth nervously admitted that she had never performed this particular exercise before, and warned him not to complain if she did it incorrectly. Leon simply smiled and reassured her that her effort alone would be enough. Elizabeth then began performing the squats. She struggled slightly but remained determined to keep her promise. As Leon watched her, he thought about how lucky he was to have met her earlier that day in the parking lot. He quietly admired her beauty. Just as Elizabeth was about to finish and was looking forward to going home and resting, the door suddenly opened. A man stormed into the room and angrily demanded to know what they were doing. Leon immediately realized that he had forgotten to lock the door and that the man had misunderstood the situation. The man turned out to be Zachary, Elizabeth's father. He looked at them suspiciously and demanded to know why his daughter was there. Feeling awkward, Elizabeth asked her father why he had suddenly appeared. However, he simply stared at her in silence. Leon felt that it would be inappropriate for him to interfere in their family conversation. Elizabeth quickly tried to explain the situation. She told her father that he had misunderstood everything and claimed that Leon was her new yoga instructor. According to her explanation, they were simply in the middle of a training session. Zachary looked skeptical. He pointed out that yoga instructors usually demonstrate exercises, rather than just watching from the side. Elizabeth insisted that Leon was a highly professional instructor, who preferred to give verbal instructions instead of physical demonstrations. Her father still seemed doubtful. He asked Elizabeth to step aside because he wanted to speak privately with the instructor. Meanwhile, Leon was silently thinking that perhaps becoming a yoga instructor could actually be a profitable profession. Suddenly, Zachary sat down next to him, leaving Leon slightly confused about his intentions. Zachary asked for his name and profession, clearly wanting to know everything about him. Leon calmly introduced himself and said that he worked as a taxi driver. Zachary looked surprised and said that if Leon wanted to attract Elizabeth's attention, he would need to drive a luxury car. Leon replied that he did indeed drive a luxury car when transporting his clients. Zachary suddenly remembered the Pagani parked outside the house. He remarked that Leon did not look like the typical wealthy young man he usually encountered. He even hinted that Leon might not be a bad match for his daughter. Leon felt as if he had somehow been dragged into a strange reality show and had no idea what was happening. Elizabeth quickly interrupted the conversation. She told her father that he had completely misunderstood the situation and that she and Leon had no romantic relationship. Zachary sighed and admitted that he no longer understood young people and their complicated relationships. Before leaving, he invited both of them to attend Elizabeth's grandfather's 80th birthday celebration. He suggested that it would be a good opportunity for everyone to get to know Leon better. As he walked away, he told them to continue their activities as if he had never been there. After he left, Elizabeth sat down and complained that her father had completely misunderstood the situation and believed they were romantically involved. Leon calmly replied that perhaps it was not such a bad misunderstanding. At least now her father would not oppose her training sessions. He suggested that she continue the exercise since she had not yet completed her task. Elizabeth hesitated and reminded him that her father had misunderstood everything and that there was nothing romantic between them. Leon agreed but explained that when she squatted, the tension in her muscles suggested that her form needed adjustment. When he moved closer to correct her posture, Elizabeth immediately pushed him away and warned him not to touch her. Leon calmly explained that the exercise targeted specific muscle groups and that the pressure was meant to focus on her legs. Elizabeth suddenly wondered whether she had misunderstood his intentions. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. He received a message from his former colleagues. They were saddened by his sudden departure from the company and invited him to join them for dinner at a restaurant called I-Princess. Leon turned to Elizabeth and said that it was time for him to leave. He promised that they would meet again later. Before going, he reminded her that she still owed him 9 more squats. Later that evening, Leon arrived at the I-Princess restaurant, thinking about how he was about to see the people he had worked with for many years. Inside the restaurant, Leon saw several of his former colleagues already waiting for him. As soon as he entered, a woman named Hannah warmly invited him to sit down, explaining that she had reserved a seat especially for him. Hannah looked genuinely surprised that he had quit the company. She remarked that with his abilities, he could easily have become the sales director one day. However, Vance suddenly interrupted her. He asked whether she even understood what she was saying. According to him, His own performance in sales was no worse than anyone else's, and in some ways, it was even better. He questioned why she believed the position of sales director should belong to Leon. Hannah calmly replied that Leon had achieved more results than Vance and therefore deserved the position far more. In her opinion, that would have been the fair decision. Vance shrugged and said there was no point discussing it anymore since Leon had already been fired. Promotion was no longer relevant. He then mentioned that he had heard the paperwork for Liam's appointment as sales director would arrive very soon. Raising his glass, he suggested that everyone should drink in advance to celebrate their friend Liam. Liam smiled modestly and admitted that he would soon become the director of sales. Even so, he commented that Leon had always been the central figure in their group. Leon quietly observed the atmosphere, and then remarked that he suspected the gathering was not truly meant to say goodbye to him. Instead, he felt that everyone had gathered there simply to prove they were more successful than him. Liam immediately corrected him. He bluntly stated that they were actually celebrating Leon's dismissal. Then he asked with a smirk what Leon planned to do next now that he was unemployed. Vance added another insult. He pointed out that Leon could not even return to his hometown because he was an orphan and had no family waiting for him there. Liam raised his glass again and made a sarcastic toast. He praised Leon as a genius who managed to work extremely well and still end up getting fired. Leon remained calm. He explained that he was currently working as a driver and might have clients later, so he could not drink alcohol with them. At that moment, a staff member from the restaurant approached their table and asked if the Pagani parked outside belonged to anyone there. Leon casually pretended that he had no idea what the man was talking about. Meanwhile, Liam glanced out of the window and suddenly noticed a stunning Pagani Zonda parked in the lot. Vance immediately exclaimed that the car was worth more than 20 million euros, and that only extremely wealthy people could afford such a luxury vehicle. The restaurant employee then asked the owner of the car to move it because it was blocking the exit. Vance burst out laughing and mocked Leon, joking that the request was clearly meant for the owner of the luxury Pagani, and not for someone with a modest car like Leon's old one. At that point, Leon calmly told everyone that the Pagani actually belonged to him. He admitted that they might not believe him, but it was the truth. Liam stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he was serious. He demanded to know where Leon could possibly have obtained the money for such an expensive car. Leon replied that being an orphan did not mean he was incapable of becoming wealthy. He bluntly called Liam's reasoning ridiculous. Soon, the entire conversation began to bore him. Leon turned to Hannah and offered to take her home. Hannah happily agreed, and the two of them prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to go, Liam stopped them and asked Leon to wait for a moment. He said there was something important he wanted to discuss. Liam even apologized, admitting that he had previously failed to recognize Leon's abilities. But Leon simply pulled his hand away and told him that the apology had come too late. Without saying anything else, Leon and Hannah left the restaurant and drove away. As the Pagani sped down the road, Leon quietly reflected that coming to the restaurant had been a mistake. Meanwhile, Hannah sat in the luxurious car in amazement. She had only ever seen vehicles like this in movies. She felt incredibly lucky to be sitting inside one now. She admitted to Leon that she had worked with him for many years without ever suspecting that he was actually wealthy. Leon explained that his wealth had been inherited, and that he normally preferred to live modestly without showing it off. However, that day, he had made an exception. He then suggested that Hannah place an order so he could drive her home. Hannah gratefully agreed. She said she could never refuse a man who had always helped her whenever she faced difficulties. However, at that moment the car's system displayed a notification. It reported that the passenger's overall score was 84 points, which did not meet the requirements for Leon's current task. Leon found this very strange. In his opinion, Hannah was clearly a beautiful woman. He could not understand why the system refused to give her just one more point. Confused, he asked Hannah whether she knew any way to increase a woman's charm. He explained that he wanted to understand how the concept worked. Hannah replied that improving charm essentially meant making oneself more attractive, but it was not something that could be done easily. Still curious, Leon asked how someone might actually achieve that. Wanting to help him, Hannah reached into her bag and said she might have a solution. She then took out a pair of stockings and began putting them on. Smiling, she told him that he would soon see the difference himself. After finishing, she asked Leon to evaluate her appearance and see whether it had improved. Leon carefully looked at her and realized that she really did look different. Her appearance had become far more elegant and attractive. He immediately activated the system scan again. This time, Her score increased to 85 points, which finally met the task's requirement. Leon felt relieved. According to the system's progress, he was now closer to completing the mission, with 15% of his career path remaining. Soon afterward, they arrived at Hannah's house. She mentioned that she was home alone and asked if he would like to come inside for tea. She casually added that her husband was currently away on a business trip. Leon politely declined. He explained that he still had other matters to deal with and promised that he would come for tea another time. Although slightly disappointed, Hannah said she understood. Leon dropped her off near her house, and before leaving she reminded him to drive safely, and thanked him again for helping her. Afterward, Leon headed to the sales department of the Joe Gay Company because he needed to resolve several matters. When he entered the building, he found the place interesting and decided to gather more information. Soon, he encountered his former colleague, Josie. She looked shocked to see him, and immediately asked what he was doing there. Leon explained that he had come to meet the manager regarding a property title deed that he urgently needed. Josie became visibly agitated. She tried to push him away, insisting that he should not cause trouble because the property in question was worth $800 million. She demanded to know how someone like him could possibly afford such a thing. Before she could continue, another voice suddenly interrupted her. Her manager, Valerie, stepped forward and ordered Josie to stop. She told her to step aside and said she would personally handle the situation. Valerie then politely introduced herself to Leon and offered to accompany him so that he could better understand the property details. Meanwhile, Josie continued protesting. She insisted that Valerie was wasting her time because Leon was an orphan and could never afford such a luxurious villa. Her remarks made Valerie extremely angry. She scolded Josie for speaking nonsense and instructed her to contact the Human Resources Department immediately. Even then, Josie stubbornly repeated that she was only telling the truth. Valerie finally revealed the truth herself. She explained that Leon had purchased 9 villas from their company. Hearing this, Josie was completely stunned. She collapsed to the floor in disbelief, wondering how Leon could possibly have bought so many properties. Meanwhile, Leon quietly thought to himself that if it were not for the mysterious system, he would never have experienced such a dramatic change in his life. Valerie quickly apologized to him for Josie's behavior. She explained that Josie had been under a lot of pressure lately. Leon calmly replied that it did not bother him. He then asked whether the registration of his property had been completed and requested the documents. Valerie confirmed that everything had already been finalized. She handed him the ownership papers along with the keys to the 9 villas. Leon placed the documents safely inside his luxury car and began thinking about the many tasks he still needed to complete. Soon afterward, he received a message from Hannah. She informed him that Lily and Liam had both been fired from the company. Leon was surprised. The news had come far too quickly after his own dismissal. He began to suspect that something unusual had happened. Out of curiosity, he contacted Elizabeth and asked whether she had anything to do with Lily and Liam losing their jobs. Elizabeth seemed surprised that the news had spread so quickly. She asked why they had been fired and hinted that, knowing the reasons might ease his concerns. Leon casually changed the topic and asked what she planned to do with the now vacant position of sales manager. Elizabeth replied that she had actually considered offering the position to him because she believed he would handle the responsibility fairly. However, Leon declined the offer. He said that he was already financially comfortable and recommended Hannah instead, explaining that she was competent and hardworking. Elizabeth appreciated the suggestion. She then mentioned that her car was still being repaired and asked whether Leon could drive her to the company. In return, she promised to give him a generous bonus. Leon agreed immediately, knowing that the trip could earn him a 5-star rating and additional system points. A few minutes later, they arrived at the company building. Before she stepped out, Leon reminded Elizabeth not to forget to give him a 5-star rating. Elizabeth looked amused and asked whether he truly cared that much about ratings. Leon confidently replied that he absolutely did. She joked that if she gave him a good rating, perhaps he would cancel her punishment of doing the squats. Leon firmly refused. He reminded her that she still owed him 9 squats, and that he would not accept one less. Elizabeth sighed with mild annoyance, but also amusement. She unbuckled her seatbelt and quickly got out of the car, hurrying toward the office. At that exact moment, Hannah appeared nearby and noticed Elizabeth standing with Leon. Leon looked slightly startled. He quickly tried to explain that he had simply seen Elizabeth trying to call a taxi and offered to drive her to work as a friendly favor. However, Hannah noticed his nervous tone and began to suspect that he might not be telling the full truth. Elizabeth noticed the awkward tension between Leon and Hannah. Without letting the situation escalate, she calmly told Hannah to stop standing around and return to work, reminding her that they both had a long day ahead. After a brief hesitation, Hannah nodded in agreement. She and Elizabeth then walked toward the company building together. Meanwhile, Leon remained seated in his car. A notification suddenly appeared on his phone. At first, he assumed it was another client requesting a ride, but when he checked the message, he discovered that Elizabeth had given him a 5-star rating. Leon smiled slightly. He thought that although Elizabeth could be sharp with her words, she actually had a very kind heart. A moment later, he noticed that the system had assigned him another task. His next mission required him to go to Tani's house, and a reward had already been promised. Pleased with the opportunity, Leon prepared to continue his work. He quickly called the client to confirm the details of the request and the route he should take. However, the client, a young woman, surprised him with an unusual question. She asked if he was really the driver and then wanted to know how old he was. Leon replied that he was 24 years old. The girl then made an unexpected request. She asked whether he would be willing to pretend to be her boyfriend for a short time. In return, she promised to give him a 5-star review. Leon agreed without hesitation, and soon drove to the address she had provided. After arriving, he located the apartment and knocked on the door. The door opened a moment later and a young woman greeted him. Leon told her that he had arrived and was ready to follow her instructions. The woman, a popular blogger named Catherine, looked at him carefully and thought that he was even more handsome than the intern she had previously considered, asking for help. This made her feel quite satisfied with her choice. Just then, another woman stepped out of the room and asked Catherine whether this man was truly her boyfriend. Leon calmly confirmed the claim and politely introduced himself. A man standing nearby complimented Leon's appearance and asked what he did for a living. Leon honestly replied that he worked as a driver. The answer surprised Catherine's parents. They had expected him to have a much more prestigious profession. Sensing the tension in the room, Catherine quickly stepped in to defend him. She explained that being a driver had become a very profitable profession and that many drivers in the industry were earning millions. She even added that Leon had bought her expensive jewelry and was saving money to start his own business, hinting that he was quite wealthy. Curious, the man asked what kind of business Leon was planning to start, remarking that most businesses eventually failed. Before Leon had to answer, Catherine reminded her parents that they had planned to meet friends and suggested that it was time for them to leave. Her parents agreed, and Catherine told them that Leon would drive them to the mall. Leon then apologized and explained that his car only had 2 seats. If all of them wanted to travel together, he would need to call another vehicle. This statement confused Catherine's parents. They wondered if he drove something small like a moped. The entire family walked outside with him, clearly unimpressed. Catherine's father complained that his daughter was foolish for dating a man who drove a moped. Her mother agreed, saying they would become a laughingstock if others discovered the truth. At that moment, Leon calmly took out the keys to his car. When the luxurious vehicle unlocked with a soft sound, Catherine's parents were completely stunned. Her father stared in disbelief and asked how Leon could possibly afford such an expensive car. He even questioned whether the car truly belonged to him. Catherine herself looked shocked and asked the same question. Leon simply confirmed that the car was indeed his and invited Catherine to get inside so they could continue with their plans. Suddenly her parents completely changed their attitude. They hurriedly urged Catherine to get into the car quickly, saying that they should not keep such a generous young man waiting. Once they were inside the car, Leon asked Catherine where they were going. She replied that their destination was the Times Square Mall. She also complimented the impressive car. Then she made another request. As a blogger, she wanted to start a live stream during the ride. Leon agreed, but only on the condition that she gave him a 5-star rating for the trip. Catherine laughed and promised that she would do so without any problem. Soon she started broadcasting live. She asked her followers to guess where she was and hinted that she was currently in the most exciting place imaginable. Her viewers quickly began guessing. Some of them suggested that she must be living a luxurious lifestyle with a handsome driver. Others suspected that she had simply rented an expensive car for the video. Catherine explained that she had ordered a driver through an app and that he had been extremely professional. Secretly, she also thought that Leon was quite handsome. After some time they arrived at the Times Square shopping center. Catherine informed Leon that she had already given him a 5-star rating. She thanked him for the ride and said she hoped they would meet again. At that moment, Lena suddenly appeared again. She congratulated Leon on earning 200,000 points, and hinted that he was getting closer to advancing his career. Lena also mentioned that his next step would involve participating in the China International Circuit Driving Skills competition. Leon then asked Catherine whether she could wait for a moment. He wanted to upgrade his phone and wondered if she could help him choose one. Catherine happily agreed. Together, they entered a well-known electronics store famous for selling some of the best phones in the country. Catherine examined several models carefully while explaining their features. When Leon pointed to a specific model and said it had enough storage for his needs, Catherine suggested that he might find it cheaper online. Leon gently brushed aside her suggestion and smiled. Since they were already there, he said they might as well buy it directly. Soon the salesman packed the selected phone and confirmed the model. He asked whether Leon would also like a protective case. He explained that the phone cost more than 10,000 yuan, and that a case would prevent scratches. Leon refused immediately. He said he disliked phone covers because they felt uncomfortable. The salesman nodded but then began showing him different colored cases anyway. Leon looked surprised and reminded him that he had already said he did not need a case. He added that if anything happened to his phone, he would simply buy another one. Then he pointed at the display and told the salesman to pack 5 boxes of each color. The salesman was stunned and asked if he was truly serious about buying so many. Leon casually pointed to a nearby computer and told the salesman to pack that as well. Catherine stood there with her mouth open in shock. She could not understand where Leon had obtained so much money. Meanwhile, her live stream had exploded in popularity. The number of viewers had reached over 5 million, which was 5 times higher than her usual audience. She quickly realized that showing luxury purchases was attracting massive attention. After leaving the electronics store, Catherine asked whether Leon planned to buy anything else. Leon thought for a moment and said he wanted to purchase a stylish watch. Inside a luxury watch store, a sales assistant informed the manager, Lola, that a new customer had arrived. Lola looked uncertain. She wondered whether helping them would be worth the effort. She noticed that Catherine was live streaming their visit. Although blogging had become profitable, Lola remained skeptical, and eventually said that their store only served the wealthiest clients. Meanwhile, Leon and Catherine examined several expensive watches. However, they struggled to decide which model looked best. Catherine stared at the price tags in disbelief, and admitted that she did not understand the world of the extremely rich. Leon then asked the saleswoman if he could see a specific watch model. Lola coldly replied that the watch could only be shown after payment. Both Leon and Catherine were shocked by this policy. Just then, a wealthy-looking man and a young woman entered the store. The man immediately called for the staff and demanded to see their best watch. Lola rushed over and greeted them politely, saying she had not seen them for a long time. The woman noticed a beautiful gold watch and said she wanted it as a birthday gift. Her husband immediately agreed to buy it. Lola complimented her taste and said that the watch was a newly released model and an excellent choice. Watching this scene, Catherine felt confused. Meanwhile, her live broadcast continued gaining viewers. Leon became irritated by the unfair treatment. He approached Lola and asked why they were being treated differently from other customers. He pointed out that all customers should receive equal service. Lola calmly replied that the store prioritized customers based on wealth and social status. She hoped he could understand their policy. Leon criticized the practice and said it was shameful to treat people differently simply because they had more money. Catherine quietly suggested that they leave the store and not waste their time. Lola sarcastically thanked them for visiting, and implied that other stores might not have even allowed them to enter. Catherine grabbed Leon's arm and led him away, saying they would find another place. Soon they entered another luxury watch store where a friendly saleswoman greeted them warmly and asked how she could help. Since Leon was unfamiliar with watches, he asked Catherine for advice. She admitted that she knew very little about them. Instead, she turned to her live stream viewers for suggestions. Several viewers recommended buying a model called the 175. The saleswoman noticed the live stream and looked surprised, wondering whether the viewers were mocking the store or genuinely offering advice. Leon glanced at Catherine's screen and noticed some negative comments from viewers who doubted he could afford such an expensive watch. Catherine offered to block those rude viewers. However, Leon calmly said there was no need. Instead, he asked the saleswoman to show him the model 175. The entire store fell silent. Both the staff and the other customers stared at him in disbelief, unable to imagine that he might actually intend to purchase such a luxurious watch. The main character calmly took out his business card and said that he wanted to buy the watch, adding that he would be very happy to own it. The sellers looked at him apologetically and explained that the watch was currently out of stock. They told him that it would have to be transported from Europe and then delivered directly to his home. Catherine, who was standing nearby, asked whether the watch might be available in a larger store close to them. The saleswoman shook her head and explained that there were only 6 such watches in the entire world, and only one of them had been sent to China. At that moment, a girl from the store where the main character had previously been turned away rushed in with surprising news. She announced that someone had just purchased a watch worth more than $10 million. Lola immediately turned to her friend and asked whether that watch was the model 175 from the nearest store. Meanwhile, a man from the store approached the saleswoman and asked her to take him to the person who had bought such an expensive watch. When Lola finally saw the buyer, she froze in shock. She stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand whether the man standing before her was really the same person she had previously dismissed in their store. Leon remained inside the store while Catherine continued her live broadcast. A moment later, Lola walked up to him and tried to act polite. She told him that their store also had many excellent watches and invited him to come and take a look. Leon calmly replied that he would not visit their store because his status was not high enough for them. Hearing this, Lola immediately realized the meaning behind his words. She quickly chased after him, apologizing repeatedly and admitting that she had made a mistake. Tears filled her eyes as she understood that her arrogance had caused her to lose an enormous amount of commission. A few minutes later, Leon and Catherine walked outside the mall together. Leon handed her one of the phones he had bought earlier and apologized for making her spend the entire day accompanying him around the mall. Catherine smiled warmly and told him there was no need to apologize. She admitted that she had actually enjoyed the day very much, and that visiting all those elite places had been exciting for her. In her heart, she began to think that Leon was not only rich, but also a true gentleman. If he really were her boyfriend, it would be something amazing. Soon after, Leon arrived at the China International Circuit. According to the system's instructions, this was the place where he would receive his next reward. However, when he arrived, the girls working at the racetrack told him that there was a VIP reception taking place that day. Because of the event, the entire area had been closed, and they would not be able to assist him. Leon calmly explained that he had not come as a customer. Instead, he was there to meet their manager. He asked them to inform the manager that he had arrived. The girl nodded and told him to wait while she made the call. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a man named Charlie walked in. He looked surprised when he saw Leon standing there. Immediately, Charlie turned to the staff and demanded to know why the area had not been locked down as he had ordered, and why Leon was still there. The girl quickly explained that Leon had come to meet John, and assured Charlie that Leon would soon leave the racetrack. Another staff member quietly told the protagonist that they should go up to the second floor quickly so that they would not anger their director. Leon asked who the man was, finding it quite arrogant that the entire racing circuit had been closed just for him. The girl looked slightly shocked by the question and explained that the man was Charlie, a very influential figure in Shanghai D.T. She added that very few people in the country would dare to oppose him. Soon after, Leon met John. John looked surprised and asked why Leon had not contacted him earlier, saying that he would have arranged a proper reception with his entire team. John then asked one of the girls to bring Leon some water. The girl looked confused and asked why she was the one being asked to bring water, especially since the director himself was speaking with the young man. John then explained something that shocked everyone in the room. He said that the racing circuit had been purchased by their director, and from that moment onward, Leon was the new owner of the entire place. In other words, Leon was now their boss. John respectfully asked Leon to handle the situation, and mentioned that it had now become a company matter. Leon calmly replied that he trusted Gia and asked John to continue managing everything as usual. After that, he requested to be driven to the racetrack. John assumed that Leon must have bought the circuit because he loved racing, so he enthusiastically offered to take him for a few laps around the track. However, Leon declined the offer, and instead asked John to call one of the professional drivers. Standing by the track, Leon watched as the powerful cars roared past at incredible speeds. He admired the driver's skill as they maneuvered through the difficult course. But, suddenly, one of the drivers slowed down, stopped his car, and stepped out. He walked directly toward Leon and John. Everyone was confused about why he had stopped. When the man approached them, he demanded to know how John dared to reserve the entire racetrack for himself and bring outsiders there. John quickly stepped forward and explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He assured Charlie that everything would be explained. Then John calmly revealed that Leon was now the owner of the racetrack and had simply come to inspect it. Charlie and the people around him were stunned. They could hardly believe what they had just heard and wondered whether John was telling the truth. Leon then calmly told John that he had come to drive a few laps. He instructed him to clear all the outsiders from the track and refund their money. John was completely stunned. He had never seen anyone speak to Charlie in such a direct manner. Charlie, however, did not seem angry. Instead, he looked intrigued. He said that no one in Shanghai had ever spoken to him like that before. With a smile, he invited Leon to race with him. He suggested that the winner would earn the right to stay on the track. Charlie then looked around and asked Leon where his car was. If Leon's car was good enough, he said, they could have a proper race. Just then, someone drove Leon's Pagani onto the track. When Charlie saw the car, his eyes widened in shock. He asked Leon if the Pagani really belonged to him. Leon casually replied that it was not the most expensive car in the world, but it was probably better than Charlie's. He added that the Pagani might be a bit too luxurious for him. Charlie laughed and said that he had already spent more than $3 million tuning his own car, which he believed was just as good as Leon's Pagani. The racers studied the track map and realized that the course would be extremely challenging. Soon, both Leon and Charlie stood at the starting line, each completely confident in his own victory. A girl at the starting line counted down from 3 and gave the signal to begin. The race started instantly. Both drivers accelerated down the track, neither willing to give way to the other. The tension on the track was intense as the cars raced side by side. John watched the race nervously, wondering why Leon was taking such a dangerous risk. Soon he noticed that Charlie had slowed slightly while Leon was preparing to enter a corner at an incredibly high speed. A bystander gasped and said that even professional racers rarely dared to take that corner so quickly. One small mistake could easily send a car flying off the track. As the cars approached the turn, Leon refused to slow down. In a breathtaking moment, his car shot through the corner and surged ahead. Moments later, Leon crossed the finish line first, with Charlie only a few meters behind him. The girl at the finish line clapped excitedly and announced that Leon had won the race. She praised him as an incredibly cool racer. Leon calmly lit a cigarette as Charlie walked over to him. Instead of being angry, Charlie looked full of admiration. He praised Leon's driving skills and even called him his idol. Charlie admitted his defeat, although he added that his Pagani had not been fully tuned yet. Still, he was surprised that Leon's car had launched faster than his own. Leon calmly explained that Charlie had started incorrectly. He said that Charlie should have immediately pressed the clutch and reduced the engine power. Charlie listened carefully, clearly impressed by Leon's knowledge. He then asked whether Leon used WeChat, explaining that he did not want to lose contact with such a skilled driver. Leon smiled and confirmed that he had the app. The two quickly added each other as friends and agreed that they could meet again in the future, perhaps for dinner. After that, Leon told John that he would return another time and asked him to prepare all the necessary information later. Then Leon generously invited John and Charlie to enjoy themselves at the racetrack that day at his expense. Charlie thanked him but curiously asked why Leon seemed to be in such a hurry. Leon simply explained that he was working as a driver and still had an order to complete. He needed to meet a client. Leaving them to continue their fun, Leon soon arrived at the Yunwei villa, where he was supposed to meet Elizabeth. He opened the door and informed her that her car had arrived. Elizabeth was surprised and happy to see him. She explained that she had not yet left the hotel because she had not finished getting ready. Leon gently told her not to apologize and assured her that he understood. Elizabeth then said that since Leon insisted on waiting, he could sit inside and watch a movie while she finished getting ready. She went into the bathroom to dry her hair. Leon sat down and looked around the room, thinking that he should find something to do while waiting. Soon he noticed that Elizabeth had received a letter. When he mentioned it, Elizabeth quickly said that it was something related to work and asked him to ignore it. However, Leon noticed that the letter did not look very professional. It seemed to be advertising black lace underwear. He then mentioned that there was another message, and was about to read it when Elizabeth suddenly rushed out of the bathroom. Panicking, she hurried over and tried to cover the laptop with her body, insisting that the emails were fake spam and should not be taken seriously. In her rush, Elizabeth suddenly slipped and almost fell. Leon reacted instantly. He jumped up and rushed forward to catch her before she hit the floor. Fortunately, Elizabeth managed to regain her balance and remained standing. She breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Leon, saying she was very lucky. But in the chaos, something unexpected had happened. While trying to grab her and prevent the fall, Leon had accidentally pulled off her robe. Embarrassed beyond words, Elizabeth quickly grabbed the robe, wrapped it around herself and ran back into the bathroom. Leon tried to calm her down and explain that the letters were just spam, but she had already disappeared inside. From behind the door, Elizabeth told him that she did not want to hear anything right now. After a while, she finally came out again, now fully dressed. She nervously asked Leon how she looked. She explained that she had been preparing for an upcoming class reunion and had spent a lot of effort getting ready. Leon looked at her for a moment and smiled. Then he jokingly said that her dress was perfect. It looked suitable both for a beauty pageant and for doing squats, making it an excellent choice. Elizabeth suddenly walked closer to Leon and playfully patted him. With a teasing smile, she told him that if he closed the curtains, she would actually do the squats he had joked about earlier. Leon calmly agreed and stood up to close the curtains. Meanwhile, Elizabeth stood there thinking to herself that she had to go through with this. If she fulfilled the condition, Leon would stop teasing her, and she could also keep her promise from their earlier bet. With a small wink toward the protagonist, she prepared herself. Holding the edges of her dress carefully, Elizabeth began doing squats. It was clearly not easy for her to maintain her balance while keeping the dress in place. She struggled through the movements for several minutes. Finally, after a couple of minutes, Elizabeth stopped and told Leon that she had completed her promise. She then said that they should hurry and head to Shanghai. Leon asked her to wait for a moment. He explained that he needed to go to the restroom first, and after that they could leave together for the meeting. About half an hour later, Leon returned and told Elizabeth that they could go now. However, as they were about to leave, Leon suddenly stopped walking. Elizabeth noticed his reaction and asked why he had stopped. Leon explained that he had just seen a familiar face. Elizabeth looked surprised and asked whether he really knew someone there. She wondered how he could recognize anyone in this place. Leon calmly replied that he had met the man only a day earlier, although he suspected that Elizabeth might know him much better. Just then, Elizabeth's parents suddenly appeared in front of them. Elizabeth froze in surprise when she saw them standing there. She immediately asked her mother and father what they were doing there. An awkward silence filled the room. Elizabeth felt extremely uncomfortable, especially because her parents had seen her together with Leon again. Elizabeth's father smiled calmly and asked whether they had finished all their chores. Elizabeth looked confused and asked what he meant. She also asked why they had not told her that they were coming. Her father explained that they had arrived only a short time ago. When they saw the curtains being drawn earlier, they assumed the young couple wanted privacy, so they decided not to interrupt. Elizabeth's mother laughed softly and asked why her daughter was being so shy. She reassured Elizabeth that everything was perfectly normal for adults, and that they understood the situation completely. Elizabeth's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly explained that it was not what her mother thought, and that she had only been changing clothes in her room. Elizabeth's father then told his wife that there was no need to argue about it. He suggested that they leave so the young people could have their privacy. Before leaving, Elizabeth's mother invited Leon to attend the upcoming birthday celebration for their family's grandfather, which would take place the day after tomorrow. Leon politely agreed and promised that he would attend the birthday party. He assured Elizabeth's mother that he would not disappoint them. After that, he asked Elizabeth whether she was ready to go, reminding her that they needed to hurry. Still embarrassed by her parents' teasing words, Elizabeth quietly agreed and followed Leon. Sometime later, the two of them arrived in Zhongtang. Before she got out of the car, Leon reminded Elizabeth not to forget to leave a 5-star review. He also told her that once she finished her business, she could place another order, and he would come to pick her up again. Elizabeth laughed and jokingly said that Leon seemed to care about only 2 things, chatting with her and receiving a good review. She said it sounded a bit strange. Leon calmly explained that it was part of his job. Feedback after every trip was very important for drivers. He promised that he would explain everything in detail later. He also told her that if she ran into any trouble, she could call him immediately. He assured her that he would come to help her right away if anything required attention. At that moment, Lena suddenly appeared beside Leon. She informed him that he had already reached the 100-kilometer milestone, and had earned 200,000 mastery points. Lena also told him that his completion rate had reached 55%. As a reward, he had obtained 21% of the shares in the Baba company. Leon thought about this surprising reward and asked Lena whether increasing his mileage could eventually make him the boss of the company where he worked. Lena explained that the company's headquarters were located in Yongkang, and that its market value exceeded $50 billion. She added that if Leon decided to sell his shares, he could easily earn $10 billion. She emphasized that this was not a joke. Leon casually placed his arm around Lena's shoulder and replied that with his current income, he had no real need to sell the shares. In fact, there was no reason to rush. Then he wondered aloud whether it would be even better to simply keep the shares and collect hundreds of millions in dividends every year. Lena explained that his current career progress was at 55%. With a little more effort, he could unlock an entirely new career path in the system. She added that when his career level reached 100%, the rewards would become even more generous. Leon became excited when he heard this. He told Lena that he would continue completing orders until he reached the final reward. Soon after, Leon noticed that he had received a new order from Starbucks. He decided to complete the delivery before going home to rest. He thought to himself that the long day had already made him quite tired. Once he finished this order, he planned to return home and relax. Meanwhile, a young woman named Cheryl was standing nearby, recording a video of herself on her phone while waiting for a taxi. Just then, Leon's luxury car stopped in front of her. Leon removed his sunglasses and asked whether she was Miss Cheryl. She confirmed that she was. Inside her mind, Cheryl felt extremely pleased. She thought that she had dressed especially well today, and felt lucky to have attracted the attention of such a wealthy and handsome man. Leon then politely asked her to get into the car. Cheryl happily agreed. She quickly entered the car and fastened her seatbelt. She greeted Leon warmly and introduced herself, asking where they were going. With a flirtatious tone, she told him that he could call her by any name he liked. Leon looked confused by her words and asked whether she had ordered a driver to take her to Joe. Cheryl suddenly looked shocked. She asked if Leon was really the driver. Looking around the luxurious sports car, she could hardly believe it. She wondered whether this was some kind of strange scam. Leon calmly explained that it was simply a new type of service. Hearing this, Cheryl's expression immediately changed. With a disappointed tone, she complained that she had thought she had met a rich man, only to discover that he was merely a driver. She said it felt insulting. Leon quietly thought to himself that Cheryl had changed her attitude incredibly quickly, revealing her true personality. Soon, Cheryl told him to slow down because she could not take proper photos while the car was moving. She also rudely claimed that he did not even know how to drive properly. She even threatened that if anything happened to the Pagani, he would never be able to afford the repairs. Leon calmly replied that the car actually belonged to him. However, Cheryl refused to believe him. She accused him of lying and said he was only pretending to be important to impress her. She mocked him for working as a driver while pretending to be someone significant. Leon finally became annoyed by her arrogance. He asked what kind of person she thought she was, and why she believed she had the right to treat others that way. Cheryl arrogantly replied that she was clearly far more noble than him. She even said that he was not worthy of being her driver, and called him a complete loser. At that moment, Leon suddenly pressed the gas pedal. The car surged forward sharply, catching Cheryl completely off guard. She nearly lost her balance from the sudden acceleration. Furious, she shouted at him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Leon calmly told her that if she was so capable, she could simply buy her own car and drive herself wherever she wanted. As for him, he would not take her anywhere else. He then opened the door of the Pagani and told her to get out before he took further action. Cheryl became even angrier. She demanded to know how he dared to treat her like that, and threatened to leave a terrible review and file a complaint. Leon simply pointed out that the car had a dash camera installed, so she would not be able to make false accusations. After saying this, Leon drove away, leaving Cheryl shouting angrily behind him. She screamed that he would soon realize he had offended the wrong person. Later, Leon arrived at Joe Gay. However, the unpleasant encounter with Cheryl had already ruined his mood. Soon afterward, the system notified him that the passenger had submitted a review. Leon quickly realized that Cheryl had indeed left him a bad rating. Just then he received a call from the company manager, Baba. Leon immediately understood that he was about to receive a penalty and a reprimand. Without hesitation, Leon told the manager that he resigned. He said she could do whatever she wanted and asked whether she had even thought about the consequences of her actions. Angered by his attitude, the company manager suspended him from work and abruptly hung up the phone. Leon could not help thinking how unfair life sometimes seemed. Later, he went to visit the staff at his villa to check on the situation there. They greeted him respectfully and warmly. The person in charge of the property explained that everything had already been arranged while Leon was away. All the furniture had been purchased from the most prestigious companies. Leon sat down on the sofa and carefully examined the furniture himself before sharing his opinion with the manager. After reviewing everything, the manager informed him that they had also selected several candidates for the position of his personal servants. Those who had passed the first round of interviews were currently waiting in the office. Leon then walked into the office. Several candidates were seated inside, waiting nervously. Among them was Cheryl. The moment she saw Leon enter the room, her eyes widened in shock. She pointed at him in disbelief, completely unable to understand how someone she considered a mere driver could appear in such an important place. The manager immediately noticed her rude behavior and sternly asked what she thought she was doing. Cheryl angrily replied that Leon was the same driver she had met earlier on the road and claimed that he had been extremely rude to her. In this part, Leon looked at the manager in confusion and asked why Cheryl was there, wondering if she had come to apply for a job at the hotel. Cheryl immediately turned to the manager with a sneer and demanded to know why a mere driver had been allowed inside. She arrogantly asked if this idiot even understood what kind of place he was standing in. Without warning, the manager stepped forward and slapped Cheryl across the face. His voice turned cold as he told her that Leon was the boss of this establishment and also the head of all the companies connected to it. Cheryl froze in shock. Anger quickly replaced her surprise, and she demanded to know why the manager had dared to hit her. She insisted that it was impossible for Leon to be the boss. According to her, he was nothing more than a driver. She even waved her phone, claiming she had an order that proved it. The protagonist, still confused by the sudden turn of events, asked the manager how this situation could be possible. He wondered if there was some kind of rule that prevented a driver from becoming the head of the jug establishment. The manager quickly apologized and explained that there was no such rule at all. Then he turned sharply toward Cheryl and ordered her to immediately apologize to Leon and ask for his forgiveness. Reluctantly, Cheryl admitted her mistake. With clear unwillingness in her voice, she told Leon that she had made an error and asked him to give her another chance, promising that she would never repeat such a mistake again. But Leon was still angry. Without hesitation, he ordered the manager to throw the impudent girl out. The guards immediately grabbed Cheryl and began dragging her out of the office. As she struggled, she begged Leon to listen to her and promised that she would behave properly from now on. Once she was gone, the manager informed Leon that there were still 4 candidates left who were interested in the job and asked him to choose one of them. However, Leon shook his head. He said that none of them satisfied him and instructed the manager to give each of them 5,000 won as compensation and send them away. At that moment, Leon received a message from Elizabeth asking him to come to Zhongtang. Leon told the manager that he had other matters to attend to and asked him to select the servants himself. The manager respectfully agreed. Meanwhile, at Zhongtang, Elizabeth's friend begged her not to leave yet because they were having such a pleasant time together. She reminded Elizabeth that they had not sat together for many years and wanted to catch up on everything that had happened in her life. Just then, Donald walked in. Smiling, he greeted Elizabeth and said that it had been years since they last met. He suggested that they sit together for a while before he drove her home. Elizabeth politely declined. She explained that she still had work to finish and had already ordered a car. She mentioned that the taxi driver was actually a good friend of hers. Her friend immediately warned her that taking a taxi was not very safe anymore and suggested that Donald could drive her home instead. At that exact moment, Leon walked into the establishment. Elizabeth's face brightened as soon as she saw him. She warmly greeted him and told him that she had been eagerly waiting for his arrival. Her friend noticed the closeness between them and curiously asked whether Leon was Elizabeth's friend. Then she added that Leon was so handsome that he could easily become a world-famous star. Donald, however, looked irritated. He scoffed and asked what the point of being handsome was, pointing out that Leon was still just a driver and would never become a boss. Leon overheard the remark and calmly asked Donald what he had just said about being a driver. Donald immediately tried to brush it off, claiming that Leon must have misheard him. Still puzzled, Leon asked what Donald found so amusing, admitting that he did not quite understand his strange attitude. Donald then turned to Elizabeth's friend and whispered that it was obvious her friend was not very intelligent. After all, he worked as a taxi driver yet seemed to have incredible self-confidence. Elizabeth ignored Donald's comment and walked closer to Leon. She calmly assured Donald that there was nothing wrong with Leon's confidence. In fact, she admired it. Her friend, however, disagreed. She said that confidence alone would not take someone very far. Then she casually mentioned that Donald had just bought a brand new Mercedes, while a taxi driver like Leon could only dream of such luxury. Elizabeth simply looked at them silently. In her mind, she knew she should not lower herself to argue with such people, so she chose not to respond to their rudeness. Instead, she quietly told Leon that they should ignore them because those people had clearly drunk too much before he arrived. Donald, irritated by Elizabeth's attitude, felt that she was protecting Leon. In his mind, he decided that he would show them what real wealth looked like. A few minutes later, they all walked out into the parking lot. Donald confidently pressed the remote control in his hand, and a Mercedes responded with a sharp beep as the lights flashed. Donald proudly looked around, convinced that everyone present would envy him. His girlfriend immediately praised the car, saying that the Mercedes looked incredibly cool and expensive. Donald shrugged modestly and said it was not that expensive. It had only cost a little over $2 million, and he planned to buy a Lamborghini once he became truly rich. His girlfriend suddenly remembered something and laughed. She reminded him that back when they were still in university, he used to say that his favorite car was a Pagani. She added that a Pagani now cost around $28 million, and even if he worked his entire life, he probably could not afford one. At that moment, she suddenly noticed something nearby. It looked like a Pagani was parked right next to Donald's Mercedes. Donald turned around and walked toward the car. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the luxurious Pagani standing there, shining under the lights. Just then, Leon stepped forward and calmly asked Donald if he had finished admiring the Pagani. Then, he politely told him to step aside. Donald assumed Leon simply wanted a closer look at the car, and smugly told him that it was indeed extremely expensive, a vehicle so luxurious that it could practically blind people. However, in the next moment, Leon calmly took out a set of keys and unlocked the Pagani. He turned to Elizabeth and told her to get into the car. Donald froze in place, completely stunned. His voice trembled as he asked Leon if the car really belonged to him. Leon calmly replied by asking who had ever said that a driver could not own such a car. Then he advised them not to limit their thinking simply because of poverty. After saying this, Leon and Elizabeth got into the Pagani and drove away, leaving Donald and his girlfriend standing there in complete silence. As they drove through the night, Elizabeth apologized to Leon. She admitted that she never expected her friends to behave like such snobs and felt deeply ashamed of them. Leon simply told her that it did not matter to him. Then he asked whether she wanted him to take her home or if she needed to go somewhere else. Elizabeth explained that she had drunk some wine and wanted to go to the beach to sober up. She suggested that they change their destination. Leon thought it sounded like a good idea. Some fresh air would probably help. Nah. Soon after, Leon received a task from the system. He needed to collect 10 5-star ratings, and the reward would be 100,000 points. He quickly calculated that by sunset, he would already have 7 ratings, and was very close to completing the task. Not long afterward, they arrived at the beach. Leon stopped the car and told Elizabeth that she could go and enjoy the beautiful waves. As he parked the car, Elizabeth suddenly asked him to turn away. Confused, Leon asked why she did not want him to look. He jokingly wondered if she planned to change into a swimsuit. Elizabeth laughed and explained that she only wanted to take off her stockings so she could walk comfortably on the sand. Leon asked why he needed to turn away at all, saying that he was not embarrassed about seeing her remove her stockings. In response, Elizabeth playfully pinched him and told him that he could stay facing her, but he was not allowed to look. She quickly removed her stockings so they would not get wet, and then suggested that they walk along the beach together. The cool sand and the sound of the waves helped her relax. As they walked, Elizabeth suddenly mentioned that her family had been constantly urging her to bring Leon to her grandfather's birthday party, because everyone was waiting to meet him. Leon asked if she really wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend at the party. He said he would agree, but only because he liked how she always kept her promises. Elizabeth immediately protested, saying that he had no conscience because she had already fulfilled her part of their bet. Suddenly, Elizabeth noticed something strange in the distance. She pointed toward the Joe district and asked Leon why the lights there were turned on. Leon asked what was unusual about that. Elizabeth explained that real estate in that area was incredibly expensive and almost impossible to sell. Because of that, the buildings there were usually empty, and it was rare to see the entire area illuminated. Leon suggested that they go there and take a closer look. He even joked that they could spend the night there if necessary. Elizabeth looked surprised and asked if he was serious. Spending the night there sounded like something straight out of a dream. Leon simply took her hand and told her not to misunderstand. He just wanted to show her something. They soon arrived at the location. Elizabeth explained that she had once participated in the auction for that piece of land, but she had to withdraw during the first round because she did not have enough money. Leon smiled and told her that despite that, she was far from an ordinary person in the city. Confused, Elizabeth asked what he meant. She said that she had only been curious about the place because she had heard rumors that the pools there were filled with mineral water. Without hesitation, Leon took her hand and said they should go inside together to see if those rumors were true. Elizabeth quickly shook her head and warned him that they could not just enter the property. If someone saw them, it could cause serious trouble. Leon casually asked what would happen if he simply took her there so she could relax and admire the water in the pool. Elizabeth laughed and said that if that were possible, she would immediately put on a swimsuit and go swimming in the healthy mineral water, which was considered the best in the city. Leon nodded seriously and said they should definitely try it. Elizabeth stared at him in disbelief and asked if he had completely lost his mind. Nevertheless, the two of them walked toward Jug together. Leon quietly noticed that Elizabeth seemed completely unaware of the current situation. When they arrived at the entrance, the staff immediately bowed respectfully as they greeted them. Elizabeth was stunned. They walked straight into Jug, and not a single person tried to stop them. She found this extremely strange, and wondered why there was not much stricter security in such a valuable place. Elizabeth asked Leon whether they had really been allowed to enter so easily, especially since no one else seemed to be permitted inside. Leon calmly replied that getting in was not as difficult as she imagined. After driving through the entrance, Leon parked his Pagani, and Elizabeth stepped out of the car. She immediately began looking around with amazement. Pointing at the trees, she admired the fruit hanging from the branches, and commented on how beautiful and impressive everything looked. Leon asked casually whether she would like to taste some of the fruit. However, Elizabeth quickly shook her head and said that he did not need to go through the trouble just for her. A moment later, her attention shifted to something else. She spotted the pool she had mentioned earlier, the one that was said to be filled with mineral water. Leon said that he had already noticed the pool, and asked whether it was finally time for her to fulfill the promise she had made back when they were in the Pagani. Elizabeth immediately came up with an excuse. She said that she did not have a swimsuit, and that she did not even know how to swim. According to her, she should have mentioned that earlier. Leon looked at her quietly and realized that she had cleverly tricked him. In the end, he simply accepted the situation, but warned her that next time she would not escape so easily. Elizabeth laughed and reassured him that he should not worry. She promised that she would keep her word eventually. Then she asked if they could go back now. Leon, however, asked whether she was not curious to see the inside of the house. He pointed out that she did not seem interested in discovering what might be hidden there. Elizabeth thought about it for a moment and said that although they had been lucky enough to enter the yard, going inside the house would definitely count as trespassing. Leon disagreed. He pointed out that there was no one inside the house, so there was nothing to worry about. He suggested that they quickly go in, take a look around, and leave. Elizabeth grabbed his hand and urged him not to do anything reckless. She insisted that they should leave before someone caught them and punished them. However, Leon calmly walked up to the door. To her complete surprise, he unlocked it and opened it without hesitation. He then turned to her and told her that she could enter. Elizabeth stood there completely stunned. She had not expected him to open the door of such a luxurious villa so casually. In disbelief, she asked whether it was really his house. Leon calmly confirmed it. He explained that he had bought the villa the previous day, and even offered to give her a tour. Elizabeth's reaction was completely unexpected. Feeling confused and betrayed, she suddenly slapped Leon and accused him of lying to her. She demanded to know how much he had spent on such a magnificent villa. Leon admitted that he did not know the exact price, but estimated that it had cost several billion yuan. Elizabeth remained skeptical. She argued that he must be lying again because the most expensive villa in that area was only worth a little more than 1 billion yuan. She wondered how a single villa could cost several billion unless he had purchased the entire area. Leon sat down on the sofa and calmly admitted that she was correct. He had in fact bought all of the villas in the area. Elizabeth was completely stunned by this answer. She asked how he could possibly obtain so much money so easily. Leon simply replied that everything was simpler than she imagined. He hinted that she did not yet know one of his secrets. Elizabeth joked that he seemed to find money wherever he went. Laughing, she suggested that perhaps he worked for the Baba company in some mysterious way. She also leaned back and commented that the sofa was extremely comfortable. Leon then told her that although he would not accompany her around the house late at night, she was welcome to stay there and choose any room she liked for sleeping. Elizabeth agreed but said she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. She reminded him that he still needed to take her to work the next morning. Then she asked whether there were any women's pajamas in the villa. Leon explained that he lived alone and did not keep women's pajamas. With a mischievous smile, he added that sleeping without clothes could actually be beneficial. Elizabeth was shocked by his bold comment. She asked how anyone could sleep naked in someone else's house. Leon laughed and reassured her that he would find something suitable for her to wear. He believed that there should be a new pair somewhere in the villa. After that, Elizabeth decided to take a shower while Leon searched for pajamas. Meanwhile, Leon sat in the living room reading a book. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the bathroom. Leon immediately called out, asking whether everything was all right. Elizabeth answered from inside and asked him to come in. She explained that she had slipped in the bathroom. Leon hurried inside, worried that she might have been seriously hurt. When he entered, he saw Elizabeth sitting on the floor, unable to stand. It turned out that she had injured her leg. She told him that she had sprained her ankle and asked if he could help her take a shower because she could not manage it on her own. Leon, who was already struggling to maintain the boundaries of a simple friendship with her, carefully approached her and said that he would help her stand without putting pressure on her injured leg. As he moved closer, he felt his face grow warm. Elizabeth suddenly wrapped her arms around him, and in the next moment, the two of them kissed. Realizing that they finally had complete privacy, they decided to stay together in the shower. The next morning felt peaceful and refreshing. Elizabeth opened the curtains and admired the beautiful view outside. The morning air looked inviting, and she decided to step outside for a moment to enjoy it. Then she returned to the bedroom and abruptly pulled away Leona's blanket. In a reproachful tone, she told him that he needed to get up immediately. According to her, they would be late for work because of his laziness. She insisted that he drive her quickly, promising that she would give him a 5-star review for his efforts. Later that day, after finishing his tasks, Leon arrived at the Bandao Hotel. He wanted to take some time to carefully think about the tasks he needed to complete that day. As he walked through the hotel, he realized that he had not eaten breakfast yet. He decided to have a meal before accepting any new orders. At the entrance, the manager, Xavier, greeted him warmly and expressed how pleased he was to see him. Leon explained that he had only come for breakfast. Xavier offered to arrange a special seat for him in the restaurant, but Leon declined. He said he preferred to sit quietly like any other guest, and did not want to attract unnecessary attention. After entering the restaurant, Leon informed the waiter that he was ready to order and selected his meal. Just then, a woman named Lily approached him. Leon looked surprised and greeted her politely, remarking that it was quite a coincidence to see her there. Lily responded sarcastically. She said she had not expected to encounter another jerk so soon after being fired from the company. She accused him of complaining to management as soon as she lost her job. Leon calmly asked how she usually treated customers, pointing out that her behavior was extremely unprofessional. Lily showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, she asked who had told him that someone like him even belonged in a place like the Bandao Hotel. According to her, it was not a place for poor people. She also hinted that just because he was dating a wealthy woman did not mean he could consider himself part of high society. At that moment, another girl approached Lily and asked her not to speak to Leon in such a rude manner. She explained that he was not an ordinary guest. Lily looked surprised and insisted that Leon had once worked under her supervision. She mocked him by saying that he had only become successful because he had attached himself to a rich woman. She added that without that woman's money, Leon would never be able to afford breakfast in such a place. Leon calmly asked the girl to call manager Wang. He said he had something interesting to discuss with him. Lily laughed and asked how Leon could possibly know the manager. She wondered why he was wasting everyone's time. Leon replied that since they had once been colleagues, He felt it was necessary to teach her an important lesson about respecting hotel guests. Soon, Manager Wang arrived to investigate the situation and understand what had caused the conflict. Lily immediately told him that Leon had caused trouble, and suggested that security should remove him. Manager Wang looked confused and asked whether she truly intended to throw Leon out. He then revealed something that left Lily speechless. Leon, he explained, was actually the boss of the Bandao Hotel. Lily was completely stunned. She could not believe that Leon was the owner, and insisted that he had once been her colleague. Manager Wang became irritated by her stubbornness. He questioned how she had even managed to pass the job interview and declared that she would be blacklisted. He ordered security to escort her out immediately. Only then did Lily realize the seriousness of her mistake. She began apologizing desperately to Leon and begged him to forgive her. Manager Wang also apologized to Leon for the unpleasant incident and the harsh words Lily had spoken. Leon calmly assured him that it was not a serious problem. However, he asked that the hotel avoid hiring people with such poor character in the future. He then asked Manager Wang to bring his breakfast quickly, explaining that he was extremely hungry. The manager promised that the most delicious dishes in the restaurant would be served to him immediately. Just then, Leon received a phone call. The caller introduced herself as Tanya, the vice president of the well-known Baba company. She politely explained that she wished to meet with Leon and asked when it would be convenient for him in the near future. Leon replied that he still had some matters to handle that morning, but after lunch he would contact her and arrange a meeting. Tanya agreed and said she would wait for his call. After the conversation ended, Tanya's assistant curiously asked whether she had successfully arranged the meeting. Tanya confirmed that Leon had agreed to contact her after lunch. Then she instructed her assistant to take her to Jalishi for a while. The assistant suggested that she would call a taxi. Meanwhile, Leon finished his breakfast and prepared to return to work. Soon, he received a new order through the system. The trip was from the Bandao Hotel to the Gilishi company. When he checked the location, he realized the destination was very close. Thinking it was a convenient task, he decided to accept the order. Just as he was about to leave, Tanya and her assistant stepped outside, searching for the taxi they had called. Leon noticed them and asked politely whether the order number belonged to her, and if she was heading to Gilishi. Tanya confirmed that the ride was indeed hers. At the same time, she looked at him with mild surprise and remarked that the taxi driver was quite handsome. She clearly had not expected to see someone like him driving a taxi. Leon simply smiled and invited her to get into the car, telling her that her ride had arrived. Tanya hesitated for a moment and asked if he really worked for the Baba company. The situation seemed strange to her. Her assistant also looked curious. She wondered aloud when their company had become so prestigious that even a driver would arrive in an elite sports car like a Pagani. Leon calmly explained that he was indeed a driver for the Baba company. Then he added that if she did not get into the car soon, the automatic doors would close. Hearing this, Tanya quickly agreed and stepped into the car. Once she sat inside the Pagani, she looked around with amazement. The luxurious interior impressed her. She commented that it was remarkable for the company to have such impressive drivers. She even joked that many girls would probably be delighted to ride in such a cool and elite car. Leon replied that she sounded exactly like the type of girl who thought that way. Then he asked whether a taxi driver was somehow forbidden from driving a Pagani. Tanya frowned and warned him to be careful with his words. According to her, he should not do anything that could damage the reputation of the Baba company. Otherwise, she warned, he could be fired. Leon looked surprised and asked whether she really had the authority to fire people. Tanya confidently replied that she was the vice president of the company. Leon did not seem impressed. He casually remarked that many people knew how to talk big. Then he added that he actually owned shares in the Baba company himself. In response, Tanya took out her business card and showed it to him, insisting that she was telling the truth. Leon glanced at the card without much reaction, and said it was quite a coincidence, because he had recently purchased shares in the same company. Then he asked whether she was the person who had tried to contact him earlier. Tanya's eyes widened in shock. She asked the driver if he was really Leon. Leon calmly confirmed it. Tanya became even more stunned. She immediately realized that she had acted foolishly earlier. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, she asked if he could give her another chance to correct her mistake. Leon replied that he would think about it. For now, he said. He still had plenty of work to do that day. After some time they arrived at the Gilishi company building. Tanya thanked him for the ride and said she would contact him again after finishing her business. However, a moment later, she looked confused and told him that the system was not allowing her to pay for the trip. Leon reassured her that such problems were unusual, because the program normally worked perfectly. Just then, a notification appeared on Leon's phone. It informed him that he had violated company rules and had been suspended from work. He stared at the message in disbelief. It seemed that he had really been suspended because of the complaint that had been filed earlier. Curious about the situation, Leon asked Tanya about the relationship between Baba and the Gilishi company. Tanya explained that their cooperation was connected to the Coastal Communications Department. She also admitted that if Gilishi angered a major shareholder, it could seriously damage the company. Leon suspected that the girl from earlier had filed another complaint against him, which probably caused the company to suspend him. Tanya told him not to worry. She promised that she would investigate the matter immediately. According to her, such unfair behavior could not be tolerated, and she would personally deal with whoever was responsible. However, Leon unexpectedly asked her to wait for him. He said he would go with her. The two of them walked into an office where several employees were sitting. One man immediately demanded to know who they were and why they had entered so boldly. Leon calmly introduced himself and explained that he had come to discuss the issue of his suspension. The communications manager, Levi, responded that the matter belonged to their department and that they would handle it themselves. Another employee named Lucas then stepped forward and arrogantly asked Leon where he had found the courage to come there. He mentioned that a complaint had been filed against Leon, and that was the reason for his suspension. Lucas demanded that Leon leave immediately, and warned that he would call security if he refused. Leon, however, remained seated. He calmly told Lucas that he could wait, and asked Tanya to deal with the situation. Tanya then addressed everyone in the room. She explained that Leon had been removed from his position without a proper investigation. Then she announced something shocking. She declared that everyone responsible for the decision would be dismissed from their positions. Manager Levi stared at her in disbelief and asked whether she really was the vice president of the company. Without saying another word, Tanya placed her business card on the table. Both Levi and Lucas froze in shock. Levi turned to Lucas and demanded to know what was going on. He could not believe that they had just offended the vice president. Lucas nervously explained that Leon had been accused of insulting a passenger, and that it had supposedly damaged the company's reputation. Tanya calmly asked Lucas whether he had ever questioned the passenger or investigated the situation properly. She then reminded them of something even more important. Leon, she explained, had recently purchased shares in the company, and had effectively become the second most powerful shareholder. Levi and Lucas were completely stunned. Until that moment, they had believed that Leon was nothing more than an ordinary driver. Tanya repeated her decision. Both of them were fired. Levi angrily turned to Lucas and scolded him for failing to do his job properly. He demanded that Lucas apologize immediately. Lucas collapsed to the floor and begged Leon for forgiveness. He pleaded desperately, promising that he would correct all the company's mistakes. However, Leon suddenly kicked him aside and told him that he no longer looked so brave. After being reprimanded, he had become pitiful. Leon added that people with such an attitude had probably caused many others to suffer in the past. As a shareholder of the Baba company, he said, he fully supported Tanya's decision. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was Elizabeth calling. Leon asked Tanya to finish handling the situation, while he stepped aside to answer the call. Elizabeth explained that the next day was her grandfather's birthday. She said she wanted to buy some new clothes that evening. Leon agreed and told her that he would pick her up later. After ending the call, Leon began thinking about the birthday celebration. He realized that he could not attend such an event empty-handed. Perhaps he should buy an expensive painting or some other valuable gift. Soon, Tanya returned and informed him that everything had been resolved. His account had been restored, and he had even been granted the highest driver privileges. Leon looked surprised. He wondered whether a driver could really possess such authority. Tanya explained that it was a special feature of the system. Leon could now choose for himself whether to accept or reject any client. Leon was very pleased with this new privilege. He commented that it was extremely practical, and that he liked the system even more now. Then he mentioned Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday, and asked Tanya where he could find the best antiques or paintings. Tanya suggested that he consider buying a work by the famous Chinese artist, Chan Datsun. Leon was surprised, and asked whether it was even possible to obtain one of that artist's paintings. Tanya explained that the company had previously purchased a painting called Peach Spring. She offered to send an assistant to retrieve it for him. Leon thanked her and said he would pay for the painting. He asked whether it could be delivered to the Bandau Hotel and handed to the manager there. However, he added that he did not like owing people favors. Instead of paying with money, he would exchange 1% of his company shares for the painting. Tanya thought about it for a moment. 1% of his shares was worth at least $500 million. She felt that Leon was being extremely generous. Leon said he would leave them to continue their work, and that he did not want to cause any further disturbance. Before he left, Tanya told him that their director wanted to invite him to Yangchen as a guest. Leon agreed and said they could discuss the details later that evening. As he drove away, Leon thought about the Janssen orphanage. It had been a long time since he had visited the place, and he felt that he should find time to go there again. Soon, the system notified him that he had received another 5-star rating. If he completed one more order, the current task would be finished. Looking through the system, Leon noticed a new order. The client needed a ride from Wanda to the Bandau Hotel. Thinking that he was lucky to receive such a convenient trip, Leon accepted the request. Meanwhile, a woman named Yasmin was speaking to her boyfriend on the phone. She reassured him not to worry and said she would arrive at the hotel soon. She also mentioned that she had bought many beautiful things that he would surely appreciate. A few moments later, Leon's Pagani stopped in front of her. Leon rolled down the window and asked whether she was Miss Yasmin. She looked at him suspiciously and asked who he was. Leon introduced himself as her driver from the Baba company and invited her to get into the car. Yasmin stepped inside and looked around. She commented that the company's marketing strategy was quite impressive. Leon explained that it had nothing to do with the company. The Pagani was actually his personal car. Yasmin looked skeptical. She said that a man with such wealth would never work as a taxi driver and asked whether he was lying. Leon thought quietly to himself that Yasmin seemed like a very unpleasant person. Nevertheless, he decided to concentrate on finishing the ride. Shortly after they started driving, Yasmin suddenly became angry and demanded to know where he was taking her. She accused him of trying to steal her money. Leon calmly reassured her that he simply knew a shortcut. Since he had visited the Bandau Hotel many times, he knew the best route. Yasmin laughed and said that his explanation sounded ridiculous. According to her, he would only make her late. While driving, Leon noticed that she was carrying a set of underwear in her bag. From the situation, he began to suspect that she might be working as a call girl. A few minutes later, the Pagani stopped in front of the Bandau Hotel. Yasmin got out of the car without saying anything and headed toward the building. Leon watched her walk away and noticed something strange. Instead of entering through the main entrance, the girl quietly walked toward the side entrance of the hotel. A few moments later, Leon received a notification on his phone. It informed him that he had received a 1-star review. Leon felt that the situation had gone too far. In his opinion, nothing that had happened during the ride deserved such a harsh rating. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to dwell on the matter. One bad review was not worth worrying about. Instead, he chose to focus on meeting Elizabeth. Soon, Leon arrived at the parking lot near Times Square where Elizabeth was waiting for him. As he approached her, he jokingly mentioned that she had forgotten to give him a 5-star review. Elizabeth smiled and replied that she would evaluate his behavior first before deciding on the rating. Leon agreed with her reasoning and offered to carry her shopping bags if she wanted. While they were standing there, Elizabeth noticed a nearby store and suggested that they stop there to buy a swimsuit. Leon agreed immediately and reminded her that she still had a promise to fulfill. Elizabeth laughed and commented that his cunning was quite impressive. She admitted that if she had known earlier how clever he was, she might have treated him differently. Leon calmly replied that he had never forced her to make any promises. She had made the promise on her own. Just then, a woman from the store approached them and politely asked if they needed any assistance. She offered to show them the store's selection. Leon remained near the checkout counter while Elizabeth went to browse through the items, hoping to find a gift for her grandfather as well. After a short while, Elizabeth returned. Leon looked surprised and asked why she had come back so quickly. Elizabeth told him that they should leave. She explained that she had not found anything she liked and was no longer interested in buying anything there. Leon asked why she had changed her mind so suddenly. Elizabeth replied that there was simply nothing suitable for her. She even suggested that Leon buy something for himself instead. However, Leon insisted that if she refused to buy clothes, he would choose something for her himself, although she might not like his taste. Elizabeth then revealed the real problem. She said that none of the clothes matched her size. At that moment, another saleswoman overheard the conversation and quickly stepped in. She assured Elizabeth that the store carried every size, and that she would gladly help her find the right one. Leon jokingly asked whether they had the largest sizes available. Embarrassed, Elizabeth glared at him and whispered that she would kill him for saying such things. Leon laughed and said it was not a big deal. Then he suggested that they visit another nearby store that sold a famous clothing brand. A few minutes later they entered a different store. The moment Leon walked inside, he suddenly stopped and stared in surprise. He pointed at one of the outfits and said it was the best swimsuit he had ever seen. Elizabeth immediately grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away, insisting that what he was looking at was not even a swimsuit. Just then, a saleswoman approached Elizabeth and politely offered to help her choose something suitable. Elizabeth asked where the swimsuits were located. The saleswoman pointed to several new collections and suggested that Elizabeth pick whichever design felt most comfortable. Elizabeth examined the swimsuits carefully. However, she quickly noticed that many of them were extremely revealing, especially for her body type. Eventually, she picked up one swimsuit and asked Leon what he thought about it. She said that she personally found it very cute. Leon looked at it for a moment and then shook his head. He told her that he did not think it suited her very well. In his opinion, that swimsuit did not properly show the beauty of her figure. Leon then selected another swimsuit and confidently told her that this one would suit her much better. Elizabeth immediately started hitting him on the arm and called him a pervert. Annoyed by his teasing, she asked the saleswoman to help her finish choosing a swimsuit instead. However, Leon picked yet another option and asked the saleswoman to include it as well. Elizabeth looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was so determined to buy that particular swimsuit. Leon smiled and said that the swimsuit he liked could only be worn when she was with him. The one she liked, however, could be worn anywhere. After finishing with the swimsuits, Elizabeth suggested that they go up to the 4th floor, where several exclusive clothing brands were located. When they reached the 4th floor, Elizabeth immediately noticed a beautiful dress on display. She told the saleswoman that she wanted to try it on. The saleswoman praised Elizabeth's excellent taste and explained that the dress was part of their newest collection. Leon sat down to wait, while Elizabeth went to try on the dress. After a few minutes, Elizabeth called him over. Leon said he was already comfortable where he was, but she insisted that he come closer. She explained that she needed help zipping up the back of the dress because she could not reach it herself. Leon walked over to help her. When he saw the dress properly, he was momentarily stunned. He asked whether she thought the dress might be a little too revealing. Elizabeth reassured him that there was a shawl that covered the back, so it would not be as revealing as it seemed. Leon then noticed something else and asked why she had left her bra on the chair. Elizabeth calmly explained that the dress could not be worn with a bra. Leon quietly helped her zip up the dress. Elizabeth then turned toward him and asked whether she looked beautiful. Leon looked at her carefully and replied that she did not just look beautiful. She looked stunning. Elizabeth smiled and said that if he truly thought so, she would buy the dress. The saleswoman agreed enthusiastically. She said the dress looked as if it had been made specifically for Elizabeth and fit her perfectly. At that moment, another woman nearby noticed the dress and asked her companion, Adrian, if she could try it as well. Adrian asked the saleswoman to bring the same dress for his partner. However, the saleswoman explained that they only had one piece of that particular design, although she could help them find something similar. Adrian then arrogantly told the saleswoman to ask Elizabeth to take off the dress because it was obvious she could not afford it. Elizabeth overheard the remark and immediately turned toward him. The other woman added that the dress cost more than 80,000 yuan and asked whether Elizabeth was truly sure about buying it. Elizabeth calmly replied that the price did not matter and that she could easily afford it. The woman became angry and asked whether Elizabeth thought she was merely a kept woman. Adrian then approached the saleswoman and offered to pay 20,000 yuan extra if she sold the dress to them instead. The saleswoman firmly replied that such an arrangement was against store policy. However, Adrian arrogantly claimed that he made his own rules. At that moment, Leon stepped forward and joined the conversation. He calmly said that if money was the issue, he could add another 20,000 yuan. He also commented that the dress would not suit Adrian's companion anyway. The saleswoman once again suggested ordering another dress for them, but Adrian suddenly changed his mind and said there was no need. Elizabeth quietly thanked Leon and said she would show her gratitude later. After that, Elizabeth decided that it was Leon's turn to try on something. She asked him to try 2 suits she had selected. The saleswoman observed Leon carefully, and remarked that he had an excellent physique. Leon asked Elizabeth what she thought of the suits. She replied that they were perfect and joked that other women might go crazy when they saw him wearing them. Leon eventually decided to buy one of the suits, and said he was already looking forward to returning home. A couple of hours later, they finally arrived back at the villa. Leon sat in the yard, enjoying the quiet surroundings. Soon his gaze fell on Elizabeth. She stood in front of him wearing the new swimsuit she had bought. Elizabeth asked what he thought about her appearance. Leon stared at her in shock, and jokingly said that his nose was about to bleed because she looked unbelievably beautiful. Elizabeth laughed and complimented Leon as well, mentioning his well-defined abs and his dedication to staying in shape. Leon then said that they were both now ready for her grandfather's birthday party, and that he would be happy to attend with her. Elizabeth agreed and said that they had spent a wonderful day together. She reminded him that she had kept her promise and had tried on the swimsuit. Then she asked whether he was satisfied with her choice. Leon walked closer to her and said that he truly respected people who kept their promises. He extended his hand and told her that they should enjoy the water together. Elizabeth immediately jumped into the pool. The water felt refreshing and pleasant. However, she quickly clung to Leon and admitted that she could not swim. She said she was afraid of drowning. Leon reassured her and promised that he would not let her go. He told her that he would teach her how to swim. Elizabeth agreed, although she was still very nervous. She begged him not to throw her into the water. Leon promised that he would guide her gently and help her learn step by step. Still uncertain, Elizabeth pressed herself tightly against him, clearly lacking confidence in her own strength as they began practicing in the water. Leon carefully lowered Elizabeth into the water. She lay on her stomach while he supported her, and after a moment she realized that the experience was not nearly as frightening as she had imagined. However, the calm did not last long. Suddenly, Elizabeth panicked. She began flapping her arms wildly, convinced that she was about to drown. Seeing her struggle, Leon immediately dived into the water and quickly pulled her back up. He asked if she had been very frightened. Elizabeth looked at him and replied that as long as he was with her, she was not afraid of anything. The tense moment quickly turned into something softer. Standing together in the middle of the pool, they leaned toward each other and shared a kiss. Leon looked at her and could not help thinking how incredibly beautiful she was. He held her gently, and the two of them stayed close together for a while in the quiet water. After they finished swimming, they went back inside the house. Leon felt pleased that Elizabeth had at least taken her first steps toward learning how to swim. While Elizabeth went to take a shower, Leon remained in the room. After a moment, he called out and asked whether he could borrow her phone for a moment because he needed it for something. He was about to unlock it when suddenly Lena appeared in front of him. She calmly informed him that the task had been completed. As a reward, he had received 100,000 points. Lena continued explaining that his career progress had now reached 75%. The reward for reaching that level was the ownership of Wangjiang Port. Leon looked stunned. He asked if he had heard correctly. Wangjiang Port, after all, was the second largest cruise ship port in China. Lena confirmed that he had understood correctly. Wangjiang Port was indeed a major cruise port, and it now belonged to him. She reminded him once again that his career progress had reached 75%, and that he was getting close to unlocking a completely new profession. Leon began thinking about how quickly everything was progressing. At the pace he was moving, reaching the next career stage might happen sooner than he expected, and he found himself curious about what kind of profession he might unlock next. Just then, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom. She apologized, saying that she still had not properly learned how to swim. Leon smiled and reassured her that there was no rush. He said he would always be willing to teach her whenever she wanted. While looking around the room, Elizabeth suddenly noticed an old blanket lying nearby. She became curious about it and asked where it came from. Leon explained that the blanket and the pillows had been brought from the orphanage where he grew up. He had become used to them over the years and did not want to throw them away. Elizabeth looked surprised and asked quietly if he had grown up in an orphanage. Leon nodded and explained that he had been abandoned there shortly after he was born. According to what Willow had told him, that was where he had spent his childhood. Realizing she had touched a sensitive topic, Elizabeth immediately apologized. Leon, however, reassured her that there was no reason to feel sorry. He was not upset by those memories at all. In fact, he remembered his time at the orphanage fondly. He said that Willow had taken care of him like her own son, and he had many friends there while growing up. After their conversation, Elizabeth said that she was going to sleep. Before going to bed, she reminded Leon not to oversleep the next morning because he still needed to drive her to work. She also reminded him that after work they would attend her grandfather's birthday party together. Leon agreed and thought to himself that it would not be a bad life if he could drive such a sweet and beautiful woman to work every day. Later that night, after Elizabeth had fallen asleep, Leon received a phone call from Willow. She told him that she had finally managed to find his phone number. Willow explained that Laura had recently called her and wanted to speak with him. According to Willow, Laura felt very sad after their breakup. Leon responded calmly and asked Willow whether she had watched him grow up. If so, she should already know how stubborn his personality was. Willow laughed and then changed the topic. She said that she had a friend whose daughter was around Leon's age and wondered whether he might have time to meet her the next day. Leon agreed and said he could visit her in the coming days. Willow then explained the details. The meeting would take place at 9 o'clock the next morning at Tiana's house. The woman he would meet was named Sally. Leon quietly thought to himself that Laura must be creating trouble again. The next morning, Leon arrived at Tiana's house, curious about what kind of meeting this would turn out to be. At the entrance, he told the hostess that he had come to meet someone and asked whether there was a table reserved under Sally's name. The woman confirmed it and directed him to the 3rd floor. When Leon reached the 3rd floor, he noticed that several people were already seated at the table waiting for him. One of the women introduced herself as Sally's mother. She said she was pleased to meet a young gentleman like him. She then introduced the others sitting at the table, including Sally herself and several family members. Leon greeted them politely, although he quietly realized that some of the faces seemed familiar. Sally's mother began the conversation by mentioning that she had heard Leon used to work for a real estate company. She wondered whether he could help them find a cheaper house. Leon explained that he no longer worked in real estate and was now running his own business. The woman looked confused and asked what he was doing now. Leon replied casually that he currently worked as a driver for a company called Baba and was barely making enough money to get by. Hearing this, Sally's mother became visibly displeased. She accused him of trying to deceive them. Sally, however, spoke calmly and told her mother not to worry too much. She commented that Leon looked quite handsome. Then someone suddenly mentioned that the orphanage where Leon had grown up might soon be demolished. The conversation shifted again when Sally's mother proudly explained that her daughter worked at a bank and had a very stable career. She then said that she hoped Leon would buy a house in Zhonghai. According to her, it did not need to be very large, just around 100 square meters. Leon looked shocked and asked whether she was seriously suggesting that he pay the full price for such a house. Sally added that if Leon truly liked her, he should not have any problem paying for it. Pretending to remain calm, Leon asked whether there were any other conditions. Sally's mother replied that they were a simple family and would not ask for too much. However, she said the bride price would need to be about 9 million yuan. Leon was stunned by the amount and asked whether such demands were not excessive. The woman explained that one of Sally's colleagues had recently received nearly 17 million yuan as a wedding gift. Leon looked at her and asked whether what she was describing was essentially selling her daughter. The woman appeared offended by his remark. Leon politely asked her to continue explaining what she expected from a future husband. At that moment, Sally's brother added another condition. He said that Leon should also buy an imported car worth more than 500,000 yuan because cheap cars were unacceptable. Leon calculated the total in his head and pointed out that according to their demands, he would need to pay at least 10 million yuan. Then he asked whether they truly believed he had that kind of money. Sally's mother responded by asking why he could not simply ask his parents for help. Leon's expression suddenly darkened. He asked whether she expected him to ask his deceased parents for money. The woman quickly tried to explain that he had misunderstood her. But Sally's brother continued speaking. He mentioned that he had heard the orphanage residents were being forced to leave because the land was being sold. He mocked Leon, saying he did not even have the money to help them. At that moment, Leon became furious. He told the young man never to mention the orphanage again. He said he had tried to remain patient, but bringing up the place where he grew up was going too far. Turning to the entire family, Leon asked whether they truly believed their demands were reasonable. He called their expectations disgusting and accused them of having no conscience. With that, Leon stood up and prepared to leave. As he walked outside toward his pagani, Sally's brother secretly grabbed a flower pot near the window. Filled with anger, he intended to drop it on Leon as he stepped outside. Just as Leon reached his car, the flower pot came crashing down beside him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it at the last second. He slowly turned around and looked up at the young man. The boy shouted at him to get lost and warned that if he did not leave immediately, things would end badly. Leon calmly asked whether he understood the consequences of his actions. He pointed out that although the flower pot had missed him, it had struck his car. Then he asked how they planned to pay for the damage. The young man came downstairs and looked at the Pagani with disbelief. He asked whether the car really belonged to Leon. When Leon confirmed that it did, the young man asked how an ordinary taxi driver could afford such a luxury vehicle. Leon turned toward Sally and asked the same question again. How exactly did they plan to pay for the damage? Sally quickly stepped forward and hugged him, trying to calm the situation. She apologized and said her brother was impulsive. She even said that she believed Leon was a good person and that she would still be willing to give him a chance, even if he did not have a stable job. Leon pushed her aside and told her to move away. He said that if he did not receive 2 million yuan for the repairs within 1 week, he would take the matter to court. After saying this, he got into his Pagani and drove away. As he left, Leon reflected on how quickly Sally's attitude had changed once she realized he had money. Back at the house, Sally's mother scolded her daughter for failing to secure such a wealthy man. Her brother also blamed her, saying she should have recognized Leon's wealth earlier. Now they had to figure out how to pay for the damages. Later, Leon arrived at Wangjiang port. He wanted to see the place that the system had just awarded to him. When he arrived, he was amazed by the number of luxury cars parked there. Just then, a young woman approached a middle-aged man named Jesse. She nervously explained that while she had been boarding a yacht earlier, she had accidentally broken one of the seats. She apologized repeatedly and said the damage had not been intentional. She asked if he could help solve the problem. Jesse, the port's operations manager, replied that the matter would not be easy to fix. The seats were made of expensive leather. The girl explained that she was only a small internet influencer and did not have the money to pay for the damage. Jesse reassured her that it was not a serious problem and told her to come to his office later so they could discuss the matter. At that moment, Leon walked over and asked Jesse how exactly he planned to solve the problem. The girl immediately told Leon that the situation had nothing to do with him. Jesse, clearly irritated, said that he was the manager of the port and had the authority to decide how such matters were handled. Leon looked at him calmly and replied that if the girl could not pay for the damage, then he would personally deal with the problem himself. Jesse immediately became irritated. He asked Leon whether he had lost his mind and firmly declared that he would never force the girl to pay for the damage. Leon did not argue further at that moment. Instead, he calmly walked away, and later headed toward the office building at the port. He knew that before making any decisions he needed to complete some formal procedures. Inside the office, a woman at the reception desk asked him the purpose of his visit and how she could assist him. Leon introduced himself and explained that he had come to meet Brody to discuss several matters related to the port. The woman looked surprised. She asked whether he was really Leon, and once she confirmed his identity, she politely asked him to follow her. She explained that Brody had been waiting for him in the conference room. When they entered the room, Brody immediately walked toward him and said that the management team had been waiting for his arrival for quite some time. Leon looked around the room and quickly noticed that not everyone was present. He asked why the operations manager had not arrived yet. Brody explained that Jesse was probably busy with work and might be a little late. Leon nodded calmly and replied that he was not worried. He said he was willing to wait for the best manager to arrive. Brody then instructed the secretary to remind Jesse to hurry to the meeting. About 5 minutes later, Jesse finally walked into the conference room. He apologized for being late and explained that he had been busy with several matters. Leon spoke up immediately. In a calm but pointed tone, he remarked that Jesse must have been extremely busy, which was probably why he had not arrived earlier. Jesse suddenly looked at him carefully and froze in shock. He asked whether Leon was the new chairman of the board. Leon slammed his fist onto the table and asked whether Jesse now recognized who he was. He told him to remember his face clearly. Overcome with panic, Jesse immediately fell to his knees. He admitted that he had made a serious mistake and begged Leon to give him another chance. He promised that he would correct his behavior. However, Leon replied that it was already too late. He calmly instructed Brody to call security and have Jesse escorted out of the building. Brody immediately complied. Security guards entered the room and grabbed Jesse, but he struggled and protested as they dragged him away. After the situation was resolved, Leon turned his attention to the rest of the management team. He explained that he had just inspected the surrounding area of the port and realized that there was enormous potential for further development. Leon said that he planned to modernize the entire port and expected the team to prepare a complete development plan soon. One of the managers spoke up and pointed out that Wangjiang Port was already considered one of the best ports in the country. According to him, modernization was unnecessary. Leon calmly replied that being one of the best was not enough. His goal, he explained, was to transform Wangjiang Port into the largest and most advanced marina in the world. He then announced that he would personally provide the funding required for the renovation. In addition, he declared that the salaries of all employees, including management, would increase by 20%. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Then the employees began expressing their excitement and gratitude. They thanked Leon for his generosity and leadership. After the meeting ended, Leon stepped outside the building. Just then, he received a message on his phone. The manager informed him that someone had delivered a painting for him and asked whether he wanted it sent somewhere. He was also told that the watch he had ordered 3 days earlier had arrived and was ready for delivery. Leon thought about picking up the painting, but he quickly realized that he would not have enough time to return to the villa before attending Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday celebration. Instead, he asked the manager to send the watch to Joe Gay. However, the manager explained that the watch was extremely expensive and required a personal delivery. Leon then shared his current location so the delivery could be arranged. Later that evening, Leon drove to Donggu Villa for Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday celebration. He parked his Pagani at the entrance and noticed that many of Elizabeth's relatives had already gathered there. When he entered the villa, Elizabeth immediately walked up to greet him. Leon noticed that she was wearing a beautiful necklace that perfectly matched her elegant evening dress. Seeing the way he was looking at her, Elizabeth shyly asked him not to stare so intensely. Leon smiled and replied that it was difficult not to look when she looked so beautiful. The two of them then walked inside together. As they entered the hall, several guests began whispering quietly, wondering who the unfamiliar man beside Elizabeth might be. Elizabeth approached her grandfather, Zane, and apologized for arriving slightly late. Grandpa Zane waved his hand kindly and said that it was not a problem. He added that this was the first time Elizabeth had brought a man home to introduce him to the family. Standing nearby was Yasmin. The moment she saw Leon, she immediately recognized him. With a mocking smile, she loudly said that he was just a driver from the company. She sarcastically remarked that Elizabeth must have fallen very low to bring home such a poor man. Yasmin then turned to Zane and repeated that Leon was nothing more than an ordinary taxi driver. According to her, he was simply using a luxury company car and pretending that it belonged to him. Grandpa Zane looked shocked by what he had just heard. He turned toward Elizabeth and asked her to explain what was going on. Elizabeth calmly replied that the Pagani truly belonged to Leon. She explained that he only worked at the Baba company to gain experience. However, Yasmin mocked Elizabeth for being naive and foolish. She accused her of being easily deceived by Leon, whom she now believed to be nothing more than a liar. According to Yasmin, trusting a simple taxi driver had been a ridiculous mistake. Elizabeth refused to accept those accusations and demanded that Yasmin prove her claims in front of everyone. Yasmin confidently replied that her boyfriend Philip worked as a commission agent for Baba company. Philip explained that the company had recently introduced a luxury car calling service for wealthy clients. If Leon was merely an ordinary driver who had also cheated a young woman, Philip said he would report the matter to the head office and demand an investigation. Yasmin laughed at Elizabeth, saying she never expected her to be fooled so easily. Elizabeth quickly asked her father to allow her to explain everything. She insisted that Leon was not a liar and that she trusted him completely. But, before she could say more, Zane interrupted. He declared that he had heard enough and coldly ordered the protagonist to leave, saying he was no longer welcome in their home. Just then, a car arrived outside. The people inside had come to deliver Leon's watch. When he heard his name mentioned, Leon stepped outside to receive the package. The woman handing it over asked him to sign the receipt and then opened the box. Inside was a magnificent gold watch, the kind that ordinary people could never afford. The guests were stunned. One of them recognized it immediately and explained that it was a commemorative watch released for the 75th anniversary of the PC Phil company. When Philip looked up the price and saw that it cost more than 17 million, he was shocked. If Leon was truly poor, how could he possibly afford something like that? Even Elizabeth began to wonder whether she had misunderstood something. Leon calmly put on the watch and told the company representatives that they could leave. After they departed, some of the guests approached Zane and praised him, saying his granddaughter Elizabeth had truly found herself a handsome and capable husband. Zane smiled proudly at the compliment and expressed how proud he was of his granddaughter. Then he turned to Yasmin and told her she had been wrong. He ordered her to apologize to Leon for her rude behavior. Yasmin, however, stubbornly refused. She insisted that the whole situation was simply a misunderstanding. Her mother quickly supported her, claiming that there was no need to apologize because Leon was clearly someone who liked to brag. She argued that he was only pretending to be wealthy, and would eventually abandon Elizabeth. Elizabeth grew angry and demanded to know what her aunt meant. She noticed that her aunt seemed completely unwilling to admit her mistake. The woman responded sharply, telling Elizabeth to open her eyes. She had originally thought the expensive watch was meant as a birthday gift for Zane, but instead Leon had put it on himself. To her, that clearly meant he did not care about Elizabeth's family at all. Yasmin eagerly agreed with her mother. She said their family had been preparing a birthday gift for Zane for more than a month. Turning to Philip, she asked him to show everyone what they had prepared. Philip proudly explained that since Zane loved antiques, they had purchased a set of copper coins from the Qing dynasty. The current value of the set, he said, was already more than 2 million yuan, and it would likely become even more valuable in the future. Yasmin hugged Zane affectionately and asked if he could see how much care their family had put into choosing the gift. The aunt added that although Elizabeth had supposedly found a rich man, he clearly was not willing to spend even a cent on her family. At that moment, Elizabeth quietly began taking something out of her bag. She said that Leon had also prepared a gift for Zane. Zane examined the ring she handed him and nodded with satisfaction. It was not bad at all. He thanked Leon sincerely for the thoughtful gesture. But Yasmin immediately began criticizing again. She pointed out that Leon drove a luxury car worth more than 20 million, and wore a watch worth over 10 million, yet he had given Zane such a modest gift. Zane simply shook his head and said it did not matter. What mattered was the intention behind the gift, and he appreciated the effort. Just then, Leon gently placed his hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. He told everyone that the ring was actually something Elizabeth had prepared herself, and that he should not take credit for it. Elizabeth looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Leon pulled her a little closer and smiled. He asked why she was arguing with everyone, when he had already prepared a gift for Zane himself. After all, it would be impolite to attend someone's birthday empty-handed. He then handed Zane a wrapped package. Curious, Zane slowly unwrapped it. When he opened it and saw the painting inside, his eyes widened in shock. In disbelief, he asked whether it was the famous Peach Spring painting by the great master Jiang Datsung. Elizabeth's father immediately jumped to his feet. With excitement in his voice, he declared that such a painting would be worth no less than 200 million yuan. Yasmin stared at the painting skeptically. She asked Zane if he was really certain about its value, because she personally could not see anything special about it. Zane calmly replied that it was indeed an authentic work by Jiang Datsung. The deeper meaning and artistic value behind it, he explained, could not be understood by ordinary people. Philip, however, suddenly disagreed. He told everyone that Zane was mistaken. According to him, the painting actually belonged to the CEO of their company, and had once failed to sell. Someone had even offered 230 million for it, but the offer had been rejected. Because of that, Philip concluded that the painting must be a fake. Yasmin immediately seized the opportunity to mock Elizabeth again. She said she never expected Leon to deceive people so easily. Elizabeth stood up firmly in Leon's defense. She said she trusted him and refused to believe he would ever deceive anyone like that. Leon watched quietly. Although he had only known Elizabeth for a short time, he could see clearly that she was a kind and loyal girl. Suddenly Philip stepped forward, grabbed the painting and tore it into pieces. He claimed that since it was fake, it deserved to be thrown away. He insisted he had once seen the same painting in his manager's house and could prove it was not genuine. Leon looked at him calmly and asked how he planned to prove that claim. Philip loudly told everyone that whenever a fake was discovered, it should be destroyed immediately. As the torn fragments fell to the floor, Leon gently stroked Elizabeth's head and told her not to be angry. He assured her that he would handle everything. Then Leon suddenly kicked the floor and accused Philip of lying. He reminded him that he worked for Baba Company, but from this moment onward, he was fired. Philip burst into laughter. He asked whether Leon really believed he had the authority to fire someone from Baba Company. Leon calmly replied that he owned 20% of Baba Company. Then he asked Philip whether he still doubted his authority. Philip stared at him in disbelief and questioned his sanity. Elizabeth quickly interrupted, whispering that this was not the time for jokes. Leon only smiled and told her that if everything he said turned out to be true, she would have to do whatever he asked that night. Elizabeth was stunned that he could still tease her at such a tense moment. Leon then told Philip to call the company director and ask him directly who Leon was. Confidently, Philip agreed and placed the call on speaker. When the director answered, Philip introduced himself and asked if he knew Leon. The director immediately replied that he certainly did. In fact, he warned Philip that Leon was their boss's superior, and that any disrespect toward him could result in immediate dismissal. He also explained that the peach spring painting had been given to Leon in exchange for 1% of the company's shares. Hearing those words, Philip dropped the phone in shock. Realizing the enormous mistake he had made, he collapsed to his knees. He knew he would certainly lose his job at Baba Company. Leon calmly confirmed it. The matter was settled and Philip was officially fired. Yasmin, furious and embarrassed, accused Leon of being too harsh. She begged him not to cause such trouble during her grandfather's birthday celebration. Her mother also scolded him, saying that as Elizabeth's boyfriend he should respect family ties. Leon answered coldly that he would do anything Elizabeth asked of him. But for people like them he had absolutely no intention of showing any kindness. Meanwhile, Zane looked sadly at the torn fragments of the painting in his hands. He sighed and lamented that such a valuable masterpiece had been destroyed. Leon then turned back to Philip and reminded him that he had just torn apart a painting worth 200 million yuan. He asked how Philip planned to repay such a loss. Desperate, Philip begged for forgiveness. He insisted that he had never intended to destroy the real painting. Leon accepted the apology but said apologies alone were not enough. After all, such a matter might require the involvement of the police. Panicking, Philip turned to Yasmin and begged her to help him. But Yasmin coldly rejected him. She told him to get lost, and declared that their relationship was over. In desperation, Philip grabbed her leg and pleaded with her not to abandon him, reminding her of all the years he had treated her well. Disgusted, Yasmin pushed him away and told him to stay away from her because he was embarrassing her. Leon then told Philip that if he truly considered himself a man, he should stand up and face the consequences. He added that someone like Yasmin was not worth his concern anyway. Yasmin stared at him in shock and demanded to know what he meant. Without hesitation, Leon turned to Elizabeth's father and asked him to ask the rest of the family to leave the room. There was something important he needed to discuss privately. The man nodded in agreement and began asking the others to step outside. Zane then asked Leon what exactly he wanted to talk about. Leon calmly replied that it concerned Yasmin. Now furious, Yasmin told him to stop playing games and to say whatever he wanted to say in front of everyone. Leon looked directly at her and reminded her that the previous day she had taken a taxi to the Bandao Hotel for a secret meeting. Yasmin quickly tried to explain herself, saying that she had simply gone there to meet a friend and play cards. Leon calmly told Yasmin that her explanation did not make any sense. He asked her if buying adult toys for a card game with two men was really part of her so-called business meeting. Yasmin's face instantly turned pale. Shocked by the accusation, she immediately denied everything. Leon, however, remained completely calm. He said that he had videos on his phone that he had originally planned to send to Elizabeth. He even suggested that they could all watch the videos together. According to him, if Yasmin had simply gone to the hotel to have some harmless fun, he would not have interfered. But since she had behaved like that in a public place, he felt that the truth needed to be revealed. Then Leon showed everyone a video from his phone. The footage clearly showed Yasmin in a compromising situation with two naked men. The entire room fell silent. Zane's expression turned dark with anger. He scolded Yasmin harshly, saying that her behavior was disgraceful, and that she had brought shame upon the entire family. Yasmin immediately begged her grandfather to give her a chance to explain. She insisted that she had only gone there to discuss business matters. Zane stared at her coldly and reminded her of the story she had just told about playing cards. He asked whether she truly believed he was a fool who could be deceived so easily. He made it clear that he would never tolerate such shameful behavior from his own granddaughter. Yasmin's mother quickly stepped in, suggesting that perhaps Yasmin had been framed by someone. However, Elizabeth's father disagreed. He pointed out that the video was perfectly clear and that Yasmin's face could be seen without any doubt. Seeing the situation grow more chaotic, Leon told Zayn that he did not wish to interfere further in the family's internal affairs. With that, he quietly prepared to leave. Outside, Elizabeth followed him. She thanked him sincerely for the expensive painting he had brought as a gift. She mentioned how rare and valuable it was. Leon simply shrugged and said it was a pity that the painting had been destroyed. However, he added that she could simply place more orders to cover the loss. After saying that, Leon got into his Pagani and drove away. Elizabeth stood there watching the car disappear into the distance. She kept thinking about what he had said about placing more orders. It almost felt as if he expected something more from her. Meanwhile, as Leon drove through the city, he reflected on the evening. The banquet had been a complete failure, but at least he had completed part of his task. If he continued working efficiently, he could accept more orders. While he was driving, the system in his car suddenly announced a new order and reminded him to pay attention. At that moment, a young woman stepped out of a hotel and stood by the roadside waiting for a ride. A man soon approached her and greeted her confidently. He introduced himself as Ian. The girl Marissa looked at him coldly and asked what he wanted. Ian smiled and proudly told her that he could drive her to school in his luxury car, which his father had recently bought for him. But Marissa immediately rejected the offer. She told him she was not interested and asked him to leave. She explained that she had already called a taxi and that it would arrive soon to take her to school. Ian refused to give up. He insisted that the most beautiful girl at the university deserved something far better than an ordinary taxi. Marissa pulled her hand away from him and told him firmly to leave her alone. Just then, a sports car slowly pulled up beside them. Ian stopped speaking, stunned by the sight of the vehicle. Leon rolled down the window and calmly asked Marissa if the order belonged to her. Marissa nodded and said she had been waiting for a taxi. Leon simply told her to get into the car. Ian stared in disbelief and asked Marissa whether she had really ordered a Pagani. But Marissa ignored him and quickly got into the car. Leon then drove away, leaving Ian standing there in shock. As they headed toward the university, Marissa felt extremely happy. She could hardly believe that such a luxurious car had come to pick her up. Curious, she asked Leon why someone who owned a sports car like that would work as a driver for Baba Company. Leon calmly replied that the type of car a person drove did not matter. What truly mattered was earning a living honestly. Soon they arrived at Sai University. Before getting out, Marissa hesitated for a moment and then asked whether she could add Leon on WeChat. Leon looked at her and asked why she would want his contact information. With a shy smile, Marissa asked whether he believed in love at first sight. Leon laughed softly and told her she was too naive. He suggested she think more carefully about such things. After all, how could she know that he was not a dangerous person? For all she knew, he could be a criminal or even a murderer. In Leon's eyes, Marissa seemed like a carefree and innocent girl who had not yet experienced the darker sides of the world. Just then, his phone rang. It was Sally. She asked if he could drive her to work. Leon sounded annoyed and asked if she had gone crazy, or if she had finally prepared the $2 million needed to repair his damaged car. If she had the money, he said, he might consider helping her. Sally quickly explained that her brother had not damaged the car on purpose, and that Leon should stop joking about it. Then she revealed something surprising. She told him that her family had secretly been testing him, and according to them, he had passed the test. That meant they now considered him a suitable partner for her. Leon immediately rejected the idea. He told her that such fantasies could only exist in her dreams. If the compensation money was not paid, he would take the entire matter to court. After ending the call, Leon drove to Tana's house. He planned to discuss something with Catherine. When Catherine came outside and saw the Pagani, she looked surprised. She smiled and said it was quite a coincidence that she had met him right outside her house. She got into the car, and Leon asked if she wanted to go to the racetrack. Catherine explained that there was an event happening at the racetrack that day, and she had the opportunity to film a live broadcast for her channel. She added that it was extremely hot outside, so she had bought some fruit. While he drove, she casually fed him pieces of fruit and asked him to focus on the road. Soon they arrived at the China International Circuit. Leon said he was also curious about the event and decided to go inside with her to take a look. At the racetrack, they noticed a man and a woman arguing intensely with each other. Catherine immediately recognized them and wondered why they were fighting. Leon asked if she knew them. Catherine explained that the girl was named Raleigh and the man was Russell. Both of them were well-known bloggers. She approached them and asked what was going on. Russell complained that Raleigh was trying to kick him out of the racetrack. Raleigh replied that it was not her personal decision. According to her, the boss of the circuit had ordered that only one blogger should be allowed to broadcast from there. Catherine tried to calm the situation. She said that the racetrack was huge, and there should be enough space for several bloggers. In fact, having more live streams would attract more attention to the event. But Russell dismissed the idea, and accused Raleigh of pretending to be important, simply because she was dating a rich man. Raleigh angrily replied that even if that were true, she would never allow arrogant people like him to interfere with her broadcast. At that moment, a girl approached Raleigh and handed her a pass. She told her that Charlie was waiting inside and would be happy to see her. Raleigh proudly told Russell that she would continue her live stream while he could leave if he wanted. Catherine quietly suggested that Russell should simply leave. After all, many people connected to Charlie were present there. Russell reluctantly agreed that they had no choice but to leave. Just then, Leon suddenly stepped forward and told them to stay. He said that they had come there for a reason, and there was no need to leave. Catherine quickly warned him that confronting Charlie could cause serious trouble. She gently asked him not to get angry, and said that they did not really need to broadcast there. But Leon shook his head. He said he would not allow things to end like that, and insisted on taking them directly to the racetrack. Russell then asked Catherine who this mysterious friend of hers really was. Catherine admitted she was not entirely sure. But she trusted Leon and said she was willing to follow him anywhere. Hearing that, Russell also decided to trust him and followed along, hoping that Leon might actually solve their problem. Meanwhile, Raleigh watched them with a cold smile, thinking that she was about to teach them a lesson. When they walked into the racetrack parking lot, they were stunned. The entire area was filled with luxury cars. Catherine could hardly believe her eyes and commented that every car there looked incredible. Russell immediately became excited. He said that if they managed to broadcast live from such a place, their popularity would explode. Still, he asked Leon if he was truly certain that nobody would stop them. Leon confidently assured them that no one would dare kick them out while he was present. He also promised that he would take full responsibility for their safety. Just then, Russell pointed towards someone approaching. Charlie had arrived. Raleigh quickly walked up to him and explained that she was planning to host an exclusive live broadcast that day. She then pointed at the other bloggers and said they had entered the racetrack without permission and should be removed immediately. Finally, she pointed at Leon and mockingly called him an idiot who was pretending to be in charge. However, before she could say anything more, John suddenly bowed respectfully toward Leon and said he was pleased to see him at the racetrack. Charlie also greeted Leon politely and asked how he had managed to find time to visit the circuit. At that moment, Raleigh turned to Charlie and John and asked whether they actually knew this man. Hearing her words, Charlie immediately raised his voice and scolded her. He reminded Raleigh that Leon was the director of the racetrack. The atmosphere changed instantly. Leon calmly asked Charlie whether Raleigh was his friend, pointing out that she had just been extremely rude to him. Charlie quickly pushed Raleigh aside and clarified that she was not his friend at all. He explained that he had only invited her to the event for entertainment, but now he intended to throw her out. Raleigh immediately panicked and begged Charlie not to expel her. She explained that if she could not continue her live stream, her entire blogging career would collapse. However, Charlie showed no mercy. He ordered security to remove her from the circuit immediately. The guards grabbed Raleigh and began escorting her toward the exit while she continued pleading helplessly. After the situation was handled, Charlie turned to Leon and asked whether Catherine had come with him. He glanced at her and commented that she looked quite good, although her figure was only average. He jokingly suggested that if Leon was interested, he could introduce him to several beautiful women who knew how to entertain guests properly. Leon casually ran his hand along Charlie's car and thought to himself that his old friend had not changed at all. In fact, Charlie still needed to reconsider many things about the way he lived his life. Nearby, Russell stood watching the scene unfold with disbelief. He could not understand who Leon really was, or what powerful family he came from. The idea that someone could speak to Charlie so casually seemed almost unbelievable. Charlie soon suggested that they enjoy themselves with a race. Since the racetrack was new, He wanted to drive a few laps and see which of them was faster. Leon agreed easily. He even commented that Charlie's driving skills, especially his cornering, had improved, although it would still be difficult for him to win. A few minutes later, both men stood at the starting line beside their cars. Russell quickly told Catherine not to waste the moment and urged her to start a live broadcast immediately. Before the race began, Charlie turned to Leon with a grin and suggested making a bet. He proposed that for every second of difference between them, the loser would pay 100,000 yuan. Leon accepted the wager without hesitation. A woman stepped forward to begin the countdown. As soon as she finished, both drivers slammed their feet on the gas pedals, and the engines roared as the cars shot forward toward the track. They raced around the circuit at incredible speed. Moments later, Leon crossed the finish line first. Charlie arrived much later and realized that he had completely misjudged the situation. Leon had beaten him by almost an entire minute. Laughing in disbelief, Charlie admitted defeat. He said that despite training for several days, he still could not come close to Leon's skill. A bet was a bet, so Charlie immediately handed over the money he had promised. Leon then mentioned that there was a scratch on his Pagani and asked John to arrange repairs. Charlie replied that he would contact the manufacturer and have a mechanical engineer flown in from overseas if necessary. After that, Leon turned to Catherine and Russell. He told them they were free to film their live broadcast at the racetrack. If they needed any help, the manager would assist them. He explained that he could not stay long because he still had many things to do. Catherine thanked him sincerely for his help. Before leaving, Charlie walked up to Leon and gave him a friendly hug. Half joking, he asked whether Leon really intended to trade his life as a powerful businessman for the work of a simple driver at Baba Company. Leon calmly replied that he had found a kind of balance in his current situation. He even asked Charlie whether he wanted to try living like that himself. Charlie laughed and shook his head. He said he had no intention of doing such a thing, especially when there were so many women around admiring him. Leon smiled and teased him, saying that those women were only interested in his money. After that, he left the racetrack. As Leon drove away, he began thinking about the system that monitored his progress. He checked his phone and saw that he was very close to receiving his reward and advancing to the next stage. Only 3 orders remained before he would complete the task. Deciding to continue after eating, he stopped at a familiar noodle shop. He noticed that Aunt Leah's shop was closing earlier than usual that day. Leon mentioned that it had been a long time since he had eaten her fried rice, and that he had been looking forward to it. Aunt Leah explained that Lucretia had already finished her classes for the day, and she planned to go pick her up. However, she said she would still cook whatever he wanted. Leon smiled and offered to pick the girl up himself. He assured her that she could prepare something delicious and healthy for everyone while he brought Lucretia home. Soon he arrived at Jianghai Middle School. About 20 minutes later, classes ended and students began walking into the courtyard. Leon spotted Lucretia and asked whether she had finished her classes. She nodded. When he entered the school building, he noticed several students still gathered in a classroom. Among them were girls much older than Lucretia, which surprised him. He also saw Gabrielle, who appeared to be working as a teacher there. At that moment, an angry woman was demanding that Gabrielle look at her son's face, which was covered in scratches. She complained that her son hoped to build a career in the top levels of the entertainment industry, and this incident could ruin his future. Lucretia immediately defended herself. She said the boy had approached her first and tried to harass her. She had only defended herself and never intended to hurt him. Just then, Leon walked into the room and calmly told the boy that wanting something in life was one thing, but achieving it required effort and character. Lucretia was relieved to see her brother. Gabrielle also seemed pleased that he had arrived. Leon turned to his sister and asked whether it was true that she had fought with a classmate. Lucretia pointed to her torn clothes and explained that the boy had ripped them during the confrontation. Leon then addressed the boy's mother and stated clearly that the situation made it obvious her son was responsible. The woman immediately exploded with anger and demanded to know how he dared accuse her son. She insisted that he should pay compensation. Lucretia replied again that the boy had started bullying her first. The woman sneered and said that poor children like Lucretia were destined to endure humiliation. At that moment, Leon suddenly slapped the woman. She screamed in fury and demanded to know how he dared hit her. Leon calmly told his sister that the woman behaved exactly like her son. The furious mother then shouted at Gabrielle, demanding to know why she was not defending them. She bragged that her husband was an HR manager, and that she would take the matter to the legal department. Gabrielle calmly replied that the situation was clearly the boy's fault, and that if the case went to court, they would certainly lose. Still unwilling to back down, the woman declared that the court would decide everything, and that she would destroy Lucretia, the school, and the teachers. Gabrielle then told Leon and Lucretia that they should leave. She would report the matter to the school principal. Lucretia thanked Gabrielle for always helping her during difficult situations. Leon told his sister to go home, noting that their mother was already waiting. Just then, the classroom door opened and a man walked inside. He approached Gabrielle and angrily demanded to know why his son had been bullied at school. When he saw Leon and Lucretia standing there, he demanded that they leave immediately. The boy quickly told his father that Leon had hit his mother. The father pointed at Leon and ordered him to kneel down and apologize to his wife. He then threatened him, saying that his boss was named Charlie. If he contacted Charlie, Leon would be driven out of Shanghai immediately. Leon found the situation strangely amusing. He calmly took out his phone and called Charlie. When Charlie answered, Leon asked why an HR manager from his company was threatening him. Charlie immediately responded that such a thing could not possibly be true. He assured Leon that he knew exactly who the man was, and promised to resolve the issue immediately. The boy's father froze in shock when he heard the name Charlie mentioned. Moments later, his own phone rang. It was Charlie. Charlie asked him directly who he thought he was threatening. Then he ordered the man to pack his things and leave the company immediately. The father collapsed to his knees and begged Charlie not to fire him. He explained desperately that he had recently taken loans to buy a house and a car. Charlie coldly replied that if he did not want to be fired completely, he could transfer to the company's African branch. The man was left speechless, realizing that his life had just collapsed. His wife nervously asked what had happened. The man confessed that Leon actually knew Charlie's superior, and that he had just lost his job because of his own arrogance. He turned to Leon and begged for forgiveness, asking for another chance. Leon kicked him aside and said he was lucky the situation had not been worse. Otherwise, they could have done far more to protect Lucretia. After leaving the school, Leon and his sister walked outside together. Lucretia happily said she wanted to tell their mother everything that had happened. Leon quickly stopped her and asked her not to mention the incident. Lucretia nodded and agreed that it would remain their little secret. Later that evening, Leon drove to the Chaoyang company to pick up Elizabeth. When he arrived, he realized it was already late, yet she was still working. Smiling to himself, Leon decided to surprise her. He peeked into the office and saw Elizabeth sitting at her desk, eating cookies while surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. Thinking she had no idea he was there, Leon decided to play a small prank. He kicked a chair in the office to create a sudden noise. Elizabeth jumped in fright and looked around nervously. She wondered what had caused the sound, and who might have moved the chair. Cautiously, she opened the office door and stepped into the hallway. Nervously, she shouted for any evil spirits to leave the company. Just then, Leon slammed the door behind her. The loud sound made Elizabeth panic completely. Terrified, she immediately called Leon and begged him to come pick her up from the office. Pretending to be busy, Leon told her he did not have time. Elizabeth pleaded desperately. She said she had heard strange noises and was too scared to stay there alone. She insisted that he come immediately. Leon told her to wait a moment. Just then, someone began knocking on the door. Elizabeth screamed in fear, convinced that a maniac had entered the building. She shouted through the door that her boyfriend would arrive soon. A calm voice replied from outside that if her boyfriend was coming, then he would leave. Elizabeth instantly recognized the voice. The door opened, and Leon stepped inside. Elizabeth immediately rushed toward him and grabbed his arm, saying there was someone in the office. Then she looked at him in surprise, and said it was amazing how quickly he had arrived. Leon smiled and explained that he had already been outside when she called. Elizabeth was still trembling from the fright when she realized what had happened. Furious and embarrassed, she began hitting Leon on the shoulder and shouted that she hated him. She said she had almost died of fear alone in the office. Leon tried to calm her down and explained that he had only done it to make her understand how dangerous it was to stay alone in the company so late at night. Elizabeth, still shaken, asked him never to scare her like that again. Then she noticed the container in his hands and asked what he had brought. Leon smiled and said it was egg-fried rice, the best in all of China. He explained that it came from a small noodle shop where he had been eating for years. Elizabeth opened the container and immediately smelled the rich aroma. Her eyes lit up as she commented on how delicious it smelled. She said she could not wait to taste it and asked if it was Aunt Leah's famous fried rice. Leon looked surprised and asked how she knew Aunt Leah. Elizabeth explained that she knew the little cafe very well because she had eaten there many times before. In her opinion, it served the best food in the entire city. Still slightly flustered from the earlier scare, she looked at Leon and remarked that he was a strange man. Just a moment ago he had frightened her half to death, and now he was feeding her. Leon simply shrugged and said it did not matter. After all, no one would expect the director of the Siayang company to behave so childishly. Elizabeth laughed softly and asked him to add some ham to the rice. Soon Leon reminded her that it was already late and told her to finish eating so he could take her home afterward. While she ate, Elizabeth found herself thinking about the men who had pursued her in the past. They would probably have taken her to loud nightclubs or expensive bars. Yet here she was, sitting quietly in the office with Leon, eating simple fried rice and being picked up after work. Somehow it felt warmer and more genuine. Just then, Leon's phone rang. It was Charlie. Charlie excitedly told him that he had already dealt with the arrogant manager, and had even found several beautiful women who were waiting for them to go out together. However, Leon immediately refused. He told Charlie that the girl sitting beside him was better than all those women combined. Charlie laughed and told him to stop talking nonsense. He insisted that Leon send him a picture of the girl so he could judge for himself. Leon took out his phone and aimed the camera at Elizabeth. Confused, Elizabeth asked why he suddenly wanted to take a photo of her. Leon explained that his friend had invited him to a bar filled with beautiful women. He planned to send Charlie her picture so his friend could see what true beauty looked like. Elizabeth instantly became embarrassed. Whoa. She asked if she should put on some makeup first and wondered whether her dress looked good enough. Leon gently hugged her and told her not to worry about it. He asked her to sit closer so they could take a photo together. Elizabeth admitted that she had never taken a photo with a man before, and had no idea how to pose. Leon reassured her and told her she was thinking too much. He pulled her closer and said she was already perfect. Then he jokingly sat her on his lap and told her not to move while he took the picture. Looking at her seriously, he added that none of the women he had ever met could compare to her. When Charlie received the photo, he immediately messaged back, asking where Leon had found such a beautiful girl. A little later, they left the office together. Leon suggested that she should not place any taxi orders that night, and that he would simply take her home. But Elizabeth shook her head and said she wanted to support whatever he was doing. Leon smiled and pulled her slightly closer, asking how he could possibly refuse a princess like her. Elizabeth laughed and said those were very sweet words, but she was not as delicate as he thought. After a moment of silence, Leon asked her something more serious. He wanted to know how someone could start a charity foundation, and what steps were required. Elizabeth explained that creating such an organization was very difficult, even for powerful people. There were many complicated details involved, and handling it alone would be extremely challenging. Leon nodded thoughtfully. He understood the difficulties, but he still wanted to try. He wanted to do everything possible to make it happen. Elizabeth praised him for having such a goal. Leon smiled and replied that she was also a kind person. He remembered how she had rented 2 buildings to people at very low prices to help them. He then asked if she would help him manage the charity foundation, since she understood such matters much better than he did. Elizabeth agreed and promised she would look into everything carefully. Soon they arrived at her home. After she got out of the car, Leon suddenly remembered something and asked her to wait for a moment. He told her that he planned to travel to Yangshan the next day. If she had time, she could come along. Elizabeth said she would check her schedule and told him to be careful on the road. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone informing him that he had received a 5-star rating from a client. Suddenly, Lena appeared before him and congratulated him. She announced that his previous career was now complete, and that a new one was about to begin. She showed him the system interface, and asked whether he, as the owner, wanted to start a new profession. Leon, curious about what would happen next, agreed. Lena then informed him that his next career would be a physical education teacher. Leon stared at her in disbelief and asked if she was serious. Lena handed him a special enhancement potion. She explained that it would not only improve his athletic abilities, but also grant him knowledge in many fields, including advanced mathematics. Leon laughed and asked why a physical education teacher would need advanced mathematics. Lena explained that the potion contained the wisdom of the world's best students, and would help him quickly master everything required for his new profession. Although puzzled, Leon trusted her and drank the potion. Almost immediately, he felt strange sensations in his head, as if large amounts of knowledge were pouring into his mind. When he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel new information forming inside his thoughts. Lena then told him that his body had also improved, because the potion enhanced his physical attributes. Leon lifted his shirt and saw that his muscles had indeed become stronger. Amazed, he hugged Lena and thanked her for helping him reach this stage. Later that night, lying on his bed, Leon reflected on everything that had happened. He had finally completed his mission, and could now begin a new chapter. Just then his phone rang again. A manager informed him that they had contacted Pagani engineers about his car. Leon replied that they should arrange transportation for the specialists. Soon Elizabeth also called. She said she would not be able to accompany him on his trip the next day, but she had already booked him a first-class flight around 10 in the morning. She then asked him what the name of his charity shelter would be. Leon answered that it would be called Blue Sky. Elizabeth said she was simply curious, and reminded him to behave himself and not flirt with other women during the trip. The next morning, when Leon arrived at the airport, he was surprised to see that Elizabeth had indeed booked him a first-class ticket. After boarding the plane, he sat quietly playing on his phone while other passengers filled the cabin. Across the aisle, two girls named Freya and Lucy noticed him immediately. Freya whispered to her friend that the man sitting there was extremely handsome. Lucy agreed and joked that although she had flown first class many times, she had never seen such a handsome passenger before. Their friend Frel overheard them and told them to stop staring. According to him, appearance meant nothing. In first class, money was far more important than looks. The man sitting next to Leon joined the conversation and declared that wealth mattered far more than good looks. Leon calmly told him to keep his opinions to himself. To prove his point, Frel proposed a challenge. He suggested asking a flight attendant for her WeChat and seeing which of them she would choose. When a flight attendant walked down the aisle, Frel immediately called her over. He explained the situation and said that both he and his friend wanted her WeChat, but she had to choose only one of them. The flight attendant politely replied that company rules did not allow her to add passengers on WeChat. Frel insisted that it should not be a problem and argued that airline rules required attendants to satisfy reasonable passenger requests. As she hesitated, the flight attendant glanced at Leon, who was quietly focused on his phone. Then she noticed the luxurious watch on his wrist, which appeared to be worth more than 10 million. Without hesitation, she walked directly to Leon and asked for his WeChat instead. Frel was completely stunned and could not understand why she had ignored him. Leon calmly looked at him and asked whether he was ready to admit defeat. Frel angrily refused and began scolding the flight attendant, claiming she lacked experience. According to him, if a more professional attendant had been present, he would have won the bet. Before he could continue arguing, Freya suddenly told her friend to look behind them. Standing in the aisle was Elizabeth. Frel stared at her in amazement and asked who that beautiful woman was. Seizing the opportunity, Leon smiled and asked Frel whether he wanted to try adding this beauty's WeChat. Frel hesitated for a moment but finally agreed. He said that if he lost this bet as well, he would admit that Leon was truly superior. At that moment, Elizabeth walked down the aisle and approached Leon's seat. She politely asked if she could pass, explaining that the window seat next to him was hers. Frel immediately stood up and seized the opportunity. With a confident smile, he told Elizabeth that both he and his friend wanted to add her on WeChat. Before Elizabeth could even respond, Leon suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder and gently pulled her closer. Wrapping an arm around her, he calmly told Frel that he had no chance with a girl like her and that he should leave her alone. Frel's face turned red with anger. He called Leon an idiot and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Leon responded with a playful tone, claiming that he possessed a special ability. According to him, he could make a beautiful woman fall in love with him in just a second. Hearing this, Frel became even more furious. He warned Leon not to be so arrogant and even suggested that Elizabeth could call the police if she felt uncomfortable. Elizabeth, slightly embarrassed by the attention from the surrounding passengers, quietly asked Leon what he was doing. Leon casually replied that he was not doing anything special. He simply felt that the air inside the plane was stuffy and wanted to get some fresh air. Feeling awkward under so many curious eyes, Elizabeth quickly pulled herself out of his arms. Leon then turned back to Frel and calmly asked who had won the bet in the end. Frel froze for a moment. Reluctantly, he admitted that Leon had won. After that, Leon fastened his seatbelt and relaxed in his seat. Now that the troublesome man had been silenced, he thought he could finally talk peacefully with Elizabeth. Curious, he asked how she had ended up on the same plane. If she had business in Yangshan, he would have understood, but she had previously said she would not travel with him. Elizabeth smiled and explained that she had originally come to see him off at the airport. But since she had nothing important to do that day, she decided to join him on the trip and visit the orphanage together. Meanwhile, Frel sat nearby, still frustrated. He could not help thinking that if Leon had not interfered, he might have been the one sitting beside such a beautiful girl. Just then, Freya leaned toward her brother and whispered that she wanted to ask Leon for his WeChat. Frel angrily asked why she would want the contact information of someone he considered a loser. Leon overheard the remark and immediately turned toward him. His expression darkened as he asked Frel who exactly he was calling a loser. Frel shrugged and said that although he did not know Leon personally, he looked like nothing more than an ordinary gigolo. Leon calmly wrapped an arm around Elizabeth again and thought to himself that he would soon show Frel who the real loser was. He boldly declared that he planned to marry her soon. Elizabeth, caught in his tight embrace, asked him to loosen his grip because it was becoming uncomfortable. Leon chuckled and told her to relax. According to him, if she leaned against him comfortably, she would fall asleep faster during the flight. At that moment, Elizabeth pinched him in protest. She then stood up and said she was going to the restroom to tidy up because her clothes had become wrinkled. Leon jokingly said that he would accompany her. After some time, the plane landed in Yangshan. When they arrived at the orphanage, Leon looked around and realized how large the place actually was. Elizabeth mentioned that although housing prices in Yangshan were relatively low, the land value in that area alone was worth tens of millions. Leon nodded and said that was exactly why he thought Vanessa was somewhat stubborn. She could have lived a very comfortable life, yet she valued her principles so strongly that even her clothes rarely cost more than 100 yuan. They walked inside to see how the children were living. The courtyard was lively, filled with children running and playing happily. Suddenly one child noticed Leon and shouted excitedly that their brother Leon had returned. The children immediately ran toward him. Elizabeth smiled and told them that they had brought many delicious sweets. She asked them to share the treats with all the other children. The children thanked her enthusiastically, and Elizabeth felt slightly embarrassed by how adorable they were. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached them. She asked Leon why he had not informed them in advance about his visit, saying she would have prepared his favorite dishes. Leon replied that he did not want to trouble anyone and preferred to arrive quietly. The woman smiled warmly and said it was still a wonderful surprise, especially since he had brought such a beautiful girl with him. Elizabeth politely greeted her and introduced herself. The woman looked at Elizabeth with admiration and jokingly said she should not bring gifts anymore, because she would soon become part of their family anyway. She then asked a man nearby to distribute the gifts among the children and take them inside. Suddenly the man froze and called the woman over. He pointed toward the entrance and said that Nell had arrived with someone. The woman became excited. She said it was an amazing coincidence that two people had brought their partners to the orphanage on the same day. Elizabeth turned curiously to Leon and asked who Nell was. Leon explained that Nell had also grown up in the orphanage. However, she studied at a university in Yangshan, while he had attended university in Shanghai. They walked toward the entrance to see who Nell had brought. A luxury car was parked outside and a young man and woman were standing beside it. Nell was smiling brightly as she handed out treats to the children gathering around her. However, the man standing with her suddenly shouted at the children, warning them not to touch his BMW. If they scratched it, he threatened, they would have to wash the car themselves. Just then, Nell noticed Leon approaching and immediately ran toward him with excitement. She asked whether Elizabeth was his girlfriend and eagerly requested an introduction. Elizabeth smiled and said that Leon had mentioned Nell many times. She was happy to finally meet her. Nell warmly squeezed Elizabeth's hand and said that she was beautiful. In her opinion, Elizabeth and Leon were perfect for each other. At that moment the man stepped forward and reached out his hand toward Elizabeth. He introduced himself as Wesley, Nell's boyfriend, and said he was pleased to meet her. But Leon quickly stepped in and stopped the handshake. He explained that Elizabeth already knew who Wesley was and that there was no need for such formalities. Wesley secretly wondered how someone who had grown up without a family could still manage to find such a wonderful woman. Then he proudly announced that he wanted to donate several thousand yuan to the orphanage so the children could buy food and clothing. The aunt thanked him politely and said he had already brought many gifts, which was generous enough. Leon then stepped forward and quietly told his aunt that if someone truly wanted to donate, she should accept it without hesitation. Wesley turned toward Leon and mentioned that he had heard Leon was doing quite well in Shanghai. With a mocking tone, he asked whether Leon would also like to donate something. Leon calmly replied that he would donate 100 million yuan to the orphanage. Everyone fell silent. Wesley stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he had made a mistake with the number. It seemed impossible that someone like him could donate such an enormous amount. The aunt quickly told Leon not to joke about such things. Realizing that Leon might embarrass him, Wesley suddenly declared that if Leon really donated that much, he would donate 10 times more. Leon immediately took out his phone and called his manager. He instructed him to transfer 100 million yuan to the orphanage's account. Moments later, Vanessa's phone received a message confirming the transfer. She stared at the screen in shock. Wesley quickly grabbed the phone and checked the message himself. When he saw the confirmed transaction, his face turned pale. Leon calmly reminded him that he had kept his promise. Now it was Wesley's turn. Wesley stood there speechless. At first he had believed Leon was bluffing, but the evidence was right in front of him. Leon casually asked why he had suddenly become so quiet, especially since he had claimed to have so much money. Unable to face the situation, Wesley muttered that he had urgent business to attend to. Without another word, he rushed to his car and drove away from the orphanage. Nell looked confused and upset as she called after him, asking him to stay. Leon gently told her not to worry. In his opinion, Wesley was not a good person, and her life would be better without someone like that. Aunt Vanessa then turned to Leon with concern. She asked where he had obtained such a large amount of money, and whether he had done anything illegal. Leon reassured her that everything was legitimate. He explained that he had simply started a small business. Elizabeth, who had overheard the conversation, smiled and added that Leon was being modest. In reality, he was involved in several large projects. Still uneasy, Vanessa said that 100 million yuan was an enormous amount. She asked Leon to give her his account number so she could return the money and allow him to use it for his own business instead. However, Leon gently told the woman to keep the money. He assured her that he had more than enough and that the donation was meant entirely for the children. Hearing this, Vanessa finally relaxed. With a warm smile, she told him that she had prepared beef for lunch and that he would definitely enjoy it. Soon everyone gathered around the table. As they ate, they chatted about how the children had been doing while studying in the city. The atmosphere was calm and welcoming. During the meal, Elizabeth mentioned that she also had some business to handle in Yangqin. She explained that she planned to visit the Choyang branch of the company to review their records. According to her, there seemed to be irregularities in the accounts, and she wanted to investigate personally. She asked Leon if he could accompany her. Leon reassured her that the staff at the branch were already aware of her arrival, and that everything should be prepared by the time she arrived. However, Elizabeth smiled and said that no one actually knew she was there. She preferred to inspect things quietly and calmly. Hearing this, Leon thought to himself that she was still somewhat naive. After finishing the meal, Leon thanked Vanessa and told her they should get going. Just as they were about to leave, Elizabeth suddenly stood up awkwardly. She realized that part of her dress had torn slightly and said she needed to change. A little later, Leon waited outside the women's restroom while she tried to fix her clothes. From inside, Elizabeth called out to him for help. She explained that the zipper of her dress had become stuck and she could not close it. Leon joked that she could simply walk down the street like that without worrying. Elizabeth laughed and replied that men often liked helping women with complicated outfits. Leon answered playfully that he actually preferred taking dresses off rather than putting them on. When he tried to pull the zipper up, it refused to move. After examining it carefully, he explained that the problem was caused by a loose thread that had become trapped inside the zipper. The only way to fix it was to cut the thread. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment, worried that the dress might be ruined. But after Leon explained the situation, she agreed. He fetched a pair of scissors and carefully cut the thread. Within a few moments, the zipper finally worked again, and the problem was solved. Later that day, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the Choyang branch of the company. They stepped out of the Pagani, and Leon quietly hoped that Elizabeth would be able to resolve the company's problems quickly. At the entrance, an employee greeted them politely and wished them a good day. Soon they entered the meeting room where many staff members were already busy working. The vice president of the Choyang branch, William, was present. When he saw Elizabeth, he looked shocked and immediately asked why she had not informed them about her visit in advance. Elizabeth calmly replied that it was not necessary. She asked him to bring this year's financial reports to the boardroom. A few minutes later, William returned with stacks of documents. As Elizabeth reviewed the reports, her expression grew serious. She realized that she had arrived just in time. The Chaoyang branch owed nearly $30 million and had violated several company regulations. There were also suspicious transactions in other accounts. She immediately informed William that she had already contacted the police. But before she could continue, the door suddenly burst open. A rough-looking man walked into the room carrying a baseball bat. Elizabeth stared at him in confusion and asked who he was. The man bluntly declared that they had come to collect money. According to him, William owed them 1 million yuan. If the money was not paid, no one in the room would leave alive. Elizabeth turned toward William in shock and asked whether he had really borrowed money from these people. The man then looked at Elizabeth with a crooked smile and said he liked beautiful women like her. He suggested that if she spent one night with him, he might consider forgiving the debt. Elizabeth was stunned and momentarily speechless. At that moment, Leon stepped forward and stood in front of her. Calmly, he told the man that William should not give them anything. Then he asked the man directly whether William had sent them there in order to prevent the company from reporting the situation to the police. The man became furious and threatened Leon, asking whether he wanted to die for saying such things. Leon remained completely calm. He asked how much William had paid them, and suggested that 2 million yuan might be enough for them to hand William over to the police. The man paused in surprise and glanced at his companions. None of them objected. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said that 2 million yuan would indeed be acceptable. In that case, they would gladly deliver William to the police, whether he was alive or half dead. Leon then raised his voice and ordered them to leave immediately, and follow their boss's instructions. After they left, Elizabeth looked frightened and asked Leon what they should do next. Leon told her to continue sorting through the financial reports, while he went to the police station to file a report. Soon afterward, he arrived at the station and explained the situation. He emphasized that the matter should be handled quietly. If news about the scandal reached the newspapers, the company's market value could collapse. Elizabeth thanked him sincerely, and admitted that she did not know how she would manage without him. However, Leon asked her to return to the office first. He would handle the matter involving Vice President William himself. Elizabeth refused to let him face everything alone, but Leon handed her a folder containing documents and assured her that everything was under control. 3 hours later, Leon returned to the company building. Walking beside him was a man in handcuffs. Elizabeth had waited anxiously the entire time, worried that something terrible might have happened to him. The moment she saw him return safely, she felt an enormous sense of relief. She ran toward him and hugged him tightly, asking if he was all right. Leon smiled and told her that he had caught the man responsible. Now all that remained was to hand him over to the court and the police. William, now terrified, begged for mercy. He offered to give Elizabeth his house and car if she would let him go. Elizabeth coldly told him to stop talking. The court would decide his fate. Afterward, she held Leon's arm and thanked him again for helping her resolve the crisis. She suggested that before returning to Shanghai, they should visit his mother to say goodbye. Later that evening, they arrived at the Yunwei Hotel. Elizabeth told Leon that she wanted to cook dinner for him as a way of thanking him. Leon looked surprised and asked whether she could actually cook. Elizabeth smiled confidently and assured him that she was an excellent cook. After some time, she called him to the table. Everything was ready. Leon tasted one of the dishes and immediately praised it. It was delicious. Elizabeth then placed a plate of steak in front of him and told him to focus on eating instead of talking. During dinner, Leon asked about the legal situation with the vice president. Elizabeth explained that unless something unexpected happened, all the documents would be submitted to the court the next day. Leon was impressed that everything had been handled so quickly. Elizabeth smiled and reminded him that she was not only the director of the company. After finishing the meal, Leon complimented her cooking again. He said he should reward her somehow. Elizabeth laughed and said that he had already helped her enough with the company. But Leon stood up and told her that she should still wait for her reward. Curious, Elizabeth asked what surprise he had planned. Instead of answering, Leon leaned forward and kissed her. Then he lifted her gently into his arms. Elizabeth laughed softly and asked whether the reward was meant for her or for him. Leon replied that it did not matter, as long as she was happy. The next morning, Leon woke up feeling relaxed and satisfied. But just as he stretched and yawned, his phone began to ring. The caller informed him that the university in Shanghai was confirming his new position and asked whether he could begin working the next day. The following day, Leon arrived at Shanghai University. Students walking across campus could not help noticing him. Several girls smiled in surprise at the sight of such a handsome man walking through the university. Dressed neatly in a suit, Leon felt slightly out of place among the young students. Just then, Elizabeth called him. She said she needed to run some errands and asked whether he could give her a ride. Leon laughed and replied that he could not. It was his first day working at the university. Elizabeth sounded shocked and asked how he had suddenly become a teacher. Leon joked that if she saw his physique, she would immediately understand why he was qualified to be a physical education teacher. Soon he entered the office and greeted everyone. He introduced himself as the new physical education instructor. A man named Lincoln stepped forward and introduced himself as the person responsible for helping him settle into the university. Lincoln then gestured toward a woman sitting nearby and explained that she was the dean of the department, Mrs. Samantha. Samantha looked at Leon coldly and told him that she did not care who had helped him get the job. If he was going to work at the university, he would have to work hard. She then informed him that before he could begin teaching, he first had to complete a task. She handed him a list of senior students and explained that he needed to arrange internships for them in different hotels. The internships had to offer at least $3,000 in salary, including food and accommodation. Leon immediately understood that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. Still, he calmly replied that he would try his best. After leaving her office, Lincoln walked with him and quietly explained the situation. He said that Samantha disliked people who obtained jobs through connections, and she was convinced that Leon would not last long. Lincoln admitted that he could not help him directly, but he could offer a small piece of advice. Leon listened carefully. Lincoln suggested that he focus on 3-star hotels, since they were more likely to accept interns quickly. Leon thanked him for the advice and decided to make a call. He contacted Manager Wang and asked him to come to the university, because he needed help arranging an internship program. About half an hour later, Manager Wang arrived. He asked Leon what tasks needed to be done, and promised to complete them as quickly as possible. Leon briefly explained the situation, and then took Wang with him back to Samantha's office. The moment Samantha saw a stranger entering her office, she became furious. She told Leon that bringing outsiders into her office violated university rules. Leon calmly explained that she had asked him to arrange internships for the students. The man standing beside him was the manager of the Bandao Hotel, and he had come specifically to discuss the internship opportunities. Samantha was stunned. She stood up and asked if the man was really the manager of Bandao Hotel. Manager Wang confirmed it and added that the interns would receive a monthly salary of $3,500, including food and accommodation. Hearing this, Samantha's attitude changed immediately. She nodded and said everything seemed acceptable. She would have the staff prepare the contract. At that moment, Leon suddenly received a notification from the system congratulating him. He had completed 20% of his new career goals and had earned 200,000 points. Lena explained that the reward came from the Lunan Science Institute. Leon found the recognition rather unusual but accepted it quietly. Meanwhile, Lincoln thanked Leon for resolving the internship problem and left the office. Leon then turned to Samantha and reminded her that he had completed the task she assigned. He asked if he could officially begin working as a physical education teacher the next day. Samantha nodded and told him he could start immediately. Before leaving, she instructed Lincoln to prepare Leon's class schedule. Lincoln mentioned that physical education attendance had been dropping below 30% recently, which could result in reduced salaries. Samantha explained that Lincoln had originally been the physical education teacher, but now he only managed the scheduling. Later that day, Leon visited Wangjiang Port to review some developments there. As he walked through the parking lot, he accidentally kicked a parked car. The driver inside immediately shouted angrily, accusing him of being careless and almost scratching the vehicle. Leon glanced at the car and asked what model it was, since he had not even noticed it before. The woman inside, Sonia, proudly said that the car was worth more than $1 million. If it were scratched, it would be disastrous for him. Leon simply replied that it looked like an ordinary car to him. After all, when he drove a Pagani, he never bragged about it. Sonia laughed sarcastically and said that someone like him could only dream of driving such an elite car. Leon felt slightly disappointed. He thought that people often judged others too quickly. Soon afterward, a meeting was about to begin in the conference room. Everyone had already gathered and was waiting for one last employee. Sonia entered the room and the manager immediately scolded her for being late. He added that she was lucky Leon had not arrived yet. Sonia apologized and said she would not have been late if it were not for a rude man she had encountered in the parking lot. She then turned to another designer named Georgia and asked whether she was ready to lose their design competition. Georgia calmly replied that foreigners often failed to understand the Chinese market and what customers truly wanted. Sonia insisted that they would soon see who was right. At that moment, the conference room door opened and Leon walked in. Sonia froze in shock. She immediately realized that the man she had insulted in the parking lot was actually the director of the company. Leon looked at her and asked whether she was an employee of the company. The manager quickly explained that Sonia was the company's chief designer and well known in the industry. Leon remained calm and said that since she was such a famous designer, she would easily find another job. Unfortunately, she would no longer be welcome there. Sonia quickly apologized and admitted her mistake. She begged for another chance. Leon asked her whether she truly believed she deserved another chance after the way she treated others. In his opinion, there was no place in the company for people with that kind of attitude. He then ordered Sonia and several others to leave the meeting room. After the room was cleared, Leon turned to Georgia and suggested that they get straight to business. Georgia nodded and presented her design concept for the development of Wangjiang Port. She emphasized that the location had great potential, but the design needed to consider regional logistics and international shipping routes. Leon listened carefully and said the idea sounded promising. He then asked whether a $200 million investment would determine the scale of the project. Georgia was stunned by the number. She explained that with $200 million, the port could already rank among the top 5 in the world. Leon then asked another question. If the investment reached $800 million, could the port become a global leader? Georgia and her entire team were shocked. After thinking for a moment, Georgia confidently said that with $800 million, Wangjiang Port could dominate the industry within 10 years. Leon nodded and said the deal was settled. He asked her to prepare a full plan and promised to transfer $200 million immediately to start the project. Later, as he walked through the hallway, someone called his name. The man introduced himself as Samuel, deputy director of the Lunan Institute. He informed Leon that he had now been appointed director and invited him to attend a meeting the following day at 1:30. The next morning, Leon returned to the university. He greeted Samantha, but she seemed irritated and told him to prepare for his first class. Leon assured her that he was ready, and even showed her the textbook he had brought. Samantha reminded him that according to university rules, if attendance in his class dropped below 95%, he would not receive any bonuses. Leon calmly replied that he understood. Surprised by his relaxed attitude, Samantha asked why he did not seem concerned about losing bonuses. Leon shrugged and said he did not care much about the salary. Attendance numbers were not important to him. Although puzzled by his response, Samantha still insisted that he follow all university rules and teach properly. Leon nodded and asked where his class would be held. Lincoln told him that the lesson would take place in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. When Leon arrived there, several female students immediately greeted him warmly. They were surprised to see such a handsome new teacher. One of them noticed the book in his hands and asked whether he really carried a textbook. Leon explained that he was the new physical education teacher, and that his class would begin in that lecture hall. The girls quickly took out their phones and began messaging their friends about the attractive new instructor. When Leon entered the lecture hall, he greeted the students who had already gathered. Meanwhile, Samantha quietly walked into the back of the room to observe his teaching. At first, there were only about 30 students in the hall. Samantha doubted that he could attract even 50. But suddenly, loud excited voices echoed from the hallway. More students began rushing into the lecture hall. Lincoln looked around in shock and asked where all these students were coming from. Samantha also looked confused. She could not understand why so many students suddenly wanted to attend Leon's class. Lincoln suggested that perhaps the girls were attracted by his appearance. Samantha admitted that might explain the girls, but she could not understand why so many boys were also entering. Lincoln laughed and said the boys probably followed the girls. Within minutes, the lecture hall was completely packed with students. Seeing that every seat was filled, Leon finally decided to begin the lesson. Lincoln quietly suggested that Samantha could leave now since attendance clearly exceeded expectations. But Samantha shook her head and refused. She insisted on staying and personally observing Leon's class. Leon stepped to the front of the lecture hall and calmly told the students that he would begin by calling roll. If anyone could not hear their name clearly, they should simply come forward and write it down themselves. The process took much longer than expected. Half an hour later he announced that they had already reached student number 124, yet the roll call still continued. The hall remained crowded and noisy with students waiting for their names. Samantha watched impatiently. She eventually told Leon to begin the lesson, explaining that she wanted to personally observe how he conducted his class. One of the students immediately spoke up, complaining that Samantha should write down her own name as well, in case Leon missed it during the roll call. Another student quickly added that Leon knew what he was doing, and that the teacher should not interfere with his lesson. Samantha suddenly noticed that several students nearby were looking at her with irritation. The atmosphere in the lecture hall grew tense, and she began to feel slightly uncomfortable. Lincoln quietly leaned toward her and whispered that they should probably leave before the students became even more annoyed. After a moment of hesitation, Samantha agreed. She said they should follow Leon's instructions and leave the hall for now. When the last students finished writing their names, Leon finally addressed the class again and announced that they could begin the lesson. One girl raised her hand and said she had not registered yet. Leon nodded and allowed her to add her name to the list. Soon afterward he declared that the roll call was complete. Since so much time had already been spent on attendance, the actual lesson would continue during the next class. Lincoln later commented to Samantha that he had never seen such a disciplined group of students before. It was quite remarkable. Leon then walked up to Samantha and politely asked whether the attendance for his class had reached the required level. Samantha tried to avoid admitting it, but the numbers were obvious. She reluctantly said that the attendance was indeed satisfactory. Leon smiled and told her that he would be leaving since he had no more classes scheduled for that day. After he left, Lincoln joked that he might have discovered the secret behind Leon's success. If Leon continued behaving so casually around the female students, they would probably keep showing up to his classes on their own. Just then, Lena suddenly appeared beside Leon and tugged gently on his hand. She congratulated him on successfully beginning his teaching career and presented him with a special reward called the Expert Memory Medal. Leon asked what exactly expert memory meant and how it differed from the sage's memory he had received before. Lena explained that a sage possessed broad knowledge across many fields but lacked deep specialization. In contrast, expert memory contained extremely detailed knowledge within a specific discipline. With such a memory, she said, Leon could instantly become a professional in almost any field. Intrigued, Leon hugged Lena happily and asked whether she knew any experts in microchip technology. Lena replied that she knew of a legendary figure named Jack Kilby, widely considered the father of microchips. Leon immediately decided to use Kilby's expertise. The system activated, and moments later it confirmed that the expert memory had been successfully uploaded into his mind. Leon felt a sudden rush of information filling his thoughts. With Kilby's knowledge now integrated into his mind, he realized he could potentially make major breakthroughs in microchip technology. Meanwhile, far away at the Lunan Scientific Institute, researchers were busy working on various projects. Inside the director's office, an employee named Lizzie was speaking with Deputy Director Lucian about recent news. They had just learned that someone had purchased the entire institute. Director Samuel confirmed the information. A wealthy individual had indeed acquired the institute, and they were scheduled to meet him soon. According to Samuel, the new owner might arrive at any moment. Lizzie wondered why a rich businessman would want to purchase a scientific institute. Samuel reassured her that they should remain calm. Perhaps the new director would turn out to be a reasonable person. Lucian, however, was not so optimistic. He said it would be difficult to remain hopeful if the new director turned out to be an amateur with no scientific background. Samuel lowered his head thoughtfully, realizing that Lucian's concerns were not unreasonable. Just then, Samuel's phone rang. It was Leon. Leon informed him that he had already arrived outside the institute. Samuel immediately said he would come out to greet him. When Leon entered the Lunan Scientific Institute, Samuel personally welcomed him and introduced himself as the institute's director. He offered to give Leon a tour of the facility. As they walked through the building, Leon quietly observed the equipment and laboratories around him. After a moment, he commented that the institute's equipment appeared somewhat outdated. Samuel explained to Leon that only a few people truly understood their industry, and replacing the laboratory equipment would require a tremendous amount of money. Although the institute had long planned to upgrade its equipment, they simply did not have the funds to carry out such a large project. Samuel then described the current situation of the institute in detail, sharing both the difficulties they faced and his hopes for its future development. After listening carefully, Leon replied that he could not make a decision immediately. He needed some time to consider everything carefully and promised that he would contact them within a few days. Samuel nodded in understanding and assured him that they would prepare everything properly before his arrival. At that moment, Lucian approached Leon and said he wished to speak with him before leaving. He informed Leon that the Lunan Institute was currently conducting its own scientific research, and hoped that Leon would not interfere with their work. Lucian clearly wanted the research team to continue their work independently. Leon calmly asked Lucian about his educational background. Lucian replied with confidence that he had graduated from Fudan University, earned a doctorate in computer communications, and was a highly qualified specialist in his field. Hearing this, Leon responded sarcastically that if Lucian had not mentioned it, he might have assumed Lucian only possessed a kindergarten diploma. Lucian was clearly offended by the remark. He acknowledged that Leon was wealthy and known as the most talented graduate of Fudan University, but insisted that Leon had no right to insult him. Leon replied that he had not insulted Lucian, he simply despised people who acted without using their brains. He then reminded Lucian that he had already acquired the entire Lunan Institute, and questioned how Lucian could dare to tell him to leave. Leon bluntly stated that Lucian was no longer needed at the institute. Seeing the tension rise, Samuel quickly stepped in to calm the situation. He explained that Lucian was only worried about the future of the institute and had not intended to offend Leon. Lucian then added that once the current project problem was solved, they would achieve a breakthrough in microchip manufacturing technology, which would be an extremely important scientific achievement. Placing a hand on Samuel's shoulder, Lucian emphasized that if he were to leave the institute, the resulting losses would be irreversible. Leon asked coldly whether Lucian believed the Earth would stop spinning without him. Lucian immediately began shouting that he was only telling the truth, and that the project could never have been completed without his contribution. Leon then turned to Samuel and asked what project Lucian was talking about. Samuel explained that the research team was developing a complex project involving a control unit program, but they were struggling to successfully install the program into the system. The software they had written did not properly match the control unit, which was causing continuous problems. Leon asked about the complexity of the project and whether the program could be adapted to the control unit. Samuel replied that the system was extremely complex and represented one of the most critical stages in their microchip research. After hearing this, Leon sat down at a nearby table and calmly said that he would take a look at the problem himself and attempt to find a solution. Samuel, curious about Leon's abilities, asked about his academic background, assuming he must have studied engineering or science. Leon corrected him, explaining that he actually held a bachelor's degree in marketing from John Hai University. Samuel froze in surprise. Even Lucian seemed puzzled. Nevertheless, Samuel suggested that Leon could try to fix the problem. Lucian then added that Leon must be some kind of genius. As the deputy director, Lucian admitted that it was impressive that someone with a marketing degree could even understand programming. Leon ignored their doubts and explained that the source code contained numerous bugs that were causing the system to malfunction. He stated that there were also problems within their server and network systems that needed to be corrected. Leon assured them that he would repair the code and eliminate all the bugs. A few minutes later, Leon calmly announced that the code had been fixed and that they could check the program themselves. Lucian, still skeptical, asked whether Leon wanted to review the code again just to be certain. Leon shook his head and replied that everything had already been completed. Samuel quickly reviewed the program and then announced with excitement that the code was perfect. The problem that had troubled them for so long had finally been solved. Leon then turned to Deputy Director Lucian and calmly said that since the problem had been resolved, Lucian was no longer needed at the Lunan Institute. After that, he instructed Samuel to begin replacing all the outdated equipment with new technology and assured him that the necessary funding would be provided. Samuel hesitated and explained that replacing all the equipment would cost at least 20 million. Leon simply patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry. As the new director, he would take responsibility for the expenses. Leon promised to transfer 50 million to support the institute. Furthermore, he announced that if the team successfully completed their work, each member would receive a bonus of 500,000. Samuel was deeply moved by Leon's generosity. On behalf of the entire institute, he sincerely thanked him for his trust and support. At that moment, a student named Lizzie approached Leon Daoan. She bowed politely and apologized for her earlier behavior. Before Leon left, she asked if she could ask him a few questions in the future. Leon gave her his contact information and told her she could reach out anytime if she needed help. Afterward, Leon informed Samuel that he would be leaving, but Samuel insisted on personally escorting the director outside. As they walked out of the building, Leon reflected on the impressive capabilities of the Lunan Institute. He believed the institute had enormous potential for the future. However, his thoughts were interrupted when a man approached them. The man introduced himself as Christopher, the director of John High Normal University. Standing beside him was his chief secretary and close friend, J. Dai. Samuel recognized Christopher, and explained that Christopher had called a few days earlier, requesting to borrow the Lunan Institute's laboratory. However, Samuel informed him that the institute had recently been purchased by new owners, and he no longer had the authority to make such decisions. He pointed to Leon and explained that Leon was now the new director, so any discussion about renting the laboratory should be directed to him. Leon politely shook Christopher's hand and expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Christopher mentioned that he was prepared to pay the rental fee for the laboratory. However, Leon smiled and said that payment was unnecessary. He explained that they were planning to replace all the old equipment and would be happy to provide the older machines to a friend in need. Leon added that the equipment had been used for microchip development and was still in good working condition. Christopher was extremely grateful for Leon's generosity. Meanwhile, Jay studied Leon's face carefully and remarked that Leon looked very familiar. He asked if they had met before. Leon smiled and said that Jay had a good memory. He reminded him that they had crossed paths a few days earlier at the university's Human Resources Department. Christopher was surprised by this revelation. He asked Leon whether he was currently a teacher at their university, and whether he had truly just acquired the Lunan Institute. Leon explained that he was working at the university mainly to gain experience. Recognizing Leon's remarkable abilities and contributions to both technology and academics, Christopher revealed that he was considering offering Leon the position of vice-chancellor. Leon thanked him for the generous offer but explained that he preferred to keep a low profile and avoid attracting too much attention. Christopher reassured him that the contract could be signed privately without anyone else present. He then instructed Jay to prepare all the necessary documents. The next day, Leon arrived at his new workplace. He sat at the office computer while Lincoln worked nearby on homework and presentation materials. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Felix stormed inside, visibly furious. Everyone in the room immediately sensed the tension and wondered what had caused the teacher's anger. Lincoln politely informed Felix that Samantha had not yet arrived and offered to notify her of his visit. However, Felix explained that he had not come to see the dean. Instead, he had come specifically to speak with Leon. Leon looked at him with confusion and asked what he wanted. Felix angrily explained that he had heard the new employee had caused Samantha considerable trouble on his very first day at work. Leon was puzzled and said he did not understand what he had done wrong. Felix insisted that Leon had created serious problems, and demanded that he leave the university immediately. Leon calmly asked whether Felix truly believed he was better than him. He even suggested that they have a brief conversation and settle the matter immediately. Lincoln quickly warned Leon not to escalate the situation. He quietly explained that Felix's uncle was the university's vice principal and held significant authority. Just then the office door opened again, and Samantha walked in. She was surprised to see Felix and immediately asked why he was there, reminding him that she had already told him not to come to her office. Felix assured her that there was no need to worry. If Leon had offended her in any way, he claimed he could easily deal with the problem. However, Samantha firmly replied that she and Leon had a perfectly good working relationship. She told Felix that the matter was none of his business, and even if any issues arose between her and Leon, they would handle them themselves. Despite her explanation, Felix remained furious. He insisted that Leon would eventually damage the university's reputation. As Felix finally turned to leave, Samantha quietly told Leon that she simply wanted some peace and hoped Felix would stop bothering him. Leon smiled warmly and told Samantha that he was happy to serve such a wonderful person. Hearing this, Samantha began to feel that Leon was not nearly as annoying as she had first thought. The atmosphere between them became much more relaxed as they continued chatting. While they were talking, Samantha suddenly received a call. After listening for a moment, she turned to Leon and told him that Mr. Lee wanted to see him immediately in the vice principal's office. Realizing the urgency, Samantha advised Leon to go there right away. Lincoln also urged him not to delay. He warned Leon that it would be better to apologize quickly, otherwise, he might not be able to remain at the university for very long. When Leon entered the office, he immediately saw teacher Felix standing there with a stern expression. Felix wasted no time, and bluntly announced that they had decided to fire him. Leon calmly asked the vice principal for the reason behind such a decision. The vice principal explained that, in his opinion, Leon's qualifications were not suitable for working at the university, and that it would be better for him to resign voluntarily. Leon simply apologized, and said that he had just received a message from the rector that required an immediate response. Moments later, Calvin walked into the office. He had received the message and appeared extremely angry. He demanded to know why the vice principal was reprimanding Leon and attempting to fire him. The vice principal repeated his opinion that Leon was unfit to work at the university and should resign. Calvin's anger intensified. He scolded Vice Principal Lee harshly and reminded him that Leon was the very person he had intended to promote to the position of vice chancellor. Calvin openly criticized Lee's judgment, suggesting that Lee himself lacked the personal qualities required for his position. He even suggested that Lee should be the one to resign. Both Vice Principal Lee and Professor Felix were stunned as they suddenly realized that they had made a serious mistake. Lee quickly apologized and begged Calvin for another chance, promising that he would correct his behavior in the future. However, Calvin coldly replied that he had already given him plenty of opportunities to improve. In a sudden burst of anger and desperation, Vice Principal Lee turned around and slapped Teacher Felix across the face, blaming him for the entire situation and claiming that Felix had led him to make such a terrible decision. Calvin then turned to Leon and assured him that the way he had been treated was completely unfair. He even told Leon that he could take over the vice principal's position in the future. Leon politely declined the offer, explaining that he was perfectly satisfied with his role as a teacher. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Lee continued angrily scolding Felix, blaming him for everything that had happened. Calvin once again suggested that Leon could still accept the promotion if he wished. Leon eventually agreed, but only under one condition: the promotion had to remain secret. Elsewhere, Samantha and Teacher Lincoln were still worried about Leon. They feared that he might actually be fired. At that moment, Calvin suddenly walked into the room, surprising Samantha. She asked how and why he had suddenly appeared there. Calvin calmly explained that he had been passing by and decided to stop in. Although surprised, Samantha said she was glad to see him and welcomed his visit. Calvin then told them that he had important news. Vice Principal Lee and Professor Felix had both submitted their resignations. Samantha was completely shocked and struggled to understand how the situation had changed so dramatically in such a short time. Calvin continued speaking and revealed another surprising development. Leon had been appointed as the new vice principal. He then asked Samantha and Lincoln whether they were willing to work together with Leon as a team. Samantha quickly assured him that there would be no problem at all. Calvin seemed pleased with her response and expressed his excitement about their future cooperation. Later, Lincoln asked Leon what exactly had happened that caused him to be fired one moment and promoted the next. Leon simply replied that it was quite simple. Calvin had cleared up the misunderstanding and publicly restored his reputation. At that moment, Lena suddenly appeared and congratulated Leon on successfully completing a hidden mission. As a reward, he had been granted ownership of the Twin Towers, located in the city center. Lena explained that the Twin Towers were part of a massive financial complex, worth nearly $15 billion. Just then, Leon received a phone call from someone who wanted to discuss the purchase details of the Twin Towers. They agreed to meet the following morning at 9 o'clock. Leon reflected quietly that the appearance of the Twin Towers at such a crucial moment was extremely fortunate. However, he also realized that he now controlled too many businesses. To manage them properly, he would eventually need to establish a large corporation. Later, when Leon entered his office, he was surprised to find a girl already inside. The startled girl immediately demanded to know why he had entered without knocking or warning her first. Leon simply smiled and calmly explained that it was also his office. The girl, flustered and embarrassed, insisted that he leave immediately and not look at her. Leon shrugged and stepped outside while the girl slammed the door behind him. Later that evening, Leon attended a banquet, hoping to enjoy the event with his beloved Elizabeth. As he entered the restaurant, he noticed that many of the girls present seemed fascinated by him. Leon soon spotted Elizabeth talking with several other women. Not wanting to interrupt their conversation, he decided to handle some of his own matters first. He figured Elizabeth could wait for him a little while. He began choosing dishes for himself, thinking that it would be better to eat first. At that moment, a girl approached him and shyly asked if she could add his WeChat. Leon politely refused. The girl quickly walked away, muttering that he looked like a beggar. Leon reflected on the situation and realized that he had unintentionally hurt the girl's pride, causing her embarrassment. Meanwhile, another girl approached Elizabeth and mentioned that Yalosi Company had recently secured a huge project worth $800 million. Elizabeth immediately recognized the project as the reconstruction of Wangjiang Port. However, she admitted that she was unfamiliar with the director responsible for the project or their future plans. Leon overheard the conversation and realized that Yalo Shazi was actually the design company he had personally chosen for the port reconstruction. Soon afterward, the general manager of Zhanhai Engineering Company, Qingfang Warner, approached Elizabeth. He asked whether she was interested in participating in the Wangjiang Port reconstruction project. Elizabeth admitted that she was naturally interested in such a massive project. However, without the right connections in the industry, she believed it would be very difficult to get involved. Warner smiled and suggested that if she wanted to join the project, he might be able to help her find a way. Elizabeth replied calmly that if he truly had such connections, then he should simply take the project himself. Leon, who had been quietly observing the conversation, began to dislike Warner's approach. Warner explained that his sister held a management position in the company, and that he could not manage the project alone. Elizabeth replied that if he wished, he could visit her company in a few days so they could discuss the matter properly. However, Warner suddenly extended his hand toward her, and suggested that they continue their discussion over dinner. At that exact moment, Leon stepped forward and stopped Warner's hand. He calmly told Warner that he had already crossed the line. Elizabeth did not have time to have lunch with him, and he should not even think about it. Warner became furious, and asked whether Elizabeth had time for Leon but not for him. Elizabeth explained that she had already promised to meet Leon and therefore had to decline Warner's invitation. Warner sneered, and said that it was arrogant of her to reject such a lucrative project for someone like Leon. Leon remained completely calm and told Warner that they would actually be working on the Yalosi project themselves. He even pointed out that Qiaoyang Company was also a suitable candidate for cooperation. Warner laughed and asked if Leon was joking. Leon simply replied that if Warner did not believe him, he could call his sister and confirm the truth. Warner immediately made the call and asked his sister about the Wangjiang Port project, wondering if she already had a suitable candidate. His sister sounded confused and asked why he was suddenly asking such a question, since he usually helped her with such matters. Leon then took the phone and calmly introduced himself by name. Warner's sister immediately asked if it was truly Leon. Warner, now extremely confused, asked his sister whether she knew Leon and how he was connected to the Wangjiang Port project. His sister replied that she knew Leon very well, and that the Wangjiang Port project actually belonged to him. Warner was completely stunned. At that moment, he realized he had made a terrible mistake. Seeing the shock on Warner's face, Leon calmly asked whether he finally understood the importance of making wise decisions. Warner quickly apologized, admitting that someone like him should be asking for forgiveness rather than insulting others. Leon looked at him coldly and told him to leave immediately and never show his face again. Warner left in deep embarrassment, regretting his behavior. Leon then turned to Elizabeth and told her that he had already finished eating. He said he would go to the break room and wait for her there. As he walked away, several girls nearby quietly commented that Leon was truly a unique and remarkable person. Inside the break room, Leon lay down to rest. After such a long and exhausting day, he quickly fell asleep. Sometime later, Elizabeth entered the room and quietly opened the bedroom door. She intended to talk with him but discovered that he had already fallen asleep. Curious, Elizabeth knelt beside him, wondering when he would wake up. Suddenly, Leon grabbed her hand tightly. Still surprised, Elizabeth commented that Leon had purchased the port without even telling her. She asked him why he had kept such important information secret instead of sharing it with her earlier. Leon calmly explained that his work was something he genuinely loved. Even though the job often came with difficulties, he never felt tired of it. Elizabeth responded seriously, saying that work was still work, and whenever she handled a task she intended to do it perfectly, especially when it came to the Wangjiang Port project. Hearing this, Leon suddenly asked her to wait. He looked at her with a faint smile and asked whether she had heard him say that he would actually give her the Wangjiang Port project. Elizabeth immediately pinched him playfully and warned that if he failed to give her the project, he would be sleeping alone on the sofa that night. Leon laughed at her threat and remarked that she was being far too cruel. After a moment, Elizabeth finally said that she was giving up arguing with him. At that moment, Leon leaned forward and kissed her gently on the lips. He then asked Elizabeth to find some time to talk with Georgia from Yellosh, explaining that he would greet her later at the office. Elizabeth thanked Leon sincerely for the opportunity he had given her, and said that he would definitely receive a reward for it. The next day, Leon arrived at Yuandong Company. As he stood outside the building, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. After all, he was now managing several companies at the same time. Just as he was thinking about this, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Leon turned around and saw Melissa, the most beautiful girl from his university group. She greeted him happily, and mentioned that it had already been a year since they last saw each other. Leon explained that he was now working as a physical education teacher at the university, and that he was quite satisfied with how his life had turned out. Melissa looked surprised. She commented that she never imagined a physical education teacher could earn much money. Then she added that although she had been the worst performer in their university group, she was now earning an annual salary of $200,000 at Yuandong Company. With a sigh, she remarked that life could indeed be cruel. She then asked Leon why he was standing outside the Yuandong building. Leon casually asked whether she would believe him if he said he had business inside the building. At the same time, he asked why so many people were gathered outside. Melissa explained that the mysterious rich man who had purchased the Twin Towers would be arriving that day to finalize the details of the acquisition. She said that the vice president and many employees of the company were already waiting outside the entrance to greet him. At that moment, the marketing department manager Renly approached them and asked Melissa why she was still standing there. He told her to hurry up. Melissa explained that she had just run into an old acquaintance whom she had not seen for a year. She then introduced Renly to Leon, telling him that Renly was her boyfriend and the marketing department manager at Yuandong Company. Melissa suggested that they all have dinner together that evening so they could discuss helping Leon find a job. However, Renly coldly replied that he only had dinner with people who possessed either business value or wealth. Dining with someone like Leon, he said, would simply be a waste of his time. He then told Leon to leave quickly because the mysterious rich man was about to arrive. Leon silently watched as Renly walked away. Feeling embarrassed, Melissa apologized to him and promised that they would meet again soon. Leon could not help thinking that people were always too quick to jump to conclusions. Looking around, he noticed that everyone had gathered near the Twin Towers, waiting eagerly for the wealthy buyer to appear. Leon slowly walked toward the building, but he found the atmosphere strange. The crowd behaved as if they were waiting to welcome a national leader. To him, buying a building did not seem like such an extraordinary event. Renly overheard his remark and felt shocked. In his mind, this unknown man was acting as if he were a millionaire. Meanwhile, Leon continued walking toward the entrance. The crowd stood quietly, almost like an audience awaiting the arrival of a president. Renly, now alarmed, asked Melissa what her friend Leon was planning to do and urged her to send him away immediately. Melissa quickly pushed Leon aside and told him to leave, explaining that the mysterious rich man would be arriving soon and this was not the right place for him. At that moment, a man named Lawrence walked toward them with an angry expression. He demanded to know what Melissa was doing there. Melissa quickly apologized and explained that her friend Leon was acting a little strangely, and that she would take him away immediately. Just then, Renly arrived and ordered the security guards to remove Leon from the area. Suddenly, Lawrence raised his hand and struck Renly with great force. Renly stood there in shock, unable to understand why he had been hit. Lawrence angrily explained that Leon was the man who had purchased the Twin Towers. He was furious that Renly had just called the owner an idiot. Then he ordered Renly to leave immediately. Renly could hardly believe what he had heard. Melissa also stared at Leon in shock and asked whether he had truly bought the Twin Towers. Leon calmly replied that he had already told her the reason he was there, but she simply refused to believe him. Renly quickly forced a smile and said that it had been a misunderstanding because of all the noise. He even suggested that they should have dinner later so Leon would not feel bored. Leon looked at him coldly and asked whether Renly truly believed he was worthy of dining with him. Lawrence then suggested that Leon ignore them and focus on more important matters. He proposed that they head to the conference room first to sign the business contracts. When they arrived at the conference room, Leon planned to finish the company's affairs quickly. However, Lawrence suddenly placed several thick stacks of documents on the table and explained that Leon needed to sign every one of them. Half an hour later, Leon had signed countless contracts and felt completely exhausted. Finally, he stood up and announced that everything had been completed and all the paperwork was finished. Lawrence congratulated him and reminded him that now that he owned the Twin Towers, he would have to work even harder. Then he asked who would represent the Twin Towers in the future. Leon asked whether Lawrence had any recommendations. Lawrence suggested that Leon consider his wife's brother, who owned a private company and was ranked among the top 3 leaders in the industry. Leon nodded and said that if Lawrence recommended him, they could arrange contact. If there were no further questions, he would continue handling other matters. Meanwhile, Melissa and Renly were packing their belongings at the company. Renly tried to comfort her, saying that she should not be nervous because she could still join another company and earn money to support herself. Melissa, however, shook her head and said that he was overthinking things. She told him plainly that they were not suitable for each other and that they should break up. Renly was stunned. He reminded her that she had recently been talking about marrying him as soon as possible. Melissa explained that when they were in university, Leon had once written her a love letter. She believed that he must still remember it, and she was certain that they would be together soon. Renly felt deeply offended and said that he had never realized she was that kind of person. Melissa then threw her belongings into the trash and convinced herself that she would soon live happily with Leon. When she saw Leon and Lawrence leaving the building, she suddenly realized that she needed to talk to him before it was too late. Melissa ran toward Leon. When he saw her approaching, he looked surprised and asked why she had not left yet. Melissa happily announced that she had just broken up with Renly, and that she was now single again. Leon frowned and asked what that had to do with him. Melissa explained that she had once received a love letter from him, and now she was giving him the chance to be together. Leon calmly explained that the letter had actually been meant for another girl, not her. He told Melissa to wake up and stop speaking nonsense. The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. Some people said that Melissa was far too self-absorbed. Others commented that this kind of behavior was common. When a man had no money, women ignored him, but once he became wealthy, they gathered around him like flies. Leon grew tired of the conversation and told Melissa that he was leaving because he had no interest in listening to her anymore. He walked toward his Pagani, intending to leave as quickly as possible. However, Melissa suddenly jumped into the passenger seat of his car. She said that since she had just lost her job, the least he could do was drive her home. Leon asked why he should do that. Melissa insisted that they were old friends, and that it would not hurt him to give her a ride. After some hesitation, Leon agreed. Moments later, she even asked him whether he could book a room for her. Leon immediately made a phone call and calmly explained that there was a girl sitting in his Pagani who refused to get out. He confirmed that he was calling the police because she would not leave. Melissa instantly panicked and begged him not to go that far. She promised that she would leave immediately. After dropping her off, Leon drove away without hesitation, feeling relieved to finally be rid of her. Meanwhile, near a neighboring building, another unusual scene was unfolding. A large crowd had gathered to watch a heated argument between a man and a young woman. A man suddenly began shouting at a young woman, accusing her of scratching his car. He demanded that she take responsibility, and warned her that if she tried to leave, she would face serious consequences. The girl, whose name was Hannah, asked why he was yelling so aggressively. She calmly assured him that she would compensate him for the damage. The man, however, clearly did not believe she could afford such a payment. Instead, he suggested another way to settle the matter. Grabbing Hannah's hand tightly, he told her that he needed a personal secretary to run errands for him, and that he would deduct the repair cost from her salary. Hannah was furious and immediately demanded that he release her. The man glared at her and asked how she dared to speak to him like that. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he warned her that she would regret her attitude. He then tried to force the cloth over Hannah's mouth. Hannah quickly realized that the man had no intention of letting her go easily. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out how to escape the situation. Meanwhile, the man appeared pleased with himself, clearly intending to humiliate her in front of everyone for daring to challenge him. The surrounding crowd was shocked by the man's behavior. Many wanted to help Hannah, but they were afraid that the man might harm them as well. At that very moment, Leon arrived in his Pagani. He stepped out of the car and walked directly toward the commotion. Just as he approached, Hannah managed to break free from the man's grip and immediately ran toward Leon, hoping he would help her. Breathing heavily, she asked how he happened to appear there. Leon calmly replied that he had simply been passing by when he noticed the disturbance. He then saw that Hannah's hand was red and asked what had happened. Hannah explained that the man had been harassing her. She told Leon that she had parked her motorcycle nearby, but the man claimed that the wind had blown it over and caused it to scratch his car. Leon looked around thoughtfully and pointed out that the day was extremely hot and completely windless. There was no way her motorcycle could have fallen by itself. He suggested that they go inside the nearby building and check the security cameras to see what had really happened. Hearing this, the man suddenly became nervous. Realizing that Leon seemed close to Hannah, he quickly changed his tone and suggested that they could settle the matter privately without involving the police. He even offered to handle the repairs himself. Leon, however, calmly told him not to rush. If there was truly nothing wrong, then checking the cameras would simply prove it. He added that it was also possible that a crime had been committed. The man's confidence instantly collapsed. Without warning, he dropped to his knees and admitted that he had made a mistake. He begged Leon not to call the police, explaining that he had a family and children who depended on him. Leon looked at him coldly, and finally said that he would let him go this time. However, he warned the man that if he ever behaved like this again, he would personally take him to the police station. Once the situation was resolved, Hannah suddenly told Leon that she felt dizzy and could barely stand. Concerned, Leon gently supported her and said he would take her home. After they got into the car, Leon asked where she lived. Hannah tried to remember the address but struggled for a moment. As they drove, Leon casually suggested that as the manager of his sales department, she should consider buying a car so she could travel wherever she wanted. Hannah hesitated and replied that buying a car immediately after being promoted might not look very appropriate. Leon simply told her that she should stop worrying about what other people thought and focus on her own comfort. He promised that when he had time, he would take her to a dealership himself. Hannah thanked him sincerely, but admitted that she did not have the money for a new car, and did not know how she could repay him. Leon joked that she could think about repayment while sitting in prison. Hannah looked at him quietly and could not help thinking about how kind he truly was. When they finally arrived at her home, Leon turned on the lights and noticed that the house was empty. Looking around, he saw that the room was rather messy. Hannah immediately became embarrassed and confessed that she was ashamed of the condition of her home. She worried that he might think she was careless. Leon reassured her that it was nothing unusual, and that his own place often looked the same. Hannah then said that she felt very hot and needed to take a bath. She promised that afterward she would treat him to dinner. Leon nodded and sat down on the sofa while she went to the bathroom. While waiting, Leon casually played games on his phone to pass the time. Soon afterward, Hannah called out to him and asked him to check her temperature. She said she could not tell whether she had a fever or was simply dizzy. Leon walked over and gently touched her forehead. After checking carefully, he confirmed that she indeed had a high fever. He then asked whether she lived alone. Hannah explained that she was divorced and now lived by herself. Looking at him quietly, she asked him not to leave, saying that she felt calm when he was beside her. The next morning, Leon asked Hannah how her marriage had ended in divorce. Hannah explained with a sigh that her ex-husband had destroyed their relationship by cheating on her. Leon found it difficult to understand how someone could betray a woman like her. Hannah simply replied that not all men appreciate the people who truly care about them. After some time, Leon stood up, realizing that he had many things to do that day. Hannah noticed that he looked tired and suggested that he stay longer, but Leon explained that he needed to return to the university early the next morning, and that the distance was quite far. The following morning, Leon arrived at the university. To his surprise, the office had changed dramatically, and even his desk was gone. Confused, he looked around until teacher Lincoln approached him. Lincoln explained that Leon had now become the vice principal and would be sharing an office with Samantha. Leon immediately frowned and joked that he did not want to share a room with that panther. He asked Lincoln to help him move a table. At that moment, Samantha suddenly appeared at the door. She had overheard the entire conversation and asked coldly whether Leon had just called her a panther. An awkward silence filled the room as Leon quickly explained that she must have misheard him. Life at the university soon settled into a routine. Teachers continued their work, students attended their classes, and Leon gradually grew closer to Lincoln. However, the calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered when Samantha's phone rang. She answered it and immediately became pale. Someone informed her that a student named Claire was standing on the roof of a building and threatening to jump. Samantha was shocked and could not understand what had driven Claire to such a desperate decision. After quickly asking for the address, she announced that they were leaving immediately. Lincoln asked what had happened, and Samantha briefly explained the situation. She then asked Leon to come with her. Leon agreed and offered to drive. They hurried into the car and rushed toward the location. During the drive, Leon asked who Claire was and what had happened. Samantha explained that Claire was one of the university's brightest students. She had recently completed an internship and even rented her own apartment. Lincoln asked where she had been working. Samantha replied that Claire had been working at Yonghan, a well-known investment firm. When they arrived, they saw a large crowd gathered below the building, all staring anxiously at the roof. Samantha immediately rushed toward the entrance, with Leon close behind. Looking up, Leon saw Claire standing dangerously close to the edge. Her eyes were closed as if she had already made up her mind. When Samantha and Leon tried to enter the building, a police officer stopped them. Samantha quickly explained that they were Claire's teachers and asked for permission to speak with her. The officer hesitated for a moment before agreeing and leading them upstairs. Soon they reached the rooftop. A teacher who was already there urged Samantha to speak to Claire, hoping she could persuade her to step away from the edge. Samantha gently asked Claire what had happened. She reminded her that she had recently found a good job and had a bright future ahead of her. She urged Claire to calm down and explain the situation, promising that they would listen and try to help. Claire's voice trembled as she explained that she had been harassed at work. Even worse, her boyfriend refused to believe her. Feeling completely alone, she said she no longer wanted to live in this world. Samantha and Lincoln were both shocked. Leon stepped forward slightly and asked Claire who had harassed her. Claire replied that it was the company's vice president, a man she had never imagined would behave in such a way. Samantha continued trying to calm her, reminding her that she was still young and had many opportunities ahead. But suddenly Claire raised her voice and shouted for everyone to stop moving. She warned them that if anyone took another step forward, she would jump immediately. Samantha was stunned by Claire's desperate words. She realized that her attempt to calm the girl had completely failed. Teacher Lincoln was equally helpless. He stood there anxiously, unable to think of anything that might comfort Claire or convince her to step away from the edge. At that moment, however, Leon suddenly spoke. Looking straight at Claire, he coldly asked what she was waiting for. If she truly wanted to jump, then she should just do it and stop wasting everyone's time. He pointed out that the police officers present had many other important matters to handle. Leon added that even if she died, it would change nothing. Her death would be meaningless and would solve none of her problems. Samantha was horrified by Leon's harsh words. She could not believe he would say something like that in such a delicate moment. But Leon continued speaking calmly. He asked Claire whether the man who had harassed her would go to jail if she jumped. Hearing this, Samantha quickly followed Leon's lead and said that she agreed with him. They would help Claire punish the man who had wronged her. Claire, however, shook her head hopelessly. She said that even if they wanted to help, it would be impossible. The person who had been harassing her was none other than the vice president of Yonghan. Leon responded without hesitation. He assured Claire that he would make sure the man ended up in jail. But he also told her that if she still wished to die, he would not stop her. He simply did not have time to waste. Claire fell silent. She began thinking carefully about his words. Slowly, her determination began to fade. After a moment, she finally decided that she no longer wanted to jump. However, just as Claire turned away from the edge, her legs suddenly gave out. Her body tilted forward as she began to fall. Leon reacted instantly. He rushed forward and grabbed her just in time, pulling her away from the edge. Both of them fell heavily to the ground. Samantha ran toward them immediately, helping them up with concern. The police officer nearby praised Leon, calling him Claire's savior. Leon brushed aside the compliment, saying he had only done what anyone should have done. He then asked the officer to file a harassment report on Claire's behalf as soon as possible. The officer assured him that they would investigate the case thoroughly and make sure the criminal was punished. Leon nodded and apologized for disturbing their work. A teacher nearby quietly asked Samantha whether they really had any chance against a powerful company like Yonghan. The firm had enormous wealth and could hire the best lawyers available. At that moment, Leon turned and began walking away. Samantha hurried after him and asked where he was going. Leon replied firmly that he was going directly to Yonghan. He intended to deal with the harasser personally. Samantha was shocked by his words. She insisted that the police should handle the matter instead of him. But Leon calmly replied that Claire was a student of their university. As her teacher, it was his responsibility to help restore her dignity and gather evidence against the criminals. Lincoln stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was seriously planning to confront Jong Han alone. Just then, Samantha suddenly ran after Leon. She told Lincoln to stay behind and take care of the students. Leon quickly reached the parking lot and got into his car. Just as he was about to leave, Samantha caught up with him and grabbed the car door handle. She accused him of acting recklessly. Opening the door, she told him to calm down and think of a proper plan before doing anything dangerous. Samantha explained that she also wanted to help Claire uncover the truth, but Leon needed to think carefully. Leon replied bluntly that it was none of her business and told her to get out of the car. Samantha ignored him completely. She fastened her seatbelt and made it clear that she had no intention of leaving. She told him firmly that she would not allow him to face such a dangerous situation alone. Realizing that Samantha would not back down, Leon simply started the engine, shifted gears, and stepped on the gas. The car sped away toward their destination. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Jong Han Company building. Together, they walked through the main entrance. Leon approached the reception desk and informed the receptionist that he was looking for Caleb and needed to meet him immediately. The receptionist politely asked whether he had an appointment with Mr. Caleb. Leon replied that he did not, but the receptionist calmly explained that without an appointment, it would be impossible to see him. Leon then took out his phone and called a friend. When the call connected, he asked which office Caleb was currently in, explaining that he had urgent business with him. His friend quickly replied that Caleb was in room 1809, and offered to help resolve the issue. Leon said it was nothing serious, joking that he might just need to prepare a nice prison uniform for Caleb. Leon and Samantha entered the elevator and went up to the office floor. However, a woman guarding the entrance tried to stop them, insisting that they were not allowed inside. At that same moment inside Caleb's office, Caleb was discussing business with another man. The man suggested that Caleb should take control of the company's overseas investments. Caleb responded enthusiastically, saying it would be a great honor and that the results of their alliance would be remarkable. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Leon kicked the door wide open and walked in, announcing that their meeting was about to become even more interesting. Caleb stared at him in shock and demanded to know who he was and how he dared to storm into his office like that. Leon ignored the question and instead asked how Caleb dared to harass a student. Caleb looked surprised and asked whether Leon was really Claire's teacher. Leon calmly replied that Caleb was not stupid and should already understand why he had come. Caleb laughed and said that he had actually planned to find Leon himself. He claimed that Claire had tried to seduce him and that he had rejected her. Then he asked Leon what he planned to do about it. Hearing this shameless claim, Samantha became furious and stepped forward, calling Caleb disgraceful. She raised her hand, intending to slap him. But Caleb quickly grabbed her arm and told her she had no right to speak to him like that. He threatened to send the matter to the legal department and then pushed her aside, ordering both of them to leave and stop interfering with his business negotiations. Leon's anger exploded. Rolling up his sleeves, he decided that Caleb deserved a lesson. Caleb mocked him, warning that if Leon dared to touch him, he would destroy his life. Leon paid no attention to the threat. He stepped forward and kicked Caleb hard in the stomach. The powerful blow sent Caleb flying backward. Completely shocked, Caleb collapsed onto the floor, unable to believe that Leon had actually dared to hit him. He shouted angrily and ordered his assistant to call security. Swearing revenge, Caleb promised that Leon would pay dearly. Leon answered with another punch straight to Caleb's face. The blow knocked out several of his teeth and left him sprawled helplessly on the ground. Leon thought to himself that it was surprisingly difficult to silence such an arrogant man. Samantha watched in astonishment. Leon looked thin and ordinary, yet the strength of his punches was incredible. Moments later, security guards rushed into the office. Among them was Adam, the head of the legal department. Adam warned Leon that he would definitely send him to prison for intentional assault. Leon looked at him coldly and told him to stop talking nonsense unless he wanted to receive a punch as well. Adam arrogantly replied that Jong Han belonged to Charlie and that Leon was not worthy of challenging such a powerful company. Leon grabbed a nearby bucket and threw it at Adam, asking who he thought he was. Just then, someone rushed in and announced that the company's boss, Charlie, had arrived. Caleb, still sitting on the floor, sneered at Leon and said that his good days were over. He bragged that Charlie's father was his cousin and that family ties would ensure Leon's downfall. Leon simply replied that it did not matter who Caleb's relatives were. At that moment, Charlie entered the office. Seeing Leon, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Caleb quickly complained, telling Charlie that Leon had caused trouble in the company and even assaulted him. To everyone's shock, Charlie suddenly slapped Caleb across the face. He angrily asked how Caleb dared to damage the company's reputation like this. Then he turned to Leon and apologized, asking him not to be angry and promising to explain everything. Samantha and Adam were both stunned. They began wondering who Leon truly was, since a powerful man like Charlie treated him with such respect. Leon calmly explained that Caleb had harassed and humiliated a student from his university. The girl had been so traumatized that she had nearly jumped off a building. Leon asked Charlie whether Caleb deserved to escape punishment. Charlie walked toward Caleb and demanded to know if the accusations were true. Leon confirmed that Caleb had not only harassed Claire but had also falsely accused her of seducing him. Without hesitation, Charlie kicked Caleb in the face. He angrily asked whether Caleb really believed he could act without consequences. Humiliated, Caleb protested weakly, reminding Charlie that they were family. Charlie grabbed him by the throat and then turned to Leon, telling him that he would personally handle the matter. Leon should return to his work while he dealt with the situation. Charlie promised that Caleb would be punished and that he would contact Leon later. Leon agreed but made it clear that he expected Caleb to end up behind bars. Charlie assured him that it would be done. Leon then turned to Samantha and said it was time for them to return to the university. As they left, Samantha was still stunned by everything that had happened. She realized that Leon must possess incredible influence if he could resolve such a serious situation so easily. She admitted that she finally understood why he had not been afraid to confront the company. Leon calmly explained that when students are humiliated, teachers cannot remain silent. They are supposed to be role models and protect those who depend on them. He added that this incident revealed a serious problem in society. The education system had become deeply corrupted, and if people continued ignoring injustice, things would only become worse. Leon explained that once students enter the real world, many of them struggle to adjust to the rhythm of life in society. Samantha completely agreed with him and said she would report the situation to the rector so that the school could consider improvements. At that moment, Lena suddenly appeared in front of Leon and congratulated him for saving the student earlier. She informed him that because his actions had promoted important educational reforms, he had been rewarded with 1 billion yuan. Leon was stunned by the news and asked why he had received such a large reward for what he believed was only a small contribution. Lena calmly explained that the reward had already been transferred into his account. Leon could not hide his happiness when he heard this. Samantha noticed his reaction and asked why he had not started the car yet. She also mentioned that he looked exhausted and told him he could leave work early that day. She thanked him sincerely for everything he had done and added that tomorrow, she would accompany him to meet Claire's boyfriend. Leon replied that there was no need to thank him because he was a teacher, and helping students was simply part of his job. Later, Leon returned to his large house in joy. After such a long and exhausting day, he realized he needed some rest. He lay down on the bed, hoping to recover his strength. However, just as he began to relax, his phone rang. The man on the other end introduced himself as Spencer, the general manager of Dinghui Real Estate Management. Spencer said he was pleased to finally speak with Leon and asked when they could meet to discuss the completed plan for the Twin Towers project. Leon replied that he was very tired that day and suggested they meet the following afternoon at 1 o'clock at the Bandao Hotel. Spencer agreed. Meanwhile, Charlie arrived at Villa Triumph. He asked his father why he had called him there, explaining that he had postponed other business matters just to come. His father, Connor, immediately asked whether it was true that Charlie had fired Caleb, and whether he understood that such an action could potentially send him to jail. Charlie calmly replied that Caleb had betrayed his friend and committed a crime, so he deserved to be punished. Connor was surprised and asked who in Junhai could possibly deserve such loyalty. Charlie answered that he was referring to Leon, a good friend who had helped him many times in both business and personal matters. Connor, unfamiliar with Leon's full identity, asked whether he was connected to the Bona Corporation. Charlie shook his head and said that Bona was not even close to Leon's level. He explained that the Yungai circuit belonged to Leon and that all the villas in Jug were also his property. Connor was shocked by this revelation and asked whether Leon was truly that influential. Nevertheless, he advised his son not to behave impulsively and to maintain the dignity expected of someone with his status. Charlie confidently assured his father that he had already been acting responsibly. As proof, he pointed out that his cooperation with Yang Han had increased the company's value to 10 billion yuan. Connor then told his son that he had recently found the perfect woman for him, someone who met all his requirements. Charlie immediately responded that he had never been interested in prenuptial agreements or arranged relationships. Connor only smiled and said his son had not yet seen what the woman looked like. He then showed Charlie a photograph and revealed that her name was Elizabeth. Charlie admitted that she was indeed beautiful. Connor seemed pleased with his reaction and warned him not to underestimate her, because she was the director of the Qiaoyang company. Charlie studied the photograph more carefully and suddenly felt that the face looked familiar. He searched his phone and found a similar picture, then asked his father to compare the two images and confirm whether they were the same woman. Connor asked whether the woman was already involved with someone else and suggested they could discuss the matter later. Charlie agreed, saying they could leave the topic for now. The next day, Leon went to the Government Services Center. As soon as he entered, several girls working there noticed him and quietly commented on how handsome he was. Leon collected the necessary documents and approached the service counter. The receptionist, Fiona, greeted him politely and asked how she could help. Leon explained that he wanted to register a company. Fiona handed him 2 forms and asked him to fill them out. She also told him that once he finished, she would pass everything to the staff for processing. Before he left, she suggested that he add her on WeChat in case he had questions later. Leon declined politely, saying that he would simply return if he needed assistance. Fiona felt slightly disappointed by his refusal. Leon filled out the paperwork and decided to name his company Ling Yon. After signing the documents, he handed them to a company employee responsible for processing registrations. The employee glanced at the form and immediately told Leon that it had been filled out incorrectly. He instructed Leon to take it back and correct the mistake. Surprised, Leon asked him to point out the error. The employee tapped the section showing the registered capital, which listed 500 million yuan. He asked sarcastically whether Leon was trying to make fun of him. Nearby, a girl whispered to her friend that the man seemed to be humiliating Leon, which made her friend angry. Leon silently wondered how the staff would react if he had written 1 billion instead. Leon calmly told the employee that the form was correct. The man replied that if everything was correct, Leon should bring the money because he had never seen someone register such a large amount. At that moment, Fiona stepped forward, slammed her palm on the desk, and intervened. She said it was only a form and that they could simply fill out another one. However, Leon stopped her and said he did not need help because nothing on the form was wrong. He then handed the employee a bank document confirming a transfer of 500 million yuan into the account. When the man saw the official confirmation, his expression immediately changed. The girls nearby were astonished that Leon was personally handling such a large business matter instead of delegating it to a secretary. Fiona, meanwhile, began to think that Leon was not only handsome, but also extremely wealthy. The employee, unwilling to admit defeat, searched for another excuse. He suddenly claimed that the document was still invalid because the legal address of the company had not been specified properly. Leon replied angrily that the address was clearly written. The employee dismissed the reference to the Twin Towers and said the legal address should specify a particular floor, not an entire building. Leon calmly explained that his company did not occupy a single floor. Instead, it owned the entire Twin Towers building, which he had purchased only a few days earlier for 18 billion yuan. He then asked whether there was still a problem with the form or if he needed to fill it out again. Realizing the situation, the employee immediately changed his tone and told Leon that everything was fine. He asked him to wait for a few minutes while the paperwork was finalized. Shortly afterward, Leon received his official business license. Holding the document in his hands, he felt that he had taken another important step toward achieving his goals. Not long after finishing the process, Samantha called him and said she had arranged a meeting with Simon. Leon thanked her and said he would meet them at the cafe in 20 minutes. When Leon arrived at the cafe, many of the girls inside could not help staring at him, wondering who the handsome man was. Samantha waved and called him over. Leon asked whether Simon had arrived yet. Samantha replied that he had not, then commented bitterly that since the students were about to graduate in a month, many of them had already stopped taking their teachers seriously. At that moment, a young man with an indifferent expression walked into the cafe. It was Simon. Simon sat down and immediately complained that he had other matters to attend to. He added that if they wanted to meet again, they should choose a more respectable restaurant. Samantha told him that they were there to discuss Claire, who had almost committed suicide. Simon shrugged and said it had nothing to do with him because he had already broken up with her. Leon explained calmly that they were not interfering in his personal life. They simply hoped he could speak with Claire and comfort her. Simon looked at them in disbelief and asked whether they were joking. He repeated that he had no intention of building a future with Claire. Samantha stood up angrily and demanded to know how he could speak so heartlessly. Leon quickly stopped her and advised her not to attack him. Simon sneered and called the entire situation a circus before standing up to leave. Samantha, furious, asked Leon why he had stopped her when she had every intention of hitting him. Leon explained that it would have been a terrible idea. If someone had recorded the incident, her reputation as a teacher would have been ruined. Samantha realized he was right and apologized for losing control, admitting that people like Simon made her extremely angry. Later that day, a car arrived at the Bandau Hotel where Spencer was waiting for his meeting with Leon. Spencer asked his son Simon where he had been, and reminded him that they were about to meet an extremely important person. Simon casually explained that Samantha had called him to a cafe earlier. Spencer then asked whether Simon and his uncle were really prepared to cooperate with such a powerful figure. He urged his son to behave carefully and not embarrass the family. Soon after, Spencer called Leon to ask whether he had arrived. Leon replied that he had already seen them. He ended the call and walked towards Spencer. Suddenly, Simon pointed at Leon and angrily told him to stop following him and to stay away from Claire. Spencer was shocked by his son's words and demanded an explanation. Simon claimed that Leon was only a teacher at his university, and that they had argued earlier that day. Leon simply smiled and told Spencer that he had a very impressive son. At that moment, Spencer slapped Simon across the face with all his strength. Simon stared at him in shock and asked why he had been hit. Spencer shouted that Leon was the man who had bought the Twin Towers building. He warned Simon that if he ever showed disrespect again, he would beat him to death. Simon was stunned. He asked whether Leon was truly the mysterious rich man who had purchased the Twin Towers. It was difficult for him to believe, because Leon was merely a teacher at his university. Leon calmly explained that teaching at the university was simply a way for him to gain experience. Spencer scolded his son again, and said he should learn from Leon's example instead of causing trouble everywhere. At that moment, the manager of the Bandau Hotel approached Leon, and asked whether there was any problem. He offered to assist them, but Leon politely declined, and said he could handle the situation himself. Spencer was suddenly startled when Leon casually mentioned that the Bandau Hotel also belonged to him. They then sat down at a table to discuss business. Spencer sincerely apologized for his son's behavior, and admitted that he had spoiled him. Leon replied that forgiveness was not something he could grant on behalf of others. Simon quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. He apologized to Leon and said he would find Claire and marry her to make things right. Leon shook his head and advised him to forget about that idea. He explained that Claire was a good girl and deserved peace, not someone who only wanted to marry her out of guilt. Spencer bowed respectfully and apologized again for his son's actions. He also assured Leon that his company's building management services were among the best in the country, and hoped Leon would recognize their capabilities. Simon lowered his head and admitted his mistake, promising that he would take responsibility for his arrogant behavior and make amends. Leon calmly replied that Simon's personal matters were separate from their business, and had nothing to do with their cooperation. He told Simon there was nothing left to discuss and asked him to leave. Simon nodded and promised that he would not bother Leon again. As Simon prepared to leave, Leon turned to Mr. Spencer and remarked that he had long heard about the quality of Spencer's management work, and was familiar with his reputation. However, he also advised him to spend more time guiding his son. If Simon continued behaving this way, it could eventually ruin the family's business. About half an hour later, Spencer thanked Leon sincerely for placing his trust in his company. He assured Leon that he would not disappoint him. The next morning at the university, several teachers gathered around Samantha and asked whether Simon was truly hopeless, and whether she planned to help Claire in any way. Samantha replied that Simon believed he could do anything simply because he came from a wealthy family. Teacher Lincoln then asked whether Leon might be able to find a solution to the situation. Samantha explained that Leon had handled the matter calmly, and was far less angry than she had been. Lincoln smiled slightly, and joked that Leon and Samantha seemed perfect for each other. Just then, Samantha's phone rang. Someone informed her that Simon from the Faculty of Management and Economics was urgently looking for her. Surprised, Samantha asked whether that was really true, and told them to send Simon directly to her office. Lincoln looked confused and asked why Simon was searching for her so suddenly. Samantha admitted she had no idea but said she was curious to find out. She quickly headed toward her office. When she arrived, she saw Simon already sitting there. She asked him what had happened. Simon stood up with a deeply ashamed expression and asked Samantha to forgive him. He apologized for everything he had said the previous day and began bowing repeatedly, admitting that he had been arrogant and ignorant about life. He said he now wanted to correct his mistakes. Both Samantha and teacher Lincoln were stunned by the dramatic change in his attitude. Simon even began to cry as he explained that Leon had made him realize how wrong he had been, and that he now intended to make things right. Simon then asked Samantha if she could take him to visit Claire after dinner that evening. Although Samantha was clearly surprised, she agreed to help him. At that moment, she could not help thinking that Leon had handled the situation far better than she ever could have. Meanwhile, Leon was considering visiting Hannah to check on her. He knocked on her door, hoping she was home. Hannah was in the kitchen cooking and was pleasantly surprised when she saw him. She greeted him warmly and said she had missed him. Leon smiled, equally pleased to see her. He reminded her that he had promised to take her car shopping and suggested they go that day. Hannah agreed but asked if they could eat first. Leon, who was hungry, accepted immediately. She asked him to try a dish she had prepared and assured him he would like it. They sat together and enjoyed breakfast. After finishing his meal, Leon joked that there seemed to be too much food for breakfast, especially the ginseng soup. Hannah explained that a man's stomach should always be full, and even offered to feed him herself. Leon laughed and complimented her, saying she clearly knew how to make men happy. He then asked what kind of car she wanted. Hannah replied that she simply wanted a beautiful white car. Leon immediately suggested buying her a white Maserati, promising that she would love it. However, Hannah quickly shook her head and explained that her budget was only $200,000 and that she could never afford such a car. Leon told her not to worry about the price and reminded her that he had already promised to buy her a car. Later, they visited a car dealership. Hannah looked around in amazement at the wide selection of luxury vehicles. A salesman approached them and politely asked whether they were looking for a car and how he could help. He asked about their requirements and who would be the main driver. Hannah explained that she did not have any particular preferences, but was hoping to find something within a budget of $200,000. The salesman's expression immediately changed. Clearly unimpressed by their budget, he decided not to serve them and passed them to another salesperson. Soon a female sales consultant approached them, greeted them politely, and offered to help answer any questions. Leon quietly mentioned that their modest budget was probably the reason the first salesman refused to assist them. The salesman nearby overheard this and turned back toward them, clearly having understood the remark. Just then, another employee walked over and asked about the sports car parked outside the dealership, wondering who it belonged to. Hearing this, the first salesman looked outside and froze in shock. Parked outside the showroom was a Pagani worth more than 30 million yuan. The salesman quickly asked the manager what was going on with the car. Manager Liu explained that the vehicle was blocking his driveway, and he wanted to know who owned it so it could be moved. Leon calmly stepped forward and apologized, explaining that the car belonged to him. He said he would move it to the parking lot immediately. The salesman stared at him in disbelief and asked whether Leon truly owned a Pagani Zonda. Leon asked whether there was any problem and suggested that if they were not welcome, they could simply go to another dealership. Manager Liu immediately asked them to stay and promised that the dealership would assist them properly. The salesman, who had ignored them suddenly, panicked and begged Leon for another chance, admitting that he had made a mistake. Leon looked at him skeptically and asked whether he had suddenly changed his attitude simply because of the Pagani. The embarrassed salesman dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Seeing this humiliating scene, Manager Liu immediately fired him. A few minutes later, Leon and Hannah decided to visit another dealership instead. Hannah apologized repeatedly, feeling that she had caused too much trouble. Leon reassured her and reminded her that when he had first started working at the company, she had been the one who supported him. Inside the showroom, Leon pointed to a luxury BMW worth over 1 million yuan and suggested it to her. Hannah immediately looked worried and said that if she drove such an expensive car to work, her colleagues would start gossiping and assume she had found a wealthy boyfriend. Leon dismissed her concern and said that what others thought did not matter. Hannah, deeply touched, admitted that she liked the car. Leon smiled and told her that if she liked it, then it was hers. He immediately told the salesman that he would pay for the car using his credit card. Hannah thanked him sincerely and said she felt lucky to have a friend like Leon. Leon also promised that he would teach her how to drive again in his free time since she had not driven for a long time. He told her that a car was only a machine and that she deserved much more in life. He encouraged her to believe in herself, saying she would certainly become successful one day. Later, Leon arrived at the Nanchang Hotel where Georgia was waiting for him at the entrance. She greeted him warmly and said she was glad he had found time to meet with her because they had been waiting for him. Leon suggested they go inside and discuss business over dinner. He asked her when the first phase of their modification project would be completed. Georgia explained that according to the current schedule, it would take at least 2 months. Leon was dissatisfied with the timeline and offered an additional 400 million yuan if they could accelerate the process by hiring another company to assist. Georgia understood his expectations and assured him that they would work faster to meet them. She also admitted she was pleased to work with such a decisive client. Leon then told her that he had recently established a new company called Ling Yun and asked whether she could design a logo for it. Georgia agreed and asked where the company was located. Leon proudly replied that it was based in the Twin Towers building, which he had recently purchased. Georgia was clearly impressed. She commented that the Twin Towers were newly built, but had already become iconic buildings in China. She then asked whether Leon had any specific ideas for the logo. Leon suggested including the name Ling Yun Tower in the design. Georgia explained that while the name inside the building could be changed, the official name of the Twin Towers itself could not be altered. Leon shrugged and said that since he owned the buildings, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, they were only 2 towers. Georgia quickly apologized, admitting she had been overly emotional. She then asked whether Leon had any other requests or if he would like to try her coffee, since she was known for making excellent coffee. Leon replied that he was busy that day but promised he would try it next time. Georgia assured him that she would send all the project details to his email. After leaving the hotel, Leon paused outside and wondered where he should go next. Suddenly Samantha appeared behind him, barely able to stand. She looked at him with blurred eyes and said she wanted another drink. Leon was shocked and asked what she was doing there and why she was in such a state. Samantha seemed surprised to see him and asked what he was doing at the hotel. Her friend quickly explained that Samantha had just discovered that her boyfriend had cheated on her. She said Samantha was drunk and needed someone to take her home, asking Leon if he could help. Leon stood silent for a moment, shocked by the situation. Then he decided that if no one else was going to help her, he would. He gently asked Samantha where she lived. She suddenly asked him why so many men behaved like animals. Leon calmly told her not to say things like that. Samantha quickly clarified that she was not talking about him. Suddenly she grabbed him by the collar and stared at his face, mumbling that he was much more handsome than her ex-boyfriend. Ignoring the comment, Leon asked again where she lived. Samantha shook her head and said she did not want to go home. Instead, she wanted another drink and a place to relax. Leon sighed and suggested they go to the Bandao Hotel. A few minutes later, he carefully helped the drunken Samantha into the car and drove her to the Bandao Hotel. At the hotel entrance, Manager Wang warmly greeted Leon and expressed his pleasure that Leon had chosen to visit. Leon calmly asked him to prepare a room and bring a couple of bottles of wine. Samantha, who was still intoxicated, immediately asked Manager Wang to bring even more wine. Soon afterward, Samantha settled into the room and began drinking again. Leon stopped her and told her that she had already had enough for the day. Samantha smiled playfully and asked whether he was worried that she might start flirting with him if she drank any more. Leon replied that such a situation would not necessarily trouble him. Suddenly, Samantha said she had a surprise for him. She led Leon toward the bedroom. Although confused, Leon thought he might as well rest for a while. However, Samantha asked him to lie down on the bed, which shocked him. He immediately sensed that her behavior had become unusual. Samantha reassured him that she would not do anything inappropriate, and that he had nothing to worry about. Then, she took out a blindfold. Leon looked at it in surprise and asked why she needed such a thing. Hearing this question, Samantha suddenly became emotional. She thought Leon did not like her company, and that he wanted her to leave the hotel. Tears filled her eyes as she explained that her ex-boyfriend had always called her boring and forced her to watch various videos in an attempt to change her personality. When she finally tried to follow his suggestions and bought the blindfold, he suddenly lost interest in her and ended the relationship. In her emotional state, Samantha impulsively used the blindfold and playfully restrained Leon on the bed. Afterward, she leaned against him and held him tightly. Leon initially hesitated, but eventually stopped resisting. The tension between them faded, and the two spent the night together. The next morning, the sun rose brightly, marking the start of a beautiful day. Leon remained asleep, enjoying a peaceful dream. Samantha, however, woke up earlier and suddenly realized what had happened the night before. Embarrassed and confused, she quickly gathered her clothes and quietly left the room. A little later, Leon heard his phone ringing. He did not want to wake up on such a pleasant morning, but he forced himself to answer. When he finally sat up, he noticed that Samantha was gone. Just then, Lena suddenly appeared beside him. She seemed unwilling to look directly at him, especially since he was not fully dressed. Leon asked why she was acting shy, and pointed out that there was nothing unusual about the situation. Lena replied that Master Leon was completely shameless. She then informed him that his current career progress had already reached 70% completion. She asked whether he wanted to begin a new career path. Leon was pleased with the progress, and said that 70% was already impressive, adding that he was ready to try something new. Lena then began to transform slightly, and announced that he could attempt a new profession as a courier. As part of this new path, he would receive $10 million, a limited edition sports motorcycle, and the skills required to ride it perfectly. Leon asked whether this courier work would give him the flexibility to manage his other businesses. Lena smiled and hugged him, telling him that his new motorcycle was already waiting in the hotel parking lot. When Leon stepped outside, he immediately saw the new motorcycle parked among the luxury cars. He carefully examined it, and realized that it truly was a rare limited edition model. The price alone, around $6.5 million, made it an extraordinary reward. Leon put on the helmet that came with the bike and started the engine. The powerful sound of the motorcycle impressed him immediately. Without hesitation, he rode away. Before long, he arrived at the university. The speed of the motorcycle had been remarkable. Samantha happened to be standing nearby when she heard the engine approaching. She wondered who could possibly own such an expensive motorcycle. When the rider removed his helmet, she was shocked to discover that it was Leon. Samantha thanked him for helping her the previous day. Leon simply told her that next time she should avoid drinking too much. Samantha looked at the motorcycle again and asked why he had never ridden such an impressive vehicle before, mentioning that many female students were staring at him. Leon explained that the university was an educational environment, and he preferred not to attract unnecessary attention. Samantha found this surprising and asked why he had chosen to ride the motorcycle that day. Leon calmly explained that he had come to pack his belongings and resign from his position at the university, so it did not matter how he arrived. Samantha was stunned and immediately asked why he wanted to quit. She even wondered whether the decision was related to what had happened the previous night, but Leon assured her it had nothing to do with that. Curious, Samantha asked what he planned to do next. Leon replied that starting that day, he would work as a courier. Samantha looked at him in disbelief, and asked why a man as wealthy as him would want to become a courier. She joked that in that case she might place a special order with him. Leon told her not to joke about it, clarifying that he would be delivering packages, not offering personal services. Samantha laughed and wished him luck before heading to the Human Resources office. Just then, Leon received a notification on his phone. Even though he had only just installed the delivery app, he already had his first order. The task was simple: deliver a music stand. Leon quickly picked up the item and headed to the delivery location. Soon he arrived at a hotel and knocked on the door. A woman named Giselle opened it. Leon informed her that he had delivered the music stand she ordered, which cost 128 yuan. She thanked him politely and said she would get the money. However, another person in the room, a young man named Gavin, became irritated. He complained that Leon had arrived too quickly, and that because of this he had not even had enough time to finish his game. Leon calmly replied that practicing music, especially the piano, was a noble pursuit that required dedication and effort. Gavin laughed mockingly and said that if Leon believed that, perhaps he should demonstrate his own piano skills. He added sarcastically that if Leon were truly a master, he would not be working as a courier. Leon asked him how he could be so sure. Gavin repeated that someone who worked as a courier could never truly understand music. Giselle scolded her son immediately and apologized to Leon for his behavior. She explained that she had spoiled Gavin too much and asked Leon not to take his words seriously. Leon assured her that he was not offended. Then he mentioned that he actually knew how to play the piano, and asked whether he could demonstrate. Giselle agreed with interest, and warned him that her son was considered very talented for his age. Gavin eagerly encouraged the demonstration, confident that Leon would embarrass himself. Leon calmly sat at the piano and began playing. The piece he chose was Will-o'-the-Wisp, a composition known for its technical difficulty. To everyone's surprise, his performance was flawless. His fingers moved across the keys with extraordinary control, revealing a level of mastery that none of them had expected. Giselle watched in amazement, and admitted that even she, as a professional music teacher, could not perform the piece so perfectly. Leon humbly said that the praise was unnecessary. He then turned to Gavin and asked whether he remembered what he had said earlier. Gavin stood speechless. Embarrassed, he tried to claim that Leon must secretly be his mother's student, who was pretending to be a courier. Leon calmly replied that he had never met her before and asked whether Gavin truly intended to deny what had just happened. Realizing he had lost, Gavin lowered his head and admitted defeat. Though embarrassed, he said he would work harder, and vowed that one day he would surpass the mysterious courier. Giselle thanked Leon sincerely, and mentioned that she worked at a higher educational institution in the theater department. She said someone with his talent would be an excellent candidate to join their faculty. Leon politely declined, explaining that he was not currently looking for a new job. He said he would continue his delivery work and take new orders. Before he left, Giselle asked to add him on WeChat in case she needed help again. Soon after, Leon received a system notification, congratulating him for completing his first order in his new career. As a reward, he had been granted ownership of the best beach in Moon Harbor. Leon was surprised but pleased by the unexpected reward. The new property would allow him to connect the regions of Zhou and Wangjiang. Just as he was thinking about this, his phone rang again. The woman on the other end introduced herself as an employee of Moon Harbor Beach Management. She politely asked Leon when it would be convenient for him to meet and discuss the transfer documents for the property. Leon told the woman on the phone that he was free and could come immediately. Not long afterward, he arrived at the office connected with Moon Harbor Beach. There he quickly met the young woman who had contacted him earlier. She politely extended her hand and introduced herself as the person responsible for handling the Moon Harbor documents. Leon shook her hand and greeted her courteously, saying he was pleased to meet her. The woman handed him several files and explained that these were the full contract documents for the beach area. She suggested that he review them carefully to ensure everything was correct. Leon skimmed through the documents and then asked why Moon Harbor Beach, which had always been a public beach, had suddenly been placed up for auction. The woman explained that maintaining the beach required significant resources, and the authorities preferred to hand the management rights to private investors. Although Leon would now control the property, the land itself would still belong to the state. He would be granted the right to use and manage it for 70 years, after which the lease could be renewed. Leon nodded thoughtfully, and asked whether he would need to negotiate with anyone else regarding the current management of the beach. The woman replied that most of the issues were currently centered around Bin High Street, where certain individuals were still involved in operations related to the area. After leaving the office, Leon contacted Ben to gather more information. Ben explained that Moon Harbor Beach had many existing problems and warned Leon that buying it might not have been a wise decision. According to him, the people currently operating there owed around $200,000, and they had been avoiding repayment for some time. Leon decided to investigate the matter personally. Soon, he and Ben arrived at Bin High Street. Several men were sitting outside a building smoking cigarettes and looking restless. Leon noticed their tense atmosphere and quietly remarked that although the place appeared to be an office, it clearly felt more like a gathering place for troublemakers. One of the men stood up and asked what they were doing there. Ben immediately demanded that they call their boss. One of the men apologized and claimed that their leader was not present. Ben angrily pointed out that their boss's car was parked right outside and accused them of lying. He then announced that Leon was the owner of Moon Harbor Beach, as well as Wangjiang Port. The only reason they were there was to discuss the outstanding debt. Hearing this, the man looked shocked and asked whether it was really true that the beach had been purchased. He then invited Leon to come inside, saying that their boss was in the office. However, Leon calmly took the documents related to Moon Harbor and said he had no intention of going anywhere. Instead, he told them to inform their boss that he expected the debt to be repaid immediately and that the group should leave Moon Harbor. Until the money was returned, they would not have peace. He then told Ben that there was nothing more to discuss and left. Inside the building, one of the men rushed into the office and informed Brother Oakley and Brother Lou that the man who had purchased Moon Harbor Beach had just appeared. He added that Leon demanded they leave the area and repay the debt owed to Wangjiang Port. Oakley frowned and asked whether Leon had truly demanded repayment and what connection he had with the port. The man explained that Ben had said the beach and the port belonged to the same owner. Oakley leaned back and said that this Leon must be a powerful man if he could command influence even in their territory. Liu, however, felt insulted by the message and angrily declared that Leon needed to learn who he was dealing with. Oakley calmly extinguished his cigarette and said he would personally deal with the matter. He swore that Leon would regret challenging him and that he would destroy his business. Later that day, Leon arrived at the Bandao Hotel to check on the operations there. Manager Wang immediately stood up when he saw him and welcomed him respectfully. Leon told him that he wanted to review the financial accounts. Manager Wang hesitated slightly but said he would bring the documents immediately. Leon sat on the sofa while waiting for the reports. When the files arrived, Leon asked whether the hotel currently had any outstanding debts. Manager Wang reluctantly admitted that the hotel owed around 3 million. Leon frowned and asked why he had not been informed earlier. He then requested a full list of debtors. Wang explained nervously that some of those involved were influential figures, and he had not known how to address the matter. As Leon scanned the list, he wondered whether Charlie's name might appear there. Wang then explained that the Qin family was extremely powerful and difficult to confront. The previous night, Charlie had brought several women to the hotel, spent a large amount of money, and left without paying. The unpaid bill alone was 118,000. Leon immediately called Charlie. Charlie answered sleepily and asked who would call him so early in the morning. Leon calmly told him that it was him and reminded him about the unpaid bill at the hotel. Charlie casually replied that it should not matter unless the hotel actually belonged to Leon. Leon then asked why he assumed it did not. He added that if Charlie returned the money, he would allow him to stay at the hotel for free whenever he wished. Realizing something was unusual, Charlie quickly got dressed and asked whether Leon was really at the hotel. He said he would come downstairs immediately. At that moment, one of the hotel workers informed manager Wang that a man named Oakley had arrived and was asking to meet Leon. Leon calmly said they could come in. Soon the office door opened, and Oakley entered with several men. Oakley threw something onto the table and told Leon it was a gift brought specially for the boss of the hotel. He added that he hoped Leon would appreciate it, as they might accomplish great things together. Leon looked at him curiously and asked what he meant by working together. Oakley lit a cigarette and said he would overlook Leon's earlier disrespect, but if they failed to reach an agreement, Leon's business would soon collapse. Leon silently picked up a glass from the table and suddenly smashed it over Oakley's head, asking coldly whether he was being threatened. Oakley's companions were stunned. One of them shouted angrily and rushed forward, but Leon kicked him hard in the stomach. The powerful strike sent the man flying backward into the wall. The rest of the group froze in shock. Oakley warned Leon not to do anything foolish. Leon replied that he knew how Oakley usually handled situations, but this time things would not work the same way. He calmly explained that he not only owned Moon Harbor Beach and Wangjiang Port, but also the Bandao Hotel and its entire security team. Oakley glanced out the window and was stunned to see hundreds of security guards gathered outside. Leon continued calmly, telling Oakley that he knew far more about the criminal underworld than Oakley did. If someone ever tried to place a bounty on him, he would find out immediately. Just then, Charlie entered the office and asked what Oakley was doing there. Oakley awkwardly replied that they were discussing business with Leon. Charlie walked over and asked Leon whether these people were causing trouble. Leon casually replied that they had simply come to suggest cooperation. Charlie burst out laughing and asked how anyone could be foolish enough to propose such a thing. Even he, with all his influence, would not dare do business with Leon so casually. Turning toward Oakley and his men, Charlie angrily ordered them to leave immediately and said he never wanted to see them again. Oakley stared in disbelief, trying to understand who Leon really was. Charlie kicked him impatiently and told him to stop staring and get out before he lost his life. Before they could leave, Leon stopped them and asked when they planned to repay the money they owed. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Oakley quickly promised that the debt would be repaid immediately. His group hurried out of the hotel. Charlie then asked Leon whether he wanted his men to deal with them further. Leon shook his head and said they were insignificant and not worth the effort. Charlie laughed and said that since he had helped solve the problem, perhaps Leon could forgive his own debt. Leon glared at him and asked where he had learned such shameless negotiation tactics. Charlie shrugged and said that in business one sometimes had to be bold, otherwise people would take advantage of you. Just then, Leon's phone rang. It was Elizabeth. She asked what the teacher was doing at the moment. Leon quickly told her not to call him that anymore because he had recently resigned. Elizabeth joked that perhaps he had been expelled for seducing students. Leon asked whether she really believed he was that kind of person, and explained that he had simply gained the experience he needed and moved on. Now he was working as a courier. Elizabeth laughed and said that in that case she would place an order immediately. After ending the call, Leon left the office while Charlie stood there in silence, reflecting on how unpredictable people could be. A short time later, Leon arrived at the Choyang Hotel with Elizabeth's delivery. He greeted her with a smile and told her that the package she ordered had arrived. Elizabeth welcomed him happily and praised how quickly he had delivered it. Leon joked that speed was probably the only thing he was good at. Elizabeth smiled and said he had not changed at all. Leon noticed that she had ordered vegetables and meat, and asked why. Elizabeth explained that there was a small kitchen in her office where she sometimes liked to cook. She then invited Leon to stay and taste her cooking. Leon replied that he would gladly try it another time, but since he was already there, he might as well prepare a steak himself. He joked that his cooking ability came from the wisdom of a sage, and invited her to taste it. 20 minutes later, the dishes were ready. Elizabeth looked at the beautifully arranged food and said that the presentation alone surpassed what their professional chefs could do. The aroma filled the room. Leon jokingly told her to eat more and teased her for being greedy while he went to get juice from the refrigerator. When he returned, he was shocked to see that she had already eaten nearly everything. Elizabeth laughed and admitted she had never imagined that Leon could cook so well. She insisted that his dishes were better than those served in five-star restaurants. When she asked where he had learned such skills, Leon simply replied that he was naturally talented. Elizabeth smiled and said that with talent like that, he could ask for any reward he wanted. Leon leaned closer to her and kissed her, saying that this was the reward he had in mind. Elizabeth hesitated slightly and said she was not sure whether such a thing should happen right there in the office. Leon gently pulled Elizabeth closer and lifted her onto the table, telling her that the moment would be unforgettable for both of them. After a while, he asked why she had called him earlier. Elizabeth explained that there was nothing urgent. She simply needed to visit Wangjiang Port that day and wanted him to accompany her. Leon casually picked up some French fries and agreed, saying he would also take the opportunity to check on the progress of the project. While eating the fries, Elizabeth joked that Leon's cooking seemed almost magical. Soon they arrived at Wangjiang Port. As they walked along the harbor, Elizabeth told him that she had spoken with Georgia the previous day. According to the latest estimate, the cost of the project would be around 350 million yuan. She suggested that with careful planning they might be able to save as much as 150 million. Leon asked why they were trying to save so much money, pointing out that he had no shortage of funds. Elizabeth explained that the reconstruction of Wangjiang Port was an enormous project. Because of its scale, they might consider postponing certain parts of it, and returning to them later if necessary. Leon nodded but reassured her that he would not have started such a project unless he was confident it would succeed. Elizabeth then added that the project manager had suggested incorporating the nearby Moon Harbor area into the redevelopment plan. If Moon Harbor Beach were included, the entire coastal project would become far more valuable. Leon replied calmly that he would simply buy the beach. Elizabeth stared at him in surprise and asked if he was serious. Moon Harbor Beach was extremely difficult to acquire, and the rights were controlled by the authorities. Leon calmly put on his helmet and told her that he was confident it would work out. Elizabeth laughed and said that wearing a bikini in a private pool was boring anyway. If she ever had the chance, she would much rather relax on a beautiful beach under the sun. Still, she warned that she would not expect miracles from anyone. While they were studying the reconstruction plans, a man approached them and greeted them politely. He explained that he had been waiting for them because he had important news. The man reported that Oakley had returned and repaid all the money his group owed. As a result, Moon Harbor Beach had officially been transferred. Leon thanked him, saying that it was excellent news. Elizabeth stood frozen for a moment, wondering whether Leon had truly managed to buy the beach so quickly. Leon simply smiled and confirmed that Moon Harbor Beach now belonged to him. Elizabeth shook her head in disbelief and laughed, saying that Leon always managed to surprise her. She jokingly accused him of irritating her with his constant success, though she clearly meant it in a good way. Soon afterward she removed her shoes and walked onto the sand, deciding that she might as well enjoy the beach now that it belonged to them. She praised Leon again, calling him a genius. Then she reminded him that he now owned the entire Wangjiang port as well. Smiling, she suggested they go out onto the sea together. Leon agreed and said they would need diving equipment, promising that he would teach her how to dive. Elizabeth became excited and asked whether he truly knew how to dive. Then she suddenly remembered something else. Earlier, Leon had mentioned creating a foundation, so Elizabeth had already contacted 2 specialists who could help organize it. She explained that they were capable professionals, and asked whether Leon had any special requirements for the location. Otherwise, she could find an office building for the foundation. Leon replied that she could handle the details however she thought best. The foundation would operate under the name Ling Yun. Elizabeth paused and asked whether that company also belonged to him. Leon confirmed that it did, explaining that the building was part of his own property. After finishing their discussion, Leon reminded her to drive carefully on the way home. Elizabeth smiled and warned him that the weather could change quickly near the coast, so he should also be careful. With that, she drove away. Not long after she left, Leon received a new delivery order. The request was for 2 swimming rings priced at about 200 yuan each. He immediately headed to a nearby shop. At the store, Leon told the seller that he needed 2 swimming rings around that price range. The salesman soon returned with 2 rings, and said they were excellent quality, currently discounted to 209 yuan each. Satisfied, Leon agreed to buy them but asked for a receipt. The salesman looked at him curiously and commented that Leon was quite handsome. He wondered aloud why someone like him worked as a courier, and even joked that he could introduce him to wealthy women. Leon looked at him in surprise and asked whether the salesman secretly worked as a matchmaker. Embarrassed, the man told him not to say such strange things. Leon quickly left the shop and headed toward the beach to complete the delivery. When he arrived, he called the client, a man named Lenny, and told him he was standing near the beach. Lenny replied impatiently that he was busy and told Leon to find them himself. He mentioned that he was sitting under a red umbrella and wearing blue shorts. Leon looked around and replied that there were many red umbrellas on the beach, making it difficult to identify the correct one. Lenny responded sarcastically, saying it was no surprise Leon worked as a courier. Just then, a girl approached Leon from behind and asked whether he was the delivery courier. She waved and introduced herself as Una Shene. Standing beside her was her boyfriend, Lenny, who looked annoyed. Una glanced at Leon and whispered to her friend Christy, who was lying nearby under an umbrella. She remarked that the courier delivering their swimming rings was surprisingly handsome. Christy agreed and wondered why such a good-looking man would work as a courier. Lenny mocked Leon and said it was obvious his brain did not work very well, judging by how long it had taken him to find them. Una, however, complimented Leon's appearance and figure. She even mentioned that she owned a clothing store and was looking for employees. In her opinion, he would be perfect for the job. Leon politely declined and instead handed them the swimming rings. He explained that each ring cost 209 yuan, bringing the total to 418 yuan. Una asked again whether he had ever considered changing careers. But Leon simply asked who would be paying for the order. Suddenly Lenny stood up and declared that Leon would not receive any money. He claimed that he had asked for rings costing 200 yuan each, yet Leon had bought ones for 209 yuan. According to him, the receipt must have been falsified. Leon looked at him calmly and asked whether Lenny truly believed he needed to cheat people over such a small amount of money. Sensing the growing tension, Una stepped forward and said she would pay for the order herself because she believed Leon would never do such a thing. Lenny refused and insisted that he should pay since he had invited everyone there. He pulled out some money and forced it into Leon's hand. Leon calmly counted it and pointed out that the total price was 418 yuan, yet Lenny had only given him 400. Lenny laughed and said that he had originally agreed to pay only 200 each and had never promised anything more. Christy added mockingly that Lenny was clever while the courier should improve his memory. Leon simply smiled and told Una that she might want to reconsider the kind of friends she kept. He then handed the money back and told her to enjoy the swimming rings as a gift. As Leon began to walk away, Lenny suddenly shouted for him to stop. He said he would not let Leon leave after insulting him. Lenny proudly declared that his company earned 2 million a year and demanded respect. Leon asked calmly why someone so wealthy would argue over such a tiny amount. Determined to prove himself, Lenny pulled out his phone and placed another order through the delivery app. Leon received the notification and asked if Lenny was serious. Lenny smirked and said the new order was for a Ferrari. The girls burst into laughter, saying that a courier could never afford such a thing. But Leon calmly replied that he would indeed buy the Ferrari. Lenny mocked him again, warning that if he tried to run away or failed to deliver the order, he would regret it. The group continued relaxing on the beach while waiting. Lenny poured wine and offered it to Una, saying it was imported 1664, wine and very mild. However, Una refused and looked unhappy. When Christy asked what was wrong, Una admitted that she felt they had treated the courier unfairly and should not have been so rude. Lenny looked at her in disbelief and asked whether she was seriously defending the courier. Just then, Leon returned. He was walking toward them calmly, carrying a sleek briefcase in his hand. Seeing him again, Lenny stood up in surprise and asked whether he really had the nerve to come back. Lenny shouted at Leon, saying that he already had enough problems, and that now Leon would make his life even worse. Una immediately stepped forward and asked Lenny if he was threatening the courier, telling him that he had already gone too far. Christy quickly grabbed Una by the shoulder and told her not to interfere in the argument. However, Una refused to back down. She told her friend that she could not just stand there and watch Lenny insult someone who had done nothing wrong. Lenny, now furious, turned to Leon and accused him of disobeying his order. He mocked Leon, saying he had known from the beginning that Leon was a fool who could not keep his word. Without saying a word, Leon calmly took a stack of documents from his briefcase and threw them onto the sand in front of Lenny. Lenny stared at the papers in shock. Looking closer, he realized they appeared to be vehicle registration documents. Before he could react, Leon calmly made a call and told the driver of a nearby van to bring the car onto the beach. Moments later, the van stopped nearby, and the driver opened the back. Inside was the very vehicle Lenny had mentioned. It was a Ferrari. Leon calmly confirmed that this was the Ferrari Lenny had ordered. He then asked Lenny whether he still believed he was the rich one, since it was obvious that Lenny himself could never afford such a luxury car. Lenny's face turned pale. Embarrassed, he admitted that he had lied earlier, and that he did not have enough money to pay for such a vehicle. Leon looked at him coldly and said that if Lenny truly admitted defeat, he should kneel down on the beach and apologize. Lenny's anger exploded. He called Leon a freak and swore that he would take revenge. Then he demanded to know whether Leon had ever heard the name Oakley. Leon replied calmly that he had never heard of that name. Enraged, Lenny pulled out his phone and called Oakley. He promised to pay $10,000 if Oakley brought some men to deal with Leon. Then he told Leon to wait, because Oakley would soon arrive. Una became anxious and hurried over to Leon, urging him to leave immediately. She warned him that Oakley and his men were dangerous, and that he could not handle them. Leon simply smiled, and assured her that everything would be fine. A few minutes later, several vehicles arrived at the beach. Oakley stepped out with a group of men behind him. Lenny immediately ran toward Oakley and complained that Leon had tricked him. He thanked Oakley for coming so quickly and proudly turned back to Leon, asking where his arrogance had gone. Leon calmly asked Lenny whether he was truly certain that the person he had called would actually help him. When Oakley finally saw Leon clearly, his expression froze. His entire body went stiff. Realizing who was standing in front of him, Oakley immediately lowered his head. He and his men bowed respectfully to Leon. They greeted politely, saying they were glad to see him again. Leon looked at Oakley and reminded him that he had already spared them once before. Yet they had come to cause trouble again. Oakley quickly apologized, explaining that he had not known what was happening. Lenny stood there in shock, unable to understand the situation. Suddenly, Oakley punched Lenny hard in the stomach. Lenny doubled over in pain. Oakley angrily scolded him, asking if he had lost his mind. He shouted that Leon was their director, and that the entire Moon Harbor Beach and Wangjiang Port belonged to him. Both Una and Christy were stunned. Oakley then turned respectfully to Leon and asked what should be done with Lenny. Leon thought for a moment and said that Lenny should kneel down and apologize. Oakley immediately turned to Lenny and asked whether he would kneel willingly or needed help. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lenny immediately fell to his knees in the sand and began begging Leon for forgiveness. Leon let out a long breath and said he would spare him this time. Then he turned to Oakley and Lou and said he had a small favor to ask. If they ever needed extra money, they could approach a friend of his, who might help them. Both Oakley and Lou thanked him repeatedly, calling him a generous and honorable person. After the situation calmed down, Una walked up to Leon and said she no longer wanted to stay on the beach. She explained that she did not have a car and asked if he could give her a ride home. Leon agreed, but suggested she change her clothes first, pointing out that riding a motorcycle in a swimsuit might be uncomfortable. Una laughed and said she had chosen the swimsuit because of the heat and felt perfectly comfortable wearing it. Christy then asked if Leon could give her a ride as well. Leon replied that there was only space for one passenger on the motorcycle, but she could ride home in the truck if she wished. Una climbed onto the back of Leon's motorcycle and wrapped her arms around him. The thrill of the ride made her feel excited and happy. Just then, Lena suddenly appeared in front of Leon again and praised him for his performance. She announced that he had completed 3 orders successfully and earned a 5-star rating. She also informed him that his courier career was now 40% complete and that he had received a reward of 1 billion. Leon smiled with satisfaction. His phone immediately displayed a notification confirming that 1 billion had been transferred to his account, bringing the total balance to 1.2 billion. Una accidentally noticed the message and stared at the screen in disbelief. She told Leon that his bank balance looked enormous. While they were riding, she nervously admitted that she had accidentally seen the notification and thought his account contained more than 15 million. Leon laughed and corrected her, explaining that it was not 15 million but 15 billion. Una was completely stunned and began wondering who Leon really was. After some time, they arrived at her clothing store. Una stepped inside and quickly changed into a beautiful designer dress. Leon looked around the shop and asked whether it truly belonged to her. Una confirmed that it did. She explained that she had graduated from Manhwa University with a degree in fashion design and had opened the boutique herself. She offered Leon a drink, but he politely declined. Instead, he took her business card and said he still had other matters to attend to. Curious, Una asked why he needed her business card when he could simply add her on WeChat. Leon explained that he planned to ask her for help later. His company might need uniforms, and since she was an experienced designer, she could handle the order. Una happily agreed and said she would be glad to work with him in the future. After leaving the shop, Leon received a phone call from Joshua, his old university roommate. Joshua explained that he was now working as a salesman for a technology and innovation company and would soon arrive in Shanghai. He said it had been 6 months since they last met and that he missed him. Leon laughed and joked that he did not miss him at all. Joshua then asked whether Leon had heard about Cisco. According to him, the company had recently solved a major control program problem and significantly improved their microchip technology. He planned to negotiate a partnership with them once he arrived. Leon replied that they would discuss it in person. After ending the call, Leon thought about the situation. Only a few days earlier he had written a source code capable of dramatically improving chip performance. He could not understand how Cisco had progressed so quickly. Soon he arrived at the Lunan Science Institute. At the entrance, a student named Lizzie was waiting with several documents in her hands. She greeted him warmly and said everyone had been expecting him. Leon said he had come to check how their work was progressing. Lizzie explained that the control unit program had been successfully written. They had already begun the 3rd round of testing but were currently encountering a problem with the frequency hopping range. When Leon entered the institute, he saw Vice President Samuel inside. Samuel looked surprised to see him. Leon sat down and told them that he had heard Cisco was preparing to release a control unit program on the market. Both Lizzie and Samuel immediately denied the possibility, insisting that Cisco could not have achieved such a breakthrough. Leon explained that Cisco's rapid progress might have come from a highly skilled scientist. If he was correct, that person could only be Lucian, the researcher Leon had previously dismissed. Lizzie and Samuel were stunned. Lizzie insisted that Lucian's technology had always been flawed and that their own program was far more advanced. Leon suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He told Lizzie that if she believed that, then she was being dangerously naive. What truly mattered was what the market believed. Their biggest mistake had been failing to file a patent immediately. Lizzie nervously asked whether they should quickly submit a patent application before Cisco announced their technology. Leon shook his head and replied that Cisco had most likely filed the patent long ago. Once the announcement was made, they might become the laughingstock of the entire industry. Lizzie stood speechless. Vice President Samuel then stepped forward and admitted that the failure was his responsibility. He said Leon could fire him if necessary, and that he was ready to accept the punishment. Leon looked at him calmly and asked what good firing him would do now. Instead, he told Samuel to focus on solving the crisis and developing a strategy to recover. Samuel nodded seriously and said they would do everything possible to fix the situation, even though other companies had already taken the lead while they had temporarily lost control of the race. Leon stood up and reflected on the situation. He realized that if he did not personally take responsibility for the company's strategy and development, they would inevitably fail in the industry. He reminded Lizzie and Samuel that Cisco had only stolen the first version of their technology. That version was merely the beginning of their idea. Leon said that instead of worrying, they should defeat Cisco with something far better. When that happened, Cisco would regret ever stealing their concept. Lizzie and Samuel immediately assured him that they would support him with everything they had. Leon then activated the sage's mind. With this powerful ability, he began analyzing the system at incredible speed. As he worked, lines of new code appeared on the laptop screen. Lizzie and Samuel watched in amazement. The programming they saw unfolding before them was flawless. They had never seen anyone write such perfect code. 12 hours later, Leon was still working inside the Lunan Institute. He had spent the entire time identifying problems and refining the system. Finally, he leaned back and said he was exhausted. Programming, he remarked, was no simple task. It required tremendous intelligence and effort. Samuel looked stunned and asked whether Leon had truly completed everything so quickly. Leon explained that most of the procedures were now finished. However, the multiplier technology remained weak, and that was the main issue they still needed to solve. By that time, Lizzie had fallen asleep with her head on the table. Leon turned to Samuel and asked him to order 2 Dutch multipliers immediately. With those components, they would be able to improve the system significantly. Samuel promised to place the order right away. Leon then gently woke Lizzie and told her that he also had a personal assignment for her. He asked her to organize the development of a new mobile operating system. The system, he said, needed to be at least as good as Cisco's. Lizzie nodded confidently and promised that everything would be handled properly. Leon placed an arm around Samuel's shoulders and said he believed their team would soon become leaders in the industry. He reminded them that they were making history. The chips they were developing could open a completely new chapter for future technology. He added that he hoped they would soon be able to manage everything independently. As for him, he still had many plans and needed to leave. Samuel watched him with admiration and said that it was rare for the country to produce such talent. With someone like Leon guiding them, he believed their future would be bright. Soon Leon stepped outside the institute. He was pleased to see that someone had already brought his car for him. While checking his phone, he noticed a new delivery order. The order was for an original Yali brand charger. Leon got into his Pagani and drove to the address. About an hour later, he arrived and handed the charger to the customer, a man named Jack Daya. Leon reminded him that the total price was 612 yuan. Jack frowned and asked why the charger was so expensive, especially since the store had recently advertised a 50% discount. Leon checked the order on his phone and explained that the promotion had ended the previous day. When Jack placed the order, no discount had been mentioned. Jack became angry and accused Leon of trying to cheat him. Leon calmly showed him the receipt from the Yali store and explained that he had no reason to lie. Jack complained that the charger was too expensive and said that if he had known, he would have bought a cheap imitation instead. Just then, a woman came out of the house. She told Jack to stop arguing, saying that it was only a few hundred yuan. She reminded him that the courier was simply doing his job. Jack grumbled but finally told his wife to take the charger. He added that he had a night shift and that she should go to bed early with the baby without waiting for him. As Leon prepared to leave, Jack suddenly asked him to take 2 bags of garbage with him. Leon looked at him in disbelief and asked whether he was seriously asking a courier to take out his trash. That was not part of his job. Jack replied that if Leon wanted a 5-star rating, he should take the garbage. Otherwise, he would file a complaint. Leon calmly said that Jack was free to complain if he wanted, but he would not take the trash. Jack still had to pay for the charger. Furious, Jack shouted for him to stop and threatened to report him to the company. Leon simply walked away, thinking that he often encountered rude and ungrateful customers. Outside, he noticed another courier struggling to carry a huge table after taking out someone's trash. The man's legs were shaking from the weight. Leon walked over and offered to help. Together they managed to move the table into place. The exhausted courier thanked him and said that sometimes he did not even know what his job really was anymore. Some customers treated him like a servant rather than a delivery worker. Leon asked why he continued to accept such treatment. The courier explained that if customers left bad reviews, it could affect his job. Very few people were willing to help him the way Leon had. Leon smiled and said that they were both doing the same work. At that moment, Jack came outside again and angrily asked why Leon was still nearby. He said Leon could forget about receiving 5 stars, and that he would definitely file a complaint. Leon replied that he did not care, and that there was no point arguing with an idiot. Enraged, Jack threw a bag of garbage onto the ground and demanded to know who Leon was calling an idiot. He proudly introduced himself as the sales manager of Zhonghai Jia Chemical Industrial Company. Then he asked what kind of junk car Leon was driving, saying he would photograph it and report him. Leon calmly replied that his junk happened to be an Audi S6. He opened the door of the luxury car and smiled as Jack stared in disbelief. Jack could not understand why someone wealthy enough to own such a car would work as a courier. Leon explained that he was doing delivery work simply to gain life experience. Then he asked Jack whether he really worked for Zuijia. Leon warned him that with such a terrible attitude toward others, he would soon lose his job. He pointed to the garbage on the ground and told Jack that he should start preparing for life as a courier himself. Realizing his mistake, Jack suddenly fell to his knees and began picking up the garbage. He begged Leon for forgiveness and promised never to behave like that again. Just then, Leon received another order notification. This time the order was urgent. Someone had requested emergency contraceptive medicine. Feeling that the situation might be serious, Leon quickly picked up the medicine and rushed to the address. When he arrived at the apartment and knocked on the door, the person who opened it shocked him. It was Melissa, an old acquaintance. Melissa looked at his delivery uniform and asked whether he truly worked as a courier now. Leon calmly replied that there was nothing wrong with that. He handed her the medicine and told her the price was 38 yuan. Melissa crossed her arms and smirked. She assumed Leon must be living a miserable life if he had become a courier. Leon told her that his life was none of her concern and asked her to simply pay for the order. Melissa mocked him again, suggesting that he must be desperate for money. Then she suddenly threw the medicine onto the floor and said she no longer needed it. He should take it back and cancel the order. Leon quietly picked up the medicine and said he understood. Then he turned to leave. Melissa stopped him and said she wanted to take a photo of him as a souvenir. She planned to share it with their classmates so they could see what he had become. Before Leon could respond, a man walked out from inside the apartment and asked whether she had bought the medicine. When he saw Leon, he froze in shock. Melissa casually explained that Leon used to be their classmate but had failed in business, and now worked as a courier. Suddenly the man slapped Melissa across the face. She fell to the floor and asked why he had hit her. The man angrily told her that she had no right to speak about Leon that way. It was obvious to him that Leon was simply gaining experience by working in different fields. He then bowed respectfully to Leon and apologized for Melissa's behavior. Melissa stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand why her boyfriend was showing such respect. Leon accepted the apology but told the man to keep Melissa away from him in the future. He also reminded him to give a 5-star rating for the delivery. The man immediately agreed. Soon afterward, Leon received the notification confirming the 5-star review. Outside the building, the man scolded Melissa again and warned her never to embarrass him like that. Meanwhile, Leon checked the system and realized that his career progress was advancing rapidly. If things continued at this pace, he might complete the entire task within another day. At that moment, Elizabeth called him. She asked whether he was busy and said she wanted to invite him to dinner at her home. However, she needed ingredients first. She asked him to meet her at the Times Square supermarket. Leon quickly drove there. When he entered the building, he saw Elizabeth already waiting. She waved excitedly and said she had missed him. She had heard that a large new supermarket had opened there where they could buy everything they needed. Elizabeth added that she was a diamond-level customer, so they would receive a special discount. Together they walked into the supermarket and took a shopping basket. Leon soon noticed that Elizabeth was filling the basket with large amounts of food. He asked whether they had really come only to buy groceries. Elizabeth nodded and continued adding cakes and desserts. Leon asked why she was buying so many sweets. Elizabeth smiled and explained that sweets always put a girl in a good mood. Leon laughed and said that now that the desserts were chosen, they should buy the other ingredients. Then he joked that he could improve her mood himself without sweets. He hugged her playfully, and Elizabeth laughed and called him a pervert. After some time, Leon looked at the overflowing basket and said they already had enough food. Carrying all of it home might become difficult. Elizabeth shook her head and said she still wanted to buy some beef. The steak Leon had cooked earlier had been so delicious that she wanted him to make it again that evening. Just then, a strange man walked up to them and greeted Elizabeth politely. Elizabeth looked surprised when the stranger approached her and asked who he was. The man introduced himself confidently as Patrick, a talent scout from Boyuan Media. He told her that with her beauty and appearance, she could easily enter the entertainment industry and become famous. Then he handed her his business card. Before Elizabeth could respond, Leon interrupted. He told Patrick that Elizabeth was not interested, and jokingly suggested that Patrick should instead recruit the girl selling fish at the market, because she would suit him better. Patrick turned toward the fishmonger and immediately realized Leon had been mocking him. Irritated, he said that he was not speaking to Leon at all. He continued praising Elizabeth, explaining that if she entered the entertainment industry, she would certainly succeed. To strengthen his argument, Patrick mentioned one of the celebrities he had discovered, who now earned $100 million a year. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows and commented that earning $100 million a year sounded impressive. Patrick seized the opportunity and told Leon that if he truly loved his girlfriend, he should allow her to pursue such fame and success. Leon listened quietly, then calmly took out his phone and said he agreed with the idea, but only after 15 years. Patrick stared at him in confusion and asked what he meant. Leon replied calmly that since he had billions in his bank account, he could easily support Elizabeth for the next 15 years. He even showed Patrick the balance on his phone and asked whether Patrick could wait that long before recruiting her. Patrick's face immediately changed when he saw the amount of money in Leon's account. Realizing he had made a mistake, he quickly apologized and hurried away, admitting that he had offended someone far beyond his level. Elizabeth burst into laughter. She teased Leon for becoming jealous so quickly and making it clear that he had no intention of letting her enter show business. Then she jokingly asked whether she could at least receive an advance from the $100 million Patrick had mentioned. Leon replied that she could receive an advance from him instead, though they would discuss the details later that evening. Elizabeth playfully pinched him and said she would take revenge on him when they got home. Leon smiled and asked whether she was strong enough to compete with him. Elizabeth confidently replied that they would soon find out. After finishing their shopping, the two of them returned to Yunwei Villa. When they entered the house, Leon asked whether she was certain that her parents were not at home. Elizabeth assured him that they were not and jokingly called him a coward. Leon replied that he was not afraid of her parents. He had only met them a few times, but it still made him feel slightly awkward. Elizabeth noticed his expression and teased him for blushing even before seeing the surprise she had prepared. Leon stepped closer and told her that if she wanted a competition, they might as well settle it immediately. As he tried to hug her, she suddenly grabbed his hand firmly and challenged him to see who was stronger. Leon reacted quickly, shifting his weight and gently pushing her onto the sofa. He held her legs playfully and reached for a bowl of grapes sitting on the nearby table. He began feeding them to her one by one. Then, mischievously, he dropped a grape into her shirt and leaned closer to retrieve it with his lips. Elizabeth blushed deeply and complained that he should not eat that grape because it had fallen inside her clothes. Leon only laughed and assured her that it was perfectly fine. After a while, Elizabeth remembered something important. She told him that the foundation he had requested had already been established and that the initial contribution was about 10 million. Leon looked pleasantly surprised and admitted that he had almost forgotten about it. Elizabeth explained that he would soon need to meet with the people responsible for managing the foundation. While Leon reviewed the documents she had prepared, she asked whether he could come to her office at noon the following day. Leon finished reading the paperwork and praised her for doing an excellent job. Then he asked whether she was willing to continue working with him on the next steps. The following day, Leon drove Elizabeth to her company. When she got out of the car, she reminded him not to forget their meeting. Leon promised he would definitely arrive. Elizabeth smiled warmly before entering the building, feeling fortunate to have someone like him by her side. Later, as Leon was driving through the city, he received another delivery notification. When he reached the location, he saw a strange scene. A car had slid into a roadside ditch, and several people were standing around it. One man was filming the entire situation for a live stream. The man explained to his online audience that his car had fallen into the ditch, and that he had called several couriers to help pull it out. He proudly said that this was how wealthy people solved problems. Leon approached and asked whether he truly believed that was how rich people behaved. He remarked that the entire situation was ridiculous. The streamer became irritated and ordered Leon to hurry up because everyone was waiting. He promised all the couriers that if they helped pull the car out, he would give them 5-star ratings. Leon looked at the heavy vehicle and said that 6 couriers would not be enough to move it. The streamer seemed surprised and insisted that couriers were used to hard work. He told Leon not to be lazy. Leon shook his head and said he had no intention of participating. The man should solve his own problem. Angrily, the streamer continued filming and told his audience that with such an attitude Leon would still be a courier 10 years later. Leon said nothing more. Instead, he calmly walked to his luxury car, started the engine, and drove away. The other couriers were stunned by the powerful roar of the engine. The streamer turned around and realized that the car driving past them was actually a Ferrari. When he saw Leon behind the wheel, he was shocked. He asked Leon how he could possibly afford such a car. Leon replied calmly that with the way the man thought, he would never become rich. Then he asked whether the man's followers had already started unsubscribing from his channel. The streamer quickly checked his phone and panicked. Leon drove away without another word. Later he arrived in Xiaoyang and went to Elizabeth's office. When he entered, he noticed that the office was empty except for Elizabeth, who was reviewing reports. Leon looked at the clock and said it was already noon. He wondered why the others had not arrived yet. Elizabeth suddenly told him to look behind him. When he turned around, he saw that she had already cleaned the kitchen area and prepared ingredients for cooking. Leon laughed and asked why she needed him to cook again when he had already done so the day before. Elizabeth walked closer and leaned against him, explaining that once she learned how to cook properly, she wanted to cook for her lover every day. After some time, Leon finished preparing the meal and placed the dishes on the table. Elizabeth praised the food enthusiastically. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Elizabeth invited them inside. 2 people entered the office, Helga and Sean. Elizabeth asked Helga why they had arrived so early when the meeting had been scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. Helga replied that she did not want to be late for her first meeting with the new boss. She joked that Elizabeth had apparently hired a handsome cook and that she hoped to learn some cooking skills as well. Elizabeth looked confused and asked why Helga thought Leon was a chef. Helga laughed and said that although he did not exactly look like a chef, he was certainly handsome enough to be her secretary. Elizabeth was about to explain, but Leon quietly winked at her, signaling her not to reveal the truth yet. Helga then introduced the man standing beside her. His name was Sean. She explained that she had met him while studying in the United States as an exchange student, and that he was highly skilled in his field. Sean shook Elizabeth's hand politely and said he was pleased to meet her. Elizabeth asked whether they were hungry. Helga immediately said yes, and that they would be happy to join them for lunch. Everyone sat down and began eating. Helga soon praised the meal enthusiastically, saying she was glad she had come early to taste such delicious food. Sean also expressed admiration, mentioning that he had heard Leon not only cooked well, but also understood economics and microchip technology. Helga glanced at her watch and realized it was nearly 3 o'clock. She wondered why the new boss had still not arrived. Elizabeth smiled and said that their new boss was already there. Confused, Helga asked where the director was. Elizabeth simply pointed toward Leon. She explained that Leon was the founder of the Ling Yun Foundation. Both Helga and Sean froze in shock when they realized that the man they thought was the cook was actually their boss. Helga quickly apologized, saying she had not realized who he was. Leon smiled calmly and told her there was nothing to apologize for. In fact, he had deliberately kept quiet because he wanted to observe their professionalism. Helga and Sean exchanged glances. Finally, Helga asked Leon what his long-term vision for the foundation was. Leon replied that money itself was not his ultimate goal. Then he asked whether they would believe him if he said he intended to dominate the business world. Helga stood up silently for a moment, unsure how to respond. Elizabeth quickly added that every ambitious entrepreneur deserved respect. Sean nodded and said that although he had many questions earlier, Leon's confidence and vision had convinced him. Helga smiled and said that besides being ambitious, Leon was also extremely capable. Elizabeth laughed and playfully pinched Helga's cheek, teasing her for flirting. Leon then said it was time to focus on business. He announced that the company would begin offering bonuses of 5 million, and that they would work toward listing the company on the market in the future. Helga and Sean quickly realized that working with Leon could allow them to achieve their ambitions far faster than they had ever imagined. They raised their glasses, and Helga sincerely thanked Leon for his generosity. Sean, eager to begin their new projects, also expressed his gratitude, though he admitted that the high salary still made him feel slightly embarrassed. Leon waved the concern away. Money, he said, had never been the most important thing to him. What he valued was talent and professionalism. Since they had chosen to follow him, he believed that together they could conquer the world. They drank together, and as Helga and Sean sipped their wine, they quietly reflected on how fortunate they were to have found a leader like Leon. Soon Leon suggested that they all go see the new company headquarters so they could begin planning their work. Helga immediately said she was looking forward to it. Elizabeth teased them playfully, asking whether they were afraid Leon might take them to some dusty basement office. Helga laughed and replied that a basement would be acceptable as long as it had air conditioning, since she did not want her makeup ruined by the heat. Leon then led them to the Ling Yun Twin Towers. When they arrived, Helga asked whether Leon had managed to rent office space in such an expensive building. The Twin Towers were well known for complicated leasing conditions and extremely high rent. Leon calmly replied that the office was not rented. Helga asked what he meant. Leon simply explained that he had purchased the entire Twin Towers building. Both Helga and Sean froze in shock. They had not expected anything like that. Helga suddenly joked that perhaps she should resign from her role as financial director and become Leon's personal secretary instead. Elizabeth laughed and asked whether Helga really intended to abandon her dream job just because Leon was rich. Helga hugged Elizabeth playfully and asked if she was jealous. Leon reassured both Helga and Sean that he truly needed their expertise. He explained that the strategic development plan alone had a budget of $500 million. At the same time, he mentioned casually that he still had another job. Helga raised an eyebrow and jokingly asked whether he was secretly cooking meals for another female director. Leon walked over to Elizabeth and hugged her, then revealed the truth. His other job was working as a courier. Helga and Sean stared at him in disbelief and asked what he meant. Elizabeth quickly told them not to ask too many questions. Leon was simply not like other wealthy people. Soon they entered the building together. Helga began examining the office layout, saying that the finance department could be located on one of the upper floors. Sean disagreed slightly, suggesting that financial operations should be placed in a more secure and private section of the building. Elizabeth walked around the space as well and concluded that there was more than enough room for multiple companies. Leon approached her and asked whether she might consider relocating the Choi Yang company there. Elizabeth smiled and replied that it depended on whether he had enough money to accommodate her entire company. Leon leaned closer and joked that it sounded like Elizabeth needed to be bribed first. Elizabeth quickly pushed him away and reminded him that Helga and Sean were still standing nearby. Then she asked Leon whether he had a clear direction for his future business. Would it focus on household services or perhaps the service industry? Leon shook his head and replied that his vision was neither of those. He believed the future belonged to big data. Elizabeth immediately understood and asked whether his strategy was based on big data and cloud computing. Leon confirmed that it was. However, he added that building such a system would not be easy. Elizabeth thought for a moment and suggested another idea. If his technology was strong enough, he could enter the market directly as an investor in major companies. Leon hugged her and laughed, saying that she was so intelligent that his heart could barely keep up with her ideas. Elizabeth reminded him that although Helga was now his employee, she was still the chief financial officer. Their projects had to produce real profits. Leon assured her that with such valuable resources and talent, success was inevitable. Then he jokingly asked Elizabeth whether she planned to change jobs as well, since he still did not have a secretary. Elizabeth straightened his collar, and for a moment, Leon thought she might actually agree. Instead, she grabbed him by the collar and told him he could only dream of that. She asked him to drive her to the Choi Yang company because she still had a great deal of work to finish. Later that day, Leon arrived at the airport in Shanghai. He noticed the Bentley his manager had purchased earlier and admitted that it was an excellent car. At the same time, he realized that he had already received 10 five-star reviews from his delivery work. Suddenly, a blue notification appeared on his phone. Lena appeared beside him and explained that he had now completed 60% of his main mission. As a reward, he received a special lucky card that would remain active for 5 minutes. Leon asked what the card did. Lena explained that if he encountered a dangerous or unfortunate situation, the card could bring him extraordinary luck. After entering the airport terminal, Leon wondered whether his old friend Joshua had arrived yet. At that moment, Joshua appeared, waving excitedly. Standing beside him was his girlfriend Karen. Leon greeted him warmly. After months apart, the two friends were genuinely happy to see each other again. Joshua suddenly hugged Leon tightly and said he had missed him terribly. Karen awkwardly pointed out that they were standing in the middle of the airport, and everyone was staring at them. Joshua laughed and joked that he felt like kissing his old roommate after such a long separation. Leon told him to let go before Karen started questioning his sexuality. Joshua then introduced Karen properly. She was also from Shanghai and had come home with him to visit her family. Leon suggested they go get something to eat together since they were probably hungry. Karen hesitated and said she did not like eating at street stalls because they were not clean. Joshua looked surprised because they had often eaten street food during their university days. Karen then suggested they visit a new place instead. She had heard about an expensive restaurant called Lung Fu Cafe, and thought they could go there. Joshua laughed nervously and asked whether she was joking. That restaurant was extremely expensive. Karen insisted that Leon could take them there. After all, she believed Leon was still working in real estate. Leon corrected her. He was no longer a real estate agent. Now he worked as a courier. Both Joshua and Karen were shocked. Joshua asked what had happened. Leon had been the most talented student at the university. Joshua then suggested that after dinner Leon should come with him to Yanjing, where he could help him find better opportunities. Karen became furious and immediately rejected the idea. She said she had no money to support Leon. If Joshua insisted on bringing him along, their relationship would end. Leon stepped in and told them to stop arguing. He assured them that he was perfectly happy living in Shanghai and had no intention of moving to Yanjing. Soon the three of them walked toward the parking lot. Just then a young man appeared and greeted Karen warmly. She happily introduced him as her brother. He explained that he had been taking photos of a new Bentley he saw in the parking lot, which was why he had arrived late. He then looked at Leon and asked whether he was Karen's boyfriend. He invited them to come home for dinner and asked Joshua whether he had bought a car in Yanjing. Joshua admitted that he had not. He was still struggling financially and had not been able to afford a car. Karen's brother smirked and bragged that after only 2 years of work he had already purchased a first-class Magaton. Joshua could not respond. Sensing the tension, Leon calmly stepped forward and said that although Joshua did not have a car, he himself did. In fact, if necessary he could even give one away. Then Leon pressed a button and opened the door of a luxurious Bentley. Karen and her brother stood frozen in shock. Joshua stared at the car in disbelief and asked whether it truly belonged to Leon. Leon nodded calmly. Karen suddenly realized that Leon was far more successful than she had assumed. Seeing the opportunity, she quickly changed her tone. She suggested that instead of going home, they should all have lunch together and get to know each other better. Leon found the sudden change amusing. Karen's brother eagerly agreed, and said he would treat everyone to lunch. Leon simply told them all to get into the car. Karen and her brother were thrilled as they climbed inside the Bentley. Karen's brother even pushed Joshua into the back seat so he could sit in the front. Leon watched their behavior silently and thought that the family lacked basic manners. Nevertheless, they all drove together toward a restaurant. Karen looked around the luxurious interior of the Bentley in amazement. She could hardly believe she was riding in such an expensive car, and kept admiring the elegant design of the vehicle. Joshua asked Karen not to behave so excitedly about the Bentley. Karen's brother, however, insisted that a Bentley was one of the most luxurious cars in the world, and that many people could never afford such a vehicle. He then asked Leon to add him on WeChat, explaining that one of his friends would soon get married and that he hoped to borrow the car for the wedding. Karen's brother casually mentioned that his WeChat contacts only included people he considered close. Leon looked at him calmly and asked what kind of people he meant by that. The man froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that his words might have offended Leon. Karen quickly stepped in and told her brother not to worry about it. She reminded him that Leon had already said he was willing to give the Bentley to Joshua. Joshua immediately shook his head and said the car was far too expensive for him to accept. Karen leaned closer and whispered that if he refused the gift, their relationship would be over. Soon they arrived at Shanghai Delicatessen Street. Leon smiled and told Joshua that they used to visit this place often during their university days. Joshua nodded and said he could never forget those memories. Inside the restaurant, Joshua offered to help Karen choose a dish, but she rejected the idea and said she did not eat fatty food. Leon simply ordered a dish and asked the waitress to bring it. A few minutes later, the food arrived. Joshua thanked Leon for treating them and said he had something important to discuss. Leon suggested that Joshua stay the night at his house so they could talk comfortably. Joshua declined politely, explaining that he was on a business trip and that his company had already arranged a hotel room. Karen, however, quickly disagreed. She told Joshua that Leon's invitation was better. He could stay the night at Leon's place, while she and her brother went home. Later, they could sort out the expenses. Joshua still felt uncomfortable. He reminded Karen that Leon had a girlfriend, and that it would be inappropriate for him to stay there. Leon reassured him that he and Laura had separated long ago, and were now living separately. There would be no problem if Joshua stayed. Just then a driver arrived and asked whether Leon had called for a sober driver. Leon nodded and asked him to take them to the Joe Hotel. Karen and her brother were shocked when they heard the name of the place, because the hotel was located in an extremely expensive district. When they arrived, Leon and Joshua continued chatting while Karen and her brother walked behind them. Karen's brother quietly whispered that she should find a way to enter the villa with Leon. Karen told him to stay calm and said she would handle the situation herself. Soon they reached the car again. Karen and her brother quickly got into the seats as if they were automatically going home with Leon. Leon noticed that they had taken all the seats without even offering one to the person who was treating them. He calmly asked Karen's brother where he expected him to sit. Embarrassed, the man quickly got out of the car and apologized. Leon then asked Karen why she had not mentioned that she wanted to come along. Karen explained that Joshua was very drunk, and she was worried about him. Leon sighed and told her to behave quietly if she was coming. Half an hour later they arrived at the Joa district. The enormous villa shining in the nightlights immediately caught Karen's attention. She stood there speechless, completely shocked by the luxurious property. Joshua looked around in admiration and asked Leon how much the villa had cost. Leon casually replied that it was not very expensive, only a little over 1 billion. At that moment the house manager came out to greet them and welcomed Leon home. He also mentioned that the fried meat Leon had ordered had already been delivered. Leon thanked him and confirmed the dinner arrangements. He then hugged Joshua and said his friend seemed to have sobered up enough for another round of drinks. Joshua laughed and said he was ready. Leon told Karen and her brother that he would bring more wine. While Leon was gone, Karen quietly asked Joshua about his friend. She could not understand why Leon had hidden his wealth for so long. Joshua admitted that even he had only discovered the truth that day. During their university years, Leon had seemed like the most ordinary student in the class. Karen leaned closer and suggested that Joshua should take advantage of the situation. Since Leon had so much money, he should accept the car without hesitation. Joshua immediately pushed her hand away and said the idea was wrong. Leon was his friend, not his father. He had no right to take such an expensive gift. With that, Joshua stood up and walked away. Karen watched him leave and realized she would not get what she wanted from him. She decided she would handle things herself. Meanwhile, Joshua went to the kitchen to prepare steaks. Karen told him to wait for her while she went to the bathroom. At the same time, Leon was in another room selecting wine. Suddenly, Karen appeared behind him and said she wanted to speak privately in the office. She reminded him that he had said he was single now. Leon immediately understood her intentions. He calmly opened his phone gallery and showed her a photo of himself with Elizabeth. He explained that Elizabeth was his girlfriend and the director of a company worth over $1 billion. Then he added that Karen had nothing to offer him that could compare. Karen stubbornly insisted that Leon did not yet have a mistress, and said she liked him at first sight. Leon looked at her calmly and said there was nothing special about her appearance or figure. She should abandon the idea immediately. Karen felt deeply insulted. Leon continued, saying she was not worthy of his friend Joshua. Then he pointed at the door and told her to leave. Karen suddenly began screaming and accused Leon of being a pervert. Leon was momentarily stunned. Joshua rushed into the office and asked what had happened. Karen clung to him and claimed that when she entered the room, Leon had tried to harass her. Joshua frowned and said that could not be true. Leon was not that kind of person. Karen demanded to know whose side he was on. She threatened Leon, saying that if he did not give her 1 billion yuan, she would expose him publicly. Leon remained calm, and said her plan had been clever, but she had overlooked one small detail. Karen asked what he meant. Leon pointed to the ceiling, and asked whether she really believed a house this large would not have security cameras. Karen froze. Joshua slowly pulled his arm away from her in disgust. He said he no longer wanted any relationship with someone capable of such behavior. Karen desperately asked whether he truly did not love her anymore. Joshua replied that what she had done was shameless and unforgivable. Leon calmly told Karen to leave while he was still in a good mood. Realizing she had failed, Karen glared at Leon and ran out of the villa. Leon turned to Joshua and apologized for the unpleasant situation. Joshua shook his head and said he was the one who should apologize. If Leon had not exposed the truth, he might never have seen Karen's real character. Leon placed a hand on his friend's shoulder and said he was glad Joshua had realized it before it was too late. They returned to the living room and continued discussing business matters. Leon asked Joshua about Cisco and the technology project he had mentioned earlier. Joshua explained that Cisco had recently achieved a major breakthrough in chip programming. His company was determined to win the cooperation project related to it. Leon asked who they were negotiating with. Joshua said the project was managed by a senior executive, while the deputy manager handled sales negotiations. Leon nodded thoughtfully. Then he handed Joshua the keys to his Bentley and said it would be inconvenient for him to move around without a car. Joshua refused again, insisting the vehicle was too expensive. Leon told him that when a friend offered help, he should accept it. Joshua replied that he wanted to earn his own success through hard work. One day he would buy his own car. Leon smiled, realizing that Joshua was truly a good man. They continued drinking together late into the night. The next morning, Joshua quietly left the villa but left a note for Leon. In it, he said he had ordered breakfast and needed to attend to some work. Leon woke up later and checked his phone. A new delivery order had appeared. This time, the request was unusual. A student needed help rewriting a dissertation. Leon called the client and asked whether she was sure this was a task for a courier. He also warned that academic work could affect her grades. The student, Miss Carla, quickly clarified the situation. She did not need someone to write the paper itself. She simply needed the text typed and formatted on a computer because she was in a hurry. Leon nodded and told her he would come immediately. At the Engineering Institute, the atmosphere was tense, as students were busy preparing for exams and finishing their dissertations. Amid the academic pressure, one particular scene unfolded outside the campus. A student named Stefan stood beside his car, holding a bouquet of flowers as he waited patiently. When Gina finally arrived, he greeted her warmly and confessed that he had been waiting for a long time, excited to see her that morning. Gina felt embarrassed, especially because her friends nearby found Stefan's gesture sweet and romantic. Taking a deep breath, Stefan explained that graduation was approaching and that he hoped she would agree to become his girlfriend. He spoke passionately, saying that from that moment on, the second pilot's seat in his life would belong only to her. Then, in a dramatic gesture, he opened a small box containing a ring and asked Jenna if she was ready to become his wife. Jenna was overwhelmed with joy and almost unable to speak. She was just about to accept his proposal when the sudden sound of a car engine interrupted the moment. A car pulled up in front of them, and Leon stepped out. Calmly, he asked Jenna if she knew the way to the main academic building. Delighted to help, she explained that he simply needed to go through the main gate to reach the upper building. Leon thanked her for the directions and drove away immediately. After he left, Stefan once again asked Gina if she would agree to be his girlfriend. However, to his shock, she suddenly refused and told him she did not want to marry him. Confused and hurt, Stefan demanded to know why she had changed her mind so abruptly. Gina bluntly replied that she would rather sit in Leon's car, because it was far better than Stefan's. Her answer left him stunned. Meanwhile, inside the Engineering Institute's office, another student named Lexi sat slumped over a desk, completely exhausted. She complained that she could not continue writing her dissertation, and felt as if her fingers were about to break from the strain. Her friend Carla tried to calm her down, explaining that there was little they could do since they only had enough money to buy a completed paper version of the dissertation. Carla encouraged her to hold on a little longer, promising that a courier would arrive soon to help them resolve their problem. At that exact moment, the office door opened and Leon walked in right on time. He asked who Carla was, and she quickly invited him to sit beside them so they could begin working. Carla explained that everything was written in the notebook, and that he had only 4 hours to complete the task. She also promised to pay him overtime if necessary. However, as soon as Leon looked at the dissertation, he was shocked. He asked why it contained so many mistakes, and warned them that if they submitted such work, they would never graduate from the institute. Carla was surprised and insisted that this could not be true. She explained that a classmate with excellent grades had sold her the assignment. Leon asked if she had really purchased the work, and then calmly explained that almost every task in the dissertation was incorrect. Carla was horrified. With very little time left before submission, she asked what they could possibly do. Leon suggested that the entire thesis could be replaced with a new approach based on Maxwell's equations, and the second law of thermodynamics. He began explaining his idea and asked if they were following his instructions. Carla admitted that she was struggling to keep up. She said she was trying to listen carefully but could not fully understand everything he was explaining. Leon felt a headache coming on and realized he would have to do most of the work himself. Lexi, on the other hand, was amazed that a simple courier knew so much about thermodynamics, and was impressed by his intelligence. She asked him if he could repeat the explanation more slowly. Sighing quietly, Leon realized that repeating it might not change anything. Instead, he sat down at the computer and began typing rapidly. He told Carla that he would fix everything himself. Watching him work, Carla felt immense relief, and thought to herself that this was what a true genius looked like. 2 hours later, Leon finished and handed the notebook back to her. He calmly said that everything was ready, and that she could now present the dissertation to the teacher without any problems. Just then, the door burst open and Stefan rushed into the office, loudly declaring that everything was nonsense. Carla looked at him in confusion and asked why he was shouting. She pointed out that he should have been confessing his love to a girl instead of storming into the office. Stefan angrily insisted that the courier's work was worthless, and warned that if Carla submitted the dissertation to Professor Peter, she would embarrass herself. Lexi also became uncertain, reminding Carla that Leon was only a courier, and that they could not be sure whether his work was trustworthy. Leon calmly suggested that they show the dissertation to her supervisor first, since the official defense had not yet begun. Carla agreed that this was a sensible idea, especially because the teacher was still in his office. She quickly headed there to show him the work. Inside the office, several teachers were sitting at their computers, busy with their own tasks. Carla approached Professor Peter and explained that she had finished her dissertation and wanted him to review it. The professor looked at her skeptically and commented that she seemed eager to submit her work. Carla explained that she wanted everything to be perfect, which was why she had taken longer than expected. When Professor Peter began reading the dissertation, he suddenly froze. He stared at the pages in astonishment and asked Carla if she had really written it herself. He insisted that it was impossible for her to have produced such work alone. Carla immediately became terrified, thinking that something must be terribly wrong. At that moment, Stefan stepped forward and claimed that Leon had written the dissertation. He pointed out the professor's shocked expression and insisted that it proved the work was full of mistakes and completely disgraceful. Professor Peter then turned to Leon and asked whether he had truly written the paper and which group of the institute he belonged to. Stefan quickly interrupted, explaining that Leon was not even a student but merely a courier who had deceived Carla to earn money. Hearing this, Professor Peter slammed his hand on the table. Everyone in the room thought he was about to scold them. Carla immediately began apologizing and bowing repeatedly. But the professor stopped her and asked why she was apologizing. He calmly stated that the work was excellent and contained no mistakes at all. Carla froze in disbelief. Stefan was equally stunned. Professor Peter continued, explaining that the dissertation was incredibly valuable and that very few teachers at the university could produce work of such quality. Another teacher, still doubtful, asked to see the paper for herself. After reading it, she also confirmed that it was extraordinary. The teachers began praising the thesis, calling it a masterpiece. Stefan, unable to accept this outcome, felt deeply humiliated. Professor Peter added that the work was so impressive that it could even be submitted to a scientific journal. He then approached Leon and praised him directly, calling him a genius. Leon politely thanked the professor but modestly explained that he had written the paper in a hurry, so it was not as good as it could have been. Hearing this, Stefan silently convinced himself that any student at their university could have written such a paper, and that Leon was nothing more than an imposter. Professor Peter then handed Leon a business card containing his contact information and expressed his hope that they would have another opportunity to work together. Leon thanked him and replied that the professor could contact him whenever necessary. Carla also asked if she could add Leon to her contacts, so she could consult him about her dissertation in the future. Leon agreed and allowed her to add him as a friend before preparing to leave. Stefan, still furious, asked Carla what she was thinking. He reminded her that Leon was just an ordinary courier. Carla calmly replied that Leon was not only more talented than Stefan but also far more handsome. Soon afterward, Leon drove away in his luxury car, leaving Stefan standing there with clenched fists, silently vowing that he would take revenge. Later, Leon received a phone call from Joshua. Joshua explained that there was a problem with the lithography machine they had planned to acquire. Even though the contracts had been arranged, the supplier suddenly claimed that the institute had credit issues and refused their order. Leon immediately sensed something suspicious and asked how such a problem could arise when they had an international loan backing them. Joshua replied that it seemed someone was secretly trying to sabotage their plan. Leon concluded that the only possible culprit was Cisco. He decided that he would personally deal with them, although for now he needed to continue cooperating with Liu Yang. Afterward, Leon arrived in Zook and began considering his next steps. At that moment, a notification about a new courier order appeared on his phone. The message said that a shipment was ready for pickup, but it did not provide many details. When Leon called the client, he learned that the item was a large bookshelf. He explained that such an item was too big for his usual deliveries, and suggested hiring a van instead. However, the client insisted and threatened to file a complaint against him. Leon responded calmly that she could complain as much as she wanted. Shortly afterward, he checked his phone again and discovered that his negative reviews had increased dramatically. A message from the company informed him that he had been suspended and would need to attend training the next day in order to regain his position. Confused by the sudden suspension, Leon wondered what had happened. At that moment, Joshua approached him and greeted him warmly. Leon asked about the progress of their negotiations. Joshua explained that the other party had reviewed the sales plan, but insisted that a formal contract must be signed before moving forward. Leon realized that Cisco might have already accepted the patent and was preparing to file a counter-patent if he revealed his program publicly. He then asked Joshua about the size of the order and when the second batch of supplies would arrive. Joshua replied that the contract amount was $30 million and that the full shipment would take about 3 months to deliver. Leon listened carefully and concluded that 3 months would be enough time for him to accomplish his plans. He asked Joshua if he was hungry and offered to order some food, but Joshua said he was not hungry and instead wanted to ask for a favor. Leon immediately guessed that Joshua wanted to borrow his car and told him that the keys were in the desk drawer. However, Joshua laughed and explained that he had seen a PlayStation in Leon's office and simply wanted to borrow it to play games. Leon agreed and told him he could take the console. After their conversation, Leon headed to the Ling Yun building. There he saw Helga instructing workers to move a vase and arrange the room properly. She greeted Leon warmly and asked if he had come to inspect their work and whether he had brought any food with him. Leon asked where Sean was, explaining that they needed to discuss something important. Helga replied that Sean was in his office and invited Leon upstairs to meet him. When they met, Sean asked Leon what tasks he had for them. Leon explained that he needed them to pretend to be customers and approach Cisco to negotiate a deal. According to his plan, they would claim that they urgently needed 1 billion terminal chips. Helga understood the plan but was curious why they needed to pretend instead of simply buying the chips. Leon explained that they were not actually going to purchase anything. They only needed to act as if they were interested. Hearing this, Helga asked him directly whether Cisco had done something to harm him. Leon calmly explained that Cisco had not only harmed him but had deeply offended him. Hearing this, Helga immediately slammed her fist on the table and stood up, declaring that they could not let such an insult go unanswered. Sean, however, remained cautious. He sensed that the situation might be more complicated than it appeared, and pointed out that they would need to carefully investigate Cisco's background and reputation. Even if they used another company as a cover, he warned, the truth might eventually be exposed. Leon responded confidently that they would use Baba's company as the cover. Sean immediately questioned the feasibility of that plan and asked why they would cooperate with such a large company. Leon calmly revealed that he owned 20% of Baba's company shares. With that information, he said, there should be no further questions. Both Sean and Helga were stunned into silence. Helga stared at him in disbelief, before suddenly declaring that she was willing to become his slave. Leon frowned and told her not to speak nonsense. Instead, he handed her a business card and explained that he would clarify everything soon. He then informed them that the card also contained a spare key to his house. They could visit his garage and select whichever car they thought would best suit their upcoming task. Leon emphasized that they needed to be perfectly prepared if they wanted the deal to proceed smoothly. Helga took the card and asked where his house was located. Leon smiled and replied that it was in Zhou. After hearing this, Helga told him that he could leave for now. She assured him that they would carefully consider everything he had said. After leaving them, Leon headed toward a shopping mall. He checked his phone to confirm that he had arrived at the correct location. As he entered the building, he noticed a large group of people gathered there for training. Soon, a woman named Daria, The administrative assistant from the operations department appeared and told everyone who had come for training to follow her upstairs. The group followed her to a large hall where they took their seats while Daria stood on the stage beside another man. Daria introduced the man as Leighton, a respected manager from the operations department who would be conducting the training session. While she explained the rules, however, Leighton suddenly noticed Leon sitting among the trainees. Pointing at him, Leighton asked sarcastically why Leon looked so out of shape, as if he thought the event was some kind of beauty contest. Leon calmly replied that if it truly were a beauty contest, he would probably win even while wearing the uniform. Daria quickly interrupted and told Leon to watch his language, reminding him that he had not come there to behave rudely. Leighton became irritated and announced that he would not waste time on meaningless talk. Instead, he went straight to the point. He told everyone in the room that each person needed to pay a deposit of 3,000 yuan before the training could continue. After that, he said, they would be given time to consider their participation. The announcement shocked everyone. The trainees began asking what deposit he was talking about. Leighton impatiently urged them to pay quickly and added that anyone unwilling to pay could leave immediately. Leon was furious at the arrogance of his words. He stood up and said that Leighton had gone too far. Leighton turned toward him and demanded to know what nonsense he was talking about. He insisted that everything they were doing was completely legal and told Leon that if he was unhappy, he could simply leave. Leon replied that he would gladly leave. He declared that he had no intention of remaining in such a snake pit. Then he held up his phone and revealed that he had recorded everything they had said and intended to publish it on the internet. Daria and Leighton were stunned. They demanded to know when he had managed to record their conversation. Leighton then threatened that Leon would not leave the room until he handed over the recording. Leon simply smiled and asked whether Leighton was threatening him. He calmly explained that he had also recorded that threat and would not delete anything. Furious, Leighton declared that he had already given Leon a chance to retreat, but Leon had refused it. He immediately ordered Daria to call security. Within moments, several guards rushed into the hall and surrounded Leon. Leighton ordered them to seize his phone. As the guards moved closer, Leon prepared himself in case he had to defend himself. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the chaos. Helga had appeared. She looked around the room and asked what all the noise was about. Leon turned and saw her standing behind him. Helga recognized him immediately and asked why he was there. Leighton quickly explained that they were conducting courier training, and that Leon had secretly recorded their meeting. He claimed that they were simply going to make him delete the recording. Helga dismissed his explanation with obvious irritation. She said she had no interest in listening to such nonsense, and calmly ordered them to pack their things and leave. Daria approached her and explained that Leon had already been fired and that people like him were not worthy of being couriers. Helga looked at her coldly and clarified that it was actually Daria and Leighton who needed to pack their belongings and leave. She then asked them why they had forbidden trainees from recording the session when there was no such rule written anywhere. Clearly, she suggested, they were afraid that someone might hear the truth. Helga ordered the guards to escort Leighton and Daria to the Human Resources Department, where a very serious discussion awaited them. The people in the room were thrilled, whispering excitedly that someone had finally dared to stand up against the company's corruption. Helga then turned to Leon and asked why he had come there in the first place. Leon explained that he had been suspended from work and had been told to attend training in order to regain his position. Helga replied that he could have simply contacted her since she still worked there. She asked what he would have done if she had not arrived, and whether he really intended to fight them. Leon assured her that he could handle the situation himself, though he admitted it was a little embarrassing that she had to intervene in his personal matter. He told her she should continue with her own work and not worry about him. Helga nodded and went to the Human Resources Department. When she arrived, Leighton and Daria were already standing there. Leighton asked sarcastically whether she had come to personally observe their dismissal. Helga smiled and asked the HR manager whether the procedures had been completed. The HR representative replied that she had followed Helga's instructions, and that the two individuals were no longer employees of the company. Satisfied, Helga nodded and handed the manager a resignation letter. Leighton and Daria were stunned and could not understand what she was doing. Helga calmly explained that she was leaving as well, and that by doing so she was also ensuring they were removed. Daria angrily demanded to know whether Helga had simply taken their jobs before resigning herself. Helga merely waved at them and walked out. Outside, she approached Leon and told him that everything had been handled exactly as he requested. When she reached the car, Leon confirmed that the dismissal process had been completed. Helga then asked him about the recording and wondered whether he would still delete it. Leon smiled and revealed that he had never recorded anything at all. It had only been a bluff, and the others had fallen for it. After saying goodbye to Helga, Leon decided it was time to deal with his delivery order. As he drove through the city, however, a mysterious woman named Lena suddenly appeared before him. She congratulated him for improving the living conditions of lower-level workers, and informed him that his reward would be early retirement along with a payment of 2 billion yuan. Leon immediately slammed on the brakes, shocked by her words and unsure whether she was telling the truth. A system voice then asked him whether he wished to begin a new career as a doctor. Leon considered it briefly and replied that becoming a doctor sounded like an interesting profession. He said he wanted to master it as soon as possible. After that, he canceled the delivery order and decided to celebrate. He headed to Aunt Lou's small restaurant to enjoy some egg-fried rice. A few minutes later, Leon arrived at the noodle shop. The owner's daughter, Lucretia, greeted him happily. Aunt Lou urged him to sit down and promised to prepare a delicious meal. Leon told her he was craving egg-fried rice. While waiting for the food, he asked Lucretia about her future plans and whether she had chosen a university. The girl smiled and said she hoped to study at Fudan University. Leon asked what subject she wanted to pursue, and she replied that she had always dreamed of studying medicine. At that moment, another customer joked that she was so beautiful she should go to art school and become a famous star instead. Lucretia immediately replied that Leon had told her the entertainment industry was rotten, which was why she had no interest in entering it. Soon, Aunt Lou brought Leon a plate of egg-fried rice and wished him a good appetite. She quietly mentioned that her daughter might not pass the entrance exams, but said it would not be the end of the world. After all, she herself had never finished her studies and had still managed to live a decent life. Leon nodded but said education was still important. He told Lucretia that she could always call him if she needed help. The girl thanked him happily. Leon then promised that when she entered university, he would buy her a phone and a computer so she could study like everyone else. Lucretia protested that such things were far too expensive. Just then, someone approached their table. It was Sarah. Her friend asked whether she knew the handsome man sitting there. Sarah casually replied that Leon was her ex-boyfriend, and that they had recently argued and broken up. Then she sat down beside him and suddenly leaned close against him. With a playful smile, Sarah asked Leon whether he believed it was fate that had brought them together again that day. Leon told Sarah that their meeting was not fate, but rather some kind of cruel destiny. Despite his cold response, Sarah moved even closer to him. She insisted that she had realized her mistake and wanted them to get back together. According to her, she was not interested in his money. She claimed that she truly liked him. Before she could continue, Leon pushed her away. He looked at her calmly and said that she should stop lying because it was obvious she was only acting this way because of his wealth. Then he told her to leave and allow him to finish his meal in peace. Sarah immediately swore that she was telling the truth. Leon watched her with clear disbelief and wondered where she had learned to lie so convincingly. Then he pointed toward the messy table nearby and told her that if she had truly changed, she could start by cleaning up the leftovers. Without hesitation, Sarah jumped to her feet and hurried toward the table Leon had pointed at. She grabbed a rag and even asked Aunt Lou if she could help clean the place. Her friend watched in complete shock and asked if she had gone crazy. Just then, Leon quietly placed his chopsticks on the table. He told Sarah she could continue cleaning, but he would be leaving because he still had many things to take care of. Hearing that, Sarah quickly said she would go with him. She even mentioned that she had not yet driven his new car. Leon calmly reminded her that she still had a table to clean and asked what connection remained between them. His blunt words instantly angered Sarah. Feeling humiliated, she threw the rag on the floor and demanded to know why he was speaking to her in such a tone. At that moment, Leon noticed his motorcycle nearby along with Spencer, who informed him that the repairs had been completed. Spencer proudly explained that they had even made several modifications to improve the bike's speed and safety. Leon nodded with satisfaction and thanked him. He then asked Spencer to drive his car back home because he had an important meeting to attend. Later, Leon arrived at Sioyang Company. Just as he stepped out, Elizabeth appeared in front of him wearing a bold and eye-catching outfit. Leon smiled and complimented her appearance, asking who she had dressed up for. Elizabeth replied playfully that she wanted her look to match his motorcycle. Leon laughed and told her that everything about her was already perfect, but she looked even better when she was with him. Soon afterward, The two of them rode off together on the motorcycle. Elizabeth sat behind him, holding tightly onto his back as they sped through the streets. Sometime later, they arrived at Yellowzy Company for a scheduled meeting. Leon stopped outside the building and allowed Elizabeth to handle the discussion with the company representatives. One of the staff members introduced Elizabeth to a man named Carl, who had come from the city of Delhi, in the Asia-Pacific region. Elizabeth politely said that she had heard about Delhi's rapid development as a world-class cruise ship manufacturer, and that it was an honor to meet someone like Carl. Carl smiled and said he had not expected Director Leon's representative to be such a beautiful young woman. He then extended his hand toward her for a handshake. Elizabeth, however, simply nodded instead of shaking his hand. Carl awkwardly withdrew his hand and commented that refusing a handshake during a first meeting could be considered impolite. Elizabeth calmly replied that this was only a business discussion about money, so unnecessary formalities were not required. Carl complimented her clever words but added that even if she worked for Leon's company, she should still show him proper respect. At that moment, Leon suddenly appeared beside them and asked who exactly was demanding respect. Carl looked irritated and assumed Leon was merely a driver. He demanded to know why the driver was interrupting their conversation, and asked if he even knew who he was speaking to. Leon slowly removed his motorcycle helmet and looked directly at Carl. He said that Carl had not even introduced himself properly, yet he was already demanding respect. Only then did Carl realize that the man standing before him was actually Leon himself. His expression changed instantly, as he understood that he had made a serious mistake. Elizabeth smiled quietly, thinking that Carl was fortunate Leon had arrived in person before things went further. Georgia, the woman standing beside Carl, also recognized Leon and confirmed his identity. Carl immediately turned pale. He hurriedly apologized and explained that he had misunderstood the situation. If he had known about Leon's relationship with Elizabeth, he would never have behaved so arrogantly. Leon responded calmly that their company no longer needed Carl's services, and that they would simply find another distributor. Carl froze in shock. He quickly begged Leon for another chance, explaining that his company truly wanted to cooperate. Leon stepped closer and quietly told him to leave immediately. Carl wasted no time and quickly disappeared, hoping he would not cross Leon's path again. Elizabeth could barely contain her laughter after watching how quickly Carl's attitude had changed. She told Leon not to worry about such people and asked whether they should leave now. Leon said she could go ahead, but he still had some things to handle. He turned and walked away while the two women watched him. Georgia then turned to Elizabeth and admitted that she was jealous of her. She said Elizabeth was lucky to have such a rich and handsome man by her side. Elizabeth smiled and agreed, saying she felt fortunate to have met him. Meanwhile, Leon was riding his motorcycle when his phone rang. It was Joshua, who said their mission was almost finished and asked where Leon was. Leon replied that he was outside. Joshua then asked him to meet at Cisco for lunch, and Leon immediately agreed. After hanging up, Leon drove quickly to the agreed location. When he arrived, he was surprised by how luxurious the place looked. Inside, he noticed Joshua speaking with a man who was discussing a potential partnership. The man introduced himself as Albert, a marketing manager at Cisco, and assured Joshua that everything would be arranged soon. Joshua noticed Leon arriving and asked why he had switched vehicles, adding that the motorcycle looked impressive. Leon then asked Joshua what they had discussed with Albert. Joshua explained that Cisco had suddenly changed the plan again, and now claimed that the second shipment would take 6 months instead of the previously agreed timeline. Leon frowned and reminded him that the plan had been finalized only the day before. He could not understand how they had changed their decision so quickly. Joshua added that Baba's company appeared interested in making an acquisition, and Cisco might not be able to compete with such a powerful corporation. Leon apologized to Joshua for the inconvenience and tossed him his helmet, saying they should leave. Joshua warned him that both Lunson and Cisco were industry leaders, and that if they delayed too long, they could lose their advantage. He also mentioned that Cisco had openly claimed they could easily crush Lunson. Leon listened carefully. After thinking for a moment, he suggested they go to the seaside for a while and asked whether Joshua would mind. Joshua considered the idea and asked only one question, whether there would be Wi-Fi at the beach. Leon sighed quietly, realizing that his friend seemed to care about games no matter where he was. At the same time, events were unfolding inside Cisco's office. Sean entered the building along with Helga and several others. Cisco's vice chairman introduced Sean to the head of the Cisco Institute and a multidisciplinary expert named Asher. Asher greeted Sean warmly and said he had long wanted to meet him in person. Sean returned the greeting calmly, while Helga stated that they preferred to begin business immediately because they were flying abroad later that day. Asher asked Larry to explain their patented technology. Larry proudly stated that their company possessed more than 20 patented technologies. Sean replied that he had heard about those patents, but only wanted confirmation that Asher's chip technology was truly the best in China. Larry confidently declared that their company ranked #1 in the industry, and that no competitor would surpass them for at least 5 years. Sean listened carefully and then suggested adding a warranty clause to the contract. He proposed that if any company surpassed their technology within 1 year, the agreement would become void. Asher hesitated and questioned whether such a strict condition was necessary. Helga calmly responded that it was absolutely necessary because they were approaching the deal with sincere intentions. Sean suddenly stood up and said he had already made his decision. He told Helga they were leaving because he had no interest in doing business with people who lacked confidence in their own technology. Asher panicked and quickly asked him to wait. He promised they would accept the condition. Sean replied that it was already too late, and that Asher's hesitation had made him doubt their honesty. Desperate to save the deal, Asher offered a penalty clause. If their technology was surpassed within a year, they would pay triple compensation. Sean looked unimpressed, and asked whether Asher believed he could be persuaded so easily. Asher immediately increased the offer, promising 5 times the penalty instead. Helga glanced at Sean, silently suggesting that the terms were now extremely favorable. Sean slowly turned around, walked back to Asher, and shook his hand. He agreed to the deal and said the terms were indeed acceptable. The total value of the contract reached $3 billion. Asher quickly ordered his team to print the contract, and soon both sides signed the agreement. Satisfied with the outcome, Asher shook Sean's hand again, and said the partnership had been the right decision. After saying their goodbyes, Sean and Helga left. Later, they arrived at the Twin Towers where Leon and the rest of the team were waiting. Sean sat down on the sofa, feeling that everything had gone exactly as planned. Helga approached Leon and reported that the contract worth $3 billion had been successfully signed. She added that if Cisco failed to fulfill the terms, they would have to pay a massive penalty. Leon congratulated his team for their excellent work and told them they could celebrate by ordering anything they wanted at the company's expense. While they were discussing their next steps, Sean suddenly received a phone call. When he finished the conversation, his expression turned serious. He told Leon that Cisco had contacted him again and demanded an immediate payment. Helga was stunned. Sean explained that Asher was asking for a $500 million advance in order to begin production. The demand sounded extremely unreasonable, and Leon began thinking carefully about how to respond. Leon thought carefully about the situation, and soon realized that Cisco still had not lowered its guard. Helga also sensed the same thing and remarked that Cisco clearly still had doubts about the project. After considering the matter, Leon said that in that case, they should simply pay the advance. Helga was surprised by this suggestion and asked whether it was really necessary to go that far. Leon calmly explained that given Cisco's current scale, it would be impossible for them to produce goods worth such a massive amount without receiving an initial payment. Providing the advance, he said, would strengthen Cisco's confidence in the project and convince them of its credibility. He then revealed the rest of his plan. They would use their own funds to purchase the remaining $25 billion worth of goods. Hearing this, Helga nodded in admiration and admitted that Leon had already thought through every possibility. It seemed they had no other option. Leon then instructed his team to carefully monitor their financial operations to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Their bonuses, he reminded them, depended on the success of the project. After giving these instructions, he said he had another meeting scheduled and quickly left. Soon afterward, Leon mounted his motorcycle and began riding toward the meeting location. As he was traveling along the road, an elderly woman riding a small mope suddenly drove into the opposite lane and headed straight toward him. Without warning, she deliberately crashed her mope into the wheel of Leon's motorcycle. The woman fell to the ground and immediately began shouting, accusing Leon of hitting her. Leon looked at her in disbelief and said that he had not moved an inch toward her. He demanded to know what nonsense she was talking about. The woman insisted that Leon did not know how to drive and that he had struck her. She demanded compensation for her injuries. Leon replied that this looked more like daylight robbery. He had not even spoken yet, and she was already demanding money. At that moment, a police officer arrived and asked what had happened. The woman immediately told him that Leon had hit her, and that she needed to go to the hospital for a medical examination, expecting Leon to cover all the expenses. The officer glanced at Leon's motorcycle and was surprised to see that it was an extremely expensive model. He calmly reassured the woman that there was no need to worry, because the nearby surveillance cameras had recorded the entire incident. After reviewing the footage, the officer explained that the video clearly showed Leon's motorcycle had been completely stationary when the collision occurred. Therefore, the woman had no grounds to demand compensation. Hearing this, the elderly woman was momentarily speechless. Then she suddenly collapsed again and began blaming the officer instead. She shouted that Leon had hit her and accused them of trying to frame her. She even threatened to file a complaint. The officer remained calm and pointed out that she should actually be worried about compensation herself. Leon's motorcycle, he explained, was worth more than 6 million yuan. Repairing it could cost around 300,000 yuan, so she should start thinking about how she planned to pay that amount. The woman quickly changed her tone and accused the officer of trying to trick her into paying money. She declared that she would call her son, who was very rich. About 20 minutes later, a car arrived. A man hurried out and ran toward the woman, asking anxiously what had happened. The woman was relieved to see him and told him that these people were trying to deceive her, and demanded that he handle the situation. However, when the man looked toward Leon, he suddenly froze in surprise. He stared for a moment and then asked if the man before him was really Leon. Leon calmly asked him to introduce himself. The man explained that his name was Dennis, and that he worked as a laboratory technician at the Lunan Science Institute. He expressed his honor at meeting Leon in person. Dennis then quickly apologized on behalf of his mother, explaining that she was not very familiar with traffic regulations. The elderly woman was shocked and asked her son whether Leon was truly his boss. Dennis confirmed that Leon was indeed the head of the institute and a very powerful and successful figure. Seeing that they knew each other, the police officer asked whether they wished to settle the matter privately or proceed according to the law. Leon thanked the officer and said they would handle the matter themselves. Leon then told Dennis that he still had other business to attend to and needed to leave. However, he instructed Dennis to accept 100,000 yuan as compensation for the incident and take his mother to the hospital for a checkup. Dennis agreed and thanked Leon, advising him to stay safe. As Leon watched them leave, he felt curious. Dennis was only a laboratory technician, yet he drove a car worth more than 1 million. Meanwhile, his mother had not hesitated to stage an accident to demand money. It seemed that Dennis had recently become quite wealthy. After leaving the scene, Leon went to a restaurant where he planned to discuss business matters with 2 acquaintances. A man named Samuel and a woman named Lizzie invited him to sit at their table. Leon asked whether they were still negotiating for the unique lithography machine. Samuel confirmed that negotiations had taken place, but the other side had refused to cooperate, which created serious difficulties. While enjoying a plate of crab, Leon listened carefully. Then he calmly declared that if cooperation was impossible, they would simply build their own lithography machine and stop relying on others. Samuel and Lizzie stared at him in shock. Lizzie asked whether he was joking. Building a lithography machine from scratch was an enormous undertaking. Leon replied that sooner or later, they would have to take that step. Despite the challenges, he believed they could succeed. Inspired by his confidence, Lizzie admitted that the idea was impressive. Leon then added that he planned to change the broker as well. A new intermediary might accelerate the entire process. Samuel smiled and assured him that they would do whatever was necessary. Leon then instructed them to recruit the best scientists available. He promised to provide 1 billion yuan for the project. Afterward, Leon asked about Dennis. Samuel explained that Dennis was a laboratory technician and generally a good person, although he had a habit of playing cards. Lizzie added that after receiving a recent bonus, Dennis had immediately gone to a card game and apparently won quite a large amount of money. He had even offered to buy her coffee afterward. Leon listened thoughtfully and decided that he should pay Dennis a visit soon. After finishing the discussion, he told Samuel and Lizzie that he needed to attend to other matters and would contact them again later. Soon afterward, Leon returned to the Twin Towers to meet with his team. When he entered his office, he was surprised to see Elizabeth sitting together with Helga. Leon smiled, clearly pleased by her presence, and asked what she was doing there. Elizabeth returned the smile and teasingly asked whether he was happy to see her, or whether he preferred that she leave. Helga laughed and joked that perhaps Leon did not want his girlfriend visiting the office anymore. Elizabeth lightly slapped Helga's shoulder and told her to stop talking nonsense. She explained that she had not come because of Leon but because she wanted to help improve the company's management system. Leon acknowledged that she must have worked hard that day and promised to cook a delicious dinner for her later that evening. Embarrassed by his teasing, Elizabeth chased after him playfully and pretended to hit him. After the light-hearted moment passed, Leon sat down and asked Helga about the investment fund. Helga explained that they were currently hiring additional staff and preparing to register a new investment company. Elizabeth then pointed out that Leon's core identity must remain secret until they obtained the necessary licenses. Revealing too much information too early could damage their position in the market. Leon agreed with her reasoning. If his identity became public too soon, it would certainly attract enormous attention and possibly create unnecessary problems. While they were discussing these matters, Leon's phone suddenly rang. The call came from Giselle, the woman who had previously purchased a music stand from him and practiced piano with her son. Leon asked what she needed. Giselle explained that they had an important performance that day, but one of the students had fallen ill. She wondered if Leon could help them by filling in. The event was being held at the John High Drama Academy. At the academy, the most beautiful student Wanda was discussing the situation with Giselle. Wanda was worried that if Joy could not perform, the entire event might fail. Giselle reassured her that she had already found someone who could temporarily pose as a student from their academy. Wanda remained nervous and warned that it was a risky decision. The substitute might ruin the performance. Giselle simply smiled and reminded her that talented people could be found anywhere. Soon afterward, Wanda left for the theater to prepare and asked Giselle to bring the substitute performer as quickly as possible. Just then, another woman approached Giselle. She remarked sarcastically that she was not surprised Giselle had become a professor so quickly, suggesting she must have used some unusual methods. The woman introduced herself as Stella Beatrice. She mocked Giselle for bringing a courier from the street to act as a performer. Giselle ignored the insult and calmly asked why it concerned her at all. Stella responded that she was merely passing by and casually mentioned that her husband had recently bought a new Land Rover, offering Giselle a ride. At that moment, however, a luxurious car pulled up behind them. Leon lowered the window and called out to Giselle, asking her to get into the car. Giselle immediately turned to Stella and said she had no interest in riding in her husband's Land Rover. Seeing Leon's elite car, Stella could not help but feel stunned. It was clearly far more impressive than her vehicle. Giselle quickly entered Leon's car and thanked him for coming to help during such a difficult moment. With a curious smile, she then asked how someone with such a luxurious car could possibly be working as a courier. She wondered whether he actually had another job besides deliveries. Leon told Giselle that he no longer worked in the delivery service. Then he asked about her son, especially whether the boy had begun taking his piano studies seriously. Giselle replied that her son had indeed started working harder. She added that students from several other countries would be participating in the event that day, so the competition would be quite intense. Leon nodded and emphasized that her son needed to approach the performance with complete seriousness. If he made a mistake during such an international event, it could bring embarrassment not only to himself but also to their country. Meanwhile, the hall was filled with contestants practicing their instruments and preparing for the competition. Giselle asked Leon to tune the piano for the moment, because she needed to deal with several other matters. Not far away, a man named Jordan approached Wanda and asked what was happening. He wanted to know whether Joy would be participating in the performance that day. Wanda explained that Joy had fallen ill and was currently in the hospital, so Giselle had invited a courier she knew to take his place. Wanda was clearly worried. She said that if Leon could not keep up with the rhythm, it would disrupt her own tempo and ruin her entire performance. Hearing this, Jordan wondered aloud whether Giselle was deliberately trying to sabotage the event. He even suggested that Wanda might be better off performing alone. After that, Jordan walked over to Leon and told him he should leave before it was too late. Leon looked at him in confusion and asked why he should leave. Jordan replied by questioning whether Leon truly believed he was qualified to perform there. Compared with Wanda, he said, Leon had no experience and could easily ruin everything. Leon noticed Wanda standing behind Jordan, and calmly, he replied that he did not know what level Wanda had reached, but he was confident in his own ability. He suggested that Jordan should worry about Wanda instead. Hearing this, Wanda's expression darkened with anger. She stepped forward and demanded to know whether Leon had just insulted her. She asked if he really believed he could match her skills and challenged him to a competition to settle the matter. Leon sighed and said that such a competition would be a waste of time. Wanda became even more irritated and accused him of being afraid. Hearing that accusation, Leon slowly stood up and said that he had only been concerned about damaging her confidence. However, since she insisted, he was willing to compete. He simply warned her not to blame him if she lost. Jordan immediately mocked Leon, pointing out that Wanda had been playing the piano since she was 5 years old, while Leon probably had not even known what a piano was at that age. Ignoring the remark, Wanda walked to the piano and sat down. In her mind, she remained confident. She believed there was no way she could lose to him. Turning slightly, she asked Leon if he was ready. Moments later, the two began to play. The melody that filled the room was beautiful. Both performers demonstrated impressive control and skill. Leon followed Wanda's tempo perfectly, and the audience, especially Jordan, was shocked by how well he matched her performance. Leon soon closed his eyes and seemed to immerse himself completely in the music. Then something unexpected happened. His phone suddenly rang. Everyone in the room assumed that he had been distracted and would inevitably ruin the performance. But Leon calmly picked up the phone with one hand while continuing to play the piano with the other. Jordan and Wanda stared in disbelief. They could not understand how he was able to continue the melody so smoothly while holding a conversation on the phone. Wanda realized that even playing the same piece with both hands would be difficult for her, yet Leon was performing it effortlessly with only one hand. The audience watched in amazement as the melody continued flawlessly. Finally, Leon completed the piece. He placed the final note and turned toward Wanda, calmly telling her that he had finished. Wanda stared at him in shock and asked whether he was truly the courier everyone had been talking about. Jordan immediately rushed forward. Now realizing Leon's incredible ability, he bowed respectfully and apologized for his earlier attitude, admitting that someone with such skill deserved respect. At that moment, Professor Giselle approached them. She announced that the competition was about to begin and asked Leon whether everything was ready. The students around them became excited when they saw Professor Giselle. Many whispered that she looked especially elegant that day, and that her new dress suited her perfectly. Wanda then spoke honestly to Giselle. She admitted that Leon was an extremely skilled pianist, and confessed that she was worried she might not be able to keep up with him if they performed together. Giselle looked at her with surprise. She had never seen Wanda so nervous before a competition and asked what had happened to her confidence. Wanda lowered her head slightly and admitted the truth. She explained that she had just competed in a piano duel with Leon and had lost. His melody, she said honestly, had been extraordinary. Hearing this, Giselle gently reminded her that talent always meets another talent somewhere in the world, and that no one could assume they were the best forever. Nearby, Stella had overheard the entire conversation. Realizing that Leon possessed real skill, she quietly began thinking of another way to undermine Giselle. Soon afterward, she stepped forward and ordered the students to prepare themselves to go on stage. Then she called out to Leon and asked if she could speak with him for a moment. Stella approached him with a friendly smile and introduced herself as one of Giselle's colleagues. She said she was very pleased to meet him, and then explained that one of the cellists had suddenly encountered a problem and could not perform. She asked whether Leon could replace that student. Leon frowned slightly and asked what would happen to the piano if he moved to the cello. Stella immediately replied that Wanda could handle the piano alone, and that the cello part was extremely important to the performance. After saying this, Stella walked away with a quiet sense of satisfaction. In her mind, she believed that even though Leon played the piano well, it did not necessarily mean he could play the cello. If he failed, Giselle would be embarrassed in front of everyone. Before long, the competition began. The hall filled with anticipation as the orchestra members took their places. Wanda walked confidently onto the stage, sat down at the piano, and began playing the opening melody. Giselle stood ready to conduct the orchestra, but suddenly she noticed something strange. Leon was sitting beside Jordan instead of standing on the stage. Confused, Giselle wondered why the most capable performer was not in his position. Jordan also looked puzzled and asked Leon why he was sitting with the cello instead of performing beside Wanda. Leon calmly explained that Stella had told him one of the cellists could not attend, and that he had been asked to take the place. Jordan immediately shook his head and said that made no sense. All the cellists were present, and the orchestra only required one pianist. Adding another pianist would have disrupted the harmony. At that moment, Leon realized that Stella had deliberately set him up just before the competition. Meanwhile, Giselle quickly considered how to fix the situation before the orchestra began playing. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed through the hall, inviting the audience to enjoy the upcoming performance by the Academy Orchestra. There was no longer time to rearrange the performers. Then Leon quietly lifted the cello and began to play. The rich sound of the instrument filled the hall. His performance was so smooth and controlled that the entire audience immediately became captivated. Leon closed his eyes as he played, allowing the melody to flow naturally. Everything sounded perfect. A faint smile appeared on his face. Many people had expected him to fail, yet once again he proved them wrong. Jordan felt relieved and impressed, thinking that Leon had not been shaken by the pressure at all. Wanda also closed her eyes as she continued playing the piano with great precision, matching the orchestra beautifully. Giselle conducted the orchestra with pride, delighted by how well the performance was unfolding. The audience remained silent, fully absorbed in the music. Among the spectators was Alice, the CEO of Boyan Media. She was so impressed by Leon's skill that she asked her assistant Patrick to record the performance. Patrick looked closely at Leon and suddenly felt that the man seemed strangely familiar. The orchestra completed the piece to enthusiastic applause. Giselle thanked the audience for listening to their performance. Afterward, Jordan rushed over to Leon and praised him enthusiastically. He said Leon's performance had been incredible, and that he had not only mastered the piano but the cello as well. Overwhelmed with admiration, Jordan even hugged him, saying he had made a powerful impression on everyone present. Leon then approached Giselle and quietly told her something important. He explained that Stella had intentionally placed him in the cellist's position before disappearing. Giselle was surprised to hear this, and promised that she would deal with the situation. Later, as Leon walked through the academy corridor, someone called out his name. It was Alice. She approached him and confidently said that if he joined her company, she would pay him $200,000 per month. Leon looked at her with surprise and asked whether she was openly flirting with him. Alice frowned slightly and told him not to misunderstand. She explained that she was responsible for managing the interns at her company. Leon calmly replied that $200,000 would not even cover the cost of maintaining his car. He suggested she should leave and stop embarrassing herself. Alice was furious at his response, and demanded to know how he dared to speak to her that way. At that moment, Patrick, who had overheard everything, suddenly recognized Leon's voice. He quickly advised Alice to calm down and warned her not to provoke Leon. Alice could not understand why Patrick seemed so frightened of what appeared to be an ordinary student. Patrick quietly explained that the last time he had seen Leon, the man had more than $1.5 billion in his bank account. Angering someone like him could easily bring serious trouble to their company. Realizing that Patrick might be right, Alice finally backed down. Leon told her calmly that she should not chase after every handsome man she met, and that she should think more carefully before acting. Feeling embarrassed, Alice apologized and admitted that she had behaved impulsively. Later, Leon met Helga and Sean at a restaurant to discuss business matters. Helga reported that Cisco had already begun the funding process, and that everything was progressing smoothly. However, Sean had discovered that Cisco was secretly contacting other research centers and searching for additional manufacturers. Leon listened quietly and said he would personally handle the situation. He suggested that they play a small game with Cisco. He then called Elizabeth and asked whether she would be interested in a business opportunity. Leon asked how much working capital the Choyang company currently had. Elizabeth replied that it was around $50 million. Leon told her he would give her $100 million and asked her to invest it in Cisco. Elizabeth was shocked and asked why he wanted to invest such a large amount in that company. Leon simply told her not to ask too many questions, and instructed her to wait for him at home so he could transfer the money. Elizabeth agreed without hesitation, saying she trusted him completely. After the call ended, Helga asked Leon why he would invest only a limited amount if he truly wanted to secure Cisco's future. Leon explained that he wanted Cisco to believe that other industries were interested in their products. Sean added that Leon's plan was to create the illusion of strong market demand, even with a relatively small investment. Helga laughed as she finally understood the strategy. The more successful Cisco believed it was becoming, the harder its eventual fall would be. Just then, Leon received another phone call. This time it was Lucretia. Her voice was trembling. She said something terrible had happened to her parents. Leon immediately told her to calm down and assured her that he would arrive at the cafe right away. Without wasting a second, he jumped into his car and rushed there. When he reached the noodle shop, he saw that the place was in complete disarray. Tables were overturned, and everything looked as if a violent fight had taken place. Lucretia sat on a chair crying uncontrollably. Leon gently told her to stop crying and asked what had happened. He also asked where everyone else was. Lucretia explained that an ambulance had taken her parents to the hospital. She was waiting for the police so she could file a report. Leon asked her to explain everything clearly. She told him that a new bar had opened across the street. Because the noodle shop was attracting customers, the bar's business had been affected. In retaliation, the bar owner had sent several thugs to attack her parents and destroy the shop. Hearing this, Leon's anger immediately flared. He could not believe that someone would dare to act so brutally. He promised Lucretia that the people responsible would pay for what they had done. He then looked across the street and saw a newly opened establishment called Hurricane Bar. Lucretia confirmed that the attackers had come from there. Leon immediately called Charlie and asked him to gather information about Hurricane Bar. A few minutes later, the police arrived and informed them that a case had been opened and they would investigate the matter. Leon told Lucretia to go to the hospital and stay with her parents. If she needed anything, she could call him immediately. Meanwhile, he intended to visit the bar himself. Lucretia grabbed his hand and begged him not to go. She pleaded with him to let the police handle everything. Leon reassured her that although the police would eventually investigate, no one knew how long that might take. He promised he was only going there to take a look. Then he walked toward Hurricane Bar. As he approached the entrance, he saw a man standing nearby. Leon recognized him as Jonathan, someone he had not seen in a long time. Jonathan explained that Charlie had asked him to investigate the situation and report back. But Leon was not interested in hearing his report and pushed past him toward the door. Jonathan hurried after him, trying to stop him. Inside the bar, a man named Sebastian sat at a table surrounded by several girls, drinking heavily. Laughing loudly, he told his men that the girl from the noodle shop looked attractive and instructed them to bring her to him later. One of the men assured him that it would be easy. At that very moment, the bar door suddenly burst open. Leon stepped inside. Sebastian looked up in surprise and demanded to know who he was. Leon stared at him coldly and warned that if anyone from the bar ever touched the people from the noodle shop again, he would personally shut down the entire place. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and asked whether Leon was the noodle shop girl's boyfriend. He mocked Leon for daring to come there alone. Leon did not respond with words. Instead, he grabbed a glass bottle from the table and smashed it against Sebastian's head with full force. The room fell silent for a split second. Then one of Sebastian's men, furious at what had just happened, shouted at Leon and immediately pulled out a knife. Jonathan suddenly stepped in and told the bandit to stop. He explained that Leon was Charlie's friend, and warned that Charlie would never forgive them if anything happened to him. However, the bandit showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, he sneered and asked whether Jonathan truly believed they would be afraid of someone like Charlie. Without another word, the bandit rushed toward Leon with a knife. But Leon reacted instantly. He grabbed the attacker's wrist before the blade could reach him. The bandit screamed in pain and begged Leon to release him. Leon showed no mercy. While holding the man firmly, he delivered a powerful kick to the bandit's stomach, sending him flying across the room. Seeing their leader humiliated, Sebastian's men immediately charged at the protagonist, eager to take revenge. But Sebastian quickly stopped them. He ordered them to forget about Leon, and instead focus on finding the person responsible for causing the chaos inside the bar. At that exact moment, a man entered the bar and ordered everyone to stop. His voice was calm but filled with authority as he demanded to know who had dared to lay hands on his friend. Sebastian froze in shock when he recognized the newcomer. The man standing at the entrance was none other than Charlie himself. Sebastian's heart raced as he wondered how Leon could possibly know someone like Charlie. Charlie stared at him coldly and asked why Sebastian was looking at him in such a strange way. Then he issued a chilling warning, declaring that for what had happened, Sebastian's hands would be cut off. Terrified by the threat, Sebastian immediately collapsed to his knees. He knew very well that Charlie was not someone to be taken lightly. Trembling with fear, he apologized repeatedly to the protagonist and swore that not a single hair on Leon's head would be harmed. Leon then stepped forward and told Sebastian to remember his own words. After that, he turned to Charlie and said that it was time for everyone to leave. Charlie looked dissatisfied and remarked that those people had gotten off far too easily. However, Leon simply asked him to forget about it, and suggested that they go out for a drink instead. Charlie shrugged and replied that the choice was entirely his. The two of them walked outside together. After a short conversation, Charlie told his friend that it was time for him to leave and that they would meet again soon. Leon slowly prepared to head home. Just then, a message appeared on his phone. It was from Elizabeth. She said she was extremely hungry and asked if he could come to the office the next day at noon because she wanted to discuss something with him. The following day, Leon went to meet Elizabeth at her office. She greeted him warmly and commented on his punctuality. She said she admired the fact that he was never late, not even by a single second. Leon joked that he had hurried over because he was afraid she might starve to death if he kept her waiting. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and said she was already causing him enough trouble. Then she told him not to stand there like a pillar, and ordered him to go straight to the kitchen and start cooking. 20 minutes later, Leon had already prepared several delicious dishes, and placed them neatly on the table. Elizabeth looked at the food with satisfaction and remarked that every dish looked wonderful. However, she sighed and complained that she seemed to have gained weight recently. Leon smiled and told her that he actually knew a reliable method to avoid gaining weight and stay in perfect shape. Curious, Elizabeth immediately asked him what the method was. Leon leaned closer and explained that the secret to never getting fat was simply to move a lot. As he spoke, Leon stepped very close to her, clearly intending to kiss her. Elizabeth hesitated slightly. Just then, Helga suddenly walked into the room and announced that she needed to discuss something with her boss. The moment she saw Elizabeth and Leon standing so close together, she awkwardly apologized and said it seemed she had come at the wrong time. Elizabeth quickly insisted that it was not what Helga was thinking. But Helga looked unconvinced and remarked that people standing in such a position usually had only one intention. Leon frowned and asked Helga whether no one had ever taught her to knock before entering a room. Then he told her to leave and come back in 2 hours. Helga agreed casually, and even thought to herself that 2 hours was quite a long time. Elizabeth immediately protested and told Leon to stop saying such ridiculous things. Helga then asked Elizabeth whether she should stay or leave. Elizabeth decided they should proceed with business and quickly discuss the investment matters. Helga then reported that the registration process for Ling Yun's company had been completed and that operations could begin very soon. After that, she asked Leon whether he would like to attend some interesting interviews scheduled for the following day. Leon calmly replied that they could handle the interviews without him. Instead, he revealed that he planned to donate 1 billion to orphanages and poor regions. Elizabeth listened carefully and said that the company should remain their primary focus. She suggested that the foundation should operate within reasonable limits. Leon reassured her that he would proceed carefully and would not rush anything. Helga then proposed a marketing strategy. She suggested promoting the charitable foundation as a symbol of the company's values, which could strengthen the brand's culture. Elizabeth immediately agreed and added that since the company was still in its early stages, they should take bold steps to build its public image. After thinking about it for a moment, Helga realized Elizabeth was right. They needed to take additional actions to present the company to the public. She then asked Leon for his opinion. Leon simply smiled and said that if Elizabeth believed it was a good idea, then he would naturally support her decision. Hearing this, Helga joked that she had not realized before that Leon was such a henpecked husband. Leon then asked whether there was any new information about Cisco. Helga replied that Cisco had expanded its manufacturing facilities and installed 5 additional sets of equipment. Their order would be delivered soon. However, Leon frowned and said that waiting 3 or 4 months still felt too long. He asked who was responsible for the project. Helga immediately took out a document and explained that the person in charge was a man named Jason, who had recently returned from England, where his sister was studying. Leon praised Helga's investigative abilities and joked that she could easily work in intelligence. Proud of her efforts, Helga replied that she always followed a simple principle: knowing both the enemy and oneself makes a person invincible. Then she remembered another important piece of information. She explained that experts had confirmed Cisco's chip technology was already among the most advanced in China. Because of this, their compensation clause might never actually be triggered. Elizabeth listened thoughtfully and asked why they even needed Cisco if the company was conducting its own scientific research. She wondered what connection Cisco had with the protagonist. Leon only smiled mysteriously and assured her that she would understand everything later. Helga then asked what direction Leon wanted Ling Yun to pursue now that the company had officially entered the market. Leon replied that their current goal was to focus on big data research and that they would soon begin seeking angel round investments. Helga nodded and promised to prepare everything necessary. Once the discussion ended and Helga prepared to leave, Elizabeth slowly walked toward Leon. She told him that she had ordered a dress and wanted to go pick it up immediately. When Leon asked why she needed the dress, Elizabeth explained that the following day there would be a dinner event dedicated to supporting the orphanage. Many influential figures from Shanghai would attend. Since Leon's foundation was also invited, she suggested that they go together. The two of them then went to the store to collect the dress. The saleswoman politely told Elizabeth that she could try it on first and that they would make adjustments if needed. Elizabeth asked Leon to wait while she tried it on. She also said that afterward they could choose a suit for him together. A few minutes later, Elizabeth walked out wearing the dress. She looked at Leon and asked whether he liked it. The saleswoman enthusiastically commented that the dress looked absolutely stunning on her. Leon agreed immediately and said she looked incredibly beautiful. While they were discussing the dress, another woman suddenly approached them and greeted Elizabeth politely. She admired the dress and asked whether Elizabeth would be willing to sell it to her. The woman even offered to pay 20% more than the original price. Elizabeth was confused by the strange offer. Leon, however, frowned and asked the woman where she found the courage to make such a ridiculous proposal. He then told the saleswoman to pack the dress immediately. Realizing she would not be able to buy it, the woman left the store and walked toward a van outside where another girl was waiting. After getting into the vehicle, the girl asked what had happened. The woman explained that she had found a dress that would have suited her perfectly, but the owners refused to sell it. The girl beside her turned out to be the famous superstar Lorelai. She calmly reassured her friend and said there was no need to worry, because she had never needed a dress to impress anyone. After finishing their shopping, Elizabeth and Leon returned to his house to prepare for the evening event. Elizabeth put on a pair of new earrings and happily admired herself in the mirror. She told Leon that the earrings matched the dress perfectly. Leon quietly approached her from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist, and said that he was actually the best match for the dress. Surprised by his sudden closeness, Elizabeth asked him what he was doing. Ignoring her protest, Leon gently began kissing her shoulders. Elizabeth soon realized that resisting him was pointless, and she eventually kissed him back. Both of them decided that a little fun would not interfere with their plans. The next day, the Yunlong Hotel was filled with guests attending the charity dinner. Soon people noticed that Lorelai had arrived. Many whispered that she looked even more beautiful in person than she did on television. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd began taking pictures of the famous superstar. Lorelai posed confidently in front of the photographers, maintaining a dazzling smile for the cameras. Yet in her mind she quietly mocked the crowd, thinking about how pathetic these people were as they rushed to capture every image of her. At that moment, her assistant hurried over and reminded her to move quickly, explaining that Charlie had already arrived and had even come earlier than expected. Lorelai immediately realized that she could not afford to waste any more time. She needed everything to go perfectly tonight. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at the hotel together with Elizabeth. As he drove into the parking area, he noticed that many important guests had already gathered outside the venue. After parking his luxury car, the two of them stepped out. Leon glanced toward the entrance and noticed the red carpet stretching across the front of the hotel. Slightly puzzled, he asked Elizabeth why a charity dinner needed a red carpet, saying that it looked more like a fashion runway than a charitable event. Elizabeth smiled and explained that the format of charity events had changed over the years. Many organizers now use glamour and publicity to attract attention and raise more donations. She then asked Leon whether he would like to walk the red carpet beside her. However, Leon shook his head and suggested that she go first while he entered quietly through the parking area and met her inside the hotel. Elizabeth found the idea amusing and agreed with a smile. A few moments later, Elizabeth stepped out of the car and appeared before the crowd wearing her new dress. The photographers immediately fell silent in shock when they saw her. For a brief moment, they seemed unable to react. Then Elizabeth slowly began walking down the red carpet, and suddenly the flashing lights of countless cameras filled the entrance. The reporters eagerly captured every step she took, unwilling to miss the chance to photograph her elegance. Not far away, Lorelai noticed the sudden excitement among the photographers. Her expression immediately darkened. Irritated, she demanded to know who that woman was and why the reporters were focusing on her instead of a famous star. Her assistant explained that the woman was an internet celebrity, and that she was also the same person who had bought the dress Lorelai had wanted earlier in the store. Hearing this, Lorelai let out a cold smile. In her opinion, Elizabeth did not belong on such a prestigious red carpet. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continued walking forward, while feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense attention of the media. Lorelei's assistant observed her movements and remarked that Elizabeth's walking posture looked a little awkward. Lorelei scoffed and said she could not believe that Elizabeth had somehow become the brightest star at the event. In her view, the dress would look far better on herself. She quietly decided that she would humiliate Elizabeth later if the opportunity appeared. Her assistant offered to go over immediately and stop Elizabeth. However, Lorelei told her to wait, saying they would confront her together. Just as Elizabeth was about to step inside the hotel, Lorelei suddenly appeared behind her and demanded that she stop. Turning toward the security guards, Lorelei angrily asked what they were doing and who had allowed such a minor internet celebrity to walk the red carpet. One of the guards calmly approached her and explained that the woman possessed a valid invitation letter. Lorelei immediately objected and demanded to know what invitation he was referring to. She complained that Elizabeth was ruining the footage and lowering the level of the entire event. Then she declared that if Elizabeth was not removed immediately, she herself would leave. The guards exchanged uncertain looks, unsure how to respond. After a moment, they politely asked Lorelei to come with them. Lorelei stared at them in disbelief and demanded an explanation. The guard calmly replied that since she had said she would leave if Elizabeth stayed, they were simply helping her fulfill her own words. The superstar was furious. She shouted at the guard and demanded to know whether he understood who she was. She reminded him that she was a famous celebrity and that they had no right to throw her out. However, the guard remained calm and explained that Elizabeth was the director of Chaoyang Company, an invited guest of the event. Hearing this, Lorelei was completely stunned. She asked the guard to repeat what he had just said. Meanwhile, another staff member approached Elizabeth and apologized for the disturbance, admitting that there had been a misunderstanding. Realizing that Leon was also present at the event, Lorelei quickly changed her attitude. She told the security guards that it had all been a misunderstanding and asked them to forget about the incident. By that time, Leon had already entered the hotel atrium. Just then, Charlie approached him with a playful smile and complimented his appearance, joking that Leon looked like a true Casanova in his elegant suit. Leon replied calmly that only Charlie deserved such a title. Charlie laughed and began boasting about how he had just met a beautiful married woman with both a stunning face and figure. He even offered to give Leon her room number if he was interested. Leon firmly refused and told Charlie he had no interest in such things. He explained that brief infatuations might bring temporary pleasure, but they could never compare with genuine love. Charlie found his answer quite interesting. He then mentioned that Joshua was also present at the event and said he planned to greet several other guests. Leon was about to leave when a gentle female voice suddenly called his name. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Professor Giselle standing behind him. He greeted her warmly and admitted that he had not expected to meet her there. Giselle explained that she was a professor at the academy and also served as the vice president of the Yanghai Culture and Sports Association. She then added that her husband was also attending the event, so she could not stay and chat for long. After saying this, she politely excused herself and walked away. Shortly afterward, Charlie returned and teased Leon again, saying that he now understood why Leon had refused the address of that woman earlier. He joked that Leon probably knew the vice president of the Culture and Sports Association very well. Irritated by Charlie's teasing, Leon told him to stop talking nonsense and go bother someone else. At that moment, Leon's phone vibrated with a message from Elizabeth. She wrote that she had met some friends upstairs and would come down soon. Leon put away his phone and decided to wait quietly rather than drawing unnecessary attention. While standing nearby, he overheard a conversation between Lorelei and a man, which immediately caught his interest. The man was Pedro, the general manager of Gate Industrial and Trade Enterprise. Pedro enthusiastically praised Lorelei's acting abilities and predicted that within a few years she would dominate the entire film industry. Lorelei modestly replied that he was too kind and that she was still new to the industry. At that moment, her assistant suddenly noticed a familiar face in the crowd. Surprised, she whispered that she recognized the driver from earlier. It was the same man who had argued with her in the store about the dress. Lorelei looked in that direction and decided to approach him. Since she could not take revenge on Elizabeth at the moment, she believed she could at least vent her frustration on him. She walked toward Leon and deliberately pretended to trip. As she fell forward, she attempted to spill her wine onto him. However, Leon immediately realized what she was trying to do. At the last moment, he stepped aside. Lorelei lost her balance and crashed heavily onto the floor. Her plan had completely failed, leaving her embarrassed and furious. Pedro quickly rushed over and helped her up, asking whether she was injured. Then, he turned toward Leon and angrily demanded to know why he had not helped her when he saw her falling. Leon calmly replied that he owed her nothing. Still furious, Lorelai pointed at Leon and falsely accused him of deliberately tripping her. Leon dismissed the accusation and sarcastically told her that she should go seek help from the many men she had slept with. Her anger exploded at his words. She demanded to know how he dared to insult her so openly. Pedro immediately stepped forward and ordered Leon to apologize to Lady Lorelai. He warned that if Leon refused, he would suffer the consequences. Pedro even boasted that his father was a respected figure in Shanghai and could easily make Leon pay for his actions. At that very moment, Charlie appeared in the hall and asked what was going on. Lorelai instantly brightened when she saw him and eagerly asked whether he remembered her. Pedro quickly explained that Leon had tripped Miss Lorelai and insulted her in front of everyone. However, Lorelai quickly changed her tone and said that she had not been injured. She politely thanked Charlie for his concern. Charlie slowly approached her and looked at her with an amused expression. Then he asked whether she truly believed that someone like Leon would even bother paying attention to her. He declared that Leon had never tripped her, and warned that Leon was his friend. If she dared to slander him again, she would find it impossible to live peacefully in the city. Both Lorelai and Pedro were stunned by Charlie's words. Realizing their mistake, they hurried over to Leon and apologized repeatedly before quickly leaving in embarrassment. Charlie then suggested that Leon step outside for some fresh air. He said they could return once the dinner officially began. Leon agreed, admitting that he could use a moment of peace and quiet. Outside the hotel, a group of women were chatting together. Among them stood Elizabeth, smiling happily as she reunited with old friends. Charlie and Leon stepped outside, and Charlie jokingly encouraged Leon to go enjoy himself. Just as Leon was about to walk toward Elizabeth, another man suddenly approached ahead of him. The man asked his assistant whether the gift for Elizabeth had been prepared. He then revealed a ring and a bouquet of flowers, confident that his carefully planned confession would go perfectly. This man was Carson, the founder of the Hong Foundation. Carson quietly instructed his subordinate to politely clear the surrounding area without causing trouble. He told him to offer money to anyone nearby and ask them to leave. At the same time, he warned his subordinate not to mention anything about his violent tendencies to Elizabeth. The man followed his instructions and approached the small group, offering money to anyone willing to step away. When he reached Leon, he explained that Carson wanted to confess his feelings to Elizabeth and asked whether Leon would leave for a payment. Leon smiled slightly and asked how much they were offering. The man handed him some cash and hoped the amount would be enough. Leon looked at the money and asked whether the man was joking. He wondered whether they truly believed that people attending such an event would leave for only 5,000. Understanding the hint, the man quickly increased the offer to 20,000 and said Leon would only need to step away for 10 minutes. However, Leon calmly replied that he would consider leaving only if they paid him 100,000. Just then, Carson himself approached and told Leon that he should understand his own worth. Leon responded that 100,000 was a small price and asked whether Carson really felt unwilling to spend that amount for a woman he claimed to love. After thinking for a moment, Carson nodded and agreed. He handed Leon a check for 100,000. Leon accepted the check with a smile. Then he walked directly toward Elizabeth, placed an arm around her waist, and pulled her gently toward him. As he wished Carson good luck with his confession, he casually remarked that he had not even noticed when Elizabeth came downstairs. Elizabeth laughed softly and explained that she had been chatting with her friends since they had not seen each other for a long time. Elizabeth and her friends continued chatting happily for a while, completely losing track of time. Eventually, one of her friends noticed Leon waiting nearby and jokingly pointed out that a handsome man had come with her. She reminded Elizabeth that the dinner would begin soon and suggested they continue their conversation another time. Elizabeth agreed with a smile and said that she and her boyfriend should go now. She said goodbye to her friends and left together with Leon. As the two of them walked away side by side, several people nearby looked at them in surprise. Not far away, Carson stood frozen with his mouth slightly open. His friend stared in disbelief and asked whether that man had just taken Elizabeth away. At that moment, Carson finally understood what had happened. He angrily explained that Leon had tricked them and shamelessly deceived them right in front of everyone. His assistant nervously asked what they should do now. Carson sneered and replied that Leon was nothing more than a gigolo with a handsome face. He promised that next time he would find a way to deal with him. After a short while, the dinner was ready to begin. All the guests entered the main hall and took their seats while waiting for the event to start. Soon, the host stepped onto the stage and thanked everyone for attending. With a warm smile, he announced that the charity banquet had officially begun. Music immediately filled the hall and couples began to dance on the stage. Leon looked surprised and quietly asked Elizabeth why people were dancing when the dinner had just started. Elizabeth laughed and explained that the banquet was only a name for the event. According to the program, a charity auction would take place after the dance. All the money raised from the auction would be donated to the Hope Project. Then she invited Leon to dance with her. Soon the two of them joined the others on the floor. Leon turned out to be an excellent dancer, performing smooth and complicated steps with confidence. Elizabeth watched him with admiration and asked where he had learned to dance so well. In the distance, Carson watched them with a dark expression. He muttered under his breath that Leon was nothing but a gigolo pretending to be impressive. At that moment, Leon's phone suddenly rang. It was Lincoln. Leon answered the call and jokingly asked how Lincoln had found time to contact him. Lincoln explained that he had been hospitalized with appendicitis. He sounded worried as he asked Leon to help him teach his class the next day. Otherwise, he feared the dean might fire him. Leon calmly agreed and assured Lincoln that he would handle the lesson. He asked Lincoln to send him the time, place, and details of the class in advance. The next day, Leon arrived at the university to help his friend. The students at the swimming pool welcomed him enthusiastically and thanked him for coming as a substitute teacher. Leon smiled and told the girls that he could see they were all in a good mood, but asked them to calm down and prepare for the lesson. Soon the class began. The students started swimming while chatting with one another and discussing their plans for the future. Suddenly, a man already in the pool approached his friend George and asked whether he planned to attend the Chinese language lesson later. George confidently brushed his hair back and replied that he would skip the lesson because a beautiful girl would soon arrive, and he was waiting for her. His friend looked surprised and asked whether George had found another new girlfriend. Just then, the door opened, and someone entered the pool area to begin the class. It was Leon. He immediately noticed that several people were already swimming in the pool. Confused, Leon wondered what was happening because the rules clearly stated that outsiders were not allowed to use the pool during class hours. Leon became irritated and asked the students what they were doing there. One girl standing behind him explained that they were foreign students and believed they had the right to enter and leave the pool whenever they wanted. George greeted Leon arrogantly and said that he and his friends were happy to see him. Then he introduced himself to a girl named Veronica. He explained that he was an international student studying Chinese language and literature, and asked whether she would like to become friends with him. Veronica was frightened by George's behavior. She quickly grabbed Leon's arm and hid behind him. Leon calmly told the group that according to university regulations, they were not allowed to enter the pool without permission. They had clearly violated the rules. George burst into laughter and asked Leon whether he was new. He claimed that they were foreign students who could not live without water. Turning again toward Veronica, he said that she seemed shy, but would surely want to be with him once she got to know him better. The girl began crying and said that she did not like foreigners. She asked George to stay away from her. George arrogantly declared that he came from a country full of romance, while people in this country were cold and unfriendly. Hearing his insults, several students from Leon's class became angry and told George to stop being so rude. George laughed provocatively and challenged them to hit him. He confidently declared that if anyone touched him, they would certainly be expelled. One of George's friends mocked Leon's students and asked whether they needed to learn some kung fu. The group of foreign students laughed loudly, convinced that no one would dare do anything to them. However, Leon suddenly stepped forward and kicked George hard in the stomach. George had never expected such a reaction. He lost his balance and fell backwards straight into the pool. The surrounding students immediately cheered and praised Leon for protecting them from such a rude troublemaker. As George struggled to climb out of the pool, his friend rushed over and asked if he was all right. Furious and humiliated, George warned Leon that after this incident, he would never be allowed to teach again. Then George did something even more shocking. In front of everyone, he deliberately urinated in the pool. Leon was momentarily speechless at such shameless behavior. George smirked and arrogantly said that although Leon might continue teaching now, the pool was no longer suitable for swimming. He even called his friends over and encouraged them to do the same. One of his friends joked that he had been looking for a bathroom anyway. The students watching this were furious and shouted that George had gone too far. After finishing, George casually told his friends that they should leave since they had already ruined the swimming lesson. However, Leon stopped them and said that they could leave only after drinking the water from the pool. George laughed loudly and said he would never do something so ridiculous. He threatened to report Leon to the school administration and promised that Leon would lose his job. Before he could say anything more, Leon stepped forward and slapped George across the face, knocking him to the ground. Leon calmly said that since he was already going to be reported, he might as well add another strike. George lay on the floor in shock as one of his friends rushed forward to attack Leon. Leon remained completely calm. He grabbed the student's arm and effortlessly threw him over his shoulder. The attacker crashed onto the ground and could no longer continue fighting. The students watching, especially Veronica, cheered and praised Leon's strength. Within minutes, all the troublemaking foreign students were lying on the ground in pain, regretting their foolish decision to attack the teacher. Some of the foreign girls were so frightened that they ran away, shouting that they were being attacked. George, still lying on the ground, weakly warned Leon not to come closer. He threatened that if Leon touched him again, he would make sure Leon was immediately fired. Leon ignored the threat. He calmly walked over, grabbed George by the hair and began dragging him across the floor. George panicked and begged the teacher to stop, but Leon continued pulling him toward the pool. Realizing what was about to happen, George asked in horror what Leon was doing. Leon dunked George's head into the pool water and calmly declared that no one at this university would dare fire him. When George was finally pulled back up, Leon looked at him with a faint smile and asked whether he had been drunk earlier. Completely humiliated, George apologized and admitted that he was deeply sorry for everything he had done. Leon then turned to George's friends and asked whether they also wanted a drink or preferred to drink the water themselves. Terrified, the foreign students quickly gathered around the pool and began drinking the water while crying and regretting their actions. Just then, a man stormed into the pool area, furious at what he saw. It was Finn, the university's vice-chancellor. He demanded to know what had happened there and insisted that someone explain the situation immediately. George quickly seized the opportunity and accused Leon of beating them and forcing them to drink pool water. He even threatened to sue. Finn then turned toward Leon and asked what this situation meant. He pointed out that these students were foreigners and asked whether Leon really wanted to provoke an international incident. Leon calmly asked Finn why these students deserved special treatment. Finn replied that the university was simply being hospitable and asked what Leon meant by special treatment. He added that he took the situation very seriously and that Leon would have to answer for it before the law. Leon calmly replied that it seemed Finn did not fully understand what had actually happened. Enraged by Leon's tone, Finn demanded to know how he dared speak to him like that. He ordered Leon to immediately follow him to the rector's office. Leon agreed calmly, saying that he also wanted to discuss a few matters with the rector. When they arrived, Finn angrily reported to the principal that Leon had beaten several foreign students at the pool and must be punished severely. He insisted that the matter was extremely serious, and that Leon should not escape responsibility. Leon then calmly corrected him. He said that Finn should also report that the student named George had sexually harassed a female student and deliberately urinated in the university swimming pool. Hearing this accusation, Finn became furious. He snapped that he was currently speaking with the principal and warned Leon to be careful with his words. The principal listened carefully to the argument and then calmly turned to Finn. In a firm voice, he explained that Leon was the honorary vice-chancellor of the university and asked Finn whether he truly believed he had the authority to interfere with him. Finn was stunned by this revelation. Before he could respond, the principal continued speaking. He stated that because of Finn's unprofessional behavior, he was immediately suspended from his position. Furthermore, the incident would be reported to the Department of Public Education, and Finn would have to wait for their official decision. Humiliated and speechless, Finn left the office. Shortly afterward, a student named Veronica approached Leon and asked whether he was all right. Leon assured her that everything was fine and informed her that Finn had been suspended. He also mentioned that the university administration would investigate and punish the foreign students involved in the incident. Veronica then handed him a small first aid kit. She explained that she had brought it specifically for him. When she opened it, Leon saw disinfectant and medical supplies inside. Veronica told him she had noticed that he hurt his hand when he struck one of the students, so she had prepared the kit in case he needed treatment. Leon smiled and reassured her that it was nothing serious and that he barely felt any pain. However, Veronica insisted that the injury still needed proper care. She carefully disinfected his hand and placed a bandage over the wound. After finishing, she sincerely thanked Leon for standing up for the students. She said that none of them would ever forget what he had done for them. Leon looked surprised and asked why she was thanking him. Veronica simply asked whether his hand still hurt. Leon shook his head and told her she was worrying too much. Just then, Leon received a call from a friend who asked where he had disappeared to earlier. The friend said he had tried calling but Leon had not answered. He suggested they meet later for a drink. Leon replied that he would be free that evening, and they agreed to meet at a place called Megapolis. Later that day, after finishing his work, Leon headed to another location he needed to visit. The place was called Haiqingqi, a massage center. As he arrived, he suddenly remembered that the establishment belonged to Charlie. Charlie had once promised to issue him a membership card, but Leon had completely forgotten about it. A receptionist greeted him politely and asked whether he had come alone. Leon confirmed that he had and said he wanted to get a membership card. The woman asked which card he preferred. She offered options priced at 100 or 1,000. After thinking for a moment, Leon replied that he wanted the Imperial Comprehensive Service card. The receptionist explained that the Imperial card was the most luxurious option they offered, and that it cost nearly 19,000. Leon did not hesitate and immediately asked her to issue 2 of them. The woman froze in surprise. She wondered whether Leon was a friend of Charlie, because only someone extremely generous would purchase 2 Imperial cards without hesitation. Just then, an acquaintance recognized Leon and happily invited him to join them in a private room. Inside the room, Charlie was already sitting with several friends while discussing business matters. When Leon entered, Charlie greeted him warmly and introduced him to the others. He pointed to one of the men and said that his name was Luke, whose family owned Shinhua Airlines. Then he introduced another friend named Harold, whose family owned London Machinery, a company known for producing slings and heavy equipment. Leon shook hands with each of them and said he was pleased to meet them. They all sat down together and began drinking. Charlie then asked Leon what new things had happened in his life recently. Leon took the membership cards out of his pocket and handed them to Charlie, explaining that he had designed them exactly as Charlie had requested. Charlie laughed and told him he was the best. Just then, a girl entered the room carrying wine and a plate of fruit for the guests. However, when she saw Leon sitting there, she froze in shock and asked what he was doing there. Charlie noticed the strange reaction and asked Leon whether the girl was one of his students. Leon explained that she was a student from the pedagogical university and had just finished her classes. When Leon looked at the girl again, his expression became serious. The girl lowered her head and quietly said that she would explain everything to him later. Charlie, however, casually invited the girl to sit with them and have a drink. He reassured her that no one would hurt her and that she could drink as much as she liked. The student nervously apologized and admitted that she did not know how to drink alcohol. Suddenly, Leon kicked the table loudly. He scolded her and said that if she could not even drink, she should not be working in such a place. If she refused to drink, she should simply leave. The frightened student begged Leon not to tell anyone about her job there. She then hesitantly asked whether she could earn 1,000 yuan for drinking. Charlie did not hesitate. He immediately placed the money on the table and told her she could drink as much as she wanted. The girl sat down on the floor and looked at the strong alcohol on the table. Realizing that she could earn money simply by drinking, she reluctantly picked up a glass and forced herself to swallow it. Leon watched silently as she struggled to finish the drink. Her body was clearly not used to alcohol. Despite feeling uncomfortable, she picked up a second glass and forced herself to drink again. Charlie glanced at Leon, noticing that he was silently watching the girl do something she clearly disliked. After finishing the second glass, the girl suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. Charlie immediately stood up and walked toward her. He handed her the money he had promised and told her that he was giving her 20,000 for the 2 drinks. He then told her she could leave. However, the girl insisted that she could drink more and begged him not to send her away. Charlie shook his head and told her that since she had already vomited, she should leave and rest. The girl looked toward Leon, but he remained seated silently, watching her with a serious expression. She took the money from Charlie and slowly walked out of the room. After she left, Leon asked Charlie to send someone to follow her and make sure she was safe. Charlie agreed and instructed Jonathan to follow the student outside. Curious, Charlie then asked Leon why he was worried about the girl when he had seemed so angry with her earlier. Another girl standing nearby commented that Leon probably believed female students should not be working in places like this. Charlie shrugged and said that the student was no longer a child. She had the right to make her own decisions. Then he told Leon to stop frowning and start drinking. Leon nodded and picked up a glass. However, at that moment Jonathan called him and urgently reported that something was wrong outside on the street. Leon immediately realized that trouble had occurred. Charlie quickly called his men and prepared to go outside to see what had happened, but Leon stopped him and said he would handle the situation himself. Leon quickly ran outside and saw a large crowd gathered on the street. People were watching something unfold nearby. Jonathan was standing there holding the student while several men surrounded them. Leon approached and asked Jonathan what had happened. Jonathan explained that while leaving the building he had encountered a group of men who were trying to take the student, Vivian, away by force. Leon looked at the group and calmly asked whether they were really trying to kidnap the girl. One of the men mocked him and asked whether Leon truly intended to defend her, claiming she was not worth such attention. Leon calmly asked why they wanted the girl. The man replied that she was extremely popular and the most attractive woman in the area, so they wanted her to accompany them. He also mentioned that their boss, Sam, the owner of Hurricane Bar, was currently waiting in their room. Leon nodded and said he understood. The man was surprised by his calm reaction. Leon then asked the man to introduce him to Sam. He said that if Sam personally agreed, he would allow them to take the girl. The man sneered and asked whether Leon thought he was merely an errand boy. While Leon was still thinking about how to respond, Jonathan suddenly lost his patience. He rushed forward, pulled out a knife, and stabbed the man in the leg. The man screamed in pain, shocked by the sudden attack. His companions shouted in anger and threatened revenge, saying Jonathan would have to pay for injuring their boss. Jonathan stood his ground and warned that he would kill anyone who dared approach him. The injured man quickly ordered his subordinates to call their boss Sam and tell him to come deal with the situation. A short time later, Sam arrived. The injured man expected Sam to punish Leon and Jonathan. Instead, Sam immediately apologized to Leon. Sam admitted that his subordinates had behaved like fools and asked Leon how he could correct the situation. Leon calmly told Sam to discipline his men and make sure they left immediately. After that, Leon approached the student and checked whether she was hurt. Once he confirmed she was safe, he asked Jonathan to inform Charlie that they were leaving. Soon Vivian regained her composure and apologized to Leon for causing trouble. Leon reassured her that nothing serious had happened. Seeing that she could barely stand, he helped her into his car. As they drove away, Leon noticed that she was covering her mouth with her hand. Vivian explained that she was afraid to remove her hand because she might vomit again. Leon smiled slightly and thought that she was actually a good girl, but the lifestyle she had chosen clearly did not suit her. He drove her to a place called Bandao Hotel. When they arrived, Vivian looked surprised and asked why he had brought her there. They entered the elevator together, and the girl suddenly became cautious. When they reached the floor, Leon used his card to open the door to his room and invited her inside so she could rest. Nervously, the student asked what he wanted from her. She insisted that she only wanted to go home. Leon calmly asked how she planned to return home in her current condition. He pointed out that her family would be worried if they saw her like this. At those words, Vivian suddenly began crying. She explained that no one was at home. Her mother had suffered a heart attack and was currently in the hospital, and she desperately needed money. Leon silently handed her a handkerchief. At that moment, he finally understood why she had started working at Megapolis. Vivian wiped her tears and explained that the manager had told her she was good at the job and that selling drinks was not as dangerous as she had originally feared. Leon listened quietly, as Vivian explained her situation. When she finished, he calmly asked how much her mother's operation would cost. Vivian replied that it would require a very large amount of money. She explained that she and her grandmother had already planned to sell their house and borrow additional funds just to cover the medical expenses. Leon then asked how much the house itself was worth. However, Vivian avoided giving a direct answer. Instead, she said she intended to take several jobs if necessary. She insisted that she did not need anything for herself. All she cared about was earning enough money to save her mother. After hearing this, Leon called the manager and asked him to bring $500,000 in cash. A few minutes later, the manager returned carrying a suitcase filled with money. Leon calmly checked the contents to ensure everything was correct. Then he turned toward Vivian and told her to take the money. He explained that the most important thing right now was her mother's treatment, and she should focus only on that. Vivian could hardly believe what she was seeing. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she repeatedly thanked Leon for helping her so quickly. She said she did not know how she could ever repay such kindness. In her desperation, she began lifting her skirt, saying that this was the only way she could repay him. Leon immediately stopped her and told her not to think about repayment. He only wanted her to concentrate on helping her mother recover. However, Vivian stubbornly insisted that she did not want to remain indebted to him. She confessed that she genuinely liked him and said she wanted him to become the first man in her life. Leon rejected the idea without hesitation. He told her he did not need gratitude and ordered her to go home. Yet, the girl refused to leave. She said that for the first time in her life, she did not know what to do. Leon's patience finally ran out. Angered by her persistence, he pushed her away and told her that he did not want to see her again. He was about to leave when Vivian suddenly grabbed his leg, begging him not to go. Leon felt irritated but could not bring himself to shout at her. Fortunately, at that moment her phone began ringing. Seeing the opportunity to change the situation, he told her to answer the call. Vivian picked up the phone and heard her grandmother's anxious voice on the other end. Her grandmother told her to come home quickly because her aunts and uncles had already arrived and were waiting for her. Vivian sounded confused and asked why they had all come so suddenly. She reassured her grandmother not to worry and promised she would arrive soon. After she ended the call, Leon calmly told her not to worry. He said he would take her there himself. Soon they arrived at the Zarya residential complex. Leon encouraged her to go inside first and see what was happening with her family. He reassured her that he had already contacted the best hospital and would arrange to transfer her mother there later. Vivian thanked him again, promising that she would never forget his kindness. She said that once her family's situation was resolved, she would properly repay him. When she entered the house, her grandmother immediately rushed forward, overjoyed to see her granddaughter safe. Her aunts and uncles also greeted her, although some of them complained that she should have arrived earlier. Leon quietly observed the family from the side. In the next room, he noticed Vivian's mother lying in poor condition. Suddenly, one of Vivian's aunts looked at Leon and asked whether he was Vivian's boyfriend, commenting rudely on her messy appearance. Embarrassed, Vivian quickly explained that Leon was actually her teacher. She introduced him to her relatives. However, the conversation quickly turned unpleasant. One of her aunts approached her and demanded that Vivian repay the 5,000 yuan she had borrowed earlier. Immediately afterward, her uncle claimed that she also owed him 4,000 yuan. Vivian was stunned. She remembered borrowing 3,000 when her mother was hospitalized, and could not understand how the amount had suddenly increased. Her relatives angrily accused her of taking their money and expecting to repay it without interest. Vivian shouted back that the amount they were demanding was unreasonable. She reminded them that when her father was alive, he had given them plenty of financial support, yet now they were pressuring her during her mother's illness. Then she noticed another uncle in the room, and asked why he was there, pointing out that she had never borrowed money from him. The uncle calmly explained that although she had not borrowed money from him directly, he had helped take care of her mother at the hospital. Therefore she owed him 1,000 yuan as compensation. Vivian was shocked by their behavior. She told them she would repay all the money they demanded, but only after her mother received proper treatment. At that moment, Leon stepped forward and quietly advised her to simply give them the money so they would leave her alone forever. Vivian nodded and said she would settle the debts immediately. She opened the suitcase Leon had given her, revealing stacks of large banknotes. None of the relatives expected such a sight. They stared in shock and demanded to know where she had obtained so much money. Without answering their questions, Vivian threw 10,000 yuan onto the table and told them to take it and leave. Her relatives suddenly tried to soften their tone. They claimed there was no need for her to be angry, and even suggested she keep the money for herself. However, Vivian refused to listen. She walked to the door and firmly ordered them to leave the house immediately. Although they clearly wanted more money, the relatives reluctantly took what she gave them and left. After they were gone, Vivian's grandmother approached her and asked where she had obtained such a large sum. She worried that her granddaughter might have done something wrong. Leon quickly reassured the elderly woman. He explained that he had lent the money to Vivian so she could save her mother. He added that once Vivian began working at his company in the future, she could slowly repay the debt. The grandmother was deeply relieved. She gratefully thanked Leon for his generosity and kindness. At that moment, Leon's assistant informed him that the ambulance had already arrived. Leon told Vivian to prepare herself because they were about to take her mother to the hospital. Soon they arrived at the best hospital in the city. Vivian carefully adjusted the blanket over her mother and thanked Leon again for helping her through such a difficult moment. She admitted that she had no idea how she could have solved the problem on her own. She told him he could leave now, promising that they would definitely meet again. Leon advised her to focus on taking care of her mother, Dan Romer. He also said he would arrange for her to take time off from school if necessary, and they could discuss everything else later. After that, he quietly left the hospital. Later, Leon returned to the massage and relaxation center, where he had planned to meet his friends. When he arrived, he saw that Lizzie and Samuel were already waiting for him. Leon greeted them cheerfully, and commented that they both looked very stylish. Samuel explained that all their clothes had been purchased at a duty-free shop at the airport, and were from famous brands. Leon jokingly asked whether programmers were supposed to wear plaid shirts. Samuel laughed and replied that this was the largest massage center in Shanghai. If he had known earlier, he might not have brought Lizzie to such a place. Leon teased him and asked what he meant, pointing out that they had both just arrived from the airport, and probably needed some rest. At that moment, an employee of the center approached Leon and asked whether he liked the girls there, and whether Lizzie was his girlfriend. Lizzie looked confused, clearly not understanding what the employee was implying. About 10 minutes later, Lizzie began discussing business matters. She informed Leon that they had successfully recruited 32 specialists in chip manufacturing and lithography. She handed him a document containing their information. Leon glanced through the list, but suddenly threw the document onto the floor. He pointed out that 5 of the people listed had many years of experience, yet he could not understand why so much money had been spent on consultants with unclear abilities. The scientists present were shocked by his blunt reaction. Lizzie quickly explained that many of them relied more on personal connections than real technical skills. She added that they still needed cooperation with craftsmen from other industries to obtain parts for the lithography machine. Leon nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked when they could officially launch the lithography machine project and begin producing real results. Lizzie admitted that there was still one key figure they had not managed to recruit. Leon smiled and jokingly asked whether even seduction had failed to convince the person. Lizzie rolled her eyes and called him a pervert. Leon laughed and said he was only joking. Then he asked who this mysterious person was. Lizzie handed him another document and explained that the man was Vice President Santiago, a world-class computer genius. Leon examined the information and remarked that they would need to find a way to bring Santiago into the project. Samuel added that Santiago was crucial to their automotive development program. Without his help, he and Lizzie might have had to travel abroad again to search for expertise. Leon nodded and said they would temporarily set the issue aside. When he had time, he planned to personally travel and meet this master. Lizzie seemed pleased with the idea, saying that if Leon handled it personally, they might finally succeed. Just as they were discussing this plan, Leon received another phone call. He answered, and the caller urgently informed him that a serious problem had occurred at the company, and he needed to come immediately. Leon replied that he understood, and said he would arrive soon. He turned to his friends and explained that he had urgent business to handle. He asked them to send all the information about Santiago to his phone. Lizzie promised they would do so. Soon afterward, Leon arrived at his company office, where several employees were already waiting anxiously. Leon asked what had happened, and why everyone looked so tense. Sean stepped forward holding a document and asked Leon to take a look. Leon picked it up and quickly realized it was a legal subpoena. Surprised, he asked who could possibly have sent such a summons. Helga then explained that this situation was not entirely unexpected. She reminded him that just a few days earlier Haiching had sent them a bill for 370,000 yuan. Sean commented that it was a large amount of money, but Helga said he was worrying about the wrong issue. Leon raised his hand and told Helga to stop arguing. Sitting down calmly in his chair, he asked his team whether someone had filed a lawsuit against the Lingyun Foundation for fraud. Helga replied that the assistance program had not yet been publicly announced, but someone had already filed a lawsuit claiming that the foundation had violated agency regulations. Sean added that the person filing the lawsuit was from the well-known Hong Foundation in China. He explained that the trial had already been scheduled for the next morning. One of the employees noted that it looked like the other side had carefully planned everything, and that they had almost no time to prepare. Leon thought about the Hong Foundation for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the charity dinner for poor children that had taken place a few days earlier, an event he himself had attended. As the memory returned, he immediately suspected who might be behind the lawsuit. He quietly wondered whether Carson was the one pulling the strings. After a moment of thought, Leon calmly told his team that the court hearing would take place the next day at 9 in the morning. Helga then asked whether they should urgently hire a lawyer. Leon simply shook his head and declined the suggestion. He said they did not need any additional people. Then he smiled slightly and told Helga to wear a miniskirt and accompany him to court the next day. Helga looked surprised and asked whether such clothing would really be appropriate for a courtroom. Leon reassured her confidently and said she would have his support. Helga eventually agreed and mentioned that she had recently bought several new skirts. Leon then gave her another task. He asked her to investigate Santiago, the vice president they had discussed earlier, and said the sooner she gathered information about him, the better. Helga replied that Santiago was an impressive and influential figure. She asked Leon what kind of information he needed. Leon thought for a moment, and said he wanted to know every detail about Santiago's life. Helga nodded and assured him she would gather everything he needed. Sean then asked Leon whether he wanted to inspect the work of the rest of the team. Leon stood up and replied that it was unnecessary. He said they could continue their work as usual. Instead, he planned to go to Isaiyongan. Later that day, Leon arrived at the company building. The receptionist recognized him immediately and said she would inform the office about his arrival. However, Leon asked her not to say anything. He wanted to surprise them. When he entered the office, he saw Elizabeth lying on the floor performing stretching exercises. Leon walked over and asked what she was doing. Elizabeth jumped up in surprise when she realized he had appeared without warning. She quickly stood up and asked where he had come from. Leon jokingly asked whether the office had become so hot that she needed to remove her clothes. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and explained that she had problems with her cervical vertebrae, so she practiced yoga exercises to relieve the tension. After she sat down, Leon told her that he knew an excellent massage therapist and offered to take her there. He explained that people who sit for long periods often suffer from muscle strain. Elizabeth immediately refused. She said she could handle the problem herself and did not want anyone touching her. Leon nodded in agreement and said that she was right. Then, he offered to give her a massage himself. He asked her to lie down on the sofa while he prepared the oil. Opening a small box filled with various massage oils, he selected one and smelled it, guessing that it was lavender. Elizabeth looked curious and asked whether he was really about to begin. Leon poured a little oil onto her back and began gently massaging her shoulders. Elizabeth was surprised. She had not expected Leon to be so skilled at giving a massage. Leon calmly told her to relax and assured her that within a few minutes all her pain would disappear. After a while, he leaned closer and kissed her softly on the lips. Then he mentioned that he had some free time and wanted to take her somewhere special. He asked whether she would like to visit the largest amusement park in the world with him. Elizabeth's eyes immediately lit up. She asked whether he was serious, explaining that she had always wanted to go there but had never had the time. Leon smiled and told her that although she appeared strong and confident in front of others, she behaved like a little girl when she was with him. Elizabeth clearly enjoyed the compliment and kissed him again. She then said she would finish her work quickly and book the tickets immediately. Leon stood up and explained that one of his students had experienced some trouble, so he planned to visit her at the hospital. Before he left, Elizabeth playfully added that Leon had very gentle hands. She said that if she became tired again in the future, he could give her another massage. Leon laughed and replied that he would happily do so if she liked it. Soon afterward, he drove to the hospital to check on Vivian's mother. When he entered the room, he was surprised by what he saw. Vivian's mother had regained consciousness, and several relatives were standing nearby smiling with relief. Vivian immediately noticed Leon's arrival and happily greeted him. Her mother also thanked him warmly. Leon joked that if he had known there would be so many people present, he might have come later. One of the men beside the bed introduced himself to Leon and then introduced his daughter Rebecca. He proudly mentioned that Rebecca had joined the civil service immediately after graduating from university, and had never even been in love. Embarrassed, Rebecca quickly asked her father to stop talking. Leon tried to lighten the situation by joking that Rebecca was so perfect that it would be impossible for anyone to keep up with her. However, Rebecca misunderstood his tone and became annoyed. Before the argument could continue, another relative pushed past Rebecca and walked toward Leon. The woman grabbed his hand and introduced him to her son, proudly saying that if Leon ever had any problems, he could call them and they would help him. Leon smiled politely, but an idea quickly formed in his mind. He suddenly grabbed the man's hand and asked whether he truly meant what he had said. Leon then casually mentioned that he had helped Vivian borrow 500,000 from a loan shark, and wondered whether this generous man could help settle the debt. The man immediately looked uncomfortable. Leon reminded him that he himself had just promised to help with anything, and a few 100,000 should not be a big problem. The man quickly pulled his hand away and asked why Leon was speaking like that. Leon calmly replied that the man had started the conversation. Meanwhile, the relatives began arguing again about money. Leon turned to Vivian and quietly asked about her mother's condition, and whether they still had enough money. Vivian explained that the surgery had been successful, but her mother would still need to remain in the hospital for about a week before being discharged. She added that they still needed more than 200,000. However, she promised that once her mother returned home, she would repay Leon. Before Leon could respond, another relative interrupted and said that Vivian should not repay the money yet because she was still studying. Another uncle then added that Vivian's cousin had recently placed second in the civil service examination, and they wanted to buy her a gift. He asked whether Vivian could spare some money for that purpose. Vivian stared at them in disbelief. Soon her aunt and uncle began arguing loudly with each other, each demanding money for their own needs. Vivian begged them to calm down and reminded them that they were in a hospital. Leon finally stepped in and suggested that they continue the conversation outside so they would not disturb the patient. He led them into the hospital corridor and calmly told them that he did not actually need the money. Whoever truly needed it could decide how to handle the situation themselves. After saying this, Leon walked away. As soon as he left, the relatives immediately began arguing again. Within moments, the shouting escalated into a fight. Inside the hospital room, Vivian's mother was quietly eating soup when loud screams suddenly echoed from the hallway. A short time later, Leon returned to the room. Vivian rushed toward him and asked whether her relatives had started fighting outside because the noise had been extremely loud. Leon shrugged and said it made no difference to him what they were doing. He had no intention of separating them. Soon the door opened again, and one of the relatives entered the room. She announced that the uncle had left and no longer wanted the 200,000. Leon calmly asked whether she had paper and a pen. He offered to write an IOU for the money. The woman and her son froze in surprise. The son whispered that they should write the IOU in the uncle's name just to see how he would react. The woman stepped forward and accepted the document from Leon. Leon handed it to them and calmly explained that once they returned home they should register the house as collateral. He assured them that he would not deceive them, and that the interest rate would only match the bank's standard rate. Both the woman and her son looked horrified. They asked whether they really needed to mortgage their house. The son angrily told Leon that he had gone too far. Leon calmly reassured them and reminded them that they had already signed the promissory note. At that moment, they finally realized the seriousness of their situation. The man angrily told Leon to wait, and said he would soon regret getting involved with the wrong people. After they finally left, Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. Leon stood up and told her that it was time for him to leave as well. Vivian looked at him gratefully, and said she did not know what she would have done without his help. Before leaving, Leon gave her one final piece of advice. He told her to take good care of the people who truly cared about her, and not to worry about those who only appeared when money was involved. Vivian quietly thought to herself how fortunate she was to have met someone like Leon. For the first time in a long while, she felt that someone had truly helped her without expecting anything in return. The next day, Leon arrived at the second court of John High. He appeared in a stylish gray suit, looking calm and confident. Just as he stepped out of the car, Helga hurried toward him and whispered that the scale of the trial was much larger than they had expected. Reporters had gathered outside the courthouse, waiting eagerly for the hearing to begin. Within seconds, the reporters surrounded Leon, pushing microphones toward him and demanding exclusive comments. One reporter asked what he thought about the upcoming trial. Another asked directly whether he admitted his guilt. Leon simply smiled and calmly told them that, of course, he personally admitted his guilt. The reporters were stunned by such a direct answer. Before they could recover, another reporter asked whether the sports car he was driving had also been purchased using donations from the foundation. Leon nodded seriously and replied that the car had indeed been bought with donations because he did not have enough money himself. The reporters were completely confused by his responses. They looked at each other, unsure whether he was joking or speaking seriously. Nevertheless, they continued asking uncomfortable questions. Watching the scene unfold, Sean nervously asked Helga whether the company would go bankrupt if their boss continued speaking such nonsense. Helga only smiled calmly and told him to relax. Meanwhile, in the courthouse break room, several influential people were discussing their strategy for the trial. One man reassured the group that they should not be nervous and simply follow the plan they had prepared. Grant, the director of the John High Hope Orphanage, admitted that the current situation did not feel entirely right. Sitting beside him was Susan, the director of Yanch Orphanage. At that moment, Carson snapped his fingers confidently. He told them that if everything went according to plan, all the money would soon belong to them, and they would become rich overnight. Grant and Susan nodded in agreement. Carson then began describing Leon to them in a hostile tone. He claimed that Leon had done something unforgivable by stealing both his girlfriend and his money. He promised that today they would destroy him completely. Just then a staff member entered the room and informed Carson that the hearing was about to begin. Everyone was asked to take their seats in the courtroom. A few minutes later, Carson entered the courtroom, where Leon was already sitting calmly. Carson approached him and remarked that he had never expected their next meeting to take place in a courtroom. He said the situation made him feel quite sad. Leon replied casually that there was no reason to worry and that he felt perfectly fine. Carson smirked and said Leon should not remain so calm. He proudly declared that he had never lost a lawsuit in his life and intended to send Leon to prison. At that moment, the judge entered the courtroom and announced that the hearing had begun. The prosecutor was invited to present the case. Carson's representative stood up and explained that during their investigation, they had discovered that the Ling Yun Foundation had failed to publicly disclose the distribution of aid materials. According to him, this was a serious violation of regulations. Therefore, he demanded that Leon be punished according to the law. The judge then turned to Leon and asked whether he admitted the accusations. Leon calmly replied that he did not admit to the charges. Carson's representative immediately requested permission to call witnesses. Leon leaned back in his chair and told them they could begin their performance. Soon 2 witnesses entered the courtroom. Helga immediately recognized them and was shocked. She whispered angrily, asking how they could betray them like this. Leon asked whether she knew the witnesses. Helga explained that they were both directors of orphanages that had previously received financial support from the foundation. According to her records, the fund had transferred about $800,000 to one of them and more than $1 million to the other. However, Grant quickly denied her statement and accused her of spreading nonsense. Both he and Susan claimed that the foundation had given them only $50,000. Helga could no longer contain her anger. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted that she could not tolerate such blatant lies. According to the official records, nearly $2 million had been transferred to their orphanages. She insisted that she had all the receipts to prove it. The judge struck the gavel and ordered her to calm down and respect the court. Leon also quietly advised Helga to control her emotions. He warned that acting impulsively could have serious consequences. Helga reluctantly sat down, still muttering angrily that those 2 were terrible people. The judge then asked Leon whether he had anything to say in response to the accusations. Leon stood up and calmly explained that the regulations indeed required charitable funds to disclose their donations publicly. However, the money sent to the orphanages had not come from the Ling Yun Foundation at all. It had come directly from his own personal funds. He explained that he had personally paid for the support of those orphanages. Since it was his own money, he did not see any reason to publicly advertise the donations. Carson's representative looked stunned and asked whether Leon was claiming that the money donated to the orphanages truly belonged to him personally. The courtroom suddenly fell completely silent. The judge asked Leon whether he could confirm this statement. Leon nodded and assured the court that all financial records could be checked and verified. The reporters sitting in the audience quickly realized that Leon had turned the situation around. Instead of trapping him, Carson's plan was now exposing his own allies. Carson watched the situation unfold with growing anger. After reviewing the evidence, the judge finally announced the court's decision. Leon had not violated any regulations, and the charges against him were dismissed. With the case officially closed, Leon calmly turned to Carson and said that his plan had failed. However, he thanked Carson for the 50,000 yuan he had provided earlier. Carson looked completely shocked. Leon continued casually, explaining that thanks to that money he and Elizabeth had rented a presidential suite and enjoyed a romantic candlelight dinner. Then he told Carson that it was time for him to leave, and that perhaps they would meet again someday to discuss things more calmly. Carson stood there speechless as Leon walked away. One of Carson's men angrily told him that this arrogant man deserved a lesson. Carson agreed and instructed them to intercept Leon in the parking lot so that Jack could teach him some manners. A few minutes later, Leon walked into the parking area. Suddenly, Carson appeared behind him and called his name. He instructed his subordinate Jack to bring Leon to him so they could talk somewhere private. Jack stepped forward and told Leon that Mr. Carson wished to speak with him and hoped he would not refuse. Helga immediately stepped in front of Leon and asked Carson whether he really intended to start a fight just because he had lost the case. At the same time, Sean nervously tried to pull her away, whispering that she should calm down. Carson ignored them and ordered Jack to drag Leon into the car. Jack reached out to grab Leon's shoulder. However, before he could touch him, Leon suddenly seized Jack's hand and squeezed it with tremendous force. Jack screamed in pain and begged him to let go. Leon replied calmly that he would release him if he behaved properly. Terrified, Jack began to cry, realizing he had completely underestimated his opponent. Without warning, Leon struck him sharply between the legs. Jack collapsed onto the ground in agony, unable to stand. Carson watched the scene in shock. Leon looked at Carson and remarked that it seemed Jack had failed his task. He suggested that Carson handle the matter personally. Carson quickly shook his head and said he had a cold and did not want to infect Leon. He awkwardly suggested discussing the matter another time before hurriedly leaving the parking lot. After he left, Helga approached Leon and admitted that she had never realized he was such a skilled fighter. Leon simply told his team that he would take them home. Helga declined the offer, explaining that she had arrived in her own car. Leon then got into his vehicle and prepared to leave. Just then, Lena suddenly appeared and told him that because of the Foundation's disclosures and the incident involving the orphanages, he would be receiving an electronics factory as compensation. Leon looked surprised and asked whether he had really obtained an electronics factory. He wondered whether the company was bankrupt and whether it produced chips, since that was exactly the kind of business he needed. Excited by the news, he thanked Lena enthusiastically. At that moment, his phone rang again. The caller introduced himself as Jason, the CEO of Kuan Electronics. Jason explained that he had recently acquired Kuan Electronics, and asked whether Leon had time to finalize the paperwork. Leon immediately asked Jason to send him the address, and promised to send someone to complete the process. Later that day, Leon arrived at the Sonic Electronics Industrial Park, where Lizzie was already waiting. She asked why he had asked her to come there. Leon casually told her that he had purchased the company, and needed her help completing the documentation. Lizzie looked impressed and told him that their boss was truly amazing. Leon smiled and asked whether she really thought so. Lizzie opened the envelope he handed her, and confirmed that the acquisition documents were real. Within about half an hour, Leon had finished reviewing the company information. He asked Lizzie whether she had really managed to prepare everything so quickly. Lizzie replied that the documents were almost complete, and only required his signature. Leon observed that under these circumstances, they no longer needed a separate laboratory to research lithography machines. The company already had an entire building dedicated to electronics and technology development. Lizzie agreed but wondered whether using such a large facility for their project might be wasteful. Leon suggested that they visit the Quechuang and Cisco factories nearby, since he had already heard about them. When they arrived at the Cisco factory, they saw several vans parked outside while workers hurriedly loaded boxes into them. The employees were so busy that they did not notice anyone watching. Lizzie quietly pointed out that Cisco might have stolen their technological achievements, which could explain why their own orders had suddenly decreased. Leon observed the scene carefully and realized that her suspicion might be correct. The workers finished loading the vans, which quickly drove away. Leon and Lizzie then approached the factory building. A security guard stopped them and asked what they were doing there. Lizzie calmly showed him their passes. After checking them, the guard allowed them to enter. As they walked inside, Lizzie explained that Quechuang had already declared bankruptcy, although workers were still maintaining some departments. Leon nodded and said they should take a look around. Inside the building, Leon examined the equipment and asked Lizzie whether she recognized the machines. Lizzie replied that some equipment was new while the rest was older but still functional. She believed much of it could still be useful despite the lower production capacity. Leon agreed, and said they should continue exploring. As they walked through the facility, something suddenly caught his attention. Leon immediately grabbed Lizzie's shoulder and asked her to stop. Leon and Lizzie quietly hid behind a van, watching as a man and a woman stood beside a nearby car, speaking to each other in low voices. They had managed to conceal themselves just in time, so the man did not notice them at first. However, he heard a faint sound behind him, and instinctively turned around to check. Lizzie, confused by Leon's sudden caution, whispered and asked whether he knew those people and why they were hiding from them. Leon explained that earlier he had seen the same car at the entrance to Cisco, and now it had appeared here again. The coincidence struck him as suspicious. As they continued watching, the two strangers soon finished their conversation and went their separate ways. Leon narrowed his eyes, finding the situation increasingly strange. Lizzie then asked whether he truly believed the people were connected to Cisco. Without answering immediately, Leon pulled out his phone and secretly took a photo of the car's license plate. He then called a friend and asked him to investigate who owned the vehicle with that number. After ending the call, he turned to Lizzie and told her that the plan to build an office building in Ketvan would now depend on her and Samuel, and that they needed to begin preparations as soon as possible. Lizzie nodded and said she understood, but she soon asked about Santiago. Leon reassured her calmly that he would personally resolve that matter. With that, he prepared to leave, and told Lizzie that he would visit Santiago soon. Later, Leon returned home to Juga. When he stepped inside, he was surprised to find a familiar figure in his house. Elizabeth was standing in the kitchen. She explained that she had come to cook ginseng soup for him. Leon gently lifted her chin and teased her, asking whether she was truly that worried about him. Elizabeth replied that she had noticed how busy he had been lately, and thought he needed something warm and comforting to eat. Just as they were speaking, Leon's phone rang. He answered the call and learned that the caller was Jason, the owner of the car whose license plate he had photographed earlier. Elizabeth noticed Leon's reaction and asked what the call was about. Leon explained that earlier that day he had been in Kachwang and had met Jason, the son of Cisco's director, in Ketwan Park. Elizabeth then asked how many children the Cisco CEO had and suggested that perhaps they were trying to establish their own influence. Leon recalled that Helga had once mentioned that the director had 2 children, Jason and his sister Cassandra. Elizabeth thoughtfully suggested that if Leon could discover what position Cassandra held at Cisco, they might confirm whether her guess was correct. She also advised him to go to Ketwang that very day, in order to strengthen his position within the company. Leon agreed with a smile, praising Elizabeth for her clever thinking. She then told him that the soup was ready, and urged him to take a break and taste it. According to her, maintaining his strength would give him an advantage during negotiations, and allow him to bargain more effectively. At that moment, Helga called with unexpected news. She excitedly informed Leon that Jason had just contacted her and proposed cooperation. Elizabeth smiled the moment she heard this, realizing that her earlier guess had been correct. She placed the pot of soup on the table and began setting the dishes, while Leon continued reviewing some work documents. Elizabeth soon asked him whether he still had anything important left to handle, and reminded him that their flight was scheduled for the next morning. Leon assured her that he had no other commitments, and that he was looking forward to spending time with her. Elizabeth hugged him and jokingly called him a flatterer. The next day they flew to their destination. After arriving at the airport, Elizabeth expressed her happiness, saying she could hardly put into words how glad she was to be there. However, just as they were about to leave the airport, someone appeared behind them. It was Carson. He remarked with a thin smile that it was quite a coincidence to meet them there. Leon calmly replied that he was also glad to see Carson, and added that it was thanks to Carson's money that they had ended up meeting again in this place. He explained that he and Elizabeth had strengthened their relationship, otherwise she would never have agreed to fly to this country with him. Carson's expression darkened. He scoffed, and said that $50,000 was nothing to him, adding that he could not understand why Elizabeth liked Leon's so-called rotten character. Leon calmly replied that he had already defeated Carson in court, and that now he was ahead of him in other matters as well. Carson, clearly irritated, said that he had a plane to catch. He gave the couple a curt farewell and walked away, though his anger was obvious. His assistant quickly informed him that Leon and Elizabeth were planning to fly to the same country. He suggested that Carson could contact someone there to teach Leon a lesson. Carson shook his head and said it was unnecessary. Meeting another person in that country was far more important to him. However, he instructed his assistant to call the airport manager because he did not want to see Leon and Elizabeth on that plane. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth approached the ticket counter to check in. Leon assumed everything would go smoothly, but the receptionist suddenly told them there was a problem with their tickets, and that she could not allow them to board the flight. Elizabeth was shocked and asked whether there had been a mistake, explaining that she had purchased the tickets directly from the airline's official website. At that moment Carson approached them again. With a mocking smile, he asked Elizabeth whether they were really trying to deceive the staff. He then said goodbye and announced that he was about to board his plane. Leon calmly told Elizabeth that they should step aside so they would not block the line. However, just as Carson attempted to leave, Elizabeth stopped him. She angrily accused him of orchestrating the entire situation. Carson smirked and casually admitted that he might have done so. He then shamelessly told Elizabeth that if she agreed to spend the night with him, he might consider letting her board the plane with him. Elizabeth stared at him in disbelief and asked how he could say something so shameless. Carson simply shrugged and said it was time for him to leave. He added that they could not change the flight either, because he had already arranged everything. If they still wanted to reach that country, he suggested they could travel by sea, though it would take a full month. Elizabeth coldly replied that Carson had become unbearably arrogant. Leon, trying to calm the situation, gently told Elizabeth to ignore him, and joked that Carson might have rabies, which could be contagious. Elizabeth was still upset and admitted she was extremely angry. Leon hugged her reassuringly and said she had no reason to worry. He calmly declared that if he was not on board, the plane would not take off. Carson burst out laughing and asked why the plane would not depart without him. He mockingly wondered whether Leon had lost his mind. Leon simply replied that if Carson did not believe him, he could wait and see. Moments later, an announcement echoed through the airport, informing passengers that the flight had been delayed and that boarding would begin in 20 minutes. Elizabeth turned to Leon with surprise and said that what he had done was impressive. Leon then looked at Carson and asked whether he was convinced now or if he still had questions. Carson remained skeptical and insisted that Leon had nothing to do with the delay. Leon simply sat down on a nearby sofa and suggested they wait there for a while since he was not in a hurry. 20 minutes later, Carson waved his ticket confidently and said the earlier delay had only been a coincidence. He believed the plane would now depart as scheduled. However, another announcement soon followed. The airline apologized again and informed passengers that the flight still could not depart and that everyone would need to wait until further notice. Carson glanced toward Leon with a troubled expression, beginning to suspect that Leon might have been telling the truth. Leon stood up and slowly walked toward him, asking whether something was wrong. He wondered if Carson had changed his mind. Carson was about to shout at him, but the woman standing beside him quickly warned him not to cause a scene. A nearby passenger also spoke up, telling Carson that everyone was upset because of him and urging him to apologize to Leon so the flight could finally depart. Furious, Carson demanded whether the man knew who he was. He declared that he would never apologize to Leon. Yet he soon noticed that many people around him were glaring in disapproval, and several of them openly supported Leon. His assistant approached nervously and suggested that he calm down and quickly change airlines. Still, the crowd continued urging Carson to apologize. At that moment, Loris arrived at the airport. Many people immediately recognized him as he was a highly respected and influential figure in the country. Leon greeted him and briefly explained the situation. Loris then turned toward Carson and said firmly that, as the CEO of the airline, the plane should have taken off already. If Carson was responsible for the delay, he needed to apologize. Under the pressure of the crowd and Loris' authority, Carson stood frozen for a moment. Yet instead of apologizing, he ordered his assistant to collect their luggage. The two of them quickly left the airport in embarrassment. Loris then turned to Leon with a faint smile and remarked that he had handled the situation quite well. Leon thanked him and asked if he could have the staff check their tickets so they could finally board the plane. Loris agreed without hesitation and happily arranged everything for his friend. Later, Leon bowed slightly toward Elizabeth and asked whether she was still upset with him after all that had happened. Elizabeth smiled and assured him she was not angry at all. Without his help, she said, they might never have been able to fly to this country. After arriving at their destination, they checked into the Chanba Hotel. A luxurious presidential suite awaited them, filled with elegant furniture and beautiful decorations. While exploring the room, Elizabeth noticed a delicate golden hairpin placed on the table. Curious, she picked it up and tried it in her hair, asking Leon how it looked. Leon smiled and replied that his girlfriend, as always, looked the most beautiful. Elizabeth leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the cheek, once again calling him a flatterer. As evening approached, she said it was probably time for them to rest. Before going to bed, Elizabeth decided to brush her teeth. However, when she reached the mirror, Leon was already standing there, blocking her path. She looked at him with amusement and asked whether he wanted to try her special toothpaste. Leon picked up the tube and examined it carefully, asking what was so special about it since it looked completely ordinary. Seeing the offended look on Elizabeth's face, Leon gently pulled her closer by the waist. The tension between them quickly faded, and the couple shared a warm kiss before heading to bed together. The next day, Leon and Elizabeth decided to visit the amusement park. As they wandered through the park, Elizabeth suddenly mentioned that she had heard a loud roar somewhere nearby. Curious, Leon suggested that they go and see what was happening. They soon noticed a sign announcing that a North American gray wolf was on display. Not far from the enclosure stood a girl named Viola and her boyfriend, Carter. Viola looked at the animal and commented that the wolf appeared rather thin. She said she wanted to feed it something. Carter quickly suggested that they secretly open the door and feed the animal some jerky. Just as they were about to act on the idea, Elizabeth approached them and calmly explained that feeding the animals was strictly prohibited according to the park's rules. Viola immediately reacted with annoyance. She told Elizabeth that the park was not her home and insisted that she could do whatever she wanted. At that moment, Leon stepped forward and explained that gray wolves were protected animals under the law. If someone fed them something harmful and the animal died, that person could even face imprisonment. Hearing this, Viola and Carter were visibly shocked. Trying to avoid trouble, Viola snapped at Leon to mind his own business, and the couple quickly left the area. Leon and Elizabeth continued strolling through the park, enjoying the various attractions. They tried several rides and wandered through the lively grounds, reluctant to leave the cheerful atmosphere. At one point, Elizabeth spotted a carousel and said she wanted to ride it. However, she was unsure how to get in line. Leon smiled and suggested that she sit down and rest for a moment while he went to purchase VIP tickets so they would not have to wait in line. At the ticket counter, Leon asked the employee whether VIP tickets allowed unlimited rides. The woman explained that each ticket cost nearly $2,000 could only be used once. Hearing Leon's question, several people nearby began to laugh, wondering why he was asking such an obvious question. To everyone's surprise, Leon calmly asked the woman to give him every VIP ticket she had left. The woman stared at him in shock and explained that there were 105 tickets remaining. She asked whether he truly wanted all of them. Leon confirmed without hesitation that he needed every single one. After completing the purchase, Leon returned to Elizabeth. The people at the ticket counter were still staring in disbelief. Leon walked up behind Elizabeth and told her that he had returned. He then invited her to ride the carousel. Elizabeth was delighted and thanked him happily. As the carousel began to spin, she laughed with excitement, almost like a child enjoying a carefree moment. While riding, she looked at Leon and realized how fortunate she was to have met someone who could make her so happy. After the ride ended, Elizabeth asked whether VIP tickets allowed unlimited rides. Leon explained that unfortunately they did not. Hearing this, Elizabeth said she did not want to ride again because she did not want to stand in line. Leon simply smiled and told her that he had purchased 105 tickets, and more than 100 of them were still unused. Elizabeth stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he had really bought so many tickets. She happily kissed him on the cheek and called him the best. The couple continued enjoying the rides together for quite some time. Eventually, Elizabeth said she was feeling hungry and suggested that they find something to eat. A few minutes later, they arrived at a cafe inside the park. They sat at a table and ordered food. While eating, Elizabeth tried the vanilla ice cream and said it was delicious. She asked Leon if he could bring her another one. Leon agreed immediately and walked to the counter. He asked the chef for 2 servings of vanilla ice cream, and the chef quickly prepared the order. At that moment, Viola appeared beside him again. She told Leon that vanilla ice cream was considered VIP class, and that he could not simply take as much as he wanted. She remarked that the cafe was not a public canteen. Her boyfriend Carter joined in and asked Leon whether he really thought he could behave like that while abroad. Leon calmly replied that he had purchased 105 VIP tickets, which meant he could take as much as he wanted. Hearing this, Viola and Carter were stunned and asked whether he had truly bought that many tickets. Leon took the ice cream and returned to Elizabeth. Elizabeth smiled happily when she saw it and said it looked delicious. Meanwhile, Viola and Carter continued staring at them. Viola muttered that Leon seemed like someone who had suddenly become rich, but had never truly seen the world, calling him an upstart. Elizabeth immediately became angry and warned Viola to watch her language. Carter replied arrogantly that they had already been very polite. Viola then began bragging about Carter's company. She claimed that his company had recently secured a round of investment and that its future looked very promising. She then insulted Elizabeth, saying her boyfriend looked more like a small-time figure than a wealthy man. Leon listened quietly before calmly asking Carter whether he was still confident after only 2 rounds of funding. Carter replied proudly that Jianghai's company had invested in his business. He added that Leon probably did not understand such matters at all. Hearing this, Leon nearly spat out his drink in surprise. He then asked Carter how confident he was in Jianghai, and what his relationship was with Charlie, the owner of the company. Carter arrogantly added that besides Jianghai, Ling Yun was also interested in investing in his company. He implied that Leon clearly knew nothing about investment. Viola impatiently asked why they were wasting their time talking to someone who probably did not even understand what investing meant. Leon simply smiled and began listing several names of investors. Carter's expression immediately changed. He stared at Leon in shock and asked how he knew those people. Leon then calmly made a phone call. On the call, he asked his friend whether he knew someone named Carter. The person on the other end replied that Carter was from Jonk Science and Technology Company. Hearing this confirmation, Carter finally realized that something was wrong. At that very moment, Leon calmly asked his friend Charlie to cancel all investments related to Carter's company. Charlie was shocked but immediately agreed, saying he would inform the relevant parties. Carter's face turned pale. He asked Leon who he really was. Leon calmly replied that he was the director of Linyan Company. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carter immediately apologized and claimed he had only been joking earlier. He desperately begged Leon for another chance, explaining that if the investment funds were withdrawn, his company would collapse. Viola, however, told Carter not to apologize. She insisted that with his connections he could easily find other investors. Furious, Carter suddenly slapped Viola and shouted that no one would want to invest after what had happened. He blamed her entirely for the disaster. Leon calmly watched the scene while wiping his mouth with a napkin. Then he stood up and told Elizabeth that they should leave and continue enjoying the rest of their day. As night fell, the two of them walked peacefully down the street together. Elizabeth thanked Leon for giving her such a wonderful day. Just then, Leon received a message from Helga. She informed him that she had gathered everything she could about someone named Jasper. Leon thought she had done an excellent job. However, he decided not to mention it to Elizabeth, as he did not want her to know he was still working during their relaxing trip. The next morning, Leon lay comfortably in bed after a long day of walking. He noticed Elizabeth sitting beside him, preparing to leave. He wrapped his arms around her and asked why she had gotten up so early, especially since the circus performance they planned to see would only begin at 10 o'clock. Elizabeth apologized and explained that she could not stay with him that morning. A friend had arranged a meeting with several designers, and she wanted to meet them. Leon pretended to be offended and said she would end up working all day again. Elizabeth promised that she would make it up to him that evening. Leon smiled and said he would think carefully about how she should apologize. Elizabeth laughed softly, said goodbye, and reminded him not to get bored. 20 minutes later, Leon got dressed and left the hotel to handle his own matters. He soon arrived at the headquarters building. Many people were gathered outside, waiting for their turn to enter. Leon walked inside, greeted the receptionist at the front desk, and asked whether there were any application forms to fill out. The receptionist handed him a form and told him to complete it and wait for further notice, assuring him that it would not take long. Leon began filling out the form. When the receptionist glanced at it, she was stunned. She asked whether he was seriously applying for the position of deputy director and requesting a salary of 3.5 million. Leon calmly confirmed that this was exactly the position he wanted. The woman shook her head and said she would not even submit the form to management. She explained that many liars like him came there every day. While they were speaking, 2 other women approached the desk. One of them, Jessica, was the director's secretary. The other, Carmen, was a mid-level engineer in the technical department. Kelly, the receptionist, explained that Leon was trying to apply for the deputy director position and that she was attempting to send him away. Jessica looked at Leon's profile and said that considering his age, it was difficult to take him seriously. Leon asked in surprise whether a company of such scale truly cared about someone's age. Jessica paused for a moment, realizing that arguing with him would not be easy. She eventually told him that because of his unusual request, he would first need to pass a simple test. If he succeeded, she would personally help submit his application. Leon smiled confidently and said he would pass the test. Carmen placed a laptop in front of him, and Jessica told him he could begin. Leon warned them calmly that they might actually need someone more experienced to evaluate his code, because he was not sure they would understand it. Carmen replied impatiently that he was talking too much, and reminded him that many senior engineers were present, who could easily review his work. Leon nodded and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Lines of code appeared on the screen one after another at incredible speed. The people around him stared in confusion. One guard leaned closer and asked what kind of hidden code this was, because he had never seen anything like it before. Another guard suggested that the code might simply be incorrect. Why you? Carmen finally took the laptop from Leon and examined what he had written. She frowned and said she hoped it was not just a cheap trick. According to her colleague's initial judgment, all the code Leon had entered appeared to be wrong, and she suggested that he leave the company immediately. However, Leon simply crossed his legs calmly, and reminded them that he had already warned them that they would not understand the code. Jessica looked at the screen again and suddenly said that she recognized something about it. She recalled seeing similar code written by Mr. Santiago before, although the structure of Leon's code appeared even more refined. Carmen immediately called the receptionist, Kelly, and asked her to inform Mr. Santiago. Kelly nodded and made the call. About 10 minutes later, Santiago himself walked into the room. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. He looked around the office and asked what they were doing, demanding to know why they had called him there. Jessica explained that a young man named Leon had come to apply for the position of deputy director, and had just written a piece of code they wanted him to see. Santiago frowned and asked whether they were joking. He glanced at Leon and questioned whether they truly believed someone so young could be serious about such a position. Carmen quickly told Leon that Director Santiago had already spoken, and that he should leave. She dismissed his work, saying the code was nothing more than a meaningless string of characters. Leon calmly stood up and turned the laptop towards Santiago. He politely asked the director to look at the results before making any conclusions. Santiago leaned closer to examine the code. The longer he studied it, the more surprised he became. His expression gradually changed from skepticism to genuine admiration. Finally, he looked up at Leon and asked if he had really written the program himself. Santiago admitted that he had been struggling with the same problem for a long time, but had not been able to solve it. He praised Leon openly, calling him a genius. Jessica and Carmen were stunned. Leon looked no older than 20, and they could not understand how someone so young possessed such extraordinary skills. Leon then shook Santiago's hand and asked whether he was now qualified to apply for the position of deputy director in the company. Santiago laughed with excitement and invited Leon to his office so they could discuss the matter further. Once they entered the office, Santiago apologized for the messy room and explained that he had just finished working. He then asked Leon what he would like to drink. While looking around the office, Leon noticed a framed photograph of Santiago's family on the desk. After a moment, Leon suddenly asked if Santiago had any blueberry juice. Santiago smiled immediately. He asked Leon whether he also liked blueberry juice, and said that it was his favorite as well. He joked that the two of them might get along very well. Encouraged by Leon's talent, Santiago offered him a position in the company. However, Leon calmly asked him not to rush to conclusions. He also asked whether Santiago truly had the authority to appoint him as deputy director. Santiago paused to think. After a moment, he admitted that such a decision was not entirely within his power. Eventually, he proposed that Leon could first join the company as the deputy marketing director. Later, if everything went well, he might even become the CEO. Leon replied that he was passionate and willing to work hard, but he felt there might not be a place for him under such limitations. Santiago nodded thoughtfully. He explained that he was not a very sociable person and usually devoted most of his time to business and research. Leon then said that if there were a position without financial restrictions, and with enough freedom for research, he would prefer to return to China. Santiago agreed that such freedom would be ideal. Leon reflected quietly that although Santiago did not seem strongly attached to living abroad, he should first learn more about the environment before making a decision. Santiago then asked Leon whether he would like to see the company's current research project. Why? He turned his computer toward him and explained that they were developing a new security system, which was a major project for the company. He added that the program Leon had just written was exactly what they needed for the project. Leon quickly realized that the company was working on something very important. Santiago explained that the research direction involved computer perception and stepper control technology. The two men shook hands and Leon said they should work together to achieve the best possible results. After a moment, Leon told Santiago that he needed to return to the hotel because he had promised to cook dinner for his wife. He said he would come back the next day. Santiago watched him leave with admiration, believing that Leon was not only talented but also a devoted family man. Leon stepped outside and enjoyed the pleasant weather as he made his way back to the hotel. By the time he arrived, Elizabeth had also just returned. She asked Leon whether he had been bored sitting around all day. Leon replied playfully that he had not been bored, but he deserved some compensation. Elizabeth laughed and promised she would handle that task properly. She also told him that after her meeting, her friend Georgia had taken her shopping to buy a gift for him. She hoped he would like it. She reached into her bag and handed him the package. Leon glanced at it and remarked that Georgia seemed to have excellent taste. However, when Elizabeth looked closer, she realized that Leon was holding a piece of women's underwear in his hand. Embarrassed and annoyed, she immediately called him a fool. Soon after, the playful argument ended with the two of them collapsing onto the bed together. Leon joked that he had not expected things to turn out that way. Elizabeth then reminded him that she would need to leave again soon, but promised to finish her work earlier that day. Leon told her that was fine, but only if she compensated him properly that evening. Elizabeth called him shameless before laughing. About an hour later, Elizabeth prepared to leave again. She told Leon that if he felt bored, he could go for a walk around the city. Leon sighed and replied that he would feel lonely without her. Elizabeth shook her head and asked him not to say such things. After she left the hotel, Leon quickly got ready as well. Dressed neatly like a gentleman, he felt energetic and ready to handle his tasks. He headed toward the parking lot where his car was waiting. Just as he approached the vehicle, someone called out to him from behind. Leon turned around and saw Carson standing there. Leon casually apologized for having delayed him earlier and wondered aloud what that troublemaker was doing there. Carson, clearly irritated, told Leon to stay away from him. Leon shrugged and said that he happened to know someone inside the building and could even help him if needed. Carson replied coldly that he had already made his own arrangements and had come there to sign a contract. He said he no longer needed any help from Leon. Leon nodded calmly and assured him that he would not interfere with his business. With that, he turned and walked away. Carson muttered angrily that once his business was finished, he would make Leon pay for everything. He wondered what Leon was doing in that building. His assistant suggested that Leon might simply be accompanying Elizabeth to a business meeting. Meanwhile, Leon entered the building and headed straight to Director Santiago's office. When he entered, he was surprised to see several other people inside. Santiago immediately stood up and introduced them. Their names were Sona and Roy. Sona explained that Roy was the general manager of the marketing department and also the department head. Roy warmly greeted Leon and said that if Leon joined the company, they would soon become colleagues. Leon shook Roy's hand politely. Just then, Jessica entered the office and informed Roy that a client was waiting for him. Sona offered to handle the client instead. Leon suddenly asked Sona whether the client's name was Carson and whether she knew him. Sona confirmed that it was indeed Carson. Leon calmly said that he would like to accompany her and speak with the client himself. Santiago was delighted by this and asked whether Leon had truly decided to stay with the company. Leon replied that Santiago's sincerity had convinced him. Sona was also pleased and offered to register him immediately. However, Leon said there was no need to rush. He preferred to prove himself first on his very first day. Meanwhile, Carson was sitting impatiently in a conference room, waiting for the person who would finalize the contract with him. A staff member informed him that the company's new deputy director would arrive shortly to sign the agreement. Carson was stunned. He asked whether the deputy director would really come personally to sign the contract. His assistant smiled proudly and said that Carson was becoming more influential every day. Carson nodded proudly and asked what the new deputy director was like. The secretary replied that she did not know much, but had heard that he held a very high position in the company. Carson and his assistant were pleased, believing that such an important person personally signing the contract meant great recognition. At that moment, the door opened. Everyone stood up, expecting the deputy director to enter. Instead, Leon walked into the room. Carson froze in shock and demanded to know what Leon was doing there. Sona calmly announced that Leon was the new deputy director of their marketing department. Carson stared at her in disbelief, asking whether he had heard correctly. Leon smiled faintly and asked Carson whether he was really so surprised to see him there. Furious, Carson pointed at Leon and shouted, asking what tricks he had used to obtain such a position. Leon replied calmly that it was none of Carson's business. He reminded him that they were here to sign a contract and that someone like Carson surely had many questions. Carson became so angry that he tried to step forward, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body. He collapsed onto the floor. His assistant rushed to him, asking what had happened. Carson did not respond and lay motionless. Panicking, the assistant began making calls and warned Leon that Carson's family would never forgive this. Leon remained completely calm and replied that Carson's family did not have the strength to do anything to him. The employees watched the scene with astonishment and began to admire their new colleague. Sona later led Leon to his office and told him that it would be his private workspace. She said that if he needed anything, he could simply ask. Leon replied that everything was fine and that he only needed a computer to begin working. 7 hours later, Leon was still sitting at his desk, working non-stop. Director Santiago entered the room and said that it was the first time he had seen someone so talented who also worked so hard. Leon yawned slightly and said that he had already finished the project. Santiago was shocked. He admitted that his entire team would have needed at least 3 months to complete the work Leon had finished in only a few hours. He said he would report the success so Leon could receive a promotion. Leon shook his head and said there was no need. In fact, he was already considering leaving the company. Santiago was stunned and asked why. Leon calmly explained that he had decided to return to China. Santiago asked whether he had received a better offer elsewhere. Leon replied that if someone were willing to invest everything necessary to support his research and give him complete freedom without restrictions, then he would naturally choose such an opportunity. He then asked Santiago whether he would consider returning under those circumstances. Santiago laughed and said that capitalists were not fools and would never provide such unconditional support. At that moment, Leon shook his hand again and said he had something important to tell him. He revealed that, on behalf of the Lunan Institute, he was inviting Santiago to join them. Santiago was completely shocked. Leon calmly explained that he himself was the director of the Lunan Institute, one of the most advanced scientific research institutions in Lunan. Santiago was still processing everything he had just heard. Looking at Leon in disbelief, he asked whether Leon had accepted the position there simply to get closer to him. Leon calmly confirmed that it was true. He explained that 2 of Santiago's colleagues had already joined him earlier. Then he handed Santiago a set of documents containing the source code for a new chip. Leon explained that this chip could fully match the capabilities of foreign technologies. Since their country could not easily purchase the advanced steppers required for production, they would develop their own. Santiago stared at him in shock and asked whether Leon was serious or simply joking. Leon replied firmly that their country was constantly being questioned because of its technological lag. If they wanted respect on the world stage, their technology needed to become truly world-class. Santiago was deeply surprised by Leon's determination. Sensing the director's doubts, Leon reassured him further. He explained that he had already deposited 3 billion into the Institute's funds and had another billion available in his account. Money would not be a problem, and researchers would have full freedom to pursue their work. The director could hardly believe what he was hearing. Leon was still so young, yet he had somehow accumulated enormous wealth. Santiago carefully examined the documents Leon had given him. After a long moment of silence, he admitted that he needed time to think about such an important decision. Leon agreed immediately. However, he reminded Santiago not to forget about his team. He promised that the entire team would be treated properly and given the respect they deserve. Santiago smiled with relief, pleased that Leon had not forgotten the people who had worked with him for years. Leon said he would wait patiently for Santiago's decision. Once the director made up his mind, Leon would even send his private plane to pick him up. After Leon left, Santiago remained standing in front of his computer, quietly reflecting on everything that had been said. His thoughts were filled with conflict as he weighed the moral and professional implications of the offer. He eventually turned on his computer and ran the program Leon had shown him earlier. The program began working perfectly. Later that evening, Santiago returned home, hoping to rest. But when he entered his house, he suddenly froze in shock. To his amazement, Leon was already there, calmly sitting in the living room and drinking coffee with Santiago's wife. Leon greeted him warmly. Santiago stared at him, completely stunned, and demanded to know how he had found his house and what he was doing there. Leon explained casually that he would soon be leaving and that he had already discussed the move with Santiago's family. According to him, Santiago's wife had already agreed with the plan, and all that remained was for Santiago to prepare himself. The director stood there speechless, overwhelmed by how suddenly everything was unfolding. Not long afterward, Leon returned to his hotel. Elizabeth soon entered the room and happily announced that she had finished her work and was finally free. She joked that Leon must have been terribly bored waiting alone in the hotel for 2 days. Leon smiled and told her that he had been waiting patiently for her return. Now that she was finally free, they could spend time together again. He asked her to get dressed because he wanted to take her somewhere special. A few hours later, Leon brought Elizabeth to a large attraction where a beautiful Ferris wheel towered over the city skyline. Elizabeth's eyes lit up with excitement. She thanked Leon for remembering how much she loved Ferris wheels, and was touched by how thoughtful he had been. They rode the Ferris wheel together, enjoying the peaceful moment high above the city. Neither of them wanted the ride to end. Elizabeth asked Leon to take a photo because the view was so beautiful. Leon took the picture, and both of them smiled happily. Elizabeth thanked him sincerely for everything he had done for her during the trip. She said it had been the best vacation of her life. The next day, Leon returned to his home country. One of the first things he did was visit his company's office to check on his team. When he entered the office, he greeted everyone warmly and announced that he had personally brought chocolates for them. Lizzie was delighted to see him again and said it was wonderful that he had returned. Leon replied that the trip had been very enjoyable. He also casually mentioned that he had successfully recruited Santiago. Lizzie and Samuel were shocked and immediately asked how he had managed to convince someone so famous. Lizzie jokingly wondered whether Leon had bribed him, since Santiago was known for his strong integrity. Leon laughed and told them not to underestimate him. He said he had used similar methods many times before to solve difficult situations. He then asked how things were progressing in Kachuang. Samuel explained that nearly everything was ready. Some of the necessary equipment had already been delivered. He also asked whether the institute would still keep the name Lunan. Leon replied that he would not change the name until he personally dealt with Cisco. He did not want to create unnecessary complications. He also informed them that Santiago would not be coming alone. His entire team would join them as well. The students were stunned and praised Leon enthusiastically. They called him incredible. Leon then announced that Santiago would become the director of the scientific institute, since he was far more experienced than anyone else. He asked Lizzie and Samuel whether they would be willing to serve as deputy directors. Lizzie smiled and said she did not mind at all. She even joked that she would happily work as a secretary if needed. Samuel also agreed, saying the role suited him perfectly. Leon nodded and said the arrangement was settled. At that moment, Leon received a phone call. The caller introduced himself as Jason, the director of the Cisco factory. He said he had heard that Leon was involved in the situation at the factory and asked if they could meet. Leon initially said he saw no reason to meet. However, Jason explained that he was currently at the Dynasty Hotel and had drinks waiting for him. Upon hearing the name of the hotel, Leon changed his mind and said he would come immediately. A few minutes later, Leon arrived at the Dynasty Hotel. Inside, he saw Jason sitting at a table waiting for him. Jason greeted him warmly and said he was pleased that Leon had accepted the invitation. Leon replied that he was also glad to see him. Jason invited him to sit down and assured him that he could order anything he wanted. Leon sat at the table and immediately asked the waitress to bring 4 Australian lobsters, abalone, bluefin tuna sashimi, and eel. Jason was stunned by the enormous order and remarked that it seemed like far too much food for only 3 people. Leon simply nodded and said he would not order anything else. Finally, he asked the waitress to bring them the best wine in the restaurant. A few minutes later, the wine arrived. Jason then explained that he had recently taken charge of a scientific and technical factory. Since Leon's research facility would soon be nearby, they would effectively become neighbors. Leon asked what kind of cooperation Jason wanted to discuss. Jason explained that his factory's production line had temporarily stopped and there was a great deal of work to be done. He proposed donating 20% of the factory's output to Leon's research facility. Leon said the idea sounded interesting and asked how much he would earn from the deal. Jason smiled slightly and explained that the processing fee for manufacturing each chip was 80 yen. Leon immediately became annoyed and asked how anyone could seriously offer such a small amount. Jason clarified that 80 yen was only the standard processing cost per chip, but the total contract would involve producing 100,000 chips. Leon quickly calculated the numbers and realized that the total fee would be 8 million. Jason nodded and said that 8 million was already quite a high foundry fee, but he was willing to accept those terms. Leon then suggested increasing the price to 100 yuan per unit, which would bring the total to 10 million. Jason hesitated for a moment because it was a significant decision. After thinking carefully, he eventually agreed that 100 yuan was a fair price, and said he could delay payment collection for a few months. Leon suddenly frowned and said he was not satisfied with the arrangement. Before the conversation could continue, the woman sitting beside Jason subtly signaled that she had another idea. Jason reached into his pocket and took out a bag filled with cash. He said there was 500,000 inside, and claimed it was more than Leon's annual salary. Leon looked at the money for a moment and said he could start with that amount. In return, he would allow Jason to use the factory's equipment and storage facilities. Jason immediately raised his glass, declaring that the deal was complete. Leon nodded and said he agreed. He stood up and announced that he had other matters to attend to, but they could meet again later. Jason quickly stopped him and reminded him that although they had verbally agreed, they had not yet signed the contracts. Leon asked whether signing the contract was really necessary. Jason insisted that it was better to finalize it immediately. The woman beside him produced the contract, and told Leon he only needed to sign in the indicated place. Leon casually agreed and signed the document before leaving. After Leon left, Jason laughed proudly. He told the woman that he had never expected Leon to settle for only 500,000. In his opinion, he had greatly overestimated him. The woman began massaging Jason's shoulders and praised him for his cleverness. She mentioned that they had inserted a hidden clause in the contract, which could give them a major advantage if disputes occurred. Jason nodded confidently. He said they had not only solved their production problem but had also secured large storage capacity, making them stronger than their competitors. He added that he wanted his father to see that Leon could never compete with him. Just then, a waitress approached Jason with the bill and informed him that his total was 426,000. Jason stared at her in disbelief and asked her to repeat the number. The waitress explained that Leon had purchased 2 additional bottles of expensive red wine before leaving, which explained the enormous bill. Jason exploded with anger and shouted that Leon had tricked him in his own restaurant. He swore that he would make Leon pay for the insult. Meanwhile, Leon returned to his company office, carrying the 2 bottles of wine. Helga picked up one of the bottles and remarked that this particular series was extremely rare. Leon laughed and said that thanks to Jason, he had not spent a single cent. He then asked what had changed in the company during his absence. Helga explained that she and Sean had recently been evaluating several new projects and were deciding how much money to invest. Leon advised them to be careful with future investments so they would not encounter similar problems again. He asked Helga whether she truly wanted to invest in Fangland culture or whether it might be wiser to focus on technology instead. Sean argued that with a strong public relations campaign, the company could handle any future crisis. Helga poured herself some wine and said that only a few days after the company opened, they had already been sued. That was why she believed investing in a public relations firm was necessary. Leon asked whether they had noticed that Charlie was listed as the company's legal representative. Helga said the name sounded familiar. Leon then pulled out a folder and told them he would personally handle these investments. Helga reminded him that the folder existed for a reason and suggested they examine it carefully as well. Leon reassured her that he knew exactly what to do. Just then, his phone rang. A woman on the line said she was in serious trouble and needed his help. Leon immediately stood up and asked her to explain what had happened. The woman said that she had gone out to buy medicine for her mother. Unfortunately, she had accidentally spilled a bottle of medicinal wine onto someone's clothes and bag. Now the people were demanding compensation. Leon quickly asked where she was. A few minutes later, he arrived at a pharmacy called Health and Medicine. Outside the store, a young woman named Vivian was apologizing repeatedly. An angry woman was shouting at her, accusing her of ruining the expensive clothes and handbag she had just purchased. A man beside her claimed that the bag alone was worth 20,000 euros and demanded full compensation. Vivian looked terrified and explained that she only had about 500 euros with her. She offered to give them every cent she had. The situation turned violent without warning as the woman suddenly grabbed Vivian by the hair and yanked her forward with all her strength. Her voice was filled with fury as she threatened to kill her if she did not hand over the full amount. Vivian cried out in pain, unable to break free or escape. At that very moment, a car pulled up and stopped right in front of them. Leon stepped out quickly, his expression sharp as he approached the scene and demanded to know what was happening. The student rushed toward him, visibly relieved, and expressed her joy at seeing him arrive just in time. The woman immediately turned her attention to Leon, asking if he was Vivian's boyfriend, and demanding that he pay 20,000 for the bag. Leon remained calm and asked her to settle down. Taking out his phone, he simply asked where he should send the money. Moments later, the woman confirmed that the payment had gone through. Her tone changed instantly as she praised Vivian for having such a capable boyfriend, even questioning why she had not called him earlier. Once the situation was resolved, Vivian mentioned that she would repay Leon another 20,000, but he stopped her and told her not to worry about it for now. Instead, he asked her to come to his car, saying he had something important to discuss. Surprised, Vivian wondered if he was about to offer her a job, especially since she had just passed all her exams. Leon confirmed her suspicion. He explained that he was short on staff and needed a secretary. Her role would involve acting as a bridge between his business and Cisco, and she would need to quickly familiarize herself with a man named Jason. Without hesitation, Vivian accepted, promising to do her best. Leon nodded in approval, though he warned her that Jason was a troublesome and inappropriate person, advising her to handle him carefully. Vivian assured him that she understood. Soon after, Leon dropped her off at home. Checking the time, he realized it was already 11:00, and he had promised Elizabeth to arrive by 11:30. Without wasting another second, he rushed to the building where everyone was waiting. When he arrived, Elizabeth, standing beside Leah, immediately questioned where he had been, noting that everyone had been waiting for quite some time. Leon apologized sincerely and promised to make it up to them. Elizabeth, though aware of how busy he was, appreciated that he still made time to accompany her to the class reunion. Admitting she was hungry, she urged him to go inside with her. Inside, they were greeted warmly by Josie, who expressed her happiness at seeing Elizabeth and Leah together again. Elizabeth introduced Josie as her mentor and teacher, then introduced her husband, Paul, along with her former classmates, including Landon, Julian, and Victoria. Leon greeted them politely, saying he was glad to meet everyone in person. Josie smiled and remarked that she had heard Leah mention Elizabeth's handsome boyfriend, and now she could see it for herself. She even commented that Leon was far better than someone from Yan'an. Paul then invited Leon to sit down, as the food had already been prepared. The table was filled with fruits and sweets, and the atmosphere quickly turned warm and lively. Elizabeth raised a toast, expressing her gratitude to Josie for bringing everyone together, and wished her and her husband good health. Josie dismissed the formality, saying they were all like her children, and that this gathering felt like home. Paul jokingly added that such heartfelt toasts would be even better saved for their wedding. At once, the group began urging Elizabeth and Leon to set a wedding date, promising they would eagerly wait for the celebration. Elizabeth was caught off guard, clearly surprised by the sudden pressure. However, the mood shifted when Landon spoke up, saying there was no need to rush into marriage. He added that many unreliable men in the world could not offer anything more than a few thousand yuan. His words angered Elizabeth, who immediately defended Leon, insisting he was a good man and telling Landon to stop speaking nonsense. She even whispered to Leon that Landon was likely drunk and talking foolishly. Landon, however, seemed to catch on and brought up his passion for the accordion, offering to play something for everyone. Encouraged by Josie, he began performing, and his melody filled the room. Josie praised his performance, clearly pleased. Afterward, Landon turned to Leon and asked if he liked the song, then provocatively questioned whether he knew anything about the accordion and if he could offer any advice. Sensing the challenge, Leon calmly replied that Landon had made several mistakes and that there was little point in giving advice. This shocked everyone. Landon grew irritated and challenged Leon to explain himself. Josie, however, intervened and suggested they hear Leon out. Leon then calmly pointed out specific issues in Landon's performance, including timing problems and rushed sections. Elizabeth was delighted, realizing once again how capable Leon was, while Josie and Paul were astonished that he could identify such detailed flaws. Unwilling to back down, Landon challenged Leon to play himself. Josie supported the idea, and Leon agreed without hesitation. Standing up, he took the instrument and began to play. The moment his fingers moved, the atmosphere changed completely. His performance was flawless, rich with emotion and precision. The room fell silent as everyone listened, completely captivated. It felt as though the music transported them far away into a vivid, beautiful landscape. When he finished, Paul openly praised him, calling his skill nearly professional. Josie admitted that the performance had painted a breathtaking scene in her mind. Despite the praise, Landon remained dissatisfied. He dismissed the importance of such talent and shifted the conversation to his own achievements, boasting about his rapidly growing company and its approaching billion-yuan valuation. He revealed that he was currently negotiating investments with their classmate Helga. This revelation surprised both Leon and Elizabeth. When Landon then arrogantly offered Leon an opportunity to invest, even suggesting Elizabeth could help financially, Leon calmly refused, saying he had no need for such investments. Landon mocked him, questioning how foolish he must be to decline. Before the tension could escalate further, there was a knock at the door. Leah opened it to reveal Helga, who apologized for being late due to work. Landon quickly invited her to sit beside him, but she brushed it off casually. As Josie went to fetch her cutlery, Helga suddenly froze upon noticing Leon. Walking toward him, she asked in surprise what he was doing there. When he explained that Elizabeth had invited him, Landon grew curious and asked how Helga knew him. Without hesitation, Helga revealed that she addressed Leon as her boss. The room fell into stunned silence. Landon, now visibly shaken, asked if Leon was truly the head of the renowned Linian company. Helga confirmed it without doubt, adding that he owned massive assets, including the Twin Towers, and possessed wealth far beyond what anyone had imagined. She even mentioned that his cars alone were worth over 60 million yuan. At that moment, Landon finally realized the truth and was left speechless. After the gathering ended, everyone stepped outside. Elizabeth warmly told Josie to take care of her health and expressed hope that they would meet again soon. Landon, trying to recover his composure, approached Leon and invited him to play golf after lunch. Leon simply smiled, pulled Elizabeth and Helga close, and dismissed the idea, saying he had far more interesting things to do. With that, he left, still holding both of them. As they walked away, Leon turned to Helga and asked her directly about Fenglin Company, wanting to know everything she had discovered so far. Helga explained to the protagonist that Cassandra had contacted her earlier that day with an offer. When asked whether she intended to invest, Helga had already agreed. Hearing this, Leon immediately decided to take control of the situation and instructed her to arrange a meeting with Cassandra the very next day at the Bandau Hotel, where they could discuss everything in detail. Elizabeth, however, grew impatient with the constant talk of business. She lightly complained about how long they had been discussing work and suggested that they should relax and enjoy themselves instead. Helga, sensing the atmosphere, joked that she did not want to be a third wheel and said it would be better if they all went out to have some fun together. Elizabeth teasingly asked if Helga meant going swimming, which caught her off guard. Realizing she might be intruding on their time together, Helga quickly changed her mind, saying they would be better off without her. Not wanting to interfere with their relationship, she excused herself and hurried away. After Helga left, Leon and Elizabeth made their way to the pool. Without hesitation, Elizabeth dove into the water. After swimming for a while, she climbed out, her movements graceful and unguarded. Leon remained watching her, which made her slightly self-conscious. She asked why he was looking at her like that, but instead of answering directly, he gently pulled her closer. In that quiet moment, Leon made an unexpected proposal. He asked Elizabeth to become his CEO, explaining that he wanted to integrate all his resources before the end of the year and needed someone he could trust. He admitted that having her by his side in that role would make him truly happy. Elizabeth hesitated. She explained that Xiaoyang's company had not performed as expected, and she worried that switching companies so suddenly might damage her reputation. Leon reassured her calmly, promising that if she ever felt overwhelmed, he would support her unconditionally and help her through anything. Though still uncertain, Elizabeth said she would think about it. The next day, Leon took her to the Chaoyang company. After dropping her off, he silently hoped for the day she would choose to work alongside him. As he turned to leave, Hannah appeared behind him. Surprised, he asked where she was headed. Hannah reminded him about the Qingfang project, explaining that the company still owed them more than 10 million yuan. She added that Lily had been causing trouble, and that the situation had dragged on for far too long. Leon frowned, clearly dissatisfied that the debt had remained unpaid. Without hesitation, he decided to go with her and settle the matter personally. Hannah felt relieved, saying she would feel much more at ease with him there. Leon then made a call, instructing his men to gather at the gate of the company. Half an hour later, Leon and Hannah arrived. Another car soon pulled up, and Cole stepped out, greeting Leon and asking for instructions. Leon calmly told his men to wait outside while he and Hannah went in to demand repayment. Inside the building, the receptionist stopped them and asked whether they had an appointment. Hannah introduced both of them and stated firmly that the company owed them 11 million yuan from months ago. She requested to meet Director Lee. The receptionist apologized and said that Director Lee was currently busy with guests and could not meet them, insisting they leave. Leon's expression hardened. He replied that if things could not be resolved the easy way, they would do it the hard way, and he began heading toward the office himself. The receptionist, alarmed, threatened to call security. At that same time, inside the CEO's office, Leroy was speaking with Cassandra. He handed her a check for 600,000 yuan, assuring her that everything was proceeding smoothly. Cassandra accepted it, noting his efforts and encouraging him to continue. The atmosphere was calm until the office door suddenly opened. Leon walked in. He greeted Leroy casually, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. The receptionist rushed in behind him, apologizing for failing to stop them. Leon ignored the interruption and directly asked Leroy if he was ready to repay the 11 million yuan debt. Leroy attempted to stall, claiming financial difficulties and asking for more time. Leon sat down beside him, his tone turning cold. He gave him 10 minutes to gather the money and warned that failure to repay would cost him his company. Hannah added that they had shown restraint so far, despite having every reason to take legal or public action, but their patience had limits. Leroy, however, grew arrogant. He claimed that Cassandra's company was now working with him, and that he no longer needed to worry about his reputation. Hearing this, Leon turned and noticed Cassandra properly for the first time, realizing the unexpected connection. Even he seemed slightly surprised by the coincidence. Leroy, growing more aggressive, ordered the receptionist to call security and even threatened Leon openly. But before anything could escalate, the situation changed instantly. Cole and his men stormed in, having already dealt with the guards outside. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Leroy's confidence vanished as he realized who he was truly dealing with. Cole made it clear that anyone who crossed Leon would face immediate consequences. Leroy, now shaken, finally understood that Leon was far more powerful than he had imagined. Leon calmly raised the amount, stating that with interest, the debt now totaled 15 million yuan. When Leroy questioned the high rate, Leon coldly asked whether he would prefer to pay with one of his legs instead. Terrified, Leroy immediately gave in and agreed to pay the full amount. The check was handed over without further resistance. With the matter settled, Leon told Hannah they were leaving. As they exited, Leroy, still trying to regain control, told Cassandra to put pressure on the Chanyang company, wanting revenge for what had happened. Cassandra agreed outwardly, stating she would handle it as long as payment continued. Later, Cassandra arrived at the Bandao Hotel for her scheduled meeting with the new investor. As she looked around, she spotted a man seated calmly and approached him. But the moment she saw his face clearly, she froze in shock. It was Leon. Stunned, she asked if he was the head of the Lingyan company and the same person who had just confronted Leroy. Leon calmly pulled out a chair for her, silently acknowledging her surprise. Cassandra admitted she had not expected this at all. She explained that their funding plan required 14 million yuan and asked whether he had reviewed it. Leon replied that he had not gone through the details yet, but he was willing to invest 20 million. This caught her off guard. She questioned why he would offer an additional 6 million without reason, suspecting ulterior motives. Leon dismissed the idea and stated his condition clearly. He wanted 36% of the shares. Cassandra calculated quickly, noting that normally 20 million would only secure 32%. Leon pointed out that few others could offer such a generous investment, and the deal would ultimately benefit her. After a moment of consideration, Cassandra agreed. She even stated that, given his generosity, she would overlook what had happened earlier with Leroy. Just then, her phone rang. Her expression changed as she answered. She sounded irritated, telling the caller she had already asked not to be contacted. She asked about her brother and whether he was home, then quickly ended the call, saying she would handle it later. Leon noticed the shift in her demeanor and asked what had happened. Cassandra brushed it off, saying it was nothing serious, and that her father simply needed her help. However, as she prepared to leave, Leon sensed that something was not right. Moments later, Vivian called him. Remembering the earlier conversation about Cisco, Leon decided to follow up. Vivian confirmed that Cisco was planning to expand its foundry operations, though the timeline was still unclear. Without hesitation, Leon gave her immediate instructions. He told her to wait at the factory and arrange for 2 excavators to be brought in as quickly as possible. Within minutes, the machines were already positioned on the factory grounds, ready for whatever Leon had planned next. Vivian soon informed Leon that the excavators had arrived at the factory. Without hesitation, he gave a shocking order, telling her to instruct all the drivers to demolish several internal warehouses immediately. Vivian was stunned and could not understand why he would destroy perfectly good facilities, but Leon simply told her to follow his instructions and assured her that everything would make sense soon. Reluctantly, Vivian passed the order along. The drivers were equally confused, pointing out that the warehouses were in excellent condition and that demolishing them would be a complete waste. Leon, however, cut their doubts short and offered an incentive, promising an extra 500 yuan per day if they worked quickly. That was enough to change their attitude, and they eagerly got to work. Leon calmly sat nearby, eating sweets while watching the demolition begin. At that moment, his phone rang, and a faint smile appeared on his face. His plan had worked. When Vivian mentioned that Jason was calling, Leon chose not to answer. He suspected there was an informant feeding Jason information, which explained how he always seemed to know what was happening. Just as the excavators were about to begin tearing down the warehouses, Jason suddenly arrived and immediately ordered the drivers to stop. Leon greeted him warmly, as if nothing unusual was happening. Jason, however, was furious. He demanded to know why there were excavators on site and what Leon was planning. Leon casually explained that he intended to demolish the warehouses and dig a large pond to raise koi fish for transport. He even added that he had already spent the money he was given in just 2 days. Jason, eager to take control, offered him another 200,000 yuan, on the condition that Leon hand over management of the warehouses. Leon pretended to hesitate, pointing out that such a deal would effectively make Jason the director of the factory. Jason signaled his assistant and explained his real plan. He intended to rent the warehouses to store Cisco products, which he claimed would benefit everyone. Feigning agreement, Leon added that if Jason took over the warehouses, then any future problems would also become Jason's responsibility. Jason, blinded by greed, accepted without thinking further, convinced that he was getting an incredible deal. The contract was brought forward, and Jason urged Leon to sign immediately. Leon, however, calmly insisted on receiving payment first. With no choice left, Jason transferred the 200,000 yuan. Once the payment was confirmed, Leon signed the contract and formally handed over the warehouses and production line. He even wished Jason success, reminding him not to forget who had helped him. Jason smugly assured him he would not forget and left, believing he had secured a major advantage. Vivian, still confused, approached Leon and asked why he had given away such valuable assets for such a small amount. Leon simply replied that everything had been done for that very 200,000 yuan, hinting that there was more to the plan than she could see. Later, Jason returned home and proudly shared the news with his father. He claimed that he now had full control over the production lines and warehouses, presenting the signed contract as proof. His father was delighted, praising him and expressing confidence that he had exceeded expectations. Jason even boasted that once the project was complete, he would return to the family company in triumph. However, Cassandra, who was present, immediately sensed something was wrong. She questioned Jason sharply, asking how he could make such a reckless decision. Jason dismissed her concerns, accusing her of lacking experience and understanding, while their father also brushed off her worries, insisting everything had already been settled. Frustrated, Cassandra left, convinced that they had overlooked something critical. As she drove away, she could not shake the feeling that there was a hidden trap in the deal. Determined to uncover the truth, she decided to personally investigate the Quechuan company. Meanwhile, Leon had already moved on to his next task. Late that night, he received a call from Santiago. Glancing at Elizabeth, who was fast asleep, Leon stepped aside and asked why he was calling so late. Santiago explained that he and his team had finalized their plans to return to China and would arrive in Shanghai the next day, bringing 22 people along with their families. Leon agreed to pick them up and then took a short rest. The next morning, he began making arrangements for their accommodation, knowing he needed something suitable for such a large group. He soon found himself at a real estate office, where he was greeted by Felicia. She introduced her company, Longjin Home, explaining that they specialized in high-end residential properties. Leon initially considered leaving, thinking it might not suit his needs, but nearby workers mocked him, assuming he could not afford anything there. Felicia, however, remained professional and offered to show him available villas. Despite the ridicule from others, she patiently presented the options, mentioning that the most luxurious villa cost around 360 million yuan. Without hesitation, Leon stated that he wanted the most expensive villa and would pay the full amount up front. The room fell silent. Felicia was stunned, and the workers who had mocked him realized their mistake. Quickly regaining her composure, Felicia confirmed his intention and rushed to process the payment and prepare the contract. Within minutes, everything was ready, and Leon completed the purchase without difficulty. The staff member who had mocked him was immediately reprimanded and fined for his behavior. Later, Leon arrived at the airport to receive Santiago. As he entered, his attention was drawn to a strikingly beautiful woman standing nearby. There was something unusual about her presence that made her hard to ignore. The woman, whose name was Rosalind, noticed Leon looking at her and became slightly uncomfortable, assuming he was following her. She distanced herself and pointed him toward the exit. Leon calmly explained that he was there to meet someone as well. Moments later, Santiago appeared, and both Leon and Rosalind moved toward him at the same time. Rosalind greeted Santiago respectfully, revealing that she had come personally to welcome him back to China. Leon overheard their conversation and was surprised to learn that she held an important position, possibly even that of a mayor. Rosalind spoke highly of Santiago, saying his return would have a significant impact on the country's technological development. She invited him and his team to a banquet she had prepared in their honor. However, Santiago politely declined, explaining that he already had plans with someone else. Then, with a faint smile, he revealed that the person he was referring to was standing right behind her. Rosalind slowly turned around, and the moment her eyes fell on Leon, she froze in place, clearly not expecting to see him there. Leon offered a brief apology, explaining that Santiago was supposed to go with him. He then casually asked Santiago whether he was hungry, as if nothing unusual had happened. Rosalind, still processing the situation, replied that she had no choice but to go along with them. The three of them headed to the parking lot, got into the car, and began their journey. During the ride, Santiago asked whether Rosalind and Leon had met before. Taking the opportunity, Rosalind introduced herself properly, explaining that she was responsible for the city's economy and political affairs. Leon responded in kind, calmly stating that he was the director of the Lunan Institute. Her surprise was immediate and unmistakable. She admitted that she had never expected someone so young to lead such an important institute, nor had she imagined that he would be connected to someone like Santiago. Leon replied with equal composure, noting that he too had not expected someone so young to become the mayor. He then revealed the reason behind Santiago's return. He explained that the two of them had been planning in secrecy to develop their own lithography machines, aiming to break dependence on foreign technology. Rosalind questioned whether they truly understood the risks, asking if they were prepared for the possibility of failure. Leon answered confidently, saying that he had carefully calculated every step and managed his resources wisely from the very beginning. He even suggested that their efforts might one day inspire a new generation. Rosalind quietly reflected on his words, clearly intrigued. Santiago then added that Leon was not only a capable leader, but also an expert in computer chips, someone whose skills rivaled his own. Hearing this, Rosalind smiled faintly and remarked that she finally understood why Santiago had chosen to return to China. Not long after they arrived at the Bandao Hotel, Rosalind mentioned that she had not been able to properly invite Leon earlier, but she would arrange accommodations for him. Leon stopped her with a smile and explained that there was no need, as the hotel belonged to him. This revelation caught her completely off guard, and she could only stare at him in disbelief. Recovering quickly, she invited them to the restaurant instead. Inside, Manager Wang welcomed them and confirmed that everything had been prepared, including the banquet hall and guest rooms. They were soon joined by Lizzie and Samuel, who greeted Santiago warmly. Santiago reassured everyone, telling them not to be nervous, as they would soon be working together. He expressed his belief that, with their combined efforts, they could usher in a new era of lithography technology. Leon then invited Rosalind to say a few words. She hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate, but Leon insisted, handing her the microphone and emphasizing that her leadership would guide everyone in the right direction. Though slightly embarrassed, Rosalind eventually agreed and expressed her support for the technological development of the industry. Hours later, as the gathering came to an end, Leon offered to take her home. Rosalind declined politely, explaining that arriving in a luxury car might attract unnecessary attention. After saying goodbye, she left on her own. Back at home, Rosalind spoke with her father, who was reading the news. She informed him that Santiago would be staying, and explained the significance of the lithography project. Her father immediately recognized the importance of such an endeavor, and praised the ambition behind it. Rosalind assured him that she already had a plan, and that everything was under control. Meanwhile, Leon returned and reflected on the progress he had made. With one major matter settled, he felt ready to move on to something new. At that moment, Lena appeared before him, prompting him to begin a new career path within the system. He accepted and learned that this new path was in clinical medicine, with the reward being 80% ownership of Baba's shares. Pleased with the reward, Leon soon discovered a box in his car containing all of the tools necessary for his new role as a clinician. Although impressed, he acknowledged that knowledge alone would not be enough, and that he would still need to grow. Shortly after, he received a call from the head of the HR department at Hashan Hospital. The caller congratulated him on passing the selection process, and informed him that he was expected to report for duty in 2 days. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Linen Corporation. Helga, surprised to see him, asked what he was doing there. Leon calmly revealed that he had acquired the remaining 80% of Baba's shares, effectively making the company his subsidiary. Both Helga and Sean were stunned, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Leon instructed them to prepare all important company data, as he planned to relocate the headquarters to Shanghai. While Sean quickly agreed to handle the arrangements, Helga jokingly complained that working under Leon was overwhelming, as he constantly made unpredictable moves. Still, she admitted that he was the best boss she had ever had. Later, Leon went to see Elizabeth. She greeted him warmly but immediately noticed the smell of alcohol and questioned whether he had been out all night. Leon smiled and explained that it had been a day worth celebrating, as he had successfully acquired Baba's company. He went on to outline his plans, explaining that most aspects of his life and business were already in place, with only a few remaining details to handle. Elizabeth advised him not to rush, suggesting that he observe how other companies would react to his sudden rise. Leon agreed, acknowledging that his rapid expansion might provoke competitors to unite against him. Satisfied with his reasoning, Elizabeth showed her approval. She then brought up her own plans, mentioning a piece of government land she intended to acquire through a tender. She revealed that a competitor named Carson from Hong Kong would also be participating and insisted that Leon accompany her. Leon agreed and immediately asked for more details about the competing bids, understanding that such information would be crucial for their success. Elizabeth explained that the Hanhai and Yuandong companies from the Qin family would also be competing in the tender. With these powerful players involved, she admitted that their chances of winning seemed very slim. Leon listened calmly and reassured her that it did not matter, because they possessed something their competitors did not, a decisive advantage in pricing. The next morning they arrived early at the tender center. Carson was already there, and the moment he saw Leon, his expression darkened. Leon simply smiled in return, unfazed. Carson, no longer interested in provoking him directly, instead warned him not to participate, claiming they had no chance of winning. Leon responded calmly that the outcome would be decided soon enough. As he turned to leave, Carson's assistant mockingly told him to wait and enjoy what would come after the competition. Carson, however, cut him off and said they had more important matters, mentioning that he was scheduled to meet Mayor Rosalind. The assistant spoke admiringly about her beauty and influence, noting that her family's power was immense. Carson agreed, adding that it was only natural for someone so young in such a position to command great respect in Shanghai. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth entered the waiting room, where many participants had already gathered. Charlie approached them enthusiastically and offered to take them to a VIP room to rest before the tender began. Leon declined politely, saying they were no different from anyone else. Charlie teased him lightly, suggesting he was just unaware of such privileges. Soon after, Harvey, the deputy director of Yuandong Company, noticed Leon and greeted him warmly. He joked that he had expected no real competition that day, but seeing Leon made him reconsider. Leon clarified that he was not the one participating, but that Elizabeth represented her company. Harvey praised her reputation and talent, while Elizabeth, smiling, asked him to show mercy during the bidding. Leon added casually that sometimes the older generation should make room for the younger one. At that moment, an announcement was made that the tender would soon begin. As they took their seats, Leon noticed Elizabeth speaking urgently on the phone. When he asked what was wrong, she explained that Mayor Rosalind was overseeing the project, and she had tried to contact her but received no response. Leon stood up immediately, deciding to handle the situation himself. He stepped into the hallway and sent Rosalind a message, telling her he was there and wanted to meet. She replied shortly after, surprised that he knew she was present, and said she would come out in 5 minutes, though she was not alone. Charlie, noticing Leon's actions, assumed he was trying to use connections to gain an advantage, and warned him that Rosalind was not someone easily approached. Leon ignored the comment and continued upstairs, telling Charlie to follow if he wished. Outside Rosalind's room, they found Carson waiting with a bouquet of flowers. Charlie immediately guessed his intentions, joking that Carson was trying to win her favor. Carson denied it, though he hinted that such a thing might happen soon, and told them they would have to wait their turn. When the door finally opened, Rosalind stepped out and was clearly surprised to see so many people gathered. Carson quickly presented the flowers, but before anything else could happen, Leon stepped forward, pushed past him, and pulled Rosalind into an embrace. The scene stunned everyone. Leon declared that Rosalind had come out specifically to see him, leaving Carson speechless. Without hesitation, he led her away, while Charlie stood frozen, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Convinced that Leon had already secured the project through influence, Charlie even called his father, claiming the tender was meaningless. Once they were alone, Rosalind immediately grew angry and demanded an explanation. Leon calmly told her that Carson had been trying to harass her, and that he had only intervened. She then asked why he had sought her out, and whether he expected her to misuse her position to favor him. Leon replied that he simply wanted a fair chance for the Choyong company, emphasizing that they were fully qualified and had managed their resources responsibly. Rosalind challenged him, implying that he was asking for preferential treatment. Leon, however, hinted that he understood her true reasons for coming to John High, and that there was more beneath the surface. His words caught her off guard, but before she could respond, he left, leaving her frustrated and unsettled. Back in the waiting area, Carson approached Elizabeth and attempted to provoke her, claiming that Leon was using improper means to gain favor with the mayor. Elizabeth, angered, dismissed his words and defended Leon, insisting he did not even know Rosalind. At that moment, Leon returned and asked what they were discussing. Elizabeth quickly changed the subject and pulled him along, saying it was their turn to present. Soon, Elizabeth took the stage. She spoke confidently, presenting her proposal as the audience listened attentively. After her presentation, other companies followed, including Manhwa. Once everything was completed, she and Leon stepped outside, and she expressed relief that it was finally over. She suggested celebrating, but Leon declined, explaining that his first day at work was the next morning, and he preferred to stay focused. Elizabeth agreed and decided to relax at a spa with Helga instead, while Leon prepared for the next phase of his journey. The following morning, Leon arrived at the hospital for his first day. Outside, he noticed a distressed young woman seeking help for her grandfather, who was suffering from severe stomach pain. A doctor nearby quickly diagnosed the condition as acute appendicitis and urged immediate hospitalization, warning that delay could be fatal. The girl panicked, but before the situation escalated, Leon stepped forward and questioned the diagnosis. The doctor, offended, insisted he was correct. Leon, however, calmly reassured the girl, explaining that her grandfather was not in danger and that the issue was likely caused by something he had eaten. Ignoring the doctor's protests, Leon wrote down a simple prescription and asked the girl to buy the medicine. She returned shortly after with everything he had listed. Leon then examined the elderly man, and within moments the grandfather began coughing and regained consciousness. The girl was overjoyed, asking how he felt, and he replied that he was much better. Leon explained that the symptoms had been misinterpreted, and that it was never appendicitis. The doctor, now confused, questioned the outcome, while the grandfather scolded him angrily for his misdiagnosis. With the situation resolved, Leon excused himself, saying he was already late. Before leaving, he reminded the girl to take good care of her grandfather's health. The young woman hurried after Leon and asked him to wait, realizing that she had not even asked his name or paid him for helping her grandfather. Leon simply reassured her that there was no need for payment. His calm refusal left her deeply surprised, and she quietly concluded that he was not an ordinary person, but someone truly noble. Soon after, Leon entered the hospital and knocked on the office door. When he stepped inside, he immediately recognized a familiar face. It was the same doctor who had misdiagnosed the old man earlier. The doctor introduced himself as Jasper, and he stood beside a girl named Sasha. Jasper looked at Leon with disbelief, and asked if it was really him again. Leon replied calmly that he too was a doctor now, so there was nothing surprising about his presence. At that moment, Dr. Shell addressed them, confirming that they were all newcomers. Jasper quickly introduced himself as a cardiac surgeon, and mentioned their earlier encounter. Shell explained that all of them would begin in the emergency department, and after a month, would return to their respective specialties. Leon accepted this arrangement without hesitation, stating that he had no objections and was willing to take on any role. Shell was pleased with his attitude, though Jasper remained skeptical, convinced that Leon was merely pretending. Just then, a woman named Liana entered, and was introduced as the head of the department. She instructed the new arrivals to follow her. After leading them inside, she assigned the deputy to handle their task distribution. However, the deputy, noticing Jasper, chose to step back and leave the responsibility to Liana instead. Liana then explained that two of them would need to take night duty together. Jasper immediately tried to stay close to her, suggesting they work together, but Liana dismissed the idea and made it clear that he would remain behind while she took the others to the emergency room. Jasper was caught off guard, unable to argue. As they continued, Leon and the others entered a patient room. A woman inside suddenly complained of heart pain and demanded immediate examination. Leon was momentarily surprised, realizing that his first day would not be calm at all. Liana instructed the newcomers to proceed with rounds, but then unexpectedly told Leon not to participate. Confused, he asked why, believing it was part of his duty. Liana explained bluntly that she feared for the patients if he got involved, which left him taken aback. Still, he chose not to argue further. Before anything else could happen, chaos erupted. A gurney rushed in carrying a young man who had been injured. His mother shouted desperately for help, demanding that the doctors save her son. Leon quickly assessed the situation and noticed that the man had suffered a puncture wound to the abdomen. He calmly explained that the injury was not as severe as it appeared, and could be treated with stitching. The mother, however, reacted angrily, questioning his age and experience, and demanding that only the head doctor perform the surgery. Jasper stepped forward and tried to assert his credentials, but when he learned that the woman held a powerful government position, his confidence faltered. Liana turned to the group and asked who could handle the procedure. Leon stepped forward without hesitation and said he could do it. The mother immediately refused, insisting again on the head doctor. Leon, however, warned her that waiting could put her son's life at risk. Faced with no better option, the woman reluctantly agreed, though she threatened consequences if anything went wrong. Inside the operating room, Jasper tried to involve himself, hoping to impress Liana, but she dismissed him sharply, pointing out that fear had no place in such work. Instead, she instructed Leon to assist her. The procedure began smoothly. Once the deeper layers were handled, Liana asked Leon to complete the final stitching. He accepted and worked with remarkable precision, his movements steady and confident. Within minutes, the wound was perfectly sutured. Liana watched in astonishment. It was the kind of skill that usually required years of experience. Jasper, however, refused to acknowledge it, dismissing the performance out of pride. When they stepped out, the patient's mother rushed forward. Upon seeing the stitches, instead of relief, she became furious, complaining about potential scarring and questioning their competence. Liana tried to explain that such wounds inevitably left marks, but the woman only grew more aggressive, threatening to have them both fired. At that moment, Leon stepped forward and shielded Liana, calmly telling the woman that they would see who actually lost their position in the end. Enraged, she declared that she would call her husband and escalate the matter. Sasha, clearly frightened, asked what they should do. Leon turned to her and asked whether she had recorded the incident. She nodded and explained that she had done so as a precaution. Leon approved and asked her to send him the video. Without delay, he forwarded the footage to Rosalind, informing her that the woman appeared to be a high-ranking official and that the situation was escalating unnecessarily. He asked for her help in resolving it. Meanwhile, Jasper contacted his uncle, reporting the situation and expressing confidence that Leon would soon be dismissed. His uncle assured him that he was already on his way with the hospital's leadership. Not long after, the vice president of the hospital arrived alongside Jasper's uncle. The atmosphere grew tense as they confronted Liana, questioning her judgment in allowing a newcomer to perform the procedure. Liana stood her ground, stating firmly that she had done nothing wrong, and that the patient's family was causing unnecessary trouble. Jasper's uncle dismissed her defense and suggested that Leon should be fired. The vice president, however, chose to review the case personally and asked to see the patient's file. Before any decision could be made, an unexpected scene unfolded. The same woman who had been shouting moments earlier suddenly appeared, now in tears. She rushed toward Liana, grabbed her hand and began apologizing desperately. She admitted her mistake and begged for another chance, fearing that if the matter continued, it would ruin her completely. The sudden change left everyone in the room stunned, unable to understand what had caused her dramatic reversal. At that moment, the doctor suddenly recalled how Leon had approached the young woman earlier and calmly declared that he wanted to see who would end up getting fired. The memory lingered in the air as Liana turned back, quietly reflecting on his words. She could not understand how he had predicted the outcome so confidently, and that uncertainty left her puzzled. Nearby, Leon remained seated in silence, observing everything without interruption. Meanwhile, the woman broke down in tears, pleading for forgiveness. She explained that her husband had already lost his job, and without this one, her family would have nothing left to survive on. The director, unwilling to escalate the situation, dismissed it as a misunderstanding and urged her to leave. He then addressed the medical staff firmly, instructing them that the incident must not be discussed outside the room. According to him, the patient had received the correct treatment, and that was the end of it. Shortly afterward, Lena appeared before Leon and informed him that he had earned 100,000 points for saving the patient. She added that his professional level had now reached 10% completion, granting him the ability to perform suturing at a professional standard. Leon questioned whether the technique was truly that advanced. Lena clarified that everything he had learned before consisted only of basic methods, whereas this newly acquired skill represented top-tier clinical expertise. At that moment, Liana approached him and asked what he was doing. Leon responded calmly, asking if she needed something. She then informed him to prepare himself, as he would soon undergo a test. Sasha, overhearing this, expressed concern and asked if Liana truly intended to test him on suturing nerves and blood vessels, a procedure that typically required at least 5 years of experience. Despite this, Liana instructed Sasha to retrieve an electron microscope. A few minutes later, Sasha returned with disappointing news. The electron microscope in the control room was broken. She pointed out that without it, testing such delicate procedures would not be possible that day. Liana considered waiting for a replacement, but before she could decide, Leon intervened. He calmly stated that an electron microscope was unnecessary and that he could proceed using a standard microscope instead. His confidence drew immediate skepticism. Liana questioned whether such precision work could truly be done under a regular microscope. Leon simply nodded and reassured her that, since it was only a test, no harm would come to anyone. From the sidelines, Jasper could not help but challenge him, asking if he had become overly confident. Leon responded bluntly, stating that it was natural for Jasper not to understand, as he had already surpassed his level. After a brief pause, Liana decided it was worth trying. She instructed Sasha to bring a regular microscope. Soon, everything was prepared, and the doctors gathered to observe. Leon stepped forward and began the test. His hands moved with remarkable precision as he carefully handled the vessels and tissues. Within just a few minutes, he announced that he had finished. The room fell into stunned silence. Sasha, Jasper, and Liana were visibly shocked. Upon examining the sutures, Liana noticed that every stitch was even, clean, and expertly placed. The speed and precision were far beyond expectations. She looked at Leon in disbelief and asked how he managed to perform such delicate work so flawlessly. Leon simply replied that it was not particularly difficult, then asked whether he had passed. The woman who had been crying earlier now watched him quietly, her eyes filled with admiration. Liana, still astonished, declared that from this moment on, Leon would serve as her right hand. She announced that he would assist her in future operations. Sasha congratulated him warmly, praising his performance, while Jasper remained bitter, dismissing the achievement as nothing more than simple stitching. Later, Leon and Liana sat together in the office. He asked his assistant to bring lunch, and as they waited, Liana turned serious. She explained that an important surgery was scheduled for the next day. Although she had already simulated the procedure multiple times, she wanted to hear his opinion. Leon found this surprising and asked whether someone with her experience truly needed his input. Liana explained that surgical risks were influenced not only by the patient's condition, but also by the personality of the surgeon involved. Her words intrigued Leon, and he asked what she meant. She replied that he would soon understand once he met the patient. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Donovan, the deputy head of the hospital's materials department, entered carrying food. He expressed concern that Liana had not eaten yet, and insisted on providing a proper meal. However, she declined politely, explaining that Leon had already ordered food for them. Donovan's expression darkened as he glanced at Leon, clearly displeased. He argued that takeout food could not compare to the nutritious dishes he had prepared. Yet when Leon's order arrived, it was evident that the selection was abundant and far superior. Realizing he had no place there, Donovan quietly withdrew, inwardly accepting that he had little chance of winning Leanna's favor. Once he left, Leon returned to their earlier discussion and asked who the surgery would involve. Liana revealed that the hospital's top leadership would participate. She explained that 2 chief doctors would lead the operation, while she would serve as an assistant responsible for suturing. Despite her experience, she admitted feeling nervous. She then described the case in detail. The patient had an aneurysm near the heart, along with a thick incision site that made the procedure extremely dangerous. Leon immediately understood the severity, noting that even a small mistake could cause a spike in blood pressure and potentially lead to death. He also pointed out that the patient's weight added further complications. Liana asked for his recommendations, explaining that due to the complexity of the case, no foreign specialist was available, and she wanted to give him this opportunity. Leon agreed and promised to draft a surgical plan for her to review. While Liana assumed they would eat first, Leon insisted on completing the report immediately. 6 hours later, he finally finished, exhausted but satisfied. When Liana returned and saw him still working, she initially admired his dedication. However, when he claimed the report was complete, she became skeptical and accused him of lying. Determined to verify it herself, she reviewed the document carefully. To her surprise, it was exceptionally well written and detailed. Realizing her mistake, she praised him sincerely and told him to go home and rest. Leon left the hospital feeling a quiet sense of accomplishment. Not long after, he received a call from Helga. She greeted him warmly and mentioned that she had discovered he was working with her brother. Leon explained that he had taken a break from factory work and was now practicing medicine at Hashan Hospital. He casually added that she could come to him anytime without an appointment if she needed treatment. However, his next request revealed a different side of him. He asked Helga to locate a database containing corporate information and hack into it to gather intelligence. He also instructed her to transfer the legal ownership of their company from his name to Charlie's. Elsewhere, Jason was in his office, distracted by personal indulgences with his secretary, Chloe, when an unexpected visitor entered. Cassandra walked in unannounced, immediately demanding his attention. She warned him to terminate his cooperation with Ketfang at once. Jason, confused and irritated, questioned her reasoning, pointing out how much effort he had invested in the partnership. Cassandra insisted that continuing would lead to unnecessary losses, and urged him to withdraw before it was too late. Reluctantly, Jason admitted that Leon was no ordinary individual. He revealed that his pursuit of the factory had been driven by ambition and a desire for greater power. However, Cassandra pressed further, asking whether he truly understood Leon's background. She revealed that Leon was connected to a powerful corporation tied to Chief Ling Yun, proving that he was far from a simple wealthy youth. This revelation unsettled Jason. Struggling to process the information, he immediately ordered Chloe to gather every detail available about the corporation and its leadership. Without hesitation, she began searching for answers, as the true scope of Leon's identity slowly began to unfold. Jason stared at the computer screen in disbelief, his expression shifting from confusion to shock as he processed what he was seeing. After a long pause, he turned to Cassandra and told her coldly that he was deeply disappointed in her. Without another word, he rotated the screen toward her. Cassandra frowned, not understanding his reaction, but as her eyes fell on the display, her expression froze. The Ling Yun Corporation was no longer registered under Leon's name. Instead, it now appeared under Charlie's legal entity. She immediately protested, insisting that she had personally seen Leon's name listed on the website earlier that very day. Jason's suspicion deepened. He pointed accusingly at his sister and demanded to know her true intentions. Cassandra, equally shaken, struggled to make sense of what had happened. Less than an hour had passed, and yet the ownership records had completely changed. The speed of it was unsettling, and for the first time, she began to truly question what kind of person Leon really was. Frustration quickly turned into anger. Cassandra raised her voice, declaring that she wanted nothing more to do with the matter. She reminded Jason that she would soon leave to start her own business, and insisted that everything she had done was to protect their family. Jason, however, refused to believe her. He accused her of pretending to care, suggesting that she was only trying to manipulate their father and undermine him. Furious, Cassandra cut him off, stating that she had no desire to continue arguing. She turned away, ignoring his accusations, convinced that time would eventually prove her right. Deep down, she believed that Leon would be the one to bring Jason down. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital and immediately noticed the tense atmosphere. Doctors hurried through the corridors, their urgency reflecting the importance of the day. Leanna spotted him and approached quickly, telling him that he had finally arrived. She informed him that she needed to head to the operating room, and asked him to remain available. Meanwhile, the senior doctors gathered in the meeting room for a final discussion. They outlined 8 major risks associated with the upcoming surgery, emphasizing that each one could be critical. Among them, the most challenging was the suturing of artificial blood vessels, a task requiring extreme precision. Dr. Mateo, the chief physician, asked whether there was a reliable solution. Dwayne, the head of surgery, responded confidently, dismissing the concern. He assured everyone that the risks had been minimized and expressed full confidence in his own abilities. Mateo nodded, preparing to conclude the meeting, but before he could do so, Leanna stood up. She asked him to wait, stating that there were issues with the suturing plan. The room fell silent as the other doctors looked at her in confusion. Dwayne immediately challenged her, questioning whether she was doubting his expertise. Calmly, Leanna explained that the alternative plan had been designed by Leon, and could reduce the risks by 20%. The reaction was immediate. Dwayne was incredulous, asking if she was serious. He pointed out that Leon had only joined the hospital the previous day, and dismissed his work as insignificant. Mateo, however, showed interest. He examined the report and asked if it had truly been written by the intern. Without hesitation, Leanna activated the projector and presented the details. The plan outlined 14 precise stitches, and identified risks that had not even been considered before. She confidently stated that Leon was capable of assisting her in the operation. Dwayne slammed his hand against the table, unable to accept the idea. He argued that a few successful stitches in the emergency room did not qualify Leon for such a high-risk surgery. Mateo turned to the others, seeking their opinions, but no one offered a decisive answer. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Leon would assist Leanna, and the operation would begin in 30 minutes. As the meeting ended, the doctors began to leave. Outside, a woman approached them and asked why the discussion had taken so long. The situation was briefly explained, and Leanna reassured her that the risks were under control. The woman, Rosalind, nodded quietly, hoping for the best. At the same time, Leon was still in the emergency room when a woman suddenly burst in, demanding immediate attention. She claimed to be suffering from severe stomach pain and insisted on being treated at once. Leon, caught off guard, told her to wait until he finished with his current patient. However, the woman rudely pushed the patient aside, claiming that he did not appear sick and was only wasting time. Leon's expression hardened. He recognized her behavior as unacceptable. Just then, the patient he had been treating spoke up, saying he trusted Leon and was willing to let the woman go first. Leon agreed, but only under proper procedure, asking the woman for her medical records. She hesitated, admitting that she had not registered due to the long queue. She expected to be treated without an appointment. This crossed the line. Leon pointed toward the door and firmly told her to leave. Without entertaining further argument, he called in the next patient. A young woman entered, visibly embarrassed. Leon calmly asked her to describe her symptoms. She apologized, explaining that she had hoped to see a female doctor. Leon asked if her condition specifically required a gynecologist. After a moment, she admitted that it did not. Sasha reassured her, explaining that for a doctor, every patient was the same, and that Leon's expertise was more than sufficient. Encouraged, the woman hesitantly described her condition, though her voice was so low that neither Leon nor Sasha could hear her clearly. When asked to repeat herself, her embarrassment only deepened. Sasha then noticed signs of heightened sensitivity and gently confirmed her suspicion. The woman nodded. Leon proceeded with the examination, asking her to position herself properly. As soon as he began, the woman reacted strongly, unable to suppress her discomfort. Leon calmly asked her to lower her voice, reminding her that others could hear from outside. After the examination, the woman was nearly unconscious from the intensity of the experience. Sasha turned to Leon and asked what diagnosis to record. Leon briefly stated that the patient had a special physical condition. Sasha, surprised, suggested that they might encounter similar cases again, and proposed working together more closely. Leon agreed, remarking that they would make a good team. At that moment, Leon received a call from Leanna. She instructed him to come to the 13th floor immediately to assist in the operation. Unsure but determined, Leon informed Sasha that Leanna needed him and quickly made his way to the elevator. Upon arriving, he headed straight to the operating area, where he unexpectedly encountered Rosalind. She was surprised to see him and asked what he was doing there. Leon introduced himself as a cardiac surgeon currently assisting Leanna. His answer left her puzzled. Nearby, a man approached and greeted Leon warmly. He introduced himself as Glenn, stating that he had already heard about Leon. He explained that Leanna had successfully convinced Chief Mateo to adopt Leon's suturing plan, and that the team had agreed to proceed with it. Rosalind was stunned to hear this, especially knowing that the most difficult part of the surgery would rely on Leon's method. Glenn added that he had even shared the plan with another expert, who had responded very positively. He assured her that Leon's abilities were exceptional. Listening to this, Rosalind began to wonder if there was any limit to Leon's capabilities. Soon the surgical team began to assemble. Leanna approached Leon and told him it was time. As he prepared to enter, Rosalind suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and told him that she was counting on him. Leon reassured her calmly, asking her not to worry and promising to do his best. The doctors changed into their surgical gowns, and just before entering, Leanna turned to Leon and clarified his role. Although he had been brought in as her assistant, for now, he would only be allowed to observe. Leanna explained calmly that observing the surgery would be a valuable experience for Leon, and that by staying close to her, he could learn far more than from textbooks alone. Before the procedure began, Dwayne shot Leon a cold warning, telling him not to get in the way or faint once things became intense. Leon glanced at him and quietly thought that Dwayne was an unnecessarily difficult man, always looking for an opportunity to provoke him. Turning his attention elsewhere, Leon asked Leanna whether the man they had encountered the previous day was Dr. Donovan's father. She confirmed it without hesitation. Moments later, the operating room lights blazed to life, flooding the space with brightness. Everything was ready. Mateo gave the signal to begin. Leon stood to the side, observing carefully as the operation started. Mateo announced that they would proceed with the replacement of blood vessels, and instructed the team to initiate circulation. He then handed over the responsibility of assessing the patient's condition to Dwayne. However, as soon as Dwayne examined the situation, his confidence faltered. He reported that the patient's blood vessels were severely compressed by surrounding organs, making suturing extraordinarily difficult. When Mateo pressed for more details, Dwayne delivered a grim conclusion. The vessels had fused with the axillary artery, and any attempt to stitch them would likely result in uncontrollable bleeding. In his view, no one could successfully perform this operation. The room fell silent. Mateo, visibly tense, asked one final time if there was any possible solution. Dwayne shook his head firmly and declared that no surgeon in the country could handle such a case. After a long pause, Mateo made the difficult decision to stop the operation. He stated that there was no way to save the patient and spoke solemnly, saying that Austin had lived a good life and would be remembered kindly. The doctors began to withdraw. Outside, Rosalind approached them anxiously and asked about the outcome. Mateo explained that the patient's condition was beyond their ability to treat and that the operation had been halted. Glenn's composure shattered instantly. He demanded answers, his voice rising as he accused them of downplaying the risks earlier. Mateo could only apologize, explaining that they had done everything possible, but the limitations of current medical knowledge had made success impossible. Unable to accept it, Glenn pushed past them and rushed toward the operating room, with Rosalind close behind, pleading for him to remain calm. Just as he reached the door, Leon's voice came from inside, firm and steady. He told them that no one should enter. Then, with quiet certainty, he added that there was still a chance to save the patient. Those words stopped Glenn in his tracks. Rosalind urged her brother to trust Leon, while Dwayne, still outside, insisted that the situation was hopeless and demanded entry. At that moment, Glenn made a decisive move. He locked the door from the outside and declared that no one would interfere unless Leon allowed it. Dwayne protested angrily, reminding him of their authority, but Glenn remained unmoved. Inside the operating room, Leon turned to Lyanna and admitted that he was not entirely sure his method would work. Still, he had to try. Lyanna met his gaze and responded without hesitation. If there was even the slightest chance, she would stand by him through the entire procedure. However, she added one condition. If things went wrong, she would leave the hospital with him. Leon gave a faint smile, surprised by her trust. Realizing that this was their only opportunity, Leon activated his final advantage. The system responded immediately, confirming the activation. Without wasting another second, he instructed the team to begin artificial circulation, noting that the patient's condition required a double circulation setup due to his weight. Time became their greatest enemy. Leon moved with intense focus, his hands steady as he navigated the impossibly delicate structures. Lyanna stood beside him, silently assisting and wiping the sweat from his forehead as the pressure mounted. Gradually the most dangerous phase passed, and after 3 long hours, Leon completed the final stitch. He exhaled deeply, knowing the operation had succeeded. Lyanna looked at him with undisguised admiration, recognizing the magnitude of what he had accomplished. Soon after, the operating room indicator signaled completion, and Leon stepped outside. Rosalind rushed forward immediately, her voice trembling as she asked about the result. Leon reassured her calmly that the surgery had been successful, and that the patient would live for many more years. Relief washed over both Rosalind and Glenn as they expressed their gratitude. When Rosalind turned to thank Lyanna, she gently corrected her, explaining that Leon had been the chief surgeon, while she had only assisted. The revelation stunned everyone present. Even now, Dwayne struggled to accept it, insisting that such a procedure should have been impossible. Yet, the truth stood before him. Without Leon, the patient would have died. Later, back in his office, Leon received confirmation from the system. He had earned master-level points for completing an extremely complex operation, along with a prestigious internal medicine reward. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, almost overwhelming him. Lena appeared beside him, helping him endure the process and explaining that the ancient knowledge he had received was invaluable. Soon after, a new task was issued. He needed to cure multiple patients. Leon accepted casually, thinking it would not be too difficult, but exhaustion quickly overtook him. He lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. 5 hours later, he woke to find Rosalind sitting beside him. She remarked that he must have been extremely tired. Leon responded lightly, saying he had not felt that exhausted since childhood. When he yawned, Rosalind teased him about his lack of manners, and he replied with a relaxed smile that there was no need for formality between them. She had brought him a gift, but instead of focusing on that, Leon handed her a document and asked her to sign it. As she read it, she realized it was a contract related to business operations. He reminded her of a promise he had made in the past, assuring her that she would not lose anything under his arrangement. Trusting him, she signed. After she left, Leon stepped outside and found Lyanna waiting near a car. She invited him to dinner, saying she wanted to celebrate the day's success. Leon agreed without hesitation. Just then, Donovan appeared, calling out to Lyanna. He excitedly told her about a high-profile racing event happening that evening, and invited her to join him. Lyanna declined politely, explaining that she already had plans with Leon. Donovan's expression darkened as he realized Leon was once again interfering. Trying to regain control, Donovan described the race as a rare duel between elite racers from powerful families. Leon, intrigued, asked for more details. When Donovan mentioned names like Charlie and Carson, Leon immediately recognized them. Seeing an opportunity, Leon suggested to Lyanna that they could attend the race first and have dinner afterward. She agreed, leaving Donovan momentarily stunned as he realized he had been completely sidelined. Soon, they arrived at the international circuit. Lyanna pointed out the available seating, but Leon dismissed the distant view and proposed going closer, into the repair area. Without hesitation, he led her toward the VIP section, where luxury cars were lined up. Lyanna hesitated, unsure whether they were allowed to enter, but Leon assured her confidently that it would not be a problem. Moments later, Donovan called, asking where they were. When Lyanna told him they were already inside the VIP area, he was alarmed. He warned her that they could face serious consequences, and urged her to leave immediately. She relayed his concern to Leon, but he remained completely unconcerned. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he told her not to worry and asked her to trust him. Just then, Donovan rushed in, visibly anxious. He insisted once again that they leave at once, warning that staying in the VIP area without permission could lead to punishment or heavy fines. Leanna remained calm despite Donovan's warning and replied that Leon himself had allowed them to stay, assuring him that there would be no consequences. Donovan's patience snapped. He demanded to know why she was listening to Leon, insisting that access to the VIP area was strictly limited to individuals with assets exceeding $1 billion. He added that once the four masters of Janhai arrived, anyone unauthorized would be thrown out immediately. Leon, however, showed no concern. He reassured everyone that there was nothing to worry about, his confidence unshaken. Soon, the race began. The roar of engines filled the air as the drivers displayed their extraordinary skills, drawing cheers from the crowd. Among the spectators, Carson noticed Leon and remarked with a smirk that the protagonist had even brought another woman along. Leon stepped onto the track, his gaze sweeping across the lineup of elite racing cars. For a brief moment, he wondered which one among them belonged to him. Just then, Charlie emerged from one of the vehicles and greeted him warmly, clearly pleased to see him. Leon explained that Lyanna had an interest in racing, which was why he had brought her along. Donovan was stunned. He could not comprehend how Leon knew someone like Charlie. Carson, amused by the situation, pointed out that since Leon and Charlie were friends, they might as well turn the race into something more entertaining. He proposed a competition where the loser would be eliminated. Leon, without hesitation, raised the stakes. He suggested that the loser should burn their car. The boldness of his words stunned everyone. Charlie immediately understood that Leon's confidence was absolute, while Lyanna and Donovan were left completely confused by his sudden escalation. Carson, intrigued rather than intimidated, accepted the challenge with a grin. He added that the winner would take possession of the loser's car, noting that Leon's vehicle was a rare limited edition. In his eyes, victory was already his. The terms were set. However, as preparations continued, Charlie grew uneasy. He recognized the other drivers Carson had brought in. They were not ordinary racers but champions and award-winning professionals. Even Lyanna quietly pointed out that defeating them would require deep familiarity with the track. Frustrated, Charlie accused Carson of making the bet unfair. Carson simply mocked him, suggesting that if he was afraid, he should withdraw instead of wasting time. As tension rose, Carson suddenly noticed Leon standing behind him, calmly listening. He told Leon not to just stand there, but Leon responded with a laugh, asking if Carson had lost his senses. He reminded him that the entire track belonged to him, making Carson's arrogance seem absurd. The statement left Carson momentarily stunned. Charlie quickly pulled Leon aside, suggesting they focus on strategy, but Leon surprised him again. He calmly announced that he would not be driving. Instead, he would give his position to Lyanna. The decision shocked everyone. Lyanna stared at him in disbelief, asking if he truly trusted her with something so important. Leon met her gaze steadily, and told her that he believed in her abilities. He reassured her that she only needed to handle 2 laps, and that the car itself would support her performance. Charlie interrupted, telling Leon to stop wasting time and focus on the race. He admitted that he could not afford to lose his reputation. Leon, however, remained composed. He outlined the positions without hesitation. Carson would go first, Charlie second, Lyanna third, and he would take the final position. 10 minutes later, all the drivers were lined up. At the signal, engines roared as each racer pushed forward with full force. Meanwhile, Lyanna sat in the car, preparing herself. One of Carson's drivers approached her, attempting to flirt and offering to teach her how to drive. Lyanna responded coldly, stating that as a surgical department head, she could make hundreds of precise cuts on his body that would still be considered minor injuries. She assured him she needed no guidance. The man fell silent, shaken by her response. The race intensified. Charlie observed that Lyanna was performing impressively, clearly capable of competing at a high level. Carson, however, remained confident, stating that once his top driver became serious, the outcome would be decided quickly. Leon disagreed, reminding him that every second in the race mattered. He even proposed that each second of difference should equal the value of 1 car. Carson scoffed, questioning whether such a gap was even possible. Then, Leon made his move. Activating his car's full potential, he accelerated with astonishing speed. The sudden surge shocked the audience as his vehicle surged ahead. Lap after lap, he closed the gap with incredible precision. Charlie watched in amazement as Leon erased an 8-second difference within a single lap. Liana, observing closely, described his speed as almost inhuman. Despite Carson's confidence, the outcome became inevitable. Leon overtook his rivals and continued to widen the lead. Carson attempted to reassure himself, believing that such strain would destroy Leon's engine. He was certain the car would fail before reaching the finish line. But it did not. In a decisive moment, Leon crossed the finish line, securing victory with a massive lead. Silence fell over Carson as disbelief took hold. Charlie broke into a smile, announcing that Leon had won by 11 seconds. The crowd erupted, demanding that Carson honor the bet. Defeated and humiliated, Carson handed over the keys to his car. Leon accepted them calmly and declared that Carson no longer deserved the title of the fourth master of Jonhai. Furious yet powerless, Carson left with his men, while Leon casually remarked that it had been an enjoyable day. Nearby, Donovan stood frozen, unable to comprehend Leon's true identity. He could not understand why someone like him would choose to work at a hospital. Soon after, Leon contacted Rosalind, instructing her to prepare for the next day. She informed him about a shipment of imported medicine that required inspection, insisting that she trusted only him for the task. Though tired from surgery, Leon agreed. Elsewhere, events were unfolding in parallel. Jenny, the marketing director of a pharmaceutical company, was preparing her own strategy. She discussed pricing with her assistant, revealing that negotiations had already involved numerous experts and significant expenses. Confident in her approach, she planned to maximize profits while maintaining control of the situation. At the same time, Felix, the head of Dongchang Pharmaceuticals, scolded his son for failing to understand their business model. He explained that higher prices meant greater profits, and instructed him to study Jenny carefully, recognizing her as a formidable negotiator. The next morning, Leon met Rosalind as planned. She brought him breakfast, explaining that he would need his strength for the upcoming negotiations. As they traveled, she revealed her target price for the medicine. Leon listened carefully and assured her that he would do his best to achieve it. When they arrived, Leon immediately noticed a familiar face among the attendees, which caught him off guard. The negotiations began. Jenny confidently announced a price of 459 yen per box each. Both Leon and Rosalind were taken aback by the figure. Rosalind was about to react, but Leon subtly signaled her to remain calm. Understanding his intent, she restrained herself. The discussion grew tense. Jenny gradually lowered the price to 398 yen, claiming it was the absolute minimum. Warren, representing Rosalind's side, rejected the offer outright, stating that anything above 300 yen was unacceptable. The negotiation reached a temporary deadlock. Jenny attempted to shift the focus, arguing that health should take priority over costs. However, Rosalind firmly countered, declaring that if their terms were not met, they were prepared to walk away. Sensing the pressure, Jenny made another move. She reduced the price to 299 yen per box, presenting it as a final concession. Even then, the tension did not ease. Rosalind pointed out that the reduction was minimal and accused Jenny of playing negotiation tactics. Warren then revealed their true target price, stating that they expected 279 yen per box. Jenny refused, but hinted that she might sacrifice a small portion of profit to maintain long-term relations. The negotiation continued, each side carefully testing the other, as the outcome remained uncertain. Rosalind turned to Leon, seeking his opinion on the negotiation. To her surprise, she found that he had fallen asleep in his chair. Gently nudging him, she woke him up. Leon blinked and, still half-dazed, asked if the negotiations had already concluded. He quickly apologized, explaining that the exhaustion from the previous day's operation had caught up with him. His casual remark left Jenny and the others stunned, unable to comprehend how someone could fall asleep during such a critical discussion. Rosalind then informed him that the deal had been finalized at 289 yuan per box. Leon's expression changed instantly. He stood up, clearly dissatisfied, and asked if she had truly agreed to such a price. Rosalind admitted that she had tried to push it lower, but the opposing side had insisted it was their absolute minimum. Leon did not accept that explanation. He stepped forward and directly questioned Jenny, asking why the price had been inflated so drastically. To him, it was obvious that profit, not fairness, was driving their decision. Jenny maintained her composure and responded that rising costs of raw materials and logistics justified the pricing. Leon, however, was unconvinced. He walked up to the board and began laying out the details himself. He explained that the core components of ibuprofen were relatively inexpensive, and that the total cost per box should not exceed 6 yuan. He emphasized that the medicine was not some rare or technologically complex product that justified such a markup. His words sent a ripple through the room. Jenny and her assistant Mike exchanged stunned glances, unable to understand how Leon had such precise knowledge. Leon calmly explained that as someone working in the medical field, he was well aware of actual costs. In his view, their asking price was nearly 10 times higher than it should have been. Jenny dismissed his claims as absurd, and attempted to redirect the discussion, suggesting that such technical interference was unnecessary. But Leon pressed further, openly accusing them of staging the negotiation and expecting blind agreement. At that moment, the sales agent present tried to intervene, dismissing Leon as irrelevant and suggesting that he leave the room. However, Rosalind immediately stepped in. She declared firmly that Leon was not only qualified to speak, but that he was one of the best cardiac surgeons, and anyone questioning his competence was simply wrong. The room fell silent once again. Even so, Jenny remained defiant. She argued that expertise in surgery did not equate to understanding pharmaceuticals. But Rosalind had already made up her mind. With a decisive tone, she announced that their final offer was 9 yuan per box, and that the negotiation was effectively over. Jenny was taken aback. She questioned whether Rosalind truly trusted Leon's judgment to such an extent. Rosalind admitted that while Leon was not formally part of the negotiation team, she agreed with his reasoning and believed the current pricing was unreasonable. Leon then spoke again, this time more measured. He reminded Jenny that she understood the Chinese market well and knew how many patients depended on affordable medicine. He assured her that even at the proposed price, her company would still make a profit and gain a valuable foothold in the market. Jenny refused to concede, stating that no company would accept such terms. Leon responded simply that if they could not agree, they were free to withdraw entirely. With tensions high, Jenny proposed reconvening later. Rosalind agreed to meet again in 3 days, and with that the meeting came to an end. Outside, Rosalind immediately turned to Leon and asked how he knew the production cost so precisely. Leon replied that his estimate was accurate enough, and even if there was a slight error, it would be insignificant. When she asked what they would do if the company refused again, Leon suggested that alternatives could be developed. He hinted at using knowledge from his own resources to create a substitute. He reassured her that he would handle everything, and told her to be ready to finalize the deal when the time came. Soon after, Rosalind informed him that Austin wanted to see him. They headed to the hospital together. Upon arrival, Glenn greeted Leon warmly, and Leon entered Austin's room. Austin welcomed him with a smile and asked him to sit. After a brief exchange, he unexpectedly suggested that Leon consider a promotion within Hashan Hospital. Leon politely declined, explaining that he was satisfied with his current role. Curious, Austin began asking about his background. Leon revealed that he had grown up in an orphanage and did not know his true origins. This revelation surprised those present, especially Rosalind, who could not reconcile this with Leon's wealth and influence. Austin, however, seemed intrigued rather than doubtful. He remarked that such talent was rare and suggested they share a drink once he had fully recovered. Leon agreed with a smile and advised him to focus on rest. After Leon left, Austin turned serious. He asked his assistant whether Leon resembled a certain man from the past. The assistant confirmed that while their appearances were similar, their personalities differed. Austin recalled a story of a man from the Northeast who had once killed a black bear with his bare hands, a figure both feared and respected. Sensing something deeper, Austin ordered a quiet investigation into Leon's background, instructing that it remain completely confidential. Later, Leon waited on the street for Elizabeth. Checking his watch, he wondered why she was late. Suddenly, she appeared behind him, teasing him lightly. Leon noticed how elegant she looked and casually took her hand, suggesting they head off. On the way, he mentioned that a professor they were about to visit had strong connections in the pharmaceutical field, which could prove useful. Elizabeth reminded him that they should not arrive empty-handed, but when they reached the house, they were warmly told that gifts were unnecessary. Inside, their host Josie asked about their business situation and whether there were any issues with their company. Leon reassured her politely, then explained that he had come to consult Professor Paul about something important. A misunderstanding quickly arose when Paul assumed Leon had health issues and insisted on examining him immediately. Leon had to clarify that he was not there as a patient, but as someone seeking help with a pharmaceutical matter. He explained that he wanted to apply for a patent for a medicine and needed proper documentation. Paul hesitated, pointing out the legal requirements, but Leon reassured him that it would not cause trouble. Eventually, Paul agreed to help and suggested they visit a hospital together. They soon arrived at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, where Vice President Selena greeted them warmly. Leon explained that he had a prescription he wanted to turn into a finished medicine and asked for her assistance. Selena examined the formula and was immediately intrigued. She noted that it resembled an extremely rare and complex classical method, one that had largely been lost. Leon explained that it had been passed down to him, and that he wished to fulfill his ancestors' wishes by bringing it into use. Elizabeth, listening from the side, was puzzled. The story did not align with what she knew about Leon being an orphan, adding yet another layer of mystery to his identity. Selena then explained that even with resources, developing the medicine would require extensive testing and could take up to a year. Leon countered confidently, saying that once the preparation was complete, testing would not be a problem. He added that he intended to donate a large sum to support the hospital. Hearing this, Selena's attitude shifted immediately. She assured him that they would accelerate the process as much as possible. Leon smiled, thanked her sincerely, and shook her hand. As everything unfolded, Elizabeth watched quietly, beginning to realize that Leon was far more complex and calculating than she had ever imagined. Elizabeth dropped onto the sofa, clearly exhausted, and looked at Leon with disbelief. She told him she could not believe he had managed to deceive everyone so effortlessly. Leon, however, remained calm, and replied that he had done nothing wrong. Seeing how tired they both were, he suggested they take a bath and relax. Elizabeth shook her head, saying she was too tired to even move. Before she could protest further, Leon lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bathroom, telling her that if she did not want to walk, he would take care of it himself. Inside, as the water filled the tub, Leon casually asked about her project and how things were progressing with the relocation. Elizabeth explained that some people were refusing to move, and the process could not be rushed. He adjusted the water temperature and asked if it was comfortable. Embarrassed, Elizabeth thanked him but insisted she would manage on her own. At that exact moment, Leon lost his footing and slipped into the water, breaking the tension. A few minutes later, Elizabeth stepped out of the bathroom, reflecting quietly that what she had expected to be a simple bath had turned into something entirely different. Not long after, her phone rang. It was Vanessa, Leon's adoptive mother. She spoke in a lowered voice, asking Elizabeth to keep what she was about to say a secret. She revealed that two people had visited the shelter earlier that day, asking about Leon and whether anyone had ever met his biological parents. Elizabeth was immediately alarmed and urged Vanessa not to share this information with anyone else. Vanessa agreed, promising to keep it between them. After the call ended, Elizabeth found herself deep in thought, wondering why anyone would suddenly take interest in Leon's past. Meanwhile, Vanessa stood alone, searching through old belongings. She eventually found a box and opened it carefully. Inside was a letter, and as she looked at it, memories surfaced of a young girl who had once brought Leon to the shelter as a baby. For a moment, she hesitated, then firmly closed the box, deciding that some truths were better left buried. The next day, Leon arrived at Haoshan Hospital. Near the reception area, he overheard a distressed conversation. A young man was pleading with his elderly mother to accept treatment, explaining that she needed medication to survive. The woman, however, refused, saying that the money should be saved for her grandson's education. Sasha approached them and asked what was happening. The young man explained that his mother had been diagnosed with a heart condition, but the prescribed medicine was too expensive, and she refused to buy it. Leon stepped in and asked to see the medical report. As soon as he read it, his expression darkened. He realized that the condition was not severe, but the prescribed medication would place unnecessary strain on her heart. Furious, he demanded to know which doctor had made such a decision. The man hesitantly answered that it was Dr. Duane. Leon immediately explained that the treatment was inappropriate, and suggested a safer, simpler alternative. He advised them to consult Liana in the future. Relieved, the mother and son thanked him sincerely. When they learned that the correct medication cost only a small amount, the woman finally agreed to proceed with treatment. As they left, more patients began approaching Leon, asking for his advice. He gently asked them to remain orderly and directed them to consult Liana if needed. His actions quickly earned him their gratitude. However, once he returned to his office, his frustration surfaced. He told Sasha that too many patients were being mistreated under Dwayne's influence. Sasha tried to calm him, explaining that such practices were an unspoken rule in the hospital, where doctors often receive commissions from prescriptions. She warned him not to get involved. Leon could not accept that. In anger, he kicked a chair and demanded to know what had gone wrong with the hospital. At that moment, Liana entered and immediately sensed the tension. Without wasting time, she told him to come with her to the chief physician's office. Sasha, concerned, asked if this was related to what had just happened. Liana replied that they would soon find out. Inside the office, the chief physician criticized Leon, calling him impulsive and warning that his actions could damage the hospital's reputation. Leon remained firm. He argued that he had simply corrected a harmful prescription and done what any responsible doctor should do. The discussion escalated quickly. The chief accused him of disrupting the team while Leon openly challenged the system itself. Liana supported Leon, stating that he had acted correctly. This only angered the chief further, who warned them both that they would regret their defiance. Later, back in his office, Sasha asked what had happened. Leon brushed it off, saying it was nothing serious, and continued seeing patients. When the next patient entered, Leon was surprised to find Helga standing there. She was equally shocked to see him working at the hospital. She questioned why he needed money if he was involved in other ventures, but Leon casually replied that he worked there without pay. As he examined her, he noticed red spots on her body. Helga explained they appeared after a recent trip. Leon quickly diagnosed the issue as minor and recommended a simple ointment. When she heard how inexpensive it was, she was surprised. Leon, unable to resist, made a teasing remark about needing more ointment due to her condition. Helga immediately snapped back, annoyed by his tone, reminding him not to joke like that anymore. At that moment, Lena appeared and informed Leon that he had successfully completed another task. His professional progress had reached 35%, and he had been granted a significant reward involving company shares. Leon realized that this opportunity required careful consideration. Before he could think further, Rosalind called. She informed him that 6 major pharmaceutical companies had simultaneously raised prices on 25 essential drugs. The situation was urgent, and she asked him to meet her at a nearby cafe within 10 minutes. Leon immediately handed his responsibilities to Sasha and left. When he arrived, Rosalind was already waiting. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Leon greeted her casually, teasing her about maintaining her composure. She quickly brought the conversation back to the issue at hand, explaining that several companies were interconnected through shared investments and partnerships. Leon understood the implications immediately. If prices rose across all these companies, the impact would be severe. He acknowledged the danger and began outlining a plan. First, he suggested cutting off cooperation with the companies. Rosalind explained that this was difficult due to regulatory constraints, but Leon continued. He proposed increasing purchases through major hospitals to stockpile supplies before further price hikes. Even then, he admitted this would not be enough. He revealed a more aggressive strategy. Since a large portion of the supply was currently held at Yonghai Port, they could exploit delivery timelines. By threatening to disrupt contracts and releasing strategic information, they could create pressure and destabilize the company's position in the market. Rosalind was taken aback by the scale of his thinking. Still, she trusted him. Leon asked her to gather detailed information on all 6 companies and their products. She agreed without hesitation. As they prepared to leave, Rosalind admitted that countless lives depended on this decision, and that she was relying on him. Leon reassured her that they would handle everything correctly. After she left, Leon immediately contacted Cassandra, asking if she was at the company and available to assist him with something important. On the other end, Cassandra hesitated. Given everything that had happened, she could not help but feel wary of Leon, and wondered what he was planning next. Leon told Cassandra that he had already sent her the necessary document, and needed her to mobilize online communities to spread the information quickly. Cassandra immediately grew cautious. She warned him that using domestic servers for such actions would be extremely risky, especially given the seriousness of the situation. Leon stepped closer and calmly reassured her. He explained that he could route the data through multiple foreign servers, masking the origin and ensuring anonymity. By redirecting the traffic through carefully selected addresses, they could release the information without exposing themselves. Cassandra stared at him in disbelief and asked if he truly possessed such advanced technical skills. Leon simply pulled out a chair and sat down, casually asking if spoofing an address was really that difficult. When she pressed him further, he unexpectedly revealed that he was currently working as a cardiac surgeon at Hashan Hospital, and even invited her to visit if she doubted him. The contradiction left Cassandra frozen. She could not reconcile how someone involved in high-level corporate strategies could also be a practicing surgeon. 2 hours later, Leon informed her that everything was ready. He advised her to release the information in spaces with higher engagement to maximize its impact. Cassandra nodded, saying she would coordinate with the marketing team to ensure the best possible reach. Leon waved his hand dismissively, telling her that the rest was up to her. At that moment, Cassandra fully understood that Leon was not someone to be underestimated. Elsewhere, Mike reported to Jenny that their headquarters had already erased sensitive data. Once prices increased, everything would fall into place. Jenny remained confident, convinced that Rosalind had miscalculated. She believed her own department was far from weak, and was already preparing for the next round of negotiations. Soon, her phone rang. It was Director Roy. Jenny immediately composed herself and answered. Roy informed her that 6 major companies had reported that John Hai had already begun purchasing large quantities of drugs before the price increase. Jenny understood the implication instantly. She assured him that she would finalize the deal in the next negotiation round. Roy praised her performance, and even hinted at a promotion upon her return. Jenny accepted the praise with satisfaction, convinced that everything was under her control. The next morning, Leon arrived at the urgent care center, where he encountered Selena. She handed him a folder containing important documents, and warned him not to create unnecessary trouble. Leon reassured her calmly, saying he understood the importance of caution. Selena then mentioned that their internal review of the new drug had been highly promising. She asked whether they should proceed with further testing. Leon agreed without hesitation, and offered to grant her full authorization to handle the process independently. Grateful, Selena promised they would not take all the credit and thanked him sincerely. After parting ways, Leon headed to the tender center where Rosalind was already waiting. The moment she saw the documents in his hands, she asked if he was truly prepared. Leon simply told her to watch carefully. Inside the conference room, Jenny and her team were already seated, waiting. As soon as Leon and Rosalind entered, Jenny reiterated her position. After further evaluation, she insisted that the price would remain at $289. Before anyone could settle in, Leon stopped Rosalind from sitting. He made it clear that there would be no prolonged discussion. If the price was not lowered, there was nothing to negotiate. Jenny's patience wore thin. She argued that global raw material costs were rising and questioned what there was to negotiate if not pricing. The atmosphere grew tense. Then, without warning, Leon placed a folder on the table. He announced that it contained documentation for a newly developed Chinese patented drug, one that was more effective than ibuprofen. He added that the certificate inside had been issued by a professional authority and should be sufficient proof. The room erupted in shock. Jenny, Mike, and the others immediately stood up, unable to believe what they were hearing. They examined the documents carefully, searching for inconsistencies. Felix, studying the composition, noted that it appeared similar to existing formulations. Mike turned to Jenny, clearly unsettled. Jenny tried to regain control, dismissing the material as mere laboratory data without clinical validation. But Leon countered calmly, stating that clinical trials had already begun, and that the evidence was more than enough to support negotiations. Then he took out the actual medicine and placed it on the table. He told them they were free to test it themselves. Once they confirmed its effectiveness, they could continue discussing pricing. Jenny held the sample in silence, realizing that the situation had shifted beyond her control. Leon pressed further. If they insisted on raising prices for essential drugs, his team would simply develop superior alternatives. The implication was clear. Their leverage was gone. Jenny and Mike were left speechless. After leaving the room, Rosalind admitted that she had been nervous throughout the exchange. She asked Leon directly whether the new drug was genuine or merely a tactic. Leon looked at her calmly and asked if she truly believed he would rely on deception. She then asked if the drug could truly replace ibuprofen. Leon replied that he only needed her approval to move it quickly into clinical application. Rosalind looked at him in quiet amazement, still processing how swiftly he had resolved such a massive crisis. Leon smiled slightly, and told her that perhaps he had a talent for solving problems in this world. He reminded her that he had promised to help her rise quickly, and that everything was moving according to plan. As they parted ways, Leon walked home in high spirits. Rosalind, watching him leave, admitted to herself that while he could be unpredictable, there was no denying his brilliance. Back in the conference room, Jenny remained standing, staring at the documents in her hands. She still could not fully accept what had happened. Mike urged her to report everything immediately to headquarters. Reluctantly, Jenny called Roy. At first he greeted her warmly, expecting good news. But as she explained the situation, his tone changed completely. She told him that their competitors had developed a drug comparable to ibuprofen, and that it was already functional. Roy was stunned. He could not believe that such a development was possible in such a short time. Jenny confirmed that the drug had been tested and worked as claimed. She added that China now had the capability to produce it independently. The implications were enormous. Realizing the danger, Roy immediately ordered that all shipments be switched to air transport, and instructed Jenny to take full control of the situation. After the call, Jenny felt overwhelmed, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Mike rushed to help her, but she refused, telling him to focus on their tasks. Meanwhile, Felix received the news and reacted with fury. Slamming documents onto the table, he demanded answers. His son urged him to remain calm and focus on strategy. Frank added that he had reviewed the new drug and warned that without agreeing to the low pricing, they would lose their position in the market entirely. Felix, however, refused to accept such terms. He ordered his son to investigate everything about Rosalind's mysterious ally. He wanted to know exactly who Leon was. Frank suddenly stood up and stopped the discussion. He declared that there was no need to investigate Leon any further, as he already knew enough. According to him, Leon was closely connected to Charlie, and that alone was sufficient. With quiet confidence, he added that he would deal with Leon personally. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital as usual. Sasha greeted him warmly and asked if he had eaten. She even offered him 2 bananas she had brought along. Leon thanked her politely but declined, mentioning that he had already bought a fruit pancake. As he walked through the hospital, he noticed something unusual. People kept staring at him, whispering among themselves. Confused, Leon asked Sasha if he had done something to offend everyone. Sasha explained the situation honestly. Because he had advised patients to choose cheaper, more appropriate medication, many had started going directly to him. As a result, other doctors were losing patients and income. Naturally, they now saw him as a threat. Leon simply yawned and dismissed it as their problem. A few hours later, dissatisfaction among the staff grew louder. Several doctors complained that they had barely any patients left and feared becoming irrelevant. Along with Jasper, they went to Valerio and blamed Leon for everything. Valerio, clearly irritated, decided to escalate the matter and led a group straight to the chief physician's office. Inside, they voiced their complaints, emphasizing how Leon's actions were disrupting the entire department. The chief physician admitted that he had already received multiple complaints. His solution was calculated. He suggested transferring Leon to the emergency department and gradually isolating him from the rest of the team. Valerio, however, was not satisfied. Just then, his phone rang. Recognizing the caller as an important contact, he answered immediately. The man on the other end asked about the drug project, reminding him of the large investment he had made. Valerio explained that a new doctor was interfering with their operations and suggested pulling Leon into their scheme. He even offered to provide Leon's contact details. At that moment, Jasper stepped forward and questioned his uncle's decision. He warned that involving Leon could backfire and expose everything. Valerio dismissed his concern, explaining that once Leon was drawn in, they would report him and have him removed. Jasper, impressed by the plan, praised his uncle's strategy. Elsewhere in the hospital, a family dispute was unfolding. Celia had come to visit her father and bluntly suggested that they should prepare for his funeral. Ela was shocked and accused her of thinking only about inheritance. Soon, Leanna and the doctors entered the room. Leanna explained that the patient had been recovering steadily, but still needed rest. Celia, however, insisted on proceeding with surgery. Leanna warned her that the risks were extremely high, with less than a 10% chance of success, and advised against it. Despite this, Celia refused to back down. The argument escalated. Ela opposed the surgery, fearing it would cost their father his life. Celia, in anger, accused her of lacking filial piety, and even turned on her husband, demanding his support. Under pressure, he reluctantly agreed to the surgery. With no other choice, Liana accepted their decision. She instructed Sasha to prepare the patient for surgery after lunch and arrange the necessary documents. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at the Center for Disease Control, where Rosalind was waiting. She apologized for calling him on short notice and asked if he had eaten. Leon replied casually that he had not yet had breakfast, but suggested they eat after the meeting. Inside the conference room, several experts were already gathered. Selena noticed Leon and subtly signaled for him to keep their connection discreet. The meeting began, and discussions quickly turned to the origin of Leon's prescription. When asked, Leon stated that it came from the ancient pharmacopoeia of the Yellow Emperor. This immediately drew skepticism. One of the experts challenged him, pointing out that such texts had long been lost, and suggesting he take the matter more seriously. Leon, unimpressed, stood up and stated that there was no need for further debate. He emphasized that the medicine should move into clinical trials as soon as possible, and then walked out, unwilling to argue further. Rosalind quickly followed him, reminding him that the people inside were influential figures in the medical field, and that he needed to handle such situations more carefully. Just then, a man approached them and asked Leon to wait. It was Damien, the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He shook Leon's hand enthusiastically and praised him, saying that his work had broken through long-standing limitations in Chinese medicine. Both Leon and Rosalind were surprised by the recognition. Damien invited Leon to dinner, expressing his desire to know him better. After the meeting, Rosalind informed Leon that the 6 major pharmaceutical companies had already shipped their goods, and the first batch would arrive that very night. Leon listened calmly and suggested that when the time came they could apply pressure by holding the shipment if necessary. However, he quickly shifted the conversation back to something simpler, suggesting they focus on dinner for now. At that moment, Leon received another call. It was the owner of a pharmacy near the hospital, inviting him to dinner to discuss business. Rosalind asked who it was, and Leon explained the situation. He added, half-jokingly, that he was not used to dining alone with another man, and asked her to join him. Rosalind rolled her eyes and called him foolish, but agreed to go along. Later, they arrived at the restaurant and met Wallace, the pharmacy owner. Wallace was surprised to see that Leon was not alone and asked about Rosalind. Leon introduced her casually as a friend from the hospital. Without wasting time, Wallace got straight to the point. He explained that he had a batch of drugs he needed to sell quickly, and offered Leon 20% of the profits in exchange for help. Dan. Leon immediately pushed back, asking if Wallace thought that was sufficient. After some negotiation, Wallace reluctantly increased the offer to 23%. Leon accepted, but only on one condition. The agreement had to be formalized. Wallace assured him that his reputation was trustworthy, but Leon insisted. A contract was produced, and Leon signed it without hesitation, making their partnership official. Wallace smiled, satisfied with the deal. However, Leon then waved the signed document slightly, and pointed out that the agreement now had full legal protection. At that moment, Wallace's expression tightened. He quickly suggested that involving lawyers might complicate things, and hinted that it would be better to keep the matter informal. It was clear that Leon had already anticipated this reaction. Leon subtly nudged Rosalind with his elbow, signaling her to stop eating and pay attention. Without hesitation, she straightened her posture and introduced herself calmly as an economist from Zhanghai, giving her name with quiet authority. Wallace froze. For a moment, he could not tell whether she was serious or mocking him. Meanwhile, Leon continued eating as if nothing unusual had happened. Then, without looking up, he asked Wallace a simple but sharp question: where had he obtained his phone number? Wallace hesitated. He quickly realized that lying would only make things worse. Before he could even attempt an answer, Rosalind's tone turned cold and direct. She told him not to waste time trying to deceive them. Cornered, Wallace finally admitted the truth. His contact had been given to him by Valerio, and there was already an agreement in place between them. Leon listened carefully, and then asked whether any other doctors were involved. Wallace revealed that, in addition to those already mentioned, there were 2 more, describing them as greedy and cunning individuals. Leon gave Rosalind a brief look and told her to have the management department investigate the matter thoroughly. His subtle wink made it clear that they were already turning the situation to their advantage. Rosalind understood immediately. Before leaving, she reassured him that everything would be handled. Soon after, Lena appeared before Leon once again, congratulating him for successfully navigating yet another challenge within the hospital. She informed him that he had received a professional reward, including a large sum of money and a luxury vehicle. Leon, however, remained indifferent to the material gain. He made it clear that he genuinely enjoyed his work at the hospital and intended to stay. At the same time, tension was building elsewhere. Inside Hashan Hospital, those who resented Leon gathered in secret, determined to force him out. Valerio shared what he believed was good news. Wallace had already signed a contract with Leon, and in his view, everything was proceeding according to plan. Jiraiya, however, wanted to escalate matters further. He suggested involving the authorities to make the situation irreversible. 15 minutes later, Leon was summoned to Jiraiya's office. As he entered, he questioned why he had been called away from his duties. Jiraiya wasted no time. He accused Leon of violating hospital rules by signing a private agreement with the pharmacy owner, declaring that such behavior was unworthy of a doctor. Leon remained calm. He pointed out that accusations without evidence meant nothing. In response, Jiraiya presented a phone displaying what he believed was proof. Valerio added with feigned regret that their time as colleagues had come to an end. But before they could press further, the door suddenly swung open. Police officers entered the room. Jiraiya, thinking his plan had succeeded, immediately pointed at Leon and accused him of colluding with the pharmacy for illegal profit. He demanded that the officers take action. However, the situation turned in an instant. The officer informed him that they had not come for Leon at all, but for him. Jiraiya was stunned. An arrest warrant was presented, and the officer calmly stated that the evidence had already been provided. When Jiraiya tried to protest, accusing Leon in return, the officer made it clear that the investigation had uncovered their own misconduct. It was Leon who had submitted a complete report exposing their actions. Valerio stood speechless as the reality set in. Leon, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked that although he had only been at the hospital for a short time, he had already seen enough. He even feigned a hint of regret, saying he had grown attached to his colleagues, despite everything. Elsewhere, Sasha was searching for him, worried about his sudden disappearance. Jasper approached her and claimed that Leon had likely been arrested, suggesting that his meeting with the pharmacy owner had sealed his fate. Liana immediately rejected this, stating firmly that Leon would never act out of greed. Sasha agreed, unable to believe such accusations. Just then, Leon appeared. Jasper froze, confused by his presence. Moments later, he noticed Jiraiya and Valerio being escorted by the police behind him. At first, he assumed Leon had been caught, but the truth became clear when the officers ordered the two doctors to accompany them for questioning. The entire staff watched as the corrupt figures were taken away. Before the situation ended, Leon pointed out that there was still another individual involved, Valeria's nephew, Jasper. The officer acknowledged the information and instructed his team to investigate immediately. Jasper panicked, desperately claiming innocence as the consequences of his actions closed in. With the matter resolved, Leanna returned with important news. She announced that she had spoken with higher management and had officially been appointed head of the cardiac surgery department. She also informed Sasha that she would no longer be transferred and could remain in her current position. Sasha was overjoyed and thanked her sincerely. Leon wasted no time. He reminded everyone that the operation for the patient in room 84 was about to begin. Leanna supported him, encouraging the team to stay calm and prepare together. Soon the operation commenced. At the same time, outside the operating room, Celia received a call. Sensing its importance, she quietly stepped away. Meeting her lover in private, she spoke without hesitation. She revealed that the chances of her father surviving the surgery were extremely low and implied that his death would result in her inheriting the family's wealth. After composing herself, she returned as if nothing had happened. 3 hours later, the surgery was completed. The doctors emerged and announced that it had been a success. The patient would live for many more years. Ela and Jim were overwhelmed with relief, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Celia, however, stood frozen. She could not understand how the operation had succeeded when the odds had been so low. Ironically, her insistence on surgery had extended the life she had secretly hoped to end. Later that night, Liana instructed Leon and Sasha to remain on duty. The first night after surgery was critical, and the patient needed constant monitoring. As the hospital grew quiet, Leon sat reading while Sasha, exhausted, fell asleep. Suddenly, the calm was shattered. Jim burst into the room in panic, shouting that something was wrong. His father had lost his heartbeat. Leon and Sasha rushed immediately to the ward. Inside, they found Isla and Celia already present. Without hesitation, Celia pointed at Leon and accused him of causing the patient's condition. She claimed the surgery had been poorly performed and that he was hiding his mistakes. Sasha angrily defended Leon, insisting that the operation had been successful. Celia continued, her accusations growing sharper. She insisted that Leon had concealed a critical error out of fear. Leon ignored her and focused entirely on the patient. But when her words crossed a line, he stopped. In a sudden, decisive moment, Leon struck her and ordered her to leave the room immediately, reminding her that this was a place for saving lives, not for chaos and baseless accusations. Celia fell silent, stunned, unable to comprehend that someone had dared to stand against her so directly. Leon's expression turned cold as he reminded everyone that they were in the middle of treating a patient. He ordered Celia to stop interfering and behave appropriately. Jim, unable to control his anger, stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and demanded to know how Leon dared to strike his wife. He made it clear that Leon would have to answer for it. Leon did not entertain the threat. In a swift motion, he kicked Jim in the stomach, forcing him back. His voice remained firm as he stated that the hospital was not a place for such behavior. He added sharply that if they continued like this, they would soon follow the same path as the patient lying before them. The nurses who witnessed this scene exchanged glances of admiration. To them, Leon's decisiveness was not recklessness, but authority. Without wasting another second, Leon turned his attention back to the patient. Leanna, after a brief examination, spoke with quiet gravity. There seemed to be nothing they could do. But Leon's eyes shifted toward the monitor beside the bed. The flat line on the screen told a different story. At that moment, Sasha entered and immediately noticed the patient's bluish-purple complexion. Leon analyzed the situation quickly and stated that this was not a surgical failure. Even if there had been complications, the symptoms would not have manifested in this way. Something else had gone wrong. Leanna made a decisive call and ordered that the police be contacted immediately. Sasha instructed the family not to touch anything and to wait. The room fell into tense silence as everyone awaited the next step. About 30 minutes later, the police arrived. Their initial findings pointed toward a malfunction in the ventilator. As the officers began their investigation, Celia stood quietly, listening. The realization dawned on her that the truth would soon come out. Suddenly, she panicked. Without warning, she rushed toward the exit. The officers reacted instantly, shouting for her to stop. Within moments, she was apprehended. As she struggled, Isla ran forward, unable to contain her grief and anger. Through tears, she struck Celia, demanding to know why she had done such a thing to the father who had raised her. Celia had no answer. The officer in charge informed Leanna that the body would remain at the hospital for further examination, and that the suspect and family members would be taken in for questioning. With the immediate crisis resolved, Leanna told Leon and Sasha to rest, reminding them that the next day would bring serious discussions. The following morning, routine resumed, but not for long. Jenny suddenly appeared in the consultation room, bringing unexpected news. She revealed that major hospitals across China had already signed contracts with her company, even after the price increases. For a moment, Leon listened quietly, absorbing the implications. Then Jenny received a call from Mike. There were delays in the supply chain. The goods had not arrived as expected. Leon immediately pointed out the consequences. According to the contract terms, failure to deliver on time constituted a breach, and all associated losses would fall on their side. The weight of the situation hit Jenny instantly. Her expression changed. Her breathing grew uneven, and she suddenly collapsed, clutching her chest. Sasha reacted quickly, but even after several minutes, Jenny did not regain consciousness. Leon, however, remained composed. In his mind, the situation had already moved into its next phase. Soon, rumors began spreading across the internet. Reports claimed that the pharmaceutical batch had serious issues and had been detained. Leon read the news with quiet satisfaction, recognizing Cassandra's work. When Sasha later informed him that Jenny was showing signs of emotional distress, Leon nodded. He understood exactly what was happening. He decided to examine her personally. Inside her room, Jenny looked at him with resentment. She accused him of coming only to flaunt his victory. Leon, however, calmly informed her that her company's shares had already dropped and would likely continue to fall. The news struck her like a blow. She demanded proof, trying to grab his phone, but Leon kept it out of reach. He added that the company's situation had gone viral online, drawing massive attention. Overwhelmed, Jenny began coughing violently, convinced that everything was collapsing. Leon immediately called for assistance. Sasha soon joined him and later confirmed that Jenny had stabilized. The next day, Leon returned to check on her. Jenny, still bitter, told him she had been fine until he arrived. She asked for a cigarette, but Leon refused, reminding her that smoking was not allowed. Eventually, the conversation turned to business. Jenny revealed that her headquarters had agreed to reduce prices significantly, including setting ibuprofen at a much lower rate. However, Leon pushed further, insisting that the price should drop even more, and that the cost of other drugs should also be reduced substantially. Jenny stood up, refusing. She argued that such terms would destroy their company. She presented what she claimed was the final offer. Leon listened, then agreed in principle, but added that he wanted something else from her. That statement made Jenny uneasy. Half an hour later, Leon left the room. When Sasha asked what had happened, he simply replied that Jenny was stable and would be discharged soon. The nurses, overhearing this, praised his skill, joking that they would not mind being his patients. Later, Leon called Rosalind and invited her over for dinner. By the time she arrived, he had already prepared everything. She teased him lightly, asking if he felt no shame in making her bring groceries. Leon welcomed her in and explained that he would handle the grill and the setting, while she could take care of the food preparation. As they settled in, Rosalind asked directly whether there was any new development regarding their situation. Leon confirmed that there was. Instead of answering immediately, he guided her outside toward the pool, maintaining an air of mystery. Frustrated but curious, Rosalind eventually gave in and went to change. When she returned in a swimsuit, Leon could not hide his admiration. She carried herself with quiet confidence, her composure contrasting with the tension of their recent battles. After a brief swim, she sat by the pool, and Leon finally handed her an envelope. Inside were documents detailing the financial collapse of 6 companies. Leon explained that their shares were already falling and that they were now desperate to avoid further losses. Prices for ibuprofen had already dropped significantly, and the cost of other drugs would follow. He added that the documents also contained a list of individuals involved in bribery, though the investigation was not yet complete. Rosalind listened carefully. She admitted that she needed time to think and would consult her grandfather before making any decisions. As the evening grew late, Leon suggested that she stay, noting that there were plenty of rooms available. She agreed but mentioned that she needed to shower first. Later that night, as they prepared to rest, Rosalind, slightly affected by alcohol, pulled him closer and asked him to stay with her. Leon hesitated, realizing her state. He gently resisted, pointing out that she had been drinking. Rosalind insisted that she was fully aware of her actions, and confessed that her feelings for him were genuine. For a moment, Leon was caught between instinct and restraint. But ultimately, he chose to step back, unwilling to take advantage of her condition. Sometime later, as he lay in bed, Rosalind suddenly remembered the documents and asked him to send her a copy. Leon agreed and sent the file to her phone without hesitation. After receiving the documents, Rosalind decided it was time to leave. She mentioned that she needed to wake up early the next day and could not afford to stay any longer. Just as she was about to go, her grandfather called. His tone was serious. He asked where she had obtained such sensitive information and whether she could guarantee its authenticity. Rosalind responded confidently, explaining her reasoning. Her grandfather listened carefully and then agreed with her conclusions. He urged her to act immediately, stressing that there was no time to waste. At that moment, Leon noticed that she was struggling with the zipper of her dress and stepped forward to help. Hearing a man's voice on the other end of the call, her grandfather immediately became suspicious and demanded to know who was with her. Thinking quickly, Rosalind said her phone battery was about to die and ended the call. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, her grandfather Samvel and her father Gregory stood in the living room, both visibly concerned. It was already past 1 in the morning, and they could not understand where she was. Gregory grew increasingly anxious, questioning whether his daughter might be with someone before her arranged marriage. Her mother, Therese, tried to calm them, suggesting that they were overthinking the situation. She believed their daughter was simply spending time with friends. Gregory, however, focused on the documents in his hands, realizing how dangerous such information could be. In contrast, Cherise saw opportunity. She pointed out that this could be a rare chance for their family to rise. Sanvel agreed. He emphasized that the list could help them avoid many future obstacles. Then, with a decisive tone, he instructed Gregory to find out where Rosalind had obtained the information, and whether she had formed a connection with someone powerful. When Cherise mentioned Leon and his recent medical achievement, Sanvel asked a strange question. Did they remember the man who once killed a black bear with his bare hands in the northeast? Gregory froze, immediately recognizing the implication. Back at Leon's house, Rosalind finished adjusting herself and told him that her grandfather would know how to handle the documents. Before leaving, she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, quietly admitting that although no one else would ever know how much he had helped her, she would never forget it. Leon responded calmly. To him, it did not matter. What mattered was that she understood his intentions better than anyone else. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital and immediately noticed unfamiliar faces. A man approached Liana with a gift and introduced himself as a new colleague, expressing his desire for a good working relationship. Liana acknowledged Leon's arrival and introduced the newcomers as the new deputy heads of the department, Valentine and Benedictoy. Valentine quickly brought up Leon's recent surgical achievement, clearly testing him. Leon responded with a cold expression, showing no interest in engaging. Sensing the tension, Sasha stepped in and redirected the conversation, mentioning that Jenny was being discharged and suggesting Leon check on her. Leon agreed and went to her room. Jenny was already packing when he entered. She greeted him with hostility, asking whether he had come to humiliate her again. Leon responded with mild irony, pointing out how much she had spent during her stay. Jenny admitted she understood the gap between them but could not understand why he kept coming back. Leon reviewed her medical results and noted that while she openly disliked him, he found it almost amusing. Still, he advised her to rest and avoid stress, explaining that her heart condition would stabilize if she remained calm. Jenny, however, snapped back, insisting she was leaving and did not want to see him again. Leon then instructed Sasha to present the bill. When Jenny saw the amount, she was stunned. Sasha explained that Leon had ordered imported medication due to her status. This only deepened Jenny's frustration, and she silently cursed him. Back in the office, Leon told Sasha that everything was settled, and that it was time to return to work. Liana soon entered with a folder, explaining that it contained the case details for the next day's surgery. Before they could begin discussing it, Valentine interrupted, announcing that he would treat the entire department to lunch to celebrate his first day. Sasha was delighted, though she pointed out that feeding everyone would be costly. Soon, the food arrived. Valentine distributed it with deliberate care, but when it came to Leon, he casually claimed that he had forgotten to order anything for him. The intention was obvious. Liana and Sasha both noticed it immediately. Sasha offered her own meal, saying she was on a diet, but before Leon could respond, the door opened. Elizabeth walked in. Her presence drew everyone's attention. She politely asked for Leon, and when he saw her, he was genuinely surprised. She explained that she had some free time and had brought him food. Without hesitation, Leon told Valentine to enjoy the meal without him, and left with Elizabeth. Valentine watched them go, unable to hide his irritation. In the break room, Leon opened the containers she had brought. He asked her directly why she had come. Elizabeth admitted that they had not spent time together in a while, and that she simply wanted to see him. They spent some time talking, sharing everything that had happened recently. Eventually, Leon walked her to the elevator, promising to pick her up later. She smiled, blew him a kiss, and told him she would be waiting. When Leon returned, Sasha teased him, asking if Elizabeth was his girlfriend. Leon joked that she was just another admirer, and that he was too popular to keep track. Valentine overheard this and reacted with quiet dissatisfaction. Sasha, however, noticed Elizabeth's outfit and commented on how expensive it was. Leon casually mentioned that she owned a company, making such things normal. Sasha was left amazed, unable to believe he had such wealthy connections. Liana soon brought everyone back to focus, reminding them of the upcoming surgery. Later, as Leon walked outside, he unexpectedly ran into Hannah. She seemed to be in a hurry, and he asked where she was going. She was surprised but happy to see him and asked what he had been doing. Leon explained that he was now working as a doctor. Hannah then revealed that she was heading to deal with a suburban project where residents were refusing to relocate. Leon commented that such negotiations were always difficult and mentioned that he was currently free. However, Hannah cautioned him. She warned that his approach might be too forceful, and that the situation required a more delicate touch. After this, the hero and his girlfriend got into her car, and Leon immediately called Charlie, ordering him to urgently send 10 trucks to the Huihi slums. He explained that some people there were refusing to leave and needed a little push to make a decision. About an hour later, Leon and Hannah arrived at the Jianghai slums. After carefully observing the surroundings, Leon realized that they would have to proceed cautiously, as the locals would clearly not welcome their presence. Soon, one of the men approached Leon and respectfully asked if he was their boss's superior. He explained that his boss had sent a photo in advance and instructed him to wait there. Leon acknowledged this and ordered him to make sure that no one left the area, but strictly emphasized that no one should be harmed. Following his instructions, the workers quickly blocked the road with trucks. Almost immediately, a crowd of locals gathered around Leon. One of them stepped forward and declared their condition. They wanted 100,000 yuan for the apartment, otherwise they would not move. Hannah was surprised by the sheer number of people and quietly asked Leon where they had all come from. Leon also noticed that there were far more people than usual. Hannah agreed and suggested that something unusual was happening, offering to investigate the reason. At that moment, Ivan, the negotiator from Chaos Company, approached them and greeted them enthusiastically. Hannah demanded an explanation, asking why such a large crowd had gathered and what they were trying to achieve. Ivan explained that normally there were far fewer people, but today a rumor had spread that someone was willing to pay 100,000 yuan for apartments. Leon quickly concluded that many of these people were opportunists trying to create chaos, and he decided to handle the situation personally. He stepped forward and loudly asked what all the commotion was about and who was in charge, demanding that the leader come forward. One of the men replied that they had only one condition: money, and they would not move without it. Leon calmly dismissed their threats, warning them not to try to intimidate him, as he had seen far worse and would not be shaken by empty words. The man grew irritated and said there was no point in talking, but Leon simply smiled and declared that no one would leave without his permission. Another man, smoking casually, mocked him and asked if he was being threatened. Leon responded coolly that he was free to test it and see what would happen. At that point, the man ordered his bald companion to attack Leon, promising to pay him 5 times the damages. The large man confidently stepped forward, thinking it would be easy money. However, as he charged, a truck blocked his path. Enraged, he tried to push through at full speed, only to slam into the truck and realize he had greatly overestimated himself. The impact knocked him to the ground, leaving him unable to get up. Instead of helping, his companion laughed and recorded the incident on his phone. The group quickly dragged the injured man aside, and once he regained consciousness, they backed down, saying they would leave, for now, but warned that this was not over. Watching them go, Leon remarked gloomily that these people would not leave them in peace. He immediately warned Ivan that Elizabeth must not find out about what had happened. Later at the parking lot, Leon told Hannah that he would go to pick up Elizabeth and asked her to stay alert and avoid drawing attention. When Leon entered the office, he froze upon seeing Elizabeth standing there in a stunning dress. Noticing his reaction, she smiled and said she had spent a long time searching for the perfect outfit and had finally found it. Leon teased her slightly, saying it was not as perfect as she thought, but then added that she would look even more beautiful without it. Elizabeth accused him playfully of being inappropriate, and in response, Leon kissed her. The next morning, Elizabeth arrived early at Xiaoyan Company and immediately instructed her secretary to inform the deputies and the project department that a meeting would begin at 10:00 a.m. Just then, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. At first, she did not understand who it was, but then a photo appeared on her screen showing Leon allegedly beating someone. She answered the call, and the man on the other end claimed that her subordinate had been injured in a conflict involving Leon and was now in the hospital. Elizabeth instantly realized that Leon could be in serious trouble. She agreed to come and resolve the situation, determined to protect him. Meanwhile, Ivan rushed into Hannah's office, shouting that Elizabeth had discovered Leon's involvement in handling the slum situation. Hannah was shocked to learn that Elizabeth had already taken the contract and left. Panicking, she immediately called Leon and told him that Elizabeth was already on her way. Leon froze, realizing how serious the situation had become. He quickly removed his medical gown, tossed it aside, and ran toward the elevator, determined to catch up with Elizabeth and explain everything. Just then, Rosalind appeared and asked what was happening and where he was rushing off to. Leon calmly but firmly asked her to step out, promising to explain later. She did not argue, understanding that if Leon was this urgent, something serious had occurred. Meanwhile, Carson and his accomplices discussed the fallout from Leon's actions, the failed negotiations, and the financial losses they might face. They decided that when Leon's girlfriend arrived, they would take revenge and use her to blackmail him. As their discussion intensified, Elizabeth entered the room, carrying a folder of documents. One of the men greeted her with a smile and invited her to sit. Instead, she threw the documents onto the table and declared that everyone must sign them immediately to end the situation. The man noted her firm stance, but Elizabeth remained unyielding. She angrily stated that even if someone died and Leon ended up in prison, her business would remain under her control. She added that any problem could be solved with enough money, even if it required $1 billion. The men were stunned by her resolve. One of them tried to calm her down, saying they had not even begun discussing terms, yet she was already furious. Elizabeth replied that everything had already been prepared according to their demands, and there was nothing left to negotiate. The man then suggested that he could not handle the project alone and needed a capable partner, directly asking if she was willing to cooperate. Elizabeth coldly responded that if he was incapable, he should not have taken the project in the first place. Enraged, the man ordered his guards to stop her. They immediately blocked her path. Pouring himself a drink, he admitted that he was less interested in the project and more interested in taking revenge on Leon. He invited Elizabeth to sit and drink with them. At that moment, Carson approached from behind and grabbed her arm tightly, preventing her from escaping. The man insisted she try their special wine, while Carson smugly revealed that he was recording everything so Leon would see it and lose his composure. Elizabeth resisted, warning them that Leon would make them pay if anything happened. Suddenly, the man grabbed her face and threatened her, attempting to force the wine into her mouth. At that exact moment, the door burst open with a loud bang, and everyone froze. Elizabeth turned and saw Leon standing there. His expression was cold, filled with controlled fury, as he declared that none of them would leave the room unharmed. Carson tried to assert dominance, asking if Leon even knew whose territory he had entered. But before he could finish, Leon kicked him in the face with such force that he was sent flying. The man shouted for his subordinates to stop Leon, but Leon advanced without hesitation. Grabbing him by the stomach, he struck him repeatedly, ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy and his offers to surrender everything. Leon continued until the man was completely incapacitated. Then he stepped forward, pinned the man's hand to the ground with his foot, and coldly asked if that was the hand he had used to touch Elizabeth. Terrified, the man begged for forgiveness, promising anything in exchange for mercy. But Leon did not listen. He pressed down harder, forcing the man to scream in agony as his punishment continued. After this, Leon turned to Carson and coldly asked why he had interfered, and whether he truly believed he could handle someone like him. Carson, terrified, quickly backed down and begged him not to jump to conclusions, realizing that any resistance would only make things worse. Without another word, Leon grabbed him and threw him to the floor, making it clear that any further interference would end painfully. At that moment, Rosalind and Charlie burst into the office. They were stunned to see that Leon had already dealt with everyone on his own. Charlie tried to calm him, assuring him that they would resolve everything quickly and that he should not worry. However, Leon remained composed and said that he only wanted to tear Carson's arm off, nothing more. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Carson's hand with such force that the man could not even move. Everyone present was left speechless, unable to process the sheer intensity of the scene. One of the onlookers stared at Leon and suddenly realized that he looked exactly like his father. Another man, sensing the danger, nervously tried to explain that it was not his fault. Leon was about to deal with him as well, but Rosalind stepped in and stopped him, asking him to leave and promising that she would handle the rest herself. At that moment, Elizabeth ran to Leon and begged him to leave with her. Leon nodded and agreed without hesitation. Taking her by the arm, he led her out of the room. Once they were outside, Elizabeth anxiously asked if he had been hurt during the fight. Leon cut her off and instead questioned why she had come alone to such a dangerous place. Elizabeth explained that she had received a call from a stranger claiming that his subordinate had been injured, and that she feared Leon might end up in prison. Leon sternly pointed out that she should not trust strangers so easily, and that she had put herself in serious danger by not informing him beforehand. Realizing her mistake, Elizabeth apologized and promised that it would not happen again. Leon then softened, embraced her, and told her to call him first next time. Without wasting any more time, he took her back to Xiaoyan Company. Elizabeth admitted that she understood he had saved her, but asked him not to create such terrifying situations again. Back at the company, Leon began to wonder who had called her, and why. He immediately contacted Rosalind, who explained that Charlie had already sent demands to the responsible families, and that Wang Yang had taken over the matter. She assured him that the man behind it would soon disappear from Zhanghai. Elizabeth then suggested that Leon visit the port the next day to oversee the next phase of reconstruction. The following day, Leon returned to the hospital, where Sasha excitedly ran up to him with good news. She told him that in a few days they would perform a coronary stent surgery, with Leon leading the operation and her assisting him. Valentine overheard the conversation and suggested that the entire team take a break together, mentioning that Wangjiang Port had recently been expanded. The nurses eagerly supported the idea and asked Liana for permission to take time off. After some consideration, she agreed to give them half a day, offering to cover the patients herself. Valentine, pleased with the decision, invited everyone to join him, even offering to cover all expenses. Sasha joked that his original plan had only involved Leon, and that her presence had clearly not been part of it. Dr. Bennett declined the invitation, choosing to remain on duty, while Valentine thanked him for his dedication. Soon the group arrived at Wangjiang Port, and were impressed by the pleasant weather and the remarkable transformation of the area. Sasha was especially amazed, as she had not visited in a long time. Valentine proudly explained that the new owner had invested 800 million into the port, and that further phases of reconstruction were already underway. He claimed to know these details through a friend in a yacht club and encouraged everyone to enjoy the day. Meanwhile, Leon walked calmly with Sasha and Liana, which confused Valentine, who had expected to be the center of attention. Sasha cheerfully asked Leon if he knew where they could buy a swimsuit, as they wanted to pick one out for Liana. Although Liana felt shy and hesitant about the more revealing options, Sasha insisted on choosing something that would highlight her figure. Eventually, Liana agreed to try one on, provided she could wear a cover-up. After making their selections, Sasha ran to Leon with the bags and cheerfully told him it was time to pay. Leon simply nodded and covered all the purchases, even picking up some clothes for himself. Soon, they left the store, while Liana discreetly changed into her swimsuit and covered herself with a coat. Valentine, watching from a distance, was surprised by Leon's physique, but Liana quickly noticed his gaze, and wrapped herself more tightly, sternly telling him to mind his own business. The nurses then gathered around Leon and teasingly questioned why he was hiding his figure under a t-shirt. Despite his reluctance, they playfully pulled off his shirt, leaving everyone stunned by his well-built physique. They joked that he could easily become a model or actor, but Leon simply replied that he had no interest in such things. Later they headed to the beach, where the nurses played volleyball while Liana relaxed on the sand. After lunch, Leon decided to take a walk and explore the surroundings. Entering the port's operations center, he was greeted by the manager, who offered him a yacht ride. Leon thanked him but said he would choose the yacht himself. As he sat down, Leon reflected on finally having a moment away from hospital duties to focus on other matters. The manager informed him that the first phase of the port expansion was nearly complete, and that it was already becoming the largest port in the country. He added that they would seek Leon's input once new designs were ready. Leon jokingly mentioned building an artificial island in the sea, which shocked the manager before he realized it was said in jest. Leon then assured him that they would discuss everything once the plans were finalized. Back on the beach, Sasha wondered where Leon had gone, while Valentine claimed he had already arranged a yacht through his connections. However, Leon soon returned and lightly remarked that Valentine's efforts meant he would arrive just in time to join them. Trying to recover his image, Valentine warned that their belongings might be stolen during the yacht trip, but Leon calmly pointed out that Valentine himself had organized the trip, and now seemed eager to stay behind. Embarrassed, Valentine quickly tried to explain himself. At that moment, a man appeared nearby, immediately catching Valentine's attention. The man greeted them confidently, and to everyone's surprise, referred to Liana as his daughter-in-law. Valentine pretended to be confused, but the man bluntly stated that if he thought money gave him authority here, he was mistaken, because the port belonged to his brother. Shocked, Valentine questioned whether that was true, but the man firmly confirmed it. Sasha, observing everything, began to realize that Leon was hiding far more influence than she had imagined. Leon then stepped forward and calmly asked the man not to say anything unnecessary. He suggested taking everyone out for a ride, and the man happily agreed. Leon then asked him to contact manager Benjamin and prepare the yacht. Within minutes, a massive and luxurious yacht arrived. Sasha noticed that Valentine had chosen to stay behind and asked if he wanted to join them, but he declined, saying he would watch over their belongings. The rest of the group boarded the yacht, immediately struck by its grandeur as they prepared to set out to sea. Liana stood at the edge of the deck, completely absorbed in the vast beauty of the sea. Her gaze lingered on the endless horizon, unable to pull away from the calming rhythm of the waves. Leon approached her quietly and suggested that they go diving, mentioning that there was full equipment on board. Liana hesitated and admitted that she had never tried diving before. Leon reassured her in a calm and steady tone, promising that he would stay by her side the entire time and that she would be safe. Trusting him, Liana agreed. Leon helped her put on the diving mask, then gently pulled her close before they both slipped into the water together. At first, Liana felt a wave of fear, but as she followed Leon deeper, that fear slowly gave way to wonder. Beneath the surface, a vibrant underwater world unfolded before them, filled with colorful fish and delicate corals swaying with the currents. Suddenly, Liana moved closer to Leon and gestured nervously toward her swimsuit. He quickly understood that her bra had come undone. Without hesitation or embarrassment, Leon calmly fixed it for her, ensuring she would not feel uncomfortable. Liana's face flushed instantly, though she tried her best to hide it. Despite her efforts, she felt a quiet sense of happiness and trust in that moment. After some time, they resurfaced. Sasha immediately noticed Liana's flushed face and asked what had happened. Liana explained that it was her first time diving and that she had been a little nervous, but everything had gone well. Leon then reminded everyone that some still had work to return to, and it was time to head back. Soon they returned to the beach, where Valentine greeted them. Sasha excitedly commented on how impressive it had been to watch Leon and Liana dive together. Leon raised an eyebrow, wondering if she was deliberately trying to provoke Valentine. Liana gently stepped in and suggested that everyone should return, reminding them that there was still work to be done the next day. Back at the hospital, their day took an unexpected turn when Liana heard someone call her name. She turned and saw her Uncle Wei standing there with relatives. Surprised, she asked why they had come. Wei explained that they needed her help, while Lena added that they had heard about her reputation and believed she could treat him. Liana remained composed and offered to recommend a suitable doctor, but her relatives insisted that she personally handle the case. They reminded her, with thinly veiled pressure, that she owed them for raising her. Though clearly uncomfortable, Liana chose not to argue. Instead, she calmly directed them to register under Dr. Bennett and go to room 306. At the registration desk, Wei was shocked to learn the consultation fee. Complaining about the cost, he hesitated, but eventually agreed. Meanwhile, Liana apologized to Leon for having to witness such an unpleasant scene. Leon reassured her, but also warned that indulging such behavior would only encourage more disrespect. Ow. Liana, however, simply wanted to resolve the situation quickly, so they would leave without causing further disruption. When her relatives entered the consultation room, Wei described symptoms of chest pain radiating to his arms and neck. Liana immediately suspected angina and recommended an electrocardiogram to confirm the diagnosis and proceed with treatment. However, when they returned, they began loudly complaining about the cost of the test, demanding cheaper alternatives, and even suggesting that she provide medication for free. Liana was stunned by their shameless demands. Leon stepped in, his tone firm, and made it clear that medical care required proper procedures. He bluntly told them that they could either follow the necessary steps or leave. Offended, Wei declared that they were no longer her family and stormed out, while Dawson issued a final threat before leaving. As the room fell silent, Liana let out a deep breath of relief. Leon stepped closer and quietly assured her that she had nothing to fear, promising that he would always stand by her. Liana responded with a grateful smile. The next day, Valentine was seen walking down the hallway with a box in his hands. Sasha noticed and asked what was happening. He explained that he had decided to go to the United States to further his studies. Before the conversation could continue, the police arrived. They informed him that his father was under investigation for bribery, and that he needed to come in for questioning. Leon watched silently as Valentine was taken away, realizing that Rosalind had already begun taking action. Sasha whispered her concern about the increasing number of arrests, but Liana quickly told everyone to stop discussing it and return to work. Later, Liana approached Leon and asked what he wanted for lunch, offering to order something for him. Leon declined, saying he had matters to attend to. Though slightly disappointed, she did not insist. Soon after, Leon returned to his company, where Helga and Sean greeted him warmly. He immediately asked about the situation with Baba's company. Helga reported that the data center relocation had been completed, though there were still personnel issues. Leon instructed her to resolve them quickly, stating that he would personally handle things after dealing with Cisco. She also informed him that a 3 billion order had already been processed and would be delivered within a week. Leon approved and emphasized the importance of keeping the plan on track. When Helga brought up the Foundation's progress, she mentioned that they had funded 74 orphanages, but the results had been limited. She suggested shifting focus to underdeveloped regions by building primary schools. She proposed 2 cities in need, and when Leon heard the name Bo, he recalled Liana's past. Without hesitation, he chose that location. Despite Helga's concerns about poor infrastructure and the difficulty of finding teachers, Leon remained firm. He declared that no cost was too great when it came to protecting children's futures. He instructed her to include road and bridge construction in the project plan and offered to invest his own funds. Deeply impressed, Helga immediately set off to execute his orders. Afterward, Leon went to John High Normal University to address the issue of staffing. He met with Finn and explained his plan to support the school. Finn assured him that teachers would be honored to participate and that the challenges could be overcome. Satisfied, Leon agreed to discuss details later and prepared to leave. As he stepped outside, he noticed Rosalind standing nearby, engaged in a conversation. A playful thought crossed his mind, and he decided to approach her quietly from behind, intending to surprise her. However, before he could even reach her, Rosalind reacted with incredible speed. She spun around, crouched, and drew her weapon in one swift motion, aiming directly at him. Leon froze, genuinely impressed by her reflexes. When Rosalind recognized him, she lowered her weapon slightly and asked, with a mix of irritation and concern, why he had approached her like that. Leon let out a breath and smiled, admitting that she had genuinely startled him and remarking that carrying a gun so casually was dangerous. He explained that he had come to speak with her, reminding her that she had once helped him as an assistant at the company. Rosalind listened, then mentioned that she was on her way to a university reception and invited him to join her. Leon agreed without hesitation, and soon they arrived together at the venue. As they entered the hall, Finn immediately noticed Leon and warmly welcomed him, expressing his delight that the deputy director had found time to attend. Rosalind was visibly surprised to learn that Leon held such a position. In that moment, she realized once again how many abilities and roles he had quietly kept hidden. When the event began, the guests took their seats, and the host announced the start of the program. Rosalind leaned slightly toward Leon and told him that if he had something important to say, she was ready to listen. Leon spoke to her about the impoverished town of Baya and his plan to build a school there, along with proper roads to support it. He asked if she would help him make it happen. Rosalind was genuinely taken aback. She had not expected him to personally undertake such a large and demanding project. Although she admitted she was still new to Jianghai and unfamiliar with many local connections, she assured him that she was willing to help. Leon thanked her sincerely. She then added that if he managed to handle the event successfully, she would immediately reach out to the foundation and begin arranging funding. Leon gave her a faint, amused look and asked if she intended to put him on the spot. Rosalind calmly reminded him that such ambitions required money, and money never appeared on its own. At that moment, Leon stood up. The host approached him and asked if the deputy director would be willing to perform a short piece for the students. Without hesitation, Leon walked onto the stage and sat at the piano. He announced that he would play a song, and soon a gentle melody filled the hall. When he began to sing, his voice carried through the room with quiet strength. The audience listened in complete silence, captivated by the performance. Rosalind watched in astonishment, unable to believe how many talents Leon possessed. When he finished, she asked him how many more surprises he was hiding and promised again that she would handle the funding. Leon simply thanked her for her trust and support, already considering how he might repay her kindness. Afterward, he told her she could stay and enjoy the rest of the event, as he still had matters to attend to. The next morning, Leon went to the university laboratory where the chip project was underway. He was greeted warmly and immediately asked about their progress. The researcher explained that they were close to achieving a new technical milestone, but still far from producing top-tier chips. The main obstacle was the light source technology, without which further advancement was impossible. Leon asked how much time and investment would be required. The answer was sobering: years of work and enormous funding, with no guarantee of surpassing competitors. Leon thought deeply, recalling that Satsuma led the world in optics, and stated confidently that they would find a solution. At that moment, Lizzie entered with Samuel. Leon explained that their research could have been released earlier, but all 20 patents had been stolen by Cisco. Lizzie questioned why they were preparing to release an older version when a newer one was ready. Leon smiled and hinted that after the morning conference, legal action would likely follow, but for now he intended to surprise everyone. After leaving the university, Leon headed to the Kuan Company's production park. The manager greeted him enthusiastically, noting that in his formal attire, Leon looked like a high-ranking official. Leon simply smiled and began outlining his ideas, which left the manager both amazed and doubtful. Still, Leon instructed him to follow the plan precisely. Later, Leon visited Vivian in her office. She was overjoyed to see him after such a long time. When he asked about the factory, she explained that Kechuang's facilities were now under Cisco's control, and she had been unable to even inspect safety conditions. She admitted that she felt useless, doing nothing while still receiving a salary. Leon reassured her, telling her that her role still mattered and that Cisco's control would not last forever. Emboldened by his words, Vivian suddenly kissed him, catching him off guard. He responded by steadying her and telling her that she did not need to rush to repay anything. Though embarrassed, she was clearly happy. About an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Leon opened it to find James, who jokingly complained that he had been waiting outside for a long time. Leon brushed it off and redirected the conversation to business. James expressed dissatisfaction with certain arrangements, but Leon calmly explained the financial realities and the structure he had put in place. He revealed that he had already granted control over the assembly line and warehouse, including authority to inspect safety conditions. James was surprised but accepted it. Soon after, Leon and Vivian inspected the warehouse, where employees greeted him with respect and enthusiasm. Leon praised their work, while James observed with skepticism, thinking it all seemed overly performative. As they reviewed operations, Leon pointed out inefficiencies and noted that profits would remain low without changes. James grew irritated, arguing that his business was small compared to Leon's empire. Leon replied calmly that while James was capable, he still had much to learn. After the inspection, Leon instructed the manager to return to work. James demanded clarification, but Leon explained that he was simply helping organize things efficiently, even mentioning that the manager was a distant relative in need of support. He then suggested they continue the discussion in the dining area, where they could think more clearly. James, though confused, agreed and began outlining plans, eventually taking control of key areas such as the warehouse and canteen. Leon acknowledged his efforts and said he could now rest easy, before excusing himself to attend to other matters. Before leaving, Leon confirmed that the manager had carefully reviewed the placement of surveillance cameras, ensuring everything was ready for the next step. Elsewhere, Cassandra informed her father that Leon's company was preparing to release a new line of chips. Though her father was confident in their own leadership, he acknowledged that Leon was not someone to underestimate. The following morning, Leon returned to the hospital and found Liana working quietly. He asked if she was from Bio, and when she planned to return home. Slightly confused, she replied that she intended to visit the following Wednesday. Leon then gently told her that he also needed to go there, though he kept his reasons secret. At that moment, Rosalind called him and asked about his plans for the evening. Leon agreed to meet her after work. Later, he arrived at the designated location in a sports car. Rosalind, seeing him, was slightly alarmed and worried that their colleagues might notice him, clearly unprepared for yet another unexpected side of Leon's life. Leon glanced at Rosalind and asked what the problem was, casually suggesting that perhaps she simply was not used to dealing with people of such wealth. Without arguing, she got into his sports car, though her phone began ringing almost immediately. It was her mother, checking in on her. Rosalind quickly answered, lowering her voice and asking Leon to stay quiet, so nothing suspicious would be overheard. She told her mother that she was reviewing materials after a meeting. Just then, a loud honk interrupted them. Rosalind looked around in confusion, trying to figure out who it was. Within seconds, she realized the truth. Her mother had been watching from nearby the entire time and had already noticed Leon. Leon, seeing her reaction, asked what was going on and why she was not responding to the person clearly signaling her. Reluctantly, Rosalind admitted that it was her mother. Without hesitation, Leon stepped out first to greet her. With a polite smile, he remarked that she and her daughter looked alike, though their personalities seemed quite different, adding that Rosalind still had much to grow into. He introduced himself calmly, explaining that he had come to pick Rosalind up. Cherise studied him briefly, then said she had originally come to invite her daughter to dinner after a meeting, but had not expected to encounter her like this. Rosalind tried to explain that her mother had misunderstood, and that Leon had simply come for work. Cherise gently brushed her daughter's hair aside and said they could have dinner another time. However, Leon interjected, saying that nothing was more important than spending time with one's mother, and suggested they all go together. Cherise agreed, curious to learn more about him, and Rosalind, slightly flustered, informed Leon that work would be postponed. Soon the three of them arrived at a restaurant and took their seats. Cherise remarked lightly that she had not expected a third guest, and that Leon would now have to spend more. Leon simply smiled and said it felt strange to pay in his own restaurant. Rosalind watched quietly, impressed by how naturally he handled the situation. During dinner, Cherise reflected on Leon's rapid rise, noting that in just 2 months, he had achieved results that seemed almost unbelievable. She mentioned hearing about his work on a lithography machine and asked for more details. She also offered to assist with funding if needed. Leon thanked her but said that for now, he had sufficient resources. Still, Cherise warned him that such technology required immense and continuous investment, offering support even on the scale of tens of billions. Leon then explained honestly that what he truly needed was a specialized 4-meter light source, something only the Satsuma company could produce. Cherise nodded, pointing out the complexities of dealing with foreign firms, and suggesting that any negotiation would require offering something equally valuable in return. Leon acknowledged her advice and said he would act on it. As the dinner came to an end, Leon excused himself, saying he had other matters to attend to. After he left, Rosalind hugged her mother tightly, admitting how much she had missed her. Cherise smiled faintly, calling her still a child at heart. When Rosalind asked what she thought of Leon, Cherise advised her to focus on her work and return to Yangjing soon. She added that a man like Leon did not belong to an ordinary life, warning that either he would shape the world or the world would consume him. Later, Leon arrived at a scheduled meeting where several influential figures had gathered. Rosalind introduced him to the officials, including representatives from Yangkeng and the mayor of Bio, as well as a reporter named Vicky. They thanked Leon for his support and praised his contributions. Leon responded modestly, saying he had done nothing extraordinary. The interview began shortly after. Vicky asked him why he chose to build a school in a place like Bio. Leon explained that he wanted to give children a real chance to pursue their dreams, and believed that in just 6 months, their futures could begin to change. Rosalind watched quietly, nodding in agreement with his words. After the interview, Rosalind thanked the media team for their support. She then stepped away briefly and returned with documents, handing Leon a check for 10 million. He was surprised and asked where it had come from. Rosalind explained that it was a donation from her mother, who had heard about the project and decided to support it immediately. Leon accepted it, asking her to convey his gratitude. The next morning, Leon arrived at his company and was momentarily caught off guard when he walked into his office and found Helga changing. She immediately reacted with embarrassment and frustration, scolding him for entering without warning. Leon calmly held up the check and explained that it was funding for the school project. Helga quickly analyzed the situation and mentioned that the funding appeared to be linked to a massive corporation. Leon frowned slightly, realizing there might be more behind it than he initially thought. He instructed her not to deposit the money yet and stepped outside, deep in thought, considering Cherise's influence and what it meant for him. That evening, Leon arrived at the airport where Vicky was waiting. She mentioned that Rosalind had arranged for them to meet there, and casually assumed Leanna was his girlfriend, which caused some awkwardness. Leanna quickly clarified that they were just friends. Vicky apologized and suggested dinner, but Leon declined, explaining that the journey to Bio would be difficult due to poor road conditions. Instead, he proposed buying a suitable vehicle for the trip. Soon they arrived at a dealership. While Vicky went to rest, Leon and Leanna inspected the cars. Without hesitation, Leon selected a luxury vehicle and agreed to the price, calmly completing the purchase. When the paperwork was ready, he handed the pen to Liana. She looked confused at first, but Leon made it clear that the car was for her and that she should sign the documents. He added that she could modify it however she liked. Watching from a distance, Vicky was left stunned, unable to fully grasp whether Leon's generosity was simply natural to him or something far beyond ordinary understanding. Liana carefully read through the contract in silence. After thinking it over, she finally made her decision and signed the documents. The seller smiled and invited them to collect the car. Soon they stood before a sleek red luxury vehicle, polished to perfection and ready for use. Liana was encouraged to try it, and when Leon asked if she wanted to drive, she nodded with visible excitement. They got into the car, and Leon quietly hoped that she truly liked his choice. As Vicky attempted to open the back door, she realized it would not open. Leon politely informed her that her company would not be necessary for the rest of the trip. Caught off guard, she could not object and simply watched as they drove away. On the road, Liana asked where they were heading next. Leon told her they would visit an orphanage in Bao and asked her to follow the route. Surprised, she gently asked if he had grown up in such a place. Leon answered calmly, saying there was nothing unusual about it, and that many people shared similar beginnings. Liana fell into thought, realizing that Leon had built everything from nothing, yet she still could not fully understand how he had risen so quickly. When they arrived at the orphanage, the children immediately recognized Leon. They ran toward him with bright smiles, calling out to him as if he were family. One little girl eagerly asked for a hug, and Leon teased her gently, saying she had grown heavier and might soon be too big for him to lift. He then asked about Vanessa, and the children told him she was in the yard. Moments later, Vanessa appeared, her initial confusion turning into joy as soon as she saw Leon. He introduced Liana as the head of their hospital department, and Vanessa warmly welcomed them inside. She lightly scolded Leon for not informing her in advance, saying she would have prepared better if she had known. As they settled in, Vanessa mentioned that everyone needed to eat, and Liana immediately offered to help. During the meal, Vanessa suggested that if Leon had come for work, he should stay a few days. Leon gently declined, explaining that he still had many responsibilities in Shanghai but promised to return soon. She placed more food on his plate and reminded him not to overwork himself, saying that money was not everything. Leon quietly agreed, knowing she was right. By evening, he said his goodbyes and left with Liana. At the hotel, Leon requested 2 rooms, but Liana unexpectedly suggested that one would be enough, saying there was no need to waste money. Leon was surprised and asked if she was certain. She calmly replied that they were colleagues and saw nothing unusual in it. After a moment, he agreed, and they checked into a single room. Later, Liana offered to prepare a bath. Leon accepted and began unpacking. When he entered the bathroom, he paused, noticing her belongings already there. Before he could react, Liana approached him playfully and refused to let him leave. He tried to insist that she go first, reminding her of their plans, but she suggested they go together instead. Caught off guard, Leon found himself pushed into the filled bathtub. Water splashed as he fell in fully clothed, momentarily stunned. Liana, clearly amused, stayed close and refused to let him get up. Though he initially resisted, the tension soon faded, and he stopped struggling, letting the moment unfold naturally. The next morning, Liana handed him a jacket and explained that she wanted to visit her mother's grave, perhaps even relocate it. Leon immediately agreed to accompany her, saying such matters should not be delayed. Soon after, Vicky called Leon, asking him to join her as she had been drinking. Leon glanced at Liana and chose to refuse, ending the call without hesitation. Early the next day, Liana drove them toward Bao. Along the way, they passed through areas of visible poverty. She asked if such sights disturbed him, but Leon replied that his work at the hospital had already shown him how many people lived in hardship. He reminded her that building the school was meant to change exactly that. As they approached the town, they encountered a crowd blocking the road, selling fish from barrels. The sellers insisted the fish was fresh, but the smell told a different story. Leon quickly realized they were trying to deceive him. When they refused to move unless he bought their goods, he lost patience. He told Liana to switch seats and took the wheel himself. Calmly giving them 3 seconds to clear the way, he pressed the accelerator when they refused. Startled, the sellers scattered, abandoning their goods as the car moved forward. Liana felt embarrassed by the situation, But Leon reassured her, saying that change would come once the school was built. Soon, they reached their destination. Together, they approached her mother's grave. Liana lit candles and quietly stood there, finding a sense of peace. She asked Leon to give her some time alone, and he silently stepped away. After some time, she returned to him and spoke softly. She said she was grateful to her mother, who had endured hardship and suffering so that her daughter could study and have a better future. She added that, in the end, her mother had simply been too exhausted to continue. Leon listened quietly, understanding the weight of her words, and stayed by her side without interrupting. In that moment of quiet grief, Liana suddenly stepped forward and clung to Leon, holding him tightly. The composure she had maintained until now finally broke, and she admitted that she missed her mother deeply and did not know how to live without her. Leon understood the weight of that pain. He gently held her, offering silent reassurance, knowing that words alone could not ease such loss. Then, turning toward her mother's grave, Leon spoke with calm resolve. He promised that she need not worry anymore, because he would take care of Liana from now on. Hearing this, Liana felt a quiet sense of comfort, and realized just how fortunate she was to have met someone like him. After a while, Leon softly said it was time to leave, adding that they would bring her mother's remains to Shanghai so Liana could visit more often. However, just as they were about to go, a voice called out to her. It was her younger brother, Lukai. Leon asked if it was truly her brother, assuming he had come to pay respects. Liana confirmed it but remained uncertain about his intentions. As Lukai approached, he immediately revealed his purpose. Without even offering respect at the grave, he asked her for money, claiming he needed it to cultivate land. His tone quickly grew demanding, even grabbing her hand to pressure her. Liana pulled away sharply, her patience already exhausted. She reminded him that she had given him money many times before, only for him to waste it. Lukai tried to justify himself, insisting he had changed and needed the funds genuinely, but Liana no longer believed him. Their exchange escalated until Lukai accused her of being heartless. In response, Liana slapped him and declared firmly that her mother had been the only real family she had ever had. Enraged, Lukai threatened to ruin her reputation at the hospital. Leon stepped forward at that point, his voice calm but firm, saying that some problems must be dealt with immediately. Lukai, emboldened, demanded they follow him to settle matters. When they arrived at her family home, a crowd gathered around their car, whispering about its value. Leon confirmed with Liana that it was indeed her house, then walked forward without hesitation. In a decisive move, he kicked the door open and entered. Inside, her father, Dudley, sat drinking. He questioned Leon's identity and presence. Leon glanced at the table and coldly asked whether it was acceptable to live off his daughter's money while indulging himself. Dudley showed no shame, insisting it was his right as her father. In response, Leon acted without warning. He threw a knife with precision, shattering the table and everything on it. The room fell silent in shock. With an unwavering tone, Leon declared that from that moment on, Liana owed them nothing, and they would never demand money from her again. When Dudley demanded to know who he was, Leon pulled Liana close and stated clearly that he was the man who stood by her. He warned them that any further harassment would have serious consequences. Just then, the fish sellers from earlier appeared, blocking their path. They surrounded Leon, claiming he had ruined their business and demanding compensation. Liana grew uneasy, but Leon remained composed, even asking if they had come to sell him fish again. Their leader grew aggressive, threatening him openly. At that moment, another man arrived, Dean. The sellers greeted him eagerly, confident that he would handle the situation. Dean introduced himself with arrogance, implying control over the local trade. After hearing the complaints, he demanded that Leon compensate them, and then crossed a line by suggesting Liana spend the night with him as part of the settlement. Before the words had fully settled, Leon struck him across the face with force. The crowd froze. Dean, stunned and humiliated, threatened to call his father and have Leon arrested. Not long after, a car arrived. Rowan stepped out alongside a police officer. As he approached, he greeted Leon respectfully, making it clear that he already knew who he was. When Leon explained the situation, Rowan immediately turned to his son and slapped him, furious at his behavior. He apologized sincerely to Leon, acknowledging the disgrace caused by his son. He also recognized the importance of Leon's plans to build a school and a road in the area. Bowing slightly, Rowan promised to restore order and ensure nothing like this would happen again. Later, at a restaurant, Rowan suggested involving journalists to highlight the project, but Leon declined. He made it clear that he did not want publicity or his corporation's name attached to the announcement. Rowan agreed and confirmed that the investment would be attributed elsewhere, respecting Leon's wishes. After discussing future cooperation, Leon and Liana left together. As they drove away, Liana glanced back at her old home, but Leon gently told her not to look back. He reminded her that her past no longer defined her. She nodded, quietly deciding that once her mother's grave was relocated, she would not return again. Eventually, Leon returned to his company. He brought gifts for his employees, who welcomed him warmly. When asked about his trip, he explained that Bao was far worse off than expected, its development lagging by decades. Sean reassured him that the project had already been prioritized and would be completed within 3 months. Leon then shifted focus back to business, asking about pending payments. Helga informed him that shipments were being prepared and that agreements with partners were already in place, signaling that the next phase of his larger plans was steadily moving forward. Leon warned Cisco that they were already standing on the brink of collapse, making it clear that events were moving faster than they realized. He then calmly instructed that Sean and Helga should arrive at the hotel the following morning, signaling that everything had already been set into motion. At the same time, inside the Cisco building, James and his father were carefully discussing their plan for the next day. James informed him that the Lunan company was preparing to hold a press conference and asked whether they should invite reporters. His father, visibly satisfied, reassured him that everything had already been arranged and that no complications would arise. James laughed confidently, remarking that Laosan had only just developed its first series of chips, yet they had already been outmaneuvered. However, his father quickly interrupted this confidence with a stern warning, reminding him that he must not make a single mistake. James responded with unwavering certainty, declaring that he had been preparing for this moment for a long time and that he would completely crush his opponents. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Gregory realized that he and his wife needed to visit his father, Samvel. When they arrived, they found that all the guests had already gathered and were waiting for them. Inside the house, the atmosphere was tense with expectation. Annette, Rosalind's grandmother and a key figure in their projects, immediately approached her daughter-in-law, asking about matters in Shanghai and about Rosalind's boyfriend. Rosalind explained that she had met him by chance, that they had shared a meal, and that Leon was exceptionally intelligent. Hearing this, Annette felt reassured. However, the calm did not last long. Cherise suddenly declared that she believed the relationship was a mistake. When questioned, she bluntly stated that Leon was too ambitious and unsuitable for Rosalind. Her mother agreed, adding that life with such a man would be difficult, and that she would prefer someone simpler for her daughter. She then revealed her suspicion that Leon might be the son of a certain woman from the past. Samvel was taken aback and asked whether the young man truly resembled his supposed parent. Cherise confirmed that his eyes were strikingly similar, reinforcing her belief. She then admitted to the entire family that she had already invested in Leon's company, and believed he must have realized her identity. Samvel listened carefully, then suggested that they set the matter aside for now and begin dinner. He asked for the television to be turned on. As the news channel came on, an unexpected report appeared, announcing that a school in Bao City was now being sponsored by the Chongqing Corporation, and that construction had already begun. Annette was stunned and immediately demanded an explanation, questioning why she had been told something entirely different. Rosalind's mother responded sharply, explaining that Leon had done this deliberately to show that he was not someone to be underestimated. Samvel observed quietly, noting that Leon's actions suggested a lack of respect toward her. He then urged everyone to sit down and eat, suggesting that the family resolve their internal conflicts calmly. The next morning, a large crowd gathered early outside the Jiang Nanchun venue, eager to attend the press conference. Cassandra watched the growing numbers with satisfaction, wondering whether the venue could even handle the influx, and confidently assuming that Lunan would be buried under the weight of their own exposure. Her assistant confirmed that all preparations were complete, and Cassandra announced that the event would begin at 9, certain that everything would proceed flawlessly. At that moment, Leon arrived at the hotel. Cassandra noticed him immediately and questioned his presence. He replied casually that he was there to observe developments in scientific and technological innovation, hinting that their paths would cross again. Though she studied him closely, she remained convinced that nothing he did could change the outcome. Inside the hall, James and his father stood ready, confident that their plan would unfold perfectly. With only minutes remaining before the conference began, his father reminded him to stay focused. He even promised that once everything was settled and the profits secured, he would hand over control of the company to him. Soon the host, Lizzie, stepped forward and announced the beginning of the conference. She introduced Lunan's new product as a groundbreaking innovation in chip technology, describing it as a leap into the future. However, her speech was abruptly interrupted when James stood up and challenged her. He accused Lawson of presenting technologies that Cisco had already patented, and demanded to know whether they had stolen proprietary designs. The accusation caused immediate chaos in the hall. Lizzie, caught off guard, realized that this was a deliberate attempt to publicly disgrace the company. Maintaining her composure, she apologized and stated that she could not answer the question directly. Instead, she announced that the director of the Lunan Research Institute would address the issue. Moments later, Leon stepped onto the stage. James froze in shock, unable to understand why Leon was there. Lizzie formally introduced him as the director of the Lunan Research Institute, leaving Cassandra equally stunned. Taking the microphone, Leon calmly greeted James and addressed the accusation. When pressed, he revealed a shocking truth. He explained that they had never intended to present the first series of chips at this conference. Instead, he announced that they had already developed and released a second series. He went on to clarify that his team had completed the first series months earlier, but that Cisco had stolen that technology. Now, with the second series publicly revealed and broadcast live, such theft would no longer be possible. The revelation shattered the room. James collapsed to the floor, his confidence completely destroyed. Cassandra covered her face, realizing that Cisco's downfall was inevitable. With calm authority, Leon proceeded to present the new technology, concluding the conference on his own terms. And afterward, James' father confronted Leon, accusing him of conspiracy and deceit. Leon responded evenly, reminding him that it was they who had lured Lu and stolen Lawson's work. He added with quiet irony that times had changed and advised them to return home. He also reminded them of the contract clause that would require tenfold compensation if obligations were not met. Unable to endure the pressure, the man suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Panic erupted as James rushed to his side and Cassandra called for help. In the midst of this chaos, Leon received a call from Rosalind. She had watched the entire broadcast and wanted to understand what had happened. Leon admitted without hesitation that he had orchestrated everything and had been preparing for this outcome all along. Shocked by the scale of Cisco's collapse, she invited him to her home. Leon agreed, joking that he would only come if she wore something comfortable. Later when he arrived, he found her dressed exactly as he had teased. Seeing her, he smiled with genuine satisfaction and told her that she looked beautiful, adding playfully that she might have looked even more beautiful without the outfit. Leon, having finally arrived, asked Rosalind if there was anything to eat, admitting that he had rushed straight from the press conference without having a single meal all day. She looked at him with a hint of concern and remarked that he had clearly lost track of time, completely absorbed in his work. Still, she agreed to check what food was available in the house. Leon replied lightly that a well-fed person is always stronger, trying to ease the mood. Rosalind acknowledged his success, noting that he had handled Cisco with remarkable precision. However, her tone soon turned serious as she warned him to remain cautious, reminding him that powerful and dangerous forces stood behind Cisco. As she began preparing food, slicing a tomato, the juice suddenly splashed onto her. Without hesitation, Leon stepped closer and gently wiped the stain away, quietly telling her to be more careful. The conversation soon shifted. Leon revealed that he had long known Cisco's main shareholder was the powerful Hawaiian corporation. Rosalind responded by explaining that the Jiao and Lang families were deeply connected, and that their influence was immense. Leon then stated that he was waiting for a certain individual to emerge, and that the lithography machine project would force this person out of hiding. Rosalind immediately cautioned him, insisting that it was not the right time to directly confront such a force. At that moment, Leon began receiving repeated calls from James and his father. He initially dismissed them with dry humor, wondering if they were calling to demand compensation for medical expenses, but eventually answered. To his surprise, it was Arlo himself on the line. Rosalind froze, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Leon, however, remained composed, noting that he had not expected Arlo to appear so soon and realizing that he might have acted too quickly. Arlo spoke calmly. stating that he understood Cisco had never been the true target, and that Leon had been waiting for him all along. Leon did not deny it. Instead, he replied that he had prepared a welcome gift, the meaning of which would soon become clear. Rosalind, still trying to process everything, asked whether this entire operation had been orchestrated just to draw Arlo out. Leon explained that while others could be misled, someone of Arlo's level could not be deceived so easily. Without further explanation, Leon made a call and gave a simple order to begin. Rosalind remained uncertain, unable to fully grasp what he had set in motion. Meanwhile, the consequences of his plan were unfolding elsewhere. In Hashan Hospital, the previous night, a group had gathered around the bed of James' father, demanding answers. The old man admitted to Arlo that they had underestimated the situation and made a critical mistake. Arlo, though displeased, did not blame him, acknowledging that Leon had concealed his true capabilities well. When asked whether Cisco could still be saved, Arlo admitted the harsh truth. The chances were almost non-existent, and bankruptcy seemed inevitable. At best, they could attempt to sell off the remaining chips in the warehouse. Hearing this, the old man was overcome with shock and lost consciousness once again. James, desperate for direction, asked Arlo what they should do next and whether there was any way to defeat Leon. Arlo, now visibly angered, declared that they would target Leon's company next. He could not allow him to profit from Cisco's downfall without consequence. But before any plan could take shape, disaster struck again. James received a sudden call and froze in disbelief as he learned that their Ketwang warehouse was on fire. He immediately ordered emergency measures, but it was too late. The goods had been completely destroyed. His father concluded bitterly that this was undoubtedly Leon's doing, a final blow meant to ensure Cisco's total collapse. James, overwhelmed, admitted that they no longer had the strength to resist. At that same time, James's father was in intensive care, fighting for his life. Enraged and desperate, James called Leon, accusing him of burning their warehouse and vowing revenge. Leon responded coldly, reminding him that the warehouse had been legally handed over to him under their agreement. He then added that if they did not act quickly to extinguish the fire, everything would be lost. With that, he ended the call, leaving James powerless. Elsewhere, Cassandra could only reflect on the situation, realizing that saving Cisco was now almost impossible. Back at Rosalind's home, Leon remained focused, while Rosalind, exhausted, remarked that she seemed to be constantly helping him deal with his affairs. Leon, however, firmly told her not to interfere, insisting that he would handle everything himself. Later, he got up to bring them water while Rosalind rested on the sofa. Just then, her mother called. Rosalind sighed, noting that the timing was as inconvenient as ever, but answered nonetheless. Her mother was surprised to find her still awake at such a late hour and asked what she had been doing, as well as whether she had heard about Cisco's situation. Rosalind explained that Arlo's involvement meant trouble was unavoidable. Her mother reassured her, saying that if Leon could withstand this, everything would eventually settle. At that exact moment, Leon walked into the room and casually asked how his girlfriend was doing, admitting that he had begun to miss her. Rosalind froze in shock, suddenly realizing she was still on a video call with her mother. Trying to recover, she quickly insisted that everything was fine. Her mother, though slightly suspicious, simply reminded her to stay warm before ending the call. In Yanjing, Gregory and his wife discussed what had just happened. She explained that their daughter was not working late but was instead with Leon. Gregory reacted strongly, unable to understand how the younger generation could live together before marriage. His wife calmly replied that times had changed and such things were now common. She then informed him of the larger situation, explaining that Leon had nearly destroyed Cisco, a company backed by Arlo himself. Gregory acknowledged that powerful figures like Dongqing would not remain passive if Arlo were completely crushed. They agreed that the situation was escalating and might require direct involvement from the family. The following morning, Leon arrived at the hospital. As he entered, Sasha immediately stopped him and explained that a critically ill patient had been admitted the previous night and required urgent heart surgery involving a stent. She added that Liana had specifically requested Leon to perform the operation. Handing him the medical records, she urged him to review them carefully. Leon opened the file and froze. The patient was Aiden, James' father. Sasha mentioned that the man was extremely wealthy and warned that without surgery, he faced a high risk of a myocardial infarction. Leon found it ironic that out of all the hospitals in the city, the man had been brought here. After a brief pause, he declared that he would personally carry out the operation. At that moment, outside the operating room, Cassandra and James were waiting anxiously. When Leon appeared in the corridor wearing a white coat, James was stunned and demanded to know what he was doing there. Sasha sharply rebuked him for his tone. Leon then calmly pointed out that he was already dressed as a doctor, and stated plainly that he would be the chief surgeon for their father. Cassandra and James were left speechless. They could not comprehend how the man who had just destroyed their company was now the one holding their father's life in his hands. To Cassandra, it felt as though this was not merely coincidence, but the final decisive move in Leon's relentless strategy. Leon calmly informed James and Cassandra that the upcoming operation carried significant risk and that there was a real possibility their father might not survive. His words struck them like a blow. James, already overwhelmed, snapped and declared that if anything happened, it would be nothing less than murder caused by the doctor's negligence. Leon responded without emotion, reminding him that all necessary documents had been signed in advance, and that any outcome of the surgery held no legal consequences for him. James clenched his fists, anger rising inside him, but he forced himself to stay silent, fully aware that this was the very man who now held his father's life in his hands. Suddenly, Cassandra swayed. Her vision blurred, and within seconds she collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness. Panic spread instantly. James rushed to her side, calling her name in desperation. Leon, however, reacted with sharp authority. He turned to the nurses and demanded to know why they were standing idle, ordering them to act immediately. He instructed that Cassandra be taken for urgent care, that only the best imported medications be used, and that no expense should be spared. Then, without another word, he approached James and told him coldly to step aside. Moments later, Leon and Sasha entered the operating room. Inside, everything was prepared. Aiden lay unconscious, surrounded by surgical equipment, his life hanging in the balance. As Leon looked at him, a brief thought crossed his mind, whether he would save this man or whether fate had decided otherwise. But there was no time for hesitation. The operation began. 2 hours passed in tense silence outside. Cassandra and James remained near the door the entire time, unable to leave even for a moment. When the light above the operating room finally turned on, signaling the end of the procedure, both of them rushed forward. Sasha stepped out first and calmly informed them that the surgery had been successful and that the patient would soon recover. Relief washed over them, though the emotional weight of everything that had happened still lingered heavily. Leon followed shortly after, walking past James without saying a single word. James sat down beside his sister, his voice trembling as he admitted that if Leon was guilty of anything, he would never forgive him. Cassandra, however, looked at him with quiet resignation. She said that it no longer mattered. The contract had already been signed, their situation had worsened beyond repair, and there was nothing left to change. Overcome with emotion, James finally broke down, calling himself a fool as tears streamed down his face. Later, Lane went to visit his old friend Charlie. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he saw that everyone had already gathered and was waiting for him. Charlie greeted him enthusiastically and introduced him as the leader among the 4 young masters of John High. The atmosphere was lively, and some of the girls present remarked that Leon seemed far more refined than the typical wealthy heirs they were used to seeing. Charlie invited him to sit, joking that no one would leave sober that night. However, before the celebration could begin, Leon raised his hand and said he had something important to discuss. Sensing the seriousness of the moment, the girls quietly excused themselves, leaving the room. Leon then asked his friends if any of them had strong connections at a bank, explaining that he needed a loan. One of them immediately mentioned that his father had a long-standing relationship with the director of John High Bank.ao. Charlie, now curious, asked whether this meant Leon had another major project in mind. Leon calmly clarified that he was not working on any new project, but the amount he needed exceeded 20 billion. The room fell silent. Charlie quickly realized that this was connected to Arlo, and asked directly if that was the case. Leon confirmed it. He explained that after the fall of Cisco, Arlo would undoubtedly strike back, and this was only the beginning. Without hesitation, Charlie offered his help, promising to arrange funds through his family. Another friend added that he could contribute several billion through his own companies. However, Leon refused their financial assistance. He thanked them sincerely but stated that he intended to face Arlo on his own. For him, this was not just a battle, but a challenge he wanted to confront personally. Charlie, though concerned, respected his decision. He warned him that Yanjing operated under very different rules, and that Arlo was far from an ordinary opponent. Leon simply finished his drink and replied that the war had already begun, and that retreat was no longer an option. Even so, Charlie insisted that the funds would remain available if needed. Another friend reassured him that arranging a loan through their connections would not be a problem. Leon then listed several major assets he could use as collateral, including Bandao Hotel, Wangjiang Port, Moon Harbor Beach, and Ling Yun's properties. Hearing this, Charlie was astonished and asked what exactly he was planning. Leon answered quietly that he was about to begin a much bigger game, one that would eventually return profits to everyone involved. By the end of the discussion, they estimated that he could secure between 40 and 45 billion. Leon emphasized one critical condition: absolute confidentiality. His friends agreed without hesitation. When asked why he did not use Lunsen as collateral, he simply replied that the company still held an important trump card that he was not ready to reveal. With that, the tension eased, glasses were raised, and the evening continued. Before leaving, Leon thanked them, promising that he would never forget their support. The next morning, he arrived at the hospital and received a call from Walker, who reported that all arrangements with the bank had been completed. With Lunsen as collateral, Leon could secure up to 85 billion. However, Leon immediately rejected the idea, explaining that Lunsen was too important and that he would make a final decision later. Soon after, he arrived at Ling Yun, where Helga rushed to him with urgent news. She reported that their company was facing serious trouble. A massive sell-off of shares had begun, already exceeding 8 billion, and the volume was continuing to rise rapidly. According to Sean, the situation had started that very morning and could escalate even further within hours. Despite the urgency, Leon remained completely calm. He told Helga not to panic, and instructed her to monitor the market while he took time to eat. His composure left her stunned, especially given the scale of the crisis. Inside the office, the team was working non-stop, analyzing data and preparing reports. When Leon entered, they immediately turned to him for guidance. Tanya explained that panic selling had pushed the total close to 9.5 billion, and that the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. After listening carefully, Leon made his decision. He ordered the company to buy up every available share on the market. The team was shocked. Helga questioned whether someone was deliberately targeting them. Leon confirmed it. He openly admitted that he had destroyed Cisco, and that this retaliation was inevitable. Now, they had no choice but to defend themselves. Helga pointed out that they currently had around 20 billion available, which would not last long under such pressure. Leon reassured everyone, revealing that he had already secured an additional 45 billion. There was no need to panic. The room fell silent in disbelief. No one could understand how he had managed to gather such enormous resources in such a short time. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, inside the headquarters of the Hawaiian Corporation, Arlo was engaged in intense negotiations. It became clear that he was playing a far more serious game against Leon's company. Surrounded by powerful figures, including members of the elite group known as the Four Young Masters, Arlo revealed that he had already secured 168 million shares through a broker. With cold determination, he declared that just as Leon had destroyed Cisco, he would now destroy Baba as well. Those around him recognized the scale of what was unfolding. This was no longer a simple rivalry. It was a full-scale corporate war, and neither side had any intention of backing down. At that moment, the secretary entered the office and reported that fresh updates had arrived from the stock market. She announced that the Linian Group had already begun aggressively buying back the shares that had just been dumped. Her words brought an immediate, heavy silence to the room. Arlo broke it, demanding precise numbers. The secretary replied that Ling Yun had already repurchased nearly 10 billion worth of shares, stabilizing the falling price. Axel frowned, admitting that they had underestimated Ling Yun's financial strength, and that this miscalculation could prove costly. Sains urged them not to waste time and insisted they go directly to the securities department to take control of the situation. They moved quickly. Upon arriving, they were met by staff, but before explanations could even begin, a report came in that the opposing side had already absorbed the entire 10 billion shares. The question of what to do next hung in the air. Arlo made his decision without hesitation. He ordered another 10 billion shares to be thrown onto the market, determined to push the confrontation further. One of his subordinates reminded him that the compensation from Cisco had not yet been received, and that Leon was already buying aggressively, which suggested his funds might soon run out. Arlo dismissed the concern, stating confidently that if they increased the pressure, Leon would not be able to keep up. He then turned to Axel and Sains, offering them participation in the operation with a 70% profit share. Both agreed immediately. Sains even committed to taking on 84 million shares himself. Arlo, growing more ambitious, declared that they would not only crush Baba but also develop a new program to replace it entirely, ensuring even greater profits. He wanted every competitor to understand that crossing him came with consequences. Amid their confidence, Sains mocked Leon, imagining him collapsing under the weight of bankruptcy. Amused by the thought, Arlo decided to call Leon directly, curious about his state of mind. With feigned concern, he asked how he was holding up. Leon's response was sharp and dismissive. He called Arlo a fool and told him to continue dumping shares if he wished. The reaction stunned Arlo, who had expected desperation, not defiance. Sains laughed, recalling Leon's earlier remark that he was interested in seeing how many shares his opponent could actually throw onto the market. Frustrated, Arlo demanded an immediate update. He was told that another 3 billion shares had already been released, but Ling Yun had absorbed them just as quickly. Enraged, he ordered the release of all remaining shares, another 10 billion, determined to overwhelm Leon once and for all. Even as tension rose, Sains tried to steady him, reminding him that they still controlled a massive reserve of shares worth tens of billions. Axel supported this, assuring Arlo that victory was still within reach. Yet Arlo himself admitted that losing was not an option. His reputation depended on crushing Leon completely. Axel then suggested stepping away temporarily to calm down, offering to take him to a hot spring. Arlo reluctantly agreed. Elsewhere, Cherise sat deep in thought at the Zhongying Corporation, analyzing the unfolding battle. Gregory approached her, curious about what had captured her attention so intensely. She explained that both Arlo and Leon were effectively shorting the market, with Arlo alone having already sold tens of billions worth of shares. Gregory was visibly shocked and immediately asked how Leon was holding up. Cherise admitted that he was still standing for now, but the real question was whether his financial reserves would last. Gregory speculated that Leon might have taken a massive loan, possibly using his company's advanced chip technology as collateral. However, he warned that if the funds ran out before Arlo stopped, Leon could lose everything. At that moment, Rosalind called her mother, but Cherise chose not to answer. She decided to remain an observer, wanting to see whether Leon could truly reach the same heights as the powerful figures before him. Meanwhile, Leon appeared completely unbothered. He took a break and went for a swim as if the financial storm surrounding him did not exist. Elizabeth, watching him, could not understand how he could remain so calm under such pressure. Leon simply replied that all they needed to do now was spend money, and there was no reason to panic. As they reviewed the situation later, Elizabeth noted that they had already bought back nearly 22 billion worth of shares, and the market was beginning to stabilize. Leon explained that Arlo was now confused, having wrongly assumed that his limit was much lower. He estimated that Arlo could still release anywhere between 30 and 50 billion more, depending on his brokerage resources. Elizabeth finally understood why Leon had refused to mortgage Lausanne. He confirmed that his current funds were enough to handle both Arlo and the market pressure. What mattered now was timing his next move. At the same time, Arlo and his associates arrived at the hot springs. However, even there, the situation followed them. A call came in, confirming that Ling Yun had already bought back around 20 billion worth of shares. The remaining portion had come from investors. This revelation unsettled them. They began to speculate. Axel suggested that Leon must have taken a bank loan. Sains agreed, noting that Elzin's rising value would make such financing possible. Seeking confirmation, Arlo called Rosalind and casually asked whether Leon had approached her or her company for a loan. She denied it. This left only one conclusion. Axel stated plainly that Leon must have mortgaged his personal assets. Arlo agreed, though he found the scale of it unsettling. Someone like Leon would not act recklessly without careful planning. They resolved to investigate further, but Sains insisted there was no turning back. With nearly 100 billion in shares at their disposal, he believed they had more than enough power to crush Leon. Axel added that if Leon had truly leveraged everything, the collapse would come naturally. Arlo decided to continue pressing forward. He ordered his men to keep dumping shares without pause, determined to test Leon's limits. Despite the intensity of the situation, his companions eventually relaxed, convincing themselves that Leon was still far from their level. They poured drinks and tried to treat the crisis as manageable. The next morning, Leon returned to the hospital. There, he met Rosalind, who approached him with quiet urgency. She revealed that Arlo had contacted her, asking whether Lalzin had been mortgaged. Leon simply took her hand and suggested they go eat, remarking that Arlo was likely in complete confusion by now. At the hospital cafeteria, Rosalind was surprised by how good the food looked. Leon casually remarked that the pork ribs there rivaled those from the Bandau Hotel. After tasting them, she had to agree. Still, concern lingered. She asked whether he felt any worry at all. Leon glanced at his watch and calmly stated that it was already 11:30, and that he had secured nearly 30 billion dandai. Rosalind was stunned, and immediately asked where such a massive sum had come from, and whether he had mortgaged Lalzin. He reassured her, telling her not to worry. He explained that he was simply waiting for Arlo to exhaust himself, carefully observing every move. When Rosalind asked how she could help, Leon unexpectedly suggested that she publicly announce she was pregnant and intended to marry him. The suggestion caught her off guard, and she firmly refused, accusing him of trying to use her. Changing the subject, she mentioned a news story about a child suffering from a rare heart condition, congenital transposition of the arteries. She explained that the chances of survival were extremely low, and that the treatment costs were overwhelming, with the family seeking help online. Leon immediately agreed to assist. Without hesitation, he assured her that he would do everything he could to help the child before leaving the hospital. Rosalind looked at Leon in disbelief when he casually said he was about to leave. She could not understand how he could walk away so lightly after everything that had happened. Leon, however, answered with deliberate indifference, claiming that he was tired of seeing the same faces at the hospital and wanted a change of scenery. His teasing explanation only irritated her further, as she immediately recognized it as a poor excuse. Not long after, Charlie arrived with urgent news. He reported that Arlo had just dumped another 35 billion into the market. Despite the scale of it, Leon remained completely calm. He explained that every share had already been intercepted and that the market had stabilized once again. One of the others added that by the next morning, the borrowed shares would likely be exhausted. Leon simply nodded, saying he was actually looking forward to that moment, curious to see what Arlo would do when he ran out of options. Meanwhile, in the Hawaiian Corporation's office, frustration was reaching its peak. A subordinate reported that over 30 billion had already been thrown onto the market, yet every single share had been absorbed by Leon's side. Arlo slammed his fist against the table, unable to comprehend where such vast financial resources were coming from. Sains informed him that Axel had confirmed Leon had not mortgaged Lalzin, nor had he received any financial support from Rosalind. This only deepened the mystery. Axel concluded that something about the situation felt suspicious, even suggesting that the money might not belong to Leon at all. Arlo, however, was focused on the stakes. Losing now would not only cost him money but also his reputation and influence. For him, defeat was unthinkable. Elsewhere, a separate thread began to unfold. Vicky, having finished her work at the Yan'an TV station, was walking home when she was suddenly approached by a man named Archer. He introduced himself as the head of the Asian office of Hunch. Though initially cautious, Vicky grew curious when he revealed that the companies they targeted often ended up bankrupt. Archer then presented her with a bank card containing 200,000, offering it in exchange for information. The amount stunned her, equal to nearly 2 years of her salary. After a brief hesitation, she agreed to talk and followed him into a nearby cafe. There, Archer made his intentions clear. He wanted information about Leon, specifically anything that could be considered negative. Vicky, after some thought, mentioned Leon's complicated relationships, including his closeness to Elizabeth and his past interactions with Liana Datai. She also recalled his actions in Bicao City. Once she finished, Archer accepted her answer and handed over the card. Before leaving, he subtly suggested continuing their conversation elsewhere, hinting at deeper intentions. At the same time, positive developments were unfolding for Leon. Jenny called to report that all 25 newly developed drugs had successfully passed testing. Moreover, several major firms had expressed interest in cooperation and were already on their way to Shanghai. When Jenny arrived with representatives including Frey and King, tension quickly surfaced. Frey openly criticized Leon's arrogance, pointing out that no one had even come to receive them at the airport. Jenny countered sharply, reminding him that Leon's work spoke for itself and that he had no need to cater to them. Frey remained skeptical, arguing that developing 25 drugs in such a short time seemed unrealistic. Jenny, however, firmly defended Leon and even emphasized the depth and history of Chinese medicine, refusing to tolerate baseless doubt. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel, where Helge informed him that the market had fully stabilized. Arlo had temporarily stopped selling shares, likely preparing his next move. Leon responded that this was expected, and that it was now time for the next phase. Entering the conference room, he found all representatives already gathered. Jenny formally introduced him, highlighting both his medical expertise and his leadership. Without wasting time, Leon announced that all 25 patented drugs would soon begin clinical trials. Then, with calculated precision, he raised a critical question. Did they need a reliable international representative? The room fell silent. Jenny expressed her support, recognizing the strategic brilliance behind his proposal. Frey, however, grew cautious, realizing that Leon was far more perceptive than he had initially assumed. King then suggested establishing a research laboratory in Minsu, but Leon immediately challenged the idea, questioning why it should not be located in Zhanghai instead. Sensing the shift, Frey quickly tried to clarify, but Leon cut him off, stating coldly that he understood their intentions perfectly. He then abruptly ordered them to leave. The sudden decision shocked everyone. Jenny attempted to mediate, suggesting they reconsider and discuss the conditions further. Leon then laid out his terms clearly. He was willing to collaborate, but only if drug prices were reduced significantly, especially for treatments of rare diseases. He insisted that costs be lowered to a fraction of their current levels, ensuring accessibility. King was stunned, struggling to believe that Leon was demanding such reductions. Jenny asked for specifics, and Leon listed the medications, reinforcing his position with firm resolve. He made it clear that profit would not come at the expense of people's lives. When Jenny later asked about the Bandau Hotel, Leon casually revealed that he owned it. He added that if they accepted his terms, they would be free to stay there without restriction. As discussions continued, opinions began to diverge. Frey acknowledged that while negotiation was possible, Leon's conditions posed serious challenges. Jenny observed that he was deliberately leveraging their own profit-driven nature against them. King, on the other hand, felt cornered, believing Leon had left them with no easy options. Yet Jenny saw it differently. To her, Leon's approach was not surprising. In a world driven by money, morality often became secondary, and each side chose its own path. Leon, she believed, had simply chosen his. Frey finally suggested that they revisit the discussion with a clearer strategy and consult their superiors before making a final decision. As Leon walked down the corridor, Helga called with urgent news. She reported that Arlo had once again begun dumping shares at an alarming pace, with nearly 2 billion sold in just half an hour. Leon was momentarily taken aback, confirming the numbers before immediately deciding to return to the company. Within minutes, he arrived at the Lin Yin office, where the entire team was already waiting. The atmosphere was tense. Leon asked how such a massive volume could have been sold so quickly. Helga explained that an additional 500 million had already been added, and the speed of the sell-off was highly unusual. She suspected that other investors might have begun panic selling, following the trend. Sean, however, disagreed. He pointed out that there was no major negative news circulating, making such widespread panic unlikely. Leon's expression darkened as he realized the implications. If the situation continued at this pace, their funds could run dry, and they could lose everything. Helga added that they had around 26 billion remaining, but even that would not last long under such pressure. Silence filled the room as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. After a moment of thought, Leon exhaled and calmly declared that nothing critical had happened yet. He instructed the team to continue buying back shares as planned. Then, to everyone's surprise, he stepped away to rest, leaving Helga stunned at his composure. Later, Leon contacted his friend and gave a decisive order. He was ready to mortgage Lunson and go all in. That night, he gathered with his friends at Charlie's establishment. There, Walker brought troubling news. Another powerful force had entered the game, likely the 4 young masters of Yanjing, backing Arlo. Leon admitted he had not been aware of them, but Charlie explained that figures like Axel and Sains were now involved, significantly increasing the scale of the conflict. They quickly calculated the numbers. With additional funding, Arlo's side could command up to 100 to 130 billion. Leon, however, revealed that his own capital had already reached over 120 billion, enough to sustain the battle. Charlie still offered more support, But Leon refused, determined to face this challenge alone. Charlie, frustrated, called his decision reckless, questioning whether he truly believed he could stand against such powerful opponents. Before the tension could escalate further, Elizabeth called Leon and asked him to wait for her. Soon, she arrived, drawing attention from everyone present. However, her arrival quickly led to trouble when a man approached her and began behaving inappropriately. Despite her clear refusal, he persisted, eventually trying to touch her. Elizabeth reacted instantly, slapping him across the face. At that moment, Leon and his friends stepped in. Charlie made it clear that the man had crossed a dangerous line. Realizing who he was dealing with, the man panicked, apologized, and fled. Afterward, the mood shifted. Elizabeth approached Leon, and after confirming she was unharmed, he pulled her into a brief embrace. She explained that she had come because Helga had informed her of the situation. Without hesitation, she offered him $3 billion to help. Leon was genuinely surprised and questioned whether she had gone as far as mortgaging her own company. She admitted that she was prepared to do even more if necessary. Her determination moved him, though he scolded her gently for acting on her own. She, in turn, insisted that she would not stand by while others tried to destroy him. Seeing her sincerity, Leon softened. He reassured her that everything was under control and that he already had a plan to defeat his opponents. Walker and the others supported this, reminding her that they had already secured significant funds. Eventually, the group convinced Leon to set aside business for a moment and simply enjoy the evening with them. The next morning, Leon returned to Hashan Hospital. Leanna was reviewing the surgical plan and warned him that although the chances of success were high, the risks were still significant. She also mentioned that his family situation was being widely discussed online. Leon, however, remained confident in his abilities. At the same time, in Yanjing, Arlo and his allies gathered once more. A subordinate reported that even after dumping nearly $50 billion in the second round, Ling Yun had absorbed everything. The realization weighed heavily on them. Arlo began considering his next move, while Sane suggested that Leon's resources must be nearly exhausted. Axel agreed that there was no turning back now. Arlo added that once their broader plan succeeded, Leon's reputation would inevitably collapse. Meanwhile, Leon returned to Ling Yun to personally oversee the market. Helga reported that the situation had temporarily stabilized, and that Arlo had paused his actions. Leon assumed they had reached their limit and instructed the public relations team to release the appropriate information. He then reminded everyone that he had an important surgery scheduled and should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Back at the hospital, a large crowd had gathered outside. A blogger was broadcasting live, drawing attention to the child's rare condition. Inside, Leon prepared for surgery while Sasha informed him about the reporters outside. Leon immediately ordered strict security measures, insisting that no outsiders be allowed in. Sasha was surprised, noting that many were simply curious or concerned. Leon, however, firmly rejected this view. He stated that such people were often more interested in attention and spectacle than genuine concern, and that exploiting someone's suffering for visibility was unacceptable. Sasha understood and moved to enforce his instructions. Soon the child's parents arrived, desperate and emotional. Leon and Liana reassured them, promising to do everything possible. Leon gently comforted the child, preparing him for the operation. Overcome with gratitude, the parents fell to their knees, thanking the doctors. Leanna quickly helped them up, urging them not to do so. Just as everything seemed ready, chaos erupted. A group of outsiders forced their way inside, demanding access and accusing the hospital of hiding something. Leon's patience finally broke. He demanded to know who had allowed them in, and why the situation was not under control. Sasha tried to manage the crowd, ordering them to leave, but one of the bloggers began shouting, threatening them with exposure and claiming influence. At that point, Leon stepped forward. Without hesitation, he grabbed two of the intruders and physically threw them out of the hospital. The bloggers, still shouting, warned that everything had been broadcast live and threatened legal consequences. But Leon did not waver. At that moment, nothing mattered more than the life waiting for him in the operating room. Leon, still irritated by the disturbance, ordered security to remove the intruders immediately. He had no intention of allowing chaos to interfere with something as critical as the operation. Once the corridor was cleared, he turned to Liana and calmly said that it was time to begin. Inside the operating room, everything was prepared. Leon asked Sasha for a final update, and was informed that the anesthesia had already taken effect, and they could proceed at any moment. Without hesitation, he gave the signal, and the operation began. Time passed in tense concentration. The team worked in silence as Leon carefully guided each step. But as he moved to apply sutures, something felt wrong. The sight of the boy's blood made his expression change instantly. He realized that the situation had suddenly become far more dangerous than expected. The other doctors noticed it too. Internal bleeding had begun. Leon reacted immediately, ordering a clamp and electric scalpel. The room grew tense, as every second became critical. Despite the chaos, he remained focused, using his skill to locate the source of the bleeding even through the heavy flow. Liana watched in disbelief, unable to understand how he could identify the wound so precisely under such conditions. Within moments, Leon stabilized the situation. He confirmed that the bleeding had been controlled and instructed the team to proceed with closing the wound. Gradually, the tension in the room eased as the operation moved toward completion. While this life or death struggle was unfolding, a different kind of attack had begun elsewhere. Elizabeth arrived at Leon's company, trying to reach him, only to learn that he was still in surgery. Helga explained that their financial reports were stable, but before they could continue, a staff member rushed in with alarming news. Reports about Leon had already spread across the internet. They quickly checked the platform and found a flood of accusations. Articles claimed that the director of the Lingen Corporation was involved in numerous inappropriate relationships. Helga was furious, calling it blatant defamation. Sean immediately suggested contacting the legal department, but Elizabeth stopped him. She insisted that reacting emotionally would only benefit their enemies. Instead, she proposed a strategic response, using the public relations team to clarify the truth and dismantle the rumors. However, the situation escalated further. New reports emerged, accusing Leon of violence in Baikal City. It became clear that this was a coordinated attack aimed at destroying his reputation. Helga slammed her hand on the table, realizing that Arla was now targeting Leon personally. Elizabeth remained composed, stating that they would handle the crisis properly and began organizing a response before returning to her office. At the same time, Jenny was still at the Bandau Hotel with her partners, continuing negotiations. Though King signed the agreement, he hesitated and revealed that Leon was now facing serious trouble. Jenny, surprised, checked the news herself and quickly understood the situation. Frey explained that such tactics were common, exploiting moments of vulnerability for profit. Jenny paused, thinking carefully. She decided not to proceed immediately and suggested consulting higher management before finalizing anything. After further discussion, they agreed to move forward cautiously, sending the contract while keeping the situation under review. Soon after, Jenny went to the hospital, hoping to speak with Leon directly. She waited outside the operating room, where she met Rosalind. The two exchanged brief words, both aware of the seriousness of the situation, though neither fully expressed their thoughts. Then at last, the doors opened. Leanna stepped out and informed the family that the operation had been successful. Relief spread instantly. The child would recover. When asked about Leon, she explained that he remained inside, completely exhausted. Inside the operating room, Leon sat on the floor, drained after the intense procedure. When Rosalind entered, he looked up in surprise. She explained that she had come because she was worried about him. Leon admitted that he was beyond exhausted, remarking that the work of a surgeon demanded more than most people could endure. Rosalind dismissed his complaint, but when she asked him to stand, he admitted that he could barely feel his legs. Concerned, she helped him up and supported him as they walked out together. In the corridor, they encountered Jenny. She explained that all parties had agreed to Leon's terms, and handed him the documents. Leon accepted them but said he would review everything later when he had regained his strength. Then, without hesitation, he said he agreed and would sign soon. Sitting down, he handed the documents to Rosalind and asked her to sign them instead. She was startled and questioned what they were. Leon explained that several pharmaceutical companies wanted to establish a research center in Zhanghai, and that the agreement would ensure significantly reduced drug prices within China. Rosalind refused, insisting that this was his achievement and she had no right to interfere. Leon reminded her that he had promised to help her and wanted to keep that promise. Still, she declined, unwilling to accept something she felt she had not earned. Instead, she gently suggested he rest and even offered to massage him. As she spoke, she mentioned the growing storm of negative news about him online. Leon was caught off guard. When she showed him the headlines, including claims about his personal life and business troubles, he immediately tried to read everything himself. At that moment, Helga called, admitting that despite their efforts, they had not been able to contain the rumors. Leon responded decisively, instructing her to organize a press conference at Lingyun as soon as possible the next day. Without wasting another second, he began preparing to leave, knowing he had to address this new battle head-on. But before he could move forward, another call came. Nell informed him that their mother had seen the news and had already traveled to Zhanhai. Leon was stunned. Meanwhile, Vanessa had already arrived and met Elizabeth. The two greeted each other warmly, with Elizabeth offering to help her carry her belongings. Vanessa, though surprised, accepted with a smile, remarking on the strength of the younger generation. Once inside, Vanessa spoke calmly, saying that she did not believe a single word written about Leon. She trusted the way she had raised him. Elizabeth reassured her, gently affirming her belief in him as well. Then, in a quiet and meaningful gesture, Vanessa opened a package and revealed a piece of jewelry she had received years ago when she married. Though Leon and Elizabeth were not yet married, she chose to give it to her, as if acknowledging something unspoken between them and placing her trust firmly in the future. Vanessa firmly placed the bracelet on her wrist and declared that she would be offended if the gift was not accepted. The girl, clearly surprised, asked why Vanessa had decided to give such an unexpected present. Later that evening, Leon returned home and froze at the entrance, completely unprepared to see Vanessa there. He immediately questioned his mother, asking why she had come without warning. Vanessa, however, was far from calm. She demanded to know why he had returned so late. Exhausted, the young man dropped onto the sofa and admitted that he desperately needed rest, explaining that he had just completed a highly complex operation. His explanation did little to ease her anger. In a sudden burst of frustration, Vanessa stepped forward and kicked him sharply in the leg. She accused him of neglecting his fiancée, claiming that while she waited at home, he had been out entertaining other women. Leon firmly denied this, explaining that he had been working on building a school and a road, and insisted that he was not the type to chase after every woman. Vanessa then turned to Elizabeth and reassured her that there was nothing inappropriate between Leon and any other women, dismissing everything circulating as mere rumors. Elizabeth simply smiled and replied that she trusted him. The next morning in Yanjin, employees of Hawaiian gathered to celebrate what they believed was a significant victory. Arlo raised his glass in a toast to Archer, praising his recent efforts and expressing admiration for the amount of information they had uncovered about Leon. Archer calmly responded that within a few days a new wave of damaging news would surface, leaving Leon with no chance of recovery. Although Arlo remained confident, one employee voiced concern, noting that Leon was far from foolish and would likely find a way to counter the attacks during the upcoming press conference. Axel added that 12 hours had already passed since the damaging post was released, yet Leon had not appeared, calling him a coward waiting for his fate. Sainz, however, pointed out that the delay in addressing the crisis had already cost them valuable time, making it increasingly difficult to repair the situation. Arlo concluded that even if Leon managed to recover, his reputation would be permanently damaged, rendering any cooperation with Baba meaningless. He then suggested that Archer join them at a nightclub in Yanjing, but Archer declined, explaining that he needed to focus on preparing the second phase of their plan. After calling a taxi and bidding farewell, he left, promising to return with good news. During the ride, Archer reflected on Leon, dismissing him as an unremarkable opponent. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected phone call. As he listened, his expression changed. He acknowledged the information and stated that he would attempt to meet the necessary people. Immediately afterward, he instructed the driver to turn toward the airport instead of the hotel. On the way, he began to wonder who Leon truly was. The following morning, Leon arrived at the Bondo Hotel, where reporters were already waiting. One journalist confronted him with allegations about his relationships with multiple women. Leon calmly asked for clarification, then stated that while many women had approached him with inappropriate intentions, the rumors were exaggerated. The reporters continued, accusing him of treating the heirs of the Hong and Dongqing companies unfairly. In response, Leon explained that he had acted deliberately after discovering how poorly those individuals treated their mothers, choosing to punish them for it. His blunt honesty stunned the reporters into silence. At that moment, Charlie and his friends arrived, clearly displeased to see the journalists crowding him. Security quickly intervened, pushing the reporters back. Inside, Helga and the representatives of Ling Corporation were already waiting. She informed Leon that the press conference was about to begin and asked whether he had a plan. Instead of answering directly, Leon asked about their current financial reserves. Helga reported that they still had nearly 20 billion available. He noted that Charlie and the others had invested 13 billion, while Elizabeth had contributed 3 wasuri. Without hesitation, Leon ordered Helga and Sean to use all available funds to buy up the fallen shares. Helga was stunned by the boldness of the decision and warned him of the immense risk. Nevertheless, Leon insisted, and she ultimately agreed, leaving with Sean to carry out the order. Soon after, Jenny approached Leon, informing him that everything was ready and that she had the contract prepared. She also mentioned that she wanted to introduce him to someone. To his surprise, Archer appeared and introduced himself as the head of Huna's regional branch in Asia. Leon responded with irony, asking if Archer had come simply to watch the spectacle. However, Archer surprised everyone by stating that he had come to clarify the false information circulating online and to apologize for the damage caused. Leon was genuinely taken aback and asked for an explanation. Jenny stepped in, explaining that they had united forces and pressured their competitors, forcing them to back down and admit their mistakes. She added that the remaining pharmaceutical companies no longer wished to risk their interests after reaching an agreement. Leon realized that even before fully setting his trap, the outcome was already in his favor. He then announced that he would not attend the press conference and instructed Archer and Jenny to coordinate with his team instead. When Charlie questioned his decision, Leon replied that allowing the intrigue to build would only make the final impact stronger. Charlie, clearly amused, admitted that he admired such dramatic moves. Meanwhile, the conference hall filled with anticipation. Aiden, seated with his children, remarked on the unexpectedly large crowd. Cassandra speculated that the invitation must have come from Arlo, noting that this short-selling battle had become a public spectacle. Soon the host, Tanya, stepped onto the stage and addressed the audience. She explained that due to the recent wave of negative publicity surrounding Lingyan and Baba, they had invited Archer from Hyun to clarify the situation. The announcement shocked many, especially the Cao family, who struggled to understand what was happening. Confusion spread as people questioned whether Archer had switched sides. Archer then took the stage and openly admitted that he and his associates had been responsible for spreading the false rumors about Lion. He publicly apologized, bowing before the representatives of Ling Corporation and acknowledging that all the negative information had been fabricated. The revelation left the audience stunned. The Cao family, who had believed they were on the verge of destroying Leon's business, could not comprehend how everything had turned around so suddenly. Aiden quickly realized that Baba's stock price would now surge dramatically, and he wondered how Leon had orchestrated such a reversal. Cassandra, meanwhile, was certain that this news would soon reach Arlo, and she was eager to see his reaction. The next morning, Arlo and his team reviewed the news reports. When they saw Archer's public confession, a heavy silence filled the room. One employee recalled that just the previous day, Archer had been fully committed to bringing Lion down. Enraged, Arlo immediately tried to contact Archer's company, only to discover that their work phone was no longer responding. Axel suggested attempting to recover losses by buying back shares from retail investors, but before any action could be taken, an employee rushed in with urgent news. Trading had been suspended due to an extreme surge in stock prices. Arlo and his associates stood frozen in shock, unable to process the sudden collapse of their plan. The director demanded clarification, insisting on knowing exactly why trading had been halted and when it had occurred. The employee explained that immediately after the press conference, people began buying shares in massive volumes. The index rose steadily, and the momentum became impossible to stop. Hearing this, Arlo finally lost control. He lashed out, kicking the table with all his strength and shouting that it was all a conspiracy, that someone had deliberately set him up. Sainz tried to calm him, stating bluntly that they had simply been outplayed. The employee added that only a small number of shares remained in free float, and it was now practically impossible to buy them back. Arlo and his associates stood in stunned confusion, unable to grasp how quickly the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Sainz quietly asked what they were supposed to do next, but no one had an answer. At the same time, Rosalind and her mother were watching Archer's press conference. The girl remarked that the outcome had exceeded even their expectations. Cherise observed that Leon had taken decisive and risky actions, which ultimately led to the complete collapse of Arlo's bearish strategy. Rosalind then pulled out a set of documents and asked her mother to guess what they contained. She revealed that it was an agreement between 6 companies and Leon to establish a world-class research center for drug development. Cherise noted that this explained why Hunshui had suddenly changed its position, and she asked whether Rosalind had discussed this with Uncle Chen. Rosalind replied that she had, adding that he could not stop laughing and openly admitted that he liked Leon very much. This reaction surprised Cherise. Her tone turned serious as she warned her daughter that if matters escalated too far, even she might not be able to intervene. Rosalind, confused by her mother's sudden harshness, asked for an explanation. Cherise simply said they would return to that discussion later and requested Leon's phone number, as she intended to speak with him directly. She called immediately, but there was no answer. Her frustration grew and she demanded to know how Leon could ignore her call. At that very moment, however, Leon had already switched his phone to airplane mode, ensuring that nothing would distract him from his work. Meanwhile, Charlie suggested checking the current stock prices, hoping they might still have a chance to acquire the remaining shares. Leon, however, remained calm. He stated that the outcome was already determined. Losses were inevitable, and the only uncertainty was the scale of those losses. Charlie disagreed, insisting that they needed to push the stock price even higher. Leon reassured them that everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan, and that the final stage was approaching. When Helga asked what their next move would be, he instructed her to announce a series of major initiatives. They would cooperate with the Zhanhai Circuit to launch the Baba sports car project. They would also formalize their partnership with Wanjiang Port and announce the opening of a restaurant, in collaboration with the Bondo Hotel. Charlie added that he would publicly declare his intention to invest in the company, allowing all three infrastructure sectors to be integrated. Leon listened, approved the plan, and then stated that he needed to leave, as he still had important matters to attend to at the hospital. Soon after, he arrived at the hospital and headed straight to the HR department. Sitting down, he calmly informed the staff member that he wished to resign. The woman was visibly shocked and asked him to confirm his decision. Leon explained that he intended to change his line of work, as he was exhausted from the constant pressure and demands of hospital life. Eventually, she agreed to process the paperwork, and he signed his resignation. Walking through the corridor, Leon realized that he could not leave without saying goodbye to his colleagues. He asked a nurse where Liana was and was told she was likely in rooms 8 and 12. He made his way there and found Liana and Sasha standing beside a young patient, with the boy's parents nearby. Sasha noticed him first and warmly greeted him. Leon approached the child, checked his temperature, and asked about his condition. Sasha reported that the boy had stabilized and that all vital indicators had returned to normal. The parents, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Leon repeatedly, admitting that without the operation, they might have lost their son. Leon responded modestly, saying that he was simply doing his job and that the child's recovery was what truly mattered. At that moment, the head doctor, Mateo, rushed into the room. He demanded to know why Leon had decided to leave, assuming there must have been some dissatisfaction with the hospital. As the news spread, everyone present was shocked, viewing his departure as a major loss. Leon explained that he had other important responsibilities to handle, and for now he needed to step away from his medical work. Sasha struggled to hold back her tears, asking why he was leaving so suddenly. Mateo refused to accept the resignation, insisting that Leon was far too valuable to lose. Instead, he offered him an extended leave, allowing him to return whenever he wished while retaining both his position and salary. Leon considered the offer and replied that a long leave might be acceptable, but salary alone was not enough to keep him. Understanding his resolve, Mateo ultimately agreed to respect his decision. The boy's parents approached Leon once again, expressing their gratitude over and over. He gently helped them up and reassured them that everything would be fine, but added that he now had to leave, as many matters awaited him. Sasha admitted that she would miss him deeply, and mentioned that Liana was also worried. The doctors gathered around, wishing him success and urging him to take care of himself. Liana remained silent, but her sadness was evident. Just then, a nurse rushed into the room with unexpected news. An anonymous donor had transferred $3 million for the boy's treatment. Mateo was stunned and asked if this could possibly be true. The parents were overwhelmed with joy, struggling to believe that such help had arrived. Leon calmly observed that the timing was perfect. Since the operation had already been completed, the funds would ensure that the boy could now receive full treatment without delay. The parents broke down in tears, with the mother saying that there were still kind-hearted people in the world, and that without this support, their child could not have been saved. With everything settled, Leon asked everyone to return to their duties. He quietly reminded them that it was time for him to go. Liana felt a quiet certainty settle in her heart. In that moment she understood that no one but Leon could have made such a generous donation for the boy. The realization filled her with both gratitude and admiration. After leaving the hospital, Leon paused, reflecting on everything that had happened. He understood that his medical career had come to an end. However, before he could dwell on it any longer, Rosalind suddenly appeared in front of him. Surprised, he asked what she was doing there. The girl explained that she had heard about his resignation and came to make sure he was all right. Leon questioned why she would go out of her way for him. Rosalind replied sincerely that she simply wanted to thank him for everything, and emphasized that he was completely different from others. Then she opened a box and revealed a piece of calligraphy bearing the inscription, "Only the master wears white." She handed it to him, saying that the gift came from the bottom of her heart. Leon examined it carefully and smiled, pleased that she had remembered something so meaningful. At that moment, Lena suddenly appeared before him and congratulated him on successfully completing his task. She announced that he had been rewarded with 300,000 mastery points and had reached E-level combat power. When Leon asked what that meant, she explained that on Blue Star there existed a 5-tier combat system, and his current level was only the entry point. Even so, she added that his strength was now approximately 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. Leon was delighted, and asked if that meant he had become practically invincible. Lena responded that while his strength would soon surpass even elite fighters and special forces, Blue Star was far more complex than he imagined, and he would need to continue developing his abilities. Curious, Leon asked where such systems came from, jokingly suggesting places like Nebula MS-78 or Cybertron. Lena simply replied that all secrets would be revealed when he became strong enough, and with that, she disappeared. Rosalind, confused, asked why he had suddenly frozen. She mentioned that her mother had been trying to reach him for quite some time. Leon immediately called Mrs. Cherise back, apologizing for not answering earlier and explaining that he had been busy. Cherise warned him that Arlo had already realized his mistake, and would soon attempt to strike back. Leon was surprised and asked whether she was referring to Hain or the so-called Big Four. Cherise clarified that Hain was not the immediate concern. She reminded him that the business world was full of hidden dangers. Leon acknowledged her warning, assuring her that he understood. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, at the Chongqing Corporation, the calm atmosphere was abruptly shattered when the vice president rushed into Cherise's office with urgent news. She handed over a tablet and insisted that the director read the report immediately. After reviewing the article, which claimed that all 4 masters had been defeated by rising newcomers and hinted at a hidden force behind the scenes, Cherise's expression hardened. She demanded to know the source of the publication, but the vice president explained that it originated overseas and could not yet be traced. Cherise quickly concluded that someone was deliberately targeting Linden Corporation, noting that other companies had been destroyed in similar ways before. She ordered that an official explanation be prepared through HR to address the stock market conflict, and the vice president promptly moved to execute her instructions. At the same time, Arlo received troubling news. A report had surfaced online accusing them of orchestrating the entire stock market scheme. Furious, he slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know who was responsible. Although the original post had already been removed, the damage had been done, as Chongqing Corporation had already released its own detailed report. One of his partners suggested that Cherise was behind this move, acting to protect herself from the fallout. The situation was worsening rapidly, as Leon's shares continued to soar, making it impossible to buy back the necessary securities in time. Arlo tried to maintain control, assuring everyone that he would find a solution. At that moment, his secretary entered and informed him that Mrs. Wang had summoned him. Promising his team that everything would soon be resolved, Arlo left to meet her. Inside the office, he was immediately confronted. Mrs. Wang questioned his reckless actions. Arlo attempted to deflect responsibility onto the PR company, but the chairwoman of the Hawaiian group, Donatella, pressed him further. She asked whether he had considered why Hyun had suddenly aligned itself with Lion. This revelation stunned him. Donatella then disclosed that Lion had formed an alliance with 7 pharmaceutical companies to establish a research center, with plans to produce drugs at half the current market price. Arlo was left speechless. She went on to reveal that Lion also had another powerful asset, a renowned professor whom Arlo knew nothing about. Overwhelmed, Arlo asked what he should do. Donatella instructed him to act immediately. She would provide funds, but he had to buy back all brokerage shares while there was still time. She warned him that many were watching closely, anticipating a shift in power within the family, and that the scandal needed to be contained as quickly as possible. Soon after, new information arrived. The assistant reported that a case in Bao City was under investigation, with Xiaoyan Company handling construction, led by a director named Leona. However, the main investor behind the projects was Chongqing Corporation. This revelation deeply unsettled Donatella, prompting her to immediately contact Cherise. Elsewhere, Helga reported to Leon that Cisco had reached out to negotiate compensation. Leon observed that their opponents had been wise to retreat when they did, as continuing would have only deepened their losses. He instructed that all debts to the bank be fully repaid. Helga confirmed that she would carry out his orders. Sean added that based on Cisco's calculations, their profit could reach approximately 150 billion. Leon thanked his team for their efforts and promised generous bonuses, which delighted everyone present. Afterward, Leon decided to visit Rosalind. Arriving at her home, he did not find her in the living room and assumed she was elsewhere. Hearing his footsteps, Rosalind called out from the bathroom, saying she was in the shower and would be out shortly. Leon sat down on the sofa. Just then, Rosalind's phone rang. Curious, he glanced at it and saw that Arlo was calling. Answering the phone, Arlo said he wanted to discuss matters related to Lingyan Corporation and asked if she was available. Leon calmly replied that she was in the shower and suggested calling back the next day. Arlo immediately demanded to know who he was speaking to. Leon, pretending to be offended, asked if he had really forgotten his voice so quickly. Realizing the truth, Arlo was stunned and angered, clearly not expecting to hear Leon on the other end. Leon continued calmly, stating that Rosalind would be busy afterward, and that it would be better to postpone the conversation. Ending the call, he turned his attention inward, curious to test the extent of his newfound strength. Closing his eyes, he sensed a dramatic increase in his abilities, and felt an urge to test himself in battle. He concluded that among ordinary people, there was no longer anyone capable of defeating him. At that exact moment, Lena reappeared and asked whether he wished to begin a new career. Leon agreed without hesitation. She informed him that his new profession would be that of a shop owner, and that he would receive a luxury rickshaw as a reward. Still processing the unexpected turn of events, Leon asked whether this new role came with specific requirements, or if he was free to act according to his own judgment. Lena explained that as a shopkeeper, he would have to operate from a pedicab and offered to bring it down for him. However, when the rickshaw appeared, it was bright pink. Leon immediately frowned, deciding that it did not suit him in the slightest. As he stood there, he suddenly noticed a folder lying nearby. Confused about where it had come from, he picked it up and opened it, only to discover what looked like a menu. Scanning its contents, he was stunned. He asked aloud whether he was really supposed to sell a plate of fried rice for 189 yuan. At that moment, Rosalind appeared behind him. She looked at the rickshaw with visible confusion and asked where it had come from. Leon calmly replied that it was his new vehicle, and even asked if she found it fashionable. Approaching the rickshaw, he explained that he had decided to try a new profession, so he had bought it and planned to work wherever he liked. He added, half-jokingly, that she could help him run the business if she wanted. Rosalind laughed, remarking that pink hardly suited him. In response, Leon pulled her into a light embrace, and with a playful smile, declared that he was a princess at heart. Afterward, the two went inside together. Leon then mentioned that Arlo had called earlier, and that he had already spoken to him. Rosalind sighed, and asked how much longer he intended to provoke Arlo, admitting that the entire situation had been exhausting for her. Leon sat beside her and gently offered her a massage, noting that she had worked hard and deserved some rest. The next day, Leon arrived at Lingyun Corporation in high spirits. Helga, noticing him, admitted that she had not even heard him enter. Taking a seat, Leon asked if there was any news about Arlo. Helga reported that, just as expected, there had been no further action, suggesting that their opponent had effectively surrendered. She added that after repaying the loan, the bank would still hold more than 80 billion, which could be returned. Hearing this, Leon concluded that the matter with Arlo and Hain Company was essentially resolved, and no longer worth revisiting. However, he immediately shifted focus. At this stage, he said, it was time to begin merging the Lunan and Kachuan companies. They also needed to prepare for a listing as soon as possible, and, once on the stock exchange, attract investments from major technology firms. With company matters settled, Leon stepped outside and reflected that he could now devote himself to his new venture. Climbing onto his pedicab, he set off into the streets, noting that the job did not seem particularly difficult. Eventually he arrived at Zhongjiang Street, a place he had not visited since his graduation. Stopping at house number 89, he realized he had found the location he was looking for. However, upon entering, he was met with complete disarray. The place was in terrible condition. Turning to Lena, he remarked that the space was far too neglected and asked her to arrange for a new sign. Lena agreed, and reminded him that he needed to complete all renovations within 24 hours to receive a reward. Leon asked if he could seek help. Lena replied that assistance was allowed, but all key decisions had to be made by him alone. Accepting the challenge, Leon decided to begin immediately. He planned to contact his assistant and request additional manpower from the hotel, knowing he could not manage everything alone. Just then, someone called out his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Elizabeth. She explained that she had gone to his office, where Helga informed her that he had come to the shopping street, so she came looking for him. Looking around, Elizabeth asked if this chaotic place was truly his new establishment. Leon confirmed it, assuring her that after proper cleaning and preparation, it would become a functioning business. Excited, Elizabeth offered to help. Leon agreed but asked her to focus on the interior design rather than the cleaning. She happily accepted, noting that decorating was her strength. After stepping out briefly, Elizabeth returned with everything needed for registration and preparation. Within a few hours, the transformation was remarkable. The once neglected space now looked polished and inviting. However, when she reviewed the menu, Elizabeth was stunned. She pointed out that the price of fried rice was far too high, especially compared to other places. Leon explained that this was precisely what would make the establishment unique. She would be allowed to eat for free, but everyone else would have to pay the listed price. Elizabeth argued that most customers would likely be students who could not afford such expensive dishes. Leon admitted she had a point, but explained that he could not alter the prices without violating the system's rules. Half-jokingly, he remarked that if things went poorly, he might have to sell her instead. This immediately angered her, and she accused him of becoming far too bold. Realizing his mistake, Leon quickly changed tone and asked for her advice. Elizabeth suggested that if the prices were high, then the restaurant itself should be positioned as an upscale establishment, making the cost seem justified. Leon instantly recognized the brilliance of the idea and praised her for it. As he grew overly enthusiastic, Elizabeth told him to stop, complaining that he was ruining her makeup. At that moment, Leon's assistant arrived outside with the manager. Seeing the scene inside, the assistant hesitated and quietly asked if they should enter. The manager stopped him, suggesting they wait until the boss had finished. Inside, Elizabeth asked Leon to stop, noting that her face was already covered from his playful affection. Leon switched on the lights, expecting everything to look normal, but both of them froze in surprise. He muttered that while he could tolerate the pink rickshaw, he could not tell whether the place now looked like a restaurant or a nightclub. Elizabeth tried to reassure him, saying that pink was not so bad. Leon, however, urged her not to jump to conclusions, and suggested they inspect the kitchen. Following her inside, they found that everything there was perfectly organized, with all utensils and ingredients neatly arranged. Elizabeth then suggested placing some cute collectible dolls at the entrance to attract attention. Leon immediately objected, pointing out that this was supposed to be a restaurant, not a kindergarten. Elizabeth teased him, asking whether he was rejecting the idea simply because it did not match his personal taste. Slightly irritated, Leon explained that the design should reflect the establishment's concept, not his own preferences. She laughed and agreed, telling him not to get so worked up. At that moment, the front door opened, and the manager along with his team entered. Leon introduced the place as his new business, and stated that the overall style had already been decided. The manager assured him that they would help bring his vision to life, and promised that the establishment would soon become the best restaurant around. Satisfied, Leon ended the discussion and stepped aside with Elizabeth. She asked whether he planned to hold a grand opening ceremony with invitations and a ribbon cutting. Leon declined, saying he preferred to skip formalities and begin operations immediately. Elizabeth smiled and remarked that his approach to business was certainly unconventional. Yet, with someone like him in charge, she believed the venture would only grow more valuable. Leon paused for a moment, mentally calculating how quickly he could bring the restaurant to life. Elizabeth watched him closely, unable to understand what was going through his mind. Suddenly he stepped toward her and pointed a finger in her direction, prompting her to protest that it was not funny at all. Despite her words, the tension quickly dissolved into laughter as the two playfully pushed each other. A little later, the manager approached to report on the completed work. After reviewing everything, Leon praised the team, stating that they had done an excellent job. He promised each assistant a bonus of 1,000 yuan for their extra effort, and the manager sincerely thanked him. The restaurant was now fully prepared to open, and Leon made it clear that he was completely satisfied with the result. Just then a man entered and asked if Leon was present. The protagonist confirmed his identity, and the visitor explained that he represented Hunga Company and had delivered the sign that had been ordered earlier. Leon removed the covering and saw the words, "Very tasty," displayed prominently. It would become the slogan of his restaurant. He found the name almost too simple, wondering if the system was playing a joke on him. At that very moment, the system notified him that the task was 20% complete and rewarded him with a specialization in recipes. He also learned that his establishment would use premium quality rice. Leon felt confident that with such advantages, no restaurant on Zhenjiang Street could rival his. Soon after, Helga and Elizabeth arrived. Leon was surprised to see them so early, pointing out that the restaurant was not officially open yet. Helga explained that she had not intended to come, but Elizabeth had insisted, joking that while some people acted like directors, she was left carrying dishes. Elizabeth brushed off the complaint, saying it was a perfect opportunity to prove themselves, and that they should get to work instead of complaining. Outside, two students, Daniel and Tiffany, noticed the restaurant's unusual name. Curious but hesitant, they decided to step inside. At first the place seemed cozy, but uncertainty quickly crept in. Tiffany quietly suggested they leave and find somewhere else. Just then, Elizabeth greeted them warmly and invited them to sit, assuring them they would be served shortly. Daniel felt that the place had potential and insisted they stay. Tiffany hesitated, warning that it looked expensive and might be beyond their budget. However, Daniel replied that sometimes it was worth trying something new. At that moment, Leon approached their table and asked what they would like to order, confidently stating that the chef could fulfill any request. Tiffany was momentarily distracted by his appearance, while Daniel focused on the menu. When Helga handed it to them, he was stunned to see that a simple egg fried rice cost 189 yuan. Despite the shock, Daniel decided to order 2 portions of the signature fried rice. As Elizabeth noted down the order, he realized he had made the decision almost impulsively. 10 minutes later, Helga returned with the dishes. The presentation was impeccable, and the aroma alone was enough to impress. Daniel took the first bite and immediately noticed the depth of flavor. Tiffany initially doubted him, assuming he was exaggerating, but after tasting it herself, she froze in astonishment. The dish was unlike anything she had ever experienced. What seemed like ordinary rice carried an extraordinary taste. They quickly finished their meals, savoring every bite. Daniel thanked Leon, admitting that while the price was high, the quality more than justified it. Leon responded that he was glad they enjoyed it, and hoped they would return. At that moment, Lena appeared, tossing confetti toward him and congratulating him on serving his first satisfied customers. The system informed him that his skill progress had reached 50% and rewarded him with a bone-strengthening pill. Lena explained that it would significantly increase his bone density, preparing him for future battles. Without hesitation, Leon consumed the pill. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy spread throughout his body. He could feel a profound transformation taking place, and concluded that his physical condition had now reached the level of a cultivator. 5 hours later, as evening approached, Helga suggested to Elizabeth that they should wrap up for the day. Elizabeth agreed, noting that it was already 7 o'clock, and the lunch rush had long passed. It seemed unlikely that any more customers would arrive. However, just as they were preparing to close, a man entered the restaurant. Realizing they would have to continue working, the two greeted him. The visitor looked around with interest before taking a seat and asking for a description of the available dishes. His gaze lingered on the waitresses, clearly impressed by their appearance. Helga, however, remained indifferent, and informed him that the restaurant offered only 2 signature dishes, egg fried rice and vegetable noodles. The man ordered the fried rice and asked for a drink, preferably something bottled. Though clearly displeased, Helga fulfilled the request and suggested a bottle of ancient castle wine from the 1982 vintage, noting that only 2 bottles were available, each priced at 280,000 yuan. The customer was stunned and asked if he had heard correctly. Helga calmly replied that he had asked for a recommendation, and that the wine was frequently ordered. The man coughed awkwardly and remarked that she clearly did not understand wine, pointing out that such a drink would be more suitable in a Western restaurant. He added that red wine did not pair well with fried rice and instead demanded a glass of milk tea. Then, shifting his tone, he asked Helga if she was from the countryside, commenting on her beauty and questioning why she worked as a waitress. Helga responded coldly that it was none of his concern. The man introduced himself as Dabi, stating that he was a lecturer in a directing department, and added that someone with her appearance was truly rare. Helga's patience finally snapped. She shot back at the man, asking if he had nothing better to do than concern himself with strangers. Dabi, however, only smirked, remarking that she was far too straightforward. He leaned in slightly, and hinted that if they were interested in cooperating with him, they could discuss matters in more detail elsewhere. That suggestion only made things worse. Helga's anger flared, and for a moment, it seemed she might strike him. Instead, she pulled out her keys, holding them up and calmly stating that they were the keys to her car. Then she asked him how much he thought a date with her would cost. The question caught Dabi completely off guard. He stared at her in disbelief, and asked how an ordinary waitress could possibly afford such things. At that moment, Leon stepped into the hall. Noticing Helga's expression, he immediately sensed something was wrong and asked what had happened. Meanwhile, Dabi took a bite of the food. His expression changed instantly. The irritation vanished, replaced by genuine amazement. He admitted that he could barely find words to describe the taste. Within minutes, he finished the dish and declared that it was exceptional. However, when it came time to pay, the atmosphere shifted again. He casually handed over 100 yuan, but Helga informed him that the total was 257. Dabi froze, then asked in disbelief whether he was really expected to pay that much for fried rice and tea. Helga replied calmly that the prices were clearly listed on the menu, and there was no reason to argue. Dabi glanced at the menu and scoffed, convinced that the staff had lost their minds. He demanded to know what kind of establishment this was, and warned that if they did not adjust their prices, he would file a complaint. This time, Leon lost his patience. In a sudden burst of anger, he kicked the man and demanded that he pay the full amount immediately. Elizabeth rushed forward, urging Leon to stop before things escalated further. Under pressure, Dabi paid in silence. As he rushed out of the restaurant, he turned back and threatened that Leon and his team would soon face consequences for their behavior. No sooner had he left than Lena appeared again, announcing that a special task had been completed. As a reward, Leon received an essence for processing food. Curious, he asked whether this meant he could absorb energy simply by touching food. Lena smiled and replied that he was close to the truth. Pushing the idea further, Leon jokingly asked why he even needed a mouth anymore. Lena looked at him in surprise and countered that surely he did not use it only for eating. She then explained that the ability had a broader application. For example, if he had 2 chestnuts, he could transfer energy from one to the other, effectively doubling its strength. Leon found the idea fascinating and wondered whether such an ability could extend beyond food. Before he could explore the thought further, Elizabeth approached and advised him not to dwell on unpleasant customers. At that moment, the door opened again, and 2 women entered. One of them was his former teacher, Giselle. She asked what he was doing these days, and Leon casually replied that he had started a small business. Her companion, Ariel from Dongai Media, looked at him with curiosity. After introductions, Ariel quickly grew interested and asked if he would consider entering the entertainment industry, even offering sponsorship. Leon appeared slightly uncomfortable, and Giselle remarked that if he had been interested, he would not have opened a restaurant. She then suggested they eat first, explaining that she had not had anything since morning. They placed their order, and Leon headed off to prepare it. As they waited, Ariel quietly asked Giselle whether Leon was her young lover. Giselle dismissed the idea and teased her in return, asking if she was the one interested, reminding her that her company was full of handsome men. When Leon returned, Ariel handed him a business card and invited him to contact her, promising to accelerate his career. With a hint of irony, Leon asked whether such help would require personal favors in return. Ariel answered without hesitation that it might, casually mentioning that her income had already reached an impressive level. Giselle immediately criticized her bluntness. Just then, Elizabeth entered and informed Leon that they had already withdrawn 80 billion from the Ling Yun account. Ariel was stunned into silence, while Giselle admitted that although she knew Leon was successful, she had not realized the extent of his wealth. Soon after, Giselle stood up and asked for the bill, insisting on paying. Leon jokingly asked whether her friend might be interested in investing in him instead, but Giselle quickly shut down the idea, reminding him that he already had a girlfriend. With that, the two women left. The system then notified Leon that he had received another reward, a lucky card valid for 10 minutes. He recalled that a similar reward had previously lasted only 5 minutes, and was pleased by the improvement. Elizabeth, smiling, teased him that he was so charming that women were willing to support him financially. Leon replied with mock pride that it was simply his natural appeal. She rolled her eyes and told him to stop daydreaming and get back to work. He then reminded her about her interest in investing in the high-tech automotive sector. Elizabeth confirmed that she had already discussed it with the director, and that they had identified several promising companies. Leon proposed starting with an investment of $1 billion, and suggested gathering the team to discuss the plan in detail. About an hour later, everyone assembled. Leon addressed them, encouraging open and honest discussion. Helga presented a list of potential companies, noting that despite the challenges, there was still strong potential for success. She explained that key components for lithography machines were restricted from export, creating a major obstacle since most suppliers were located abroad. Lizzie responded that the situation was not entirely bleak, pointing out that some domestic companies were capable of producing original components. Helga countered that even strong players like Cherise had already been restricted internationally, limiting their capital and influence. Lizzie reminded the team that they had already discussed this, and concluded that focusing on domestic investment would be the wiser path. She added that Cherise's familiarity with foreign companies allowed her to strategically limit their progress. After listening carefully, Elizabeth expressed concern that following Lizzie's approach might not yield sufficient benefits, and could even lead to serious losses. Leon studied the group thoughtfully, recognizing that their current plan was far from perfect, and that a better strategy would be needed moving forward. At that point, Tanya admitted that she had overlooked several critical details and had not fully thought the situation through. Leon's expression hardened. He demanded that the entire plan be withdrawn for revision, warning that if serious flaws were found, both Tanya and Helga would face demotion. Helga immediately accepted responsibility, assuring him that she understood the gravity of the situation and would work with Tanya to correct everything. The atmosphere grew tense until Samuel spoke up. He explained that his team was currently developing a fully environmentally friendly system, and had already achieved some progress. However, he acknowledged a major limitation. Even a perfect system would be meaningless if there were no developers to build software for it. Leon told him that he would personally handle that aspect but asked for his honest assessment. Samuel did not hesitate. He admitted that even if the project were approved, it was unlikely to generate significant profit. Hearing this, Helga and Tanya felt a wave of discouragement. The search for a perfect solution seemed more difficult than ever. It was then that Elizabeth calmly intervened. She agreed with Samuel's reasoning but proposed a broader strategy. If they followed the development model used by Lingyan, Lunsun and Baba, they could create a structure where multiple sectors supported each other. This approach, she explained, would help offset the risks of entering the mobile device market. Vivian immediately recognized the value of her idea. Elizabeth had managed to reconcile the conflicting directions and turn them into a unified strategy. The rest of the team quickly regained their confidence, agreeing that this could open up new opportunities for growth. Leon nodded in approval. He instructed Samuel to continue developing the system while simultaneously exploring smart transportation solutions. He then turned to Vivian and assigned her the responsibility of overseeing the integration and registration of Lunan and Ketwang. The task overwhelmed her. She hesitated, admitting that she was afraid of making a mistake. Lizzie subtly squeezed her hand, silently urging her to accept the responsibility. Gathering her courage, Vivian finally agreed. Leon encouraged her to be more confident, reminding her that success required decisiveness. With that, he concluded the meeting and dismissed everyone to continue their work. Sometime later, Tiffany entered the restaurant accompanied by several classmates. She cheerfully explained that she had brought them all to support Leon. Turning to her friends, she pointed at him and asked if they agreed that he was handsome. One of the girls joked that she was now motivated to study harder so she could afford to eat there in the future. Helga quietly remarked to Elizabeth that the girls seemed quite taken with Leon, but Elizabeth responded calmly that she was not concerned. Within 10 minutes, Leon prepared all their dishes and wished them an enjoyable meal. Tiffany asked if he was the only chef in the restaurant. Leon replied that his friends sometimes helped, and together they could manage the workload efficiently. Tiffany then asked whether they were hiring part-time staff, mentioning that one of her friends was interested. Leon admitted that he had not considered it yet, and added that they maintained very high standards. This puzzled her, and she questioned why such strict requirements were necessary even for basic tasks. Curious, she turned to Lizzie and asked about her education. Lizzie calmly replied that she held a PhD in computer science. The students were stunned. Another girl turned to Helga, assuming she would not have a degree, but Helga stated that she had studied international economics and trade, and also held a doctorate. The group fell into disbelief, wondering how they could ever reach such a level. Leon remarked that he would not mind hiring them in the future, but the restaurant's current capacity would not allow it. Inspired, Tiffany declared that they would return to their studies, and that she would come back to work there once she had earned her doctorate. After finishing their meal, the students left with renewed determination. Back in the kitchen, Elizabeth questioned Helga about her involvement in company matters, reminding her that she had previously chosen to stay out of such affairs. Helga replied that she was simply acting in the company's best interest and meant no harm. Elizabeth clarified that the issue was not about intention. Leon had sufficient resources, and every decision he made was part of a larger vision for the corporation's future. Helga acknowledged this, and promised to work even harder moving forward. As the day came to an end, Leon realized that everyone had put in considerable effort. He decided it was time to close the restaurant. Just then, Lena appeared once again and announced that he had successfully completed his current profession. As a reward, he received a solar-powered phone. Sitting down on the couch, Leon learned that his next profession would be that of a streamer. He quickly realized that he needed to upgrade his chip program to version 3. Understanding that rest would have to wait, he opened his laptop and continued working. Elizabeth, however, suggested that the issue with the phone could not be solved immediately, and encouraged him to step outside for some fresh air. He agreed, and soon they arrived at the campus. Looking around, Elizabeth asked in surprise whether there was actually a forest there, as she had never noticed it before. Leon confirmed that it existed, explaining that it provided privacy for couples seeking to escape prying eyes. Elizabeth observed the couple scattered among the trees and commented that they seemed bold. She added, half-jokingly, that seeing them made her feel older. Leon reassured her that she would always feel young as long as she was with him. At that moment, Tiffany spotted Leon from a distance. Recognizing him immediately, she called out loudly and approached them, asking if he was out for a walk with his companion. Leon greeted Tiffany politely, saying he was glad to see her again. At that moment, another student tossed him a basketball and invited him to join their game, asking if he could play. Leon replied with calm confidence that it would not be difficult for him, and that he could easily outperform anyone there. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and released the ball. A second later, it dropped cleanly through the hoop. The students froze, realizing that he had not exaggerated his abilities at all. Elizabeth clapped in delight and urged him to try again. Smiling, Leon said that his next shot would be dedicated to her. The students exchanged doubtful glances, noting that the distance was far too great. One of them even joked that if Leon managed to score from there, he would eat the ball himself. Leon did not argue. He simply jumped again, his movements precise and effortless. The ball flew in a perfect arc and landed straight in the basket. The entire group stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Elizabeth rushed toward him, her excitement impossible to hide. She told him he was incredible, and admitted that she had never imagined he possessed so many hidden talents. Leon responded lightly that he was capable of much more, and would continue to surprise her. Encouraged by the spectacle, one of the students approached and suggested playing a proper game instead of simple throws. Leon replied that his girlfriend wanted to watch him finish his shots first, after which they could play together. Then, in one final display, he sprinted forward, jumped high into the air, and reached the hoop itself, sending the ball cleanly through with absolute control. The students erupted into disbelief, murmuring that such a feat seemed beyond human ability. Elizabeth ran up and hugged him tightly, declaring that he was the best. Leon then tossed the ball back to the student who had challenged him, and asked if he still wanted to play. The student quickly backed away, claiming he suddenly felt unwell, and suggesting they play another time. Leon simply smiled and agreed, reminding him that he would still defeat him when they did. Later, he returned home with Elizabeth. Sitting in the room, he casually played a video game. Elizabeth watched him with admiration, saying that the students must have been overwhelmed with envy. Leon brushed it off, calling them ordinary throws, and added that she might view him differently as time passed. Elizabeth, however, insisted that no matter what happened, even if he grew old and weak, she would still consider him the best. Leon looked at her in surprise, asking if she really believed he would become frail with age. She laughed and explained that it was only a figure of speech, meant to express her feelings, even joking that she would hire the best doctors for him if necessary. Leon responded more seriously, saying that if his life were ever sustained only by machines, he would rather leave this world. Elizabeth shook her head, thinking he was taking things too literally. Then, without warning, she walked over to the router and pulled out the cable, cutting off the Wi-Fi to stop him from playing games. The next morning, Leon went to Rosalind's house to discuss a new idea. He asked whether she would be interested in participating in a promising project. He explained that they were developing a personal mobile system and that she could take a leading role in it. Rosalind declined, saying she was not particularly interested, though she was willing to help if needed. Leon then asked directly whether it would be possible to secure certain benefits. Curious, she asked what kind. He explained that he wanted exclusive naming rights, and emphasized that money was not the issue. Rosalind recalled that similar deals had previously reached around $1 billion, and assumed he planned to promote the system through advertising. Leon clarified that this was not about a phone but about the system itself. He intended to market it independently rather than relying on traditional advertising models. She asked him to wait while she contacted her mother. While she spoke on the phone, Leon turned on the television and idly switched channels. After some time, Rosalind returned and said that her mother was willing to help connect them with several companies. She added that Leon would later need to choose a partner to support software development. She also mentioned that her mother was considering establishing a manufacturing center and asked whether he would be interested. Leon admitted that such a project would be risky, with a lifespan of up to 20 years, and that he could not manage it alone. Rosalind pointed out that it was a rare opportunity and a privilege worth serious consideration. After thinking it over, Leon agreed and asked to review the list of potential partners. Soon after, he visited the Lunan Science Center. Professor Samuel warmly welcomed him. Leon explained that the new system's source code should not differ too drastically from existing solutions, though implementing it would still be challenging. Samuel reassured him that their system was fundamentally similar to current ones, and that the team had ensured full compatibility with existing applications. Leon then stated that their next step was to find manufacturers willing to enter the mobile industry. He emphasized that the device should remain affordable, within a reasonable price range, and that special attention should be given to camera quality. After concluding the discussion, he returned to his restaurant and began tidying the kitchen. Helga asked whether he was ready to close for the day. Leon replied that he wanted to try something new, and asked her not to put the establishment up for sale. Just then, a group of customers entered and called out, asking if anyone was there. Leon apologized and explained that they were about to close. However, as he looked closer, he froze in surprise. Among them was Gail, his former classmate. Gail stared at him and asked if he was really Leon. Another classmate questioned whether he was now working as a cook, recalling that he had once been involved in real estate. Leon calmly replied that he had left that field long ago. Gail shook his head and remarked that Leon should find a more respectable job, implying that being a chef lacked prestige. Leon responded evenly, asking since when the profession of a chef had become unworthy of respect. Gail then began boasting about his own achievements, saying that after entering graduate school, he had been working on venture projects. Another classmate tried to stop him, suggesting he was talking too much. Holly stepped in, offering a different perspective. She said she did not see anything wrong with being a chef, pointing out that with enough capital, one could always open a successful restaurant. Gail dismissed this, arguing that in a competitive city like Shanghai, even a small mistake could lead to total failure. Holly, however, turned to Leon and said that if he ever decided to expand or open his own restaurant, he should let her know, as she would be willing to invest. The hero calmly replied that he did not think the plan was a good idea, and had no intention of following through with it. Gail, clearly frustrated, could not understand his reasoning and argued that drifting along without purpose would lead to nothing. In response, Leon placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and said that he understood her point, but urged her to stop putting on an act. He then suggested that everyone drop the argument and order food, noting that they were all likely hungry. When Leon entered the kitchen, Helga looked surprised and asked why he had returned, especially since the establishment was already closing. Leon simply smiled, and explained that it was not every day one had the chance to meet old friends. 2 hours later, the group of former classmates had finished eating, their plates completely empty. Holly asked how much they owed and even offered to cover the entire bill, but Leon insisted on paying for everyone. Gail, however, remarked that the meal was too expensive, and warned him to be more careful with his spending. Watching the scene unfold, Helga quietly thought to herself that Leon was remarkably skilled at pretending. At that moment, Leon received a message from Rosalind. She informed him that they needed to discuss the community center project. Leon immediately told Helga that they were closing up and that he had to leave on business. The group began to disperse, still talking about how delicious the food had been. Holly noticed that Leon was also heading out and approached him, asking if his workday was over. She mentioned that she had recently bought a car and offered him a ride, but Leon politely declined, explaining that he had his own vehicle. Helga then mentioned that she too was heading back to work and would call him later. Gail, overhearing this, was surprised that Helga referred to Leon as director, and wondered how an ordinary cook could hold such a position. Holly asked if Helga worked under him, and Leon clarified that she was actually an assistant director at his financial company. He went on to tell Holly that once she entered her doctoral program, she could consider applying for a job there as well. Downplaying his success, Leon added that he had only recently started a company, earned some money, and did not see himself as anything special. After saying his goodbyes and mentioning that they could talk another time, Leon left. The remaining classmates were left stunned when they saw the luxury car waiting for him, worth an astonishing sum. They could not comprehend how their former class president had acquired such wealth, and gradually realized that he had been hiding his true status all along. Holly reflected that some people study their entire lives without achieving much, while others manage to secure great opportunities. Gail remained silent, unable to respond, eventually acknowledging the truth in those words. Later, Leon arrived at Rosalind's company, and examined the tall building before him, noting that it was impressive. Although he admitted it was not quite on the level of Lin Yun, it was still comparable. He soon noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance and wondered what had caused such a commotion. Rosalind explained that John Hai was full of sharp-minded entrepreneurs who reacted instantly to changes in the business world, adding that many of them worked even harder than he did. Leon, however, remarked that hard work alone was not enough to earn great wealth. As the elevator arrived, he stepped inside, intending to meet with the project's investors. Nearby, someone mentioned that all the documents were ready, and that the place was to be transformed into the city's best business center. Sensing the presence of others approaching, Leon discreetly stepped aside. Rosalind quietly noted that they were fortunate not to be caught off guard and questioned what people might think if they saw them together. Soon, a wealthy student from Shanghai University named Juno approached them and asked if they were planning to rent office space. Leon countered by asking why he was so interested. Juno explained that they were also considering starting a business there and believed their paths would likely cross again. Leon, however, firmly stated that he did not think they would meet again. He added that he liked the entire floor and suggested they explore other levels instead. As Leon walked away, Juno watched him closely, convinced that the man would eventually regret his attitude. Meanwhile, Leon remarked to Rosalind that the design of the place was excellent, and that only office furniture remained before everything would be ready. Juno, on the other hand, grew irritated, convinced that Leon was merely putting on a show, as renting an entire floor was far beyond what most could afford. Emmy tried to calm him, suggesting that Leon might simply be having a bad day, but Juno dismissed her, claiming she was too naive. He pointed out how Leon and Rosalind had adjusted their clothes earlier, implying something inappropriate. Emmy was shocked by the suggestion, but Juno only grew more intrigued, already forming a scheme in his mind. She urged him to stop imagining things and focus on business, suggesting they check other options downstairs. Juno, however, scoffed at the idea, noting that most spaces there were suited for small companies and that very few could afford an entire floor. Laughing, he declared that he would call his father to handle all rental arrangements and formalities. Afterward, Leon returned to Ling Yun Company to review progress. In the meeting room, he gathered with Helga and the team, and asked about the listing of Lunan and Ketwine. Helga reported that all necessary regulatory approvals had been secured, meaning the company would soon officially enter the market. Leon then announced that a new production center had been built in the city, and that the company's legal address would be located there. Helga asked if he meant the center at 190 South Street, noting that she had heard about it but expressing doubts, as such locations were typically occupied by smaller companies and might not be profitable for them. Leon agreed with her concerns but emphasized that they needed to utilize every available resource, especially since he was the owner of that center. This revelation shocked Helga, who questioned when he had managed to acquire such a property, given that all company funds were accounted for. Leon clarified that he had not formally purchased the center outright. Instead, he explained that they had secured rights to use it for 20 years, which would be more than sufficient to execute their plans with Lunan. However, he noted that once that period expired, the center would have to be returned. Helga, however, responded with confidence, pointing out that 20 years was more than enough time to achieve significant results, and that Lunan's entry into the market would become much smoother. Leon agreed with her optimism, stood up, and concluded that the only thing left now was to accelerate their progress and push the work forward. Later that evening, he arrived at Charlie's bar, hoping to relax and reconnect with his friends after a long time apart. He asked about their plans, and they replied that they intended to eat, drink, enjoy themselves, and at the same time discuss business matters. Leon shared that he had recently begun working on a new phone system, but had encountered several challenges, and he was counting on their support. Charlie, somewhat skeptical, asked whether he truly planned to produce his own smartphones, noting that the market was already oversaturated. Leon clarified that his initial goal was not the hardware itself, but to first develop a unique operating system, and only afterward release a phone built around it. One of the friends pointed out that building a strong ecosystem was crucial in today's world, as it represented the future of the entire industry. Leon agreed, emphasizing that this was precisely why the matter needed to be approached with utmost seriousness. Walker suggested focusing on social and gaming applications to attract users, while Charlie added that if one were to check any young person's phone, it would almost certainly include a dating app. Building on that idea, they proposed creating their own browser as well. Walker explained that such a browser could avoid unnecessary restrictions and provide strong support for online functionality, giving them a clear advantage. Leon appreciated the idea, calling it both unconventional and clever. Charlie, however, cautioned that such an approach might be perceived as unfair, and stressed the importance of offering tangible benefits to users, such as exclusive discounts, even suggesting perks like yacht discounts at Wanjiang Port. Leon found this line of thinking appealing, acknowledging that while such strategies would require investment, they could provide a powerful competitive edge. The group then raised their glasses, expressing confidence in the plan. Leon proposed a toast to success, and Charlie assured him that they would stand by his side and help bring the vision to life. Afterward, Leon stepped out into the parking lot, preparing to leave. At that moment, Vivian called him with an update, informing him that all the office equipment had already been delivered to the new company, and asking if he wanted to inspect it personally. Without hesitation, Leon agreed and soon arrived at the Lunan Center to review everything himself. At the same time, Juno approached Emmy with important news. He revealed that he had successfully rented an office on the top floor, and urged her to pay attention to the building's name. Emmy was surprised to learn that the building was now called Lunan. Juno explained that the top 3 floors were occupied by the Lunan Company, and insisted that he was not as foolish as he might have seemed before. Emmy suggested that they go upstairs and greet the staff, and Juno recalled seeing equipment being moved in the previous day, concluding that everything must already be fully prepared. He opened his car trunk and took out gifts, including flowers and a Maneki Neko figurine, commenting that its charm would surely be appreciated. As they headed toward the building, they suddenly encountered Leon walking directly toward them. Emmy noticed that this time he was alone, unlike before. Juno dismissed him arrogantly, claiming that wealthy women would never waste time on someone like him. The two then entered the building and introduced themselves as representatives of Chuntian Technology, located on a lower floor. Tanya accepted their gift and thanked them. Moments later, the office door opened, and Leon stepped out alongside Vivian. Emmy was stunned and immediately asked what he was doing there. Leon calmly replied that he was the owner of the company, and questioned where else he should be. The students were left in shock, asking if he truly owned Lunan and whether it was connected to Ling Yun. Leon revealed that not only Lunan, but the entire Ling Yun Corporation belonged to him. Hearing this, they were rendered speechless, finally realizing the true identity of the man they had previously underestimated. Emmy cautiously asked about the woman who had been with him earlier. Leon advised them to pay closer attention to the news, and explained that she was a well-known economist in Zhanhai City. Embarrassed, Emmy admitted she had not known. The students then respectfully greeted Leon, clarifying that Emmy was the manager of Chuntian Technology. When Leon asked about their business, She explained that they were developing an online learning application that would soon be launched. Leon wished them success and excused himself. Stepping outside, Leon looked up at the Lunan building and told his assistant that it was time to bring Lunan fully into the market. He then got into his car and drove off. Shortly afterward, he arrived at Xiaoyang Company to visit Elizabeth. She was surprised by his sudden appearance and asked why he had come without warning. Leon gently explained that the next day was a holiday and asked if she would like to visit the orphanage with him. Elizabeth happily agreed, admitting that she missed Vanessa. The following day, they arrived at the Lantan Social Institution. The children immediately recognized Leon and rushed toward him with excitement, embracing him warmly. Vanessa welcomed him back and encouraged the children to head inside, as the food was already prepared. She also mentioned that Nell had come to the shelter and would soon meet them. Nell was overjoyed to see her brother and his fiancée. She admitted that she had missed him dearly and playfully remarked on Elizabeth's growing beauty, joking that she envied her. Vanessa soon called everyone inside so the meal would not grow cold. During their conversation, Elizabeth asked Nell what she had been doing recently. Nell explained that she had started working as a streamer and had already earned over 2,000 yen in just half a month, expressing confidence that her income would continue to grow. Elizabeth gently warned her that streaming could be unstable and suggested that she could join her company if she wished. Nell thanked her but declined, explaining that she did not want others to think she relied on her brother's influence. In response, Leon waved his hand with a playful smile and jokingly declared that he would now show her what it truly meant to be worthless. Vanessa, however, remained calm and pointed out that they were all adults now. With a thoughtful tone, she asked Nell when she planned to introduce her own boyfriend. To everyone's surprise, Nell suddenly announced that she did in fact have a boyfriend, and promised that she would introduce him soon. Vanessa was taken aback and immediately questioned when this had happened, and why Nell had kept it a secret. She gently reminded her that although the orphanage had become prosperous thanks to Leon, it was still, at its core, an orphanage. Uncle supported her words, adding that Nell should not be dazzled by wealth, and that what truly mattered was finding a kind and reliable partner. Nell reassured them, asking everyone not to worry. She explained that her boyfriend already knew about her background and situation. Confidently, she repeated that she would bring him to meet everyone soon. Leon then told her that he would stay to help if needed, but since Elizabeth was very busy, certain matters would need to be discussed with her separately. Nell turned to Elizabeth and, understanding how occupied she was, still asked her to stay at the shelter for another day. She hugged her warmly and suggested that they could go for a walk the next day, and in the evening have dinner together with her boyfriend to properly introduce him. Elizabeth agreed to stay, but made it clear that the final decision about the relationship was Nell's alone, and that they would only offer advice. Nell nodded, admitting that she had learned from her past mistakes and would listen more carefully this time. Leon reassured her that they would support her. Later that evening, Leon arrived at the Bandao Hotel. Sitting down, he quietly instructed the system that he wanted to begin a new venture. Lena responded by informing him that the system owner was launching a streaming career, and that a starter kit worth 10 million would be required. However, before he could process this, someone knocked on the door. A stranger entered, claiming she had come to personally deliver a parcel and asked him to sign for it. Leon found the situation unusual, especially given the late hour and her demeanor. The girl, noticing his confusion, casually remarked that he was amusing, then abruptly turned and left. Left alone, Leon tossed the box onto the floor, wondering what it could contain. At that moment, Elizabeth approached him and questioned what was going on. She was clearly upset, asking who would deliver packages in the middle of the night, and noting that she had heard a woman's voice. Suspicious, she demanded to see what he had ordered. Leon handed her his phone, and she quickly noticed that it was not broken, questioning why he would need a new one, and suggesting he might have bought it to communicate with someone else. In response, Leon gently but firmly held her hand and reassured her, saying he could not imagine needing anyone else when someone as beautiful as her was by his side. His words eased the tension between them. The next morning, Leon woke up in the hotel room and looked at Elizabeth sleeping peacefully beside him, realizing how fortunate he was. He informed her that it was already 8 in the morning and time to get up, but she lazily replied that he could go ahead while she rested a little longer. As Leon went to wash up, there was a knock on the door. It was Nell, teasingly asking where the bride was. Leon replied that Elizabeth was still asleep, but would wake soon. Nell joked about how long they planned to sleep, comparing them to carefree students. Leon laughed it off, explaining that the comfort of the hotel made it difficult to wake up early. Soon, Elizabeth joined them and playfully told Nell not to scold her brother. She said she would freshen up, and then they could all go for breakfast together. Nell then suggested going for a walk afterwards since the weather was pleasant. However, Leon admitted that he was tired of John High for the moment, and preferred to return to the shelter first, to check if any help was needed. He promised to join them later and meet Nell's boyfriend in the evening. Nell agreed, and said she would call him to arrange the meeting. Shortly after, Leon arrived at the Lantan Social Institution. Vanessa was in her office, busy with paperwork. When he entered, he told her that he was free that day, and had come to help. He asked if any families had come regarding the children, noticing how occupied she had been since morning. Vanessa replied that 3 families had already expressed interest in adoption, all of them unable to have children. It seemed like good news. As Leon reviewed the documents, Vanessa pointed out one particular family who owned a business, but whose wife was reportedly infertile. Noticing Leon's focused expression, she grew concerned and asked if something seemed wrong. Leon admitted that he did not fully trust the family and decided to investigate further. He contacted Mr. Wu, asking him to gather detailed information. 10 minutes later, while Leon continued helping Vanessa, Mr. Wu called back with unexpected news. The man in question, Larry, was legally clean but already had a 1-year-old son. Leon was stunned and asked for confirmation, as this detail had never been mentioned. Vanessa was equally shocked, questioning how a couple claiming infertility could already have a child. At that moment, an Kurmachari informed them that Larry had arrived at the shelter with his wife, seeking to adopt a child. Leon immediately understood that something was terribly wrong. When Larry entered the office, smiling confidently, he asked whether they had passed the evaluation. Leon calmly replied that, according to the documents, they did qualify. However, further investigation revealed that Larry already had a son. The couple froze, clearly unprepared for this revelation. Vanessa's tone turned stern as she demanded an explanation, accusing them of deliberately hiding critical information. Under pressure, Larry admitted the truth. They did have a son, but he suffered from severe vision problems and urgently needed a corneal transplant. Then, without hesitation, he revealed their true intention. They had planned to adopt another child in order to use that child's cornea to save their own son. Hearing this, Vanessa was overwhelmed with anger, struggling to contain herself in the face of such a cruel and inhuman scheme. Larry, however, showed no remorse. He coldly asked what the problem was, arguing that 500,000 was a significant amount and more than enough to buy an orphan. His wife supported him, accusing the shelter of trying to demand even more money and calling the situation outright robbery. At that point, Vanessa could no longer contain her anger. She ordered them to leave immediately. Larry scoffed, saying he would simply go to another shelter where someone would surely accept such an offer. Before he could take another step, Leon moved forward, and with a cold, steady voice, told him that he no longer had that option. He revealed that he had recorded everything they had said, and that they would now have to answer to the police. Larry laughed mockingly, asking if Leon truly believed he was afraid. He boasted that without powerful connections, he would never have attempted such a deal. Leon observed that they even seemed proud of their actions, and reminded them that he knew Mr. Rao Wu from Yongqing, making it clear that they had nothing to be proud of. The moment Larry heard that name, his confidence faltered. He turned around and saw several police officers standing behind him. Within seconds he was handcuffed and taken away for questioning. One of the officers approached Leon, conveyed greetings from Mr. Wu, and assured him that the case would be handled with the utmost severity and that justice would be served. Leon thanked them for their professionalism before returning inside. Back at the shelter, Vanessa admitted that without Leon, she could not imagine how the situation might have ended. She was deeply shaken, confessing that she had never believed such cruelty could exist in a place meant to protect children. Leon gently reassured her, telling her that everything was under control and that no one had been harmed. Still, Vanessa expressed her fear, saying that she now found it difficult to trust new families. Leon reminded her that he had more than enough resources to support the shelter for as long as necessary, easing her concerns. Soon after, Leon's phone rang. Realizing it was Nell, he remembered their plan to meet that evening. He informed Vanessa that Nell had been waiting for him all day and that he needed to go. Meanwhile, Nell stood at the agreed meeting place, accompanied by her boyfriend Kay and his sister Blair. She asked Kay whether the restaurant they had chosen was expensive. He reassured her that the prices were reasonable. Nell, still cautious, asked him not to order anything too costly, and to behave modestly, mentioning that her brother and his fiancée were wealthy, and there was no need to pretend otherwise. Kay, however, remained skeptical, quietly wondering how someone who had grown up in an orphanage could have acquired such wealth. At that moment, a taxi arrived. Nell rushed forward to greet her brother, clearly delighted that he had come. Nearby, Blair quietly questioned Kay about Nell's claims, pointing out that while their own family had some assets, they would not consider themselves truly rich. Kay stopped her, reminding her that this meeting was important, especially since he and Nell were planning to get married. Nell introduced Leon to Kay and Blair, and Kay politely invited everyone inside. As they walked in, Kay observed Leon carefully, sensing an unusual confidence about him. He quietly asked Blair what she thought, but she warned him not to be misled, insisting that their family would not be intimidated. Once inside, an unexpected interruption occurred. A man approached Elizabeth and asked if it was really her. She recognized him as Mr. Sun, a business associate who had previously worked with their company. He politely offered to arrange a more formal reception for them, but they declined, explaining that this was a private family dinner. After being seated, Kay suggested that Leon choose the dishes first, given the restaurant's reputation. However, Leon declined and encouraged Kay to order freely while he looked over the menu himself. Kay agreed and called the waiter to place the order. Before long, several people began approaching Leon, eager to speak with him about business. Trying to keep things low-key, he asked if they knew each other. One introduced himself as a representative from Baifeng Technology and praised Leon's recent chip conference. Another, from Hongchang Entertainment, expressed similar admiration. Hearing this, Kay was stunned, realizing that Leon had been involved in massive investments. Blair, too, was left speechless, beginning to question just who Nell's brother truly was. Leon politely excused himself from the conversations, explaining that he was currently having a family dinner and would discuss business matters another time. The businessmen understood, wished them well, and left. A heavy silence settled over the table. Kay and Blair both realized that they were sitting with the director of a powerful corporation, someone far beyond what they had imagined. At that moment, a system task suddenly appeared before Leon. He was instructed to reward a streamer with 1 million yuan tat. Confused by the requirement, he nevertheless took out his phone, deciding to complete the task as instructed. He entered a live stream hosted by a streamer named Little Kitty, who was thanking her viewers. Leon made a bold and inappropriate request, but the girl reacted sharply, demanding that he leave the stream. Slightly surprised by her response, Leon exited and moved on. He then joined another stream, this time hosted by a girl named Mi. She was enthusiastically interacting with her audience, and mentioned that if viewers sent her rewards, she would perform certain actions. Leon began sending gifts in rapid succession, fulfilling the system's requirement. Demi froze in shock as the rewards flooded in. Within moments, she had received an enormous sum, including hundreds of premium gifts, totaling 1 million yuan. Overwhelmed, she realized that she had encountered an incredibly wealthy and generous viewer. In just a few minutes, she rose to the top of the platform's rankings, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, Leon received his reward for completing the task, an elite Bugatti car. The realization left him stunned, as he had not expected the system to grant something so extravagant. At the same time, a new condition appeared. He now had to go live himself and gain popularity. Before he could fully process this, Elizabeth scolded him lightly, pointing out that his reaction to the streamer had been overly intense, as if he had never encountered such situations before. Leon quickly apologized to his friends, explaining that he had simply been nervous. Elsewhere, Demi, still overwhelmed, thanked the mysterious viewer for the generous rewards, and even asked if she could invite him to dinner. Later that evening, after finishing their meal, the group stepped outside. But Nell declined, saying that she and Elizabeth were heading out to do some shopping. Kaya then offered to drive Leon back to the shelter, but Leon refused, mentioning that he still had business to attend to. Placing a hand on Kay's shoulder, he quietly asked him to take good care of Nell. Not long after, Leon arrived at a cafe where Demi was waiting. She appeared visibly tense, and her friend tried to reassure her, reminding her that the man she was about to meet was not just a stranger, but the very person who had gifted her a fortune. When Leon finally entered, both girls were momentarily stunned. Demi quickly realized that he was indeed the mysterious benefactor. Wanting to speak privately, she asked her friend to step outside for a while. Left alone, Demi awkwardly offered to let Leon order anything he liked, but he calmly explained that he had not come for leisure. Instead, he revealed that he wanted to enter the world of live streaming and asked for her advice. This surprised Demi, who pointed out that someone of his wealth could easily pursue anything, making his interest in streaming unusual. Nevertheless, she explained that the biggest challenge in streaming was attracting and retaining viewers, which required engaging and unique content. Leon then stated his goal, to gather an audience of 200,000 viewers, and asked whether it was realistic. Demi admitted that such numbers were extremely difficult for a beginner to achieve, but she agreed to help him, at least for that day. Soon they arrived at a filming location. A crowd had already begun to gather, curious about which influencer would be recording there. Among them were manager Ellen and director Aiden, who had come to observe the event. They had initially expected Demi to lead the broadcast. However, when Leon and Demi arrived together in an elite car, the situation immediately drew attention. Demi informed the organizers that she would be working alongside Leon. As they entered the building, Leon noticed a luxury car prepared for the event. Demi asked if he still used his old nickname, but Leon instead chose to adopt a new identity. Putting on a mask, he requested to be introduced as the Masked Man, believing it suited him better. Demi warned that hiding his face might reduce their appeal to certain viewers, but Leon remained confident in his approach. The live stream began. Demi introduced the broadcast as a live test drive event, and mentioned that there would be giveaways to keep viewers engaged. She then introduced the masked co-host, which immediately caused confusion among the organizers. They had not agreed to such a change. The manager approached them and expressed concern, reminding Demi that she was supposed to host the broadcast. Demi, however, reassured him that Leon had far more knowledge about cars. Aiden still found the situation questionable, but Leon stepped in calmly. He assured them that there was no need to worry and boldly guaranteed that he would sell 10 cars during the broadcast. If he failed, he would personally purchase all of them. This declaration shocked everyone. Ellen reminded him that each car cost over $100,000, questioning whether he truly understood the scale of his promise. Leon remained composed and confirmed that he was prepared to take full responsibility. Seeing his confidence, Ellen chose to step back and allow the broadcast to proceed. Within minutes, the live stream began attracting attention. The viewer count quickly surpassed 10,000 and continued to rise. Leon confidently described the car in detail, explaining its manual transmission, performance capabilities, fuel efficiency, and dynamic handling. His explanation was precise and convincing, leaving both Aiden and Ellen surprised by his depth of knowledge. As the broadcast continued, some viewers began expressing doubts in the comments, questioning whether the car's performance truly matched his claims. Demi relayed these concerns to Leon. Without hesitation, he proposed a live test drive to prove everything in real time. Demi agreed, recognizing that this would be the most effective way to silence skepticism. Leon asked for the keys, emphasizing that the audience wanted action, not just words. Although Ellen remained doubtful, believing the car would not meet the expectations he had set, the decision was made. By this point, the live stream had exploded in popularity. The number of viewers surged past 200,000, setting a new record. Aiden began to suspect that the test drive would expose flaws in Leon's claims, but Leon showed no hesitation. He stepped into the car, determined to prove his point. Demi, now sitting beside him, felt a wave of nervousness and asked if he was truly confident. Leon answered calmly that he had complete faith in himself. When she informed him that over 220,000 people were watching, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel and told everyone to hold on, ready to demonstrate exactly what he was capable of. At that moment, the car shot forward with explosive acceleration. Demi froze in fear, instantly regretting getting into the passenger seat. Meanwhile, manager Eden watched in astonishment, admitting that he had never expected this model to deliver such power. In contrast, Leon remained perfectly calm, fully in control and confident in his abilities. Soon he realized that even this speed was not enough. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator further. Addressing the audience, he declared that they were now witnessing the car's true performance, with no exaggeration or deception. At the same time, Demi announced that special discounts and gifts would be available for buyers, with the promotion lasting an entire week. After the test drive ended, Demi excitedly told Eden that the broadcast had been a huge success, far beyond anything she had expected. Eden confirmed that the results had exceeded all forecasts, revealing that the sales department had already recorded 15 orders. Despite this, Leon glanced at the system task and noticed it was still incomplete. He began to wonder if gaining true popularity was more difficult than it seemed. Demi then relayed a new suggestion from the viewers. They wanted to see something truly extraordinary, something no one had done before. Leon asked what exactly they had in mind and promised to deliver it in the next broadcast. Demi explained that the audience wanted to see a sports car. Although slightly surprised, Leon confidently stated that he would meet their expectations and show them something remarkable. He went further, declaring that if viewers wanted to see a Bugatti, then that was exactly what they would get. Demi was stunned and cautiously asked whether he personally knew the owner of such a car, suggesting that such a plan would normally require prior arrangement. Leon, surprised by her doubt, questioned whether she truly believed he was incapable of it. Demi reminded him that only a select few could afford such a vehicle. Turning back to the live stream, Leon encouraged viewers to share the broadcast. He promised that once the audience reached 600,000, he would reveal the Bugatti. Shortly after, he and Demi arrived at an elite residential district, heading toward his villa. Demi was visibly shocked, noting that only extremely wealthy individuals lived in such a place. When he proceeded without hesitation, she questioned how they could enter without permission. Leon simply turned and calmly stated that it was his home. He opened the garage and inside stood his brand new Bugatti. The live stream erupted with excitement. Viewers flooded the comments, confirming that it was genuine and praising the masked man for keeping his word. Inspired by the moment, Demi announced that if the broadcast reached 1 million viewers, she would give an even closer look at the car. The numbers surged almost instantly. At that point, the system notified Leon that the task had been completed, rewarding him with a fortune card, though it came with a limited time window. Moments later, Demi excitedly reported that the live stream had surpassed 1 million viewers. Leon then guided the audience through a detailed showcase, highlighting the Bugatti's design, including the bumper and fuel system. After some time, the broadcast came to an end. Demi admitted that it had been the most successful stream of her entire career. Remembering the generosity he had shown earlier, she felt deeply grateful, and said she would always be willing to help him in the future. After packing up her equipment, he reflected on how fortunate she had been to meet someone as capable as Leon. Before leaving, she told him he could contact her anytime. After packing up her equipment, she reflected on how fortunate she had been to meet someone as capable as Leon. Before leaving, she told him he could contact her anytime. Once she was gone, Leon realized that he had completed the system's task far more quickly than expected. Not long after, Helga called him urgently, asking to meet. Within minutes, Leon arrived at the office, where he found Helga and Sean waiting. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, he immediately asked what had happened. Sean explained that negotiations with several production companies had initially gone very well. However, that very day, all of them had suddenly refused to cooperate without providing a clear reason. This unexpected turn raised serious concerns. Leon questioned why the partners had changed their stance so abruptly, and asked whether the issue could have been related to pricing. The team confirmed that the contracts had been reviewed and there were no objections. Yet, the following day, the deals were abandoned entirely. Leon quickly understood that such a situation could not occur without external interference. Helga suggested that someone might be deliberately obstructing them, mentioning recent disruptions connected to Mr. Tian's investments. When Leon asked for possible suspects, she cautiously proposed that it could be Aulo, possibly seeking revenge over the earlier stock dispute. Without hesitation, Leon stood up and ordered the team to immediately contact other manufacturing companies and gather detailed information about their status. He emphasized the importance of understanding every development and identifying any hidden obstacles. Reflecting on the situation, he noted that chip technology would play a decisive role in the market, especially with major players like Tidon dominating the field. Their opponents were clearly calculating every move in advance, making the path forward increasingly challenging. Yet, instead of discouraging him, this realization only strengthened his resolve. Afterward, Leon shifted his attention to Sean's room, observing that it would be an ideal setup for streaming. He announced that he intended to go live from there. Helga and Sean were both surprised, admitting they had never expected their boss to become a streamer. Leon simply put on his black mask and explained that it was just a way to pass the time. As he started the broadcast, He noticed that he was already ranked second among newcomers and became curious about the ranking system. Addressing his viewers, he encouraged them to write in the comments what they wanted to see next, promising to try fulfilling their requests. At that moment, Helga entered the room with food for him. Watching him interact with viewers, she found the scene strangely amusing, seeing her usually composed boss behaving like an energetic streamer. Quietly, she took a photo and sent it to a friend, asking them to find out which platform he was using and under what name. Meanwhile, Lan continued engaging with his audience, thanking them for gifts and support. Suddenly, one of the viewers began sending an enormous number of high-value gifts, shocking him. He wondered who this mysterious benefactor could be. Despite hiding behind a mask, his natural charisma continued to draw attention, and his popularity grew even faster. Noticing the rapid increase in both viewers and subscribers, Leon encouraged the audience to keep the momentum going, making it clear that he intended to rise to the very top among all newcomers. At the same time, other streamers were going live inside Weon's studio. In one of the rooms, a girl suddenly rushed in and urgently told her brother Mile that he had just been pushed out of first place. A mysterious masked streamer had overtaken him. Mile, known on as Provincial and one of the platform's top personalities, listened calmly and remarked that this masked man was clearly ambitious. His sister added that it looked like a real competition was beginning, but she firmly believed he would reclaim his crown. Meanwhile, one of Leon's viewers, using the nickname Ribka, sent him a message saying that the rival streamer had returned and already taken back first place. Leon noticed the name and immediately realized that it was Elizabeth watching his stream. At the same time, Miles' assistant reported that the masked man had attracted an incredibly wealthy supporter who had already sent 40 missiles. Hearing this, Mile quickly put on his headphones and instructed his assistant to support him fully, emphasizing that he had to maintain his position. Suddenly, the assistant screamed in shock. Startled, Mile tore off his headphones and demanded an explanation. She told him that a single fan had just sent 500 missiles to the masked man in one burst. Mile froze, instantly calculating the staggering value of such a gift. The assistant added that viewers were now flooding toward the masked man's stream, eager to witness what was happening. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Mile declared that he would confront this rival directly and force him to back down. Without hesitation, he sent Leon a request for a voice conference. Leon accepted. Mile immediately challenged him, proposing a decisive showdown for the title of king. He suggested a game, stating that if he won, he would no longer compete, but if he lost, he would log off completely. Helga, watching nearby, warned Leon that his opponent was experienced and had been in the industry for a long time, while he himself was still new. However, Leon remained calm and accepted the challenge without hesitation. He proposed that the match take place the next evening at 8 o'clock, and with that he ended the broadcast. Afterward, Leon began eating the food Helga had brought, and casually asked why she had come. Helga revealed that during his earlier conflict with Arlo, someone had secretly interfered, and they had now discovered that the Titan side was responsible. Leon showed no surprise, admitting that he had already suspected as much. Soon after, he received a call from Jenny, who informed him that the research center was now operational, but that a serious dispute had broken out among the scientists. She asked him to come immediately. Within minutes, Leon arrived, where Jenny was waiting. He remarked that she did not need to come personally, but she explained that the situation had escalated beyond control. Leon assured her that he would resolve everything quickly. However, Jenny asked him to be gentle, reminding him that the scientists were not young and might not handle harsh treatment well. Unexpectedly, Leon reassured her with a quiet promise to handle things more carefully, and together they headed upstairs. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. The professors were visibly irritated, and clearly did not welcome his presence. Pharmacologist Miller argued that the active substance should be extracted using a solvent method, while pharmacist Vakun insisted that sublimation would yield higher purity. Their disagreement had reached a stalemate. One of the researchers suggested that since Leon was present, they could seek his opinion. Miller dismissed the idea with a faint smile, claiming that Leon lacked sufficient knowledge in pharmacology and could not offer meaningful input. Vakun supported this view, stating that science could not be mastered by simply reading a few books. At that moment, Jenny stepped in, pointing out that their argument could be heard from outside. She introduced Leon as a highly capable specialist, and reminded them of his importance. However, Miller responded sharply, insisting that within the laboratory, rules mattered more than status, and that Leon should remain an assistant. Leon calmly asked if he should simply leave, but Jenny quickly intervened, urging everyone to reconsider. She reminded the scientists that without Leon, neither the research center nor the company would exist. Miller countered by emphasizing his own academic standing, claiming that Leon could not possibly surpass their expertise. Jenny then pointed out a crucial fact. They had been struggling with this problem for over 6 months without achieving results. The professor replied that scientific progress took time, and that only further research could lead to a breakthrough. At this point, Leon proposed a condition. If he could solve the problem, he would have the final say in the research center. Jenny was alarmed, realizing that such a condition would override the influence of several major stakeholders. She tried to stop the discussion, but Vakun dismissed her concerns. Leon then stated that they had Sashura Sinapo available, and that he needed only 500 grams to solve the issue. Jenny was astonished, unable to understand how such a complex problem could be resolved with something so simple. Nevertheless, the materials were quickly brought to him. Miller informed Leon that he could use any equipment, and that the staff would assist him. Leon declined, saying he only needed a test tube and a separate room. The scientists were stunned, doubting his sanity and ability. Alone in the room, Leon recalled that one of his recent rewards granted him the ability to extract essence. With calm focus, he began the process. Though he noted that he had not practiced in some time, his confidence did not waver. Within moments, he successfully isolated the required enzyme, once again impressed by the system's power. He then returned to the others and presented the result. With quiet certainty, Leon announced that the extraction had been successfully completed. Now, all that remained was to calculate the purity and mass of the final product. Miller refused to believe what he was seeing. He insisted that such a result was impossible, arguing that the test tube should not contain more than 4 grams of enzyme at most. At that moment, Jenny realized that the situation had moved beyond her control. Leon remained calm and simply told them that if they doubted him, they were free to verify the results themselves. The laboratory technician stepped forward and began analyzing the substance, fully expecting to expose an error. However, as the results appeared, he suddenly froze. With disbelief in his voice, he announced that the purity was 100%. Not only that, but the test tube contained nearly 5 grams of perfectly pure enzyme. The room fell silent. Miller and Vakun were stunned, unable to accept what they were hearing. Miller continued to argue that such a result defied all logic. The technician, however, insisted that the data was accurate, and urged them to check it personally. After reviewing the results themselves, the two professors could no longer deny the truth. Leon calmly reminded them of their agreement, and expressed his expectation that the research center would now fall under his authority. Without hesitation, Miller bowed deeply, acknowledging Leon's superiority and apologizing for his earlier arrogance. He then asked with genuine curiosity how such an extraction had been possible, hoping to learn from him and advance their research. Leon replied simply that the lotus they had been using was not the optimal material for enzyme extraction, and advised them to consider alternative sources in the future. With that, he removed his lab coat and walked toward the exit, leaving the stunned scientist behind. Miller, still processing what had happened, turned to Vakun and admitted that the country never ceased to amaze him. Vakun, however, was more focused on Leon himself, questioning who he truly was, and how he had achieved in minutes what they had failed to accomplish for years. Outside, Jenny approached Leon with visible regret, apologizing for involving him in the conflict. Leon reassured her calmly, noting that she was more capable than she realized. He then asked whether she had ever considered changing her career path. Jenny reflected on his words and admitted that he was right, as many new opportunities were opening before her. Sometime later, Leon arrived back in the city, where Elizabeth asked if he was ready for the upcoming match against the rival streamer. Leon seemed surprised by the question, stating that he saw no need for preparation since he was already confident in his abilities. Elizabeth, however, insisted that preparation was essential, especially if they wanted to defeat such an arrogant opponent. Taking her words into account, Leon opened his laptop and began preparing. Soon after, he started his broadcast from his phone, noticing that the number of viewers was unusually high. He understood that expectations were now much greater, and he could not afford to disappoint. At the same time, Mile contacted him, announcing the start of their match and expressing confidence in his own victory. Leon calmly activated a system feature, a luck card, deciding to ensure the outcome in his favor. The result was immediate and shocking. Mile could not comprehend what had just happened. After a brief silence, he admitted defeat to his assistant. Leon, on the other hand, felt satisfied that he had resolved the rivalry so quickly, and that the streamer would no longer pose a challenge. Meanwhile, at the platform's headquarters, senior staff gathered to review the situation. The deputy head, Dozia, demanded to know what was happening and requested to see this rising streamer. Operations Director Goshibo explained that the masked man had only been active for a week, yet his popularity had already surged dramatically. The CEO was astonished to learn that this newcomer was attracting over 100,000 live viewers. Lillian added that he had already challenged the platform's top streamer to a duel where the loser would leave. Finding the statistics unusual, the manager ordered that the broadcast be displayed immediately. As they watched the match unfold, the staff were deeply impressed. It became clear that Provincial was losing. Recognizing the significance of this moment, the manager instructed that Leon be contacted without delay. He also mentioned Lunan's new mobile system project, suggesting that after signing the masked man, they should discuss potential investment opportunities. Back in the stream, viewers excitedly asked Leon whether he would take them along to future events. He responded playfully, promising that he would invite everyone. After the broadcast ended, the system congratulated him on his growing audience and rewarded him with a muscle density potion. Leon noted that he had received yet another enhancement and concluded that the system was steadily strengthening him beyond normal limits. Curious, he decided to try the potion. As soon as he consumed it, a powerful surge of strength coursed through his body, leaving him convinced that he had become far stronger than before. Soon a new task appeared. If his broadcast could reach 10 million views, he would receive another reward. Leon paused, realizing the difficulty of such a challenge, especially since even the platform's most popular streamer had not reached that level. At that moment, his phone rang. A woman introduced herself as Lillian, the marketing director of the platform, and expressed the company's desire to sign a contract with him. Leon initially replied that he was not planning to commit permanently, but when he learned that they were willing to offer full support and favorable conditions, he recognized the opportunity. Understanding that this could significantly boost his popularity, he agreed to proceed and shared his address. The next day, Demi reminded him to be more mindful of his tone during broadcasts, explaining that the people he was about to meet were highly influential and not easily impressed. Leon acknowledged her advice and assured her he would keep it in mind. As they approached the meeting location, they stopped at the entrance and waited. Suddenly, Leon froze. Standing before him was someone he had not expected to see at all. Austin had come in person to meet the platform's rising star. With a laugh, Austin admitted that he had heard about the streamer's visit, but never imagined that the masked man would turn out to be Leon himself. At that moment, someone abruptly shoved the protagonist aside and demanded that he make way. A woman stepped forward, introducing herself as Ivy, the host of Explore and Discover, before turning her attention to Mr. Austin. Austin greeted the television crew politely and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Ivy thanked him for his contributions and support, yet he dismissed her gratitude, insisting that there was nothing worth thanking him for. Meanwhile, Demi lightly nudged Leon with her shoulder, clearly expecting him to step in. However, the hero failed to grasp her intention, and instead asked what she was waiting for, suggesting that she greet Austin herself. Taking this literally, Demi approached Austin, bowed respectfully, and addressed him as her grandfather while wishing him a good day. In that instant, Leon realized with quiet dismay that she had completely misunderstood the situation. Confused, he questioned when Austin had ever become Demi's grandfather, pointing out that they were not related at all. Embarrassed by her mistake, the girl quickly bowed again and corrected herself, saying it was an honor to meet him. Austin merely laughed, reassuring her that she could call him grandfather if she wished, as he did not mind in the slightest. Soon, an assistant arrived and informed them that the interview location was ready. Austin instructed him to escort the television staff on a tour, adding that he was curious to see how they would conduct their broadcast. When Ivy asked whether he would participate in the program, Austin declined, explaining that media visits were frequent and that he preferred not to appear this time. Afterward, Austin turned to Leon and remarked that there were no outsiders present anymore, so he could remove his mask and glasses, even though he admitted feeling slightly awkward about it. Demi was astonished to see how familiar Leon and Austin were with each other. Leon noted that it had been a long time since their last meeting and expressed relief at Austin's improved condition. In response, Austin admitted that it was all thanks to Leon, for which he would remain forever grateful. With that, Austin suggested they proceed, and Demi eagerly asked if they could begin streaming immediately. Leon agreed, and together they turned on their cameras and started a live broadcast. Once it concluded, Austin instructed a security guard to escort them to the training grounds. Though the guard hesitated, Austin explained that he had heard of Leon's extraordinary fighting skills and wanted to witness them personally. At the training grounds, several fighters were already sparring in the ring. One of them was facing Ivy's assistant. Austin observed the match closely, questioning why the man was participating. Ivy explained that it was part of their program, a demonstration of skill through comparison. Austin then ordered the guard to warn the fighter to be cautious with the television representative, and the message was promptly delivered. Watching the match, Austin noted with satisfaction that Ivy's colleague was quite skilled. She explained that he had graduated from a sports school and specialized in boxing, which justified his presence in the ring. As the fight continued, Austin turned to Leon and pointed out that all outsiders had left, urging him not to stand idle, but to step into the ring himself. Leon hesitated, expressing concern that things might end badly. Austin challenged him, asking whether he was afraid, but Leon calmly clarified that fear had nothing to do with it. He simply did not wish to seriously injure anyone. Amused by his confidence, Austin insisted that he prove it by entering the ring. Feeling that his abilities were being openly questioned, Leon finally agreed and walked toward the ring. Demi grew visibly anxious, admitting that she doubted whether he could handle such a challenge. Leon reminded her that this was not something he had chosen freely, as he had effectively been pushed into the situation. As he observed the ongoing fight, Ivy noticed him and asked about his intentions. Leon explained that Austin had requested his participation, leaving him little room to refuse. Skeptical, Ivy remarked that he was merely a streamer and unlikely to compete with trained fighters. Leon questioned her condescension, asking what was wrong with being a streamer. She then proposed that he face her colleague for the sake of the program, but he declined. Smiling provocatively, Ivy asked if he was afraid. Once again, Leon denied it, stating that fear was not the issue. He then declared that the current fighter was too weak for him, and that he required a more serious opponent. His words immediately angered the fighters, who took it as a direct insult. Confidently, Ivy declared that if Leon defeated her fighter, she would admit her mistake. Recognizing that the terms were favorable, the protagonist accepted and prepared himself. As he surveyed the ring, he calmly announced that the show was about to begin. Without hesitation, one of the fighters charged at him, accusing him of madness. The man threw a powerful punch, but Leon effortlessly evaded it. In the same motion, he delivered a precise counterattack, striking his opponent hard in the stomach. The blow landed with undeniable force, and Leon remarked that this was how a proper punch should be executed. He reminded everyone present that he had warned them of the consequences, yet no one had listened. Ivy and Austin stood frozen, stunned by the display of strength. It became clear to all that Leon was far more formidable than he had initially appeared. Realizing his mistake, one of the men ordered another fighter, Van, to step forward and challenge Leon. Van approached cautiously, asking if he was ready. The hero confirmed without hesitation. In the next instant, Leon surged forward with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Van barely had time to react before Leon seized his arm, destabilized him, and forcefully threw him to the ground. Before Van could recover, Leon locked his arm into a firm hold, leaving him completely unable to escape. The entire exchange happened so quickly that Demi could hardly comprehend what she had just witnessed. Austin, equally astonished, admitted that he had severely underestimated the hero's true capabilities. After the fight came to an end, Leon calmly extended his hand to his opponent, thanking him for the match. Van, still catching his breath, admitted that he was genuinely impressed by the hero's strength. Nearby, the guard turned to Austin and confessed that they had seriously underestimated Leon, acknowledging that what they had just witnessed was nothing short of a masterclass. Determined to restore some pride, the guard ordered Zhao to step into the ring himself. Zhao agreed without hesitation, intent on proving that Leon was not invincible. Climbing into the ring, he invited Leon to fight and exchange experience. Facing each other, both men prepared for a serious confrontation. Confident in his abilities, Zhao suddenly rushed forward, attempting to catch Leon off guard with a powerful punch. However, Leon reacted instantly, blocking the attack with precision. The strike missed its target, and Leon calmly remarked that the blow had been well placed. Zhao did not relent and followed up with a rapid series of strikes, pressing the attack. In response, Leon shifted his stance and launched a sudden kick, catching Zhao off guard with its unexpected angle. Although Zhao managed to block the first strike, the surprise was evident. In the very next moment, Leon struck his opponent's leg, disrupting his balance and forcing him down onto one knee. Austin watched in complete disbelief. Zhao was considered his strongest fighter, yet he had been outmaneuvered with apparent ease. As Zhao steadied himself, Leon spoke calmly, stating that there was no need to shed blood. Zhao, understanding the gesture, thanked him with visible relief for allowing him to retain his dignity. At that moment, Demi climbed into the ring, her admiration impossible to hide. She told Leon that he looked nevertheless impressive, and quickly asked him to wipe off his sweat so they could resume the broadcast without delay. Afterward, Leon approached Austin and remarked that he had been fortunate today. Austin, still astonished, asked where he had learned to fight like that and who had trained him. While changing his clothes, Leon answered plainly that no one had taught him. He had grown up an orphan and learned everything on his own. Austin chuckled, unconvinced, suggesting that Leon was simply choosing not to reveal his secrets. With that, Leon announced that he would be leaving, adding that they would surely meet again. Austin personally saw him off, walking outside alongside Zhao and the security team. He asked Gao whether he had suffered any serious injuries, and whether he needed medical attention. Zhao was surprised by such concern, but Austin explained that although Zhao had done his best, he had stood no chance against someone like Leon. He also noted that Leon had deliberately ended the fight early. Zhao reported that while there were no severe injuries, his entire body was covered in bruises. He admitted that an ordinary person could never have inflicted such damage. Hearing this, Austin finally became convinced that Leon was far from ordinary and possessed extraordinary physical strength. Taking out his phone, Austin called a friend and shared what had just happened. He explained that Leon had fought flawlessly, not missing a single blow, and had even defeated Zhao. His friend was shocked and wondered whether Leon had mastered some ancient martial art passed down through generations. He even speculated whether a man named Lin had secretly returned and trained him. Austin dismissed the idea, saying that Lin could never be found unless he wished to be. He added that Lin possessed many ancient martial techniques, and suggested that he might not even be aware of having a son. Nearby, two men overheard the conversation. One asked if they were referring to Lin, while the other realized they were speaking about his son, the very man who had defeated Zhao. Another voice remarked that if Leon truly was Lin's son, then his strength was hardly surprising, as such talent would naturally run in his blood. Meanwhile, Leon returned to the Lingyun company, where he soon received a call from Lillian, a marketing employee from the Duoxia platform. She expressed her desire to arrange a meeting and finalize a contract as soon as possible. Leon replied that he was currently occupied, but once he finished his work, they could meet and discuss everything calmly. At that moment, Sean entered the office with urgent news. Leon immediately asked about Helga, who usually greeted him upon arrival. Sean explained that Helga was overseeing a contract signing after discovering a small factory and completely restructuring its production line. Leon inquired about the expenses and was told that the total cost had reached 80 million. Surprised, he questioned whether the factory was truly worth such a sum, noting that Helga was typically very frugal and would never spend so much without good reason. Sean then added, somewhat awkwardly, that Helga had also mentioned the factory owner's son was so handsome that she had no desire to bargain. Hearing this, Leon was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend what Helga was really doing. Shifting his focus, the protagonist picked up documents related to the listing plan for the Lunin company. Sean informed him that the plan was nearing completion, and that the first results would become visible within a couple of weeks. Soon after, Tanya entered the office, wishing to discuss an investment proposal that had previously been considered with Mr. Key. Leon asked if this involved investing in a live streaming platform. Tanya confirmed confidently, stating that it represented the future of the company and would greatly benefit the marketing department. However, Leon abruptly stood up and declared that he would not review the project, giving his team full authority to make such decisions independently. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Lillian was reporting to her superiors that representatives of the Linyan company had already made concessions. She explained that for a corporation of that scale, such investments were insignificant and would barely be noticed. Goshibo remarked that the deal was essentially settled and that only the contract signing remained. If everything proceeded smoothly, he would be able to return that very day. He also mentioned that Chen had proposed signing the masked streamer for 5 million, though he personally doubted the streamer was worth that amount. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open, and Leon entered, scanning the room for the people he was supposed to meet. Lillian immediately stood up and waved, calling him over. However, Goshibo quietly observed that the man had not even changed his clothes, and continued to maintain his mysterious persona. Lillian welcomed him warmly, and invited him to sit down, saying they had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. She then suggested that he remove his mask and glasses so they could speak openly, without unnecessary formality. Leon calmly refused, explaining that he had no intention of revealing his identity or ruining the image he had carefully maintained. Lillian calmly took out the documents and, noticing Leon's reluctance, assured him that she would not insist on seeing his face. She handed him the contract, explaining that all the terms had already been prepared and that he only needed to review them. Leon glanced through the papers and pointed out that his monthly broadcast time already exceeded 100 hours, making it unreasonable to require him to stream every single day. Lillian reminded him that the offer included a fee of 5 million and suggested that he think carefully before refusing. In response, Leon looked at her and asked whether he truly appeared to be someone in urgent need of money. Before she could answer, Goshibo interjected with a sharp question of his own, asking why Leon had chosen to become a streamer in the first place. Leon ignored the provocation. Instead, he mentioned that they had previously discussed an investment, only to dismiss the idea entirely. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Tanya, instructing her to cancel the planned investment in the live streaming platform. This sudden move caught everyone off guard. Goshibo immediately lost his temper, calling him a fool, and insisting that a major corporation like Ling Yun could not possibly reverse its decision so easily. At that moment, Lillian's phone rang. She answered politely, only to freeze as she listened. Confused, Goshibo demanded to know what had happened. Lillian slowly explained that Tanya had just informed her that the company was withdrawing from the investment. Shocked, he asked how such a thing was possible, especially after successful negotiations, and whether any reason had been given. Leon then spoke calmly, stating that if Goshibo left immediately and disappeared from his sight, the project could still proceed. Only then did Lillian begin to understand that Leon's influence within the company was far greater than she had imagined. However, Goshibo reacted with anger, demanding to know whether Leon truly considered himself the director of Ling Yun. He declared that if that were the case, he would leave at once. Without raising his voice, Leon contacted Tanya again and instructed her to process a refund for the investment. Within a minute, Lillian's phone rang once more. Leon gestured for her to answer. Then he turned to Goshibo and reminded him of his own words, that he would leave if Leon truly held such authority. Despite this, Goshibo remained seated, stubbornly refusing to move. Seeing no point in continuing the discussion, Leon stood up and stated that he was too tired to argue any further. He prepared to leave, but Lillian quickly stopped him, asking him to reconsider signing the contract. She offered to adjust the terms and reduce the required broadcast time, though she warned that the payment would also be affected. Leon dismissed the concern, stating that the money was not important to him. Lillian then reminded him about the upcoming charity stream in support of farmers, mentioning that they had already discussed it. Leon replied that once the final version of the contract was ready, she could contact him again. With that, he left the restaurant and drove away. Left behind, Lillian stood in silence, stunned by what had just happened, quietly wondering whether Leon was truly as wealthy as he appeared. Goshibo approached her shortly after, asking what they had been discussing for so long. She explained that, at Leon's request, she intended to sign a short-term contract with flexible conditions. Goshibo scoffed, claiming that working with someone like Leon was pointless and that no one would want to cooperate with such a difficult person. This time, Lillian did not argue. She simply gave him a cold look, turned around, and walked away, deciding that the matter no longer concerned him. Meanwhile, Leon drove through the city in his luxurious Bugatti when Rosalind called him. She informed him that the grand opening of the research university would take place the next day, and invited him to attend. Leon agreed without hesitation. The following morning, preparations for the opening were already in full swing. Rosalind surveyed the building with satisfaction, noting how impressive it had turned out. She approached Leon and handed him a set of documents, asking him to review them carefully. As he read through the papers, he was surprised to discover that he had been appointed head of the Secretariat of the Medical Society. Rosalind explained that this was her way of thanking him for everything he had done for Yanghai City. Leon questioned whether she truly expected him to enter the pharmaceutical field. She replied that his abilities were evident to everyone, and that he should not limit himself to a single path. Leon responded that he was in no rush and preferred to first complete his work on an innovative lithographic machine. Rosalind accepted his answer, making it clear that the final decision was his alone. Soon after, Leon entered the elevator and made his way to the designated floor. When he stepped into the hall, he was struck by the sheer number of people gathered there. Among the crowd, he noticed Liana and Sasha. Nearby, Ivy was conducting an interview with Miller, who soon announced that the presentation segment had concluded, and that they would proceed to questions and discussion. Leon spotted Liana speaking with her colleagues and decided to approach her. Coming up from behind, he jokingly asked if he could borrow her WeChat contact. She replied casually that she did not use it, but when she turned around and saw him, she was visibly shocked. Smiling, Leon showed her his account, saying that he wanted to stay in touch. One of her colleagues remarked that Leon had a flair for dramatic entrances. Liana then asked if he was free that evening, suggesting they have dinner together. Leon agreed, admitting that he had little else planned. However, not everyone was pleased by his presence. Some doctors exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of who he was or where he had come from. One of them approached Liana and attempted to ask for her contact information, but she firmly declined, stating that she was too busy. Soon another man stepped forward. It was Dr. Merlin, who immediately questioned Liana about Leon's identity. She calmly explained that he was a former colleague she had not seen in a long time. Merlin then shifted the conversation to a professional topic, asking whether they had discussed post-transplant rejection, and suggesting that they continue the discussion together. Liana declined, saying she would simply consult Leon directly. Merlin's expression darkened as he looked at the protagonist with clear disdain. He asked where Leon was currently working. Sensing the man's jealousy, Leon answered plainly that he had left the hospital, become a streamer, and quickly achieved success. The surrounding doctors were stunned. They began whispering among themselves, unable to believe that someone would abandon a medical career for streaming. Merlin seized the moment, stating that if Leon was truly a streamer, then discussing complex medical topics with him would be meaningless. At this, Liana's patience ran out. She firmly defended Leon, stating that he was an exceptional cardiac surgeon, far more capable than many others. Merlin countered by claiming that he had recently discussed the matter with Miller and believed Liana should not engage Leon in such conversations. Leon then stepped forward and asked Merlin whether he truly considered himself qualified to make such judgments. Several doctors intervened, reminding him that Miller was a highly respected authority in medicine, and expressing doubt that Leon would dare challenge him. At that moment, Miller himself overheard the exchange and decided to step in. Addressing the group, he stated that Leon was the head of research at the center, and that his medical achievements surpassed those of many present. He further emphasized that the research center itself had been established, thanks to Leon, making his competence unquestionable. Merlin was left speechless. Stunned, he turned to Miller and asked if he was serious, questioning whether he truly believed that Leon was more capable than him. Ivy could not hide her confusion. Watching everything unfold, she could not understand why someone with abilities like Leon's would choose to become a streamer. Meanwhile, the protagonist calmly wrapped an arm around Liana and remarked that Merlin was clearly not very perceptive and did not deserve their attention. With that, he suggested they leave. They stepped out into the corridor, but before they could go far, Miller hurried after them, calling out and asking why Leon was leaving so soon. In response, the hero took a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to him, explaining that they were working on a cure for thrombosis, and that this was the formula he had personally developed. Miller immediately grew serious. He assured Leon that he would devote all his efforts to this work and would not let him down. Without wasting another second, the professor rushed back toward the laboratory, declaring that nothing would stop him now. Soon after, a man named Vakin approached Leon and politely asked for a moment of his time, saying he wished to discuss something important. Sensing that the conversation might be worthwhile, Leon agreed to listen. He handed Liana a set of keys, explaining that the office on the top floor belonged to him and that she could wait there. Liana nodded and went upstairs while Leon stayed behind. Vakin introduced himself as a representative of the W family's financial group and explained that they were planning to establish a world-class laboratory. He asked whether Leon would be interested in joining the project. Leon smiled faintly and asked if they truly intended to recruit him. Vakin assured him that they would provide unlimited resources, authority, and the means to fulfill any ambition. Despite the generous offer, Leon remained unmoved. He questioned whether Vakan truly believed he could be drawn into such an arrangement. With that, he politely declined, wished the man good luck, and turned to leave. Vakan, unwilling to accept the refusal, suddenly grabbed Leon's hand and insisted that even greater privileges could be offered. This time, Leon's patience wore thin. He pulled his hand away and stated firmly that he had no interest. Realizing that he would not be able to persuade him, Vakan let go. However, as he watched Leon walk away, a faint, calculating smile appeared on his face, as if he had already begun forming another plan. Meanwhile, Liana had reached the office. She sat quietly, reading a book while waiting. When the door finally opened and Leon entered, her face lit up with relief. She asked if he had finished everything. Leon glanced around, noting that the office looked quite impressive. But before he could say anything more, Liana suddenly rushed toward him, embraced him tightly, and kissed him. She admitted that she had been terribly bored waiting alone. A few minutes later, Demi called Leon to confirm the departure time for the next day. She reminded him that they were scheduled to stream on a yacht, and suggested leaving early. Leon reassured her calmly, saying that with a private jet at their disposal, timing was not an issue. The following day, Leon arrived at the airport, expecting Demi to already be there. She was visibly excited about the trip. The protagonist adjusted his watch and mask, mentally preparing himself for what promised to be a long and demanding day. An airport employee soon approached and asked him to follow, but before they could move on, Demi suddenly noticed a pair of familiar faces. Nearby, two streamers were broadcasting live. The man enthusiastically described the airport as being built to a 5-star standard, while his companion cheerfully told their viewers that they had correctly guessed their destination, a beautiful coastal location. Demi quietly explained to Leon that the streamer was named Bronson, and the woman with him was Bridget. She admitted that being around such influencers made her uncomfortable. At the same time, Bronson mentioned that he had originally booked a private jet, but had encountered problems, forcing them to switch to a first-class flight. Bridget then pointed out Leon and Demi standing nearby, curious about the masked man's identity. Intrigued, Bronson approached them with a confident grin. He told Leon that boarding for the flight to Java Island was in a certain direction, and asked whether he was avoiding him. He added that since they streamed on the same platform, he would generously allow Leon to gain some attention when he was not live. Leon listened calmly and replied that traveling to the same destination did not mean they would be on the same plane. Bronson insisted that there was only one flight and claimed to know exactly where it was boarding. Leon simply acknowledged his confidence, then turned and walked with Demi toward the VIP area. Watching this, Bronson was left stunned. He turned to Bridget and asked whether that man was truly leaving on a private jet with a companion. She urged him to stop overthinking and reminded him that they needed to board. Still puzzled, Bronson questioned where Leon had gotten the money for such luxury. His assistant Gwyneth dismissed it, suggesting that it was likely just an attempt to create an image. Bronson, reassured, decided that the audience's attention would remain with him regardless. Soon, Leon's plane departed for Java Island. On board, Charlie greeted him enthusiastically, saying he had been waiting for his arrival. One of his friends noticed Demi and jokingly asked whether she was Leon's girlfriend. Others commented that Leon looked like a completely different person. Only then did Demi fully realize that they were indeed on a private jet. Leon quickly downplayed everything, explaining that the trip was strictly for work and related to their broadcast. His friends were surprised and asked whether he was really traveling all this way just to stream. Leon casually confirmed it, adding that he had already closed his restaurant and fully committed to streaming, even encouraging them to subscribe to his channel. One of them joked that he had drunk so much he could barely see his phone, but would still try to subscribe. Charlie then mentioned that he had nearly completed everything Leon had requested, and asked when they could begin. Leon replied that the project could start at any time, and that funding would be transferred soon. Meanwhile, Demi sat by the window, captivated by the view outside. She remarked that the scenery was breathtaking and that she could not look away. After some time, the plane landed safely on Java Island. Leon and his companions disembarked, stepping onto the island with anticipation. As they walked down the gangway, Charlie reminded everyone that the exhibition would begin the following day, and that they planned to attend a night show in the evening, noting that such events were particularly exciting on the island. After arriving on the island, Leon told his friends to go on ahead without him. He explained that Wangjung Port was also participating in the exhibition, and he wanted to take a look there first. After a brief exchange, he and Demi headed toward the port. As soon as they arrived, Leon suddenly stopped. Before him stood the massive cruise liner Starfish, the very ship he had once purchased for an astonishing sum of $2.5 billion. For a moment he simply stared at it, quietly admiring its grandeur and reassuring himself that the purchase had been worth it. Demi followed his gaze and pointed at the liner in amazement, commenting on its sheer size. Leon calmly replied that the ship belonged to him. The girl froze in disbelief, unsure whether to take him seriously. Without elaborating, he suggested they take a closer look. As they approached, Demi asked again if the ship was truly his, and whether it was really as luxurious as it appeared. Almost immediately, her excitement took over, and she proposed starting a live broadcast right there on the liner, convinced it would make incredible content. Leon agreed without hesitation. Demi quickly pulled out her phone and went live, enthusiastically greeting her audience. She announced that she and a mysterious masked man were about to explore what she called a toy for the rich. She directed the viewers' attention toward the Starfish liner, inviting them to admire it with her. However, Leon soon noticed that the broadcast had only gathered around 200,000 viewers, far fewer than expected. Demi checked the analytics and explained that Bronson had already landed earlier and was streaming from Java, drawing away much of the audience. Determined to compete, she suggested going inside the liner to attract more viewers. At that moment, Bronson himself appeared nearby, continuing his own broadcast. He confidently told his audience that they were currently looking at the second largest cruise liner, and that the largest one, Starfish, could only be admired from the outside since visitors were not allowed on board. Then he noticed Leon standing behind him and was visibly surprised to see him streaming as well. Leon asked casually what he was doing there, and whether he truly intended to approach the ship. Bronson smirked and replied that there was no point, as he had already confirmed with the management that boarding was strictly prohibited that day. He added with confidence that Leon would be denied entry just the same. Leon responded with quiet disdain, calling him a smug fool. Without another word, he and Demi walked straight toward the liner. The captain stepped forward to stop them, explaining that no one was allowed on board. But, in the next moment, Leon removed his mask, revealing his identity. The captain froze in shock as he recognized the ship's owner. With that, Leon and Demi boarded the liner. Almost instantly, viewers flooded Bronson's stream with messages, telling him that the masked man had successfully entered the ship. Bronson and Bridget were left stunned, unable to understand how this had happened. Gwyneth quickly reported that their audience was dropping rapidly as viewers switched to Leon's broadcast. Panicking, Bronson announced a giveaway, promising large cash rewards and even doubling donations in an attempt to retain his audience. Meanwhile, the Starfish liner set sail, revealing breathtaking ocean views. Demi could barely contain her excitement, telling viewers that this was true luxury, something far beyond ordinary experience. At that moment, Leon noticed a man approaching him and signaled that they would speak later. The man understood and stepped aside, not wanting to interrupt the broadcast. Demi soon reported that their viewership was climbing rapidly and could soon surpass 5 million. She suggested launching a giveaway of their own, but reminded Leon that Bronson was already offering large sums. Leon remained calm and advised her to first find out exactly how much Bronson was offering. After briefly checking, Demi returned with the information that Bronson had already committed 50,000 and was waiting to escalate further. Leon then instructed her to double whatever amount Bronson offered, and see how long he could keep up. Demi hesitated, asking what they would do if the numbers reached tens of millions. Leon showed no concern, making it clear that he was ready to accept any challenge. Encouraged by his confidence, Demi announced to her audience that they would match and double every giveaway amount offered by Bronson and Bridget. Within minutes, Bronson requested a direct connection. Leon allowed the call to go through. On the call, Bronson questioned whether Leon was deliberately targeting him. Leon calmly pointed out that it had been Bronson who first proposed doubling the stakes, and he was simply playing along. He added that he saw no real purpose in the competition, and had no intention of damaging anyone's reputation. This response only confused Bronson further. Before he could react, Leon instructed Demi to immediately launch a 1 million giveaway. Bronson was stunned and asked if he had heard correctly. Demi confirmed that the funds had already been sent, and that they were ready for any escalation. Viewers immediately pressured Bronson to respond by doubling the amount. Faced with mounting expectations, he assured his audience that money was not an issue, and that he would match the challenge. However, Behind the scenes, Bridget panicked as their viewership continued to decline. She warned that if they failed to respond quickly, their careers could suffer serious damage. Realizing he had been cornered, Bronson understood that Leon had forced him into an impossible position. Still, he refused to back down. Desperate, he asked Bridget to lend him $600,000 to help cover the cost. She was shocked, questioning his sanity, but under pressure, she reluctantly agreed. Soon after, Bronson announced that he was ready, and that a $2 million giveaway would begin within minutes. Their audience surged again, and Bridget suggested contacting Leon once more to challenge him further. With renewed confidence, Bronson declared that he had prepared $2 million, and asked whether Leon could raise the stakes to $4 million. Without hesitation, Leon calmly announced that he would be giving away $4 million to his subscribers. Demi immediately relayed the announcement to their viewers. Bronson and Bridget were left speechless, unable to comprehend how Leon could escalate the situation so effortlessly, or where such immense resources were coming from. Bronson soon lowered his head and apologized to his audience, explaining that his boss had suddenly demanded a dinner meeting, forcing him to end the broadcast. Bridget, standing beside him, spoke with clear disappointment, admitting that this marked the end of his dominance and that the title of #1 streamer no longer belonged to him. Bronson himself did not argue. He quietly confessed that he had nothing left to offer his viewers, and no way to udržet their attention. With that, he left Mesty with his team, stating that they urgently needed to meet the boss and figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, aboard the liner, Demi could barely contain her excitement. She praised Leon, telling him that he had been neverojatna impressive and had completely crushed his rival. Leon, however, remained calm. He told her that the broadcast was over, as he still had important matters to attend to, and suggested that she take some time to explore the island on her own. He then called one of his subordinates aside and led him into a private cabin. Once inside, Leon asked about the progress of their preparations. The man assured him that everything was proceeding smoothly, and that the main focus now was on promotion. Leon made it clear that he trusted him fully, and had no intention of interfering. The assistant expressed his gratitude and then asked whether Leon had any connections within the Hua family's financial group. After a brief pause, Leon admitted that he did not personally know anyone from that group. The assistant then revealed that the VA family had provided them with an exhibition stand free of charge, and seemed interested in future cooperation. Leon considered this, and suggested that they find an appropriate way to express their gratitude, even proposing a gesture worth around $3 million. He also instructed the assistant to inform him immediately if representatives from that group reached out again. Soon after, Leon left the ship. As he stepped onto the pier, he was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. It was Ivy, the reporter, who explained that she had seen his broadcast from the liner and decided to come say hello. Leon admitted that he had not expected to encounter her on Java Island. Ivy smiled and clarified that she was there on business. She went on to explain that her television company was preparing a new show focused on wilderness survival, intending to invite experts from different countries. She asked whether Leon would be interested in participating next month, adding that she had already noticed his qualities earlier, and believed he would be a perfect fit. Leon agreed, though he specified that it would depend on his schedule. Satisfied, Ivy noted down his name and suggested they take a walk along the pier before stopping by a reception at a nearby bar. The two of them soon strolled along the seaside, the atmosphere calm in contrast to the chaos of the earlier broadcast. At the same time, Bronson and Bridget arrived at the Empress Bar. Bridget stepped out first, immediately commenting on the lively atmosphere and expressing her eagerness to go inside. Bronson added that although the exhibition would only begin the next day, the celebrations had already started. Hoping to distract themselves from their recent failure, they entered the bar. However, the loud music and intense atmosphere quickly became overwhelming, so they moved to a private room where several people were already waiting. Among them was Hazel, a representative of the platform, who greeted Bridget warmly. Bronson wasted no time voicing his frustration, complaining that the masked man had ruined his broadcast and might now take all his contracts. Denzel, a powerful media figure, responded coldly, pointing out that this was not the first time Bronson had lost his position, and expressing disappointment in his performance. Bridget tried to defend him, noting that he still had a loyal and wealthy fan base. Bronson added that he believed the masked man did not even possess his own funds, and must be backed by someone else. Concerned, Bridget asked Denzel what they should do, fearing that Bronson's career would collapse if they did not act quickly. Denzel proposed inviting the masked streamer for a direct conversation to Wyesneet, who he truly was, and which company stood behind him. Bronson revealed that he had already sent an invitation. Not long after, Leon arrived at the Empress Bar with Demi, deciding she deserved some rest after the intense broadcast. Inside, the atmosphere was wild, with people dancing and celebrating without restraint. Demi observed the scene with discomfort, remarking that many of them seemed to lack self-respect. Leon responded calmly, explaining that this was simply another side of the world, and everyone chose their own way of living. They made their way upstairs and found the private room. Without hesitation, Leon kicked the door open, startling everyone inside. Entering with Demi, he made it clear that he had little time and demanded that they get straight to the point. Bronson attempted to regain composure and said he wanted to discuss the broadcast. He introduced Denzel as the owner of a media company interested in making a deal. Leon listened briefly, then demanded that they stop wasting his time. Denzel asked about Leon's financial backing and whether he would consider more favorable terms if he joined them. Leon's response was immediate and blunt. He stated that he had no intention of cooperating with people like them. Denzel's expression darkened as he stubbed out his cigarette and warned Leon not to cross the line. Sensing the tension, Demi quietly asked what they should do. Leon replied that there was nothing to discuss and that they were leaving. At that moment, Hazel urged Denzel to take a harsher approach and not let Leon walk away so easily. Denzel gave a subtle order, and his assistant immediately contacted someone outside. As Leon and Demi moved to leave, a man suddenly approached them. It was Elvis from Binny Media. With a polite smile, he offered Leon a drink. Leon acknowledged the gesture, but Elvis insisted, suggesting that refusing would be impolite and might even offend him. Behind them, Denzel remarked that Leon had been overly confident earlier, and that Elvis should put some pressure on him. Bronson eagerly supported this, pointing out that Leon had acted arrogantly in the private room, but now seemed more reserved. Soon, others joined in, urging Leon to accept the drink, claiming that refusing would be disrespectful. Elvis emphasized that he had prepared the wine Spatzana for him and that he should drink it before leaving. Leon then asked calmly whether Elvis intended to drink alone, noting that it would look strange without company. At that moment, Demi stepped in and warned that Elvis should drink first, as the drink might not be safe. Elvis laughed it off, agreeing that it would indeed be odd to force a guest to drink alone, and promising to join shortly. However, in the next instant, Leon suddenly took the bottle from his hands. Deciding to end the situation on his own terms, he opened it and took a sip, fully aware that everyone in the room was watching closely. Demi looked at him in disbelief, unable to understand why he would take such a risk. Leon calmly finished the drink and exhaled, remarking that it was quite strong. Elvis and Denzel watched intently, clearly expecting him to show signs of distress. Instead, Leon remained perfectly composed. He then turned to Elvis and said that now it was his turn. Elvis tried to avoid the situation, claiming that he was not obligated to drink, and that the important thing was for the guest to enjoy himself. Leon's tone sharpened as he asked why he was refusing after insisting so strongly before. Elvis smirked and replied mockingly, asking whether Leon had truly believed they would drink together, suggesting that it had all been nothing more than a joke. Leon looked at Elvis with cold indifference and asked whether he was being sincere. Realizing that the situation was slipping out of his control, Elvis tried to smooth things over, claiming that it was unfair and that Leon might have simply gotten himself drunk. Before he could finish, Leon suddenly struck him across the head with the bottle. The room fell silent. Elvis staggered, completely stunned, as blood began to trickle down his face. Denzel froze, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Even he had not expected Leon to act with such ruthless decisiveness. Hazel reacted immediately, demanding to know whether Leon understood whose territory he was in, and what consequences his actions could bring. Leon did not even look at her. He simply told her to step back, warning that she would share Elvis' fate if she interfered. Then he forced the bottle back into Elvis's hands and ordered him to drink, stating calmly that it was now his turn. His voice carried no hesitation as he added that refusal could cost him an arm. Terrified, Elvis realized he had no choice. He began drinking frantically, desperate to avoid further harm. However, his hands trembled, the bottle slipped, and he choked violently. Moments later, he collapsed into coughing and vomited the wine he had just swallowed. Seeing that the point had been made, Leon turned to Demi and said it was time to leave. There was nothing more for them to do in that place. As he walked out, he cast one last glance at Denzel, deciding that the lesson had been sufficient for the day. Once outside in the parking lot, Demi looked at him with concern, and asked whether he was alright after drinking so much. Leon admitted that he felt only slight discomfort, more from the volume than anything else. Demi, still processing what had happened, remarked that he had drunk the wine as if it were water. Without hesitation, she guided him into the passenger seat, deciding that he should not be driving. With a small smile, she told him to rest while she took the wheel. Leon leaned back, allowing himself a moment of quiet. At that moment, Lena appeared, speaking in a playful tone. She congratulated him on discovering yet another unexpected path, joking that he could now consider becoming a farmer. She informed him that he had received a 10 million career achievement reward along with additional bonuses. Lena reminded him that no profession was truly insignificant, and that each path could unlock new opportunities. Leon acknowledged her words, noting that perhaps a life among rivers and mountains would not be so bad after all. The next morning, Leon and Demi arrived at the airport on Java Island, preparing to return home. As they walked through the terminal, Demi suddenly pointed ahead and excitedly said that a real star was standing right in front of them. It was Jacqueline, a well-known actress who had recently gained widespread recognition after starring in a popular film. Demi, eager to seize the moment, suggested starting a live broadcast. She quickly went live and told her viewers that they would attempt to interview a major celebrity. Walker approached Jacqueline politely and conveyed that his friend wished to interview her, asking if she could spare a moment. Jacqueline responded with a distant smile, explaining that all interviews had to be arranged through her agent, and that she only worked with official media. When Walker introduced himself, she dismissed him entirely, stating that his identity did not matter to her and asking to be left alone. Leon observed quietly, and remarked that continuing to engage with someone so arrogant was pointless. He then apologized to the viewers and ended the broadcast, deciding to seek another opportunity later. As they turned to leave, a woman approached Walker with clear excitement. She introduced herself as Ethel, and explained that she had once met his family, recalling how his father had helped her company during a difficult time. She warmly suggested that they all have lunch together, and called Jacqueline over, intending to introduce her to them. This time, Jacqueline behaved completely differently. She greeted them politely, expressed her pleasure at meeting them, and spoke with a friendliness that sharply contrasted her earlier attitude. Walker could not help but point out the sudden change, noting with irony how quickly her demeanor had shifted. Realizing who they were, Jacqueline was left stunned, understanding that she had just rudely dismissed people of significant status. Walker soon excused himself, casually mentioning that his friend was planning to buy a plane, so they had to leave. Jacqueline was left confused, wondering whether they were truly wealthy enough to treat such a purchase so casually. Ethel, however, was not amused. Angered by Jacqueline's earlier behavior, she ordered her to return to the hotel and immediately inform her agent that their cooperation was terminated. Jacqueline tried to protest, but Ethel refused to listen. Meanwhile, Leon headed toward the exhibition area. There, he unexpectedly encountered Ivy once again. She explained that her boyfriend was the deputy director responsible for the air show, which was why she was present. Leon smiled at the coincidence and mentioned that he was considering buying a plane, adding that it would be convenient to handle it here. Ivy was taken aback by how casually he spoke about such a major purchase. Leon, however, suggested not wasting time, and said that the sooner he completed the purchase, the sooner they could enjoy the rest of the day. They were soon shown 2 aircraft models, and asked which one he preferred. Leon examined them briefly and pointed to the larger one, asking Demi for her opinion. She teased him lightly, saying she had expected him to choose the bigger option, joking about his taste for larger things. Leon dismissed her comment, telling her not to talk nonsense. Inside, the aircraft was spacious and comfortable, and Leon quickly decided that it met his expectations. He asked Walker for his opinion, and the latter replied that while it was fairly standard, it was still better than his brother Charlie's plane. Taking a seat, Leon confirmed that he was satisfied. He then asked Ivy about the price, and she informed him that the aircraft cost around 50 million. Leon noted that compared to a cruise ship, the price was quite reasonable and immediately stated that he would take it. He then asked about the purchasing process. Ivy hesitated, wondering whether he was making such a decision too casually, perhaps even because of her. She gently asked him not to spend such a large amount impulsively. Leon reassured her calmly, emphasizing that he trusted her judgment completely. His words genuinely surprised her. At that moment, a man approached them and addressed Ivy. It was Jamie, her boyfriend, and the deputy director of business aviation marketing. Ivy explained that their friend was interested in purchasing the aircraft and was ready to discuss the deal. However, Jamie looked Leon up and down with doubt. Judging him by his appearance, he found it hard to believe that this man could afford such a purchase. Without hiding his irritation, he grabbed Ivy's hand and demanded to know what she was doing, reminding her that this was a serious business involving a large sum of money, not something to be treated lightly. In response, Ivy remained composed. She told Jamie that Leon was far wealthier than he assumed, and would never resort to deception for the sake of a broadcast. However, Jamie only grew more irritated, admitting that he could not understand her at all and questioning why a television presenter would associate with people like them. Ivy was taken aback by his words. She asked if he was serious and warned that if he had no intention of selling the plane, they would simply leave. Jamie, still unable to grasp her stance, reluctantly asked Leon to wait and said he would call a specialist to handle the matter. He summoned his assistant and instructed her to deal with the client. The sales specialist, Esther, approached and asked whether he truly did not wish to handle the deal himself. Jamie made it clear that he had no desire to continue interacting with Leon, explaining irritably that his girlfriend had brought these clients, leaving him no choice but to accommodate them. Esther quietly remarked that Ivy did not seem suited for him at all. Flattered, Jamie brushed it off and told her to proceed, as he did not want to argue further. Esther soon approached Leon and greeted the group, introducing herself and offering to provide details about the aircraft. Demi immediately suggested that she present everything during a live broadcast so viewers could follow along. Internally, Esther began to doubt the situation, questioning why she had assumed these people were actually capable of purchasing such an expensive jet. She delivered the specifications in a dry, detached tone, mentioning that it was one of the largest jets available, and that maintenance alone would cost around 10 million. Demi could not hide her sarcasm, asking whether this was truly what elite service looked like, pointing out that even ordinary customers received better treatment. Walker pressed further, asking whether that was all, as it seemed she was deliberately withholding details. Esther replied bluntly that her job was done, and that if they were dissatisfied, they could file a complaint or seek service elsewhere. Walker's expression hardened as he responded that such an attitude was unacceptable, and that they would indeed take their business somewhere else. With that, Leon and his group turned and headed for the exit. Shortly afterward, Esther returned to Jamie and reported that she had done as instructed, and that the rest no longer concerned her. Jamie thanked her, but his attention quickly shifted as he noticed Ivy leaving with the others. Surprised, he hurried after her. Ivy spoke first, telling him plainly that she no longer wished to stay and would be leaving with Leon. Jamie struggled to accept this, questioning why she would choose to associate with what he called ordinary streamers. Ivy replied that his thinking was too narrow, and that he had completely misjudged them. Jamie, however, doubled down, claiming that such people were nothing more than scammers and no different from brazen beggars. Hearing this, Ivy finally understood that his arrogance ran deeper than she had realized. Calmly but firmly, she told him that they were no longer suited for each other, and that it was best to end their relationship. Jamie was stunned. He asked whether she was truly leaving him for people like them, warning that she would never enter high society with such companions. At that moment, Walker stepped forward, laughing openly at the situation. He remarked that this was the first time in his life that he had been so underestimated. Without warning, Walker picked up a decorative vase. Jamie immediately panicked, reminding him of its value. Ignoring him, Walker smashed it onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. The sound echoed through the room. Picking up a shard, he made it clear that such trivial things meant nothing to him, and that Jamie would do well to speak more respectfully in the future. One of Walker's companions quickly pulled him aside, asking if that was enough. Walker replied that it was, explaining that he had only intervened to help Ivy. Meanwhile, Esther approached Jamie again, expressing concern and criticizing Ivy, claiming she had been a terrible girlfriend for not stopping the situation. Jamie, trying to regain composure, thanked her, and said they needed to clean everything up before his superiors arrived. Esther, however, suggested that something about Ivy's relationship with Leon seemed unusual, and that perhaps they should take action to teach them a lesson. Jamie dismissed her concerns coldly, saying he would handle it himself. Elsewhere, Leon, his friends, and Ivy returned to the exhibition area together. Leon apologized, explaining that he had only wanted to help. Ivy reassured him that their relationship had been troubled for a long time, and that without today's Sabitia, they might never have resolved it. Charlie supported her, stating bluntly that her boyfriend had been a terrible person, and suggesting they go somewhere by the sea to relax. Soon, the group found themselves at a lively bar. Charlie believed the atmosphere would help Ivy unwind. Around them, people danced and celebrated, but Ivy remained seated, quietly sipping her drink, showing no desire to join in. Walker remarked that at times like this, she needed understanding more than anything else. Demi, smiling, teased that it was the perfect opportunity for someone to make a move. A few minutes later, Lan approached Ivy and gently suggested that she let go of what had happened instead of keeping it all inside. Ivy replied that she was not someone who drowned her feelings in alcohol, preferring to deal with things in her own way. At that moment, a man approached them and introduced himself as Hugo, the head of the aviation department. Charlie immediately introduced Lan as his friend, and mentioned that he was interested in purchasing a plane. Hugo was delighted, and quickly produced documents containing detailed information about the aircraft. Leon listened briefly before asking whether the plane was available. Hugo explained that while there might be some waiting time, the process could be handled efficiently, and he offered to go through the specifications in detail. Unexpectedly, Leon declined the explanation, and instead asked directly for the contract, stating that he was ready to sign immediately. Hugo was visibly shocked. He asked whether Leon truly intended to proceed with such a purchase on the spot, admitting that he had not anticipated such decisiveness. Walker grinned, remarking that even he had not expected Leon to move so quickly. Hugo quickly excused himself, saying he would retrieve the contract so they could finalize the deal as soon as possible. As they waited, Walker hinted that someone familiar might soon appear. Moments later, Leon noticed a group entering the bar, people he had not expected to encounter again. He asked Walker who they were, and Walker explained that they were known as the Four Masters of Yanjing. Leon's expression shifted slightly as recognition dawned on him. Among them, he immediately identified one face he knew well. It was Arlo. At that same moment, Arlo looked toward the upper floor, asked if Charlie was there, and then suggested they go up to greet him. He remarked that although they had no intention of fighting, such a meeting would certainly not pass quietly. Charlie, upon seeing him, smiled and remarked that although it had only been a few days, it was still an unexpected reunion. He then asked directly what had brought Arlo there. Arlo glanced at Leon but did not recognize him. Seeing that the young man remained seated and made no effort to greet them, he frowned and turned to Charlie, asking what was wrong with his friend. With open disdain, he suggested that perhaps the man was crippled or simply lacked basic manners. Charlie, however, remained calm. He told Arlo that the man sitting before them was Leon, the very person because of whom he had lost 100 billion. He added that Leon was a true genius. Those words struck Arlo like a blow. His expression froze as realization dawned on him. The man he had just dismissed so casually was the very same Leon. Before the tension could settle, one of Arlo's companions stepped forward, grabbed Leon by the shoulder, and accused him of swindling them out of an enormous sum. He demanded to know whether Leon truly believed they would simply forget everything. Demi, sensing the rising danger, turned anxiously to Charlie and asked what they should do. Charlie only shook his head and replied that Leon had a difficult temperament, and that it was better not to interfere, otherwise the consequences would be severe. Sains, however, laughed coldly. He took Leon's silence as a provocation, and declared that he would put him in his place and make sure he paid for what he had done. In the very next instant, everything changed. Leon moved without warning. He seized Sain's arm and hurled him across the table with brutal force. Before anyone could react, he pressed a fork dangerously close to the man's eye, and asked in an icy tone who exactly he intended to put in his place. Sains, now pale and shaken, tried to recover his composure. He threatened that if Leon dared to harm him, his family would take revenge without hesitation. Leon remained unmoved. He replied calmly that if Sains was relying on his family, then he truly had nothing to fear. At that point, Arlo stepped forward, demanding an explanation and ordering Leon to release his friend. Leon gave a faint chuckle and asked whether Arlo really thought things could end so easily. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Sains aside, dismissing him as nothing more than an idiot. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. One of the onlookers whispered nervously, wondering if Leon was truly prepared to fight right there. Sensing that the situation could spiral out of control, Axel stepped in and suggested a compromise. He proposed that they release Sains and settle the matter properly in the arena during the next day's reception, where everything could be resolved fairly. Leon considered this briefly, then let Sainz go. He agreed to the duel, adding that he would fight to the end, and that everyone involved would regret provoking him. With that, he turned to Charlie and stated that there was nothing left to do there. It was time to leave. As Leon and his group departed, Arlo turned to Axel in frustration, demanding to know why he had done nothing. Axel replied calmly that they were outnumbered in that moment, and that there was no benefit in escalating the situation prematurely. He then asked Sainz if he was all right. Sainz admitted with some reluctance that he had underestimated Leon and that the man was far stronger than expected. Axel nodded, observing that Leon was clearly well prepared. There was no need to act rashly now. Tomorrow would be different. Outside, as they walked away, Walker remarked that Leon had acted somewhat impulsively. He reminded him that Axel was highly talented and had trained in sports since childhood. Charlie added a note of caution, warning that despite Leon's abilities, this opponent was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. A calm female voice introduced herself as the eldest daughter of the Hua family. She informed him that she was aware of his presence on the island, and invited him to meet her in room 1616 of their hotel. Leon agreed. Turning to Charlie, he said that he had urgent matters to attend to, and asked him to take care of Ivy and Emmy. He then got into the car and left, while Charlie reminded him to stay cautious. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Shala sat with his sister, expressing doubts about whether Leon would agree to cooperate. He warned that a refusal could negatively impact their business. His sister Dana remained composed. She assured him that Leon would arrive soon and asked him to leave, stating that she would handle the conversation personally. Shala agreed and left. Dana, left alone, reflected that someone who had reached Leon's level could not be easily pressured. Soon, there was a knock on the door. When Leon entered, Dana greeted him respectfully, bowing slightly and expressing her admiration. She offered him tea brought specially from her hometown and invited him to try it. Then she began to explain that their financial group was already working in the field of chip development, and wished to collaborate with his company. Leon listened and replied calmly that while Ling Corporation was doing well, its scale could not compare to their financial group. Dana then shifted the proposal. She revealed that her family planned to establish a biological laboratory, and was willing to offer him a 50% share. Leon, however, repeated that he was not the person in charge. Dana studied him carefully, convinced that he was not being entirely honest. Deciding to change her approach, she reached out and gently touched his hand, attempting to persuade him more directly. She assured him that he was the one making decisions, and that their side was willing to satisfy any of his demands. Leon raised an eyebrow and asked what exactly she meant. Dana's tone softened. She hinted that she could offer him something others could not, suggesting not only business advantages, but also personal udovostvia beyond anything he had experienced. Leon's expression turned cold. He acknowledged that she was attractive, but stated plainly that he had no interest in her. He added that his own girlfriend was far more beautiful. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Dana, unwilling to accept rejection, grabbed his hand and asked whether he truly felt nothing. She stepped closer, embracing him, and pleading for him to forget about all other women. Leon immediately pushed her away and told her bluntly that she should see a doctor, implying that she clearly was not listening to him. Stunned and humiliated, Dana stood frozen as he left the room. After he was gone, she called her grandfather and reported that they had a serious problem, as Leon had refused their offer. Her grandfather responded calmly, saying that it was not critical, and that the important thing was to find a way to benefit from the situation. Dana assured him that she understood and promised to take further action. Meanwhile, Leon walked down the corridor, reflecting on what had just happened. He found it troubling that someone was willing to go so far, even to the point of offering themselves, for the sake of a project. It made him wonder just how significant this matter truly was, and how deeply it affected the Hua family. As he approached his room, he concluded that they would not give up so easily. At the same time, Jamie appeared in the corridor with a friend, both of them clearly drunk and looking for trouble. Lenny, a private entrepreneur, asked where the guy was, pointing out that this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. Jamie admitted he did not know where Leon was, but suggested they find his girlfriend first. She would surely know his whereabouts. Lenny scoffed, remarking sarcastically that a girl like her had no business being with someone unknown. Jamie, growing more agitated, declared that he would deal with Leon first, and then make his ex, Ivy, regret everything. His friend laughed, agreeing that it was time for revenge and that they would show no mercy. Before long, the men found Ivy's room. Jamie entered the code he had obtained from the hotel receptionist, and they let themselves inside. Once in, they searched for Ivy, but the room was empty. Lenny wondered if they had the wrong room, but Jamie insisted he had booked it himself and would have been notified if she had left. He guessed she might be with Leon instead. At that very moment, Ivy appeared behind them. Calm but cold, she asked who they were and what they were doing in her room. Jamie immediately demanded to know where Leon was. Ivy, slightly irritated, asked if he meant Leon, then sat down and questioned why they needed him at all. Jamie claimed Leon had hit him and demanded to know if she thought he would simply let it go. Ivy pointed out that it had not been Leon himself, but his friend. Jamie snapped, asking how she could defend him in such a situation. Ivy replied that despite their separation, there was no reason for hostility, and that she was acting in part for his own good. Lenny stepped in, saying that unless Ivy gave them Lion's room number, they were not leaving. He added that no one wanted to make things difficult for her, but she needed to cooperate. Ivy, with tired irony, remarked that she was always surprised by how reckless people could be. Then she stood up and told them to follow her. She would take them to Leon. A few minutes later, she stopped at the correct room and knocked. Leon opened the door, immediately noticing Ivy and the group behind her. Jamie, Lenny, and the others began to push their way inside. Leon closed the door and asked why they had come in the middle of the night. Ivy awkwardly explained that they wanted revenge, and that she had no choice, as they had threatened her. Lenny told Leon to step forward and raised his hand, ready to start a fight. Jamie's friends were equally prepared. Leon, however, mocked them, saying there were too many of them, and it would be hard to decide whom to hit first. Lenny threatened that they would beat him so badly he would forget his own name. Without warning, one of the men lunged forward. Ivy watched closely. In an instant, Leon struck him straight in the face. The man collapsed in pain. Lenny stiffened, realizing that this had been his strongest fighter. Leon calmly remarked that the man had no skill and invited the next opponent. The fallen man quickly apologized to Lenny, admitting they could not handle Leon. He even suggested they were now even. Before he could say more, Leon stepped forward and kicked him hard in the stomach, deciding he had spoken too much. Then, with a cold tone, Leon demanded to know who they thought he was, bursting into his room, only to try and escape afterward. Lenny immediately began apologizing, calling it a misunderstanding and asking for forgiveness. Leon reminded them that Jamie had been extremely rude earlier that day. Without another word, Leon physically forced Jamie and his friends out of the room and ordered them to leave. After closing the door, Leon noted that no one would disturb him anymore. He turned to Ivy and admitted he could not understand what she had ever seen in someone like Jamie. Ivy stepped forward, embraced him, and sincerely said there was no one better for her than him. Leon admitted he liked hearing that. Ivy added that she was happy with him, and could not imagine leaving. Leon replied that he was always glad to see her. In that quiet moment, he kissed her, something he had clearly wanted to do for a long time. They withdrew into the bedroom and spent the rest of the night together. The next day, Leon woke up at noon. He noticed money left nearby and, looking at it, could not help but grin at the unusual situation. Soon the front door opened. Charlie saw Leon in a robe and asked why he had woken up so late. Walker then noticed red stains on the sofa and, shocked, asked what had happened and why there seemed to be blood everywhere, even near the entrance. The friends exchanged amused looks. Demi remarked that Leon had simply had a great night, which explained everything. Charlie added that he had seen similar marks on the bed and jokingly called him a bandit. Demi, clearly impressed, said Leon looked incredibly cool. These comments irritated Leon, and he told them that the jokes were enough. After a moment, he calmed down and suggested that it was time to move on and go to lunch. Sometime later, the group headed to the hotel's top-floor restaurant. Leon and Charlie were dressed sharply, drawing attention from those around them. They entered, planning to eat while discussing important matters. Soon, a group of attractive girls approached Charlie and asked if they could sit with him. He politely refused. Undeterred, they left him their contact information, suggesting he call them whenever he felt bored, as they would gladly keep him company. After that, Demi turned to Leon and said she wanted to ask him something. With a hint of confusion, she wondered why the women around them were looking at her so strangely, and even asked if they might actually like her as well. Walker immediately laughed, explaining that those women were not admiring her, but were simply jealous, unable to understand what was so special about her to be sitting beside them. In response, Leon lightly tapped her on the cap and asked whether she had slept well, since she was asking such odd questions. Shifting his attention back to business, Leon asked Charlie about the exact time of the evening banquet on the cruise liner. Meanwhile, Demi suggested that they continue their live broadcast for the day to attract even more viewers. Leon agreed, noting that they had nothing else planned, and that a joint stream sounded like a good idea. Soon, the group arrived at the coastline. Demi immediately noticed how beautiful the scenery was and remarked that it would serve as the perfect backdrop for their broadcast. However, at that very moment, Leon received a call from an unknown number. The caller introduced himself as Luther, the operations director of Kwao. He calmly stated that he was aware of the contract Leon had signed with another company, but offered him a better deal, even promising to cover any penalties. Leon politely declined, explaining that he was no longer interested in such arrangements. On the other end of the call, Luther, sitting in a van, grew visibly irritated and remarked to his colleagues that Leon was far more troublesome than expected. Another man added that dealing with this mysterious, masked figure seemed nearly impossible, but the company director proposed filing a complaint as their last remaining option. Meanwhile, back on the beach, Leon relaxed while Demi admired the yachts nearby. Suddenly, her phone screen went black, cutting off the live broadcast entirely. Confused, she said this had never happened before. Leon quickly realized that their stream had likely been blocked. He contacted Lillian to find out what had happened. She told him not to worry and promised to investigate before calling him back. Demi grew anxious and asked whether she might have said something wrong during the stream that caused the issue. Leon reassured her, explaining that even if there had been a violation, they should have received a warning rather than being blocked outright. This made Demi suspect that someone had deliberately targeted them. Soon, Lillian called back and confirmed that numerous complaints had been filed, leading to the indefinite suspension of their broadcast. Leon immediately understood that this was no coincidence. Demi suggested that it might have been a rival streamer trying to eliminate competition after seeing his rising popularity. At that point, Leon already had a clear idea of who was behind it. Without hesitation, he called Luther. Luther answered with feigned surprise, claiming he had not expected a call so soon. Leon coldly informed him that his broadcast had been blocked, and that he held him responsible. Luther denied any involvement, but smoothly offered to help, and suggested they meet in person. He invited Leon to room 187, at the Yun Hotel. Now fully convinced of Luther's involvement, Leon decided that this would not go unanswered. He told Demi to return to Charlie and the others, explaining that he had urgent business to attend to. Without wasting time, he headed straight for the Yun Hotel. Upon arrival, Leon located the room and knocked. Luther opened the door and welcomed him in, saying he had been expecting him. Leon entered without hesitation and immediately demanded to know why Luther had created unnecessary trouble for him. Sitting down on the sofa, he asked directly what all of this meant. Luther attempted to play innocent, claiming that Leon had misunderstood him, and that he had only arrived on the island that very afternoon. Leon cut him off, making it clear he had no patience for excuses and wanted answers. Luther then presented him with a contract worth 20 million, assuring him that all losses would be covered. Leon showed no interest in the offer, and instead demanded to know who had filed the complaints against his broadcast. Luther responded that if the contract were signed, he would assist with anything Leon needed. At that moment, Leon's patience ran out. He kicked the documents aside and asked whether Luther truly expected him to trust someone who resorted to such underhanded tactics. Seeing that negotiations were failing, Luther coldly remarked that Leon would have to deal with his problems alone. Just then, Bronson entered the room, mockingly greeting the masked man. Denzel followed, taking a seat and casually commenting that even public figures could face serious financial trouble. Leon remained calm and directly asked Denzel whether he was behind everything. Denzel suggested that Leon should simply accept the money, switch platforms, and make things easier for everyone. Luther once again encouraged him to sign the contract and forget the past. Leon responded with a simple question, asking what would happen if he refused. Luther pretended that such a possibility did not exist, and claimed he was acting in Leon's best interest, trying to prevent his career from ending badly. At that point, Leon made his intentions clear. He stated that he had not come to sign any contract. He had only come to see who dared to act against him from the shadows. Hearing this, Denzel suddenly stood up, alarmed, and asked what he was planning to do. Leon answered coldly, remarking that their upbringing must have been deeply flawed for them to behave in such a disgraceful manner. Without another word, he took action. In a matter of moments, he subdued everyone in the room. One by one, his opponents fell, unable to resist him. When it was over, all of them lay unconscious on the floor. Leon grabbed Ansel by the hair and warned him not to repeat such schemes again if he valued his life. Nearby, Luther sat frozen on the floor, staring at Leon in sheer terror, finally realizing just how badly he had underestimated him. After dealing with his enemies, Leon calmly removed his mask and called Lillian, informing her that everything had been resolved and that the broadcast could now be unblocked. Not long after, he arrived at Phoenix Pier, where he was supposed to meet his friends. However, his arrival was immediately interrupted by an unexpected encounter. A man approached him alongside a woman and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Esther spoke first, clearly displeased, remarking that meeting him here was the last thing she had hoped for. She added that it would be better for him to stay out of Jaime's sight. Leon, unfazed, suggested that she should first ask Jaime what had actually happened the previous night before offering advice. This only made Esther angrier, and she demanded an explanation on the spot. Jaime quickly tried to downplay everything, claiming that nothing significant had occurred. Trying to regain his dignity, Jaime declared that knowing how to fight meant nothing in the real world. Without money, he argued, a person had neither status nor influence. Leon simply laughed, finding his words amusing, and asked where he had gotten the idea that he lacked money. Esther immediately questioned why, if that were true, Leon was doing live broadcasts at all. Leon was about to respond, but instead asked them to wait, explaining that he needed to make an important call. At that moment, Hugo suddenly rushed over, announcing that he had brought all the necessary documents. Esther greeted him warmly, clearly pleased to see him, but Hugo paid her no attention. Instead, he went straight to Leon and explained that he had brought the contract, which he had accidentally left behind earlier. Jaime, still doubtful, asked Hugo whether it was true that Leon was planning to buy a plane, unable to believe that someone he considered just a streamer could afford such a thing. Hugo responded irritably, dismissing the remark as nonsense, and confirming that Leon had already decided to sign the contract. Turning to Leon, he asked where it would be most convenient to finalize everything. Leon calmly replied that they could sign the documents right there. He added that he would soon contact the finance department and arrange the transfer of funds. Hugo, confident in Leon's reputation, even stated that they could deliver the goods in advance without worrying about payment. Hearing this, Jaime and Esther were left completely stunned. In that moment, they realized that Leon was far wealthier than they had ever imagined. Leon glanced at Jaime and asked with quiet irony whether he still believed that a streamer could not have money. Without giving him time to recover, Leon turned and headed toward the liner. The flight attendants greeted him warmly as he boarded. Once inside, he calmly instructed the staff not to allow Jaime and Esther on board, explaining that the place was too prestigious for them. Jaime tried to protest, asking for another chance, and insisting they should not be judged for a single mistake. Leon coldly responded by asking who had given him the right to make demands, reminding him that it was his ship. Shocked and confused, Jaime and Esther asked if the liner truly belonged to him. Leon offered no answer and simply walked away, leaving them behind in disbelief. Meanwhile, the celebration on the cruise ship was already in full swing. Music filled the air as guests laughed, danced, and enjoyed themselves. Demi, sitting with Leon's friends, immediately noticed his arrival and pointed out that he had finally joined the party. She asked whether he had resolved the issue with the broadcast, and Leon confirmed that everything had been taken care of. Walker then revealed that even greater entertainment was planned. Surprised, Leon asked if there would be another event. Walker explained that every year they held a competition. Arlo's group hosted their celebration at the stern, while their own took place at the bow. In the end, whichever side attracted more girls would be declared the winner. He admitted that they had lost the previous year because Charlie had not shown up, and expressed hope that Leon would help them win this time. Leon turned to Charlie and asked about the schedule. Charlie explained that once they were out at sea, there would be a dance party, followed by an auction, and later an arena event featuring a duel between Leon and Axel. Hearing this, Leon noted that time was short, and asked whether everything was ready for the pool party. Walker raised his glass and declared that they already had wine and a good mood, which was all they needed. Leon then called Hugo again, confirming that the payment had already been transferred, and adding that everything needed to be finalized before 6 o'clock. As the liner moved across the water, he watched the lively scene with quiet satisfaction. Soon, Arlo approached him and asked why he was standing aside, wondering if he found the party boring. Leon replied calmly that the main event had not even begun yet. Arlo pointed out that most of the girls had already gathered on his side of the ship, leaving Leon's group at a disadvantage. Leon simply told him not to worry, hinting that something far more exciting was about to happen. With a confident smile, Arlo announced that the liner would soon set sail and invited Leon to join them at the stern before leaving with Axel. After they were gone, Charlie asked whether they had come just to show off, and Leon confirmed that they had. Walker, puzzled by his calm attitude, asked why he was not concerned about losing. Leon only replied that he had a surprise prepared, and that they simply needed to wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, Arlo remarked to Axel that Leon seemed overly confident, suggesting that he must have something planned. Axel doubted that Leon could organize anything in such a short time, noting that the only possible way would be by helicopter. At that very moment, the sound of rotors filled the sky. Several helicopters appeared overhead, each carrying a luxury sports car suspended beneath it. Arlo and Axel stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. All around the ship, guests pointed upward, excitedly discussing the spectacle unfolding before them. Leon calmly instructed his friends not to stand idle and to ensure that the cars were carefully lowered onto the deck. One by one, the vehicles were placed aboard the liner, drawing even more attention from the crowd. Charlie approached him in amazement, asking whether he had truly arranged all of this. Leon's actions spoke for themselves. Once everything was ready, Leon took the microphone and addressed the guests. He announced that a special drawing would take place later, and that the grand prize would be none other than the 3 luxury sports cars now displayed before them. The atmosphere on the ship instantly erupted with excitement. Almost immediately after the cars were delivered, the spectacle escalated even further. From the hovering helicopters, bundles of cash began to rain down onto the deck. It was presented as a small gift from Leon to the guests, but the effect was anything but small. The girls on the liner burst into excitement, laughing and rushing to collect the scattered bills, completely captivated by the sudden windfall. On the opposite side, Arlo watched the scene unfold with growing tension. He quietly told Axel that people were already drifting away toward Leon's side, and if they did nothing, defeat was inevitable. He added that any chance for revenge would now have to wait for the arena. Axel nodded, fully understanding. At that moment, Walker called out to them with a grin, inviting them to stop standing around and come join the fun, reminding them that they were always welcome. However, Arlo and Axel, clearly offended, turned and walked away without a word. Walker chuckled and jokingly told Leon to imagine their expressions if they ever discovered that even the plane belonged to him. Not long after, Leon received a call from Elizabeth, who asked how things were going. He calmly informed her that an investment of $280 million from the VA family had already been transferred to his account. He added that she did not need to trouble him frequently with such matters, as Tanyan was more than capable of handling everything. Meanwhile, Demi excitedly announced that their live stream had already surpassed 9 million viewers, and was quickly approaching 10 million. Leon was genuinely surprised and asked how such numbers were possible. Demi simply reminded him that it was a pool party, and events like this naturally attracted massive attention. Around them, the atmosphere shifted as guests in elegant evening attire gathered on the deck, dancing under the lights. Demi noticed that some of them looked overly formal for the setting, which made them stand out awkwardly. At the same time, Leon spotted Arlo, Axel and their group nearby, watching him closely. Walker observed that Axel seemed to attract no attention from the women, and jokingly asked whether he was only good at fighting. Just then, a woman approached Arlo. It was Dana. Arlo greeted her warmly, and invited her to sit beside him, emphasizing how pleased they were to have her. Dana acknowledged his politeness, calling him a gentleman. He then extended his hand, inviting her to dance. However, Dana glanced around, clearly searching for someone else. Her true purpose soon became evident. She approached Leon and asked if she could invite him to dance, admitting that she had wanted this for a long time. Walker and the others immediately laughed, recognizing it as a direct slight against Arlo. Demi nudged Leon, hinting that he should accept. Taking his hand, Dana was visibly delighted when he agreed. The musicians began playing a soft piano melody, and couples moved on to the dance floor. She asked why he seemed hesitant, assuring him she only wanted to dance, and had no intention of hiding anything. Leon responded calmly, warning her not to involve him in her schemes, and reminding her that nothing had changed regarding their previous discussions. After a short while, Dana admitted she was tired and asked to stop. However, Leon did not release her. Instead, he held her firmly and remarked that the music was too beautiful to waste. Realizing she could not leave, Dana found herself forced to continue dancing until the end of the piece. She tried to remain polite, saying it was an honor to dance with him and expressing hope that they might do so again. Leon replied that there would certainly be another chance with the next song. Then, tightening his grip slightly, he spun her effortlessly across the floor, making it clear he had no intention of stopping. Dana grew increasingly exhausted, slowly realizing that she had made a mistake by approaching him. When the music ended, Leon calmly asked the musicians to play the piece again. At that moment, Dana finally understood. This was not a dance, but a deliberate lesson. Exhausted, she apologized and admitted she could no longer continue. Nearby, her brother Shala watched with concern, realizing that she was no match for Leon, and that he might have to intervene himself. Before anything else could happen, Arlo stepped forward. He remarked that Leon had truly surprised him, especially with his apparent connections to the VA family. Leon replied calmly, noting that Dana's legs were hurting and suggesting that Arlo might have shown her more consideration before the auction. Arlo's expression hardened. He demanded that Leon show at least basic politeness, emphasizing that the absence of open conflict did not mean fear. He then declared that they would meet again at the auction, where he intended to claim everything Leon desired. Leon seemed genuinely amused. He asked whether Arlo truly believed he even needed the auction, explaining that he had no intention of buying anything, and that Arlo was free to take whatever he wanted. Arlo dismissed this, reminding him that auction details were confidential, and that such claims made no sense. Leon smiled slightly and revealed the truth. Since it was his ship, he already knew exactly what would be offered. This revelation visibly unsettled Arlo, who asked if the liner truly belonged to him. Leon responded that they had known each other for a long time, yet still failed to understand who he really was. If they wanted to defeat an opponent, they needed to know everything about him. At that moment, Axel stepped forward, declaring that the auction was uninteresting and suggesting they move straight to the arena. He added that even if the ship belonged to Leon, he had no intention of remaining there with him. The loser, he said, would leave the ship. Leon agreed, seeing it as an efficient way to settle matters. Arlo pointed out that they were already at sea and could not simply leave. Axel replied that there were plenty of boats available and demanded that the duel begin. Soon, the host addressed the gathered guests, announcing the start of the warm-up and introducing the fighters. On one side stood Axel, widely regarded as a formidable opponent. On the other stood Leon. The crowd cheered, with many placing their confidence in Axel. Axel smirked and told Leon that this was meant to be entertaining, with few rules, and that the fight would begin immediately, unless he was afraid. Leon answered calmly that he had no intention of dragging things out and would end it quickly. In the very next moment, he moved. With sudden speed, Leon closed the distance and struck Axel directly in the nose. The impact sent him stumbling backward. Shock spread through the audience as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Axel himself realized that he had seriously underestimated his opponent. Recovering quickly, Axel admitted that Leon's confidence now made sense. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce counterattack, refusing to give Leon any room to breathe. Arlo watched closely, noting that he had not seen Axel this serious in years, which meant the fight would be intense. Axel swung forward, aiming for Leon's face. But before the blow could land, Leon reacted instantly, driving a powerful kick into his stomach and stopping the attack completely. Axel's body folded under the force. Overwhelmed by pain, he collapsed onto the arena floor, unable to understand how Leon had moved so quickly. Looking down at him, Leon calmly remarked that he had expected far more from his opponent. Arlo rushed to Axel's side, asking anxiously about his condition. Axel, though clearly shaken, insisted that he was fine, and promised that he would find a way to win the next round. Without giving himself time to recover, he charged at Leon again, his irritation now turning into reckless determination. Declaring that the fight had dragged on long enough, he threw a powerful punch, convinced that this time he would succeed. However, Leon reacted instantly. With precise timing, he delivered a sharp blow straight to Axel's chin. The impact was decisive. Before Axel could recover, the judge stepped forward and announced that time was up. Leon was declared the winner, while Axel lay unconscious on the ground. Arlo approached his fallen companion once more, asking if he could stand. Axel weakly reassured him that he would be fine and that there was no need to worry. Leon, maintaining his calm demeanor, ordered his people to prepare a boat for them, making it clear that their presence on the ship was no longer welcome. Arlo bristled at the remark, anger flashing across his face, but in the end he said nothing. Supporting Axel, he quietly led him away from the arena. Behind them, Demi watched with shining eyes, openly admiring Leon's strength. Walker added that Axel's defeat had been so severe that he would not recover anytime soon. Later that day, after everything had settled, Leon returned to the hotel to rest. But his break was short-lived. Soon Sean called him with urgent news. Serious problems had arisen at the factory they had recently acquired, and the situation required immediate attention. Leon, having just woken up, asked for details. Sean explained that since his departure, a large number of employees had left the company, leaving the plant nearly empty. Leon initially remained calm, suggesting that they could simply hire new workers, even if it took some time. However, Sean clarified that the situation was far more complicated. Other factories in the industrial zone were actively poaching their staff. Even after raising salaries, competitors had immediately matched or exceeded their offers. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Leon quickly prepared to leave and asked Sean to wait for him at the office. On the way, he decided to consult Charlie first. When Charlie opened the door, he was surprised to see Leon awake so early. Looking around, Leon noticed that Charlie had not slept at all, and there were still girls resting on his bed. Without wasting time, Leon asked if he could use Charlie's plane, explaining that he needed to fly to Shanghai urgently and that his own aircraft had not yet arrived. Charlie immediately grew concerned and asked what had happened. Leon briefly explained that there were problems at the company. Charlie offered help, but Leon reassured him that he could handle it himself and only asked him to inform the others of his departure. A few hours later, Leon arrived at the office. Sean was visibly relieved to see him, while Helga added that there had also been issues with communication lines. Leon replied that he already knew where their former employees had gone, and asked whether they had gathered detailed information. Helga confirmed that most workers had moved to new technology and K Electronics, both major players in the industry. Leon acknowledged that they were facing strong competitors. He then suggested going out personally to assess the situation, and asked which employees were available to accompany him. Helga agreed to join, noting that Sean needed to remain at the office. As they arrived at the industrial zone, Leon observed the surroundings carefully. Helga pointed out their newly acquired factory, and indicated that it was located directly between their main competitors. Leon noted that these rival enterprises had once been far larger, and acquiring such a position would have been impossible before. Near the entrance to new technology, several workers stood outside on break, smoking and watching them with curious expressions. Leon noticed this, and asked Helga about their reaction. She explained that she recognized them as former employees, Lionel and Nico. Leon decided to speak with them directly, believing that bringing back experienced workers would help restore production more quickly. Lionel and Nico recognized Leon and Helga immediately and seemed surprised to see them. Helga greeted them politely and said she was glad to see them again. She reminded them of their previous discussions about the factory's future and explained that the company planned to resume production soon. She added that management was willing to offer higher wages and better conditions to bring them back. Lionel, however, remained unmoved. He explained that the factory had changed ownership and that everyone had families to support, so they had chosen stability elsewhere. Helga acknowledged this but reassured them that the company was serious about rebuilding. Lionel shook his head and replied that they were being paid more where they were now, and that previous promises had only misled people. When Helga mentioned that she had come with the company's leader, implying that this time things would be different, Lionel dismissed it entirely. He stated coldly that it did not matter who she came with, and asked them to leave. Realizing that persuasion would not work here, Leon and Helga decided to visit K Electronics next. As they entered the factory grounds, Leon immediately noticed the scale of the operation. The place was bustling with activity, confirming its strength. Helga soon pointed out another familiar face. It was Rudy, a former employee. She approached him and greeted him politely, expressing surprise at seeing him there. Rudy asked bluntly why they had come. Helga explained their plan to restart production and invited him to return with a higher salary. Rudy reacted sharply, accusing such companies of exploiting workers and warning them not to mislead people again. However, one of his colleagues suggested that they should at least hear the offer, hinting that better terms might be possible. Rudy dismissed the idea, stating that life was more stable at their current workplace. There were no unnecessary complications, and it was better to continue as they were. The other workers agreed, and the group quickly dispersed. Left standing there, Helga admitted that the situation was extremely difficult. Competitors were offering very high wages, making it hard to win people back. Leon then explained the underlying strategy. He pointed out that competitors were not paying everyone equally, but only offering high salaries to key individuals in order to influence the rest. He added that once they drove their rivals out of the market, those benefits would disappear, and workers would be left with nothing. Following such tactics, he said, would only derail their own long-term plans. After considering the situation, Leon asked Helga to gather the contact details of all department heads. He then made a call to Mr. Wang from New Technology, introducing himself as the new owner of Tong Electronics. Wang replied that he was currently on a business trip and could not say when he would return. Leon remained polite, saying that he understood and would wait for his call, hoping they could discuss important matters in the near future. Helga remarked that such behavior seemed rather rude, as she had expected their rivals to show Leon more respect. Without reacting emotionally, Leon simply moved on. He called Mr. Kefny from K Electronics, introduced himself as the head of Tong Electronics, and invited him to dinner. The response, however, was polite but firm. Kefny explained that his fiancée had recently given birth to their second child, and he had already returned to his hometown. Leon accepted the refusal calmly, saying that he understood. Helga, observing this exchange, noted that this kind of response at least felt more respectful. She then suggested returning to their plant for another inspection, but Leon declined. He said there was nothing more to see there. At that moment, something seemed to click in his mind. Turning to Helga, he asked her to contact Elizabeth and assemble a team of engineers to begin building a road. Helga did not immediately understand what he was planning. Leon explained only that he treated others the same way they treated him, and that to carry out his plans, he would need a strong and capable team. Helga agreed to handle it the next day. Leon thanked her and without wasting time, left to take care of other matters. His next stop was Rosalind's home. He decided to discuss business with her directly. When she opened the door, she was visibly surprised by his unexpected visit. Leon greeted her with a faint smile and handed her a cup of milk tea, knowing it was her favorite. Still puzzled, Rosalind asked why he had come. Leon explained simply that he had brought her the drink because she liked it. Getting straight to the point, Rosalind asked what he actually wanted. Leon told her that the road in the industrial park was in poor condition and that he intended to repair it. He asked for her help with the necessary application, emphasizing that the project was, at least on the surface, charitable. Rosalind was skeptical. She questioned why he would go to such lengths and suggested that he simply had more money than he knew what to do with. At that moment, Leon unexpectedly took the cup of tea back from her, looked at her closely, and remarked that she seemed to have gained a little weight. Rosalind immediately flushed with indignation and demanded to know where exactly he saw any such thing. Leon, as if nothing had happened, returned to the topic, explaining that he had already instructed his people to find suitable construction companies and that funding would not be an issue. A week later, construction began. Near the industrial zone, engineers from Kiayong Company discussed the plan with Mr. Sun. They explained that in order to proceed, several key roads, including Shuaning and Fu, would need to be dug up, effectively blocking all vehicle access. Sun hesitated, pointing out that closing all routes at once would paralyze traffic around the factories. The engineer, however, confidently insisted that this was part of the plan. After a moment, Sun agreed and gave the order to begin. At the same time, back at the corporation, Leon was discussing ongoing matters with Helga. Once the meeting ended, she left the office. In the corridor, however, an unexpected incident occurred. A man brushed past her roughly, knocking her to the ground. Her documents scattered across the floor, and the man made no attempt to help. He was Trevor, the head of New Technology, accompanied by Herman from K Electronics. Leon immediately stepped in, anger flashing in his eyes. He accused them of poaching his employees. Trevor and Herman were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man standing before them was far from ordinary. They helped Helga up, and Trevor attempted to smooth things over, saying that he believed Lion to be a reasonable and forward-thinking person. He added that they had no intention of acting in secret and hoped to resolve matters peacefully. Leon cut him off coldly, telling him not to pretend at friendship. He then ordered security to remove them immediately. Guards rushed in, and one of them asked how to proceed. Without hesitation, Leon instructed them to take the two men to the police station, accusing them of assaulting a woman. Trevor was outraged and demanded to know what nonsense this was, insisting they had done nothing. At that moment, Helga, still on the floor, began complaining of dizziness and pain, saying she felt as if she might lose consciousness. The police looked uncertain, trying to determine whether she truly held her position or if something else was going on. Leon pointed at her and demanded whether they could not see how badly she had been injured. What? The officers quickly apologized and moved to detain Trevor and Herman. Desperate, Herman pleaded with Leon to call them off so they could resolve things properly. Leon refused, stating that he had nothing to discuss with people who attacked his deputy director. Trevor insisted they had not touched her, and that she was perfectly fine. Leon responded with quiet irony, questioning whether they truly believed that. At that moment, Helga cried out again, claiming she needed immediate medical attention. Trevor and Herman were stunned. Just moments ago she had been standing without issue. Now, the situation had completely turned against them. Slowly rising, Helga declared that she would demand compensation for both moral and physical damages. Leon calmly stated that she would receive around 500,000 yuan, and that she had nothing to worry about, as he would handle everything. Helga herself was surprised by the amount and silently appreciated the outcome. Trevor, confused and frustrated, asked whether Leon was serious, and what exactly they were expected to pay for. Leon explained that the amount was for a single person, and if they refused, the matter could be settled in court. Trevor protested, claiming that no judge would believe such accusations, and insisted they would not pay. Leon showed no interest in arguing further. Security had already begun escorting them out. At that point, panic set in. Trevor and Herman quickly asked the guards to wait, saying they were willing to pay and wanted to resolve the matter peacefully. Leon replied coldly that they should have thought of that earlier. Helga then held out her bank card, suggesting they transfer the money immediately and forget the incident. Once the payment was confirmed, the guards withdrew, leaving Leon alone with the two men. Trevor then revealed the real problem. All the roads in the industrial area had been dug up, completely blocking transportation. He expressed hope that Leon would stop the construction and reopen access, emphasizing that they preferred to handle matters peacefully. Leon reminded them that just days ago, they had claimed to be too busy to talk. Now, suddenly, they had found the time. Trevor tried to shift the conversation back to business, suggesting they continue operations and wait for shipments as planned. Leon refused. He stated that this project was of utmost importance and would not be delayed. Frustrated, Herman slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why such drastic road work had even begun. Leon answered calmly that his time was valuable, and from that moment on, every minute of conversation would cost them 20,000. Trevor warned him not to assume they were afraid, insisting that while their company was not the largest, they would not be easily intimidated. Leon ended the discussion without hesitation. He told them they were wasting his time and made it clear that he had no intention of continuing the conversation any further. Trevor's anger finally broke through. He demanded to know who Leon thought he was, insisting that everything he had achieved came from his own hard work, and that Leon was no better than him. With that, he and Herman stood up and left, clearly intending to settle the score later. After they were gone, Helga turned to Leon and asked what they should do next, since the negotiations had clearly failed. Leon remained completely composed. He told her not to worry, assuring her that they would return on their own. According to him, everything had gone exactly as planned, and now they understood who they were dealing with. His calm confidence reassured Helga, and she said she would return to work. However, Leon stopped her and casually asked whether she really intended to keep all the compensation for herself, pointing out that a large portion of that money was technically his. Helga immediately protested, asking what kind of person he was. She had just risked herself playing the victim, and he was already asking for a share. At that moment, one of the buttons on her shirt suddenly popped off, creating an awkward pause. Leon, slightly taken aback, asked if she intended to repay him in such a way. It quickly became clear that Helga had been preparing to call Elizabeth and complain about him instead. In the end, Leon waved it off and told her to keep the money. Helga thanked him sincerely, while Leon quietly noted to himself that she was far more cunning than she appeared. Soon after, Leon decided to contact Ivy, believing she could assist him with the next step of his plan. Meanwhile, Trevor and Herman were driving, still fuming. They convinced themselves that Leon simply did not understand how the real world worked. Trevor told Herman to calm down and mentioned that they were about to contact Mr. Zhang, implying that everything ultimately traced back to him. After speaking with Zhang, Trevor seemed reassured. He declared that they had spent years building their business, yet no one respected them. If others refused to show respect, then they would force it. In his mind, anyone who opposed them would soon regret it. At the construction site, the road work continued as planned. Workers operated machinery while the engineer assessed progress. After some time, he concluded that they had done enough for the moment, as traffic had already been effectively blocked. The foreman agreed and suggested giving the workers a break. It was at that moment that Trevor and Herman arrived. Without hesitation, Herman ordered the workers to stop and leave. The engineer questioned their authority, pointing out that the road work was being carried out legally. Trevor responded with a threat, warning that if the road was not restored immediately, they would no longer be so polite. The engineer stood firm. He explained that they had proper authorization and told them to leave. Trevor, now openly hostile, warned that they would regret this defiance. He immediately called for backup, ordering his men to come to the site. Within minutes, a group of men arrived. Seeing the situation escalate, the engineer asked if they truly intended to use force. Trevor gave them one final warning, but the engineer refused to back down, stating that work would continue unless ordered otherwise by his superiors. Without further words, Trevor stepped forward and kicked the engineer in the stomach. The man fell to the ground stunned. Even then, he insisted that Trevor would be held accountable, as the work was entirely legal. At that critical moment, a voice interrupted the confrontation. Ivy had arrived, accompanied by a cameraman who was recording everything. The situation changed instantly. The engineer, quick to understand, instructed his team to lie down. One by one, the workers dropped to the ground, pretending to be seriously injured. Ivy immediately addressed Trevor, accusing him of gathering people to violently disrupt a charitable construction project. Herman attempted to deflect, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and that they had only been talking. Ivy pointed out the obvious contradiction. Dozens of workers were lying on the ground, and yet he was calling it a simple conversation. Trevor tried to block the camera and urged Ivy to stop filming, promising to explain everything. Ignoring him, Ivy turned to the engineer and asked him to describe what had happened. He claimed they had been working legally when they were suddenly attacked. He added that he had suffered a concussion and even mentioned his pregnant wife, further strengthening the narrative. Trevor, losing control, ordered his men to seize the camera. But Ivy stepped in front of it and warned him that damaging it would be illegal. Trevor snapped back, claiming she was the one breaking the law and that she had no right to lecture him. At that very moment, the sound of sirens filled the air. Police cars arrived and quickly surrounded the area. Ivy had anticipated trouble and called them in advance. Realizing they were trapped, Trevor and his men froze. Herman, in particular, understood immediately that this entire situation had been orchestrated by Leon as retaliation. The police officer confronted Trevor, questioning how he could so openly attack people, and even threaten a reporter. Trevor tried to argue that it was all a misunderstanding, but the officer was unmoved. He ordered Trevor and his men to come with them to the station for questioning. Sometime later, they were all detained. As they sat in the holding area, someone entered. Trevor and the others looked up in shock. It was Leon Da. He had come personally to see how things had turned out. Trevor, now stripped of his earlier arrogance, admitted that they had made a mistake and asked for another chance. Leon replied calmly that if they had behaved properly from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Desperate, Trevor offered to comply with whatever Leon wanted. He promised to repair the road and compensate for all damages. Leon then laid out his terms. One of them specialized in screen production, the other in phone components, and he himself intended to enter the same industry. If they were willing to supply him with goods free of charge, he would consider the matter settled. At first, the two men hesitated. Seeing this, Leon simply wished them luck and turned to leave. The silence that followed was heavy. Finally, Trevor relented and agreed to all of Leon's conditions. A moment later, Herman did the same, realizing they had no other choice. Leon listened carefully as Trevor and Herman finally revealed what they knew. He asked directly who had been backing them, certain that someone more powerful was standing behind their actions. After a brief hesitation, Trevor admitted that shortly after they acquired the factory, a man named Juan had approached them. It was Juan who had instructed them to poach workers and disrupt Tong Electronics. Leon narrowed his focus and asked about Juan's position within Titan. Herman responded cautiously, explaining that anyone connected to Titan was not to be taken lightly, as the organization wielded enormous influence. Trevor added that a deputy director from Titan had promised to supply them with phone screens and components, ensuring their operations could continue smoothly. Without wasting time, Leon asked for Juan's contact information and had Trevor input the number directly into his phone. Once that was done, Trevor cautiously asked whether they were now free to leave. Leon allowed it, but made it clear that their involvement was far from over. As he watched them go, he reflected that Titan had acted faster than expected. Still, he seemed almost intrigued, as if ready to engage in a much larger game. Outside, Helga was waiting. She asked why everything had ended so quickly. Leon replied that construction should now be stopped, and that their focus needed to shift toward rebuilding the workforce. Salaries, workloads, and insurance conditions, he emphasized, must remain stable to regain trust. Helga then mentioned that Tanya had brought new information regarding the VA Financial Group. Tanya explained that Bank Y had unexpectedly transferred an investment of $40 million into Lunin without even discussing terms. She admitted she had no idea what the purpose of the funds was. Leon instructed her to invest the entire amount into Tong Electronics, avoiding distractions from other projects. Tanya agreed, saying she and Helga would return to handle matters at the company. Later, Leon returned home to Elizabeth. She greeted him warmly and asked whether his problems had been resolved. He reassured her that everything was under control. Noticing her appearance, he commented that she seemed to have lost weight, despite his short absence. Elizabeth replied that she had decided to slim down. Leon smiled and promised to take care of her meals, while she teased that he might actually make an ideal husband. That evening, in a light-hearted moment, Elizabeth joked that in the future, he would take care of the children while she would earn money. Leon agreed without hesitation, saying that her happiness mattered most to him. She was surprised by how easily he accepted such an idea, as she had not expected someone like him to compromise so readily. The next morning, Leon prepared breakfast for her. When she entered the kitchen, she asked whether he had made something light, but upon seeing the meal, she complained that it was too rich in calories and would undo her progress. Leon argued that she should eat more for her health, but Elizabeth accused him of being selfish. Despite the playful disagreement, she soon reminded him that her mother wanted to invite him to dinner. Leon agreed, saying he was free that evening. Just then, Demi called, asking when he planned to go live again. Leon explained that he wanted to do a broadcast focused on social support and helping farmers, though he had not yet decided on the details. Elizabeth encouraged him to go ahead and said she would drive him to work. At the construction site, work was still underway. The engineer greeted Leon warmly and thanked him for his concern regarding the previous day's incident, assuring him that no serious injuries had occurred. Leon instructed him to ensure the road was built to the highest standard, without cutting corners. Not far away, Vivian was already trying to resolve the staffing crisis at the factory. She confronted Lionel and Rudy, questioning why they were interfering with recruitment efforts. They responded dismissively, claiming that their own factory offered better conditions, and that no one was interested in returning to Tong Electronics. Vivian pointed out that they were misleading potential workers by exaggerating benefits. However, Lionel insisted that they had done nothing illegal and encouraged job seekers to join their company instead. One worker asked about food and additional pay, and Rudy confidently confirmed such perks. Persuaded, the worker agreed to join them and others began to follow. Watching this unfold, Vivian grew increasingly frustrated. It became clear that they were losing every potential hire. Just then, Leon appeared behind her. She greeted him respectfully, relieved to see him again. He calmly told her that she was doing well, and that things would improve over time. Lionel noticed Leon's presence and immediately grew defensive. Leon accused them of lacking principles, pointing out that deliberately stealing workers was unethical. Rudy responded sharply, warning that as long as their factories remained side by side, Tong Electronics would never recruit a single employee. Leon addressed the former workers once more, offering them a chance to return. But Lionel refused outright, claiming that Tong Electronics had failed to pay properly in the past. His words stirred doubt among the crowd, and people began to turn away from Leon's company entirely. Vivian, unable to hold back, accused Lionel of lying. But Leon stopped her, telling her not to get emotional. He said that if people did not want to return, he would not force them. With that, he calmly left with Vivian. Once they were away, Vivian admitted that the situation was dire. Without workers, the factory could not operate at all. Leon reassured her once again, promising that the problem would soon be resolved. For now, he asked her to accompany him to inspect the factory. Inside, Vivian explained the production capacity. With 6 production lines, each capable of assembling a phone in 12 minutes, they could produce nearly 10,000 units per day, under full staffing. Leon listened carefully, and then instructed her to remain on site over the next few days, assuring her that the staffing issue would be handled very soon. At that time, Trevor and Herman returned to their own plant, only to find an unexpected scene waiting for them. Rudy and Lionel were already there, surrounded by a growing number of workers. Trevor frowned, confused, and asked where all these people had come from and what they wanted. Lionel explained that Tong Electronics had posted a new recruitment notice, and was still trying to recover. Rudy added confidently that they were experts at pulling workers away, and that those people would not remain loyal for long. But instead of approval, Trevor's expression darkened. Without warning, he struck Lionel and demanded to know who had given him the authority to act like this. Lionel, stunned, reminded him that he had been following orders. Trevor snapped back, calling them useless and declaring that everything they had done had only made matters worse. He then delivered the final blow. All the workers they had lured away from Tong Electronics had been fired. The announcement caused immediate chaos. Workers gathered around demanding answers. Some complained that they had originally intended to go elsewhere, but had been persuaded to join, and now they had lost everything because of that decision. Rudy tried to calm them, claiming these were internal issues and not their fault. But the damage had already been done. Seeing no other option, Lionel suggested that Tong Electronics might take them back, given their experience. Moments later, the entire group stood outside Tong Electronics, calling out to Leon and asking to be rehired so production could resume. Vivian watched the scene unfold in disbelief and turned to Leon, asking whether he intended to accept them back. Instead of answering directly, Leon asked for her opinion. She hesitated, then explained that from a business perspective, rehiring them made sense. However, on a personal level, she did not trust people who had already chosen to leave once. Leon listened and then made his decision. He told her that she could handle recruitment as she saw fit. Lionel stepped forward, trying to regain favor. He spoke confidently, claiming that Tong Electronics was the better choice, and that under Leon's leadership, the company would surely thrive. Leon stopped him mid-sentence, and reminded him of his earlier words, when he had dismissed the company and claimed it had no future. When Lionel attempted to justify himself, Leon coldly told him to look for work elsewhere and not disgrace himself further. He then ordered him to step aside. Instead, Lionel blocked his path, declaring that they would not move until they were rehired. Leon did not argue. He simply instructed security to remove him. The guards immediately stepped in and escorted the troublemaker away. Turning to the remaining workers, Leon allowed them to enter, signaling that decisions would be made properly, not under pressure. Soon after, Leon received a call confirming that the live broadcast in support of farmers had been scheduled for the coming Friday. He was informed that several processed products would be sent to him as samples. Leon remarked that a company involved in processing should not be struggling financially. Lillian explained that low-cost land would be used for production, and that multiple stakeholders were involved, meaning the final decision would require approval from the company's head. Later, Leon told Vivian that he had a family dinner to attend that evening and needed to prepare properly. She reassured him that everything at the factory would be handled without issue. Before heading to dinner, Leon stopped by a jewelry store, realizing he should not arrive empty-handed. He told the consultant he was looking for a gift for his future mother-in-law. When asked about his budget, he replied that price was not important, only quality. The consultant recommended an ice jade bracelet, praising its elegance. Leon agreed immediately and asked for it to be packaged. He then inquired about another bracelet nearby, which was priced at $320,000 and described as a rare pineapple blossom jade piece. At that moment, a well-dressed older woman approached him, remarking that she had noticed his interest in the jewelry. She suggested that she could give him the bracelet if he agreed to spend time with her. Leon responded sharply, asking if she thought herself too young to be making such offers, and made it clear he was not for sale. Offended, the woman said nothing more as Leon collected his purchase and left, reflecting briefly on how strange people could be. Later, he arrived with Elizabeth at her parents' home. Her father welcomed them, noting they were right on time. Leon presented the gifts, but the man waved it off, saying there was no need for such formalities since they were practically family already. He then spoke directly, suggesting that since Leon had won his daughter's heart, it might be time to think about marriage. Leon responded carefully, saying that he still had much work to focus on, but that they would return to the topic in the future. At that moment, Elizabeth's mother emerged from the kitchen, inviting everyone to sit down and announcing that dinner was ready. Leon sat comfortably on the sofa and asked Elizabeth to sit beside him. She teased him for being too relaxed, saying he behaved as if he were already part of the family. He jokingly complained to her mother, saying her daughter was teasing him. Elizabeth responded by pinching his cheek and warning him not to get too comfortable. Soon, everyone gathered at the table. Elizabeth's father mentioned that he had heard about Leon's live streaming work. Leon replied modestly that it was simply something to pass the time. He even joked about helping him top up his account if he was interested in the platform. During the meal, Elizabeth's mother served him fish, and unable to hide her curiosity, once again asked when the two of them planned to get married. Elizabeth quickly intervened, saying they were both focused on their careers, and that it was too early to discuss such matters. Her mother, however, insisted that they made a perfect couple, and that marriage seemed like the natural next step. Feeling the pressure, Elizabeth suddenly stood up and announced that they needed to leave, citing other plans. As they prepared to go, Leon remarked that he had drunk a little and suggested resting before driving. Elizabeth looked at him in confusion and pointed out that he had only been drinking orange soda. Leon, with a straight face, insisted that even soda could contain alcohol and claimed he felt slightly dizzy, suggesting they take a short break before leaving. Elizabeth's mother immediately insisted that there were plenty of free rooms in the house, and that they should simply stay the night and leave comfortably in the morning. Leon gave a subtle wink but politely protested, saying he did not want to cause any inconvenience. The hostess dismissed his concern at once, assuring him that he was not troubling anyone. Elizabeth quickly realized there was no way out of the situation. They would have to stay. A few minutes later, everything was arranged, and the two of them were shown to a room. Once inside, Elizabeth hugged Leon and accused him of planning this all along, so they would end up spending the night together. Leon denied it calmly, saying there were plenty of empty rooms and she was free to choose another if she wished. Instead of arguing further, Elizabeth kissed him and declared that this was her house and her room. If anyone had a problem, they were free to leave. The next morning, Leon arrived at Lingyun Corporation. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Sean and Helga stood to greet him. He asked everyone to sit and announced that he wanted to hold a general meeting. Noticing their tension, he reassured them that there was no need to be nervous, as he had come for personal reasons. He then asked how many impoverished regions they had identified based on their data. An employee reported that there were 52 such areas, most of which relied heavily on agriculture, yet suffered from extremely poor living conditions. Leon asked whether this was due to poor harvests or deeper issues. The response was clear. The problem was not only production, but also the lack of investment and infrastructure. Leon then revealed something unexpected. He told them that he had already begun live streaming and intended to use it as a tool to help farmers. The room fell silent in shock. No one had imagined their boss was also a streamer. Leon seemed slightly surprised by their reaction and asked if they truly had no idea. Once the surprise settled, he explained his plan. He wanted to use live broadcasts to identify struggling regions and help farmers sell their products directly. One employee mentioned a county near Yancheng where residents grew peaches, but were forced to sell them at very low prices. Another spoke of a village producing hand-roasted tea that no longer sold well due to modern competition. Leon immediately instructed them to gather all relevant materials and establish contact with these communities. He wanted to begin promoting their goods as soon as possible. With that, he concluded the meeting and told everyone to return to work. Later, he visited Demi to discuss the upcoming broadcast. She welcomed him warmly and invited him inside. Sitting on the sofa, Leon explained that the staff had prepared a list of potential products, and she could select the most suitable options. Demi reviewed the materials and noted that the products included fruits, flowers, and rice. However, she pointed out a major issue. These were fast-perishing goods, which might lead to poor sales and damage his reputation if not handled properly. Leon acknowledged her reasoning but argued that if the products could be processed, farmers would no longer suffer losses. Demi immediately built on the idea. She suggested using Leon's resources to establish processing solutions, such as turning fruit into preserved goods. This would extend shelf life and increase value. Leon agreed, praising her insight. She added that they could also introduce creative products like rice tea to attract more buyers. Once again, Leon commended her, and the two quickly decided to visit the farmers in person. Soon they were on their way. When they arrived, the atmosphere in the village was heavy. People moved through their routines with little energy, their expressions reflecting poor sales and growing frustration. Leon approached one seller and asked about the price of yellow peaches. The man explained that he sold wholesale at 4 yuan per 500 grams and had around 5,000 kilograms in storage. The quality, he assured, was good. Demi suggested comparing offers from multiple sellers before making a decision, and Leon agreed. He then contacted his team and explained his plan. He intended to purchase the peaches and process them into preserves, allowing the product to last longer and improving profitability for the farmers. At that moment, a woman approached them and offered her own peaches at a lower price. She claimed she could sell for around 3 yuan per 500 grams, with further discounts for larger quantities. Demi recognized that this was a very competitive price, and suggested they at least inspect the goods. Leon, however, grew suspicious. He questioned whether this was a trick, suggesting that she might be trying to offload low-quality produce. The woman reacted with indignation, insisting that her peaches were of excellent quality and that he could inspect them himself. After a brief hesitation, Leon agreed to take a look. In the warehouse, the woman showed them crates of peaches. Demi examined them carefully and even tasted one, confirming that it was sweet and of good quality. Yet Leon remained cautious. He could not understand why such good fruit was being sold so cheaply. The woman explained that the peaches had been harvested earlier and would soon spoil if not sold. Lowering the price was her only option to avoid losing everything. Just then, other sellers arrived and began accusing her of undercutting the market. They pointed out that everyone else was selling at 4 yuan, while she had dropped her price to 3, disrupting the balance. The woman stood her ground, firmly stating that her pricing was her own business and that no one had the right to interfere. One of the villagers stepped forward and reproached the woman, accusing her of thinking only of herself and harming everyone else by lowering the price. But her husband answered firmly that at the current rate, no one would buy their peaches, and in 10 days the entire harvest would rot. Another seller, still angry, insisted that even if the fruit spoiled, they would never allow prices to drop like that. The woman, her voice tense but resolute, added that they needed money for their son's education, and no amount of arguing would change their decision. At that point, Leon stepped in and told everyone to stop shouting. He made it clear that he had not come to exploit them, but to buy their products fairly. In his view, a price of 3.2 yuan per 500 grams was reasonable for everyone. The man in the hat looked at him in disbelief and asked if he truly intended to purchase at that rate. Leon confirmed it calmly, explaining that they were preparing a charity broadcast and that this price struck the right balance. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Relief spread across the faces of the farmers, who finally saw a way forward. They eagerly asked when the goods would be collected, assuring him that everything was stored properly and ready for delivery. Leon replied that he would arrange transportation soon, but first needed to confirm the total volume with his partner. Demi immediately began recording the quantities offered by each seller. The farmers promised to prepare everything without delay and thanked Leon for his support. When Demi calculated the total, she estimated that the volume would reach nearly 1 million kilograms. Even she found the number staggering. Leon, however, remained unbothered. If the goods did not sell, he said lightly, they could always consume them or donate them to those in need. Demi looked at him with admiration, calling him an incredible person. Lane responded with a small smile, joking that there was nothing he could not handle. Soon, they returned to the corporation to finalize the next steps. Helga reported that the cannery had calculated production costs. With each can holding 500 grams, they could produce around 1 million cans. The cost per can would be about 5 yuan, and the selling price around 6 to. Leon quickly calculated the figures, but Demi raised a concern. A pack of 6 cans would cost nearly 30 yuan, while the market price for similar products was closer to 20. Leon acknowledged that this complication had not been fully considered. Demi reminded him that viewers on streaming platforms were extremely sensitive to price differences, and even small gaps could significantly affect sales. After a moment's thought, Leon suggested focusing on superior quality, ensuring that customers would feel the higher price was justified. Demi agreed and took responsibility for refining the presentation and strategy. She also mentioned that they could film the harvesting process the next day to strengthen authenticity. Not long after, they arrived in Shuanghang City to inspect the cannery and meet its director, Leroy Died. He welcomed them warmly, and Leon apologized for the delay, blaming traffic. At the same time, Demi began the live broadcast, enthusiastically introducing viewers to the fresh yellow peaches. The factory staff quickly examined the fruit and confirmed its excellent quality. However, elsewhere in the city, trouble was already brewing. A powerful local figure named Ryan was on his way, furious after hearing that outsiders had entered his territory to buy fruit. He demanded to know who dared interfere with his business. When he arrived, Ryan confronted Leon directly, ordering him to stop and questioning who had given him permission to operate there. Leon calmly asked what the issue was. Ryan made it clear. In Shuanghang, only his group had the right to conduct such business. He revealed that they had long controlled the supply chain, purchasing fruit from villagers at low prices. At that moment, everything became clear. A nearby seller quietly warned Leon not to escalate the situation, and suggested resolving it calmly or involving the authorities if necessary. He even tried to reassure Ryan, saying the village would not sell to others. Ryan responded with violence. He kicked the man to the ground and declared that all produce in the area belonged to him. He threatened severe consequences for any farmer who dared to sell elsewhere. Leon did not tolerate it. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and struck Ryan across the face. The surrounding men froze in shock. No one had ever dared to challenge their leader like that. Enraged, Ryan demanded to know if Leon had a death wish. In response, Leon delivered another blow, knocking him to the ground. The illusion of Ryan's authority shattered instantly. His subordinates hesitated, unsure of what to do. Ryan, humiliated, shouted at them to attack. Leon stood calmly and warned them to think carefully before acting. If they chose to escalate things, the consequences would be severe. Despite his warning, a few men rushed forward. Leon moved swiftly, striking one of them so hard that he collapsed unconscious. He then looked around at the others and asked coldly who would be next, even mocking them for hesitating. The tension broke. One of the men quickly claimed it had all been a misunderstanding and announced they were leaving. Within moments, Ryan and his group retreated, climbing into their car and driving away. As calm returned, Leon turned back to Demi and told her to continue the broadcast. She smiled, noting that his popularity was rising rapidly, and that viewers were already flooding the comments with admiration. Leon simply said that with the issue resolved, he would return to Zhanhai, while she stayed behind to oversee operations. Demi agreed confidently, promising she would handle everything. With that, Leon got into the car and left, leaving the next phase of the plan in motion. At that moment, Vivian called him, her voice tense as she immediately reported that the situation at the Tong electronics plant had taken a serious turn. The equipment had broken down, and production could not even begin. Despite the urgency in her tone, Leon remained calm. He told her not to panic, and assured her that he was on his way. Not long after, Leon arrived at the workshop, determined to understand the cause of the sudden shutdown. He asked Vivian for a clear explanation, and she quickly outlined the problem. The soldering equipment, the reflow oven, and the entire surface mount line had all malfunctioned. According to the mechanic, the situation was extremely complex, and repairing the machines might not even be possible. In his opinion, the only solution was to replace the equipment entirely. Leon's expression remained composed as he asked who had made this assessment. Vivian pointed to a man nearby, introducing him as Rupert, the newly appointed technical director. Rupert stepped forward, greeted Leon, and explained his findings. He stated that repairing the machines would be costly, inefficient, and would shorten their lifespan. He suspected that unstable power supply had caused key components to burn out. Additionally, he suggested that the equipment might already have been outdated, with hidden defects surfacing all at once. Vivian added that the number of failures was unusually high. Replacing everything would take at least a month, delaying production significantly. Leon listened carefully before instructing the mechanic to continue inspecting every machine to ensure there were no further hidden issues. Then he asked Vivian to follow him into the office. Once inside, Vivian lowered her head, and through tears, said that he could scold or punish her as he saw fit. She insisted that the responsibility was hers. Leon, however, looked at her with quiet surprise, and asked why he should blame her at all. He told her firmly that she was not at fault. Still, she continued to cry, saying that it was her duty to take responsibility in such situations. Leon gently wiped away her tears, thinking that she was still too quick to shoulder blame. He explained that something about the situation did not feel natural. Too many systems had failed at once. To him, it was clear that someone had orchestrated the breakdown. Yet Vivian continued to blame herself, unable to let go of the guilt. Leon reassured her again, softly telling her that she did not have to carry everything alone. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Vivian suddenly leaned forward and kissed him, moved by the care and understanding he had shown. But at that exact moment, there was a knock at the door, and someone called for Leon. Startled, Vivian quickly hid under the table while Leon allowed the visitor to enter. Rupert stepped inside, holding documents he had prepared. He explained that he had organized all the technical findings and invited Leon to review them. As he spoke, he glanced around the room and asked where Vivian had gone, since she had entered with Leon earlier. Thinking quickly, Leon casually replied that she had stepped out to the restroom and would return shortly. Under the table, Vivian remained completely still, trying not to make a sound. Leon discreetly nudged her with his foot to keep her quiet, but in response, she lightly pinched his leg. The sudden pain made Leon react involuntarily, drawing Rupert's attention. When asked what had happened, Leon brushed it off, saying everything was fine, and suggested that Rupert leave the materials and return later. After Rupert exited, Leon extended his hand toward the hidden girl and told her she could come out. As she emerged, he casually remarked that she smelled pleasant. Blushing slightly, Vivian admitted that she had worn perfume specifically for him. Returning to the matter at hand, Leon explained that the situation was not isolated. The issues at other factories had already been resolved, which confirmed his suspicion that someone was deliberately targeting them. In his view, the real mastermind was Wan of Titan, who was using indirect methods to create chaos. Vivian pointed out that Titan was a global giant, far more powerful than their company. However, Leon dismissed the concern, stating that the character of the opponent mattered more to him than their size. He then asked Vivian about her writing skills. She explained that she had experience from working on a school newspaper. Seeing an opportunity, Leon instructed her to review the materials and write an article in the third person, implying that the incidents were caused by Titan. Vivian hesitated, warning that such an article could provoke a direct conflict. Leon reassured her that this was not about open competition, but about sending a message. He asked her to proceed. Later, Leon went to a bar, hoping to meet an old acquaintance who had once helped him in the past. There, he found Cassandra relaxing after work. She was surprised to see him again, and he told her that he had already dealt with Cisco. Their conversation was familiar yet cautious, shaped by their shared business ties. She reminded him that he was both her investor and partner, and jokingly warned him not to cause trouble for his own interests. As they talked, Cassandra recalled that the last time Leon had sought her help, he had been trying to bypass pharmaceutical companies. This time, Leon told her that he needed assistance dealing with Titan. She confirmed that he was referring to the same company that nearly monopolized chip production. Leon then outlined his plan in detail. After leaving the bar, he contacted Helga, instructing her to transfer all the funds from the Yua family into Tong Electronics' account, and to prepare the article under a specific name. With everything set in motion, he returned home. Early the next morning, Leon was awakened by an unexpected phone call. It was Cherise, who had already seen the news about his apparent move against Titan. She questioned whether he truly understood the consequences of such actions. Leon calmly explained that he had no desire for conflict, but Titan had forced his hand. He was simply responding. Cherise warned him that any cooperation between them and Titan was now impossible, and that retaliation could follow, possibly affecting Ling Yun. Leon assured her that he would not involve Ling Yun, and that he had other ways to pressure his opponent. Satisfied, she gave him her support and told him to proceed as he saw fit. Later, Leon arrived at the office to assess the situation. He asked whether the article had triggered any reaction from Titan. The employees reported that most people had dismissed it as a joke. Since Tong Electronics was still small, few took the claims seriously. Industry representatives had also shown little interest, treating the situation with indifference. Helga then voiced her concern. In her view, Leon had walked straight into a trap. The factory had experienced real problems, and yet he had publicly blamed Titan without solid proof, making it appear as though he was acting recklessly. The protagonist calmly sat down in his chair and stated that this outcome was exactly what he had intended. He explained that everything unfolding now was part of a plan he had set in motion several days earlier, and that soon everyone would understand his actions. At that moment, Juan called him directly, his tone sharp and dissatisfied. He demanded to know whether Leon believed he had gone too far, and questioned why it had been necessary to bring the matter into the public eye. Leon, however, remained composed. He replied that there was no need for agitation, as everything happening was entirely normal, and the truth would soon reveal itself. Juan responded with cold confidence, advising Leon not to waste resources on public relations, claiming that bankruptcy was already inevitable. These words struck a nerve. Leon's calm demeanor hardened instantly, and he declared that Wen would be held accountable for his statements. Without another word, he ended the call. Afterward, Leon turned his attention back to his team. He approached an employee and asked whether all the documents he had requested the previous day were ready. The girl replied confidently that everything had been prepared in advance. The materials focused primarily on investments, and deliberately avoided any direct mention of Taidan. Leon nodded and added that another article needed to be written, this time on behalf of the company itself. He explained that it should express their position and emotions openly. The employees were surprised and asked whether they were truly expected to share their own perspective so publicly. Leon clarified that this approach would draw attention to Tong Electronics, especially since the BA Financial Group had already invested in the company. Sean supported the idea, pointing out that such a move would clearly divide the sides, placing the W Group and Taidan in opposition. At that moment, Helga asked where Leon was going, reminding him that not all issues had been discussed. Leon simply told the team to continue working, explaining that he had urgent business to attend to. Meanwhile, Rosalind sat in her office with her mother, Cherise. She asked if her mother had seen the news about Tong Electronics and Titan. Cherise confirmed that she had read everything that morning. Rosalind reflected on the growing tension, noting that the situation already resembled the beginning of a corporate war. She wondered aloud whether Leon truly had a chance. Cherise responded calmly, reminding her daughter that Leon was a capable strategist who had already overcome formidable opponents like Arlo. She advised her to trust him. Rosalind admitted that she did believe in his abilities, but this time, his opponent was Juan, a far more dangerous adversary. Cherise then revealed that her concern was not about Leon failing, but about how devastating such a failure could be for him personally. Rosalind added that Leon's pride might make any defeat even more damaging. Attempting to ease the tension, Cherise changed the subject and showed her daughter a dress she planned to wear to an upcoming charity dinner. However, Rosalind was not willing to drop the matter. She pressed her mother again, asking what might happen if things went wrong for Leon. Cherise admitted that the future was impossible to predict, but she remained confident that Leon was not reckless and would find a way through. She urged her daughter to calm down. After a moment of reflection, Rosalind confessed that she was uncertain which side public opinion would favor and how people would interpret the situation. She noted that the complexity of events was increasing, making everything more difficult to assess. Cherise listened and then pointed out that Tong Electronics had already become a focal point of attention, especially with the involvement of a major financial group. In her view, this was a strategic move. Even if Juan managed to gain the upper hand, Leon would still have a path to withdraw without catastrophic losses. Hearing this, Rosalind could not help but admire how skillfully her friend was navigating such a dangerous situation. Elsewhere, late at night, Dana sat alone in her room at the Shangri-La Hotel, staring at her computer. She felt restless, as though everything she attempted was falling apart. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When she allowed the visitor inside, she saw that it was her brother, Kaladatnik. He urged her to check the latest news, claiming that Leon had deceived them. Dana, however, remained calm. She told her brother not to be overly emotional, pointing out that given their family's powerful financial position, they had little to lose. But Shala revealed that the entire family was already aware of the situation, and that it needed to be resolved quickly to avoid further scrutiny. Dana assured him that she would personally take control of the matter, and promised that everything would soon be handled. Satisfied, Shala left the room. As he walked away, he silently decided that he would not miss this opportunity. In his mind, his sister had unknowingly given him the perfect chance to carry out his own plans. Later that night, Leon was at home when Charles contacted him with new information. She reported that there had been significant developments within Titan, and that one had been dismissed. At the same time, There had been no visible action from the Via group, suggesting that they were still preparing their next move. Leon thanked her for the intelligence and ended the call. The following morning, Leon arrived at Tong Electronics, ready to restore order. Inside the office, Vivian was sorting through documents. Moving quietly, Leon approached her from behind, attempting to remain unnoticed. Then, without warning, he gently embraced her and asked what she was working on. Vivian informed him that Master Rupert had suddenly resigned, which he found suspicious. Leon was taken aback and asked her to confirm whether he had truly left. She suggested that Rupert might have been involved in the equipment failure, though she admitted she had no evidence to support the claim. Leon immediately dismissed the idea of making conclusions without proof. He stated firmly that if there was any real suspicion, the proper course of action would be to involve the police. Vivian then added that she had already taken precautions by ordering new equipment and installing surveillance cameras throughout the facility, ensuring that such incidents would not go unnoticed again. The protagonist praised Vivian for her actions, noting that she had handled the situation with competence and completed every task effectively. Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with relief and happiness, and she sincerely thanked him for recognizing her efforts. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. He frowned slightly, surprised, as he had not been expecting any calls. When he saw the unfamiliar number, his caution only grew. After answering, the caller introduced himself as Otto, the CEO of Talon. He explained that he wanted to discuss the events of the past few days. Leon's response was immediate and firm. He stated that he had no intention of discussing anything. Otto, however, continued, suggesting that they had much in common in business, and that it would be wiser to resolve their differences and cooperate. Leon calmly countered that if reconciliation had truly been the goal, there would have been no attempts to provoke conflict in the first place. Trying a different approach, Otto mentioned his father, Nestor, implying that the name alone should carry weight. He then revealed the true purpose of his call. He wanted Leon to retract what he called false statements that had been circulating online. Leon's tone turned cold. He said that his decision had already been made and that he had no interest in speaking with him further. If anything needed to be discussed, Otto could take it up with his father. The dismissal stung. Without another word, Otto ended the call. Soon after, an employee approached Leon with an update. She reported that all preparations for the upcoming live broadcast had been completed. The products included boxes of canned yellow peaches and packages of tea. However, she added that Demi had expanded the list, bringing the total purchase cost to nearly $100 million. Leon raised an eyebrow at the figure, clearly skeptical. He questioned whether such a price could possibly be justified. The employee admitted that it seemed excessive and confirmed that the cost was indeed inflated. She added that she often watched similar broadcasts, where popular streamers sold comparable products for about 20% less. Leon considered this carefully. While he acknowledged the concern, he argued that their products had distinct advantages and might still justify the price. The girl responded honestly, pointing out that most buyers cared less about quality and were more attracted to lower prices. Hearing this, Leon remarked with dry irony that all they could do was hope customers would still be willing to buy. Sensing that she might have offended him, the girl asked nervously if her words had upset him. Leon reassured her calmly. He explained that even if some goods remained unsold, they could simply be distributed among employees as bonuses. This immediately brightened her mood, and she enthusiastically declared that he was the best leader. However, Leon made his position clear. He would not lower the price, as doing so would damage the company's reputation. Moreover, since they were working with farmers, it was important to honor the agreement and ensure the suppliers earned fairly. The employee nodded, fully understanding his reasoning, and promised to support him during the live broadcast. As she left the office, she crossed paths with Tanya, who soon entered and reminded Leon that Lezin's listing ceremony was scheduled for the next day. Leon flipped through the documents in mild surprise, asking how everything had been completed so quickly. Tanya explained that while the process had taken time, the final decision had been made suddenly due to his busy schedule. Leon admitted that he disliked public events and suggested that someone else, such as Mr. Gregory, could attend in his place. Tanya accepted his reluctance, but with a playful smile, she brought up his upcoming live broadcast. Leon seemed slightly taken aback that the news had spread so widely. Then Tanya asked whether she could arrange for several girls to join the broadcast. Leon paused, having expected a more serious format. In response, Tanya teasingly lifted the hem of her dress and asked for his opinion. Leon reminded her that such behavior was not appropriate for an employee, but after a brief moment, he allowed an exception this time and agreed to let her handle the arrangements as she saw fit. Later, Leon visited a cafe. Just as he entered, a man approached him and asked if he was the masked streamer. The stranger introduced himself as Tony, the agent of Nicholas. Leon casually replied that he had no need for hairdressing services, clearly uninterested. Tony did not appreciate the remark. He insisted that whether Leon knew him personally was irrelevant, but he should at least recognize Nicholas, a top figure in the entertainment industry. Leon calmly admitted that he had no idea who Nicholas was. This response visibly irritated Tony. He declared that despite Leon's growing popularity as a streamer, he could not compare to someone like Nicholas. Leon, unfazed, pointed out that he had not invited him and asked why he was there at all. Realizing that the conversation was going nowhere, Tony stood up, calling Leon stubborn and unpleasant. He announced that he would not cooperate and warned that he would contact the platform's management, hinting at consequences. With that, he left. Almost immediately after, Leon received a call from Helga. Assuming it was about the listing, he answered without hesitation. Helga confirmed that the IPO had been successful, but her tone soon shifted. A serious problem had emerged. Right after the listing, a wave of negative information about Lawson had appeared online, causing the company's shares to fluctuate dangerously. Rumors were already spreading, suggesting that the company might collapse before it even properly began operations. Helga stated that this was clearly a coordinated attack, though she remained confident that Leon could handle it. Leon responded with quiet irony, acknowledging her composure, and asked her to send all the related news immediately. He prepared to head to the company without delay. The reports were harsh. They accused Lawson of producing low-quality goods, and even stealing research from competitors. Elizabeth reacted with outrage, insisting that the accusations were completely false and baseless. She could not understand how anyone could believe such claims. Helga, however, urged a more careful analysis. She pointed out that many of the sources spreading the rumors were established media outlets, which suggested that someone influential was backing the attack. Leon agreed, noting that one person had ignited the situation, and others had eagerly fueled it. Elizabeth remained firm, declaring that the truth would soon prevail. Helga stated that she intended to respond actively rather than remain passive. Meanwhile, Elizabeth began challenging the accusations directly in the comments, demanding explanations from those spreading the slander. Leon intervened gently, asking her to calm down. He explained that panic would not solve anything, and assured her that they would resolve the situation. He even suggested that she learn from Helga's composure, as she continued calmly eating her porridge despite the growing scandal, refusing to give in to anxiety. Elizabeth finally admitted the true reason for her agitation. She was not simply reacting to rumors, but to the possibility that her own family could suffer financial losses, since she was directly connected to the company. Leon listened without interruption, and then reassured her in a calm, steady tone. He explained that fluctuations in stock prices were entirely normal, especially during such turbulent moments. The company's research and development had been funded independently, so there was no immediate danger. More importantly, Leon pointed out that the person behind the attack had a far more complex objective than it seemed. In his view, this was not a random smear campaign but a calculated move, and sooner or later, the one responsible would reveal themselves. He told Elizabeth not to dwell on the news for now, as reacting emotionally would only play into the opponent's hands. Sometime later, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at a hospital where Charlie and Walker were already waiting. Charlie greeted them warmly, clearly pleased to see them together, and joked that his friend was incredibly fortunate. Leon handed him the bags he had brought along, casually admitting that he had not been sure what would be appropriate. As they talked, Walker recalled Leon's past as a cardiac surgeon, and asked whether it was truly possible to extend a person's life, even slightly. Leon answered honestly that one could only do what was within human limits. The best doctors and treatments could help, but nothing could defy those limits completely. The group then entered the hospital and headed for the elevator. Charlie pressed the button for the 18th floor, but nothing happened. Confused, he tried again, even selecting another floor, but the elevator remained unresponsive. It quickly became clear that something was wrong. At the same time, they noticed that the stairway entrance was locked, making the situation even more unusual. Elizabeth, trying to lighten the tension, mentioned a story she had read about mysterious secrets hidden on hospital upper floors. Leon gently dismissed her remark, telling her not to let imagination take over, and suggested that they find a staff member to clarify the situation. Soon a nurse approached them and demanded to know why they were there. She explained that the floor was restricted and reserved only for relatives of hospital management. Elizabeth tried to explain that they had come to visit a patient, and found it strange that access was denied even during the day. The nurse responded firmly that the intensive care unit was located on that floor, and that entry for outsiders was strictly forbidden. Elizabeth attempted to negotiate, suggesting they could contact the patient's relatives for permission, as was common in other hospitals. However, the nurse refused outright and ordered them to leave. At that moment, a doctor hurried over and told the nurse to stop. He appeared displeased with her behavior. The doctor greeted Leon respectfully and admitted that he had not expected to meet him there. Leon, slightly surprised, confessed that he did not recognize him. The man introduced himself as Dr. Liu, the head of the orthopedic department. Upon hearing that they had come to visit a patient, he immediately offered to assist and personally called the elevator. Charlie could not help but question the sudden change, pointing out that they had just been told the opposite. Dr. Liu simply smiled and remarked that hospital rules could be adjusted when necessary. Soon the elevator arrived, and he allowed them to proceed. After they left, the nurse asked in astonishment whether the doctor truly knew that man. The director calmly explained that Leon had once led the cardiac surgery department at Hashan Hospital, and was regarded as an exceptional surgeon. He added that even the hospital's chairman held him in high esteem. Hearing this, the nurse realized that she had completely underestimated Leon. Meanwhile, the group reached the patient's room. They were warmly welcomed by Aunt Fan, who seemed surprised by the unexpected visit, but quickly invited them in and offered them seats. She asked Charlie about the family business, and he replied that everything was going well. He then introduced Leon and Elizabeth, mentioning that the doctor might already have spoken about him. As they settled in, the elderly woman in the bed slowly opened her eyes. Aunt Fan was overjoyed and gently told her mother that she had visitors. The old woman, seeing so many familiar faces, began to speak, sharing fragments of stories from her childhood. The atmosphere in the room softened, filled with quiet warmth. After some time, Aunt Fan reminded them that they had been there for quite a while, and suggested that they should go and have dinner. Charlie reassured her that there was no need to worry, as they were not strangers and would return again soon. Still, she expressed regret that the guests had not eaten. Leon calmly replied that everything was fine and promised to treat them next time, asking her to stay with her mother instead of seeing them off. Once outside, Leon called Tanya to check on the situation. She reported that Laozin's shares had already dropped by 5% following the negative news, and warned that trading might be suspended after the market closed. Leon, however, remained composed and told her not to worry, emphasizing that the situation was still under control. Charlie then asked what had happened. Leon explained that the Lunan project had entered the market, but someone had deliberately tried to drive the stock down. Charlie laughed lightly, remarking that such a drop during a listing was rare, and that only Leon could end up in such a situation. He then asked what Leon planned to do next. Leon replied that his priority was to understand the true intention behind the attack. Walker, more cautious, pointed out that losses could reach tens of billions within days. Leon dismissed the concern, calling it insignificant. He was confident that the stock would recover, and believed that patience was key. For now, the most important thing was to wait for the enemy to reveal themselves. Elizabeth then voiced her belief that only Titan could be behind such a coordinated move. Charlie agreed that it was a strong possibility, but warned that Titan was not an ordinary company. Facing them alone would not be easy, and cooperation might be worth considering. Elizabeth urged Leon not to act impulsively and to carefully plan every step with the team. She reminded him that Titan's operations were far more complex than those of a typical company, and that many of its investors were powerful international corporations. Walker supported her reasoning, acknowledging that her concerns were valid. Charlie, however, looked at them in confusion and asked whether they were really going to do nothing and simply let events unfold. In response, Leon asked everyone to remain calm. He explained that they were currently in a defensive position, and there was no need to act hastily. What mattered most was understanding the enemy's true motives before making any move. Charlie nodded and told him to reach out if he needed support. As Leon got into his car, his phone rang again. The unfamiliar number immediately caught his attention, and he sensed that this was no ordinary call. The man on the other end introduced himself as Nigel, and spoke with measured politeness. He remarked that Leon's company had recently entered the market but was already facing difficulties. Then in a calculated tone he suggested a meeting, hinting that he might be able to help resolve these issues. Leon's eyes narrowed slightly. Turning to Elizabeth, he remarked that the enemy had finally made contact, just as he had anticipated. He agreed to meet and was given a location and time. The meeting would take place in an hour at June's tea house. Elizabeth grew uneasy, pointing out that their sudden willingness to meet suggested ulterior motives. If they had intended to cooperate, they would have reached out much earlier. Leon, however, remained unfazed. He simply asked if she had anything else to attend to, and whether she needed a ride. Not long after, Leon arrived at the tea house. The staff greeted him respectfully, and informed him that Mr. Zhang was already waiting inside. At that moment, Leon understood that his opponent had prepared thoroughly for this encounter. Inside, a man seated calmly at the table commented on Leon's punctuality before introducing himself as Nigel, the same person who had called earlier. Beside him sat Shala, who also expressed interest in discussing certain matters. Leon wasted no time. He stated coldly that their persistence was excessive, reminding them that he had already made his position clear. Shala responded calmly, saying that Leon possessed something they needed, and that he clearly had no intention of cooperating willingly. That was precisely why they had come with another option. Leon lifted the cup of tea placed before him and asked what exactly they were proposing. Shala did not hesitate. He stated that he wanted access to Leon's research results and was willing to negotiate any conditions in return. For a brief moment, Leon was genuinely surprised. Shala continued, praising him as a genius in the pharmaceutical field, particularly in biological purification. Leon quickly saw through the flattery and recognized the cunning behind the offer. Without hesitation, he declined, stating that he had no interest in such an arrangement. Shala then tested him further, asking whether that meant Leon no longer needed the Lunan project, which was central to his business. Leon responded with quiet confidence, pointing out that over the past 2 days, his opponents had done nothing of substance. To him, this only revealed their weakness. At this point, Nigel leaned closer to Shala and suggested, in a low voice, that if Leon was beginning to provoke them, perhaps more extreme measures should be considered. Shala appeared willing to listen, but Nigel advised caution. He explained that there was no need to rush into reckless actions. A measured response would be enough to teach Leon a lesson and demonstrate their strength. Even failure, in his view, would not be disastrous. Shala, however, was clearly dissatisfied. He criticized Nigel's cautious approach, calling it cowardly, and dismissed him without ceremony. As he watched Nigel leave, Shala reflected that Titan still did not fully understand the situation. They were unaware that Laozen had already developed a second generation of chips, and was capable of producing a third. At that moment, his bodyguard and assistant, Miles, entered the room and asked for instructions. Shala immediately ordered him to assemble a team and investigate both Leon's home and company. He was convinced that such rapid technological progress could not have been achieved alone. There had to be partners involved, and he intended to uncover every detail. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at Ling Yun Corporation. Soon, Demi approached him with updates about the upcoming live broadcast scheduled for the next day. She asked whether the venue had been finalized. Leon replied that he could handle the arrangements himself, though the company had still sent personnel to oversee the process. Demi then suggested choosing a location by the pier, perhaps even broadcasting from a boat. Leon considered this briefly before asking whether the Bandao Hotel would be suitable instead. Demi's eyes widened with excitement, but she quickly pointed out that the hotel was extremely popular and usually required advance reservations. Leon answered calmly that there was no need for reservations, as the Bandao Hotel belonged to him. Demi was left speechless, unable to process the revelation. At the same time, several streamers had gathered at the hotel, discussing strategies to increase their popularity. Luther questioned how the mass streamer had managed to sell out every product so consistently. Goshibo admitted that even he did not understand it. Despite the short time since the first broadcast, the mysterious figure had already built an enormous following. Bridget, however, dismissed their concerns. She believed they held the advantage with their low-priced goods, which would be difficult to compete against. Luther agreed partially but warned her not to underestimate Leon, pointing out that he had recently reached an audience of 10 million viewers. Goshibo added that he had heard the next broadcast would take place at the Bandao Hotel itself. Bridget remained unconcerned, but Luther observed that this opponent seemed unusually resilient, and they would need to act carefully. Goshibo agreed, and suggested that every strong figure must have a weakness. He then raised an unusual point, asking whether it seemed strange that Leon always appeared wearing a mask. Luther began to follow his reasoning, joking that perhaps the streamer was simply hiding an unattractive face. Goshibo expanded on the idea, suggesting that such a revelation could spark controversy, especially since many viewers were drawn by appearances. The next morning, Leon arrived at the Bandao Hotel, preparing for the broadcast. However, before anything could begin, a staff member rushed toward him in panic. She reported that a serious problem had emerged. Numerous videos had suddenly appeared online, all claiming that the mysterious streamer was actually unattractive. Leon nearly choked on his drink in disbelief, and turned to Demi, asking in shock what kind of absurd rumor this was. Demi replied that many people believed the rumors surrounding him. Some claimed that his ex-girlfriend had disfigured him, while others insisted he had been born that way. Leon pointed out that these stories had only begun circulating just before the broadcast, and he was convinced that competitors from another platform had orchestrated the entire situation. Demi agreed, but she emphasized that they could not afford to remain passive, otherwise they would fail to sell their products. Leon noticed her restless energy and understood that her motivation was not entirely about justice, but also about humiliating their rivals. When she tried to object, reminding him of their long acquaintance and insisting she was not capable of such pettiness, Leon cut her off. He told her firmly to stop talking and return to work, reminding her that the broadcast would begin that very evening and that there was still much to prepare. Soon after, Leon put on his black mask and dark glasses. At that moment, the manager approached him from behind. Leon was genuinely surprised and asked whether he had really recognized him despite the disguise. The manager simply smiled and replied that even with the mask, Leon's presence and energy were unmistakable. Leon then admitted that he had seen potential in him from the very beginning and felt reassured that he had made the right decision. The manager mentioned that he had not visited the Bandao Hotel in a long time and was planning to give instructions to the idle staff. However, Leon stopped him, saying that this could wait because he had a far more important task. He explained that he wanted to introduce special membership cards that would confirm the status of their holders. These cards would grant exclusive privileges, allowing access to any place without queues or reservations. The manager immediately understood and replied that such a VIP system would not be difficult to implement. Satisfied, Leon praised him and promised to provide a list of the first recipients later. Afterward, Leon went to check on the preparations for the broadcast. Entering the room, he saw Demi standing beside Lillian. The presenter asked whether he had any updates, and whether he planned to remove his mask during the broadcast to put an end to the rumors. Leon answered playfully that he feared the audience would not be able to handle his charm. Lillian then carefully pointed out that many people were secretly watching him, trying to figure out his true appearance. Leon found this strange. He understood the curiosity from women, but he was puzzled by the attention from men as well. Lillian explained that everyone was eager to uncover his identity, as viewers were becoming increasingly obsessed with seeing his face. She suggested that revealing himself could greatly boost his popularity. However, Leon refused, saying that his girlfriend would never allow him to remove the mask, as maintaining an air of mystery was essential. Lillian then remarked that the director of the Ling Yun Corporation and the Bandao Hotel also happened to be named Leon. Leon asked whether she had figured it out. After a moment of thought, she realized the truth and finally understood the source of his influence. Meanwhile, on the other side, competing streamers were actively working to sabotage him. Luther approached his team and asked whether their plan to stir up controversy had been successful. Goshibo reported that they had recorded numerous videos, hired people, and flooded platforms with negative comments, expecting visible results by evening. Pleased, Luther declared that everything was under control. Bridget added that their own products had clear advantages, while Leon's goods were overpriced. Luther, now completely confident, stated that he would show everyone who truly held power. About an hour before the broadcast, Leon continued walking through the Bandao Hotel, discussing final details with an employee. Suddenly he encountered Elizabeth, accompanied by Helga and Tanya. Surprised, he asked why they were there. Elizabeth explained that since it was his first live sales broadcast, they had come to support him. Leon invited them to sit and suggested they wait until the broadcast began before talking further. They agreed and decided to watch him in action. Later, Demi curiously asked whether the mysterious masked woman was his lover. Leon smiled, and replied that Elizabeth never removed her mask, so no one could be certain of her appearance. Demi argued that it did not matter, as her figure alone was enough to make others envious. Soon Lillian interrupted them, announcing that everything was ready. She asked everyone to take their positions, began the countdown, and officially started the live broadcast. Demi greeted the audience and introduced the session as their first live sales event. Watching from the side, Elizabeth quietly pointed out Leon's professionalism. Helga teased her for being overly impressed, while Tanya remarked that if Leon revealed his identity, all the products would sell out instantly. Elizabeth disagreed, saying that without the mystery, the experience would lose its uniqueness. Back in the studio, Demi presented the first product, fresh yellow peaches from Xuanhong City. However, the chat remained fixated on Leon's appearance. Lillian instructed the moderator to remove negative comments, but the volume was overwhelming. She quickly realized that these attacks were likely organized by competitors. Helga noted that the comments would not stop unless Leon revealed his face. Elizabeth admitted she had once thought the mask was just a whim, but now it had become a defining feature. She also pointed out that people were being unfair, as appearance had nothing to do with the quality of the products. Tanya reassured everyone that their boss would handle the situation. At that moment, Leon addressed the audience directly. He said he appreciated their concern but reminded them that his appearance had nothing to do with the purpose of the broadcast. He added that people were free to think he was unattractive, but it made no difference. Then, to shift the atmosphere, he displayed the keys to a car worth $26 million and confidently declared that even his critics would eventually buy his products. To further surprise everyone, Leon turned the camera toward Elizabeth and introduced her as his girlfriend, implying that he already possessed everything others desired. He dismissed the haters, saying they could continue posting negative comments for small rewards, while he remained content with his life. Lillian was impressed by how effortlessly he regained control of the situation. Tanya noted that she had expected nothing less. However, Elizabeth warned that the calm might only be temporary, as those spreading negativity would continue as long as they benefited from it. Helga agreed, stating that such people had no conscience. Meanwhile, Demi proceeded with the sales, announcing that one package contained 6 peaches priced at nearly 30 yuan. Viewers immediately complained that the price was too high, saying that although they liked Leon, they were unwilling to pay so much. At that point, Helga signaled Tanya to step in. Tanya introduced herself as the vice president of the Baba Company and announced a special promotion. She explained that every customer who placed an order would receive a 10 yuan taxi coupon as a bonus, encouraging viewers to support the broadcast. Despite their efforts, Lillian soon noticed that sales were dropping, and it became clear that viewers were not eager to buy the yellow peaches. Realizing that insisting on the same product would only worsen the situation, she suggested switching to other goods. Following her advice, Demi introduced the second product of the broadcast, rice from the northeastern region, emphasizing that it was exclusive to their platform. She highlighted its distinct color and announced that 5 kilograms would cost 30 yuan. However, when Lillian checked the sales chart again, she grew alarmed. The numbers were far below expectations. Shortly after, Lan received a detailed report on current sales and product performance. After reviewing it, he understood that if nothing changed, the broadcast would end in failure, with almost no buyers. At the same time, in the broadcast room of the Four Seasons Hotel, Bridget had already started her own stream, while Goshibo and Luther observed from the side. Luther asked about their competitors' performance, assuming they must be far ahead. Goshibo replied confidently that the masked man's sales were extremely poor, and that their efforts were effectively crushing him. Satisfied, Luther said this was exactly what he had expected and ordered them to continue. Goshibo added that emphasizing the high price of Leon's products would further damage his image. But Luther made it clear that his goal was not just to compete, but to completely destroy his opponent's broadcast and humiliate him so thoroughly that he would never return. He stressed that in a world where appearance mattered most, attacking that aspect was the easiest way to break someone. Meanwhile, Demi tried to reassure the audience, boldly claiming that the man behind the mask was more handsome than anyone they had ever seen. Even so, Lillian could sense that the situation was on the verge of collapse. At that very moment, her boss called, demanding to know why the products were not selling, and why the broadcast felt lifeless. Lillian explained that the masked man had already paid for all the goods, so there would be no financial loss, but internally she struggled to find a way to reverse the situation as the numbers continued to decline. Nearby, Elizabeth quietly asked Helga about the girl standing next to Leon, and learned that her name was Demi. After thinking for a moment, Elizabeth told Helga to send Demi a message suggesting that they remove Leon's mask, since the audience could no longer be persuaded otherwise. Helga agreed immediately, convinced that this plan would work, and sent the message. When Demi read it, she hesitated, asking whether she truly had permission to do such a thing. She was assured that management had already approved it. With that, Demi turned to the audience and addressed the haters directly, accusing them of spreading negativity without knowing the truth. She declared that she would now reveal what the streamer really looked like. Without giving Leon time to react, she reached out and suddenly tore the mask from his face. In an instant, everything changed. The viewers saw his face and realized that he was extraordinarily handsome. The chat exploded with excitement, filling with admiration and praise. Even Lillian was stunned, only now understanding just how striking Leon's appearance truly was. Demi quickly explained that he had worn the mask precisely because his looks were so dazzling that viewers might not be able to handle it. Watching this unfold, Elizabeth reflected on how superficial people could be, remembering how quickly they had insulted him just moments earlier. Suddenly, a team member rushed to Lillian and reported that orders were surging at an incredible rate, already exceeding 1,000 per second. The audience had gone into a frenzy. Lillian could hardly believe it, and excitedly told her assistant that the turnaround was astonishing. Meanwhile, back at the Four Seasons Hotel, an employee rushed into Luther's room with urgent news. He reported that the situation had completely reversed, as the masked man had revealed his face and turned out to be incredibly handsome. Goshibo demanded proof, and the employee handed him a tablet. As they watched the broadcast, both men froze in shock. When Luther asked about the sales, he was told that orders were flooding in at a staggering pace. Overwhelmed, Luther collapsed to the floor, unable to comprehend how everything had gone so wrong. But the bad news did not end there. The employee added that the hired haters had started going live themselves, demanding refunds and causing chaos, which only made the situation worse for Luther's side. It became painfully clear that their entire plan had failed. Later that evening, Demi thanked the viewers and officially ended the broadcast. She happily announced that in just 2 hours, they had sold over 2 million units, leaving the warehouse completely empty. Leon remarked jokingly that it was fortunate he did not have back problems, otherwise he would not have been able to sit for so long. Demi replied that she had endured the same, to which he teased that it was because she was special. Demi then suggested celebrating their success, and soon Lillian approached with the final results. The total sales had reached 280 million, with a net profit in the hundreds of thousands. At that moment, Leon received a system notification informing him that he had successfully completed the task and would receive a reward. Lena then assigned him a new mission, challenging him to become the best at surviving in the wild. Leon found it surprising, recalling that Livy had already mentioned something similar, and wondered how Lena seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Lillian noticed that he appeared distracted and asked if everything was all right. Leon apologized, saying he was simply processing everything, and expressed his satisfaction with the successful broadcast. He then told Demi that she could take her share of the profits after deducting costs. She was delighted but remarked that he was too generous. In response, Leon lightly pinched her cheek and told her to come back to her senses. Afterward, he thanked Elizabeth and Helga for their support and invited everyone to go out for dinner. Elizabeth commented that things might have been easier if he had removed the mask earlier, though she admitted that the way it unfolded made it more memorable. Helga agreed, adding that he should have revealed himself from the start. Just then, Leon received a call from Charlie, who asked whether the broadcast had ended and revealed that he had personally bought over 1 million yellow peaches. Leon confirmed that it was over and said they were heading out to celebrate. Charlie replied that they were already in Mecopolis, had reserved a table, and were waiting for them. Leon then told Elizabeth and Helga to get ready, promising to treat them as they headed to Mecopolis. Go! Soon the group arrived at a restaurant, where they finally relaxed after a long and exhausting day. They raised their glasses to celebrate their success, enjoying the moment together. However, the celebration was suddenly interrupted when Leon received an unexpected message. To his surprise, it was from Liana. She urgently asked him to come to her house. Without hesitation, he replied that he would arrive as soon as possible. Turning to Elizabeth, he explained that he had to leave due to an urgent matter. Concerned, she asked whether it was truly so serious that he would leave his own celebration. Leon answered that Liana would never contact him like this unless something important had happened, making it clear that he had no choice but to go. Hearing this, Elizabeth calmly told Leon that he should go without worrying, while she and Helga would head home as it was already late. She said goodbye to everyone, adding that she was glad to have seen them. Charlie smiled and asked if they were really leaving so early, noting how enjoyable the evening had been, but he also reminded them not to forget about their responsibilities. Meanwhile, Leon took a taxi to Liana's house. As soon as he arrived, he was surprised to see her sitting outside on the street. Getting out of the car, he immediately asked why she was there at such a late hour instead of being inside, since her father and brother were likely worried. Liana replied that she did not think they were concerned, but admitted that she had the unsettling feeling that someone had been inside her house. Leon grew alert and asked whether she suspected a break-in. Liana explained that nothing had been stolen, but she was certain that someone had touched her belongings. Before leaving earlier, she had deliberately marked the doors of every room, and when she returned, she noticed that the marks had shifted. Leon asked again if anything was missing, and she confirmed that everything was still there. Deciding to investigate, Leon suggested they go inside together. After examining the front door, he noted that the lock showed no signs of being forced, and asked whether anyone else had a key. Liana admitted that Sasha sometimes came over to study, and had been given a spare key. Leon then opened the door and cautiously led them inside. Once inside, he asked what exactly seemed out of place. Liana replied that her clothes and personal items were untouched, but she had the strong impression that someone had gone through her documents. Nothing was missing from her office, yet things had clearly been moved. Leon asked her to show him the room. In the office, the situation appeared even more unusual. Papers and laboratory reports had been shifted, and even the computer mouse was no longer in its original position. Leon decided to check the computer and asked whether it contained anything valuable. Liana admitted that it held 6 unpublished scientific articles that could be of interest to someone. Hearing this, Leon concluded that the situation was becoming serious and told her to inform him immediately if similar work appeared anywhere. Still, Liana found it strange, noting that even plagiarists would rarely risk stealing multiple studies at once. Leon agreed, pointing out that it was equally suspicious that someone had entered without leaving any obvious trace or taking anything. Exhausted, Liana sat beside him and asked what they should do next. Leon placed a glass on the table and gently told her that she was too tired to continue. He insisted that she needed rest, and that they would resume their investigation in the morning. He reminded her that it was nearly dawn and she had barely slept. Reluctantly, she agreed but asked him to take her to the bedroom as she did not feel comfortable staying in the office. Without hesitation, Leon lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedroom, making sure she could finally rest. The next morning, Leon woke up and was surprised to find no one nearby. Soon he noticed that the kitchen appliances were already on. Liana appeared and asked if she had woken him, explaining that she had tried to be quiet. Leon hugged her and admitted that he was very hungry. He then asked whether Sasha would be working that day. Liana replied that Sasha had worked the night shift and now had a day off. Leon decided to call her and invited her over. About an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Sasha entered cheerfully, saying that her shift had gone smoothly without any incidents. Leon welcomed her and said he had invited her to join them for breakfast, adding that Liana was not only skilled in surgery but also an excellent cook. As they ate, Leon asked Sasha whether she had noticed anyone following her or approaching her with unusual questions. However, Sasha seemed completely unconcerned and instead commented on how delicious the sausages were. At that moment, Leon realized that even if someone had been watching her, she likely would not have noticed. He then asked whether she still had a key to Liana's house. Sasha showed it to him and asked what had happened. Liana explained that she suspected someone had entered her home and gone through her documents. In response, Sasha mentioned that there were surveillance cameras installed in the building hallway, meaning the area should be under constant monitoring. Hearing this, Leon suddenly struck the table with his fist, surprised that he had not considered such an obvious solution earlier. Within minutes, all 3 of them were on their way to the management office, where the security recordings were stored. An employee greeted them, and Leon explained that they needed to speak with the manager. After hearing their request, the employee asked about the situation so she could inform management. Liana explained that she suspected a break-in, and wanted to review the footage to check for any suspicious activity. The employee asked them to wait while she called the manager. A few minutes later, the manager arrived and asked what had happened. Leon politely explained that someone had entered their home and that they needed access to the surveillance recordings. However, the manager hesitated, questioning whether it was truly a robbery, as such claims were serious. Leon assured him that he was confident and only wanted to review the footage. The manager replied that they would first need to contact the police, and only then could the recordings be accessed. Sasha immediately grew frustrated, questioning why they needed to go through such a complicated process when they could simply check the footage. She added that they were doctors from Hashan Hospital and trustworthy individuals. Despite this, the manager firmly stated that he could not break the rules. Leon stepped in and calmed Sasha down, telling the manager that he understood the importance of following procedures. At the same time, he discreetly handed him an envelope with money, presenting it as a small gesture and asking whether he might reconsider. After a brief pause, the manager agreed to help and asked them to follow him. He inquired which building they were referring to, and Lyanna specified Building 14, Entrance 3. Upon hearing this, the man became visibly uneasy. He explained that there had been issues with that building, as the CCTV system had stopped working 4 days earlier. Leon immediately realized that this was no coincidence. The timing was far too precise, suggesting that the situation was far more complicated than it first appeared. The manager then returned the envelope, saying he could not assist them further. However, Leon insisted that he keep the money, explaining that while it was a small amount, he hoped the manager would at least keep an eye on the house in the future, as his girlfriend lived there. Later, everyone gathered at Lyanna's house to piece together what had happened. As they discussed the situation, Leon came to the conclusion that finding the intruder would not be easy. The person responsible had clearly acted with precision and skill, suggesting the involvement of a professional. He explained to his friends that although their earlier attempt to obtain evidence had failed, it had still confirmed his suspicions. Leon reminded Sasha that someone had entered Lyanna's house recently, yet nothing valuable had been stolen. Instead, only her research materials and work computer had been disturbed. Sasha suggested that this must have been exactly what the intruders were after. Leon agreed that this was likely, but pointed out a crucial detail. There were no signs of forced entry, which meant that whoever had entered the house must have used a key. He then looked directly at Sasha and asked if she understood what that implied. Shocked, Sasha immediately denied any involvement, asking how he could suspect her. Leon calmly reassured her that if he truly suspected her, he would not have shared all the details so openly. His intention was not to accuse, but to understand. Sasha then turned to Lyanna and asked whether she had ever left her keys unattended. Lyanna replied that she always kept them in her bag along with her phone and wallet. However, as she thought more carefully, something suddenly came to mind. She recalled a recent visit to a clothing store, where she had been trying on dresses. During that time, 2 women had approached her in the fitting room and struck up a conversation. Her bag had been left behind in the booth, and although nothing had been stolen, she now realized that this moment might not have been as harmless as it seemed. Sasha immediately pointed out how suspicious that incident was and suggested that someone could have taken the opportunity to copy the key. Lyanna found it hard to believe, but Leon explained that there were devices capable of creating a duplicate key within minutes. The realization began to settle in. Sasha then reflected on the situation, noting how strange it was that someone had broken into the home of a renowned cardiac surgeon without stealing anything. At that moment, Leon suddenly nudged her chair and told her to stop overanalyzing like a detective. However, Sasha calmly insisted that he had misunderstood her. She claimed that she had already begun to understand the true intention behind the intrusion. A moment later, she stated with confidence that Lyanna was not the real target. Before she could elaborate further, Leon's phone rang. It was Samuel, who urgently informed him that someone was attempting to hack into his computer system. Leon immediately stood up, asking for confirmation. Without wasting time, he told Samuel to wait for him at the institute. Sasha, now even more concerned, asked whether his personal computer had also been compromised. Leon quickly clarified that the attack was on the system at the Lunan Research Institute, where critical data was stored. Hearing this, Sasha became certain that the real target behind everything was Leon himself. Leon instructed the girls to stay where they were for the time being, but added that it would not be safe for them to remain at Lyanna's house for long. He decided to arrange temporary accommodation for them at the Bandau Hotel. Both Sasha and Lyanna reassured him that they would be fine. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Lunan Research Institute and met with Samuel. He immediately asked to review the security data. Samuel explained that the code they had detected was unfamiliar and resembled a Trojan program designed to scan the entire system. Fortunately, their security measures had managed to block it. Leon praised their efforts, but stressed that constant monitoring was now essential. He then went to see Professor Santiago in the laboratory and asked him to double-check whether the system had been compromised. The professor assured him that everything was secure, having already verified it twice. Leon was relieved but remained cautious, emphasizing how critical the situation was. Santiago, sensing the gravity of the matter, asked what was happening. Leon admitted that he did not fully understand the situation, but he had a strong feeling that he was being targeted and watched. He explained that they needed to strengthen their information security immediately. The professor reassured him that the system would remain safe and promised to take all necessary precautions. As Leon prepared to leave, Santiago suddenly asked whether he had checked the security of his own home. That question struck him immediately. Realizing he had overlooked something important, Leon rushed out without hesitation. He quickly returned to his apartment and checked his personal laptop, only to discover that it had also been targeted with a similar Trojan program. At that moment, a system prompt appeared, offering to activate security software to prevent any data leakage. As he analyzed the situation more carefully, Leon became convinced that the VA family was behind the entire operation. Meanwhile, in a room at the Shangri-La Hotel, Chala sat calmly, confident in his plan. However, Miles reported that their attempts to gather information from Leon's associates had failed. Even professional hackers had been unable to breach the system. Chala, unfazed, suggested that their focus should shift to Leon's personal computer, especially considering their company's expertise in chip development. The bodyguard confirmed that agents had already been sent to copy the data from Leon's laptop. Chala then instructed them to pay close attention to Liana, as she was likely connected to his research. At that point, Miles mentioned another person close to Leon, a woman named Rosalind. He proposed investigating her as well. Upon hearing her name, Chala's expression changed. He immediately rejected the idea, warning that Rosalind was not someone they could afford to provoke. He added that her mother, Charisse, held significant power, and crossing her would bring serious consequences. The bodyguard acknowledged the warning and assured him that they would avoid any involvement with her. Meanwhile, Leon arrived in Juhuga, but instead of heading to his usual residence, he went to Villa Number 9. As he traveled, he carefully considered his next move. Since he rarely visited this villa, he believed his presence there would go unnoticed, making it the perfect place to set a trap. Although he was uncertain whether it would succeed, he saw no better alternative. For several days he waited patiently. On the 5th day, he finally checked the surveillance cameras at his primary residence. That was when he saw it. A masked intruder had entered the villa through a window. At that moment, Leon realized that his patience had paid off. The trap had worked. Inside his office, 2 masked men moved quickly. One of them began searching through the computer, attempting to locate and copy all relevant data. The other warned that they only had 5 minutes before they needed to leave. The first man replied confidently that everything would be ready in 3 minutes, and that the data transfer would soon be complete. However, everything changed in an instant. The man working at the computer suddenly froze, his expression turning pale as he realized the truth. They had walked straight into a trap. Without hesitation, he jumped to his feet and urgently told his partner that they needed to leave immediately. The 2 intruders rushed toward the window, hoping to escape before Leon noticed anything. But at that very moment, Leon appeared and delivered a powerful kick, straight to one of their faces. The masked man crashed to the floor in pain, and any hope of escape vanished. Leon stepped into the room calmly, positioning himself in front of them, as if he had been waiting all along. He looked at them coldly, and asked what they had been thinking when they broke into his villa, believing they could leave unnoticed. One of the attackers, still shaken, demanded to know how he had discovered them so quickly. Leon replied that the moment they accessed his computer, everything became clear. Their actions had not only exposed them, but had also amused him. Realizing they had no other option, the intruders pulled out knives. One of them tried to negotiate, saying they were willing to settle things peacefully if Leon let them go. Leon responded with quiet disdain, asking whether they truly intended to threaten him with such weapons. The man lunged at him, but Leon effortlessly intercepted his hand and drove his knee into the attacker's stomach, dropping him instantly. Without pause, he turned to the second man and struck him hard across the face, sending him to the ground as well. With both of them subdued, Leon demanded answers. He wanted to know who had sent them, and how much they had already discovered about him and his circle. The attackers refused to speak, insisting that even if he handed them over to the police, it would not help him. Leon remained composed. No. He remarked that their silence likely meant They had failed to obtain anything of value. Then, without warning, he opened a drawer and took out a scalpel. Holding it calmly, he asked whether they understood just how sharp such a tool could be, especially one like the Black Dahlia. The mere mention of it terrified them. They called him insane, but Leon's expression did not change. He coldly told them to address him properly and reminded them that time was running out. Under pressure, one of the men finally broke. He admitted that they had been sent by Shala, and their mission was to obtain all of Leon's research and materials. Hearing this, Leon quickly assessed the situation. It suggested that Shala's position within the VA family was not as dominant as Dana's, and that this operation had likely been carried out independently. The mercenary confirmed that Shala and Dana were not on good terms, and that the plan had indeed been initiated by Shala alone. Leon then asked where Shala was. The man admitted he did not know, explaining that their only contact had been Shala's bodyguard, Miles. Sensing hesitation, Leon pointed the scalpel toward him and accused him of stalling. He ordered him to contact his employer immediately. Terrified, the man agreed. He took out a walkie-talkie and pretended to report success, telling his boss that the job was done and arranging a meeting at Zhanghai Wharf in 30 minutes. As soon as the message was delivered, Leon struck without hesitation, knocking both men unconscious. With the information he needed secured, he left them behind, deciding to deal with them later. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Yanu Pier, where he encountered Miles. The bodyguard was clearly surprised, admitting that he had not expected Leon to track him down so quickly. Leon replied calmly that he had known about them for some time and had simply been waiting for them to reveal themselves. He informed Miles that the mercenaries were already in his custody and that now it was his turn to answer. Leon offered him a deal. If he revealed Shala's location, he would be allowed to leave. Miles refused, stating that he was not afraid of death and would not be intimidated. Without another word, Miles attacked. He declared that if Leon handed over his research, he might still be spared. He launched a kick, but Leon blocked it effortlessly. Miles quickly realized that Leon was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even so, he continued his assault, delivering a powerful strike, but Leon dodged it with ease. In the next moment, Leon counterattacked. He feinted to distract his opponent, then struck him hard in the stomach. Miles collapsed, unable to continue fighting. Lying on the ground, he declared that Leon could do whatever he wanted, as he did not fear death. Leon observed him carefully, and then pointed out that Dana was likely unaware of Shala's actions. He added that if she learned the truth, the consequences would not be mild. Miles, confused, demanded to know what Leon was trying to achieve. In response, Leon grabbed his arm and applied a painful hold, making it clear that the situation was far from over. Miles angrily insulted him, but Leon remained unfazed. He reminded him that everyone had something to lose, including loved ones. He asked how long those people would remain safe if he decided to escalate matters by involving Dana. That statement struck its mark. Miles tensed, accusing Leon of crossing the line. In the end, the pressure proved too much. Miles gave in and pleaded with him not to involve his family. He revealed that Shala was staying in room 244 of the Shangri-La Hotel. Satisfied, Leon released him and remarked that he had made a wise decision. Just then, Leon's phone rang. It was Sasha. Her voice was filled with panic as she asked whether Liana was with him. Leon immediately sensed something was wrong and replied that she was not. Sasha explained that Liana had received a call earlier, and her expression had suddenly changed. She left without explanation, and had not answered any calls since. Leon told Sasha not to panic and assured her that he would find Liana. The moment the call ended, his expression hardened. He turned back to Miles and demanded to know whether Liana had been taken by them. Miles claimed he knew nothing, and suggested that she might have gone to the hotel on her own. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Leon wasted no time. He rushed off immediately, determined to find her. At that very moment, in room 244 of the Shangri-La Hotel, Shala sat calmly with Liana. He was certain that once Leon learned of this, he would come straight to him. Acting as though nothing was wrong, he offered her a rare tea, claiming it was difficult to obtain in China. Liana refused outright. She stated that she was only interested in one thing, a clear explanation for the break-in at her house. Shala admitted that since she was close to Leon, they were naturally interested in his research. He suggested that she already understood the situation, and hinted that they expected Lian to cooperate. However, Liana firmly denied any involvement, stating that Leon had independently developed his patented medical work, and that she had nothing to do with it. Chala then calmly explained that Liana had misunderstood their intentions. He claimed that they were not interested in drug formulas at all. Instead, what truly attracted him was the innovative biopurification technology developed by Lian. Confused, Liana asked what exactly he was referring to. She apologized and insisted that she knew nothing about such technology, suggesting that they had chosen the wrong person. However, before she could leave, Chala's men blocked her path. Chala's expression turned cold as he asked whether she really believed they would simply let her walk away. He made it clear that she would not be leaving and advised her to think carefully about her situation, adding that she would have plenty of time to reconsider. At that moment, everything shifted. Chala's men suddenly turned around and froze. Standing behind them was Leon, his expression filled with fury after realizing that Liana had been taken. Chala smirked slightly and remarked that Leon had come after all. Ignoring him, Leon reassured Liana, telling her not to be afraid and promising to take her home. Chala immediately shouted orders to his men, commanding them not to let either of them leave. At the same time, he demanded to know how Leon had managed to find them, convinced that no one should have known he was staying at the Shangri-La Hotel. Leon replied calmly, asking whether Chala truly believed he could hide so easily given his connections. Without another word, Leon kicked a chair toward Chala. The impact knocked him to the ground before he could react. Furious, Chala threatened that Leon would regret this, and insisted that he was not afraid, though he claimed he simply had no desire to fight. Leon paid no attention. He had already moved toward the guards, fully aware that they intended to overwhelm him with numbers. The first guard was struck hard in the back, collapsing instantly. The others rushed forward with sticks, attempting to subdue him together. But their advantage in numbers meant nothing. Within moments, Leon overpowered them all, leaving every one of Chala's men unconscious on the floor. Seeing this, Chala tried to justify himself. He claimed that he had only wanted Leon's research, and had no intention of harming anyone. But Leon's anger had not subsided. He made it clear that Chala would regret ever interfering with him. Desperate, Chala dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, swearing that he would never interfere again. Leon responded with a sharp blow to his face, making it clear that forgiveness was no longer an option. Chala fell to the ground, pleading for his life and insisting that Leon's presence there had been accidental. Leon struck his leg, and Chala screamed in pain, quickly changing his tone and claiming he had only been joking. Leon ignored his words entirely. He was moments away from breaking Chala's leg when the door suddenly burst open. Dana entered and immediately ordered him to stop. She apologized to Leon, admitting that the situation was her fault for failing to control her brother. At once, Chala began crying, begging his sister to save him. Dana turned to Leon and asked for mercy, hoping he would spare her brother. After a brief pause, Leon agreed, saying that out of respect for her, he would let Chala go. He also reminded her that she had already invested a significant amount in their cooperation, leaving him little room to refuse. However, in the very next moment, Leon pressed his foot down hard on Chala's knee. The man screamed in agony. Dana was shocked, and demanded to know what he was doing, as they had already reached an agreement. Leon replied calmly that he simply needed to release some of his anger, and that now he was satisfied. He added a final warning, telling Dana that her brother would only bring her trouble in the future if she did not deal with him properly. As Leon prepared to leave with Liana, one of Dana's subordinates asked whether they were really going to let them walk out so easily. Dana sat down calmly and asked her people whether any of them were capable of stopping Leon. No one answered. At that moment, Chala, still writhing in pain, demanded revenge. But Dana's patience had run out. She sharply reminded him that she had already warned him not to interfere. Chala tried to justify himself, claiming he had only wanted to help her. Dana responded with cold irony, remarking on what a thoughtful younger brother he had been. Then her tone changed completely. She told him not to worry, saying she had a way to relieve his pain, and if there was an afterlife, he could visit her there. Before anyone could react, she pulled out a gun, placed it against his head, and fired. Silence filled the room. Without hesitation, Dana ordered her subordinates to remove the body, clean the blood, and restore the room to perfect condition. Within an hour, everything was spotless. When her assistant reported that the task was complete, Dana calmly stated that announcements would be sent out, claiming that her brother had tragically fallen into the sea. When the assistant suggested that the family might blame Leon, Dana dismissed the concern. She explained that if the truth about Shala's actions came to light, the family might turn against Leon, but since her plans were still incomplete and her brother had proven useless, his death did not trouble her in the slightest. Later, Leon returned to the Bandao Hotel with Liana. Overwhelmed with relief, she embraced him, grateful that he had not abandoned her. The next morning, Leon woke early and reflected on everything that had happened. He felt a sense of relief, believing that the problem with Shala had finally been resolved. Seeing how exhausted Liana had been, he quietly left the room so as not to wake her, allowing her to rest. When he went down to the restaurant, he realized that he had not eaten the previous day. As he sat down, the manager approached him and reported that he had already followed through on his earlier instructions. Over the past few days, 20 different parties had expressed interest in cooperation. Leon was surprised by the speed of these developments and invited the manager to sit. The man reminded him that it was Leon who had set these plans in motion. Leon encouraged him to continue, confident that even greater success lay ahead. Soon after, Ivy called and informed him that registration for the Wilderness Survival Program had officially opened. She explained that all participants needed to do was pass a physical fitness test and sign the agreement. Half an hour later, Leon arrived at the television center, where he saw a massive crowd gathered. The sheer number of participants surprised him, as it was clear that many were eager to test themselves in such a challenge. At that moment, Ivy stepped forward to address the participants. Nearby, someone whispered that the rumors were true, and that the program's director was exceptionally beautiful. Ivy soon approached Leon with a smile, expressing her happiness that he had decided to participate. Elsewhere, a man quietly informed Orlando that there might be a problem, as someone had already approached the director. The blonde, clearly irritated, remarked that their closeness made it difficult for anyone else to get her attention. Meanwhile, Ivy led Leon toward the registration area, explaining that they needed to proceed quickly. As they approached the counter, the program director noticed Leon and asked who he was. Ivy replied that he was someone with exceptional abilities, and that she had personally invited him. However, the director looked him over skeptically and remarked that his physique did not seem suitable for such a demanding program. Ivy immediately cut him off, stating firmly that there was nothing to discuss. The decision had already been made, and she would personally handle his registration. At that moment, Leon was sitting calmly in the registration area, reading a newspaper while waiting. Ivy approached him and asked him to come along, explaining that she would take him to sign the contract and brief him on the safety measures. However, before they could leave, Orlando suddenly stepped in and asked them to wait. Ivy frowned slightly and asked what the issue was. Orlando stated that in his opinion, only participants who had passed the test should be allowed to sign contracts. Clearly irritated, he demanded to know why Leon was being given special treatment before the trials had even begun. Ivy explained that the program included a list of special guests, and Leon was one of them. Because of this, he could bypass certain stages. Orlando was not satisfied. He questioned why he himself had not received such an invitation. Ivy's patience ran out, and she replied sharply that if he had not been invited, it simply meant he did not meet the requirements. Unwilling to back down, Orlando asked on what basis this special list had been formed. Ivy clarified that all candidates had undergone prior physical assessments, and selection was based on those results. Orlando glanced at Leon's physique and mockingly questioned whether he looked capable of handling such challenges. Before the argument could escalate further, another man stepped forward and suggested that instead of arguing, they should test Leon's abilities in practice. Ivy was taken aback, unsure of what the director intended. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Several participants grew excited, with one of them loudly declaring that he was ready to fight anyone. Others quickly joined in, realizing that if they could defeat Leon, they might also gain direct entry into the program. Seeing no way to avoid the situation, Ivy reluctantly agreed. She announced that anyone who could prove themselves stronger than Leon would receive an invitation and advance without trials. The moment the challenge was declared, one of the participants rushed forward, eager to seize the opportunity. He launched an attack, but Leon effortlessly stepped aside. Observing his opponent, Leon noted that the man was both slow and inexperienced. With a simple counterstrike, he knocked him down instantly. The crowd fell silent, confused by how easily someone who appeared physically stronger had been defeated. Nearby, an assistant quietly warned Orlando that Leon seemed to possess genuine combat skills, and that he should be cautious. Orlando dismissed the warning, insisting that the outcome had been nothing more than luck. A second challenger stepped forward, announcing his turn. He charged at Leon, but the result was no different. Leon calmly moved aside and the man stumbled past him, completely unable to react. Watching this, Ivy thought that the participants were only embarrassing themselves. Even the director began to realize that Leon's special invitation had not been given without reason. Ivy finally put an end to the spectacle. She stated that if someone lacked confidence in their abilities, they should not challenge others recklessly. Then she turned to Leon and said it was time to leave, making it clear that she would not waste any more time on pointless confrontations. As they headed toward the exit, Leon briefly turned back and asked the director whether he wanted to test himself, remarking that he did not seem particularly capable. The man declined, choosing not to engage. With that, Leon and Ivy left the area. Inside another hall, Ivy began showing Leon around. At the same time, a girl named Linda noticed him and pointed him out to her sister, commenting that he seemed to have received a special invitation as well. Her sister, Leah, who was a blogger, explained that Leon appeared to be experienced and not an ordinary participant. Linda became intrigued and suggested that having someone like him on their team would be beneficial. However, another well-known blogger, Theodore, approached them and dismissed the idea. He confidently stated that with their own abilities, they did not need anyone else and could easily secure first place. Meanwhile, Leon sat down beside Ivy and asked whether everyone present had also received special invitations. Ivy explained that many of them were professionals from other programs and should not be underestimated. Hearing this, Leon realized that the show was far more serious than he had initially thought. Ivy further revealed that the competition would take place on an isolated island, making it a true test of survival. Leon picked up the information booklet and asked whether it was really that intense. Ivy reassured him that all necessary safety measures had been put in place. After considering everything, Leon signed the contract. Ivy smiled and told him that participants were now free to leave for the time being. She added playfully that if he won first place, she would personally accompany him. Leon replied that it would be an honor to have such a beautiful companion. Afterward, he headed outside, where he noticed a large crowd of people who had not been able to register. As he walked away, someone called out to him. Turning around, he saw Linda approaching. She expressed her relief that he had not left yet, and said she wanted to talk. Linda asked whether he had received a special invitation. Leon looked at her, and silently observed that her physique seemed too fragile for such a demanding competition. She quickly clarified that she was not a participant, but her sister Leah was. She then introduced them. Leah extended her hand and proposed that they form a team. However, to her surprise, Leon immediately refused. Without offering any explanation, he turned, got into his car, and drove away. Leah stood there in shock, unable to understand his reaction. Linda, on the other hand, remarked that she found him incredibly impressive. Though still stunned by the rejection, Leah eventually decided that it did not matter and that she would find another partner. Meanwhile, Leon returned home. At the entrance to his villa, a guard handed him his mail. After thanking him, Leon opened one of the envelopes and froze. The document inside stated that Shala had drowned, and his memorial ceremony was scheduled for Sunday. Leon immediately understood what this meant. Dana had proven herself far more ruthless than he had anticipated, and it was clear that she would not hesitate to act again. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he decided to accelerate the development of the third-generation chip. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Helga. She informed him that the company was facing serious trouble. Inger had filed a lawsuit against them, accusing them of monopolizing the market, and an official summons had already been issued. She stressed that they needed to discuss the matter immediately. Without delay, Leon headed to the corporation. Upon arrival, he instructed Helga not to panic or focus too much on the lawsuit for now. He told her to continue operations as usual. Confused, she asked whether they were simply going to do nothing. Leon replied that this was not an ordinary business dispute, but part of a larger scheme, and it was something he intended to handle personally. Leon soon made his way to the Lunan Science Institute and entered Santiago's laboratory, relieved to find him there. The professor, already aware of the situation, immediately asked about the trouble surrounding the company. He pointed out that Inger was a major force in the industry, and that such news could severely affect their stock. However, Leon remained calm, convinced that his employees were overreacting. He had anticipated this development, and did not consider it a serious threat. Santiago, however, warned him that this was only the beginning of a much larger industrial conflict. Leon listened, then asked whether the professor understood the true reason for his visit. Intrigued, Santiago said he was ready to hear it. In response, Leon took a small object from his pocket and handed it over. He explained that it represented the most advanced third-generation chip technology in the world, placing them several months ahead of their British competitors. Santiago was stunned. He immediately declared that Leon was a genius, as this breakthrough meant they could begin full-scale production. Leon admitted that he had intended to present the chip earlier, but due to recent complications, he had simply forgotten about it. Santiago laughed, remarking that Inger's company would be thrown into chaos once this became known. He estimated that such a development could reduce Inger's market share by at least 30%. Manhwa. Leon reflected on this and admitted that, since founding his business, he had never been involved in a conflict of such magnitude. Santiago smiled, noting that Leon might still underestimate the scale of what lay ahead. In response, Leon expressed complete trust in him and asked him to carefully examine the system for any flaws. Soon after, Leon received a call from Sean. He reported that representatives from Inger had reached out and requested a meeting. Leon thought briefly of Zunyu Estate, found the proposal appropriate and agreed. By evening, the representatives had already arrived at the mansion and were waiting. Inside the hall sat several women, including Jenny. Also present was Andy Alice, the deputy general manager of Inger and the daughter of the company's president. She noticed Jenny's silence and asked why she seemed unwilling to speak. Jenny replied that she had already said everything she needed to and did not wish to be involved in the negotiations. Alice pressed further, asking whether Leon was truly so intimidating. Jenny admitted that she had encountered him before in the pharmaceutical field and had come to realize that he was not merely dangerous, but something far more unpredictable. Alice, however, dismissed her concerns, arguing that while Leon might possess medical expertise, their current field was technology, where he posed no real threat. Jenny remained unconvinced and silently hoped that Leon would not direct his anger toward her. At that moment, Leon entered the mansion. As soon as he stepped into the hall, his gaze fell on Jenny, and he was visibly surprised to see her there. He asked what she was doing and how she was connected to the situation. Jenny explained that she had come merely as a companion and had no role in the negotiations. Alice then stepped forward and extended her hand, welcoming Leon. However, he ignored the gesture entirely. Instead, he sat down at the table and casually suggested they eat first, explaining that he had been busy all day. Slightly unsettled, Alice handed him the menu, but he waved it off and asked the staff to bring anything available. Soon the table was filled with dishes. Leon began eating as if he had not had a meal all day, calmly focusing on his food. Watching this, Alice finally asked whether he intended to discuss business at all. Leon replied that she was right and thanked her for the reminder. Then, to her surprise, he began saying a prayer before continuing his meal. Regaining her composure, Alice moved straight to the point. She stated that Inger was willing to withdraw the monopoly lawsuit, but in exchange they wanted a share in Lunan. Leon looked at her with mild disbelief and asked whether she truly thought such a demand was reasonable. Alice insisted that it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, emphasizing Inger's dominance in the industry. Leon acknowledged their strength but pointed out that his own position had grown significantly, and the gap between them was already narrowing. He even suggested that it might soon be enough to challenge their dominance. At that moment, he took out a flash drive and placed it on the table. Alice reacted instantly, grabbing it and inserting it into a laptop. A folder labeled "Review Materials" appeared. Curious, she opened it, expecting technical data. Instead, a completely unrelated video appeared on the screen. She froze, clearly caught off guard. Leon quickly removed the flash drive and explained that there had been a mistake. He claimed he had mixed up the drives and produced another one, assuring her that this was the correct one. Although skeptical, Alice allowed him to continue. Leon then explained that the drive contained the foundational code for their third-generation chip, and that the patent had already been filed. He asked calmly whether she understood the consequences if such technology were sold to another powerful family. Jenny was visibly shocked and asked whether they had truly succeeded in developing the third-generation chip. Alice admitted that her company had spent over 2 years attempting the same breakthrough without success. She could not comprehend how Leon had achieved it. Leon responded coolly, asking whether she believed he spent his time idly. Alice pressed further, asking whether he had developed the technology alone. Leon dismissed the question, stating that the only thing that mattered was that the technology now existed. Jenny quickly realized the gravity of the situation, comparing its importance to that of a strategic weapon capable of shifting the balance of power. Alice then argued that such advanced technology would place too much pressure on Leon's company, and that it would be wiser for him to sell it to them instead. Leon refused outright, stating that money did not interest him. Surprised, Alice asked what someone who already possessed everything could possibly want. Leon answered without hesitation. Since Inger specialized in lithography technology, he wanted a share in their company. Alice's expression hardened immediately. She rejected the proposal, stating that such cooperation was impossible. Hearing this, Leon calmly removed the flash drive and concluded that he now had enough leverage to dictate his own terms. He stood up and told Alice that they could continue their discussion another time, as he had another meeting scheduled with the a family. After saying goodbye, Leon added one final remark, stating that in the near future, the family would stand several generations ahead of Inger. With that, he left the mansion. As soon as he was gone, Jenny turned to Alice and told her that she should have listened earlier. Alice admitted that she had indeed underestimated him. However, she quickly regained her composure and claimed that Leon no longer had the ability to threaten her. She then revealed that while he had been distracted, she had secretly copied the code from his flash drive. But her confidence lasted only a moment. Suddenly, a message appeared on her screen. It was from Leon. In it, he coldly pointed out that she had acted foolishly by attempting to steal his code. Alice was stunned. She could not understand how this was possible, especially since the laptop had not been connected to any network. Jenny quickly realized what had happened. She explained that the moment Alice inserted the first flash drive, a virus had likely been installed. Not only that, but Leon could have accessed and stolen the contents of her system. Alarmed, Alice immediately checked the company's files, only to discover that they were gone. All the data had been completely erased. She stood there in disbelief, unable to comprehend how everything had vanished so thoroughly. Meanwhile, Leon walked calmly down the street, already thinking ahead. With Christmas approaching, he decided it was time to prepare gifts for the people important to him. On his way home, he stopped at a jewelry store to choose something special. The saleswoman greeted him warmly and asked whether he was looking for a gift for his girlfriend. She eagerly offered her assistance and presented a bracelet, explaining that it was part of a limited Christmas collection. Only 20 such pieces were available in the entire city, and most had already been sold. Leon examined it and noted that the price seemed high, but he liked the design. Without hesitation, he told her to pack it. For a moment, everyone in the store froze. Leon smiled, confused by their reaction, and asked why they were staring at him. The saleswoman quickly clarified that he had misunderstood the price. It was not 18 million, but 1,800,000. Leon realized his mistake and admitted that he had misread the tag. Then, instead of reconsidering, he asked whether there was another identical bracelet available. The saleswoman was surprised and asked if he truly intended to buy a second one, noting that such gifts were usually given individually. Leon casually explained that he planned to give presents to each of his girls. His words left the entire store in stunned silence. People exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by his statement. The saleswoman then suggested a pendant from the latest Genji series. Leon immediately took an interest in it, deciding that it would also make a perfect gift. He announced that he would take it as well and asked for 2 more pieces of jewelry. One of the customers, impressed, remarked that Leon must have 4 girlfriends, and jokingly called him his idol. Leon replied calmly that it was simply a matter of charisma. When the man asked how he managed such relationships, Leon patted him on the shoulder and said that not everyone was equally fortunate, and that someone had to carry such a burden. After completing his purchases, Leon left the store, leaving the others still trying to process what they had witnessed. Next, he decided to visit Hannah, whom he had not seen in a while. When he knocked on her door, she asked who it was. In a playful tone, Leon pretended to be a delivery man. As soon as she opened the door and saw him, she was surprised and asked why he was there instead of with Elizabeth. Leon explained that Elizabeth was busy, so he came to visit her instead. He then asked why she had opened the door so easily. Hannah smiled and said that she had recognized his voice immediately. Then, slightly embarrassed, she joked that she did not have cash to pay and asked if she could compensate him in another way. Leon asked whether she was serious, and she confirmed it, playfully pulling his hand toward her. But the moment quickly shifted as she began lightly hitting him, complaining about his sudden appearance. Then she suddenly remembered something important, and realized that his timing was perfect. She hurried into the room and returned with a package, saying that she had prepared a Christmas surprise for him as well. She asked him to open it, adding modestly that it was not expensive, and hoping he would like it. Leon opened the box and found a belt inside. He smiled and assured her that he genuinely liked it. He then handed her his own gift. When Hannah opened it and saw the bracelet, she was overjoyed. She admired its beauty and guessed that it must have been expensive. She admitted that she had expected him to bring a gift, but not something so exquisite. The next morning, Leon decided to visit his former workplace at the hospital. The nurses were delighted to see him and warmly greeted him. Leon told them that he had come to visit and admitted that he had missed them. The nurses smiled knowingly and told him that Liana was currently in the break room. He asked them not to mention his arrival, as he wanted to surprise her. At that moment, Liana stepped out of the elevator and entered the break room, intending to rest quietly. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her. Before she could react, Leon gently covered her eyes. Instead of being startled, she immediately asked if it was him. Leon was surprised, unable to understand how she had recognized him so easily. Liana explained that she could identify him even by touch. Leon laughed, realizing that his attempt at a surprise had failed, but he assured her that he was not upset. He then told her that with the holiday approaching he had brought her a gift. Liana modestly replied that there was no need, as she was already happy just to see him. Leon ignored her protest and embraced her warmly, thinking about how humble she was and how much she deserved. He then took out a small box and revealed a beautiful necklace. Carefully, he placed it around her neck and said that what mattered most was that she liked it. As soon as she felt it, Liana's eyes filled with tears. Leon was startled and asked if he had done something wrong. But instead of answering, Liana hugged him tightly and thanked him. She told him that no one had ever treated her with such care, except her mother, and that he always made her feel safe and valued. Leon, still slightly surprised by Liana's reaction, told her with a faint smile that she was a foolish girl for crying despite already being an adult. Wiping away her tears, Liana admitted that he was right. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked him to wait. She quickly went to the closet and returned with a bag, explaining that she had also prepared a Christmas gift for him. Leon looked at the package curiously and jokingly wondered if it was a belt. When he opened it, he was momentarily taken aback, because it really was a belt. Liana shyly explained that she had spent a long time choosing it. Leon smiled warmly and said that it was exactly what he needed. Hearing this, she hugged him tightly, while he laughed softly, slightly awkward but clearly pleased. Late that night, Leon returned to his villa. Not long after, Elizabeth quietly entered his room, trying not to wake him, and carefully placed a box on the nightstand. However, as she turned to leave, she realized that he was already awake. Leon asked if she was planning to leave just like that, then reached out, caught her hand, and pulled her gently toward him. Surprised, Elizabeth asked whether he had really been awake all along. Leon replied that just because the lights were off did not mean he was asleep, and asked why she had come so late. Elizabeth smiled and told him to be quiet, saying that she had not come on her own, but had been sent by Santa Claus to deliver a gift. She turned on the light, and Leon noticed the box. Curious, he asked what kind of gift it was. Elizabeth explained that she would show him herself. Opening the box, she revealed a collection of her childhood photographs, explaining that no one had ever seen them before, and that he would be the first. She scattered the photos across the floor so they could look through them together. As Leon examined them, he remarked that it was obvious even then that she would grow into a beautiful woman. Elizabeth responded confidently that she had always known it. She went on to talk about her school years, mentioning that she had graduated with honors and had always been her parents' pride. At one point, Leon picked up a photo of a jar filled with stars and asked whether it had been a gift from a boy. Elizabeth shook her head and explained that it was something she had once wanted to give to someone. Leon seemed surprised and asked how anyone could refuse such a gift. Elizabeth then pointed to a boy in one of the photos and asked him to look closely. Leon immediately dismissed him, saying the boy was clearly not as good as he was. Elizabeth replied with a faint smile that otherwise, she would never have even considered him. She then asked Leon to share a story from his own childhood. After a brief pause, He mentioned that when he lived in the Lantern orphanage, the children would compete in strange ways, and he always ended up winning. Elizabeth then asked whether he had ever thought about finding his real parents, or if he resented them. She pointed out that with his current resources, it would not be difficult. Leon answered calmly that he did not hate them. To him, they were simply strangers now, no different from people who no longer held any place in his life. Elizabeth was slightly surprised by how easily he spoke about it and asked if he was truly certain. Leon nodded and explained that he remembered his mother crying when she left him. He believed that if his parents had made that decision, they must have had their own reasons. He also mentioned that they had left him money, which suggested they had not abandoned him without thought. Hearing this, Elizabeth told him that he had grown into a remarkable man. She then hugged him tightly, adding that she did not want to continue discussing such a painful topic. Leon returned the embrace and quietly admitted that he did not want to sleep alone that night. The next morning, Elizabeth woke up and realized they had gone to bed very late. She hurriedly said she needed to get to work. Leon, however, teased her, saying that he had not woken her, and that she should not blame him for her reluctance to get up. Elizabeth replied that although she had work, she wanted to go to the cinema with him sometime. She pointed out that despite everything, they had never gone together before. Leon smiled and agreed, saying that he would buy tickets whenever she wanted. As he got dressed, he thought about the busy day ahead. Glancing at his watch, he realized he still had a few hours left, and considered using that time to prepare yet another gift. Soon, he arrived at the company. As he pulled up, he greeted the security guard and casually asked whether he planned to spend Christmas with his wife. The guard replied indifferently that he did not care much for foreign holidays, then asked whether Leon had come to see Rosalind. Leon confirmed that he had come to see Rosalind and asked whether she was still at work. The guard replied that she had not left, and that he had arrived just in time for lunch. At that moment, Rosalind entered the cafe. Everyone greeted her warmly, and she responded with a smile, wishing them a pleasant meal and a good day. She ordered a modest lunch, a small portion of rice with omelette, tomatoes, spinach, nuts, and a cup of soup. Just as she was about to sit down, a voice came from behind, suggesting that vegetables alone would not be enough and that she should eat some meat. Annoyed, Rosalind turned around and demanded to know who dared to lecture her. Leon removed his mask and smiled. Her irritation vanished instantly, replaced by genuine happiness as she realized he had come to see her. She suggested they move to her office and have lunch there instead. Once inside, Leon closed the door. Rosalind teased him, saying he was bold to visit her so openly without worrying about what others might think. Leon replied that the holiday was approaching, and that he had come to make her happy. She immediately guessed that he had brought a gift, and he confirmed it, wishing her a Merry Christmas. He handed her the box and encouraged her to try it on, noting that it was not something inexpensive. Rosalind opened it and found a beautiful bracelet. Delighted, she immediately wanted to wear it. Leon asked whether she liked it, and she smiled before saying that she had a gift for him as well. She took out a bag from the closet, and Leon instantly sensed a familiar pattern. Rosalind explained that she had chosen the gift the day before, thinking it would suit him. When he opened it, he found a belt. For a moment, he wondered silently how many more such gifts he would receive. But outwardly he smiled and said that his old belt had just broken, and that this came at the perfect time. Rosalind was pleased, believing she had made the right choice. That evening, keeping his promise, Leon went to the cinema with Elizabeth. As they arrived, she asked if he would buy her popcorn. Leon replied that he would buy anything she wanted and asked her to wait. When he returned, he was carrying an enormous portion of popcorn. Elizabeth looked at it in disbelief and asked whether he intended to eat all of it himself. Leon joked that he would even eat her share, leaving nothing for her. She lightly hit his shoulder, calling him foolish, and the two of them entered the hall together. As the film began, they watched attentively. During an emotional scene, Elizabeth could not hold back her tears. Leon noticed and asked why she was crying. She replied that the moment was too touching, but worried that her makeup would be ruined. Suddenly, a man in the cinema stood up with a bouquet of flowers and approached his girlfriend, clearly intending to propose. Elizabeth whispered that it was incredibly romantic. Leon agreed, saying that Christmas was a perfect time for such gestures. Elizabeth nodded, saying that any woman would be happy to receive such a proposal. However, the scene took an unexpected turn. The girl refused the proposal, stating that money alone was not enough, and walked out, leaving the man standing in confusion. The audience began to laugh, And the man, embarrassed, apologized and tried to downplay the situation. He then walked over to Leon, handed him the bouquet and told him he could keep it. Seizing the moment, Leon took out a small box and handed it to Elizabeth, wishing her a Merry Christmas. Surprised, she asked if he was proposing to her. Leon clarified that it was simply a pendant, and that he knew she was not ready for marriage yet. Elizabeth smiled, kissed him, and thanked him. She said that his attention meant more to her than any gift. Overcome with emotion, she began to cry again. Leon sighed and teased her for crying like a child despite being an adult. Then Elizabeth suddenly remembered something, and said she also had a gift for him. She reached into her bag and handed him a box. When Leon opened it, he found yet another belt. For a brief moment, he wondered whether all the girls had somehow coordinated their gifts, but he simply thanked her and suggested that they head home. Outside, Elizabeth mentioned that the new year was approaching, and asked whether he planned to go to Yangchang. Leon confirmed that he intended to go on the 29th and that preparations for the Chinese New Year would be necessary. Elizabeth happily said that she would go with him and help organize everything. Leon agreed and jokingly added that he would ask his mother to prepare a large red envelope for her. The next morning, Leon woke up and reflected on the previous day, feeling that it had been a success. He got up quietly so as not to wake Elizabeth, who was still asleep. Thinking about how exhausting the holiday had been, he realized he needed to regain his strength before returning to work. Sitting down, he decided to reconnect with the system, something he had not done in a while. Almost immediately, Lena appeared before him, ready to respond. Leon casually remarked that she looked beautiful and suggested having a conversation since he had some free time. Lena replied that she was merely a machine without emotions, and could not be trusted in such a way. Leon then asked what would happen to her if he were to die. She answered plainly that she would disappear along with him. Curious, Leon asked whether that meant he would never learn her true origins, and whether other civilizations existed on Earth. Lena responded that such civilizations dated back to prehistoric times, and that humanity had only recently begun to sense their existence and search for them. Leon was deeply surprised. It felt as though he had touched upon a vast and hidden truth. The realization lingered in his mind, filling him with curiosity. After a moment, he told Lena that was enough for now and dismissed her. Left alone, he quietly reflected on her words, preparing himself for whatever challenges lay ahead.
A peaceful new year, and vanished. Linny and Ji Qingyan swung by to visit his family. Mother Wang looked at the bags in their hands and sighed happily. Goodness, you two bought so much again. How's Ning Yu doing? Linny asked. She and her boyfriend still good? Mother Wang beamed. Called me just yesterday, said things are going great. I've met the boy a few times myself. Decent character, bit impulsive, but nothing like how mature you turned out. Ji Qingyan burst out laughing. Linny's ears went red. What's so funny? Is Mom wrong? She patted his back, still grinning. No, you're the picture of maturity. Never impulsive. Not even a little. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He picked up, and a voice came rushing through before he could even say hello. President Linny, this is Wu Teo. Are you back in Yangchang yet? There's something I need to talk to you about. I'm back, Linny said. What's going on? You know the orphanage. It's out in the suburbs, right? The city just released a new zoning plan. They want to turn that whole area into an economic development zone. Linny's face brightened. That's good news. Just go through the proper channels, but give me a little time to find a new location first. That part's easy, the man said. The real issue is the project itself is massive, and we need a construction company we can trust. Would Xiaoyang Group be able to take it on? Sure, Linny said easily. Appreciate the offer. We can hash out the details later. Mother Wang had been listening. Son, is this about the relocation? Yeah, Linny said. It's the suburbs. We were always going to have to move sooner or later. He glanced at Ji Qingyan. This project's going to Xiaoyang Group. We should carve out time to go over the details. She flipped her hair back. Fine, I'll head to the office tomorrow, call a meeting, get it moving. Linny looked over at his mother, and the worry on her face was impossible to miss. Relocating is a good thing, he said gently. Why the long face? Didn't anyone give you a heads up before all this? A few people came by, Mother Wang admitted, but they weren't exactly pleasant about it. And you don't know how expensive it is to buy a place in the city. If we have to move, what happens to the kids? Linny crossed over and put a hand on her shoulder. You don't need to worry about any of that. Your daughter-in-law's got it handled. He softened his tone, and honestly, moving into the city means these kids get exposed to a lot more of the world. It'll be better for them in the long run. I'll deal with the schools myself. Mother Wang wiped her eyes, half laughing at herself. Guess I've got no choice but to lean on you two. You're this old and still tearing up over nothing? Linny teased. Kind of embarrassing, don't you think? He clapped his hands together. All right, it's settled. Tomorrow you moms take the kids out for the day. We'll handle everything. She smiled at last. Fine, let's eat before it gets cold. She turned and headed back inside. Ji Qingyan tugged at his sleeve once she was gone. Do you know why Uncle Zhao's got that black eye? Linny's brow furrowed. What black eye? Some of the kids mentioned it, said Uncle Zhao got into it with a few people a couple days ago. With who? The ones who came to talk about the relocation. Couldn't agree on a fair price, so it got physical. She lowered her voice. There are cameras around the orphanage. You should pull the footage tomorrow, see if you can catch who it was. His jaw tightened, anger creeping into his expression. These people really don't know when to quit. The next morning, sunlight poured over the entrance of the Xiaoyang Group subsidiary in Yangchang, where two neat rows of employees stood waiting to greet Linny and Ji Qingyan. President Ji, President Linny, Lu Zhu, head of the negotiations team, stepped forward first. Any issues at the company lately? Ji Qingyan asked. None at all, Lu Zhu said quickly. Profits are strong this year. Everything's stable. Good. Let's talk in the conference room. She turned to him. Have finance bring the ledgers. I want to look them over. Right away, President Ji. Inside the conference room, Ji Qingyan pored over the books while Linny lounged nearby, thumb scrolling through some game on his phone. The main reason we're here, she said, all business now, is the land east of Honu Road. It's about to become a new economic zone. You've probably already heard. Lu Zhu's stomach dropped, though he kept his face neutral. We have. The project's already been handed to us. Total value's under 20 billion. First step is staffing up. If approval comes before the Lunar New Year, we could break ground next year. President Ji, you have my word. We'll handle this project properly. Linny glanced up from his phone, catching something in the man's tone. Landing a project like that should be good news. Why do you look like someone died? Lu Zhu shifted uncomfortably. It is good news, President Linny. It's just, this one's a bit of a hot potato. Not easy for Xiaoyang Group to take on cleanly. Why's that? This project's already caught Fifth Master's attention. Lu Zhu's face went visibly pale. If we push ahead and take it, there's going to be trouble between our two sides. No question. Who is this Fifth Master? Ji Qingyan asked. Is he really that powerful? Linny set his phone down, studying Lu Zhu more closely. Sounds like it from your reaction. If we really take this project, Lu Zhu said, it's going to make life difficult for us in the local construction scene going forward. Ji Qingyan frowned. What do you think we should do? Should we get Wu Taiyou to smooth things over? Before Lu Zhu could answer, Linny let his phone drop onto the table with a soft clack. Just take it. Everyone looked at him. A 20 billion project's already been handed to us, Linny said flatly. We can handle something this small ourselves. President Linny, Lu Zhu said carefully, are you certain you want to take this on? Linny slapped his palm on the table. You think it's risky? Fine, we do it anyway. Lu Zhu put his head in his hands. Then this won't be simple. He might come looking for me tonight, honestly. Why tonight? Tonight's his 60th birthday banquet. Half the city's been invited, myself included. I don't even know if I should show up. Linny's mouth curved into a confident half-smile. Why wouldn't you? I'll come with you. Ji Qingyan's voice dropped, worried. All right, that's enough business for today. She turned to Lu Zhu. Pull together our project history, past and current, anything over 10 billion. We're meeting with Wu Taiyou to go over specifics. Understood. I'll get right on it. She reached for Linny's hand. I should come with you tonight. No need, he said. You showing up won't change anything. A beat, then a small smirk. Better use of your time, go check the security footage, see if you can spot the men who roughed up Uncle Zhao. You really don't want me there? He leaned in and murmured something against her ear that made her flush scarlet. I want you, he said, especially tonight. She pinched his hand, cheeks burning. You're impossible. Out in the hallway, Lu Zhu was waiting when Linny stepped out. President Linny, shouldn't you prepare a little before tonight? Prepare what? Linny asked, glancing down at himself. It's Fifth Master's 60th birthday. Everyone attending will be dressed formally. Isn't this a little casual? Linny stomped a foot lightly against the floor, more amused than annoyed. If he behaves himself tonight, I'll let him have his birthday. His voice hardened, eyes sharpening, but if he pushes his luck, I'll let tonight be his funeral instead. Lu Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. President Linny really was terrifying when he wanted to be. Back at the orphanage, sunlight spilled warm and golden across every corner. Ji Qingyan stepped inside, and Mother Wang, seated with a basket of vegetables in her lap, looked up. Daughter-in-law, you came back alone? Where's my son? He's got a business dinner tonight. I didn't tag along, so he dropped me here first. She set her bag down and moved to help with the vegetables, but Mother Wang waved her off immediately. No, those soft hands of yours weren't made for this. Then, remembering something, she gestured toward the house. Oh, Ninyu's here, waiting for you inside. Ji Qingyan thanked her and made her way to a room with a simple, red-painted wooden door. Ningyu spotted her and yanked off her headphones, practically bouncing. Sister-in-law, you're back. Where's my brother? Business dinner. He didn't come with me. Ji Qingyan set her bag down on the table. Oh, right, I wanted to ask you something. Ning Yu's eyes went wide. Do you know where the orphanage's security cameras are? I do. They're in Mom's room. She hesitated. But nothing ever really happens around here, so Mom barely touches the computer, not even sure if the cameras still work. The two of them headed into Mother Wang's room and made straight for the desk. It's strange, Ning Yu said, clicking around. Mom actually had these turned on today. I thought half of them were broken. Ji Qingyan smiled. Must have replaced them recently. Probably, Ning Yu said, running a hand through her hair. My brother's given this place so much money, Mom must have upgraded everything. And look how clear the picture is. Not bad at all. Pull up Saturday's footage, Ji Qingyan said. Ning Yu clicked away for a moment, then frowned. That's weird. It only lets me search from Sunday onward. Storage limit, maybe? Didn't save the older clips? There might be a backup drive somewhere. Ning Yu started digging through drawers, coming up empty, then turned to the bookshelf behind her, and stopped short. Sister-in-law, come look at this. What is it? Just look. Ning Yu pointed at a folded square of red silk, its pattern sharp and elegant. Ji Qingyan lifted it carefully. This is Suzhou brocade, she said, eyes widening. I think I've heard of that, Ning Yu said, unsure. It's expensive. If you sold this blanket, you could probably get over $1 million for it. Ji Qingyan turned it over in her hands, delighted. Ning Yu's jaw dropped. No way it's worth that much. My mother's from Suzhou. She taught me all about this fabric. $1 million would actually be selling it short. On a good day, this could go for $1.5 million. Oh my God. Ning Yu stared at the bundle. Good thing I showed you. I had no idea we had something this valuable lying around the house. Ji Qingyan set her hands on her hips. Wait, didn't you say you wanted to show me something? Was it this? I really didn't know what it was, Ning Yu admitted. Then her expression shifted, softer. It's a good thing because this is what my brother was wrapped in when he was brought to the orphanage. Ji Qingyan's mouth fell open. Seriously? Ning Yu nodded and carefully unfolded the fabric further. It's true, Mom told me. She hesitated, then pulled the whole bundle out into the light. If you want to see, I'll show you properly. It's fine. Nothing's going to break. Be careful with it, Ji Qingyan said, worry creeping into her voice. This is the only thing your brother has from back then. It's sturdy, Ning Yu reassured her, laying the brocade flat on the table. They both leaned in and stopped. Tucked inside the fabric was an old letter sealed with a distinctive yellow wax stamp, aged but unmistakably formal. Sister-in-law, this is so weird, Ning Yu murmured. It's actually glued shut. Ji Qingyan picked it up gently. That's a wax seal. People used them a long time ago. Ning Yu's eyes lit up. Do you think it says something about my brother's real identity? We should open it. I don't dare, Ji Qingyan said, shaking her head. Mom would be upset. It's fine. Worst case, she scolds me. I'll take the blame. Ning Yu reached for the letter just as a voice cut through the room. Daughter-in-law, time to eat. Neither of them had heard the door open. Mother Wang stood there, studying them. What are you two up to? Ning Yu held up the letter, sheepish. We found this. We were just looking at the blanket. And then this was inside. Mother Wang took the letter, her expression unreadable. You two really know how to dig things up. Ning Yu straightened. Mom, this letter's been sitting here for over 20 years, never opened. Her tone turned serious. It was written for my brother. I never felt right reading it myself. I figured I'd give it to him once he got married. I didn't expect us to stumble onto it first. Her face brightened. But Mom, my brother and sister-in-law are basically already family. Why not just open it now? Mother Wang waved her hands, shaking her head. No, your brother isn't even here. We can't open it without him. Ning Yu wrapped her arms around her mother, wheedling. Let's just read it. If it's nothing important, we'll hand it to him quietly so it doesn't upset him. Mother Wang gave her a look that said she wasn't fooled for a second, but after a moment, she sighed. Fine. But there's no next time. Ning Yu's whole face lit up. Yes. Do we have scissors? I'll get them. Ji Qingyan turned the letter over in her hands. I want to keep the seal intact if we can. Ning Yu returned moments later with scissors, and Ji Qingyan carefully cut along the edge of the envelope, careful not to disturb the wax. Inside, neat handwriting filled the page. Dear Mrs. Wang, hello. I am a mother who could not fulfill her duty, who had no way to give her son a mother's full love. This failure is a debt I will carry my whole life. After making inquiries and learning of your orphanage, I made the decision to send my son to you. I beg you, raise him to be a good person. He doesn't need wealth or status. If he can simply live an ordinary life peacefully and happily, marry, have children of his own, that will be enough. Though he comes from a prominent family, I believe his nature is good, and he will be devoted to his adoptive parents for the rest of his life. If he ever asks about me, tell him I had an accident, and that I passed away. Signed, Chin. Silence settled over the room. Ning Yu and Ji Qingyan looked at each other, stunned. What does this even mean? Ning Yu finally said, calling out toward the door. Mom, this letter's written for you. It's not even really about my brother. I thought there was some huge secret in here. Her face fell with disappointment. Mother Wang took the letter back, reading it again slowly, one hand at her chin. If I'd known, I would have opened this years ago. But it's strange. Whoever wrote this only signed a surname, no given name at all. Ji Qingyan turned the thought over carefully. If it wasn't for something she truly couldn't avoid, she never would have given him up. And she didn't even leave her full name, just enough to prove she existed. Mother Wang forced a smile, trying to shift the mood. All right, enough of this. Food's ready. We're just waiting on you two. A hand landed on her back as Ning Yu gently steered her toward the door. Mom, my sister and I need to talk a little more. We'll be right there. Once her mother was gone, Ning Yu quickly folded the brocade away and pulled a hard drive out from a nearby box, fumbling under the desk. Found it, they plugged it in and pulled up the footage. On screen, 3 men stood talking, and 2 minutes in, the scene erupted into violence. 2 young men, faces twisted with rage, rushed in and beat a middle-aged man to the ground. Cut this clip and send it to my phone, Ji Qingyan said. I'll pass it along to him. Outside a small hotel, sunlight blazed down over a lot lined with expensive supercars. Linny walked alongside a man in a sharp suit. Nice place, Linny commented. Rich people everywhere. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out, opened the message. The fight footage. His expression shifted, serious now, edged with tension. Let's head inside first. Take a look. They walked into the lobby together, and the receptionist greeted them warmly. Sir, may I see your invitation? President Liu stepped forward and handed it over. This way, please, she said, then hesitated, stopping them. You may enter, sir, but this gentleman cannot. He isn't dressed appropriately. Linny blinked, mildly surprised. Lu Ju, beside him, went into a small panic. President Linny, there's a mall nearby. Let me take you to get something more suitable, or you won't get in tonight. Linny shrugged, already turning to leave. No need. I'm not going in. If anything happens, just call me. President Linny, please. Lu Ju looked stricken. If you leave now, what am I supposed to do in there alone? Just as Linny reached the door, a voice cut through the lobby. Isn't this President Linny? A well-dressed man approached, dripping with provocation. Wu Jintong, 5th Master's son. Who's this? Linny asked flatly. Lu Ju stepped up quickly, positioning himself between them. Mr. Wu, long time no see. Our President Linny's returned to Yangchang. I brought him to the banquet, but they wouldn't let him in without proper attire. Wu Jintong smirked. Let them through. They're basically the guests of honor tonight. Wouldn't want the party to be dull, would we? The receptionist bowed quickly. Understood, sir. Lu Ju forced a smile. Mr. Wu's just joking. We're nobody important. Wu Jintong's tone sharpened as he turned to Linny. You're the one running Xiaoyang Group, aren't you? So it's you who snatched the new economic zone project. He gave a mocking thumbs up. Not bad. A young outsider with real nerve, coming here to play king in our territory. Impressive, honestly. Linny closed his eyes for a beat, steadying himself, then reached out and shoved Wu Jintong lightly aside. Don't stand in the doorway. I'm hungry. There's a banquet waiting. A vein stood out on Wu Jintong's forehead. He ground his teeth but said nothing as the elevator doors slid shut. Once inside, Lu Ju pulled out a handkerchief and mopped at his forehead, hands shaking. We're taking an elevator, Linny said dryly, not bungee jumping. What's got you so worked up? President Linny, we're finished, Lu Ju muttered. 5th Master already knows we took the new economic zone project. Linny's expression eased into something almost amused. Perfect. Saves us the trouble of explaining. That's exactly why we came tonight. The doors opened, and he stepped out with his hands in his pockets, unbothered. You can hide for a while, he said, but not forever. Even if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble comes looking for you. The banquet hall was packed with the city's elite. Lu Ju leaned in as they surveyed the room. President Linny, everyone's staring at us. They probably already know. Linny poured himself a glass of red wine, unbothered. Let them, Mr. Linny. A voice cut through the crowd, accompanied by the click of heels. A woman with pink-tinted hair approached, wineglass in hand, tucking a strand of hair back with a bright smile. Your sister's dating my little brother? Funny running into you here. I brought my best friend to see the sights. A blonde woman in a white dress rushed over, flustered. Bing Bing, what are you doing? Before Bing Bing could respond, the woman yanked her aside. We need to leave, right now, or you'll bring trouble on yourself. What's wrong with you? Bing Bing protested. He's just a friend. Besides, my brother and his sister are basically engaged. They'll probably marry within the year. She turned back to Linny. They stole business from 5th Master. That's a serious problem. Walking off now would just be rude. Linny sipped his wine, quietly impressed. Not a bad girl. Once Ningyu married into that family, she probably wouldn't have it too hard. The lights dimmed dramatically, and the crowd erupted. 5th Master has arrived. All eyes turned to a man in red, Wu Tianfu himself. Lu Ju leaned in and whispered, President Linny, that's him. Behind Wu Jintong is his adopted son, Zhao Guanli. Took over most of the business, carries a lot of weight around here. Linny raised his glass and took a slow sip, thinking to himself, just a bunch of showmen who know how to perform. Wu Tianfu clasped his hands together, beaming. Thank you all for taking time from your busy schedules to attend my birthday. I've prepared fine wine. I hope it's to your liking. Someone in the crowd raised a glass. A toast to Fifth Master. Fortune as vast as the eastern sea, a life as long as the southern mountains. May every year be as blessed as this one. Linny nearly gagged and spat his wine straight back into the glass. One look told him exactly what these people were. Flatterers, every last one. Wu Tianfu lifted his own glass, delighted. Thank you all. Cheers. The main doors swung open. Make way, make way. Two men hauled in a massive Tathagata Buddha statue. Zhao Guangli stepped forward with a broad smile. Foster father, this is my gift to you. Wu Tianfu's face glowed with pleasure. May your prestige shake all of Yangchang, Zhao Guangli continued, and your name spread across the 4 seas. The 2 men carrying the statue disappeared toward the back. Something about them tugged at Linny's memory. He pulled out his phone, compared the footage, and there it was, the exact same 2 men from the video. A slow, meaningful smile crossed his face. Here I was worrying I couldn't track you down, and you deliver yourselves right to my door. Zhao Guanli stood at the center of the hall, phone raised, voice booming with self-importance. Today, in honor of my adoptive father's birthday, I want to say this to everyone here. If anyone doesn't understand the scale of what they're dealing with and ruins my father's good name. His tone turned arrogant. Don't blame me, Zhao Guanli, for being impolite. Every eye in the room turned toward Linny. He only smiled, unbothered. Wu Tianfu approached, leaning on his cane. President Liu, do you have a moment? There's a private matter I'd like to discuss. Lu Zhu's face twisted. Fifth Master, please, go ahead. Wu Tianfu's frown deepened. I recall telling you about the new economic zone project, and yet your side stepped in and took it. That surprised me. Behind him, Wu Jintong sneered. Father, he's just a manager of a subsidiary. Doesn't have real authority. There's someone else with him tonight. Why not talk to whoever's actually in charge? The one actually in charge? Wu Tianfu repeated. Linny reached up, adjusted his collar with an easy, confident air. Young man, Wu Tianfu said, are you the one behind this project? Anything you'd like to say to this old man? Linny answered without a trace of concern. What would I say to you? Honestly, I'm far more interested in talking to the 2 men standing behind you. Wu Tianfu turned, glaring. Who? Linny pointed directly at the 2 men who'd just carried in the statue. Wu Tianfu's expression darkened further. You 2, come here. They shuffled forward, visibly uneasy. Yes? What is it you want to say to them? Wu Tianfu demanded. Linny's anger flared, his jaw tightening. A few days ago, they went to Lantan Orphanage and hit my father. Am I wrong? One of the men in a gray suit jabbed a finger toward Linny's face, defiant. So what if we did? What are you going to do about it? Hand over the Wu family's project. Or else, he never finished the sentence. Linny caught his hand mid-air, twisted it sharply until it bent unnaturally, and let go. The man crumpled to the floor, screaming, cradling his mangled hand. Panic rippled through the crowd. Wu Tianfu's face went darker still. It's my 60th birthday. Did you come here just to ruin it? In business, Linny said calmly, harmony brings wealth. But you don't seem to have any harmony in you at all. His eyes turned cold. If I'm in a good mood, you can still have your birthday tonight. If I'm not, his voice dropped, edged with menace. Tonight will be your funeral instead. He stepped closer, clapped a hand on Wu Tianfu's shoulder like an old friend. Times have changed, old man. Then, sharper, restrain yourself. Wu Jintong lunged forward with a wild swing, snarling, how dare you talk to my father like that? Before his fist landed, Linny slapped him. One clean, light-looking strike that sent him sprawling across the floor, face contorted. Zhao Guanli roared, some brat from Shanghai comes to Yangchang acting like a king? You think I'm someone to be pushed around? He pulled a knife from somewhere and charged. Bing Bing screamed. Mr. Linny, watch out. Zhao Guanli thrust the blade toward Linny's stomach with a smug grin. But before it could land, Linny caught his wrist, wrenched the knife free, and threw him to the ground. In the same motion, he pressed the blade to Wu Tianfu's throat. The old man froze. Still want that project? Linny asked, almost pleasant. Fury burned in Wu Tianfu's eyes, but he had no move left. Fine, he ground out. I concede. The new economic zone is yours. Satisfied, Linny tossed the knife aside. Be smart about it. Don't even think about pulling something behind my back. He straightened, hands sliding into his pockets. I may be in Shanghai, but dealing with a group like yours only takes one phone call, so don't get any ideas. Wu Tianfu's expression hardened. Understood. Linny turned and walked off. Let's go. What are you all standing around for? Wu Tianfu touched his throat where the blade had rested, grinding his teeth. Just who is this man from Shanghai that he'd dare get physical here? The next day dawned clear and bright, sunlight scattering through thin clouds. Mr. Linny, Lu Zhu said, is this settled now? Wu Tianfu won't dare cause us trouble again, right? They're just a bunch of people who've never actually seen the real world, Linny said. Leave it be. Relief flooded Lu Zhu's face. Hearing you say that puts my mind completely at ease. By evening, the click of heels announced a familiar voice. Mr. Linney. Bing Bing held up her car keys, smiling. Let me drive you home. It's on my way. Let's go, Linney said easily. Street lights lit the road as her car sped through the city. Mr. Linney, she said, glancing over. If there's no issue between your sister and my brother, they might get married as soon as next year. As for the betrothal gifts, does your family have any requirements? No requirements, Linney said. Both sides are well off. If those two get married, money's not going to be a problem for them. Skip the formalities. Something still has to be given, Bing Bing insisted. Our family will offer 1,000,001 yuan, if that's agreeable to you. Fine, Linney said. Small matter. And if your company ever needs anything, just call Ji Qingyan at my company. My name's enough to open the door. Bing Bing smiled warmly. All right. The car pulled up outside the orphanage gates. Linney stepped out and waved. Thanks. Bing Bing touched her own cheek once he was gone, a little dazed. How can a man be this handsome? Inside, a voice greeted him. You're back? Ji Qingyan helped slide off his coat. How'd it go at the company? Any problems? He turned, wrapping an arm around her waist. All handled. From now on, the core business shifts to Yangcheng. Relying only on real estate in Shanghai would slow everything down. Don't judge traditional industries by IT standards, she said, smiling. They just move slower by nature. His phone rang. He answered. I'm not in Shanghai. Isn't the shoot supposed to start in 2 days? Why are you rushing me already? The woman on the other end spoke quickly. I'm not rushing you to come back. It's the production team. They want to negotiate. They're hoping to use Wangjiang port for filming, and on the fee, we can only offer around 300,000. Linney rubbed his forehead. Compared to what I've got planned, why don't you just save that money for gas? Thank you, President Linney, the voice said, relieved. I'll find a way to repay the favor. 2 days later, sunlight glittered across the water at Wangjiang port, the whole place arranged neatly. Buzzing with more activity than usual, Linney rubbed his chin, taking it all in. Quite a crowd. Handsome, handsome. 2 women came jogging over, waving. Do you remember me? We met before at the TV station, one of them said. I even wanted to recruit you for my team. We'd have gotten way better results together. No, Linney said flatly. You're too small, she pouted, hand on her chest, feigning offense. I'm not small, I'm 23. He glanced pointedly at her chest. I meant your measurements, not your age. If you weren't so good-looking, she huffed, I'd have decked you already. She shook it off and gestured to the woman beside her. Anyway, the one actually teaming up with you isn't me. It's my sister. This is Leia Jia, and that's Huang Yunheng. They're both competing this round. I just came to see them off. Figured I'd sightsee in Shanghai while I'm at it. Their combat skills are solid, but their wilderness know-how is pretty thin. The 3 of you together could pull some serious results. Linney rubbed the back of his neck. Sure, whatever works. Being alone out there wasn't exactly appealing anyway. The first sister turned to Leia Jia. It's almost time. Get on the boat, find a hotel and wait for us to get back. Don't wander off. I know, Leia Jia said, then flashed a grin. Go get him, sis. A voice rang out from behind them. Move aside, move aside. The crowd parted, and Li Chensing strode through, dressed to the nines, radiating star power. The moment she spotted him, the first sister's whole demeanor shifted into full fangirl mode, shoving her own sister out of the way. Oh my god, is that Li Chensing? Leia Jia blinked. You know him? Of course I know him. He's the #1 A-list star in the country. Huge in the industry. If you don't recognize him, you're seriously out of touch. She stared, practically starstruck. How did this show land someone that famous? Leia Jia asked, genuinely surprised. Her sister just sighed, dreamy-eyed. Please, don't even ask. After the day's filming, Li Jialer turned starry-eyed. You have to help me. My favorite idol's right there. Just get me his autograph. Li Jia shot her a flat look. Someone like him is dead weight. He'd only slow us down. Stop dreaming and go home. With that, the 3 of them headed for the ship together. Linney rubbed his chin, thinking. That celebrity who wouldn't cooperate before, that's him. Small world. Enemies really do keep crossing paths. Inside, the main hall buzzed with activity. Huang Yunheng crossed his arms, mildly impressed. Didn't expect this many big names. Not bad. Ignore them, Li Jai said, smoothing her hair. We just need to focus on ourselves. The host's voice rose above the noise. Attention, all contestants. The ship departs in 10 minutes. Please gather quickly. Standing on the raised platform, the host gave a brief rundown of the show. This wilderness survival competition had no fixed schedule. Their destination was an island called Juo Island, where the ship would anchor 1 nautical mile offshore. Whoever reaches the summit first, he said with a practiced smile, wins the whole thing. Good luck, everyone. From the stage, Yancy glanced over and noticed Linney looking utterly unbothered. She sighed inwardly and said nothing. The interior of the cruise ship was decked out like a 5-star hotel. Linney's trio walked and talked as they made their way through. Mr. Linney, Huang Yunheng said, According to the rules, we could be sent to the island at any moment. We should get ready now. It's fine. Let's eat first. Huang Yunhong frowned. The director already said the show could start any time. What if they call us mid-meal and we miss our window? Linny turned back, unbothered. Didn't I already say we're stopping 1 nautical mile from the island? It's 900 nautical miles from Shanghai to Juo Island. At our current speed, that's at least 36 hours. What's the rush? You think they're going to toss us into the middle of the Pacific? The two of them blinked, caught off guard. Lai Jia said, dejected. But we still can't cross that last nautical mile ourselves. Linny raised a hand. We'll grab a lifeboat when the time comes. He turned and walked off toward his room. Huang Yunhong wasn't convinced. Lijia, don't listen to him. Everyone's already in competition mode. Securing a boat is basically the first elimination round. No guarantee we even get one. I'm starting to think teaming up with him was a mistake. Lai Jia thought for a moment. I don't think he's bad, honestly. At the very least, he won't hold us back. Let's just go eat. The dining room was far less crowded than the main hall. Most people had already gone off to prepare on their own. Linny had just picked up his tray when a voice called out, "Brother, we've got an empty seat here. Want to join us?" 3 men sat at the table, 2 with tanned skin, 1 pale, all wearing thin, sinister smiles. Linny walked over, looked them over. "Is this about me knocking out your man last time? Still bitter?" One of them puffed up. "Don't think you're some big shot just because you beat him once. There are plenty of real experts on this boat." A blonde woman slipped between them, linking her arm through Linny's. "Sir, would you care to share a meal with me?" She looked up at him, eyes bright. "If that's all right." They ended up at a random table together. Linny chewed his food. "Why'd you pull me over here?" "Worried I'd start something." She rested her chin on her hands, pouting slightly. "Those 2 are American representatives. Very dangerous." Then more serious. "But don't worry. I'll protect you." Back at their own table, Martin, squad leader of the wilderness survival experts, leaned in. "That Asian guy really that tough?" "Very tough." The man across from him, Brown said through gritted teeth, "My disciple got sent flying with 1 hit." Martin's eyes darkened with something close to bloodlust. "Shame the rules don't let us settle it here. I'd love to trade blows with him." Brown's smile turned sly. "Tonight then, we disguise ourselves, sneak into his room, teach him a lesson. Even if he complains to the production team," the pale man added, "our faces will be covered. No way to prove it was us. We just deny everything." The table settled into an atmosphere thick with conspiracy. Meanwhile, Huang Yunhong muttered, "See, someone with a personality like that is bound to make enemies." He shrugged. "Doesn't matter. He's the one who got the invitation. Personally invited by the director too, so his skills can't be nothing. Otherwise he wouldn't have laid out that whole route breakdown earlier." He gritted his teeth. "Still, when he gets jumped, I'm not lifting a finger. Not my problem." Linny's phone buzzed. A text from Yancy. "Got time to swing by my office? Room 7003. "Sure, on my way." He typed back, pocketing the phone and standing. "I've got somewhere to be," he told the others. "Sorry." Room 7003 was full of people when he walked in. Yancy jumped up immediately. "You're here." She hurried over to introduce the room. "These 2 are the assistant directors, Chu and Sun Liang, and this, in the middle, is Wu Wenshu." Wu Wenshu looked Linny over, unimpressed. "Chen Yen, this the one you found? You sure his physique's up to it?" Yancy bristled. "Contestant Lim Yi is first-rate in both strength and skill. One of the strongest we have." Wu Wenshu waved a hand dismissively. "Fine, sit down. This is Jolie Dong, wilderness expert. The others will arrive shortly. We'll start once everyone's here." The door opened again, and Li Chenxing walked in trailing an entourage. Wu Wenshu practically leapt up to greet him. "Now that we're all gathered, this is Li Chenxing. Frankly, the rest of you are a step behind him professionally." He smiled brightly. "So here's what I want. Everyone teams up, competes together for the show's glory." Jolie Dong shot to his feet, slamming both hands on the table. "Are you serious? Every contestant here is top tier. Even we're not guaranteed a good result on our own. Dragging dead weight along guarantees failure." Wu Wenshu turned to the other 2, annoyed. "What about you 2? With respect, one said, "Even though you're running this program, we can't accept that condition." Wu Wenshu forced calm into his voice. "I'm not asking you to do this for nothing. Tony," arms crossed, chin lifted, cut and arrogantly, "just name your price. Whatever it is." Jolie Dong didn't hesitate. 600,000 per person, and we only guarantee protection for a week. Can't promise the whole trip." Linny had heard enough. His face darkened, and he slammed a hand on the table hard enough that every head in the room turned. Nobody had bothered to ask his opinion. They were talking about him like he wasn't even there. Without waiting for a reaction, he stood and walked straight for the door. Yancy shot up. "Where are you going?" He turned, eyes sharp. "Next time, sort your business out before you drag me over here. Don't waste my time." Li Chenxing rose unexpectedly, surprising everyone. "Wait a second. You look familiar? Aren't you the masked streamer? The one on Doan?" Tony's face twisted. "You've got nerve showing up here. I still haven't settled the score from last time." Linny pointed at him, mocking. You want to settle a score with me? Tony's eyes narrowed to slits, jabbing a finger toward Linny's face. If I don't teach you a lesson now, you'll never learn. Wu Wenshu jumped in, all smiles, buttering Tony up. Brother Tony, he's with Xiao Yan. Give her some face, let it go. Tony rolled his eyes and turned on Yancy instead. Director Yan, I hope you keep your friend in line. Next time, I'm collecting on both the old debt and the new one. Lenny was already rolling up his sleeves. Tell you what. Forget the face saving. Whatever this is about, let's just settle it right now. In one clean motion, not too hard, not too soft, he slapped Tony across the face, snapping his head sideways. Tony hit the floor, clutching his cheek, sputtering in disbelief. You actually hit me. He whipped around and shouted at the men behind him. What are you standing there for? Get him. They rushed forward. One swung a fist. Linny dodged easily, caught the man's face with his palm, and slammed it into the ground before he could react. Another charged, despite clearly having a death wish. Linny kicked him square in the face. Within seconds, both men were on the floor, one hand pinning a head down, one foot planted on the other. Wu Wenshu pointed a shaking finger at him. Lin Yi, you've gone too far. Do you understand what you just did? You actually hit someone. I'm revoking your qualification to participate. Yancy rubbed her temples at a total loss for words. Linny calmly straightened his clothes. So, you're saying I'm out? He walked out without waiting for an answer, ignoring Wu Wenshu's furious shout behind him. I'll use my authority as station head to disqualify you permanently. Linny paused at the door, tilted his head with a smirk. Don't come crawling back to me later. We'll see how this goes. Wu Wenshu didn't bother chasing him. He rushed to Tony's side instead. Mr. Tony, I'm so sorry, I never expected this to happen. One side of Tony's face was already swelling red. He jabbed a finger angrily. I want that Lin Yi thrown off this boat, now. That's a bit difficult, Wu Wenshu said carefully. We're at sea, but I've already revoked his qualification. He turned to Yancy. Director Yan, restrict his movements. Keep him out of public areas. Understood. Station Head Wu, Yancy said quietly. Just then, someone burst in, panicked. Station Head Wu, something's wrong with the ship. It's changed course. Wu Wenshu rushed to a window staring out at the sea. What? Everything was fine. Why would it change course? Who authorized this? Yancy's voice was soft. It's Lin Yi. She lifted her chin, expression turning serious. You disqualified him, so he ordered the ship to turn back. Wu Wenshu scoffed, though something in his gut twisted. Nonsense. What authority does he have to order the ship around? Yancy looked at him like he was being deliberately obtuse. Because this ship belongs to Lin Yi. All the color drained from Wu Wenshu's face. What? What did you just say? This ship belongs to Lin Yi, Yancy repeated evenly. He's not just a popular streamer, he owns Wangjiang Port. If he hadn't agreed to participate, they never would have rented us this boat. What we're paying wouldn't even cover the fuel. Wu Wenshu broke into a cold sweat. But we signed a contract. Breach of contract means triple compensation. Do you really think he can't afford triple? Yancy cut in, arms crossed. The ship's already turning around, which means filming's on hold. You need to go apologize. She walked off, leaving him standing there in a panic. Yancy, wait. You two get along. Go tell him not to turn the ship back, or I'll fire you. She turned, eyes cold. Fire me if you want. It won't change anything. But the fact that filming's derailed, that's on you. His eyes rolled back slightly, veins standing out from sheer panic. He scrambled after her. Don't go. Which room is Lin Yi in? I'll go find him myself. Night fell, the moon rising bright and full. Outside room 999, Wu Wenshu hovered, hands clasped together pleadingly. Mr. Lin, sorry to bother you. Linny opened the door, not remotely surprised to see him standing there. What do you want now? President Lin, that was my mistake earlier. Please don't hold it against me. His face crumpled as he raised both hands, pleading. Aren't we in a partnership here? You can't just unilaterally break the contract either. Linny touched his own neck, unimpressed. I'm taking my boat home. What does that have to do with breaching a contract? Panic flooded Wu Wenshu's face. President Lin, I know I was wrong. I was talking nonsense earlier. Please just compete normally. Once we reach the island, I'll personally tell the production team to look out for you, protect your interests, make sure you get good results. Boring. Linny started to close the door. Not necessary. I'd rather rely on my own skill. Wu Wenshu threw both hands against the door to stop it, tears practically welling up. Then, what about the ship's course? The door clicked shut, but not before Linny called through it. I'll take care of it. Outside, the hallway lights were dim. Wu Wenshu trudged along, muttering to himself. You really can't afford to cross a real power player. Then he spotted Tony ahead, holding an ice pack to his cheek. Mr. Tony, he said quickly, jogging over. Tony ground his teeth. You need to deal with that Lin Yi properly. Wu Wenshu placed a hand solemnly over his chest. I've had time to think it over. My approach earlier was a bit hasty. A person should be generous of spirit. No need to make a big deal of this. Tony's eyes went wide. Excuse me? Station head Wu. You're just going to let it go? Wu Wenshu didn't answer, he simply waved a hand and walked off. Mr. Tony, I've got other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. See you around. The ice pack hit the floor with a thud. Tony's frown deepened. Way too full of himself. Just because he's got some internet clout, he thinks he's got real skill? The bright moon lit the whole sky. Footsteps outside drew Li Chenxing's attention away from the TV screen. Game controller in hand, he frowned at Tony. What happened to your face? Wu Wenshu couldn't handle that guy, Tony said, seething, and now he's letting him compete anyway. Li Chenxing rested his chin on one hand, thoughtful. He already knew the other man was some kind of internet celebrity. He leaned back, a sly gleam in his eye, a faint smile curling up. The station's probably worried about pissing off that whole crowd once we're back on land. They won't push it too hard. He shrugged. There are plenty of people on this boat. Find a few, teach him a real lesson. Tony's face lit up. He gave a thumbs up and headed for the door, delighted. Good idea. Let's go see who's willing to take the job. The moonlight that night was especially bright, the luxury yacht slicing smoothly through the waves. Linny stood outside on deck, taking in the night sea. A woman's voice came from behind, and he turned. Mr. Lin, you've been disqualified. The woman had a striking face. The actress Zhao Yinyin. He looked at her blankly. Not really. Aren't I still standing right here? Who are you, anyway? Her eyes suddenly welled with tears. She dabbed at them with a handkerchief, voice thick with grievance. My name is Zhao Yinyin, an actress from the same company as Li Chenxing. The company sent a few people to compete on this show, but they wouldn't bring me along. Said it was because I'm a woman. Linny barely glanced at her, eyes still on the horizon. Your company's really something, bullying the weaker one like that. Zhao Yinyin rested a hand on her chin, smiling brightly now. I wanted to ask, have you found a teammate yet? Could you take me along? He tilted his head. No, that caught her off guard. You're too weak, he added, a hint of mockery in his tone. Her expression crumpled and she went quiet. Then suddenly she lunged forward and grabbed his arm, hand pressed to her chest with sudden confidence. Brother, don't leave. I know I look thin, but I work out regularly. I can keep up. I promise. Please, take me with you. Linny gently pried her hand off his arm. Regular training and wilderness survival are two completely different things. Find someone else. He walked off, leaving her standing there, face falling, unsure what to say. The hallway outside was unusually quiet. A room card beeped against a lock, and the door clicked open. Martin and Brown slipped inside, eyes widening as they scanned the room, mouths falling open. Where'd he go? One of them muttered. What's up with this room anyway? The other said. It's way nicer than ours. More furniture, too. Martin rubbed his chin. Favoritism from the production team? Compared to us, he's definitely something special. Brown muttered, hands in his pockets. He got a private invitation after all. A sound from the door made them both go rigid. Wait, someone's coming. Light, confident footsteps entered the room. Linny crossed his arms, unbothered. Impressive that you two managed to sneak in here quietly. The group broke into arrogant laughter. Surprised? We're here to teach you a lesson. Get on your knees, apologize, strip down, and crawl out of here. Even if we go one at a time, we'll still win eventually. Linny stared at them, unimpressed. You mean the two of you? Then, without warning, he stomped a foot and closed the distance to Brown in an instant, slapping him with just enough force that he couldn't react in time. He shook out his wrist afterward. Brown, indignant, sputtered, You call that a sneak attack? You'd call that a sneak attack? Linny replied evenly, already swinging a kick at the remaining man rushing toward him. This time I'll do it properly. Out in the open. The kick landed and Linny retracted his leg. Both men now lay flat on the floor. Martin, terrified, threw both hands up in surrender. Mr. Lin, can't we talk this through? We know we were wrong. Linny's eyes turned cold. If apologies fixed everything, what would be the point of any of my skills? Moments later, Martin found himself thrown bodily into the hallway alongside the others. Linny, splattered with their blood, dragged one of them along as he stepped out the door. Yancy was seated at her computer when a knock startled her. She opened the door and blinked in surprise. Why are you here? Some idiots tried to start something in my room, Linny said. Ended up beating them instead. Now the whole place is a bloody mess, unlivable. Anger flashed across her face. Who were they? Tell me. I'll disqualify them right now. Linny walked in, grabbed a towel to wipe his hands. Just a bunch of nobodies, not worth the trouble. No real threat. Yancy crossed over, helped slide off his jacket. Do you want me to run you a bath? Before she'd even finished the sentence, he scooped her up. A roguish glint lit his eyes. Together. Wait, put me down, she stammered, flustered, cheeks flushing as she leaned into his chest despite herself. What do you mean, together? He carried her straight into the bathroom, ignoring her protest entirely. Why not? The bathroom's the simplest place for this kind of thing. Elsewhere, in room 4018, two men sat in an atmosphere cold enough to drop the temperature. Jones, a dark web assassin, sat on the bed. What did they say? Irwin, who'd just taken the call, answered, Targets Lin Yi, from Shanghai. They want him captured alive and brought back to the States. If that's not possible, kill him on the island. He can't be allowed to make it back to Shanghai. Bounty's 4 million. Jones nodded slowly. Then I'll get ready. We should be landing on the island soon. At 4 a.m., a voice crackled over the ship's speakers. Attention, all contestants, please head to the side of the ship to collect your lifeboats and prepare to land on the island. Yancey jolted upright at the announcement and shook Linny awake. Get up, quick, it's time to go ashore. Linny, not a stitch of clothing on him, gave a sluggish yawn and grumbled. What kind of insane hour did they pick for this? Not letting a person sleep. Yancey quickly laid out clothes for him. That's the whole point of the show, for effect. Hurry up or you won't get a boat. Let's see how you plan to reach that island. Linny let her dress him, adding lazily, the whole ship's mine, technically. I could just tell it to sail there. Move it, Yancey said, shoving him toward the door. That's against the rules. Fine, stop pushing, he said, then added, almost as an afterthought, it's only 1 nautical mile. Worst case, I swim it. Are you insane? She snapped. You're not worried about sharks. Everyone had already gathered at the lifeboat station by the time Linny arrived. He surveyed the scene, thinking, these lunatics move fast. Huang Yunhong, clearly annoyed, said, Mr. Lin, you're late. Sorry, Linny said, rubbing the back of his head. Overslept. Outwardly, Lai Jia kept her tone even. It's fine. Let's just get ready. Off to the side, Zhao Yinyan stood frozen, scanning the crowd as if looking for someone. Linny watched her for a moment, then walked over. Hey, come with us. We'll take you to the island. Her whole face lit up. Really? You'll really let me come along? She bowed repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. I thought I'd have to go straight home. Footsteps approached. Spotting Zhao Yinyan, Huang Yunheng's jaw tightened. Mr. Lin, who is this? Is this your boat? You can't just let strangers on without asking anyone. She'll slow us down. Linny gave an easy apologetic smile. It's just one more person. Not a big deal. Furious, Huang Yunheng started to shout, but Li Jia cut him off. Wait. She turned to Linny, calm and measured. Mr. Lin, as long as our progress isn't affected, I don't mind you doing this good deed. But the boat has a weight limit. 4 of us together might be a problem. Linny snapped his fingers lightly. No issue. I'll just find another boat. He scanned the lineup of boats. Then Zhao Yinyan spoke up beside him. But there are only 50 lifeboats, and they've all been claimed. Something flickered in Linny's eyes, like he'd just spotted an opportunity. He walked over to Brown and Martin. Not bad. You two actually managed to secure one. The moment they saw him, their faces went pale, and they both yelped. It's you. Linny flashed a bright smile, tone light but pointed. The island's dangerous. Who knows what could happen out there? His expression turned cold. For your own safety, I really don't think you two should go. Head back and rest instead. Terrified, they scrambled to agree. Yes, we'll listen. We're not going to the island. Huang Yunheng and Li Jia stared, mouths hanging open. What on earth just happened? A voice rang out through a megaphone. Yancey's. Everyone with a secured lifeboat, come collect your gear before heading to the island. Once equipped, Linny immediately handed a backpack to Zhao Yinyan. Here, take this. Yes, she said brightly, reaching for it. He let go the instant she grabbed it, and she staggered under the weight, hugging it to her chest. Is it supposed to be this heavy? Linny frowned slightly. What did you think this was? A sightseeing trip. Once gear had been distributed, the announcement continued. Everyone choose the correct route to your destination. Recording has now officially begun. One by one, the boats lowered into the water, everyone rowing hard for the island. Zhao Yinyan panicked. When are we leaving? If we don't hurry, we'll fall behind. Linny used the strength in his legs to push off the ship's railing, landing cleanly in the lifeboat below. Zhao Yinyan's face lit with visible admiration. Linny put his hands on his hips, looking up. What are you waiting for? Get down here, she hesitated, gripping the rope ladder tight as she climbed. Don't rush me. I have to go slow. He rested a hand against his cheek, watching her fumble. Just jump. I'll catch you. Zhao Yinyan turned her head away, gritted her teeth, and finally let go of the rope. Weightless for a moment, she plummeted straight down. Linny panicked and lunged to catch her just in time, seawater splashing everywhere from the impact. Up above, Yancey gripped the ship's railing, watching with quiet exasperation. That man and yet another girl clinging to him, crushed beneath Zhao Yinyan's weight. Linny groaned. So heavy. Zhao Yinyan touched her face and shrieked. My makeup's ruined. His face darkened. You nearly died and you're worried about your makeup? My lifetime of glory destroyed in your hands. Undeterred, she dug out her powder compact and started dabbing furiously. I have to touch it up. Steam practically rose off his head. Are you competing in a dating show? You're on a survival program and you're fixing your makeup? Zhao Yinyan's expression crumpled, tears welling. This guy has zero warmth. She burst into tears. You think so little of me. The lifeboats gradually closed in on the island, deep blue water surrounding it, and at its center, beneath the tree canopy, a massive dark sinkhole ringed by jagged, steep cliffs. Linny's boat finally reached the shore. Zhao Yinyan, exhausted from lugging her heavy pack, spotted him and called out cheerfully, "Mr. Lin." Li Jia approached with a map, Huang Yin hung beside her. "Let's study the route. This island's too remote. We need to be careful." Linny reached up and pulled off his shirt. "All right, let's look it over. I need to dry my clothes first." He struck two flintstones together, and within moments a fire crackled to life. Shirt off, his sculpted physique on full display, Zhao Yinyan practically forgot to breathe. "Brother, your body is incredible. Even entertainment industry stars don't look like this." "Really?" Linny asked, mildly surprised. Li Jia, watching from a distance, flushed deep red. This man's body is genuinely dependable, she thought. His clothes dried quickly and he pulled them back on. Walking over to Li Jia and Huang Yunhong. "Found a route yet?" Li Jia held up the map. "There are 3 routes that are relatively close." She traced them with her finger. "But all 3 cut through a restricted zone. We need another option. There's a route that's longer but much safer." Linny tapped a section on the map. "Let's just cut through here." Huang Yunhong's eyes widened. "That's marked off for a reason. There's no just cutting through. There's clearly serious danger around there." Linny touched his chin, smiling. "Usually a swamp like that just has crocodiles. Not a big deal." His casual tone left all 3 of them speechless. Zhao Yinyan burst into tears. "Crocodiles? And it's not a big deal?" Linny gave himself a confident thumbs up. "It's fine, I run fast." Li Jia could only ask flatly, "Is that so?" Huang Yunhang finally lost his patience. "The 2 of us are the core of this operation. As wilderness survival experts, we're supposed to chart a reasonable route that minimizes risk, not throw out reckless bravado. Keep this up and you'll be dead weight." Li Jia stepped in quickly. "That's enough." She turned to Linny, decisive. "Mr. Lin, that route is too dangerous. For safety's sake, I can't agree to it." Linny rubbed the back of his head. "Then there's no other way. When it comes down to it, we'll just split up." Li Jia stared at him, momentarily lost for words. She sighed and rubbed her temples before finally continuing. "This stretch of road overlaps for a while. We can travel together that far, then split." Linny nodded, touching his chin. "Works for me." The cameraman beside them spoke up, anxious. "Wait, you're actually planning to go into the swamp?" "That's right," Linny confirmed. The cameraman's face went pale. "But I'm your cameraman. I can't go in there." Linny sat down and hoisted his backpack. "Here's an idea. You stick to the safe path with me up to a point, and once we hit the dangerous part, I go alone." He shouldered the pack fully. "You don't have to follow me the whole way." "No, that won't work," the cameraman said, eyes wide with panic. "Director Yan gave me strict orders to stay close to you. Said your footage was too valuable to miss." Linny's face twisted slightly. She really is something. He started walking, waving a hand behind him. "Well, I've made up my mind. If you're not afraid to die, come along." The cameraman groaned, cursing his luck. "Why is this happening to me?" Linny led the way. "I think we're good. Let's move out." Zhao Yinyan cheered, delighted. "Let's go, let's go." Time to set off. Li Chenxing crouched behind a rock, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "We'll trail them," he murmured. "Wait until they're somewhere isolated, then take everything they've got." At that very moment, Linny's group of 4 had already landed in someone else's crosshairs entirely, the dark web assassins. "Equipment ready?" Irwin asked. "All set," Jones replied. He cut a cold glance toward the cameraman. "We wait until they're deeper in. Shake the stragglers loose first. That way no one sees anything." A pause. "Just wish the terrain gave us better angles." "They've got numbers on their side," Irwin reminded him. "If you can't take him alive, kill him." Jones nodded once. "I know." The island's vegetation grew thick and unbroken. As Linny's group approached the edge of a lake, tension crept into every face. Zhao Yinyan let out a sudden scream. "Ah!" Linny spun around. "What's wrong?" she pointed, trembling, at a spider clinging to a branch overhead. "There's a huge spider. It's bigger than my hand." Linny raised his knife, matter of fact. "Cover up. Everything except your eyes. Get bitten out here and you won't enjoy the rest of the trip." From behind, Li Jia spoke up, frustrated by their pace. "Shouldn't we move faster? I keep feeling like danger's watching us." Huang Yunhong turned to look back the way they'd come. "Agreed. There could be snakes ahead. We need to be careful." Linny closed his eyes, unbothered. "Relax. Even if there are snakes, they're not venomous around here. Just don't let the bugs land on you." That only made Huang Yunhong angrier. "How can you possibly know that? What if some wild animal jumps out at us?" Linny turned, matching his tone. "This is a deserted island. Crocodiles are already nature being generous. You're imagining some man-eating beast leaping out like it's a horror novel? Are you slow?" "Who are you calling slow?" Huang Yunhong snapped, eyes rolling in fury. Zhao Yinyan rushed to smooth things over. Okay, let's not fight." She raised a hand and, to everyone's mild surprise, launched into an explanation. From a biological standpoint, both animal and plant chains trace back to the jungle. Lower organisms tend to stay outside that range. Linny blinked, genuinely caught off guard. She actually knows her stuff. Zhao Yinyan said nothing more, just gave a small smile and kept walking. It's the same pattern with humans, really. The wealthy live near the center, the poor live further out. Same logic. She stopped abruptly. Wait, rustling sounds surrounded them from every direction, footsteps growing louder. Li Chen-xing emerged at the head of a group, and for a moment everyone froze, an unlikely place to cross paths again. Zhao Yinyan raised a hand in greeting. Li Chen-xing, you're here too. He waved back. All easy, charm. We wanted to talk to you all about something. Our supplies are running thin, and your team's got 2 women along. Mind sharing a bit? Zhao Yinyan's mouth fell open. Excuse me? Linny's eyes hardened. From the look of you four, you could survive on nothing but the wind. So how about this instead? You hand your supplies over to us. Zhou Langdong jabbed a finger toward his face. What's that supposed to mean? We came here to negotiate, not get insulted. Linny's expression darkened, his voice going cold and sharp. Insulting you would be letting you off easy. Get out of my sight before you become an eyesore. Zhou Langdong's jaw clenched. Not happening. Not unless you hand your supplies over first. Though this was technically a television show, its premise was wilderness survival, and that meant supply theft was, unfortunately, a legitimate part of the format. Oh? Linny's eyebrows rose, and a slow, meaningful smile crossed his face. Well, isn't that convenient? You've basically laid the mousetrap yourselves. Rob you blind now, and I won't have to worry about supplies for the next 2 weeks. Huang Yunhong and Li Jia had already dropped into fighting stances behind him. Huang Yunhong muttered through gritted teeth. This guy really isn't helping. If anything, he's stirring up more trouble. Overhead, a helicopter passed, tracking the situation on the island from above. Back on the yacht, someone burst into the cabin. Director Yan, it's bad. That man Linny is about to fight the guests. Yancy wasn't remotely surprised. Is this about the supply theft? She and Tony made their way to the monitoring room to watch the feed. Tony glanced sideways at her, studying her focused, silent expression. Miss Yan, your man's a bit dangerous, don't you think? Mr. Tony, Yancy said flatly, you and I both know exactly why Li Chen-xing is on this show. If you're smart, you'll keep your people away from him. Otherwise, Elimination Day won't be far off. Something flickered across Tony's face, though he covered it with a forced smile. Leave the competition out of it, Director Yan. Are we talking about Linny here or my Li Chen-xing? His tone sharpened. You're overstepping. I know exactly what you and Linny are to each other. You wouldn't be bending rules to protect your friend, would you? That's a violation, coming from the director of this crew. Believe what you want, Yancy said, unmoved. There's nothing more I can say to convince you otherwise. On the island, Zhou Langdong lunged at Li Jia with a smug grin. Not bad form. Question is how many hits you can take. She dodged easily, then drove her knee into his stomach hard enough to send him crashing backward into a tree trunk. Zhao Yimyan clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh my god. Zhou Langdong staggered up, teeth gritted, and barked over his shoulder. Old Meng, attack together. Huang Yunhong and Li Jia surged forward as one taking the fight to the rest of the group. She landed a hard punch across one man's face. Huang Yunhong dropped another almost simultaneously. Working in perfect sync, the two of them made short work of the whole group. Zhou Langdong ended up on his knees, hands flat against the ground, bowing frantically. Boss, I was wrong. Please let me go. Up on the ship, Tony stared at the monitor, jaw hanging open in disbelief. Yancy calmly smoothed a hand over her hair. Go ahead and get the pickup crew ready. The rest of this segment doesn't need to be filmed. Li Jia's voice cut through, stern. Leave your things and get off this island. A voice called out from a distance. Wait. 2 tall, muscular silhouettes stepped into view, grinning through gritted teeth. It's still up for debate whose hands these supplies end up in. Huang Yunhang rolled his neck, loosening it. You two here to rob us as well. The 2 men closed the distance fast. One snarling, enough talk. Make your move. Huang Yunhong swung hard for the closer man's face, and found his fist caught mid-air. One-handed, the man's smile turning eerie. That's the spirit. He drove his own fist into Huang Yunhong's jaw with a growl. Who sent you people, anyway? The other man kicked out at Li Jia. Not good. She muttered, barely twisting aside in time. Linny was already moving. He surged toward the bun-haired attacker bearing down on Li Jia. The man threw up his arms to block, gritting his teeth, thinking there was no way this defense would hold. And it didn't. A shoe print bloomed across his face as the kick sent him flying clear across the clearing. Li Jia sat frozen on the ground, stunned. How was that even possible? The remaining silver-haired man panicked. One hit. Linny hadn't even used full force. He rushed to drag his companion upright, calling back over his shoulder, We concede. We're leaving. Linny turned toward Li Chen-xing's defeated group, still sprawled on the ground. And you lot, that was answer enough. They abandoned the supplies entirely and bolted. Linny crouched to check the contents of a backpack. Not bad stuff in here. Li Jia walked up beside him, genuinely curious. Who are you? How are you this strong? He turned and gave her nothing but a smile, leaving her more exasperated than informed. Maybe I just eat a lot of kidney and oysters. Behind them, two of the others screamed, "Snake! There's a snake!" A massive brown python, black-spotted, bared its fangs as it slithered into view. "Run! It's poisonous!" someone shouted. Lenny leveled his knife calmly, unbothered. "Why run? We're having snake for dinner tonight." The cameraman edged back. "Mr. Lin, are you sure that thing's edible?" Lenny raised the blade with a faint smile. "Absolutely. Living off dry rations every day makes my scalp itch." He glanced at the others. "Step back. I've got this." Zhao Yinyan hadn't moved an inch. "Why aren't you retreating?" he asked her. "Not scared of dying?" She studied the snake, thoughtful rather than frightened. "That thing looks familiar, actually." "Familiar? Not like that," she clarified. "I mean, I think I've seen this species before. I studied biology in university, before I ended up in acting. I've handled specimens like this. Looks like a grass python, non-venomous." Lenny gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad. You're proving useful after all." Still, Zhao Yinyan eyed the snake warily. "That said, it's incredibly strong. Get wrapped up by it, and you'll suffocate before anyone can help." Lenny spun the knife between his fingers. Cocky. "Then step back and watch a master at work." He threw the blade in one fluid motion. It sliced clean across the python's neck, severing its head from its body. The corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud. Both women flinched, half in fear, half in awe. Zhao Yinyan's eyes lit up. "The books say the species tops out around 1.8 meters, but this one's got to be at least 2.1. Bringing it back to a biology institute would actually count as a real contribution." Lenny rubbed his chin, thinking it over. Probably tied to the local ecosystem. Higher oxygen levels, larger animals. Made sense. Lai Jia shivered. "Another one's coming." Then, more urgently, "There's a swamp ahead. We can't keep going together from here." "Mr. Lin," she pressed, "are you really planning to go through the swamp? You won't reconsider the route?" "No," Lenny said simply, smiling. "Then this is where we split." She extended a hand. "It's been a pleasure walking this far with you. Hope to see you at the finish." Lenny turned to the cameraman. "You go with them. If it gets to be too much, drop out. Don't push yourself." The cameraman gestured hopefully toward Ligia's group. "So I could go with them instead?" "No," Lenny said flatly, then jabbed a thumb at his own chest. "You're still on the hook for capturing my legendary heroics. Whether I break through depends entirely on your footage." Zhao Yinyan piped up cheerfully. "I still want to come with you." Lenny raised a hand, suddenly serious. "Fine, but one condition. The moment I decide you can't keep going, you stop. No arguing. Understood?" "Okay," she agreed happily. With that, the group split in two, heading in opposite directions. Lenny raised a hand in farewell. "See you all later." Lai Jia's expression darkened thoughtfully as she watched them go. Cutting through the swamp saves 3 days. If he actually makes it through, he wins this whole thing. On Lenny's side, he and Zhao Yinyan pressed forward, the cameraman scrambling to keep pace behind them. Irwin, watching through binoculars from a distance, murmured, "Guy's got nerve, heading into the swamp like that. Doesn't he know there are crocodiles in there?" Jones smiled thinly, eyes glinting cold. "Perfect, actually. Swamp terrain works in our favor. Plenty of cover to strike from." The canopy thickened the deeper they went. The cameraman spoke up. "Mr. Lin, Director Yam wants a word." Lenny took the earpiece and pressed it to his ear. Yancey's voice came through. "We surveyed that swamp route earlier. It's genuinely dangerous. If there's any way you can reroute, I'd feel better about it." He smiled faintly. "Don't worry, it's nothing. Once this episode blows up, I fully expect you to make station head." Then cryptically he added, "Get cleaned up and wait for me." Zhao Yinyan waved both hands frantically at the cameraman. "Please don't air that last part." Lenny tossed the earpiece back and said, "Let's keep moving." "Mr. Lin," Zhao Yinyan said, "Curious, is the swamp route really just about efficiency?" "Partly," Lenny admitted, smiling. "Mostly I want to reach the summit in record time and plant the Chinese flag there myself." They kept talking as they walked. "What about you?" he asked. "Why are you still following me? I might leave you behind in the second half." "It's fine," she said. "I know my limits. Honestly, getting this far already feels like an achievement. But I want to push further." Soon, the three of them reached a river's edge. The cameraman's voice cracked with anxiety. "Mr. Lin, the swamp's right ahead. If we make it across, the worst should be behind us." Zhao Yinyan had gone pale. "Let's move fast. This place is genuinely unsettling." Lenny raised a hand, eyes narrowing at something in the distance. "I just saw a shadow in the water. Might be a crocodile." Zhao Yinyan, already frightened, grabbed his arm without thinking. Bubbles broke the water's surface, a pair of eyes fixed on Lenny with unmistakable hostility. Zhao Yinyan spun and screamed. "Crocodile!" The massive creature lunged, jaws wide, fangs bared. She clung tighter, shrieking. "Crocodile!" Its huge white eyes burned with primal fury. Lenny drew his knife calmly. "Everyone stand back." He settled into a ready stance. The cameraman squeezed his eyes shut, too terrified to watch. Zhao Yinyan's breathing turned ragged as the creature surged forward. "Mr. Lin," Be careful. Lenny charged to meet it head-on, driving the blade straight into its open mouth, blood spraying across the mud. Then, barehanded, he seized its jaw and forced it wider, muscles straining, teeth gritted, something dark and dangerous flickering in his eyes. A surge of raw energy building inside him. With a final wrench, he tore the crocodile's jaw apart with his hands alone. Both witnesses stared, utterly stunned. Zhao Yinyan could only gasp. He fought a crocodile barehanded. Is that even physically possible? Lenny spun the knife once and drove it hard into the creature's skull, drawing a final roar before it went still. He exhaled. Done. Then his head tilted back slightly, some instinct flaring. Not good. Killing intent. A gunshot cracked. The bullet tore into his back. Who? Before he collapsed, he caught a glimpse of two figures flickering at the tree line, then vanishing. Zhao Yinyan ran to him, sobbing. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lenny pressed a hand to the wound, jaw clenched against the pain. Don't worry, I'm not dying. A heavy silence fell, then the whir of helicopter blades. Yancy scrambled down a rope ladder, sprinting toward him. Don't move. She reached his side, gripping his arm. Let them check the wound. Sweat poured down his face. Just disinfect it and get the bullet out. It's nothing. Are you sure that's fine? She asked, panicked. Small clouds drifted across the clear blue sky. 2 hours later, a blood-slicked bullet was finally pulled free from his shoulder. Yancy raised a hand. You're coming back with me. You're done with this competition. I'm taking you to a hospital for real treatment. Lenny rotated his shoulder, testing it. I'm not a child who doesn't know his own limits. He thrust a fist forward. If I don't find out who those two shooters were, they'll just target someone else next. At that point, there won't be a show left to film. This is beyond what I can control, Yancy said, worry creasing her face. Do you have any leads? Have you crossed someone recently? Someone with a reason to come after you? Lenny pulled his shirt back on. My guess, they disguised themselves and slipped into the production crew to get onto the island, then waited for me to let my guard down. Panic flooded her expression. In your current condition, you can't keep competing. If that wound gets infected, take me back with you, she insisted. What is this, a scratch? Lenny said, unbothered. Don't worry so much. Then his tone shifted, darker. Besides, it'd be rude of me not to return the favor. Yancy sighed, relenting. Leave him the medical supplies. Filming continues as scheduled. Her expression flickered, a trace of fear, before she composed herself and turned away. Fine. The helicopter lifted off. Zhao Yinyan asked, Mr. Lin, what now? Lenny looked skyward. We keep moving. This is just a temporary bandage. No strenuous activity, that's all. I'm not crippled. Let's not fall behind. A day later, the pair reached the base of the mountain. Finally, Lenny said. This is Yunjun Mountain, just over 800 meters, not huge as volcanoes go. Zhao Yinyan beamed. Even though I relied on you to get here, I feel pretty proud of myself too. The cameraman added, Mr. Lin, my job's basically done. Once you start the climb, it's all drone footage from here. Lenny waved. You've earned your rest these past 2 days. Half an hour into the climb, Lenny turned back. How are you holding up? Still good, Zhao Yinyan said. I can keep going. She smiled, genuinely surprised at herself. It's strange though, I planned to let you go ahead and take it slow myself, but I'm not even tired. I feel unusually light too, Lenny admitted as he climbed. Something's off about this place. He considered it. My guess, the oxygen content up here is higher than normal, which means our lungs and hearts are working better than they should. He handed her a length of rope. Tie this around yourself. Safer that way. Lenny took the lead, Zhao Yinyan following behind, gripping the rope. As they climbed further, exhaustion began to set in for real. Her breathing grew ragged, her face flushed, sweat streaming down as she wiped it away with the back of her hand. Mr. Lin, wait a moment, she finally said, needing rest. He pointed ahead instead. Look, it's not much further. Then he glanced sideways and the view stopped him cold. A breathtaking sweep of earth and sky spread out beneath them, wordless in its scale. Zhao Yinyan pointed suddenly upward, shouting, What's that? There are people up there. 2 dark shapes darted past above them. Lenny unclipped the carabiner from his rope in an instant, tossing it aside. Stay here, he told her. I'll go take a look. He sprinted up the slope. At the top he found a figure in black standing with their back to him. Who are you? Lenny demanded. The 2 men turned, clown masks concealing their faces, hostility radiating off them instantly. Lenny stepped forward. One of them threw a punch without warning. Lenny blocked it clean. When the strike failed, the man pivoted into a kick instead. Lenny almost admired it. He liked opponents who skipped the talk and got straight to business. He ducked the kick smoothly. In the same instant, the second man closed in and drove a kick into his chest, hard enough to leave his face bruised and pale. The 2 masked men glanced skyward at the approaching helicopter and, sensing the risk, retreated fast, though not before privately noting how formidable this kid actually was. Lenny clutched his chest, furious. If I weren't already hurt, I wouldn't have let them get away that easily. He pulled a small flag from his pack and planted it firmly into the summit's ground. then raised his hand triumphantly beside it. The helicopter descended. Linny wiped sweat from his brow and called to Yancy over the radio, asking her to pull surveillance footage of the two stalkers. Any luck finding them? Yes, she said. Actually, I just got word. 2 contestants withdrew from the show entirely, no trace of them in the surveillance system since, and the camera crew couldn't keep up. I want to meet them, Linny said, with quiet certainty. Aboard the high-end yacht, the 2 clown-masked men were packing their gear. The taller one, black-haired, spoke first. Since this attempt failed, next stop is Zhonghai. The leaner one, hair slicked back in an orange-brown, replied, We won't get another opening this clean again. That man's strength wasn't low at all. We tested him ourselves. If he weren't formidable, the black-haired one said, his life wouldn't be worth $2 million. He exhaled. Guess we go for long range next time. The orange-haired man smiled thinly. Exactly. A knock sounded at the door, then it burst open entirely. Both men startled. It was Linny. You? The orange-haired man managed, stunned. Without hesitation, Linny drove a kick straight into his face, leaving it bruised and swollen. Hands in his pockets now, he said flatly that he'd already dug up their backgrounds. Dark web assassins. Both of them. I don't know what you're talking about, the orange-haired man protested. I'm just a cashier, not an assassin. Don't accuse us of things we didn't do. Linny's voice sharpened. I don't make accusations without proof. If I found my way here, I already know everything. Save us both the trouble. Tell me who hired you. The orange-haired man's hand crept behind his back, a silent signal to his partner, while his other hand waved placatingly. Sir, you've really got the wrong idea. His voice softened. Do we really look like the men you're after? Behind him, the black-haired man slowly slid open a drawer. Linny stomped one foot, pivoted and kicked backward in the same motion, driving the strike straight into the black-haired man's skull, knocking him out cold. He grabbed the unconscious man by the collar, trying to sneak a gun, that trick's beneath you. He hauled open the window and tossed him straight into the sea. Then he sat down, calm as ever, and asked the remaining man again. Who sent them? He pulled out a knife, letting it catch the light. This yacht belonged to him, he pointed out. No one was coming to help. No matter what happened here, the orange-haired man wouldn't get off as easy as his partner had. If he wanted to die, it would be slow, and it would hurt. Not unless he gave up the name behind all this. The orange-haired man's face drained to a sickly purple, fear-naked on his features. The one who contacted us was Lucy, he blurted. Andy's bodyguard and driver. Who's Andy? Linny pressed. General manager of Inger, the man said quickly. It's almost certainly him. He must have ordered Lucy to arrange it. Linny let out a slow breath. So this is about the 3.0 chip technology. A cornered dog jumps the wall. He thought, if I die, they figure the tech never reaches a rival. Fair enough logic, from their side. He walked to the door and told Yancy he'd already arranged people to keep watch on the man. She said she'd handle the rest. He could go if he had other business. Gently, she reminded him to actually get his wound looked at properly at a hospital. Back at the company, Ji Qingyan sat in her office. A glass of water was set gently in front of her, and she looked up to find Linny standing there. Rest a little, he told her. She jumped up and hugged him immediately. Why are you back? He smiled, teasing. Hey, a little decorum. This is the office. Keep up appearances. Then she noticed something. What's wrong with your shoulder? It looks bulky. Linny quickly moved to cover it. Ah, it's nothing. Something's clearly wrong, she said, unconvinced. Let me see. She lifted the edge of his shirt and found bandages wrapped across his torso. Worry flooded her face. What happened? Why is your shoulder wrapped like this? Not wanting to alarm her further, he kept it light. Wilderness survival. Took a minor hit during a stunt, that's all. He added, small thing really. Don't make it a bigger deal than it is. Besides, I still brought home the championship. He wrapped his arms around her waist. She leaned into him, prompting a surprised sound from him. Looking up, she said softly, It doesn't matter what place you finished in. As long as you came back to me safe, that's enough. A knock sounded at the door. She pulled back quickly. Come in. Shi Zhao stepped inside and lit up at the sight of Linny. President Lin, you're back. He explained he'd come to report to President Ji, and it was fortunate Linny happened to be here too. I've been away, Linny said. How's the team been holding up? Anything I should know? Shi Zhao handed over a stack of documents. Everything's stable, especially on the electronics side, ready to ship. The one open item is the phone's name. We're waiting on your call for that. Linny flipped through the papers. How's Lunson doing? Stock still holding steady? Very good, Shi Zhao said. Price is climbing. There's one more thing, Linny said. Take care of it for Uncle Quan. Lunson's finished development on the 3.0 chip. Pick a release date. Start building hype. I want a launch that shakes the whole industry. Understood, Shi Zhao said. Something this big could shift the entire market. This could take Lunson global. Linny rose from his chair. Coordinate the group's affairs with President Ji directly. I've still got things to handle. Thank you for trusting me with this, President Lin, Shi Zhao said as he left. Ji Qingyan, still worried, called after him. If you get the chance, go see a doctor. Make sure there's nothing serious going on. Linny walked over, gave her a soft smile, and murmured something that made her blush deep red. Nothing's wrong on the inside, I promise. Back on the yacht, Linny turned to the orange-haired man and asked directly, since he was an assassin, what would it cost to have Andy killed? The man's eyes went wide. Kill Andy? Do you have any idea what you're asking? He shook his head. You don't understand how the wealthy abroad operate. Men like that spend billions a year on personal security. Killing him quietly is impossible. Then post the job on the dark web, Linny said. The moment you post that listing, the man warned, your own information becomes a target. Before anything happens to him, you'll already be dead. Linny sat back, weighing it. Then this won't be simple. His fists clenched. Looks like I'll have to handle it myself. The orange-haired man raised both hands anxiously. I failed my job, but out of respect, since you didn't torture me, let me give you one piece of advice. Don't do anything reckless. If your company isn't as large as his, moving against him is suicide. Then they'll find out this operation failed soon enough, Linny said flatly. They might send more people after that. You expect me to just sit here and wait to die? The man sighed, resigned. There's no other way. That's just how the world works. The strong prey on the weak. Linny stood. Don't go back to your country. Stay here. Work for me instead. The man blinked, incredulous. I was sent here to kill you. You're sure you want to keep me around? Linny smiled, confident. Happens I'm short a good hand. Perfect timing, really. The man could barely process it. Thank you, he said finally. Honestly, this mission failing means there's no surviving a return home anyway. He bowed in gratitude. Yancey, waiting outside, asked, will they still come after him? Linny smiled, unbothered. Guaranteed. Which meant he needed to finish this before they made their next move. The next day at the company, Linny was on a call. The voice on the other end complained. If he'd already developed the 3.0 chip, why hadn't he told her sooner so she could have helped fight for better terms? He just smiled. You don't need to worry about that part. Sit back and watch the show. Let the official channels and the press handle it. A knock came at the door. Someone's here, he told her. I'll call you back. He hung up. An assistant entered. President Lin, Andy Alice is outside asking to see you. Linny rested his chin on one hand, smiling faintly. Send her in. Andy Alice walked in with a bright greeting. President Lin, it's been a while. Linny rose. Have a seat. Not that long, really. What brings you here? She said pleasantly that she thought they should renegotiate terms around the 3.0 chip. Didn't we already cover this? Linny asked. Is there really more to discuss? Of course there is, she said gently. Lunson simply doesn't have the infrastructure to fully leverage technology this advanced on its own. If we partnered, it would be a genuine win-win. You're a smart man, President Lin. Surely you see that. His expression hardened. Last time we met, I laid out my terms, and your side agreed. We can't meet those conditions, she admitted. But I've come with sincerity this time. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Get out. If you're not agreeing to my terms, what exactly is this sincerity supposed to be? Have your father call me directly. Otherwise, this afternoon I'm meeting with Company A instead. President Lin, please. Andy Alice started. Panicked. He cut her off, pointing at the door, voice rising. Out. She realized there was nothing more to say. Understood. She left. Linny leaned back in his chair, satisfied. Now the leverage is mine. Fools trying to outmaneuver someone who plays with a cheat code without even measuring their own strength first. His phone rang. He answered smoothly. Mr. Andy, a pleasure to hear from you. Hello, Mr. Lin, Andy replied, mildly surprised Linny had guessed who it was so easily. We're hoping this round of talks goes smoothly for both sides. Smooth or not, I couldn't say, Linny said coolly. What I can say is a few days ago I was shot while filming a program. Hasn't exactly put me in a good mood. That's terrifying to hear, Andy said, feigning concern. The production crew's security really should have been tighter. Couldn't agree more, Linny said. Honestly, security in this city isn't what it should be. Makes a man nervous. His tone shifted, edged with menace. Your daughter, for instance, she might not make it out of Zhonghai alive. If you touch my daughter, Andy snapped, I will not let this go. Linny didn't flinch. I'll say this once. If she so much as sets foot in the airport, I guarantee she won't make it onto the plane. Test me if you don't believe it. He hung up. Outside, the sky stretched clear and blue. About 10 minutes later, Xi Zhao entered. President Lin, Inger and Company A have both reached out about discussing the 3.0 chip. Who's leading those talks on their end? Linny asked. Originally, they said they'd send a vice president, Xi Zhao said, but Inger just called. Their president, Andy, is coming to Zhonghai personally to discuss things. Linny smiled faintly. Good. I'll meet Andy myself. For Company A, send Yuan and Tian. Xi Zhao handed over a draft. President Lin, the phone brand needs finalizing soon. The team's put together some proposals. Since you're free, take a look when you can. At home that evening, Linny let himself in, kicking off his shoes as he stepped through the door. Ji Qingyan sat on the sofa, snacking, and lit up the moment she saw him. You're back. The new phone's ready to launch, he said, dropping down beside her, but we still haven't settled on a name. He gently touched her leg. Help me think of one. She brightened. How about Wu Ye? Huh? Why that name? She flushed slightly, because that's the month we met. Felt memorable. He reached over and ruffled her hair, smiling. Deal. Let's go with that. Ji Qingyan tilted her head at him. It's only a few days until Lunar New Year now. Do we have any plans? Linny smiled and said, I'll head back to the Welfare Institute a few days early, buy the kids some New Year's goods, pick up some firecrackers. That'll cover it for the holiday. Ji Qingyan pouted, which immediately put him on edge. This is our first New Year together, she said reproachful. Doesn't that feel any different from other years to you? Of course it does, Linny said, brightening. Because heaven brought something special into my life. More than special, honestly. From the day I met you, my whole world turned vivid. She stood up from her chair, still sulking. Liar. She turned to face him. The first time we met was in the underground parking lot and you barely looked at me. He stepped forward quickly, wrapping an arm around her waist. No, you've got it wrong. The actual first time was in the lobby, first floor of the company. I was heading to HR to check in, and I saw you step out of the elevator. I was already taken with you right then, and it genuinely hurts that you don't remember it at all. She blinked, uncertain. Was it really like that? Why don't I remember any of it? Because you didn't even notice me, he said solemnly. Your eyes were fixed on the moon, and why would the moon spare a glance for the gutter? Inwardly, he was quietly pleased with himself. He'd just made the whole thing up on the spot, and it was landing perfectly. Without warning, she leaned in and kissed his cheek, catching him off guard. Okay, she said, a little shy. I was wrong. Will you forgive me this time, Mr. Lin? He patted her lightly and teased. Would you dare do that again? She pulled back quickly, flustered. I wouldn't dare, and there won't be a next time anyway. I'm going to go shower. Linny watched her go. A moment later, Longwei appeared beside him. Master, have you unlocked the new profession yet? A notification hovered in front of his eyes. New profession, farmer. Claim your reward of 10 million yuan and yellow soil. So this profession is literally farming the fields? He asked, wary. That's right, Longwei confirmed. Please claim your reward. He sighed. Fine. Longwei lit up. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new profession. 10 million yuan has been transferred to your account. The yellow soil is waiting in the garage of Villa number 1. Linny made his way to the garage, grumbling the whole way. What kind of dirt gets called gold soil, and what am I even supposed to plant? Buying land would have been plenty. This is basically eating dirt at this point. A box materialized before him. He pulled out a bag and complained further. Gold? My foot. This is just regular dirt. Barely enough to grow anything. Maybe some flowers at best. He squinted at the label. Concentrated yellow soil, mixed with regular soil before use. Ah, so that's how it works. Digging further, he found a strange white scroll tucked inside. Unrolling it, he read, Land Contract. Party A, Linny. Party B, Shuan Village, Jifeng Town. Under the principles of harmony, equality, and fairness, this agreement transfers land rights within Jifeng Town, effective as of the date specified in 2020. More items sat beneath it. There's a map too, he noted, pleasantly surprised. Not bad. A house, land, and even a fish pond. The next morning, the breakfast table at Linny's house groaned under an unusually generous spread. Ji Qingyan blinked at the sight. Wow, so much food today. She glanced at him. Have you stopped streaming lately? Taking a break from it? Linny said. Getting into something else. What are you planning next? She asked, then narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me you're trying out another profession. This one's a bit unusual actually. Wait, you're not planning to go massage women or something, are you? What? No, where's your head at? He shook his head. I want to experience real hard work. Understand what it actually takes to grow food. So I'm going to try farming. Wait, seriously? She said, surprised. You want to grow crops yourself, you don't need to go that far just to experience life. It's not really about the experience, he said. Half of what people eat these days isn't even clean. I want to grow something genuinely organic, just for the people I care about. Her face melted. I know you love me. Though honestly, the vegetables from the store are perfectly fine. You don't need to suffer through this for my sake. He reached over and ruffled her hair. I know. But for you, it doesn't matter if I get a little tired. She wrapped her arms around his neck while he calmly kept eating his bread. I still can't believe the first time we met was in the lobby, she murmured. Then her hand brushed against his, and he gently pushed it away. Why are you coming with me? You've still got work at the company. He paused. Besides, you can't actually do farm work. She planted her hands on her hips, sulking. Why can't I? I can water the plants. Linny, sipping milk from a glass, replied evenly, You think this is like watering flowers on a balcony? Farming's a whole different beast. She wasn't having it. Hugging his neck again with one arm, she raised the other with a clenched, coaxing fist. If I want to go, I'm going. It's not even far, just Zifeng Town. Let's carve out the time and go take a look. It'll be great. I get to be with you the whole time. Just then a message pinged in from Shi Shenzhao. President Lin, everything's arranged with Inger. Negotiations set for 1 p.m. today at the Peninsula Hotel. They've even brought in expert Liang for the talks. Linny read it and smirked. Okay. Under a bright blue sky at the Peninsula Hotel, a woman in a blue floral dress, Miss Liang, gestured toward a blonde man. President Lin, this is Dr. Andy, CEO of Inger. She turned toward Linny, and this is a well-known young entrepreneur here in Shanghai, CEO of Lin Yun. Linny, the mustached older man, greeted him first. Hello, Mr. Lin. The three of them took seats at a round table crowded with dishes. A waitress in uniform began pouring wine into Linny's glass. He eyed the dark red liquid warily. What is this? President Lin, this is a fine wine our hotel just imported, she said quickly. He waved a hand, dismissive. You're in Shanghai. Follow local custom or don't bother. Bring 2 bottles of baijiu. That's the real specialty around here. The curly-haired waitress hurried off. Right away, President Lin, the dark-haired woman at the table, expert Liang, watched with quiet unease. Something feels off. What's going on between Linny and Andy? The wine arrived, and someone commanded, pour it. The waitress complied instantly. Miss Liang raised her glass with a bright smile. Mr. Andy, a toast to a successful partnership and to more investment in Shanghai. The old man across from her stood cheerfully. Thank you, expert Liang. I'm looking forward to this cooperation as well. But her glass was stopped mid-air by Linny's hand. Don't drink that, he said quietly to her. Let me drink with him instead. Andy leaned back, raising his own glass with obvious admiration. Mr. Lin, you're the most remarkable scientist I've ever encountered to independently develop 3.0 chip technology. I raise this toast to you, hoping for a successful partnership. He clinked his glass against Linny's. Linny's tone turned dry. You want to sit at this table with me? I'm afraid your rank doesn't quite qualify. The older man's face flickered with embarrassment before he recovered. President Lin, I've come with sincerity. I hope you'll extend the same. Linny slid his hands into his pockets, voice dropping cold. Old man, do you really think this partnership is already in the bag? His tone sharpened further. Or do you think I'm the type who conveniently forgets getting shot? Expert Liang's stomach dropped. Shot? He got shot? A glass clacked against the table. Andy closed his eyes. I came here purely to discuss the contract, nothing else. Linny cut him off. I already took that bullet. If you want to make it right, I'll happily accept the compensation. He picked up the wine and poured it deliberately over Andy's head. But playing dumb with me, that's against the rules. Not to mention, your daughter's life is currently in my hands. The wine-soaked outburst brought 4 bodyguards rushing in. Andy cried out in shock. What? What are you doing? This is outrageous. Linny ignored him, turning to his own people instead. Take expert Liang out of here. As her footsteps faded toward the exit, he faced the old man, rolling his sleeves up to his elbows, every ounce of restraint gone. I already know about your dealings with the lithography company. Is that worth trading 24% of your shares for your daughter's life? And your own? Andy, wiping wine from his hair, blurted out, I'm the one who arranged the hit on you. I'll compensate. Please, trust that I'm sincere. We're both businessmen. Let's sit down and talk this through like professionals. You think I'm someone who forgives a grudge for a little money? Linny snapped. Andy, cornered, ordered his bodyguards to attack. Linny pivoted immediately, driving a kick into the first one hard enough to send blood spraying and the man crashing straight through the hotel wall. Another guard vanished from view with a pained groan. Linny eyed the last man standing, mocking. Just you, then? The remaining bodyguard hesitated, calling out, Fall back, protect Mr. Andy, before Linny cracked a wine bottle across his skull without ceremony. Strawberry syrup trickled down the man's forehead as he screamed, Ah. He swung a fist at Linny's face anyway, following with a knee strike. But one clean kick from Linny sent him sprawling flat on his back. Andy, watching his entire security team crumble, muttered, This kid's too strong. Every one of my guards is down. Anyone else coming? Linny asked. Andy raised both hands, panicked. Don't come any closer. Linny grabbed a fistful of his hair the instant he finished speaking, forcing his mouth open with a wince of pain. So how do you propose we resolve this? Terrified now, Andy stammered, Don't hurt me. I'll give you the 11% share I personally hold in exchange for the 3.0 chip technology. Linny ignored the offer entirely. If it weren't for that bullet, I might have actually taken that deal. He leaned in close. Guess what happens to your stock price when I hand over the assassin you hired? Andy dropped to his knees, hands raised. I don't personally control Guanca's shares, and even if we ask them to give up 24% for the 3.0 chip tech, they won't agree to it. Linny shoved him back down, furious. I know you're the one handling this. My demand doesn't go below 11%. Figure it out. Andy, clutching his aching head, stammered, I'll try. Linny rested a hand on his shoulder, tone shifting gentle but laced with sarcasm. If you just cooperated with me from the start, none of this trouble would have been necessary. I want this deal handled quietly, though. Think it over carefully, and let me know. Cooperate. No tricks. With that, He walked out. Expert Leon rushed over, tugging at his sleeve. Come with me, quickly. Once seated on a sofa, he asked, What's the matter? She didn't answer the question. Instead, she pulled his shirt open and gasped at the deep purple bruising spread across his body. Where were you hurt? Let me see. I'm fine, he said, sheepish. That's not going to fly, she said sharply. I need to see it. The wound on his shoulder, exposed beneath his clothing, made her go pale. She covered her mouth. They went too far. She pulled out her phone. We're dealing with him properly. Lenny stopped her quickly. Already handled. Don't worry about it. He added, I nearly tortured Andy to death back there. I'll let him live a bit longer. I still need him for some things. Furious, Liang grabbed his collar. This is all his fault. Why couldn't he just stay in Zhonghai instead of running off to film some variety show? Lenny let her scold him, saying nothing. If the lithography machine ever gets finished, even leaving the country becomes dangerous. Her face flushed, worry plain on her features. They might have assassinated you. Not wanting her to spiral, he held up 2 fingers in a mock oath. All right, I get it. I won't wander off recklessly next time. They sat together on the sofa, and Lenny looked ready to pull her into his arms, saying he barely had any reputation outside of Zhonghai anyway. Once you leave the country, she said, no one recognizes you at all. No one even notices you exist. Resting her hands on her knees, she launched back into lecture mode. Whether someone's formidable isn't about money anymore. This is the era of science and technology. Scientists have more real impact than money does now. After enduring the lecture for a while, he finally found his way to end it, leaning in and kissing the top of her head, surprising her into shy silence. All right. Don't worry. I've got a plan. Just then, an assistant's voice called from outside. President Lin, Mr. Andy would like to see you. Lenny's expression turned calculating. He gently tilted her chin with one hand. Not bad. That old man thinks fast. Lenny walked over, and Frey rose from his chair the moment he and Liang arrived. President Lin, our side has finished negotiating. 12% of Guanca's shares in exchange for the 3.0 chip technology. Lenny agreed without hesitation. Fine. Have your people reach out to me. You two handle the details. Lenny and Rushu stood together, watching the group filter out of the office. Suddenly, he slid an arm around her waist, startling her again. Call your mother, he said. She blinked, confused, but dialed anyway. Only Rushu would just go along with this without asking why. Why do you want me to call my mom? Her mother picked up. Mom, Lenny has something to say to you. She handed over the phone. Lenny, eyes gleaming with pride, said, I've got 12% of Guanca's shares in hand. Does Aunt Shen want in? Her mother's excitement was audible even through the phone. You actually pulled it off. Yes, Lenny continued. One hand in his pocket, though it doesn't feel quite right leaving the shares in my name. How about Aunt Shen handles them instead? Rushu's mother considered this. Normally, I wouldn't dare accept something like this from you, but this is important enough that I can't really refuse either. Lenny smiled, eyes narrowing knowingly. He'd guessed correctly that she wouldn't turn it down. Then it's settled. I'll call you once everything's finalized. The moment he hung up, Rushu turned on him. Lenny, you're impossible. What do you mean, handing shares over and roping my mother into this? Before she could get further, he kissed her, cutting the scolding off entirely. Pulling back, he smiled at her, a little foolishly. I was worried if I gave the shares to you directly, you'd get pulled back to Yanjing. I just want you here, by my side. Nowhere else. Her face flushed at the sweetness of it. Thoroughly disarmed, she smiled warmly. You're so annoying. Night fell, and the sprawling villa lit up window by window. Lenny sighed, suit jacket slung over one arm, and trudged inside, exhausted. He collapsed onto the living room sofa, leaning back. A slender hand landed on his shoulder. Ji Qingyan in a slinky nightgown. Tired? He rested his hand over hers, looking a little love-struck. Was the company busy today? She shifted, moving closer, and, to his surprise, settled right into his lap. He wrapped an arm naturally around her waist, hand resting on her thigh. She smiled brightly. Lunar New Year's almost here, so nothing urgent. Wrap-up's already done. I'm planning to check out Zifeng Town tomorrow, Lenny said. You free? Her whole face lit up. Of course, I've already got everything ready. I've just been waiting for today. She darted off, leaving him with a confused, wait, hold on. A moment later, she reappeared in an outfit that could only be described as a bold attempt at farm chick, striking a pose. So? How is it? Lenny stared, visibly thrown. What, is this outfit? She spun happily. I'm going farming with you. Does it give off farmer vibes? He burst out laughing before he could stop himself. There's zero laborer energy here. You look like a landlord's daughter playing dress-up. Her expression darkened instantly, claws practically coming out. Who are you calling a silly girl? Not done, she threatened. Careful. I'll go plant you in the ground at Shifeng Town. Come harvest season, there'll be a whole field of you. One to cook, one to drive, one to warm the bed. Honestly, just thinking about it makes me happy. Rather than let her keep spiraling, he kissed her mid-threat, swallowing the rest of her words. Satisfied with himself, he rested his chin on one hand, smirking at her. By that logic, I should plant you. That way I'd have a few extra of you every night. She blushed furiously and punched his chest. Linny, you hooligan, how can you say something like that? The hit stung a little, so he caught her hand to stop her, looking at her with open affection as she huddled shyly against him. Perfect timing, he murmured. The next morning, the countryside sat quiet and unhurried, nothing like the noise of the city. A red car rolled down the road. Ji Qingyan studied the modest houses passing by. This is a lot different from what I pictured. I didn't expect it to be this humble. Linny, driving beside her, explained calmly. There's plenty you don't know, my lady. Shiwan village is just ahead. That's where my house and land are. They pulled up at last, the luxury car parking amid the rustic surroundings. Ji Qingyan looked around eagerly. Linny, where's your place? Show me. He corrected her immediately. Why are you calling me by name again? Call me husband. The villagers here are probably a bit traditional. If we're putting on this act, we commit to it fully. She leaned close to his ear and murmured, husband. The word came out impossibly sweet, and both their faces went red. He wrapped an arm around her waist and led her toward the house. She practically bounced beside him with excitement. Come on, hurry. I want to see what our house looks like. Linny, still replaying that one word in his head, thought, what a little vixen. They arrived. Ji Qingyan lit up. Wow, this place has real character. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Don't we have land somewhere too? Take me to see it. He led her along, following the contract in the map. According to this is our land. Besides the house and this, she asked, is there anything else? Linny puffed up with pride. Besides the house and the land, there's a fish pond too. All mine. Her jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? Our house has a fish pond too? He flared his nostrils, thoroughly pleased with himself. That's right. From now on, call me farm owner Lin. And you? Farm lady. Ahead, a large fishing pond came into view, ringed with parked cars and crowded with people casting lines. Ji Qingyan's face fell. Oh no, it looks like people are fishing our pond dry. Linny, equally startled, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Let's go take a look. They approached a young man with his rod already cast. Linny probed casually, you guys have permission to fish here? He half expected the man to admit to poaching so he could teach him a lesson. Instead, the man said breezily, yeah, 200 yuan a day, fish as much as you want. Linny and Ji Qingyan exchanged a stunned look. People are paying to fish here, and we haven't seen a cent of it. Who'd you pay? Linny demanded. The young man pointed toward a distant off-road vehicle. See that SUV? The manager's inside. 3 men sat playing cards nearby. One called out, 3 aces. Another sighed, pass. The brown-haired one glanced up. Brother, want to fish? 200 a day, fish all you want. Linny approached with the pink-haired woman beside him. I'm not here to fish. I want to know, is this land yours? Why are you charging fees here? The 3 men stood indignant. Of course it's ours. Who else would dare charge fees? The pink-haired woman snapped, nonsense. This pond clearly belongs to my family. On what basis are you collecting money? The brown-haired man blinked, startled. Wait, are you the ones who bought old Xiao's house? He straightened, suddenly authoritative. Well, based on the property lines, the garden and this pond are ours. You've got the nerve to charge fees here without my say-so? Linny's expression darkened. You people have some nerve. The man extended a hand quickly. Hello, name's Wei Chang. I run the biggest seed store in town. He softened his tone. Honestly, I've been meaning to track you down about this, but you never showed. Didn't have much choice, so I just went ahead. What exactly did you want to discuss? Linny asked, suspicious. Wei Chang smiled. I've had my eye on this pond. Whatever you paid for it, I'll add a few tens of thousands more. Sell it to me. Are you stupid? Linny snapped. When did I ever say I was selling? You'd better explain yourself clearly right now. A man in a tank top jabbed a finger at him. Watch your tone. I'm giving you respect and you're not accepting it. Linny slapped him hard enough to send him sprawling. Wei Chang's face went pale with fear. Since this is your territory, I won't push for it anymore. I'll have my people clear out tomorrow. Linny's hands slid into his pockets. And that's it? You've been running a business here for days. Every fish in this lake is already gone. And you think you can just walk away clean? What do you want? Wei Chang asked. Linny leveled a hard stare at him. Unless you release 100,000 yuan worth of fish fry into this pond, we're not done here. Wei Chang exploded. What kind of nonsense is that? 100,000 in fish fry, where do you think I'm supposed to pull that from? Linny didn't bother answering. He just drove a kick into Wei Chang's stomach. The pink-haired woman rubbed her forehead, sighing inwardly. If they can't back up their words with a fight, maybe don't talk so big. Wei Chang shouted, Everyone, attack. In the blink of an eye, Linny slapped 3 men flat to the ground. Wei Chang immediately dropped to his knees, begging, Brother, please, no more. I admit I was wrong. I'll release 100,000 in fish fry and we'll leave right now. He scrambled off toward the group still fishing. Stop fishing, everyone out, now. Just then, Linny's phone rang. Brother, we're almost in Zhonghai, come pick us up. He smiled. All right, I'll head to the highway toll station shortly. The pink-haired woman perked up. What's this? Is Ua's boyfriend visiting? Linny glanced at her. Probably not her boyfriend. More likely some university friends from the orphanage. Sure enough, when they arrived, an energetic girl with chestnut brown hair greeted them with a wave and unbridled excitement. Sister-in-law, I missed you so much. Ji Qingyan, taken aback by the enthusiasm and the three other people standing behind her, asked, Who's everyone? The girl happily volunteered to introduce them. This is Ji Qingyan. You can all just call her sister-in-law. She quickly ran through the others. Zhang Yan, freshman at the language university, and that's Chen Tianyu, junior at the normal university. All top schools, no exceptions. The three bowed in unison. Solemn. Hello, sister-in-law. Ji Qingyan blushed to the roots of her hair. The brunette kept chattering. Sister-in-law, I saw this place online. Everything here is so expensive. Quick as ever, she looped an arm through Ji Qingyan's. Later, can you buy me a few outfits? Ji Qingyan laughed, unable to refuse. No problem. I'll buy them for you. Zhang Yan, standing nearby, looked displeased at the request. Sister, Mom said before we left that we shouldn't ask our brother for things. Linny finally chimed in. That's right. Didn't you say your boyfriend's loaded? Have him buy it for you. The teasing earned him a sharp pout and glare. Undeterred, at the mention of her boyfriend, she crossed her arms with authority. My boyfriend's money didn't just blow in on the east wind either. Linny, hearing this, briefly reconsidered his entire existence. Wait, could it be my money? A beat later. Huh. That actually tracks. Before the sibling squabble could escalate, Ji Qingyan cut in. Enough arguing. Your brother's money is all under my management now. Spend it freely. I'm allowing it. At the words spend freely, the girl's whole demeanor transformed. She threw herself into Ji Qingyan's arms. I love you the most, sister-in-law. Then, eyes gleaming, she leaned in to whisper her scheme to her younger sisters. When we get home, we'll just say sister-in-law bought these and insisted we take them. Mom won't dare say anything to her. Chen Tianyu and Linny hung back, dragging the luggage, watching the girls squeal with delight up ahead. Suddenly remembering his younger brother hadn't asked for a thing, Linny offered, You still don't have a computer, right? Let's go pick one out later. Chen Tianyu scratched his head, embarrassed, far more reluctant than his money-hungry sisters. I don't need it, brother. I'm already a junior. The library computers work fine. Why are you being so formal with me? Linny said, shaking his head. The money I gave Mom probably all went into the orphanage. She can't afford a computer for you. You'll need one for grad school eventually anyway. Seeing his brother's insistence, Chen Tianyu gave in, face lighting up. Thank you, brother. He paused. Just, how much money do you even have? You buy things without even blinking. Linny slung an arm over his brother's shoulders, pleased with himself. Enough to support all of you for a lifetime. Just focus on studying. Don't worry about anything else. Watching his brother's confidence, Chen Tianyu hesitated, then asked, Brother, since you're this capable, could you track down our oldest brother and bring him back? Linny rubbed his chin, thinking, Isn't it an 8-year sentence? There's still 3 years left. Chen Tianyu shook his head. He got released early, actually. When I went home a few days ago, Mom mentioned he'd been out of prison for over 3 months already, but there's been no word from him. He hasn't gone back to the orphanage. Linny let out a tired sigh. Not wanting to disappoint his brother, he relented. Let me look into it once I'm back. See what I can do. Tianyu's excitement returned instantly. Yes, back at the villa, the youngest sister's jaw dropped the moment they stepped through the door. Brother, is this where you and sister-in-law actually live? This place is way too extravagant. It's even bigger than our orphanage. Ji Qingyan just smiled off to the side. This is your home now too, she said. Whenever you're in Zhonghai, you can stay here. At the promise of a house this grand being open to her any time, the girl practically glowed. That's amazing. Half an hour later, everyone had settled in. Linny, freshly showered, walked into the living room toweling off his hair, and froze at the sight waiting for him. His face went purple with disbelief at the mountain of shopping bags Ji Qingyan and his sister were sorting through. What are you two doing? Why did you buy this much already? His sister, beaming with the joy of free stuff, said innocently, Isn't this what sister-in-law gave me? Linny pressed his forehead into his palm, speechless. Did you all come to Zhonghai to raid this place? His only response was a defeated groan. Tomorrow, send all 3 of them back to school. And you, get yourself home. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office building, Linny reported to his contact, Boss Chen, the materials issue is settled. Say the word, and Guanca ships the goods. Rest is up to you. The man on the other end sounded surprised. You handled that fast. Not that fast, honestly, Linny replied. If I'd rushed it, it would have moved even quicker. He smiled. Also, I picked up 12% of Inger's shares. We can go global with acquisitions now. Just draw up a list, and whatever's doable, I'll make it happen. Shantan Judro's excitement was audible. You got Inger's shares too? Wasn't planned, Linny admitted. Fell into my lap, basically. It really was the right call bringing you back to the country with me, the man said warmly. You genuinely can't be underestimated, he continued. Give me another 3 months and the hard technical problems will be solved. though the assembly and calibration afterward will still take time. Stocks will probably climb by then. Keep an eye on the international landscape. Already accounted for, Linny said. No issues there. He held something up, considering. I'm planning to recruit more people soon, buy more equipment, speed up research. Money's going to move fast. Just giving you the heads up. I'm handling the finances, the man said cheerfully. No problem there. Finance is already arranged. We will build that lithography machine. He turned to leave, then called back. Important as the machine is, don't forget to rest. Don't run yourself into the ground. I know what I'm doing, Linny replied. Don't worry. He walked out of the building, mind-churning, expression tight with tension. Everything's going smoothly right now. The biggest threat left is the Woe Financial Group. He hoped this wasn't just the calm before the storm. He strolled down the street, phone pressed to his ear. I need to find someone named Wu Fei, released from prison about 3 months ago. Help me track him down. A moment later, his phone buzzed. A voice from the car ahead answered. President Lin, we've located the person you're looking for. He's out in a suburban village. Address, Jiangdong District, Dachau Road, Lingxiao New Economic Zone. The moment he got the information, Lin Yi hit the gas and tore off, tires spinning so hard against the road that smoke curled up behind him. He pulled up outside a shop-like building, stepping out with an unmistakable presence. Someone inside asked, "What do you want?" "Sir," he said politely, "I'm looking for someone. Is there a Wu Fei around here?" The old man raised a hand, slowly gesturing. "You mean old Wu? He quit about a month back. Went to work at the construction site across the way. If you want him, try there." "Thank you," Lim Yi said, already moving, and jogged toward the site across the street. At the workers' mess area, a voice called out, "Mealtime! Mealtime! Line up!" Wu Fei stood in line waiting for his ration when Lin Yi came running up from behind, calling out with obvious joy, "Brother!" Wu Fei's face went visibly panicked. He turned away as a co-worker called after him, "Old Wu, where you going? Not eating?" He kept his head down. "Not hungry anymore." Lin Yi closed the distance quickly. "I'm right here. What are you hiding for?" Wu Fei wouldn't meet his eyes. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not your brother." That struck a nerve. "We grew up together," Lin Yi said, anger flaring. "Nearly 20 years. If I could mistake you for a stranger, I'd be a poor excuse for a little brother." He softened, just slightly. "Come home with me. Mom misses you so much." Wu Fei stood there covering his face, unable to look at him. Finally, he sighed. "Let's go. This isn't the place to talk about it." Relief broke across Lin Yi's face. He threw an arm around his brother's shoulder. "Let's find somewhere to eat, brother. I'm starving too." At a small restaurant, they sat down together. Lin Yi settled beside him. "Have things been all right these past few years? Are Mom and Dad doing okay?" Wu Fei finally began to open up. "Everything's fine. I've earned some money too." They ordered. Lin Yi raised a hand. 2 bowls of noodle soup, then without missing a beat, 2 glasses of baijiu. The food arrived. Lin Yi lifted his glass toward his brother, who waved it off. "I'm not drinking. Still got work this afternoon." Lin Yi wasn't having it. "Stop working, come back with me." He pushed the glass closer. Wu Fei looked flustered. "How do I even show my face going back? I fought constantly, made Mom's heart condition flare up from the stress. If you were her real son, maybe that'd be different, but you were the one she took in." That landed like a blow. Lin Yi's expression softened with hurt. "When you were little and got into fights, wasn't I the one who bailed you out? When you came home from college and asked her what happened, she cried and yelled at me." Wu Fei picked up his chopsticks, pulling them apart before he answered. "When Xiao was in high school, she told Mom some thugs kept waiting for her outside the school gates. You went there, didn't even throw a punch, just pulled a knife and stabbed one of them." He slurped his noodles, remembering. "That guy's family had real pull in Yongshang. Our family had nothing. So you got taken away." He shrugged. "You just feel like you don't have the right to come back anymore." The 2 brothers clinked glasses, drinking through the heaviness between them. But despite everything Wu Fei had laid out, Lin Yi refused to back down. He leaned closer. "You're still coming home with me. If you won't come willingly, I'll drag you." Wu Fei looked confused. "With your temperament, what's the point? I'm the only one who still treats you like family. I don't want to be a burden to our parents." Lin Yi shot to his feet, slamming a hand on the table. "We're basically done eating. Pack your things, come home with me. I've got money now and the means to back it up. You won't be a burden. You'll be with me." Seeing how much his younger brother had grown, Wu Fei couldn't hold back the emotion anymore. "Fine. Let me go settle my wages first, then we'll leave together." He stood too. He'd missed home more than he'd let on. Outside a nearby building, Lin Yi waited, thumbing through his phone playing a game, until shouting from inside caught his attention. "You haven't even finished the job and you're asking for wages? How am I supposed to calculate that?" He looked up. Inside, Wu Fei stood his ground, clearly frustrated. "When I started, didn't we agree on a daily wage? Now you're going back on it?" The contractor, Wu Wenlong, sat back smugly in his chair. "That's the rule. But I feel for you, so I'll give you 500 yuan for travel money. Now get out." Wu Fei's face darkened, though he held his temper. 500 is 1 day's wage? You're pocketing the rest of what I earned? Wenlong's patience snapped. Don't lecture me. Don't want to work, then leave. Giving you 500 is already generous. Don't embarrass yourself further. Seeing that nothing had changed, Lin Yi strode inside and slammed his foot down on the table hard enough to make the man jump. His voice went cold. You're something else, aren't you? Talking to people like that. Wenlong, rattled that someone had stepped in for his brother, snapped, Who the hell are you, Wu Fei? Bringing backup with you now. Lin Yi forced an easy smile. Please, sir, no need for that. If you're only giving him 500, how's he supposed to make it through the new year? Wenlong yanked a wad of small bills from his pocket, exasperated. The whole crew's under deadline pressure. If this project doesn't finish on time, I won't have a new year either. He threw a few hundred yuan notes on the table, sneering. Take the money and get out. I've got other things to deal with. Wu Fei stared at the scattered bills on the ground, sighing, and started to bend down to collect them. Wu Fei looked up just in time to see Lin Yi with a hand around Wenlong's throat. Are you going to hand over the money, or not? Wu Fei rushed over alarmed. What are you doing? Don't start something. Lin Yi released his grip at his brother's intervention, and Wenlong crumpled painfully to the floor. Sitting there, glaring, Wenlong spat, You dare put hands on me, you want to die. I'm telling you, you're not walking out of here with a single cent. Compensate me 20,000, or neither of you is leaving. On cue, several men with sticks filed in, taking up defensive positions around the two brothers. Seeing the numbers stacking up, Wu Fei stepped in front of Lin Yi. Brother Long, calm down, my brother's young and doesn't know better. Don't hold it against him. Forget the wages. Let's just drop this. But Wenlong wasn't interested in mercy. He shoved Wu Fei aside. A low-life laborer like you thinks he can reason with me? As tension crackled toward violence, someone shouted, Watch out, Xiao. Lin Yi's expression went ice cold as he stepped forward, blocking the first swing with one hand and answering with a punch to the man's face. The crowd around them shrank back, visibly rattled. Lin Yi grabbed an iron rod from somewhere and stood his ground. Anyone who touches me, I will beat them to death. Silence fell instantly. Wenlong, standing behind Wu Fei now, broke into a cold sweat. Old Wu, tell your brother to settle down. No need for violence. I'll pay the wages right now. Lin Yi turned to him, unbothered. Wouldn't this have been over already if you'd just cooperated? I don't care what you do. Hand over 20,000, and we're square. Trembling, Wenlong stammered, Okay. He got the money, hands still shaking as he handed it to Wu Fei. Here, 20,000, take it. The two of them walked out casually. On the way back, a coworker jogged up. Old Wu, what was that fight about? My brother told me to head home. I went to collect my wages and he refused to pay, so it turned into a brawl. Others nearby went red with anger. On what grounds does he get to refuse? Didn't he promise monthly pay? Why is he holding out now? Exactly. Seeing their outrage, Wu Fei pointed proudly at Lin Yi. People like him change their story every day. If my brother hadn't stepped in and roughed them up, we probably wouldn't have seen a cent. The workers, already furious, grabbed their tools. Damn it. Then we're done working for him too. Let's go demand our pay. At that, Wu Fei turned to Lin Yi. Xiao, hold on, let me go grab my things. What do you even own worth carrying? Lin Yi said. It's only a few days till New Year's anyway. Let's head to the city, buy you some clothes, then go home. Wu Fei scratched his head, sheepish. You don't need to buy me clothes. I've got money now. But fine, let's go into the city, pick something up for Mom and Dad. They reached the mall. Wu Fei looked around uneasily. Xiao, this place looks expensive. Probably is, Lin Yi said, amused. When my little sister and brother came here, they bought stuff from this exact spot. Let's go somewhere else. This isn't for people like us. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Yi threw an arm over his shoulder and steered him forward anyway. Relax and just buy whatever you want, bro. Still uneasy, Wu Fei said, Xiao, seriously, things here are pricey. My 20,000 won't stretch far. I saw someone buy a lighter for 120,000 just now. It's fine, Lin Yi said without hesitation. We'll just grab 2 outfits. You covered for me plenty of times back when I got into fights as a kid. Now that I'm earning, let me return the favor, all right? Wu Fei's eyes softened at that, gratitude plain on his face. All right. They'd barely stepped into a clothing store when an employee blocked their path. Excuse me, sir, you can't come in dressed like that. It'll disturb the experience of our other customers. Lin Yi bristled at the blatant condescension. Excuse me? Looking down on people because of how they're dressed? The employee, unbothered, matched his tone. Sir, watch your words or I'll call security. Just then a voice called out, Lin Yi? He turned, surprised. Why are you here? The man, Chidawi, had a handbag in one hand and his girlfriend on his other arm. Brought my girlfriend out for the day. If you're looking for good stuff, this shop's decent. Lin Yi's tone turned sharp with irony. They just kicked me out. Said I wasn't dressed well enough to come in. Chidawi's face darkened instantly. Are you serious? Are they selling elitism along with the clothes now? He turned to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, don't worry about it. This shop belongs to a friend of mine. I'll take care of this. The employee, all attitude a moment ago, immediately bowed her head. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chin. I didn't mean anything by it. Please give me another chance. Lin Yi just slid his hands into his pockets, unbothered. Not my concern, brother. Let's go somewhere else. Wu Fei scratched his head, embarrassed. It's fair enough, honestly. Dressed like this, it makes sense they wouldn't let me in. The three of them walked off together, Chudawi chatting easily. Are you Lin Yi's older brother? You've got zero dominant aura going on. When you run into snobs who look down on people, you're supposed to teach them a lesson. Why let it slide? Wu Fei answered mildly. Poor people don't have room for lofty ambitions. Lin Yi threw an arm around his shoulder, immediately cheerful. Not poor, not poor. With me around, it'd be hard for you to stay poor even if you tried. They moved on to another shop. Thank you, please come again. By now, Wu Fei and Chudawi had grown genuinely friendly. Chudawi clapped him on the shoulder. Done shopping. Let's take you out to relax a bit, Brother Wu. They ended up at a massage parlor, all three getting worked over by the staff. Mid-massage, Wu Fei glanced at his phone, and Lim Yi noticed. What's wrong? It's the contractor from this morning, Wu Fei said. Wu Wenlong's calling. Lin Yi's face twisted with disdain. It's fine. Pick up and see what he wants. The moment Wu Fei answered, cursing blasted through the speaker. Wu Fei, where are you? Not only did you bring your brother to beat me up, you incited the whole crew to walk out. If I don't break your legs today, my name isn't Wu. I didn't incite anyone, Wu Fei said quickly. That's got nothing to do with me. The man on the other end kept screaming. Tell me where you two are. Wait till I call the police. This is about to get real serious. Wu Fei hesitated, but Lin Yi, unbothered, simply gave up their location instead. We're at the hot springs. Come find us. Wu Fei blanched. Xiao, why would you? Hearing Lin Yi's voice on the line only made Wenlong angrier. You little dog. Xiao, not bad actually. If you've got the guts, don't run. Wait right there. I'm going to play with you until you're dead. He hung up. Wu Fei turned urgently to Lim Yi. Xiao, why did you answer? Calling at this hour means they're coming for revenge. Lin Yi wasn't remotely worried. People like that won't cry until they see the coffin. We can't hide from them forever like we're scared. Business people like that, Wu Fei said, we really can't afford to provoke. Lin Yi shrugged it off entirely. What's there to fear? With young Master Qin here, nothing's going to happen. Chudawi laughed, mildly smug. Mr. Lin, please. At your level, you could handle all of this single-handed. You don't need me at all. That night, a crowd had already gathered outside the hot springs, no one apparently realizing it was owned by Lin Yi's own uncle. Lu Chen stood outside with a cigarette, muttering, the project's already behind schedule, and now the whole crew's on strike. These workers get a little money and immediately blow it here. Beside him stood old man Wenlong. Even better, Wenlong said, the money they squeezed out of us gets spent right back at your uncle's place. Keeps the fertilizer in the family field, so to speak. When the time comes, we corner the door. No way out for them. Lu Chen slid his hands into his pockets, walking with purpose. My uncle won't shield them either. Today I'm breaking that man's legs. He raised his voice. Otherwise, my name isn't Lu. Once inside, staff greeted him immediately. President Lu, you're here. Where's my uncle? He demanded. President Jia is entertaining a guest inside. Should I notify him? There's a man named Wu Fei who just came in, Lu Chen said flatly. Find out which room. The manager complied, returning moments later. President Lu, room 209. Lu Chen made his way toward it, calling back over his shoulder, I'm going up to handle some business. Tell security downstairs. No matter what they hear, they stay put. Inside room 209, Lin Yi heard the noise outside first. Wu Fei sat up straight, tense. Brother, don't worry, Lin Yi said, already moving. Let me handle it. You stay here. Nearby, Chudawi was casually biting into an apple. Brother Wu, relax. Who in the city would dare touch Mr. Lin? Whoever that is won't see tomorrow morning. Just breathe. Lin Yi opened the door, stepping out with total composure. Ahead, a crowd approached, led by Lu Chen. The moment Wenlong spotted him, he pointed frantically. President Lu, it's him. He's the one who hit me and robbed us of 20,000. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves, puffing his chest. Kid, you've got nerve, causing trouble at my place. You know who I am? I'm Lu Chen. Lin Yi remained perfectly calm. Don't care who you are. If my brother's wages don't get paid properly, no one here is walking away clean. Enraged by the lack of fear, Lu Chen bellowed, Get him. Teach this peasant the size of heaven and earth. Yes, the men shouted, surging forward. The first man to reach him got grabbed by the head and slammed into the nearest wall, collapsing before he could even swing back. Watching this, another attacker faltered. Brother Long, who is this guy? He's terrifying. Lin Yi closed the distance and slapped him, light but fast enough that a welt bloomed on the man's face before he even registered at landing. Didn't you come here for revenge? Lin Yi said, unbothered. Why aren't you fighting back? The man's defiance flared. Lu Chen shouted, What the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm getting hit? Kill him already. Everyone rushed him at once. Lin Yi answered with a single kick to the gut of the nearest man. The force sent 3 or 4 of them flying at once. He planted himself in the doorway, finger jabbed toward the crowd. I don't care who sent you, but if you touch me, you'll be crawling out of here. A heavy-set man, not knowing his limits, charged straight into Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi stomped 1 foot down, disgust plain on his face. I gave you a chance earlier today, and you still came back to throw your life away. You're really asking for it. He drove a kick into the man's stomach, and he collapsed with a scream, spitting up blood, sinking to his knees in agony. Please, please no more, I'll die. Lin Yi turned to the white-haired man still nursing his swollen cheek. Feel like I went easy on you? Want to switch places with him? The man's eyes went wide and he stumbled backward, hands flying up while still cradling his face. I surrender. Please, no more. Still, he wasn't quite reading the room. This shot belongs to my uncle, he blurted. If you stop now, this ends here. Otherwise, my uncle will deal with you. Lin Yi smiled, unimpressed, and patted the man's cheek. He flinched, eyes squeezing shut. Then let me tell you something. If your uncle dares to show up here acting like you, he'll get exactly what you're getting. Unconvinced, the man pulled out his phone, calling his uncle in a panic. Uncle, I got beaten up on the 2nd floor. Get people over here, fast. Time slipped by fast. The elevator doors opened, and a large group spilled out, led by Sha Hongdong, owner of the Shuji Hot Springs. He adjusted his tie as he walked, one hand clenched into a fist, ready to find whoever had dared touch his precious nephew. What greeted him instead? A scattering of bodies at the feet of a young man in a bathrobe, his nephew standing behind him, still rubbing his bruised cheek. Sha Hongdong rushed over, bewildered. Why are you beaten to a pulp like this? Who did this? Tell me now so your uncle can handle it. The blue-haired man pointed immediately. It's him. Came to my construction site, started trouble, beat people up, stole money, and incited the whole crew to walk out. Brought my whole project to a standstill. Sha Hongdong followed his nephew's finger, mouth falling open, eyes bulging. Wait, are you Mr. Lin of Lin Yun Group? Lin Yi blinked, mildly surprised his identity had been recognized so quickly. How do you know me? Sha Hongdong bowed at a full 90 degrees. We met once on Yang Island. I never imagined you'd show up at my humble establishment. Please forgive my poor hospitality. Lin Yi remained unmoved, hands in his pockets. Your nephew brought a crowd here to start trouble with me. I had no choice but to respond. Don't blame me for not showing restraint. Sha Hongdong's whole body stiffened, his expression darkening with menace as he turned to his own men. If anyone has objections, feel free to attack him yourselves. I won't stop you. Both his men broke out in a cold sweat, nearly fainting on the spot. Sha Hongdong waved his hands frantically. No, Mr. Lin, please spare me some face. My nephew is young, impulsive, spoiled since childhood. He doesn't understand things. Please let it go. I apologize on his behalf. Then I'll give you that much, Lin Yi said, and drove a devastating kick into the nephew's stomach. There, anger vented for the day. He turned to walk off, waving a hand. But you'd better teach him a lesson. Otherwise his mother's whole side of the family goes down with him. Sha Hongdong bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Yes, sir. I will discipline him properly. I'll give you a satisfying answer. He turned on his nephew, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach, and snapped, You brat. Out of every person you could have provoked, you had to pick him. The nephew looked up, pale. Who exactly is this person that makes you bow and scrape like that? He's one of the top wealthy men in Zhonghai, Sha Hongdong said grimly. Worth trillions. Connections everywhere. The blue-haired man's face went ghost white. Sha Hongdong continued, We can't even begin to compare to someone at his level. You got lucky today, otherwise he would have beaten you to death. But why? The nephew asked. Does someone that rich and powerful have a brother working construction? Sha Hongdong's face went sour. Who knows? Point is, we never provoke him again. If we make him unhappy, we're finished. The nephew, still shaking from fear, muttered, I understand, before turning to kick the pot-bellied man beside him. This is all your fault. At that moment, Lin Yi walked out of the room, radiating quiet authority. His brother rushed over immediately. I heard fighting. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Lin Yi flashed a confident grin, holding up 2 fingers. You should have seen it. A dozen guys or so, already handled. Chudawi, lounging on the bed with his hands behind his head as a pillow, added, If you hadn't come out, Brother Wu was about to charge in. Lucky I stopped him. Lim Yi waved it off with a thankful nod, then pulled off his shirt and dusted off his chest. Let's go, brother. It's late. I'll take you to a hotel. The 2 of them chatted as they got changed. Halfway through pulling on his shirt, Wu Fei said, Back when I worked in a nearby village, there was a small motel. Decent enough. Let's go there. Lin Yi, adjusting his own shirt, turned and rested a hand on his brother's shoulder, smiling gently. Your brother's status doesn't belong in a small motel. I'll take you somewhere proper. Wu Fei looked at him, alarmed. Xiao, you might have money, but you've got to know how to save it. I can sleep anywhere, doesn't matter. Lin Yi feigned irritation, grabbing his brother's shoulders and shaking him lightly. You're my brother. I make money so my family can be happy. Just let me arrange this. Wu Fei's eyes welled up as he looked at his younger brother with unmistakable pride. All right. I'll listen to you. The scene shifted, evening settling over a magnificent hotel. Lin Yi strode up to the front desk with total confidence. Give me a presidential suite. Yes, sir, the receptionist replied. That'll be $88,888. Wu Fei, standing behind him, went weak in the knees. How much did you say? The receptionist kept her professional smile fixed in place. Yes, $88,888. Wu Fei spun toward his brother. That's insane. 90,000 a night? The ICU doesn't even cost that much. Lin Yi just smiled at his brother's disbelief. Where else would you go? We're already here. He turned back to the receptionist, beaming. One room. To his brother's continued shock, he pulled out a gold card, gleaming like a headlight, and paid without a second thought. Just then, two beautiful women approached. Lin Yi, why are you here too? Standing beside the one who'd spoken was Li Jiaming, Li Jian's older sister. Li Jian's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Reading the moment, Lin Yi told his brother to head up to the room first. I'm going to catch up with some friends for a bit. Wu Fei nodded, understanding. All right, Lin Yi walked over easily. I came by this morning to handle a few small matters. Li Jian hurried over, tugging his sleeve. Are you busy right now? I want to talk to you about something. Lin Yi's face flushed faintly, catching him off guard for a beat. Once she confirmed he had time, she turned back to her sister. Li Jiaming, wait for me a minute. I'll be right back. The two of them slipped off to an empty corner. Li Jian asked, tense, during the show, were you the first to reach the summit? Her voice trembled with something like dread as she waited for his answer. Did you notice anything strange on the mountain? I didn't see anything strange on the mountain. I didn't see anything, he said. Either, no doubt. After I reached the top for the final segment, they let me go, he added, expression fully serious. As they talked, Li Jian had already scribbled her number down on a scrap of paper. All right then, I understand. She handed it to him. If you're ever in town, call me. I'll treat you. Lim Yi's eyes widened slightly, taking the paper, cheeks tinting red. Still not sure what to say, he turned away, leaving Li Jian behind with a thoroughly satisfied smile. Stepping outside the hotel, a man in a hat waved at him. President Lin, over here. Everything's ready. Lim Yi got in, shutting the door firmly. Follow the GPS, he said, holding up his phone toward the driver. Yes, sir, the man replied, and they sped off beneath the night sky, the car cutting fast down a deserted road. They eventually pulled up, and both men climbed out, carrying boxes of fireworks. Once everything was hauled onto the beach, the man in the hat waved his goodbye. I'll head back now then. All right, Lin Yi replied. He pulled out his phone and called Liang Ruoxu. Are you in Zhanghai or Yanjing? He asked gently. She answered happily, back in Yanjing for the Spring Festival. Are you in Zhanghai? I need your help with something here, he said. There are fireworks going off at my place right now. Want to see them with me? Ruoxu's expression fell slightly. Let's just forget it. I can't even see fireworks from home. The moment she finished speaking, a booming sound erupted behind her, startling her badly. She spun around and saw the sky lighting up, and immediately shrieked his name into the phone with pure delight, hand flying to her mouth in astonished, affectionate scolding. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? His voice came through the phone. Wait for me downstairs. She hung up and bolted for the door, hastily shoving her feet into shoes. Her father barked from behind, stern-faced. It's late. Where are you going? Linny's here, Ruoxu said breathlessly. Those fireworks outside. That's him. Her mother offered a strange, gentle smile, while behind her, her father's expression darkened further. Tell him to leave, now. Fireworks are banned in the city. If you're not fast, you'll both get arrested and your father's reputation will be in the gutter. Bewildered and sweating, she said, Huh? Okay, got it. Downstairs, fireworks lit up the entire sky as the young couple's private witness. She'd thrown on a mask and rushed to his side. I'm here. She smacked his shoulder, eyes bloodshot, grip fierce. No more time. Get in the car, now. His face went completely red at the contact. They climbed in together. Linny pouted, playing wounded. You're something else. You always say I'm not romantic enough. First time I actually try and you're not even gentle about it. Straight to logistics, skipping right to the getaway car. She yanked off her mask, temper flaring, eyes burning red as if fangs had sprouted. Gentle, my ass. Fireworks are illegal here. If I'd been a minute later, you'd already be in custody. Linny's face turned dark as a pot bottom at that. She kept talking. Faster now. Speed up. Get to the intersection ahead. Once we're past it, we're safe. Channeling her mother's scolding tone, she rattled off warnings that nearly brought him to tears. You are seriously reckless. She pinched him hard as she said it. Suddenly, Linny turned and pulled her into a tight hug. So, did you like it? Her face went crimson as she looked up at him. I liked it. The car kept moving. She checked the time. Nearly midnight. And urged him, take me home, quick. He gave her a sly smile. Okay. In the car, she asked when he was leaving. The car rolled to a stop, and he said they'd arrived. Tomorrow, he told her he'd come visit again. Nothing else on his schedule, so he'd be back. She paused before answering. It hadn't been easy for him to make this trip, so if she had time tomorrow, she'd go out with him. Their foreheads touched, both smiling content. When there was time, he'd come again, and he had to find a chance to meet her mother properly. Yes, she said softly. She stepped out of the car, turning back one last time to wave. He drove off toward the hotel. Early the next morning, sunlight bathed the Grand Hotel. As the two brothers stepped outside, a radiant figure caught their attention. Li Jian, you're finally out, she said. I've been waiting all morning. Lin Yi walked over. What do you need? It's my grandfather, Li Jian said. He wants to meet you. Lin Yi scratched his head, trying to guess who her grandfather even was and why he'd want an audience. I don't know you that well. Why does your grandfather want to see me? Her eyes were earnest. I know this request doesn't make much sense, but my family insists. I hope you'll come with me. He mulled it over, guessing this was somehow connected to whatever had happened on the island. That place had been strange, no question. What exactly did Li Jian's grandfather know? He stroked his chin, thought it through, and finally said, All right, I'll come. He turned to his brother. Wait for me in the lobby. I'll head out for a bit and come back. Wu Fei nodded, though worry crept into his expression, unsure what awaited his younger brother. The sun shone down on the old city district of Yanjing. They arrived at a house built in traditional palace style, its rooms sprawling and ornate. A voice echoed from inside as they approached. Someone's arrived at the Li family. Sounds like it might be that young man. Their two figures blurred into shadow as they crossed the threshold. Lin Yi came to a stop in front of a door. Li Jian stepped forward. My grandfather's inside. Go on in. Lin Yi walked in with complete calm. There an old man leaned on a cane sipping tea, his secretary standing behind him. At the sight of Lin Yi, the old man greeted him politely. Please sit, Mr. Lin. I've admired you for some time now. Good to finally meet you. This was Li Sheyong, Li Jian's grandfather. Lin Yi dropped into the chair across from him, unbothered, hands loosely folded. Let's skip the pleasantries. I heard you wanted to speak with me about something. Li Sheyong poured him tea. Have a sip first, Mr. Lin. He watched him for a beat. You've likely already guessed I invited you here to ask about what happened on Zhou Island. Lin Yi smirked, already having anticipated the direction of the conversation. If you're open to it, let's speak plainly. You tell me what you know, I'll tell you what I know. Call it a fair trade. He lifted the teacup to his lips. Li Sheyong gave a hollow smile. That works too. Then Mr. Lim, you go first. Tell me what happened on Zhuo Island. Lin Yi narrowed one eye, holding the teacup with clear suspicion. The way you're phrasing this feels a bit like I'm walking into a setup. He set the cup down hard. I may be young, but don't try these games on me. I have other matters to attend to. If you're not going to speak plainly, forget it. He stood abruptly. Old Li Sheyong's face darkened. It's fine for the young to have ambition, but you should know exactly who you're dealing with. Lin Yi turned his back and walked off, hands in his pockets, ignoring the warning entirely, laughing to himself as he went. The secretary behind him ground his teeth, fists clenching. Stop right there. Old Master Li hasn't dismissed you yet. How dare you? Lin Yi turned, disgust plain on his face. Watch yourself, or I'll beat you senseless. For a family the size of yours, whatever's happening on that island is well beyond your reach. Let it go. Enjoy the rest of your quiet, comfortable life. The secretary lunged, fist raised, shouting, You dare insult the Li family? Li Sheyong couldn't stay seated any longer. Enough. Let him go. The secretary reluctantly pulled back. Why let him off so easily? He clearly knows something. Lin Yi was already stepping out the door, unbothered. The old man's expression turned grim. You know about the island too, apparently. His standing is far above Li Jian's. If you two make a move against him, you'll only end up on the losing side. The secretary blinked, visibly shaken by the weight of that statement. At the gate, Li Jian ran up. How did it go? What did you and my grandfather talk about? He gave her a triumphant grin. Nothing much. I noticed your grandfather's got a lot of pent-up tension lately. You should send him a couple of beauties to help him relax. She stood there, utterly speechless. He walked off toward the hotel, calling back over his shoulder. No need to see me out. We're basically family. Wouldn't do for you to get too close to me. He caught a taxi back toward the kissing hotel. Midway through the ride, he sensed something. Someone was following. Forget the hotel, he told the driver. Take me somewhere empty. The driver panicked instantly, assuming the worst. Brother, please. I'm just a driver. I don't have money. Don't rob me, please. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly. You've got it backwards. Someone's tailing me. I need somewhere quiet to deal with them. The car pulled up at an abandoned construction site, and Lin Yi said, Right here's fine. He stepped out. 2 black cars rolled to a stop behind him, and a group of men emerged. Who are you? He asked casually. You've been following me since I left the Li estate, haven't you? One of them stepped forward, smug and calculating. Impressive that Mr. Lin noticed us so quickly. Not realizing he was walking toward his own doom, he introduced himself with obvious arrogance. I'm Wei Jiaoji, of the Wei family in Yanjing. I competed against you before, though given how thoroughly you outperformed the rest of us, you probably don't remember. This time, I'd like to formally invite Mr. Lin to the Wei estate for a proper meal. Lin Yi found the whole speech a waste of breath. Don't set your sights on me. You already know my standing. Don't ruin the fun with something this pointless. I'd guess your family's roughly on par with the Li family. They couldn't keep me here. What makes you think your family has the standing to invite me anywhere? One of Wei Jiaoji's men, apparently unable to read the room, chimed in. Then there's no other way. Our job is to bring you back regardless. The crowd closed in around him. Wei Jiaoji, overestimating himself entirely, charged forward and swung. I do hope you'll cooperate with us. Lin Yi caught his wrist mid-swing, glaring with pure contempt. He wrenched the arm back hard, sending the man staggering. That's all you've got? By this point, Wei Jiaoji's life had effectively ended. Lin Yi twisted his wrist further, a sharp crack, then finished with a kick straight to his face. His men cried out, "Boss," twice, watching him crumple to the ground. My arm feels broken," he groaned, trying to lift it and failing entirely. Lin Yi looked down at him unbothered. "New Year's coming, so I'll spare your worthless life. Go tell your manager the waters here run deeper than they think. Tell them not to test it again." Wei Jiaoji, drenched in sweat, could only nod weakly. Lin Yi gestured toward the parked car. "That's not a bad ride. Whose keys are those?" The subordinate propping up his boss startled, then stammered, raising a trembling hand. I have them." Lin Yi smiled, warm and friendly. "Lend it to me for a bit." The chubby, blonde-haired man handed the keys over respectfully. Once they were in Lin Yi's grip, both men had the exact same silent thought. Bandit. Lin Yi drove the car back to the hotel to pick up his brother. On the way he asked, "You nervous?" Wu Fei answered shyly. "How do I even show my face going back? Worrying mom like this makes me deeply ashamed, and the people in Yongchang have a nasty reputation. I'm worried whatever mess I'm tangled in might come back on the orphanage." He looked down, weighed down by guilt. "You said before when you got out of prison they came looking for you, right?" Lim Yi asked. Wu Fei nodded, lowering his head further. "Yeah, lucky I got away in time. Otherwise they'd have broken my legs." Lin Yi decided quietly that this needed handling properly, or it would only cause problems down the line. They stepped out of the car, arms full of bags. "Let's go," Lin Yi said. "We're already back. No point standing around." The car door slammed. "Brother, let's hurry." Wu Fei broke into a run toward his mother. Mom, look who's back." She rushed toward them, overjoyed, barely able to believe the man standing before her was her son. Wu Fei. She called his name, tears welling as she pulled him into a hug she'd clearly been holding on to for years. This wretched child finally came home. His sister ran up too, calling out to him. Lin Yi flashed a bright smile. "Mom, what's all this?"